Li Jie traversed into the Marvel Universe, and after a million years of being sealed, he acquired the unparalleled powers of the Invincible Marvel Universe. With this newfound strength, Li Jie embarked on a mischievous journey across various parallel universes. Standing before all was Li, Uncle Ben, the leader of the Rainbow Hydra, the Multiverse Transcendent, the World Destroyer, the first among all, Jie. Chapter 1. The Sudden Transmigration. Recently, an odd topic known as the button challenge has emerged online. If there were a button that, when pressed, would grant you 1 billion, but at the cost of humanity's extinction in 500 years, would you press it? If there were a button that would give you 100 million but would transport you to an unknown realm for 10 million years, where everything about you would be frozen, you would not die, grow weary, or feel hunger, but upon returning to reality, you would forget this agonizing 10 million years, would you press it? If only. Well, if such a button existed, I would press it without hesitation. Under the blazing sun, Li Jie walked with his head down, browsing short videos and chuckling at the button challenge on his phone. The thought of gaining wealth he could never amass in his lifetime was tempting. If such an opportunity arose, he would certainly seize it. As for humanity's extinction and the loneliness of 10 million years, was the despair of being a corporate drone more daunting? After death, let the flood come. Besides, in 500 years, the bones of my great-grandson will have long decayed. Humanity might have already ventured beyond the Milky Way. Hey, you there. Would you like to participate in an activity? We have small gifts. A female store clerk suddenly blocked Li Jie's path with an enthusiastic tone. Li Jie frowned, but soon relaxed. As a model student from 9 years of compulsory education and a paragon of society, helping out during a new store's promotional event was no trouble at all. It was purely an act of mutual assistance among workers, not because of the clerk's alluring figure. What's the deal? Is it scanning a QR code to join a group or providing a phone number? In this day and age, promotional activities were mostly predictable, usually involving a public account seeking followers or creating a WeChat group to drive engagement and offer coupons. Nothing novel. Oh, are you also watching the button challenge? The clerk noticed the sound coming from Li Jie's phone and, with a swift motion, produced a red square button device from behind her waist. Is she performing a magic trick? Li Jie was intrigued by her sleight of hand and glanced at the large object concealed beneath her clothing, wondering if it was uncomfortable. Just like the button challenge you see in the videos, she said, donning a standard service smile. If you press this button, you will receive 10 million yuan, but you will be transported to an unknown eternal space, where you will remain alone for 100 million years. Now will you? Smack. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Jie decisively pressed the button in her hand. Done. Now give me the money, he said, half smiling, as he found her amusing and decided to play along with her theatrics. Ding. 1,000, 10,000 yuan deposited into your Alipay. The sudden electronic notification froze Li Jie's smile, and he quickly pulled out his phone, opening the mobile banking app, his eyes widening at the string of zeros that dazzled him. What? This? Money? Sudden windfall left him speechless. He stared blankly at the clerk, his mind racing with fantastical scenarios reminiscent of various web novels. God, an elderly benefactor? A hidden billionaire conducting human experiments? You are remarkably quick. The clerk's lips twitched. She had expected to persuade him, yet he had surprised her with his decisiveness. Just as Li Jie was about to say something, the scene around him abruptly shifted, as if a holographic image of the cosmic starry sky filled his vision, silent and serene. To the clerk, it appeared as though Li Jie had been abruptly cut from reality, vanishing before her eyes, while the passers-by remained oblivious, as if no living soul had just disappeared into thin air. Task completed. The clerk wore an exaggerated smile before turning back towards the gift shop, unfastening her uniform as she walked. Boss, I quit. Gift shop owner. Just 10 minutes into the job, and she was already leaving? Are the youth of today so wild? Why did I act so rashly? Upon arriving in an unknown realm, Li Jie slapped himself hard, then thought better of it and slapped the other side of his face. An unknown eternal space, who would have thought it was real? 10 million was useless here. This wretched place likely had no means to spend money. Which deity have I offended to end up in this predicament? No, I cannot give up. What if this is all a ruse? Everything around me could be a mere backdrop. Just look at this light. These stars, they must be effects. Li Jie began to run forward, but regardless of how he changed direction, rolled, or jumped, it felt as if he were merely treading water, the surrounding space seemingly infinite. No exit? Am I truly destined to linger in this desolate place for 100 million years? Li Jie had no concrete concept of how long 100 million years was. He only knew that if he had to endure this space for that long, he would surely lose his mind. Humans are social creatures. Solitude is an eternal adversary of mankind. Right? My phone. He quickly reached into his pocket, relieved to find his phone still there. However, this cursed place had no signal. Huh. No worries. My phone still has 80% battery, enough to last me quite a while. Li Jie set an alarm to go off every 24 hours to keep track of time. But all of this was merely a stopgap measure. He refused to believe there was no exit. He was certain he could escape. Half an hour later, he lay down, bored, flipping through novels he had previously downloaded. I'll just play for a bit. The battery shouldn't drain that quickly. Oh no, it dropped by 1%. Li Jie quickly exited the novel app and locked the screen. No way, it had only been 10 minutes, and there was still 100 million years to go. Running in one direction isn't working. Am I supposed to jump up and down like Squidward until the floor collapses? Li Jie felt as though he was trapped in an infinitely large transparent box decorated with a starry wallpaper. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Li Jie began to leap vigorously, repeating the motion of jumping and falling. This is exhausting. Li Jie despaired. This method was clearly futile. Forget it, I'm adaptable enough. I'll endure this for 100 million years. I just need to grit my teeth and get through it. Li Jie sprawled out on the ground, adopting a T shape, ready to sleep. He figured that if he closed his eyes and opened them again, a day would have passed. Time marched on. 100 years later, Li Jie's garments were in tatters, and he felt as though his body had been frozen in the very moment he first entered this world, perfectly embodying the concept of eternity. His mobile phone had long since run out of power, yet he had preserved it meticulously, pressing the power button daily in hopes of a miraculous revival. Time advanced. 1,000 years later. The fabric of his clothing had long since been consumed, as he was curious about the flavor of his apparel. Having gone so long without human interaction, Li Jie felt he had forgotten how to speak. His favorite pastime became sitting on the ground, gazing at the ever-moving celestial bodies above, counting the myriad glimmering points of light. Time advanced. 100,000 years later. Li Jie began to exercise regularly, shouting and calling out in an attempt to restore his linguistic abilities. Time advanced. 1 million years later. Li Jie sensed that his consciousness had merged with the cosmos, standing still like a statue, lost in contemplation. His thoughts began to fracture, unfolding into a series of vivid dramas, with Li Jie as the protagonist. Time advanced. 10 million years later. Li Jie noticed peculiar changes within his body, discovering that he could now reach up and pluck the stars from the heavens. His first act was to stuff the stars into his mouth, chewing vigorously. Sweet. Time advanced. 19,999,000 years later. The once infinite expanse of stars above had nearly vanished, consumed entirely by Li Jie. At that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind: to devour all the stars. Perhaps in doing so, he could escape this eternal space. Time advanced. 100 million years. So, it turns out that even seemingly infinite space has an end. The celestial bodies had been completely devoured, the endless night transformed into a blank canvas of white. Looking at his hands, Li Jie felt a surge of power as a white leisure outfit materialized upon him. I seem to have changed? Li Jie perceived himself as omnipotent, having endured a century of solitude in this eternal realm, yet emerging with unparalleled strength. This sensation feels akin to that of a creator deity. Murmuring softly, he gazed ahead, clenched his right fist, and struck forcefully. A sound akin to shattering glass erupted as his seemingly mundane punch shattered the eternal space, granting him the freedom to depart. Gastronomy, cinema, novels, comics. I, Li Jie, have returned. Silence ensued. No one responded. Li Jie scanned his surroundings, realizing he was amidst a vast universe, surrounded by colossal planets, with a backdrop of the infinite cosmos. Instinctively holding his breath, he soon recognized he could walk, breathe, and even speak freely in the void of space. Remarkable. Observing his own hands, he sensed that the powers he had acquired in the eternal realm were at his disposal here as well. Let's give it a try. Acting swiftly, Li Jie focused on a nearby red planet, flicking his fingers, causing the planet to split cleanly in two, the cut as smooth as glass. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed flames from his mouth, igniting a green planet, reducing it to ashes. This defies logic. What exactly is this ability? A century of solitude had dulled some of Li Jie's memories. He yearned to return to Earth, uncertain of how much time had elapsed there, and whether he could still spend 1,000,000. Oh, and his phone had long been dismantled. He had spent over 100 years in self-harm, exploring methods of ending his life, yet failed to succeed. Oh no, the universe is so vast. How will I locate Earth? Just as despair began to settle in, a silver shooting star streaked across the sky nearby. Although fleeting, Li Jie discerned its true form. A silver figure riding a silver surfboard. Wait, is that the Silver Surfer? Chapter 2. Safe in New York City. The Silver Surfer? Isn't that a character from Marvel? Confirming his sight, Li Jie pondered as his body involuntarily surged forward, chasing after the silhouette of the Silver Surfer. Could it be that I have traversed into the Marvel Universe? The Silver Surfer, also known as Silver Surfer or Norrin Rad in Marvel canon, was an extraterrestrial astronomer from the outer galaxy whose home had been targeted by Galactus, one of the 5 great deities of Marvel. To save his homeland, he made a pact with Galactus, gaining immense power but losing all emotions, memories, and morals, becoming the prime servant of the cosmic entity, scouring the universe for planets suitable for consumption. Currently, the Silver Surfer was likely searching for a suitable planet as well. Perhaps by following him, Li Jie could stumble upon the territories of the Skrulls or Kree, where he could easily commandeer a spacecraft and, with the star charts, locate Earth's coordinates. A flawless plan, yet Li Jie inadvertently overlooked a crucial detail. He did not know how to pilot a spaceship. Externally, the Silver Surfer appeared as a humanoid being enveloped in a mercury-like sheen. His surfboard served as the source of his power, allowing him to traverse at the speed of light, even surpassing it, crossing the galaxy in mere moments. Suddenly, during his lightning-fast flight, the Silver Surfer felt an unexpected weight on his surfboard, as though something had suddenly joined him. He executed a sharp brake, stabilizing himself, only to find a humanoid figure standing behind him. "Excuse me, how do I get to Earth?" Sound cannot travel in a vacuum, yet the Silver Surfer distinctly heard the voice. An unknown and powerful carbon-based life form. Having lost all emotions, the Silver Surfer felt no fear. He adjusted his stance, maintaining a respectful distance of about 1 meter from Li Jie. He pondered why a carbon-based life form could wander freely in space without any protective measures. Did this individual, like his master, possess divine qualities? Upon closer inspection, he indeed sensed a presence akin to that of his master emanating from Li Jie, confirming his suspicions. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Jie, a human from Earth." Li Jie extended his right hand toward the Silver Surfer, a warm smile gracing his face. Is this some form of greeting? The Silver Surfer searched his memory banks and, after a moment, extended his own hand to shake Li Jie's. Is this the sensation of smoothness? The Silver Surfer is indeed a unique life form within the Marvel Universe. When Li Jie first perused the comics, he was curious about the tactile experience of the Silver Surfer's body, and to his astonishment, today he found himself granted that very wish. "Greetings, unknown yet formidable entity. I am the herald of the great Galactus. You may refer to me as the Silver Surfer." The Silver Surfer employed a special method to ensure his voice reached Li Jie, yet upon hearing it, Li Jie displayed a look of bewilderment, for the Silver Surfer was not speaking in English. Engaging his traditional skill of contemplation, Li Jie soon discovered he could comprehend the Silver Surfer's language. "How wondrous. Hello, could you kindly direct me to Earth?" "Regrettably, I have not encountered the name of this planet," the Silver Surfer replied, shaking his head. "We are currently situated in the HD-1 galaxy, where several interstellar civilizations exist. You might seek them for assistance." The Silver Surfer spoke no falsehood. He genuinely had not heard of Earth. Upon hearing the Silver Surfer's explanation, Li Jie suddenly recalled that within the Marvel Universe, the galaxy housing Earth is regarded as a remote corner of the cosmos, seldom visited except by a handful of adventurous interstellar explorers. Moreover, the vicinity around Earth is populated by formidable beings, such as the Supreme Sorcerer and the Norse god Odin. Even the cosmic tyrant Thanos hails from the solar system. In the eyes of these powerful entities, the solar system is akin to a forbidden realm. "Ah, I see. By the way, is Galactus nearby?" Galactus? Though somewhat puzzled, the Silver Surfer discerned Li Jie's intent, realizing he was inquiring about his master. "My master, the great Galactus, is currently dining in a restaurant tens of thousands of light years away." "Ah, so he is merely having a meal. Very well, I shall not intrude further. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future." With a wave, Li Jie assumed a pose reminiscent of Superman and soared away at light speed into the vastness of space. The Silver Surfer silently observed Li Jie's receding figure until it vanished from sight, at which point he suddenly recalled why Li Jie's presence felt so familiar. Eternity. Adjusting the direction of his surfboard, the Silver Surfer flew towards the location of his master's restaurant, determined to report on Li Jie. Galactus, the devourer of worlds, is the god of destruction, yet he is also the brother and guardian of eternity, embodying the balance of the universe. This cannot continue indefinitely. Li Jie had to concede that flying through space in a human form, akin to Superman, was exhilarating, but this novel experience soon began to wear thin. He longed to return to Earth, to indulge in a hearty meal of fast food, followed by a refreshing bath and a good night's sleep. Then, he could play video games, read novels, and so forth. Li Jie felt he would never exhaust the list of things he wished to do. If only I had the power of the blue cat's door to anywhere. Now, what does that door look like? With a touch of exasperation, Li Jie began to reminisce. A billion years had dulled many of his memories, and he struggled to recall the animated series he had watched as a child. Yet, as his thoughts lingered, a pink door, standing as tall as a person, materialized before him, suspended in the cosmos. What on earth? Could this be the legendary power of contemplation? Whether it was his attire or his previous exchange with the Silver Surfer, his understanding of the surfer's language had come to him in a moment of contemplation. This serendipitous realization felt rather delightful. I recall that one must envision the scene beyond the door while grasping the doorknob to arrive at the desired destination. Having entered the Marvel Universe, Li Jie naturally chose to set his first destination in the tumultuous New York City. Selecting his destination, he grasped the doorknob and gently twisted it, then pushed it open. Haha, New York, here I come. Just as he returned to Earth after a billion years, Li Jie had yet to express his exhilaration when a deafening explosion reverberated in his ears. Li Jie stiffly lifted his gaze, witnessing a helicopter spiraling down, engulfed in smoke, as it collided with a nearby skyscraper, erupting in a twisted explosion and transforming into a fiery ball plummeting downwards. Li Jie. Chapter 3. The Zombie Universe, how should one evaluate this? Truly, it is the land of the free, where the very air is imbued with the essence of liberty. Li Jie sighed in reflection, then began to survey his surroundings, intent on locating a golden arches to satiate his breakfast cravings. Having gnawed on the stars for eons, he now desperately sought the revival of his dulled taste buds through the indulgence of fast food and sugary beverages. Though he could not find the golden arches, Li Jie did stumble upon an abandoned hamburger cart by the roadside. Famished beyond measure, he disregarded his lack of funds and treated himself to an oversized Big Mac, washed down with a generous gulp of cola. Overwhelmed by joy, tears of gratitude streamed down his face. Help! Run! There's a monster devouring people. The air was rife with the sounds of explosions, intermingled with the anguished cries and wails of humanity, accompanied by some peculiar munching sounds. What on earth was happening? With his cheeks stuffed like a hamster, Li Jie leaned out from the cart, only to discover a chaotic scene unfolding outside, panic crowds scattering in all directions. What was this? Had Loki and Thanos' minions invaded Earth? Given the calamities that frequently beset New York City, Li Jie paid little heed to the tumult outside. His primary concern was to appease his taste buds. Grateful for his insatiable appetite, he relished the thought of devouring as much as he desired. He contemplated a return to his hometown, reminiscing fondly about the barbecues at the nearby street stalls. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated as something struck the roof of the hamburger cart. A moment later, a head adorned with a red hood dangled from the cart's opening, upside down. The crimson nylon fabric was adorned with regular black patterns, and the eyes of the hood were fitted with a pair of white, translucent glasses. This familiar figure was none other than Spider-Man. Startled by the unexpected appearance of Spider-Man, Li Jie inadvertently spewed cola and chewed up hamburger all over him. Ha ha ha! Spider-Man suddenly laughed, his mirth sending chills down Li Jie's spine. Frowning in concern, Li Jie noticed something amiss. The lower half of Spider-Man's mask was torn, revealing a bloodied and mangled chin belonging to Peter Parker. "I found a delightful little treat," Spider-Man proclaimed, flipping down to the ground. His wrist aimed at Li Jie as he shot forth a milky white web, the force propelling Li Jie's upper body against the wall behind him. Time to feast. Spider-Man opened his mouth wide, his grin stretching nearly to his earlobes, an overwhelming scent of blood wafting forth. Oh no, a zombie Spider-Man. In an instant, Li Jie recognized the identity of the creature before him. Without hesitation, he gathered the radiant red light in his eyes, unleashing a searing beam directed at Spider-Man's chest. The spider sense reacted with alarming intensity, and just as Li Jie's gaze ignited with power, Spider-Man leapt aside, narrowly evading the onslaught of Li Jie's fiery vision. Upon witnessing Li Jie exhibiting extraordinary abilities, Spider-Man promptly ceased his futile struggle, recognizing that an abundance of food surrounded him. The defenseless citizens proved far easier to satiate his hunger. Raising his wrist to aim at the towering buildings, he swung away on his webbing. Surely, I cannot be this unfortunate, Li Jie murmured as he freed himself from the silken bonds. Stepping onto the street, he surveyed the apocalyptic scene before him. Fresh corpses, stripped to their skeletons, littered the landscape, while various superheroic zombies flitted through the city, mercilessly hunting down fleeing citizens. A zombie universe? What a grotesque initiation. Li Jie felt his brow furrow deeply, as these undead heroes had grotesquely distorted the atmosphere into something akin to a mere horror film, which left him utterly nauseated. Is there no law? No justice? He deemed it prudent to distance himself from these creatures, for they exhibited no dietary discrimination. Even the invincible Uncle Tong had been devoured by these zombie heroes. But how could he escape this realm of the undead? He pondered whether his powers could transcend the multiverse. Meanwhile, in a fit of hunger-induced madness, Zombie Hulk seized a car that was about to ignite, wrenching it apart with brute force, and bit off the head of the driver as if it were a mere snack. A young woman crawled from the wreckage, cradling a swaddled infant in her arms. Hulk is hungry. Growling as he gnawed on the remnants of his meal, Zombie Hulk extended his other massive hand toward the woman. Clutching her baby tightly, she closed her eyes, awaiting her demise, when a searing beam of energy pierced through Zombie Hulk's chest, causing putrid flesh and entrails to spill forth like a deluge. Hey, you green behemoth, look over here. Zombie Hulk grimaced. His zombified state had robbed him of his innate regenerative abilities, rendering him incapable of healing from Li Jie's inflicted wound. He crushed the corpse in his grip and swallowed it whole, emitting a roar as he charged at Li Jie, his enormous hands reaching for the latter's head. Ordinary straight punch. A terrifying sense of dread enveloped Zombie Hulk as, in his line of sight, Li Jie appeared to ascend infinitely, resembling a deity perched high above. The punch he aimed at him seemed an insurmountable mountain, making Hulk feel insignificantly small. As Li Jie unleashed his fist, the essence of annihilation coursed through it. Upon retracting his punch, the upper portion of Zombie Hulk's body had vanished entirely. His massive green form swayed slightly before collapsing to the ground, gradually shrinking into a diminutive headless corpse. Li Jie glanced skyward as an enormous aerial carrier roared past, releasing a swarm of dark figures that descended like a rain of shadows. Narrowing his eyes, he discerned the true nature of these ominous specks. Iron Man, Doctor Strange. The Fantastic Four, Nova, Ms. Nightingale, Storm, Phoenix, and Wolverine, all transformed into their zombie counterparts. This cursed world is beyond salvation. However, the yellow and black costume of Wolverine indicates that this zombie universe is not merely a hypothetical animated version, but rather a grand comic saga titled Zombie Heroes. This is a tale steeped in despair. Since the insatiable hunger of the undead can never be truly sated, let them remain forever trapped in this cycle of hopelessness. To this end, the Watcher intertwines two universes ravaged by the zombie virus, sacrificing them to preserve other parallel realms. From a divine perspective, Li Jie believes the Watcher's actions are justified. Yet from a human standpoint, he can only lament that the Watcher's strategy is utterly despicable. What should I do? A million years of solitude has granted Li Jie powers that rival the transcended, yet akin to Silver Surfer. He has sacrificed certain noble qualities inherent to humanity in the process. For instance, his immediate thought is to escape the zombie universe. The endless loop ensnaring the two universes is of no concern to him. Should that Watcher dare to plot against him, Li Jie would not hesitate to confront him with righteous fury. What is that? A silvery streak streaks across the sky, prompting Li Jie to raise an eyebrow at the vaguely familiar figure. Silver Surfer? What brings him to Earth? Oh no, the Invincible Galactus is about to fall once more. Chapter 4 Whoosh. Just as Li Jie prepares to catch up with Silver Surfer, a black arrow suddenly hurtles towards his neck. With a swift motion, he effortlessly captures the arrow mid-flight, and at that moment, he catches sight of his assailants. Black Widow and Hawkeye, though of the zombie variety. Beep, beep, beep. The tip of the black arrow in Li Jie's grasp suddenly illuminated with a frantic red light, followed by an explosive detonation that engulfed him in flames. Hey, you fool, you've killed him. The zombie Black Widow chided the nearby zombie Hawkeye, who had just dispatched the Green Giant. He was a formidable mutant. We should have turned him into one of us. The decaying corpses rendered the zombies unable to feast, and the zombie versions of superheroes devoured flesh at a pace far surpassing that of ordinary zombies. Typically, a human would be bitten, and before they could even transform into a zombie, their blood and flesh would be thoroughly consumed by the zombie heroes. That guy is an uncontrollable variable. I certainly don't want such a powerful individual competing with us for food, the zombie Hawkeye remarked coolly. Hurry up, Natasha. His corpse should still be fresh. Contemplating this, zombie Black Widow conceded that Hawkeye was right. Hey, leave some for me, she called out, swiftly following him. As the smoke from the explosion began to clear, an unscathed Li Jie gazed at the approaching zombie Hawkeye and zombie Black Widow. With a slight twist of his neck, he unleashed scorching heat vision, swiftly decapitating both zombies. Their heads tumbled to the ground, and the headless corpses fell helplessly. Hey, what transpired? Your head and body seem to have parted ways. Silence. You're no different. Thanks to the formidable vitality of the undead, even decapitated, the zombie Hawkeye and zombie Black Widow remain unvanquished. Yet before they could utter a word, Li Jie sent them flying with a kick towards a colossal billboard on the adjacent building, transforming them into two sticky masses of flesh and blood. 10 rings. Li Jie pointed skyward with one hand, striking a dashing pose. Silver Surfer, I am here to rescue you. Li Jie's intent to save Silver Surfer was not rooted in a deep admiration for the character, but rather a simple necessity. He could not perish. In the comic narrative, Silver Surfer arrived on Earth to warn the zombie heroes that this planet was about to become a feast for the planet devourer. However, he was soon ambushed by the zombie heroes and ultimately had his head bitten off by Zombie Hulk, while his body was devoured by Iron Man, Ant-Man, and Spider-Man, among a few other zombie heroes. After consuming Silver Surfer's body, these undead champions acquired his cosmic energy, uniting to eliminate other zombie heroes to diminish competition for sustenance. Subsequently, the Invincible Galactus fell once again. The zombie heroes feasted upon the flesh of the planet devourer, gaining his cosmic power, and then departed Earth, embarking on a journey through the universe, leading to the subsequent tales. Thus, as long as Silver Surfer remains alive, these zombie heroes will be tethered to this planet for the foreseeable future. Meanwhile, as Silver Surfer surfed through the skies of New York, he gazed down at the throng of zombie heroes gathered below, their eyes fixed upon him, and a hint of gravity crossed his silver visage. Is this the wise species from Mr. Li Jie's homeland? It seems rather unsettling. Nevertheless, recalling his master's directive, Silver Surfer opened his mouth to speak. I hereby announce, the great planet devourer shall soon descend upon this world. What is that silver fellow jabbering about? Zombie Wolverine queried, using his steel claws to pick his teeth, directing his question towards zombie Iron Man. I have no idea, replied zombie Iron Man, lowering his mask. We have consumed every living soul in New York City, and I am still famished. Let us devour him. Seeing zombie Iron Man charge towards a Silver Surfer in the skies, the other zombie heroes sprang into action, such as Zombie Falcon and Zombie Nova, who possess flight capabilities, joining zombie Iron Man in their assault on Silver Surfer. Silver Surfer was bewildered. Is this truly the hospitality of Earthlings he had gathered intel about? It must be, judging by the wide grins stretching across their faces. Drawing energy from his surfboard, he raised his hand and unleashed a beam of silver cosmic energy, cleaving zombie Iron Man in half. With a shriek, zombie Iron Man plummeted from the sky, his fate uncertain. On the ground, Ant-Man Pym utilized Pym particles to enlarge his form instantly, seizing a handful of zombie heroes from the ground and hurling them towards Silver Surfer as if they were mere sandbags. Ant-Man Pym is not a fool. He perceives that the silvery figure suspended in mid-air wields an energy derived from the cosmos, presumably linked to the entity he refers to as the planet devourer. Such a formidable adversary ought to be dealt with by the expendable minions below. He plans to swoop in later to reap the rewards and, in the process, eliminate some rivals. Ha! Thrown into the air by Ant-Man Pym, the zombie Wolverine cackles wildly, steel claws erupting from his hands as he viciously slashes at the silvery chest. With a squelch, the claws emerge from the flesh, failing to pierce the hardened skin of the silver figure and instead tearing through his own arm. This bastard hide is too tough. The zombie Wolverine is caught by the zombie Shadow Cat, who ponders for a moment before decisively severing his bloodied left arm. After all, once transformed into a zombie, Wolverine's healing ability dissipates, and the arm would not regenerate. It is better to simply remove it. Meanwhile, Zombie Shadowcat picks up the severed arm and bites into it, having gone far too long without sustenance. Nothing must go to waste. Ugh! The putrid flesh of a kindred spirit induces a violent retching, nearly expelling the contents of her stomach onto the ground, causing the nearby zombie Wolverine to burst into laughter at her comical distress. Elsewhere, as an increasing number of zombie heroes join the fray, even the mighty Silver Surfer finds himself at a disadvantage, repeatedly ambushed by the undead, nearly dragged off his surfboard. The power of Silver Surfer emanates from the board beneath his feet. If he loses it, the zombies could easily breach his defenses and feast upon him. Rational thought compels Silver Surfer to consider retreat. The relentless and cost-ignoring assault from the zombies instill a faint sense of dread even in the emotionless being. These grotesque, greedy creatures are nothing short of a blasphemy against sentient life. Zombie Doctor Strange weaves intricate sigils, summoning dozens of deep crimson, circular rays that materialize around Silver Surfer, each enclosing a red tentacle as thick as a man's waist, ensnaring him temporarily. Seizing this opportunity, the ranged zombie heroes unleash a barrage of attacks upon the immobilized Silver Surfer. He is nearing his end. I'm starving. That thigh belongs to me. I shall devour his silvery heart. Just as Silver Surfer finds himself in dire straits, on the verge of demise, a heat ray sweeps through the horde, incinerating the zombies in its path, including the casting zombie Doctor Strange, rendering the magic that ensnared Silver Surfer ineffective. Mr. Li Jie. Chapter 5. Conversing with the Divine, Mr. Li Jie forges a bloody path through the throng of corpses with his heat vision, catching zombie Doctor Strange off guard, transforming him into charred remains. Upon seeing the familiar figure of Li Jie before him, Silver Surfer bows respectfully. Oh, no need to be so formal. Li Jie waved his hand, his eyes radiating intense heat as he spoke, skillfully maneuvering through the horde of zombies, deftly dispatching one after another. The overall strength of the zombie heroes in this universe was rather feeble. In the original comic, one of the Fantastic Four from an entirely different universe, the Thing, could easily send the zombie Hulk flying with a single punch. What brings you to Earth? Li Jie inquired of Silver Surfer, who stood nearby. Could it be that, due to my prior disclosure of Earth's information, Uncle Galactus has shifted his focus to this planet? The great planet Devourer is waiting just beyond the atmosphere of this world. Silver Surfer replied, My master wishes to meet you. Ah, understood. Li Jie nodded, reminding Silver Surfer before departing, You should accompany me. Those zombies below are beyond your capability to handle. Even in the zombie universe, Silver Surfer was notably weak, having met his demise in the storyline when the zombie Hulk ambushed him and bit off his head, only to be devoured by other zombies thereafter. Summoning a portal in midair, Li Jie stepped through and arrived in space. As he emerged, he was greeted by the sight of a colossal figure standing beside Earth, clad in a light purple energy suit, arms crossed over his chest. It was none other than the invincible planet Devourer, one of the 5 cosmic beings. He also served as Marvel's power gauge, often being the first to be called upon during major events. As Li Jie stepped out of the portal, he was immediately noticed by the planet Devourer, whose form gradually shrank to resemble that of an average adult human male. Greetings, unfamiliar eternal being. The planet Devourer initiated the conversation, recognizing the need to show respect to a being of equal stature. Hello, Li Jie responded warmly, extending his hands in a friendly manner, displaying a sense of familiarity. The planet Devourer understood that this was likely a customary greeting among Earthlings. This planet is quite remarkable. The planet Devourer remarked, but I do not believe this backward and barren world can nurture the eternal. Are you aware of my situation? Li Jie scratched his head, realizing that after departing from that eternal realm, he only knew he had acquired a certain power, but beyond that, he was oblivious to the extent of his abilities. Previously, during his encounters with zombies on Earth, he had merely emulated the powers of Superman. There exists an eternal essence within you, the planet Devourer observed, pausing momentarily before continuing. Yet the power within you is intricate. To put it simply, your strength surpasses that of the 5 cosmic beings. In the Marvel Universe, there are 5 deities representing fundamental concepts: oblivion, eternity, infinity, death, and the planet Devourer himself. Among these, Oblivion stands as the most powerful and is the only one without a physical form, representing the singularity of the entire multiverse. Following closely are Eternity and Infinity. both of whom possess a singular essence, with their counterparts across the multiverse being mere projections of themselves, sharing a collective consciousness. Death possesses an independent consciousness across various universes, exhibiting subtle variations. The planet Devourer, a disgrace among the 5 great deities, encounters individuals of differing strengths in each universe, with considerable disparities among them. However, as one of the 5 deities, the planet Devourer's insights far exceed those of ordinary celestial beings, making it appropriate for him to elucidate Li Jie's current predicament. There remains an unspoken truth from the planet Devourer. He once encountered a formidable being who claimed to be a transcendent, whose mere presence rendered the planet Devourer incapacitated with a single exhalation. Transcending the 5 deities? Am I truly that powerful? Li Jie's gaze towards the planet Devourer suddenly sparkled with eagerness. When considering entities that surpass the 5 deities within the Marvel Universe, Li Jie recalls a few. One is the consciousness shared between the publisher and the readers. Another is the Transcendent, a powerful being born from a mischievous child's prank. The Molecule Man, who bears a slight connection to the Transcendent. And lastly, Franklin, the son of Mr. Fantastic, who has the ability to reverse life and death and create universes at his fingertips. Your power is considerable, yet you lack the awareness to wield it effectively. The planet Devourer remarked leisurely. Unlike us deities, you possess a certain earthly vitality. The implication was clear. Li Jie currently resembled an infant wielding a blue flame Gatling gun. Dangerous yet simultaneously feeble. Thank you for clarifying my doubts, Li Jie said, gripping the planet Devourer's hand and shaking it vigorously. As a token of gratitude, why not consume the very planet beneath our feet? I shall not obliterate a planet that still possesses value and potential for growth. The planet Devourer replied without hesitation. What a jest! This planet is teeming with peculiar creatures. What if I were to suffer an ill fate from consuming them? Does Li Jie view me as a mere refuse bin? The planet Devourer is not known for his patience. Yet Li Jie's aura, reminiscent of a nascent transcendent, stirred unsettling memories within him. Even if this being were a mere newborn transcendent, the planet Devourer felt he would be at a disadvantage. However, as you can see, this entire Earth is now overrun by creatures known as zombies. Should they escape to other planets, they would undoubtedly disrupt the balance of this universe. Li Jie's argument held merit. Even your servant cannot fend them off. You present a compelling case, the planet Devourer acknowledged, nodding. Silver Surfer is one of his most capable subordinates, and since Li Jie had previously saved Silver Surfer, the planet Devourer's fondness for him had notably increased. I suspect you are now contemplating how to efficiently eliminate these so-called zombies, the planet Devourer stated suddenly. Li Jie nodded, indeed pondering this very matter. It wasn't he that he was indolent. The zombies possess highly contagious properties and each harbors superhuman abilities. Should he become infected, the scenario would be exceedingly grim. And Li Jie had no intention of taking that risk. Li Jie's thoughts precisely validate the prior assessment made by the planet Devourer. He possesses strength, yet his realm and disposition remain insufficient. In favorable circumstances, he may transcend the ordinary. However, in adverse conditions, he would undoubtedly falter. I can recommend a candidate. The planet Devourer suddenly declared with a grave tone. Oh, whom do you refer to? In that fleeting moment, a multitude of names from the Marvel Universe flashed through Li Jie's mind. Death. Chapter 6. The Transcender Li Jie. Death? Li Jie said, realization dawning upon him. How could he have overlooked such a formidable entity? Death, also known as the goddess of death, not Hela, is depicted as a striking figure clad in a black cloak, possessing a voluptuous form, yet adorned with a skull for a head. She is the beloved of Deadpool and the idealized deity in the heart of Thanos. Damn, I truly envy Deadpool. However, how could he summon the goddess of death for assistance? He lamented inwardly. I don't even have her number. Perhaps I could attempt to summon her using my thoughts? Li Jie cast a pleading glance toward the planet Devourer, who turned away, completely disregarding him. In truth, the planet Devourer harbored his own motivations. Should Li Jie fail to summon death, it would only serve to illustrate his pitifully feeble strength, providing the planet Devourer an opportunity to unleash his frustrations upon him. Each of the 5 deities in their respective universes has distinct roles, and death embodies the very essence of mortality. Aside from eternity, the other deities maintain a certain distance from her. Apart from these four deities, the number of beings in the entire universe who can encounter death is exceedingly limited, with Thanos and Deadpool being notable examples. In the comic narrative, Thanos' quest to collect the Infinity Stones and snap his fingers was not merely for the sake of population control. Rather, it was an offering to erase half of all life in the universe, merely to elicit a smile from his idealized goddess. Though Thanos ardently pursued her affection, it is regrettably true that death is more inclined towards the capricious and flamboyant Deadpool than the earnest Thanos. Greetings, unfamiliar being of eternity. A chilling feminine voice suddenly resonated in Li Jie's ear, prompting him to shudder involuntarily. Turning, he beheld a figure enveloped entirely in a black cloak, with a hood obscuring her visage. Li Jie's expression grew solemn. He had not anticipated death to be so compelling, at least at 36 indeed. The moment Death sensed his gaze turned serious, she was momentarily taken aback, then slowly removed her hood to reveal the skull beneath. In this universe, the majority of sentient beings resemble humanity. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for Death's skull to resemble that of an earthling. Indeed, it is as such. Greetings, greetings. It is an honor. Shall we capture a photograph together? Li Jie conjured a digital camera from seemingly thin air, his face alight with eager anticipation. Traveling across the multiverse without a camera is simply inconceivable. A photograph? Death found it somewhat perplexing to comprehend Li Jie's intentions. Nevertheless, in the presence of this unfamiliar deity who bore the essence of her own brother, Death summoned her utmost patience and goodwill. After all, it was merely a memento. As Li Jie endeavored to enlighten Death with trivial knowledge, he encouraged her to smile. Death paused, pondering how a mere skull could manifest a smile. Should she dislocate her jaw? Strangely enough, as if guided by some cosmic will, despite it being her first encounter with the trivial act of photography, Death instinctively formed a peace sign with her bony fingers when faced with the camera, exuding an unexpectedly charming contrast. An overwhelming envy toward Deadpool began to swell within her. Ah, there exists a female Deadpool in a parallel universe, possessing a more alluring figure, albeit with a face reminiscent of an avocado. Yet, donning a mask renders them quite similar. I have a request for you, Goddess of Death. Li Jie addressed her with the reverence of an ancient hero. Your summoned purpose I have long understood. Death's voice momentarily faltered, her gaze shifting to the planet Devourer beside Li Jie. The planet Devourer, maintaining his aloof demeanor, closed his eyes, unashamed of having deceived Death. I shall do my utmost to eradicate all foreign life on this planet. No sooner had the words left his lips than Death vanished from sight, employing a spatial teleportation method to arrive on Earth. The fluctuations in space went unnoticed by any living being, though many wandering zombies caught sight of Death. Upon witnessing her skeletal form, they promptly lost interest and resumed their aimless wandering. What a marvelous and magnificent creation, Death mused, her tone betraying an uncontainable admiration. As the deity of death, the sight of intelligent beings was the most exquisite panorama for her. Were it not for Li Jie's request, she would not have intervened with the zombies on Earth, even if they were destined to consume the entirety of the universe. Your lives should return to silence. An imperceptible wave emanated from Death, expanding globally in less than a second, instantly extinguishing all zombies on the planet. Their corpses dispersed like grains of sand in the wind, their souls vanishing and returning to the embrace of Death. Upon completing this task, Death's figure faded away once more, as though she had never graced this realm. Death has departed. The planet Devourer suddenly spoke. From the moment Li Jie summoned her, he had abandoned his own schemes. The post-apocalyptic world feels so dreadfully dull. Li Jie, however, felt disinterested. His current aspiration was to locate a normal parallel universe and languidly exist as a salted fish for a good decade or so. The methods to traverse parallel universes are not arduous. I can guide you in harnessing your powers, the planet Devourer offered, opting to cultivate a benevolent relationship. For who knew when his universe might encounter troubles that would necessitate Li Jie's assistance? I am immensely grateful. Para el universo, no 856,478. Is still that familiar Earth. Suddenly, a pink portal materialized within the cosmos. Li Jie stepped through the door, as if taking a leisurely stroll, arriving in this world. one cannot help but acknowledge that the planet devourer of the zombie universe is truly a benevolent soul, generously dedicating decades to assist Li Jie in understanding and mastering his own powers. Before departing, Li Jie left behind a communicator, instructing Uncle Tun to reach out should any troubles arise. Now, Li Jie has come to a profound understanding of the essence of his abilities. In summary, he is the most formidable being beneath the transcendence of the Marvel Multiverse. To put it simply, he is invincible. He can indulge freely, as long as he refrains from showing off in bars. Given this, he decided to experiment with this method of descent. Much like various deities assuming avatars, Li Jie resolved to experience a complete life in this manner, with his true self concealed within the realm of eternity, while his will descended upon this parallel earth, attaching itself to the unfortunate soul who had just perished. The classic trope of body snatching. Boom! As his consciousness struggled to resurface amidst the haze, the familiar sounds of explosions, screams, and cries of anguish echoed in his ears as severed limbs and blood erupted into the air, painting a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Li Jie was at a loss for words. This was perhaps the quintessential opening for him. Benjamin Parker, are you seeking death? Get down. Chapter 7. The Call of Duty. Benjamin Parker, are you seeking death? A man seated beside Li Jie, gripping a rifle and donning a steel helmet, reached out and pressed down on Li Jie's head. Almost simultaneously, several bullets whizzed by from the position where Li Jie had just raised his head, flying off into the unknown. Confirming temporary safety, the helmeted man cursed as he delivered a punch to Li Jie's head. You damn fools, pay attention. Don't let your heads get blown off right after disembarking. Keep your heads down. After his tirade, the helmeted man glanced at the silent, bowed Li Jie, deeming him a mere greenhorn, and promptly tucked Li Jie's neck under his arm. New recruit, don't be foolishly craning your neck to look outside during the landing. You must follow orders and stay behind me. Do you understand? Yes, sir, Li Jie replied loudly, having just absorbed all the memories. After patting Li Jie on the shoulder, the helmeted man lit a cigarette, seizing the opportunity to take a few puffs while he still could. He understood Li Jie's predicament. Having just enlisted, his first battle was the brutal landing operation. His luck was indeed unfortunate. Conversely, Li Jie felt a mix of resignation and understanding. The memories he had just digested revealed that the timeline of this world was slightly ahead of the previous zombie universe. The current timeline of this world is set at the end of World War II, specifically June 6, 1944, the infamous day of the Normandy landings. However, this matter is of no concern to Li Jie, as he currently finds himself on the battlefield of the Pacific, tasked with the destruction of a Japanese communication base established on Iwo Jima. At present, Li Jie assumes the identity of Benjamin Parker, a newly enlisted soldier whose military uniform has yet to warm against his skin. Though somewhat bemused, he cannot help but feel exhilarated by this role. Akin to a real-life version of Call of Duty 5, Li Jie swiftly adopts a gaming mindset. As Tongxing aptly puts it, he is a deity with human emotions, yet a deity nonetheless. Perhaps everything beyond those he cares for is of no consequence to him. Not even the potential annihilation of this universe. At worst, he could simply transition to another universe. With excitement, Li Jie tightly grips the rifle in his hands, having granted himself a cheat for invulnerability, aim assist, and infinite ammunition. He has also ensured that Steel Helmet Man, the sergeant who once saved his life, enjoys a similar boon. After all, the protagonist of any Call of Duty narrative requires an indestructible guide. As for the others, they must fend for themselves. The landing craft weaves through a tempest of artillery and gunfire. Li Jie glances around, watching as several landing boats are struck by shells, instantly erupting into fiery infernos. Many unfortunate souls fall victim to stray bullets, including a hapless soldier seated across from him. Faced with such gruesome scenes, Li Jie instinctively applies a blurred filter to his perception. Otherwise, he might feel a wave of nausea. Crash! A shell detonates beside the landing craft, sending a massive wave that nearly capsizes them. Fortunately, they have reached the shore, and while swimming a few strokes, Li Jie suddenly feels a firm grip on his collar. With a powerful tug, Steel Helmet Man hauls him onto the beach. Gather your wits, rookie. The shoreline is littered with charred corpses and the wreckage of landing crafts. These remnants forming the best makeshift defense, allowing Steel Helmet Man and his troops a moment to catch their breath. Immediately check your weapons. Do you see the Japanese positions over there? Call for air support on the radio and obliterate them. He barks. Damn it. We've already severed their supply lines and bombarded this island for 2 full days. How on earth can these little devils still mount such a coordinated counterattack? Listen up. Our squad's mission is to destroy the Japanese anti-aircraft positions on Iwo Jima. Everyone, follow my orders. No one acts independently. Not far from the coastline, the Japanese forces have constructed a formidable defensive line, relentlessly pouring ammunition onto the landing area, their continuous barrage effectively suppressing the advance of the American troops. Li Jie raises his carbine and takes a symbolic aim, firing a shot that results in the instant demise of a machine gunner at a Japanese stronghold. With his bloodline awakened, this operation is nothing short of spectacular. How can there be a gap in the enemy's fire? The man in the steel helmet muttered to himself in confusion, but soon he shouted urgently, "Get down and take cover." As his words echoed, a series of white streaks sliced through the sky, and the aerial bombardment rained down upon the Japanese positions, transforming them into a hellish inferno in an instant. "Charge!" The man in the steel helmet bellowed, leading his soldiers into the fray. "Ira!" The surrounding American soldiers were momentarily bewildered, exchanging glances, until they witnessed Li Jie raise his carbine high above his head, charging forward like a madman, howling in fervor. "What are you cowards waiting for? Attack!" The steel helmet man cursed through clenched teeth, realizing that Li Jie was not heeding orders. Such reckless speed could only lead to disaster. "Sir, did you hear something?" A private suddenly inquired amidst the charge. "Hear what? Have your ears been deafened by the shelling?" The steel helmet man rolled his eyes, but upon listening closely, he indeed discerned an exhilarating piece of music that stirred his very blood. Which fool brought a speaker to the battlefield? "I am invincible." Li Jie switched weapons, picking up a machine gun from the ground, aiming it at the Japanese positions, unleashing a torrent of bullets that seemed to possess a mind of their own, each one finding its mark with deadly precision. "I alone am worth an entire regiment." Empowered by boundless ammunition, Li Jie merely needed to ensure his weapon did not overheat, carving a significant breach in the enemy lines to facilitate the safe advance of his fellow soldiers. "Get down, you fool!" The steel helmet man tackled Li Jie, pulling him back just as a shell detonated where they had stood moments before. "Have you lost your mind? Did I not instruct you to stay behind me?" He glanced at Li Jie and then at himself, relieved that both were intact, no limbs lost. "Yes, sir." Li Jie acknowledged his mistake with commendable humility. "Stay alert. The Japanese are notoriously treacherous. They hide in the trenches and among the treetops. I do not wish for my sister to mourn." "Understood, sir." Chapter 8. Your rear end is not as pertinent as his weight, sister? A torrent of memories flashed through Li Jie's mind, and he blinked in surprise. The steel helmet man's sister was named Meilili, his fiancée, a striking beauty with red hair and captivating blue eyes. A stunning figure indeed. Thus, the man in the steel helmet was not only his superior, but also his brother-in-law. Very well, I accept this brother-in-law relationship. Reflecting on this, Li Jie silently donned the same attire as the steel helmet man, albeit without the enhancements of infinite ammunition and auto-targeting. After all, it was one thing to show off alone, but to do so alongside another was an entirely different affair. Next came the customary clearing of the trenches. Li Jie, having procured a flamethrower from an unknown source, unleashed it upon the Japanese soldiers clad in yellow uniforms, scorching every tree and corner in his path. The battle concluded, and the man in the steel helmet was astonished to discover, while accounting for the combat personnel, that not a single member of their assault team had perished, not even a scratch among them. Furthermore, he had just been ambushed by 2 Japanese soldiers upon opening a door, receiving a knife thrust directly to his chest. He initially believed his fate was sealed, only to look down and find the assailant's dagger twisted at a right angle. Confounded by the turn of events, the steel-helmeted man could only attribute his survival to divine intervention. After all, it cost nothing to believe. As he turned to check on his prospective brother-in-law, who had just moments ago charged forward like a madman with a flamethrower, heedless of the risk of being blown to bits, he was met with an unexpected sight. Li Jie, flamethrowers strapped to his back and a light machine gun resting on his shoulder, had somehow acquired a cigar, which he was now chewing on as he crouched near a burning log, seemingly intent on lighting it. The steel-helmeted man thought that after such a tumultuous battle, it might be prudent to suggest Li Jie seek a medical evaluation. Thus, he approached and gave Li Jie a light tap on the head. Approaching an open flame with a flamethrower? What a reckless endeavor. However, as the subsequent hours unfolded, the steel-helmeted man began to suspect that he himself might be the one in need of a mental check, fearing he had fallen prey to battlefield hallucinations. For his brother-in-law, the individual known as Benjamin Parker, appeared to be operating under extraordinary circumstances, incinerating bunkers with a flamethrower, obliterating tanks with machine gun fire, and downing dozens of enemy aircraft with anti-aircraft artillery. He fearlessly charged into enemy lines, emerging unscathed and with his hair perfectly intact. Where on earth were the Japanese soldiers finding such a multitude of aircraft to sacrifice? During a brief respite, the steel-helmeted man, cigar in mouth and a furrowed brow, found himself at a loss for how to compose the mission report upon their return. His brother-in-law's performance was nothing short of superhuman. Reporting the truth might invite reprimands, given the surreal nature of Li Jie's feats. Yet concealing parts of the truth could potentially alienate his brother-in-law and their comrades, considering the multitude of witnesses on the battlefield. "You've truly presented me with a conundrum," he lamented, glancing at Li Jie beside him and sighing as he placed a hand on his shoulder. Li Jie remained silent. True enough, serving as a reminder that being a good officer is no easy task. At that moment, the team's communication soldier rushed over, saluting sharply before relaying the freshly received orders. Air support was now fully prepared and ready to strike at any moment. The steel-helmeted man extinguished his half-smoked cigar and tucked it into his jacket pocket. Indeed, Li Jie possessed an impressive array of weaponry. All personnel, assemble. Target, Japanese anti-aircraft positions. The assault team swiftly regrouped and pressed onward without pause. As anticipated, upon reaching the anti-aircraft site, they encountered fierce resistance from the Japanese snipers, with two massive gun emplacements obstructing their path. "Damn it. We need to devise a plan to destroy those fortifications," the steel-helmeted man muttered, crouching down to cautiously peek over the edge and assess the situation at the gun emplacements. The watchtower stood 2 stories tall, with 2 heavy machine guns positioned side by side on the upper floor, their relentless gunfire incessantly thwarting any advance. "I'm coming," Li Jie, snatching a round steel plate from the ground and brandishing it before him as he charged towards the tower. "Are you out of your mind?" exclaimed the helmeted soldier. Reaching out in vain, Li Jie was far too swift. A hail of bullets erupted, compelling the soldier to duck again to avoid a fatal blow. Shaking off the debris from his helmet, he wiped his face and looked up again, his mouth agape in astonishment. There stood Li Jie, holding the steel plate in one hand as if it possessed an uncanny ability to attract hostility, with both heavy machine guns fixated on it, bullets ricocheting and sparks flying. Meanwhile, Li Jie, crouched in a stable stance, advanced steadily, a pistol now inexplicably in his other hand, firing rapidly as each shot resulted in a Japanese soldier meeting a grim fate. "My goodness, Captain America!" one of the American soldiers exclaimed beside the helmeted man. The soldier paused, then took a closer look. Indeed, the resemblance was uncanny. Even the weapon was the same. Though, he mused, Li Jie's rear was not quite as shapely as the original. With Li Jie's sharpshooting prowess, the assault team found their pressure alleviated, swiftly neutralizing the 2 watchtowers in a mere 5 minutes, subsequently dismantling the anti-aircraft positions with ease. After the battle, while his men were engaged in clearing the battlefield, the helmeted soldier approached Li Jie. "Do you realize? Your performance today reminded me of my idol." "Who?" Li Jie asked, intrigued. "Steve Rogers. Your idol is a stage actor?" No, that is all in the past. Don't you read the news?" The soldier shook his head vigorously, a fanatical expression adorning his face as he defended his idol. "Did you not know? Steve Rogers single-handedly stormed a German POW camp, rescuing thousands of his compatriots and seizing a vast array of weaponry. This year, he even formed an elite combat team called the Howling Commandos, continuously battling the German forces." Li Jie recalled such events and pondered. Indeed, there was some truth to it. However, wasn't the Howling Commandos a faction of the nefarious Hydra in the comics? Was it possible this universe mirrored that of the cinematic realm? The mention of Captain America triggered a cascade of thoughts, leading him to associate the iconic villainous organization Hydra with a Marvel universe. He vaguely remembered that Red Skull Schmidt was not the original founder of Hydra. The true architect was being referred to as Hive. Suddenly, a wildly audacious plan took root in Li Jie's mind. What if he eliminated Red Skull and proceeded to brainwash everyone, thereby effortlessly claiming the throne of Hydra? What's wrong? Why have you suddenly fallen silent? The man in the steel helmet waved his palm in front of Li Jie. Cousin, I wish to join the Roaring Assault team. In Chapter 9, my Lely. Li Jie spoke with sparkling eyes, brimming with impatience. Not a chance, the man in the steel helmet replied almost instinctively. The members of the Roaring Assault team were elite soldiers of the U.S. military, undertaking the most perilous missions in the world. Do you want my sister to become a widow at such a young age? He rolled his eyes and said irritably, although he indeed had a recommendation slot. If anything were to happen to Li Jie, his sister would likely never speak to him again. Li Jie was quite determined, had it not been for this conflict. The man in the steel helmet would not have known that Li Jie had surreptitiously enlisted in the military. Frankly, if Li Jie had not displayed such superhuman prowess, the man would have considered secretly wounding him in the arm to facilitate his return home, thus securing him a combat hero medal. Fighting the Japanese here was far safer than confronting the Germans. It was rumored that a certain little mustache had developed a type of energy weapon more formidable than a tank, causing instant death without a trace, even bypassing cremation. By the way, what do you intend to do after your discharge? The man in the steel helmet suddenly inquired. Recognizing that Li Jie's future career would directly influence his sister's standard of living. I wish to open a newspaper, Li Jie contemplated, adding that he would buy a villa in Queens, New York, and adopt a dog. The man in the steel helmet patted Li Jie on the shoulder, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. His brother-in-law seemed quite ambitious. Establishing a newspaper in New York was no small feat, and he hoped for Li Jie's success. When I retire, I shall come to work for you in some minor capacity, he jested, knowing full well that with his current position, he would choose to remain in the military. By the way, if your venture comes to fruition, what will your newspaper be called? The Horn Daily. As the Battle of Iwo Jima drew to a close, during the cleanup of the battlefield, Li Jie accidentally sustained an arrow wound to his knee while protecting a comrade. He honorably discharged after his injury and returned to the American mainland aboard a transport vessel. The only one puzzled by the incident was the doctor who performed surgery on Li Jie, for when he entered the operating room, there was indeed a wooden arrow embedded in Li Jie's knee. Why would such a primitive weapon appear on a modern battlefield rife with gunfire? Were the Japanese living in such poverty? In truth, this was only the beginning. Ordinarily, an arrow penetrating Li Jie's left knee would have left him reliant on crutches for the rest of his life. Yet, astonishingly, the day after surgery, he was running and jumping about as if nothing had happened, even styling his hair in a center part to play basketball. The doctor, baffled, could only attribute this miraculous recovery to divine intervention and later recounted the tale to his colleagues during breaks. It is often said that the speaker is oblivious while the listener is attentive. This incident was noted by an injured agent, who reported it along with several other names to his superior. James Howlett, Victor Creed, and a certain Benjamin Parker. Are these the individuals you ultimately selected? Yes, Captain. The Asian-faced agent saluted sharply. You have done well, yet I harbor a question. Strike set down the file he was holding, sifting through a pile of papers until he extracted the dossier of Benjamin Parker. Why is there a question mark next to this soldier's file? Because I cannot be 100% certain of his mutant identity, sir, the agent explained. According to the surgeon who performed his operation, his left kneecap was pierced by an arrow yet healed by the following day. Moreover, my investigations reveal that Benjamin Parker exhibited superhuman prowess during the Battle of Iwo Jima, displaying valor akin to that of Captain Rogers. Thus, I deduce that this soldier named Benjamin Parker is likely a mutant with self-healing abilities. However, I have scrutinized all of his medical records since birth and found nothing suspicious. He may have discovered his mutant capabilities on the battlefield. Strike remarked nonchalantly, including Benjamin Parker. They are all exceptional talents who ought to serve our nation. Find an opportunity to connect with them. The weapons program has received approval from higher authorities and must be initiated immediately. Understood. At the New York harbor, Li Jie stood aboard a ship laden with wounded soldiers, scanning the surroundings until he soon spotted a figure from his memories. Meili was a vibrant girl, as dazzling as her fiery red hair. Parker, over here. She waved her arms energetically to attract attention, tiptoeing in an effort to appear taller. Meili, Li Jie waved back, a profound joy of reunion swelling within him. Let me see, oh my, thank God. Upon seeing Li Jie without any missing limbs, Meili's eyes shimmered with tears. She embraced his neck and pressed her lips against his. Li Jie, having been a singleton for an eternity of 100,025 years, was momentarily taken aback by Meili's sudden gesture and clumsily reciprocated. Promise me you won't take such risks again, all right? Meili's face and eyes were red as she gazed at Li Jie, awaiting his reply. I promise. Li Jie looked at Meili with deep affection. It felt as though he had hit the jackpot in life, being gifted such a beautiful wife. Ha ha ha, what are you laughing at? Li Jie blinked, puzzled by Meili's sudden laughter. Your expression just now was so amusing, I couldn't help it. I apologize. Meili spoke, clearly still suppressing her laughter. That shouldn't be the case. Li Jie scratched his head, wondering if his acting skills were truly that poor. Let us not dwell on that. It's nearly noon, and you must be starving. Let us head home. Chapter 10. The choices of ordinary people as Li Jie strolled through the bustling streets of New York in 1944. He was suddenly enveloped by an extraordinary sensation of transcending time and space. The profound solitude he had experienced for what felt like an eternity seemed but a fleeting dream. And in that moment, he felt undeniably real, the only authentic presence in the world. In a manner of Zhuang, Zhou dreaming of a butterfly. He pondered, am I Li Jie or Benjamin Parker? Earlier, Li Jie had returned home with Mei to their residence in New York, where relatives from both sides had gathered, including Benjamin Parker's parents. Upon seeing their son safely return from the battlefield, the elderly couple was overcome with tears, particularly Li Jie's mother, who clung tightly to his arm. In that fleeting moment, an inexplicable wave of emotion surged uncontrollably within him. Memories flooded back like a relentless tide, and Li Jie found himself experiencing Benjamin Parker's life from a first-person perspective, reliving the milestones of an ordinary existence. The first steps, the first murmurs, the first stirrings of affection. With eyes closed, he delved into the recollections of Benjamin Parker's early years. Like a long-awaited rain after a parched eternity, the humanity that had been stripped away by a million years of solitude began to blossom again within Li Jie, leaving a radiant brilliance in his soul. At that instant, he truly felt alive. The life of an ordinary person, though seemingly mundane, held its own charm. A smile graced Li Jie's face as he gazed upon the towering skyscrapers of New York, musing to himself that something felt amiss. Spider-Man. However, it was only 1944, a good half-century before that superhero would soar through the skies. In light of this, perhaps I too could become Spider-Man. After all, the daily life of an ordinary person is rather tedious. Slipping into a secluded alley, Li Jie stared at the red brick wall before him, took a deep breath, and extended his palm, mimicking a gecko as he slowly pressed it against the wall, then began to ascend. It was effortless, much like Spider-Man himself. As he climbed, Li Jie turned his gaze downward, marveling at the expanding view beneath him, involuntarily exclaiming in delight. Perched atop a building, he looked over the sprawling city of New York. Extending his right hand, fingers splayed, with the middle and ring fingers curled tightly against his palm, he struck Spider-Man's classic pose, and in an instant, a milky white webbing shot forth from the muscles of his wrist. Indeed, Li Jie was drawing inspiration from the quintessential Spider-Man lore, a time before web shooters existed. With a mere thought, his attire transformed into the iconic red and blue Spider-Man suit, lightweight and breathable, offering unparalleled comfort. Yet, something still felt lacking. Glancing down at his slightly flat stomach, he engaged his core, and in an instant his physique morphed into sculpted 8-pack abs. Returning to the rooftop, Li Jie conjured a large floor-to-ceiling mirror to admire his Spider-Man persona. Not bad at all. And his eyes even moved. This was a perfect recreation. Wait a moment, something seems amiss. In this vast multiverse with countless Spider-Men, I must cultivate my own distinct style. After much contemplation, Li Jie decided to transform his spider suit from the conventional red and blue spandex into a sleek black trench coat, directly emulating the ensemble of the noir Spider-Man. Indeed, black exudes an air of elegance that aligns perfectly with my understated and reserved demeanor. With a flick of his wrist, a black cowboy hat perched atop his head, instantly enveloping him in an aura of mystery. From this day forth, I shall transcend the identity of Spider-Man. Chapter 11. William Strick. After striking a few classic Spider-Man poses, Li Jie suddenly crouched down, shielding his face with his hand. It was rather embarrassing. This was his inaugural venture as a superhero. Li Jie considered himself somewhat bashful, and the thought of donning a form-fitting suit that accentuated his physique to fight for justice felt akin to social suicide. No wonder those superheroes wear masks. Taking a leap from the heights of a skyscraper, Li Jie imitated Spider-Man by shooting webs from his wrist, gliding through the steel jungle of New York. After all, it was merely a summer fling with heroics. The essence of the experience was what mattered. As the wind howled past his ears, Li Jie couldn't help but let out a jubilant roar. It felt reminiscent of an immersive first-person video game. Ah, the peace of 20th century New York City. In a dimly lit alley, he reverted to his original attire, only to feel a tinge of disappointment. He had just roamed the skies of New York and had yet to encounter a single robbery. With the spare change in his pocket, he purchased a newspaper and tucked it under his arm. Pushing open the door to a quaint restaurant, he chose a seat by the window, ordering a classic latte and a small cake. The establishment was modest, with only 7 or 8 seats, radiating warmth and filled with the sounds of tasteful, albeit unfamiliar, melodic tunes. Sipping his coffee and indulging in the cake, Li Jie unfolded the newspaper, only to realize he couldn't comprehend English. An inexplicable wave of embarrassment flushed his cheeks, and as he blinked rapidly, the English text on the paper instantaneously transformed into Chinese characters. Ah, this newfound ability of mine truly proves to be quite practical. Excuse me, is this seat taken? A voice inquired, drawing Li Jie's attention away from the newspaper. He looked up to see a middle-aged man standing before him, clad in a black wool overcoat, his hair interspersed with strands of gray. The man's voice carried a commanding presence, and his every gesture exuded an air of authority. Instinctively, Li Jie sensed that this man was seeking him out. Of course not. There's no one here. Please, have a seat, Li Jie replied with an approachable smile. Once the middle-aged man settled down, Li Jie took the initiative to ask, "Sir, did you come here specifically to find me? Why do you say that?" The middle-aged man regarded Li Jie with keen interest, astonished by the perceptiveness and observational prowess of one who hailed from such humble origins. Li Jie's gaze traversed the middle-aged man, sweeping across the surroundings. In the restaurant, apart from the waitstaff and the chefs, they were the only 2 patrons present. With so many vacant seats available, why had he chosen a shared table? The answer was rather evident. The middle-aged man seemed to sense the awkwardness. Clearing his throat before introducing himself, William Strick, affiliated with a covert government department. Benjamin Parker, an ordinary individual. Li Jie scooped a bite of cake with his spoon. "May I inquire what brings you here?" "I am here on behalf of the government to extend an invitation to you." Strick produced a sealed dossier and a small box from his briefcase, placing them on the table. He was not one to beat around the bush, so he proceeded directly to the point. "Parker, your performance on the battlefield has not gone unnoticed. You have rendered remarkable service to our nation." Strick continued at a measured pace. "This box contains a Medal of Honor, the highest accolade for a soldier, and it rightfully belongs to you." "Thank you, but I have retired. Perhaps my next concern should be how to secure a respectable job." Li Jie did not decline the recognition, feeling as if he were embodying the role of a veteran, vividly portraying his emotions. "If you're in need of employment, I believe I can assist you." Strick interjected with a smile. "I would be eager to hear more." Despite our efforts bringing the war to a close and the imminent dismantling of the fascist conspiracy, numerous unstable factors still threaten the safety of America and the world at large. The government requires exceptional individuals like you to form a specialized secret task force dedicated to addressing these instabilities. There is no need for concealment, Mr. Parker. Your performance in the Battle of Iwo Jima was remarkable. Li Jie pondered, sensing that the old man likely regarded him as some sort of extraordinary being. "Are you suggesting that you wish to recruit me into the Howling Commandos?" "The Howling Commandos? No, that organization is outdated." Strick's face illuminated with pride. "I cannot disclose the name of our secret task force, but I assure you, it will surpass the Howling Commandos." It appeared that this Strick differed significantly from his cinematic counterpart. "On this matter, I believe I will need some time to contemplate." Li Jie refrained from giving an immediate answer. "After all, I have family to consider. May I have a day to think it over?" "Of course, that is your prerogative." Strick smiled, rising and nodding slightly at Li Jie. "I will be here at the same time tomorrow, awaiting your response." "Almost forgot. There is one more thing to hand over." Strick's expression softened with an apologetic smile as he retrieved a check from his briefcase and handed it to Li Jie. Thank you for all you have done for this country. Although this token may be belated, is indeed what you deserve. Please hold on a moment. Li Jie suddenly called out to Strick, who was about to depart. What is the matter? Have you married? He inquired. I have a remarkably virtuous wife. As Strick contemplated his family, a gentle smile spread across his face. Soon, he would embrace fatherhood. It would be wise to dedicate more time to his loved ones. Li Jie sipped his coffee, quietly employing his persuasive charm, ensuring his words resonated profoundly with Strick. Only through communication and companionship could a family cultivate a joyous future. Strick was momentarily taken aback, staring at Li Jie, their gazes locking, as if he glimpsed a fleeting future through Li Jie's eyes. Raising his coffee cup in a gesture, Li Jie smiled at Strick before passing by him and departing. Waiter, this gentleman will settle the bill. Strick, roused from his reverie by the waiter's voice, replied, Oh, that's all right. No need for change. He promptly handed the waiter a franklin, eager to return home. How dull it would be to have an unchanging future. Li Jie stretched lazily, oblivious to the fact that behind him, a portal crackling with electric sparks was gradually forming and slowly opening. Chapter 12. Hello, I'm looking for Spider-Man. The spatial fluctuations caused by the portal drew Li Jie's attention. He turned around to discover a circle of flickering sparks expanding about 10 paces away. The Supreme Sorcerer? Curiously, he peered into the portal's depths, revealing a warmly decorated living room. Was the Supreme Sorcerer of this universe so tasteful? After all, it was the 20th century, and the illustrious Dr. Strange had yet to be born. Hence, upon encountering the familiar portal, Li Jie instinctively thought of the Supreme Sorcerer. After a moment's contemplation, he donned an ensemble surpassing Spider-Man-esque, believing that first impressions should carry a touch of sophistication. As the portal ceased to expand, Li Jie approached it with curiosity, noticing two young individuals, a man and a woman, standing on the other side, beckoning him, pointing at himself in bewilderment to confirm they were indeed calling for him. He stepped through the portal, driven by curiosity. Wait, is this another universe? Realizing this, and uncertain of the time flow between the two universes, Li Jie snapped his fingers, temporarily freezing time in his own universe, intending to lift the freeze upon his return. Where am I? Li Jie shook his black trench coat and removed his cowboy hat, flicking the brim. Hey, Ned, this guy ISNT Parker. Did you miscast the spell? Gwen frowned, puzzled, as the figure clad in black before her bore no resemblance to her Peter Parker. Perhaps it was during my incantation that Ned, resembling the portly Spider-Man character, stammered. Although the coloration was incorrect, the mask upon his visage unmistakably belonged to the Spider-Man. Gwen shot a disapproving glance at Ned, causing the chubby fellow to retract his neck in trepidation. Indeed, I am Spider-Man, proclaimed Li Jie as he adjusted his hat, adding with a flourish. You may call me the superior Spider-Man. Why the prefix? Ned inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Aren't you Spider-Man? Well, yes, I am Spider-Man, Li Jie replied, winking at the rotund youth. However, not all Spider-Men are Peter Parker, and likewise, not every Peter Parker can become Spider-Man. Don't ask why. Simply accept it as a facet of the multiverse. Just like me, I am not Peter Parker, yet I am also Spider-Man. Do you comprehend? Gwen and Ned, in perfect unison, shook their heads in bewilderment. Oh, very well. It seems I'm not the individual you seek, Li Jie shrugged, adding, moreover, I shall not reveal my identity. Spider-Man never removes his mask. Does he possess telepathy? Gwen regarded Li Jie with skepticism. No, I do not read minds. Gwen, I wish to meet Peter Parker. Meanwhile, Ned muttered to himself, his hands swiftly tracing circles in the air, and soon, a portal crackling with electric sparks opened in the living room. This time, the man emerging from the portal appeared considerably more normal. He donned a classic red and blue Spider-Man suit and promptly removed his mask. Hey, where is this? The Garfield Spider-Man observed the occupants of the room with caution. Are you Peter Parker? Yes, no, I am not. Garfield Spider-Man immediately denied, donning his mask again, as he seemed to have mistakenly perceived the young lady as his own, prompting his earlier surprise at removing the headpiece. Hey, buddy, you are Spider-Man. You are Peter Parker, Ned exclaimed with delight, marveling at Garfield Spider-Man. Despite differing details and physique, bore an uncanny resemblance. What do you mean also? Garfield Spider-Man appeared perplexed by the current situation. He is also Spider-Man. Ned pointed at Li Jie, who greeted Garfield Spider-Man amicably. You are Spider-Man, and you too are Spider-Man? Gwen felt herself becoming dizzy, concluding that Ned was utterly unreliable. "You're Spider-Man as well?" Garfield Spider-Man carefully sensed Li Jia's essence, then immediately shook his head. "No, he is not Spider-Man." Upon hearing this, Li Jia became displeased. "No, I'm Spider-Man." "No, you are not." "No, I am." "Stop." Gwen, unable to endure the incessant chatter of the two, interjected, "You are all Spider-Man. But none of you belong to this universe's Spider-Man, understand?" Her words were directed at Garfield Spider-Man. "Ah, I think I understand now." Garfield Spider-Man removed his mask. "The multiverse. Parallel dimensions, so that is it. What was it I just traversed? A magical portal?" "Oh, indeed," Ned replied, his voice tinged with hesitation. Garfield Spider appeared to have confirmed something, exclaiming in a hushed yet enthusiastic tone. Just as his excitement peaked, another portal materialized. "Ned? Well, I assure you it's the last time. Doesn't China have an old saying that goes, once, twice, but not thrice?" As the portal opened, a middle-aged man stepped into the living room, Toby's version of Spider-Man. Clad in casual attire, his spider suit was concealed beneath an outer coat designed to keep him incognito. "Hello, everyone." Toby Spider greeted the occupants of the living room with a hint of caution. "Ned, give it up. You're not cut out to be a magician," Gwen said, covering her face, her voice tinged with exasperation. The moment Garfield Spider laid eyes on Toby Spider, an extraordinary reaction surged within him. Their spider senses intertwined, prompting an instinctive response as they each shot a web towards one another. While the two shared an intense gaze, the true owner of the house, Ned's grandmother, suddenly called out to the group. "My grandmother says she is going upstairs to sleep and wants you to clean up those webs," Ned said, a somewhat embarrassed smile crossing his face. The two legitimate Spider-Men promptly acknowledged her, bidding her good night. Subsequently, the younger Garfield Spider turned to the somewhat puzzled Toby Spider, offering an explanation of their current predicament. "Listen, I'm Gwen, and this is Ned. We are good friends of the Spider-Man from this universe. Some issues have arisen. He is not answering his phone, and we can't seem to locate him." Gwen explained anxiously, "If it were you, where would you go when feeling down?" In response, both Toby Spider and Garfield Spider mentioned a rooftop, sharing a smile as they complimented each other's taste. Lee, remaining silent, felt somewhat sensitive and reluctant to be alone. "Hey, if we're looking for someone, the few people in this house simply won't suffice," Lee remarked, shooting a web at Ned's hand and snatching the ring off his finger to slip it onto his own. "Fits quite well. We need to gather more assistance." Chapter 13. Ethical dilemmas arising from the multiverse. As a transcendent being, Lee's powers and magic were not interchangeable, leaving him perplexed about how to utilize the ring to open portals to other parallel universes. Nonetheless, this posed no hindrance. With a mere thought, Lee traced circles with his hands, and moments later, 3 crackling portals slowly opened, making the modest living room feel somewhat cramped. Both Ned and Gwen gazed at Lee in astonishment. Was this Spider-Man capable of magic? Meanwhile, Garfield Spider and Toby Spider watched with keen interest as Lee conjured the portals, engaging in quiet discussion, speculating about what other Spider-Men from parallel universes might be like. "I wager 50 cents that a handsome fellow will soon make an appearance." "I concur. I see now. It appears I am indeed a prodigious sorcerer, casting spells as effortlessly as one consumes food and drink." Observing the 3 portals gradually taking shape before him, a subtle smile crept upon Li Jia's lips behind his mask. For instance, Li Jia could conjure an iron battle suit with but a thought. Yet this suit bore no technological components. Compared to the authentic version, Li Jia's creation resembled merely an outer shell, albeit with capabilities identical to the original, even capable of transformation at Li Jia's whim. Thus, the electric sparks were merely special effects. The true architect of passage to parallel universes was the random door. First to make an entrance was contestant number 1, clad in a classic red and blue spider suit, albeit somewhat diminutive in stature, appearing almost juvenile. Notably, this Spider-Man exhibited exaggerated pectorals, seemingly impressive at first glance. This Spider-Man displayed heightened vigilance, striking a combat stance as soon as he entered the living room. His web shooters aimed at the group. "Hey, take it easy," exclaimed Garfield Spider, hastily stepping forward to calm the situation, wholly unprepared for the revelation that this Spider-Man was, in fact, a woman. Were the versions of himself in other parallel universes female? "Hey folks, have I inadvertently stumbled into a Spider-Man fan club?" pondered the Spider-Girl, a hint of confusion lacing her words. Almost immediately, The spider senses of 3 genuine Spider-Men resonated in unison, causing the Spider-Girl to pause, her wariness dissipating significantly. It was a peculiar sensation, as if she had encountered them before. The Spider-Girl removed her mask, revealing her exquisite short red hair, including Li Jia. Everyone introduced themselves to affirm their identities. Wait a moment, you're all Peter Parker? Spider-Man? The spider senses could not lie. Yet the Spider-Girl found this revelation hard to accept, her tone filled with astonishment. Forgive my lack of introduction. I am Ada Parker, and Spider-Man Peter Parker is my father. Upon uttering this, everyone in the living room, except for Li Jia, was taken aback. And who is your mother? This question slipped from Tobey Spider's lips almost reflexively. Ada Parker glanced around, feeling somewhat uneasy under Gwen's scrutinizing gaze. My mother is Mary Jane, Gwen. Although she felt a twinge of jealousy, Gwen quickly reassured herself with the notion of parallel universes, reminding herself that her Peter Parker was merely a college freshman. Ned, do you have any watermelons in your fridge? Li Jia suddenly inched closer to the chubby boy, murmuring his inquiry. There are some. Are you hungry? Ned replied, exhibiting the respect due to a sorcerer capable of effortlessly conjuring 3 portals. No, I just have a feeling that an entertaining spectacle is about to unfold. Before Ned could fully comprehend the meaning behind Li Jia's words, the second portal swung open, and a disheveled white figure burst forth, executing a series of agile maneuvers mid-air before landing gracefully in a classic spider-like crouch. Another woman? He thought, noting the peculiar white costume she donned. Following the same routine, the newly arrived female Spider-Man began to lower her guard, removing her hood to introduce herself. I am Gwen Stacy, as you can see, Spider-Woman. The moment Gwen unveiled her face, the nearby Garfield spider felt a sudden wave of nostalgia wash over him. Hey, what's the matter? Gwen inquired, puzzled by the unexpected tears from this Spider-Man of another parallel universe. It's nothing, Garfield sniffled, his eyes reddening. I'm just so happy. Your Peter Parker must be very fortunate. This simple remark rendered Gwen momentarily speechless. In other universes, I am also Spider-Man. Gwen leaned closer to Garfield, admiring her costume. It's beautiful. Did you make it yourself? With Mayday Parker, Gwen Spider, and Gwen enthusiastically engaging in animated discussion, their chatter was punctuated by occasional gasps of excitement. Hey, buddy, are you doing this on purpose? Tobey Spider asked Li Jia, his expression one of amusement. How could I? The portals are random. I have no control over them. Li Jia replied, tradlingzik. Then what with that amused expression on your face? Just as Tobey was still processing this, the final portal opened. Wow, so many Spider-Men. How delightful. A striking woman clad in crimson and exuding a fiery allure stepped through, instinctively directing her gaze towards Tobey Spider. Without further ado, she introduced herself. I am Mary Jane, but you may also call me the Queen of Carnage. Chapter 14. Heroes, are you Jane? The familiar visage and crimson locks left Tobey momentarily disoriented. Though their appearances were strikingly similar, this self-proclaimed Queen of Carnage exhibited a personality starkly different from the Mary Jane he knew. The Mary Jane in Tobey's memories was a vibrant, courageous, and fiercely independent woman, while the one before him radiated an undeniable aura of a formidable woman, akin to a beautiful yet perilous thorny rose. Of course, you're not my Peter Parker, Mary Jane smiled, acknowledging the fascinating divergence of personalities and circumstances across different universes. The very allure of the multiverse, wouldn't you agree? With a teasing gesture, she lifted Tobey's chin, expressing a preference for this seemingly mature Peter Parker over the younger counterpart. Are you a scientist? Garfield Spider inquired. Indeed, handsome, she replied, having finished her playful banter with Tobey before shifting her attention to Mayday Parker. Little one, your hair is lovely. Which parallel universe does your Peter Parker hail from? Mary Jane approached Mayday Parker with a cheerful demeanor, playfully pinching her cheeks. The young girl, overwhelmed, could only acquiesce to Mary Jane's affectionate gestures. The multiverse is truly astonishing. There exists a female version of Peter Parker. No, I am Mayday Parker, and Mary Jane is my mother. Wow, it seems you have inherited the finest genes from both Peter and me. Upon hearing that familiar surname and realizing that Mayday Parker is her biological daughter from a parallel universe, Mary Jane's smile widened even more. However, Gwen Stacy furrowed her brow, perplexed, as she found herself disliking this woman named Mary Jane for reasons she could not quite articulate. Her sentiments were not unfounded. as Mary Jane lacked the spider sense that resonated with Gwen. Speaking of those without spider sense, it appears we have another here, Garfield remarked, casting his gaze toward Lee, who was seated beside Ned, enjoying a snack. Indeed, Mary Jane replied, looking at Lee. Earlier, I was conducting research in the lab, and you were the one who opened the portal to bring me here, correct? I was directly drawn in by some strange force. Gwen interjected, lamenting that the portal's arrival had not been particularly heroic for her. I jumped in myself, Mayday Parker said timidly. Silly girl. You must be more vigilant in the future, Mary Jane admonished her daughter in a tone of exasperation. You claim to be Spider-Man, yet you're not Peter Parker and lack that instinctive prowess. Gwen's eyes were filled with curiosity as she regarded Lee, noting that he also possessed magical abilities. Having maintained a bemused expression while watching from the sidelines after opening the portal. Yet, shouldn't our foremost task be to locate the Spider-Man of this universe? Lee suddenly suggested. That young Spider-Man is in dire need of our assistance. So, you went through the trouble of opening a portal to a parallel universe merely for us to play the role of therapist for someone else? Mary Jane raised an eyebrow, her tone hinting at discontent. Affected by the Killmonger symbiote, this Queen of Carnage often exhibited a capricious personality, and individuals like Lee, who harbored numerous doubts and secrets, could not gain her trust as easily as other Spider-Men. Let us remain calm. Allow me to clarify, Gwen quickly intervened, stepping in as a mediator once more to recount the events to the three women. I hope you can empathize with Parker. After all, he has lost a significant loved one. A look of sorrow crossed Gwen's face, but she soon appeared to have an epiphany. Wait a moment. I think I know where he has gone. Hold on, I have a question. Lee suddenly raised his hand like an eager student. Setting aside the most formidable supreme spell, wouldn't simply pressing that box resolve everything? Those supervillains could easily be dealt with by just a flick of their fingers. Gwen fell silent. Lee's question was too challenging, and she was at a loss for how to respond. She could hardly claim that her boyfriend had suddenly developed a benevolent disposition. Could she? At the rooftop of New York's St. Freeman High School, Peter Parker sat desolately, his body marred with injuries, his costume tattered, and his face weary. The warm orange glow illuminated his scarred, youthful visage, revealing the sorrow and helplessness in his eyes. His gaze was vacant, as if the very focus had slipped away from his pupils, rendering him a mere shell of a man. Upon seeing Gwen and Ned ascend to the rooftop, Peter mustered a semblance of spirit, yet his eyes ultimately brimmed with tears. Gwen knelt beside him, tenderly embracing the towering boy, offering her shoulder as a sanctuary for his sorrows. I am truly sorry, she whispered. Gwen and Ned enveloped Peter from either side, attempting to share the burden of his grief. In the stillness of the night, only their soft sobs pierced the silence. Suddenly, immersed in his sorrow, Peter lifted his head slightly, a peculiar intuition causing his spider sense to hum. Peter, there are others who have come, Gwen remarked. What? Who is it? Peter questioned, bewildered, as Ned supported his arm. The trio turned to see several figures perched on a decorative tower behind them, appearing somewhat crowded. As Peter's gaze fell upon them, these figures began to somersault down from the tower like acrobats, landing gracefully before him. Wait! What is happening? Peter exclaimed in confusion, taken aback by the grandeur of this assembly. I am truly sorry. Toby Spider spoke with a somber tone, addressing Peter regarding Aunt May's situation. Yes, please accept my condolences, Andrew Spider remarked as he leaped down from the steps. I comprehend the sorrow you are currently enduring. Gwen Spider remained silent, standing quietly beside them. Mayday Parker observed the father, who appeared to be of similar age to her, her heart resonating with shared grief. Beside her, Mary Jane emanated a palpable aura of despair. No, don't speak as if you understand me, Peter retorted, shaking his head. I could have prevented all of this. His voice was laden with guilt. If only I had pressed that button sooner, she would not have perished in vain. Perhaps no one here understands you better than we do, Miles chimed in unexpectedly. After all, being Spider-Man means enduring loss. Every Spider-Man has experienced the pain of losing someone they wish to protect. Peter looked up in confusion, gazing at the assembly of Spider-Men from other universes. My uncle was murdered, Toby Spider stated calmly. It was all my fault. I lost Andrew Spider, he choked out. I lost Gwen. She was my... Andrew glanced back at Gwen Spider. She was my everything. I will never forgive myself. I lost my best friend. Gwen Spider exchanged glances with Andrew Spider before turning to Peter. My best friend, Peter Parker. She continued, yet I persist in embodying the amiable neighbor, Spider-Man. For I am acutely aware that this is his desire, to be a hero. Chapter 15. Beyond the Sinister Six, those individuals hail from your universe. In any case, they will ultimately perish at your hands. Peter Parker hesitated, thinking to himself that he no longer wished to involve himself in this matter. After all, they were not his to slay. I apologize for entangling you in this, but now I must return you. Peter Parker extended his hand, intending to reclaim the time-space cube from Gwen. He had caused this calamity, and the resulting repercussions were his to bear. He no longer desired to save any supervillains. However, Gwen recoiled slightly, her gaze urging Peter to observe the alternate versions of himself from other parallel universes. Then came Toby Spider, Andrew Spider, and Gwen Spider, each recounting their experiences. One had avenged with an abuse of power, another had nearly crossed the line in combating crime, and yet another had directly become a fugitive, each tale more harrowing than the last. Peter Parker fell silent, just as that dark Spider-Man had articulated. Every Spider-Man had once lost someone dear. This is all my fault. Yet even in her final moments, she never held me accountable. Peter Parker was desolate, Aunt May's voice still resonating in his mind, reminding him that with great power comes great responsibility. It was Uncle Ben's last words to me, Toby and Andrew affirmed. It is how my parents raised me, Gwen Spider added. I coined that phrase myself. Remember to pay the royalties, Lee chimed in. The others responded with curiosity. Aunt May's sacrifice was not in vain. Toby Spider regarded Peter Parker with unwavering resolve. Green Goblin, Sandman, Lizard. With each name, Peter uttered. He presented a device upon the laboratory table before them, tools capable of healing them and returning them to ordinary lives. Toby Spider, Andrew Spider, Gwen Spider, and Peter Parker busied themselves at their respective workstations, while Spider-Girl, Ned, and Gwen acted as their assistants. As for the Carnage Queen, Mary Jane stood quietly against the wall, her body gradually enveloped by the symbiote, forming a form-fitting black and red spider suit. What are you doing? Mary Jane suddenly inquired of Lee, creating a small prop. He replied dismissively, his hands dancing across his chest, molding a white orb of light like clay, transforming it into various shapes. What is that? Magic? Mary Jane's interest piqued, recalling the existence of Doctor Strange in her universe. Magic? You could interpret it that way, Lee responded, his thoughts consumed with how to design his villain locator. Should it be square, round, or perhaps a holographic projection? As a character creator, Lee Jeff found himself ensnared in profound contemplation. Honestly, do you not perceive these individuals as merely engaged in futile endeavors? The symbiote upon Mary Jane's shoulder suddenly became restless, and the very Green Goblin who had slain Aunt May was now the subject of their misguided attempts to cure him. Mary Jane flashed a grin, her smile possessing an unsettling quality. As the Queen of Carnage, she herself embodied a sort of anti-hero akin to a Punisher. This divergence in their worldviews ultimately led to her decision to part ways with Peter Parker. However, her female intuition whispered to her that this dark-clad Spider-Man might not be like any she had encountered before. With great power comes great responsibility. This is the fundamental principle and motto of every Spider-Man. Meanwhile, the luminous orb in Lee Jia's palm had taken shape. Inspired by the design of the Dragon Ball radar, complete with holographic projection capabilities and user-friendly instructional guidance. Taking a life is a threshold one must not cross. Once you do, you descend into depravity akin to that of an addict. Lee Jia fiddled with the radar, as if he had acquired a new toy. Thus, one could argue that I have become an addict. Mary Jane chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yet, I share your sentiments. Lee Jia smiled, though his words sent chills down one's spine. For those societal miscreants, I would choose to cast them directly into a wood chipper. There is no better means of atonement than death. Wow, you truly are merciless. Mary Jane's smile widened, finding the dark Spider-Man's perspective utterly agreeable. By the way, what is that you hold? A locator that reveals the precise whereabouts of those supervillains. Lee Jia waved the radar, employing magical technology, unless any of those villains possessed magical prowess exceeding that of a supreme sorcerer. Frankly, you ought to be called the magical Spider-Man. Mary Jane marveled at the radar in Lee Jia's hands, having just witnessed him shape it as if molding dough. So what is its purpose? I have an immature notion. Lee Jia summoned everyone, activated the radar's holographic projection feature, and placed it on the central experimental table. I suspect that the supervillains who have arrived in this universe are not limited to those few encountered by young Peter. There are many more. For instance, Vulture, Venom, Mysterio, Kraven the Hunter, Chameleon, and that bald, heavy-set individual, among others. The other Spider-Men exchanged glances, having not considered these possibilities. But the doctor said only those individuals. Peter Parker weakly raised his hand. Where is Dr. Strange? Lee Jia retorted. Peter Parker was momentarily at a loss for words. In this universe, Dr. Strange had been ensnared in the mirror dimension of his own creation during a struggle for the Time Stone, with Peter Parker having snatched away the ring used for casting spells before his departure. Considering the myriad Spider-Men from parallel universes before him, Peter Parker felt compelled to preserve some dignity for the Doctor Strange of this universe. Otherwise, Strange might suffer embarrassment that transcended dimensions. Noticing Peter's silence, the other Spider-Men's trust in Lee Jia began to grow. Clearly, their primary objective was to acquire the temporal cube that would transport them home. However, even if we were to arrange a video confrontation, it was inevitable that some individuals would slip through the cracks. So what do you propose? Toby Spider inquired, expecting Lee Jia to have a clever solution. Of course, Lee Jia nodded, suggesting a location for the confrontation while instructing the four of them to handle the villains. As for the remaining stragglers, they would be left to him and her. Lee Jia gestured toward the formidable Mary Jane, the Queen of Carnage. I quite like this idea, Mary Jane said, licking her lips with a satisfied smile. Your mission sounds perilous, Gwen Spider remarked with concern. What alternative do you suggest? Lee Jia's gaze lingered on the four Spider-Men. Are you prepared to take a life? The group fell silent. And what about me? Spider-Girl pointed to herself, seemingly overlooked by Lee Jia. You are tasked with protecting Gwen and Ned. Having duplicated several radar devices, each person received one, and soon they were ready for action. The hunt was on. Chapter 16. Have you ever seen a fist the size of a sandbag? The group divided into two factions, the four Spider-Men, who refrained from lethal force, headed towards the Statue of Liberty to set the stage for battle against the supervillains attempting to seize the temporal cube. Meanwhile, Lee Jia and Mary Jane followed the coordinates indicated on their radar to deal with the stragglers. The two separated midway, each rushing toward their nearest target. Roar! In the bustling heart of the commercial district, a figure dressed as a giant gray rhinoceros suddenly descended from the sky, its muscles bulging and its massive frame resembling a small mountain. Destruction! The rhinoceros let out a roar, its eyes glowing red, clearly in a frenzied state. Intelligence 200. Strength 200. Bending its knees, the rhinoceros assumed a sprinter's stance, its target being the statue of Captain America before it. Hey, Big Oaf, look over here. The woman's voice was disregarded by the rhinoceros. Well, I suppose I still look a bit small. The woman muttered, and suddenly her body swelled, rapidly rising in height, her skin turning a vibrant green. What do you intend to do to my idol statue? She-Hulk leapt into action, employing close combat techniques to trap the rhinoceros's neck under her arm. The two powerhouses engaged in a fierce struggle, She-Hulk striving to contain the rhinoceros, preventing their battle from escalating and endangering innocent bystanders, as well as their personal property, such as cars and houses. After all, the She-Hulk is a public figure. Should any misfortune befall her, a flood of complaints would inevitably ensue, leaving her to bow in submission. Away with you! Although this rhinoceros man is clad in a vintage comic book attire that appears somewhat amusing, his strength is truly formidable, rendering the current She-Hulk utterly incapable of matching him. While she might temporarily suppress the rhinoceros man with her combat skills, her numerous apprehensions hinder her ability to fight freely. Amidst this stalemate, She-Hulk spots a familiar figure soaring through the sky. It is Spider-Man. Little Spider, lend a hand. She-Hulk calls out, There's a rampaging rhinoceros here. I see it without you telling me, replies Mary Jane from midair before plummeting down like a free-falling object. Get out of the way. The symbiote of her hands writhes, transforming into a pair of spiked, massive morning stars, which she brings crashing down upon the rhinoceros man's skull. Clang! The rhinoceros man staggers back, clutching his head in pain, yet his defenses remain unbroken. Thanks, Spider-Man, She-Hulk says, shaking her arms. I'll treat you to dinner. No need to be formal with me. Mary Jane ignores her. Wait a moment. Something about this Spider-Man seems off. And why have his pectorals become so exaggerated? I've located the rhinoceros man, but it's not the mech version. Mary Jane, who is well-versed in the multiverse and has conducted research on it, notes, "There's a bank robbery happening here. I'll deal with it immediately." Li Jie communicates through his earpiece with Mary Jane. "Shall we see who is faster?" Suddenly intrigued, Mary Jane transforms her symbiote into various weapons, relentlessly attacking the rhinoceros man with deadly precision, growing increasingly ferocious with each strike. Spider-Man's strength is measured in tons, and with Mary Jane controlling the symbiote, she surpasses him in this regard. Beside them, She-Hulk's face pales in fear. "No competition, just go." Li Jie decisively ends the communication, primarily because the rhinoceros man's cries of agony are too distressing for him to bear. Regrettably, Li Jie is not a sadist, otherwise he might have recorded it. Boom! The half-open doors of the bank are blown away by an explosion, and a man clad in yellow and black technological armor bursts forth, flying close to the ground, clutching several money bags filled with dollars. A supervillain, Thriller. Thriller believes today is his lucky day. Upon waking up this morning, he had just prepared to rob a bank, and upon donning his gear, he was suddenly transported inside the bank. Though bewildered, after some contemplation, Thriller decides to proceed with the robbery first. His armor can emit shock waves of various frequencies, allowing him to create explosions, engage in anti-gravity flight, and perform other seemingly superhuman feats. As a technologically driven supervillain, Shocker's abilities mirror those of Iron Man, albeit with far less financial means, rendering him only slightly superior to Spider-Man. His daily sustenance for maintaining his armor and conducting research primarily derives from bank heists and armored truck robberies. In Shocker's universe, there are no mutants, no Avengers. The sole superhero opposing him is a hapless individual swinging between skyscrapers, having just completed another heist. Shocker emerged from the bank only to be confronted by a figure clad in black, whose mask evoked unpleasant memories. Although he initially dismissed the obstacle that was Li, Shocker nonetheless raised his hand and launched a sonic bomb at him. With a casual flick, Li transformed the projectile into a shooting star across the sky. "Well, that's impressive," Shocker remarked. "Have you ever seen a fist as large as a sandbag?" Li approached with a playful demeanor, patting Shocker on the shoulder and then brandishing his own clenched fist before him. The impact wave concentrated at his armored knuckles as Shocker, lifting his oversized fist, aimed a punch at Li's head. The resultant shockwave created a tempest of air, yet it failed to dislodge even the hat upon Li's head. "Is it all you've got? Now it's my turn." Li raised his right hand and delivered a resounding slap to Shocker's face. The force sent Shocker's head spinning like a top, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "Done. Now where's the next one?" Li retrieved his radar, observing multiple red dots in motion. The nearest one was located atop a nearby skyscraper, where a dark-haired man clad in animal skin leaned against the rooftop. "Kraven the Hunter, is it?" Li murmured, propelling himself toward the building with a strand of webbing. Chapter 17. The Man from Hell, He is Coming. Observing Li swinging toward him, Kraven's face curled into a cruel smile. Though Li's attire differed from Kraven's memories, it was unmistakably Spider-Man. Enhanced physical prowess, the ability to communicate with animals, and mastery over various weapons and hunting techniques rendered Kraven one of the most formidable hunters on this blue planet. Ordinary hunting had grown tiresome for Kraven. He sought to pursue far more powerful prey, such as Spider-Man. "Ah, look who we have here," Kraven exclaimed, stepping back to the center of the rooftop while gripping his double-barreled shotgun, gazing at Li as he descended before him. "That new outfit looks quite splendid. Even the grown-up baby has learned to dress himself." Kraven deliberately employed a mocking tone in an attempt to provoke Spider-Man before him. "At the very least, I would never don a sultry leopard print outfit to the rooftop in the dead of night." Retorted sharply, suggesting that this was hardly the place for solicitation, and inquired if Kraven was perhaps seeking a boyfriend. Taken aback, Kraven noted that while Spider-Man was indeed loquacious, his tone had never been so acerbic. What had prompted this shift in demeanor? Had he turned dark? However, as he observed Li Jie approaching with steady strides, Kraven dismissed his suspicions. "Come closer, just a bit closer." As the most accomplished hunter, Kraven would not rely solely on brute strength to subdue his prey. Rather, he preferred to employ various traps and poisons to gradually weaken his quarry, ultimately achieving a decisive kill. He would then sever the head of his prey as proof of his successful hunt. When Li Jie had closed the distance to 3 paces, An odd mechanical grinding sound echoed around them, and turret-like machines erupted from the ground, emitting a faint green mist towards Li Jie. This is a meticulously concocted neurotoxin designed to significantly diminish spider-like abilities. Kraven laughed heartily, relishing the navet of Spider-Man, who had unwittingly fallen into his trap despite his seemingly mature appearance. Yet, it was not over. Kraven produced a compact remote control, causing half of the turrets to switch modes, their barrels now projecting beams of red laser light. While not lethal, these red beams would severely impair the reactions of those they struck, serving as Kraven's trump card. This time, the hunter would prevail, raising his hunting rifle. Kraven aimed the dark muzzle at Li Jie's chest. A headshot was not an option. What good would it do to shoot him in the head? Bang! The gun fired. Yet, Li Jie did not falter. Honestly, do you have any more of that? He remarked, taking a deep breath as if drawing in the surrounding green toxin, which he inhaled deeply, akin to a dragon swallowing its prey, before burping as if satiated. Wow, your little shot hit my stomach. Fortunately, I've worked hard to develop a six-pack. Li Jie pulled back his mask to reveal his chin, promptly exhaling the green mist he had inhaled towards Kraven. Kraven instinctively attempted to evade, only to realize he was utterly immobilized, helplessly watching the neurotoxin approach. My eyes. Truth be told, Kraven, you are not an exceptional hunter. You are merely a coward, a selfish individual content with a limited view of the world, Li Jie said, shaking his head as he leisurely approached Kraven, gripping his neck and lifting him slightly. You target Spider-Man solely because, among the multitude of superheroes, he is the only one who adheres to a no-kill policy. His kindness has become your pretext for incessantly troubling him. You know that as long as you keep your actions within reasonable bounds, the worst consequence you might face is imprisonment. Tell me, is this not simply bullying the righteous? With fingers clenched, Kraven's face turned a deep shade of crimson from asphyxiation. You're not a spider. No. You must be Spider-Man, Li Jie proclaimed, flashing a grin that revealed all 8 of his teeth, transcending the very essence of a spider. Do you know how formidable Spider-Man becomes when he succumbs to darkness? The kind that demands a raise after changing attire doesn't count. A sharp metallic staff materialized in his left hand, and with a swift motion, Li Jie thrust it into Kraven, delivering a chilling blow. Just like that, after discarding the lifeless body, Li Jie gazed at Kraven, whose eyes remained wide open in death, and extended his hand to pull back the eyelids. He raised his arm in another direction, forming a makeshift handgun with his right hand, aiming a fleeting green silhouette while mimicking the sound of a gunshot. Bang! An invisible bullet pierced the forehead of the soaring vulture, blood and brain matter erupting forth as the corpse plummeted from the sky, crashing into a grotesque mass upon impact. Dr. Strange's incantations carry a certain charm. Reflecting on the 3 supervillains he had vanquished and Mary Jane's descriptions of the Rhino, Li Jie noted that most of these adversaries sported the absurdly antiquated attire reminiscent of early comic books. Was it, therefore, an effort to evoke nostalgia by forcibly merging villains from alternate universes? Li Jie recalled distinctly that in the Amazing Spider-Man narrative, Electro was unaware that Peter Parker was Spider-Man. Yet, the current scenario encompassed adversaries far beyond the cinematic universe. Beep, beep, beep. What is happening? Li Jie answered the urgent communication from Mary Jane. The situation was dire. The radar displayed numerous red dots converging toward a singular destination. As Mary Jane spoke, the howling wind in the background indicated her hurried journey, with their destination being the Statue of Liberty. Those 4 little ones can't handle this. I understand, Li Jie replied, ending the call and lifting his gaze towards the direction of the Statue of Liberty. Wow, this is quite something. From Li Jie's vantage, the 4 Spider-Men at the Statue of Liberty appeared utterly bewildered, staring at a throng of shadows rushing towards them. Electro, Sandman, Scorpion, Rhino, Lizard, Queen Wasp, Green Goblin, Kingpin, Mole Man, Venom, Carnage, and the malevolent Sinister Six from the Vintage Comics. What on earth? Exclaimed Gwen, rarely resorting to expletives. What is going on? How do we fight this? Gwen felt a sense of impending doom. Peter Parker, equally stunned, pondered the terrifying potency of the doctor's spell. No, I cannot retreat. With determination, Peter donned his mask, the mechanical claws on his back extending. He had changed his mind. He could not allow these individuals to wreak havoc across New York. Fortunately, due to the sheer number of supervillains, many bore grudges against one another and found themselves at odds, leading to infighting even before they could reach the Statue of Liberty. Yet, despite this, the supervillains surging towards the Statue of Liberty outnumber the Spider-Man by more than fivefold. Surrender the time, cube to us. Green Goblin Norman, perched upon his flying apparatus, hurled pumpkin bombs at the Spider-Man. Hey, watch out! Toby Spider, Garfield Spider, and Gwen, all seasoned combatants, were momentarily undeterred, bolstered by Peter Parker's Iron Spider suit. Hee. Green Goblin Norman relentlessly launched pumpkin bombs, targeting the vulnerabilities of the statue's structure, intent on demolishing it and rendering those pesky spiders incapable of swinging about. Meanwhile, the Spider-Girl, tasked with safeguarding Gwen and Ned, found herself in dire straits as two lizard men assailed them. Damn it, this cannot continue. As a young Spider-Man, Mayday Parker lacked the extensive combat experience of her father. Engaged in battle while distracted by the need to protect the two, the Spider-Girl soon found herself at a disadvantage. It seems you've run into a bit of trouble. With her hands transformed into blades, the timely arrival of Mary Jane saw her swiftly decapitate the two large lizard men. What's going on? The Portal 1T close? Ned, pale-faced, weakly raised his hand in admission of responsibility. This was the worst-case scenario. We are severely outnumbered. Where are the Avengers and X-Men from this universe? Have they all gone to a social dance? Perhaps that fellow might have a solution? Mary Jane attempted to contact Li Jie, only to find her efforts fruitless. Just as her confusion mounted, a tremendous roar echoed through the portal. Mary Jane stepped through the portal to investigate, her mouth agape in astonishment. A colossal robot descended from the heavens. Leo Payton, and that man from hell. 400 Andes. Chapter 18. A true man persists for 5 minutes among all the Spider-Men across the multiverse. The true chosen one, bearing nearly 100 titles. That man from hell. Toei Spider-Man. Takuya Yamashiro. And his power limiter, the super robot Leo Payton. I hear the city weeping. Toei Spider-Man sat in the cockpit, arms crossed over his chest, his expression grave. Protecting the weak, vanquishing evil, safeguarding the homes of good people. This is the hero's duty. To battle for the preservation of humanity's abode. The hero from hell, 400 Annies. 3 uncles. Leo Payton roared to life. Its seemingly cumbersome bulk moved with surprising agility, cutting through the throng of supervillains with ease. Unlike the typical Spider-Man, Takuya Yamashiro had no qualms about killing, for he was a messenger from hell. Wow, is that guy also a Spider-Man? It appears so. He certainly looks impressive, although I wonder if his model is available for purchase. I too wish to purchase. Gazing at the eyes of the three, Gwen Spider expressed her incomprehension. This colossal robot was undeniably formidable, yet in Gwen Spider's aesthetic judgment, it bore no resemblance to the term cool. When it came to massive robots, she still preferred those from the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. The retro art style was something she could somewhat tolerate, with the exception of the God of War. Little girl, one must not lose focus on the battlefield. A voice, raspy and mixed, akin to a throat clogged with phlegm, sent a wave of discomfort through Gwen Spider. She gracefully evaded the owner of the voice's ambush, a red tongue that shattered nearby scaffolding. The tongue retracted slowly, returning to its master. What are you? Gwen Spider pondered. Having witnessed far too many bizarre occurrences today, the multiverse was decidedly uncool. Before her stood a woman clad entirely in black, her attire nearly identical to Gwen Spider's, save for the color of the battle suit, which had transformed from white to black. The original hood had morphed into a gaping maw, and the long tongue was now the brim of the hood. In the center of the wide mouth was a pitch-black mask. I am you, the slaughtering specter who has cast aside cowardice and laughable pity. Not far from the battlefield, near the Statue of Liberty, Li Jie had set up a small stool beneath him, cradling a bucket of chocolate popcorn, continuously shoveling handfuls into his mouth. The 3D blue light, super, 720-degree no-angle superhero battle was a spectacle not to be missed. Alas, the number of participants on both sides was scant, rendering the experience rather unsatisfying. Li Jie lamented, smacking his lips before conjuring a bottle of cola to gulp down. Burp. Invincibility is splendid. One need not worry about their figure. Why not capture 10 or 8 heroes and villains from parallel universes, dividing them into factions based on their own realms to battle? The losing side's universe would perish, while the victors would have their wishes granted. It seems promising. Let us call it the Battle Realm Grand Prix for future consideration. After all, with countless Earths in the multiverse, losing 10 or 8 would have no significant impact, akin to extracting a drop of water from the ocean. Time was running short. The Leo Patton and Toei Spider-Man before Li Jie were not drawn from parallel universes through a portal, but were rather a projection that could only last 5 minutes. Initially, he intended to use cables, but such a setup would expose Leo Patton's weaknesses too blatantly, and those villains were not fools. However, even if only for 5 minutes, it was ample time for Leo Patton to handle these supervillains. The supervillains, too, sought to eliminate the formidable robot before them. But the sheer strength of this entity was astonishing. Only the Sandmen could match Leo Patton in terms of size. At 4 minutes and 50 seconds, Leo Patton unsheathed his weapon. The soul blade erupted in a dazzling radiance, swirling across the battlefield like a spinning top, reducing the surrounding supervillains to mere dust. As the countdown approached its final seconds, Leo turned to the 4 Spider-Men atop the Statue of Liberty, giving them an approving thumbs up, before his towering form dissipated into shimmering particles. Understood, I must keep my gaze on the sky. Li Jie tossed aside his popcorn and cola, tidied up the stool beneath him, and rose to stretch his arms. It was now my turn to cleanse the battlefield. With that, Li Jie propelled himself forward like a missile, charging into the fray. Goodness, too fast. Losing control, Li Jie inadvertently collided with a vulture, sending it into a shower of flesh, and with a flick of his wrist, he shot a web that yanked a green goblin from his glider. Justice descend from the heavens. Heal was Neva D. Li Jie withdrew 2 Gatling guns with infinite ammunition from his coat pockets, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the remaining supervillains. The blue flames still erupted. Within moments, those who survived the onslaught of the Soul Blade had been swiftly dispatched by Li Jie, leaving only the adversaries of the 4 Spider-Men. Mary Jane had long since arrived on the battlefield, with the remnants of the shredded venom and carnage lying at her feet, truly earning the title of Carnage Queen. Taking over Gwen's position, Mary Jane swiftly dispatched the Ghost Carnage in a matter of minutes, cleaving it in 2 with a decisive strike. It seems the ordeal has come to an end. Li Jie swung down to the Spider-Man, his radar displaying no more red dots. For reasons unknown, the temporal rift had temporarily sealed, thus everyone was obliged to remain in this universe for the time being. Strange, having taken the time cube from Peter Parker, activated it with magic, and after a brief examination, he wore a stern expression. Casting a withering glare at Peter Parker, Strange mentally placed the young man on his blacklist. Once the timeline stabilizes, I shall return each of you to your respective universes, tentatively scheduled for 1 month from now. Until then, you must endure. Peter Parker, I leave their arrangements in your capable hands. With that, Strange opened a portal back to the Sanctum in New York, not allowing Peter Parker a moment to respond. Wow, arranging accommodations for a few people is no trouble for Peter Parker. I feel we should come up with a name, perhaps the Spider Avengers? Unappealing. I think not. There's a hint of plagiarism in that. Wait a moment, are we missing someone? Mary Jane suddenly furrowed her brow. Everyone present paused, scanning the vicinity before realizing Li Jie was conspicuously absent. Odd, where's he gone? Just as confusion settled in, Happy's phone suddenly rang. Hasten to the Central Hospital. Your aunt has awakened. A week later, a throng of visiting relatives gathered in May's room at New York Central Hospital. Peter Parker and Gwen were introducing May to the various Spider-Men from alternate universes. Although somewhat astonished, May, as a relative of a superhero, had grown largely immune to extraterrestrial beings, mysterious visitors, and otherworldly creatures. Unfortunately, another Spider-Man, known as the Beyond Spider-Man, was still unaccounted for, and Peter had been searching for him for quite some time. The mention of the Beyond Spider-Man piqued May's interest. Did he don a completely dark attire? She inquired. Indeed. Have you encountered him, Aunt May? Peter responded eagerly. Ah, yes, that very Beyond Spider-Man saved my life, she replied, a gentle smile gracing her face. She then retrieved a thick photo album from her bedside, slowly opening it before the curious onlookers. The first half of the album showcased photographs from May's youth. It was undeniable that she had aged gracefully, appearing as radiant as in her younger days. Look at this one. It's a picture of your Uncle Ben and me when we were young, she said. The other Spider-Men gathered closer, astonished to discover that the likeness of Uncle Ben in this universe mirrored that of their own. Could it be that every version of Uncle Ben across the multiverse looked identical? After a lively discussion, a shared thought emerged among them. Why had she suddenly presented Uncle Ben's photograph? Peter, perplexed, posed the question to May. Of course, there's a reason, dear child. She chuckled, affectionately tousling his hair. The Beyond Spider-Man you speak of has a face beneath his mask that bears an uncanny resemblance to your Uncle Ben in his youth. Chapter 19. Role-play summoning a portal. Li Jie prepared to return to his own universe. Driven by conviction, Li Jie chose to resurrect Mei from this universe, and even removed his mask in her presence. After all, a film's conclusion must retain an element of suspense. Wait a moment. Li Jie suddenly recalled something he had yet to explore. It was one of the origins of all stories within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the 6 Infinity Stones, which represented the ultimate power of each universe. Indeed, every parallel universe possessed Infinity Stones, each with subtle variations in origin. According to supplementary lore, Infinity Stones could only be utilized within their respective universes. Once transported to another universe, they would lose their extraordinary properties, becoming akin to ordinary gems, albeit still possessing hardness. Furthermore, in some parodic universes, the abilities and names of the Infinity Stones had undergone transformation. Was it true that this universe lacked the Elder of the Universe and Sorcerer Supreme? How astonishing that the purple-hued entity acquired the stones with such ease. Li Jie could not be bothered to search. For him, the 6 Infinity Stones were inconsequential. His true interest lay in the 7th Infinity Stone, known as the Soul Stone, revered as the spirit of the goddess of vengeance. This particular gem seemed to belong to an external narrative and appeared to have been deliberately concealed. He wondered if it could be discovered in this universe. The goddess of vengeance was indeed a fascinating subject. After stepping through a portal, Li Jie returned to his original universe. With a snap of his fingers, time in the entire universe resumed its normal flow. He purchased a lavish hot dog from a roadside vendor, savoring it as he ambled along, pulling a golden, oval-shaped gem from his pocket to admire it in the palm of his hand. Remarkably, his quest for the Soul Stone proceeded smoothly. After effortlessly dispatching a few celestial beings, he stored their remains in the eternal space. The corpses of celestial beings were valuable, rumored to possess potency-enhancing properties. In that universe, the Soul Stone was guarded by the Sorcerer Adam, who wielded both the Soul and the Self Stones. When confronted by Li Jie, he was insufferably arrogant. Want the Soul Stone? Sure, but only if you scatter my ashes. Li Jie could hardly believe such an outrageous demand. It was a must to comply. After scattering the ashes of Sorcerer Adam, Li Jie acquired both the Soul and Self Stones. The Soul Stone held little value to him, and he simply chewed on it like a candy, as he had no intention of creating an Ultron. What astonished Li Jie was that even upon entering other universes, the Self Stone still retained a fraction of its power, emanating the destructive force from the goddess of vengeance. Having sealed the Self Stone with multiple layers of enchantments, Li Jie transformed it into the shape of a diamond ring with his superior power, intending to propose to Mei in the future. Before Mei, there was no Li Jie, only Benjamin Parker. Why are you back so early? Mei exclaimed, surprised to see him at the door. Dinner will take a while. Could you lend a hand in the kitchen? Of course, Li Jie replied with a smile. Mei, there is something I wish to tell you. While preparing dinner, Li Jie suddenly halted his actions, gently placing his hands on Mei's shoulders and gazing into her soft blue eyes. What is it? What has happened? Concern etched Mei's face, as her intuition warned her that Li's words might not bode well. I may have to leave for a while, Li Jie stammered. The military has found me. They presented me with a combat honor medal and a check, asking me to continue serving this country. Listen, Parker, Mei said softly, wrapping her arms around Li Jie's neck. Her tone was gentle as she spoke. Though I am your fiancé, I have no right to interfere with your future. I will support your aspirations, but I hope you will consider your loved ones. Promise me you won't let them be saddened, all right? Mei tilted her head to kiss Li Jie softly on the lips, then leaned gently against his chest, resembling a tranquil cat. All right, let us proceed to prepare dinner. Mei smiled, her face radiating a sense of ease. Wait a moment. Li Jie suddenly grasped Mei, who was about to leave. What is the matter? With a magician's flair, Li Jie retrieved a palm-sized black box from his back pocket and knelt down, slowly opening it. Chapter 20. Of course, one must create an alternate account to play games. Li Jie stood by the window, silently lighting a cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke towards the glass with a melancholic expression. It was late at night. After a night of fervor, Li Jie had entered a state of contemplation, while the exhausted Mei had fallen into a deep slumber. Li Jie found himself in a quandary. In this world, he assumed the identity of Benjamin Parker, Yes, that very Uncle Ben who is often sacrificed in Spider-Man's coming-of-age tale. To the ordinary eye, Li Jie appeared as a striking young man with blonde hair, blue eyes, and an impressive physique. Yet even with such brilliance, Benjamin Parker remained merely human. But Li Jie was not. Given the powers he possessed, how could he content himself with the mundane existence of an ordinary man? He aspired to be extraordinary. Yet, upon reflection, the life of an ordinary person is indeed a rare and valuable experience. Li Jie inhaled deeply from a cigarette, the acrid scent of burning tobacco stinging his senses. Cough, cough. Damn, I've got it. Since Benjamin Parker is merely human, all I need to do is create a doppelganger to venture forth in his stead. I truly am a little genius. It's settled. Li Jie began to craft his second persona. To avoid raising suspicion, he decided to create a female mutant, drawing inspiration from the character Deathstrike in both appearance and abilities. Naturally, her figure would embody the allure of a long-haired, glamorous model. It felt akin to engaging in a hyper-realistic virtual reality game. Li Jie felt that his primary account was insufficient and thus created a secondary one. Perhaps he would even establish more alternate accounts in the future. After all, during his gaming days, he predominantly played as female characters. Who would want to watch a burly man wiggle on a computer screen? With a surge of transcendent energy, a luminous orb began to twist and take form before Li Jie, gradually resembling the visage of Deathstrike from his memories. The sensation is rather pleasing. Li Jie examined the form of Deathstrike. Everything was in its rightful place, pleasantly soft. The choice of Deathstrike as his alternate persona was fueled by his own peculiar whims, as he intended for her to represent him in the covert team assembled by Stryker. If fortune favored him, Deathstrike might even have the chance to meet the likes of Wolverine and Deadpool. Just the thought was exhilarating. In the realm of eternal space, Li Jie projected a part of his consciousness into Deathstrike's form. Once standing like a mere puppet, Deathstrike suddenly opened her eyes, meeting Li Jie's gaze with a serene expression. What are you staring at? What of it? A most curious sensation indeed. Li Jie currently feels as though he is immersed in a game, with Benjamin Parker and Deathwoman as characters under his control, manipulable simultaneously. If the number of identities increases, it seems to herald a descent into madness. Dismissing these errant thoughts, Li Jie summoned Deathwoman back to the eternal space and returned to the bedroom, lying beside his fiancée, Mei, as they drifted into slumber. The following afternoon, Li Jie arrived punctually at the quaint restaurant from the previous day, only to discover that Strick was already waiting inside. You arrived quite early. Have you had lunch? Li Jie inquired, settling into the seat across from Strick, who promptly summoned a waiter and declared that today's meal was on him. Good afternoon, Mr. Parker, Strick greeted, appearing somewhat disheveled, as though he had not slept a wink throughout the night. What troubles you? You look rather unwell, Li Jie remarked with a smile. I cannot quite articulate it. Upon returning home last night and seeing my wife, an array of unfamiliar memories suddenly flooded my mind. My son murdered my wife. He killed his own mother, Strick lamented, gripping his thinning hair in anguish as he recounted the horrors he had witnessed. What have I done? I have perpetrated a massacre against unarmed civilians and even slain a general. These memories foretell my future. I refuse to believe it, yet it feels so palpably real. Mr. Parker, is this your ability? The illusionist of this universe had yet to commit matricide. Thus the Strick seated across from Li Jie did not harbor as profound a hatred for mutants. In simpler terms, this universe's Strick had not yet succumbed to villainy. The future is not immutable, Li Jie asserted, lifting his glass of juice for a thoughtful sip. The choice does not lie with me. It rests in your hands. Each decision you make unfolds an entirely new future. I merely present to you the most dreadful possibility. Strick fell silent, feeling as though the man before him spoke in riddles and was perhaps a charlatan. Yet, he had already conceived of an optimal solution, to persuade his wife to undergo an abortion, thereby extinguishing this dismal future at its source. As for me, I am no mutant, Li Jie declared, setting his juice down. Suddenly, a golden light emanated from his eyes, and before Strick could regain his composure, the scenery of the restaurant transformed dramatically. The vast expanse of the cosmos unfolded before them, celestial bodies rotating along their orbits, while meteors blazed like brilliant shooting stars, leaving fleeting silver trails in the serene silence of space. Strick was taken aback, instinctively lowering his gaze to find earth beneath his feet. Is this an illusion? he questioned, his voice stiff and uncertain. I can speak, I can breathe, yet I remain motionless in this chair. No, this is true space. The earth beneath us is indeed the genuine earth, Li Jie replied, shaking his head. He casually grasped a palm-sized meteorite, confirming its harmlessness before placing it into Strick's jacket pocket. With a gentle snap of his fingers, he transported Strick directly to the Arctic. Behold the adorable seal. Li Jie scooped up a fluffy seal pup from the ground, resembling a delightful bundle of milk, wriggling restlessly in his embrace. He tossed the seal into Strick's arms while gathering a handful of snow to fashion a mohawk atop Strick's head. In the next moment, Li Jie returned with Strick to the small eatery, causing Strick to shiver as the snowy mohawk cascaded onto the floor. Oli and Strick exchanged incredulous glances with the seal pup in Li Jie's arms, unable to fathom their previous experiences. Placing the seal pup on the table, Strick retrieved a palm-sized meteorite from his coat pocket, his bewilderment deepening. It needed to be examined, as it still emitted a hint of radiation despite lacking its original radioactivity. Who are you, really? He questioned. Firstly, I am not some formidable Omega mutant. I could extinguish those insignificant pests with a mere breath. Li, fingers interlaced beneath his chin, directly articulated Strick's unspoken thoughts. My name is Hive, the true master of Hydra. Chapter 21. Hail Hydra. For most individuals in 1944, the term Hydra was utterly unfamiliar, even bordering on the absurd. Strick's understanding of Hydra was limited, although his rank granted him access to certain intelligence. The records indicated that Hydra was a research division under the German Nazis, led by one Johann Schmidt, tasked with the development of various weapons. Previously, the U.S. military had seized formidable energy weapons on the battlefield, which, according to the research division, seemed far too advanced for this era. Consequently, Johann Schmidt and his Hydra came to be on the U.S. military's assassination list. However, every attempt to eliminate Schmidt had thus far ended in failure. The only notable success belonged to Captain Steve Rogers and his Howling Commandos. Schmidt is merely a thief who pilfered from Odin's treasury, Li Jie remarked nonchalantly. He may possess a measure of luck and ability, but regrettably, his vision is too narrow. He shall never comprehend the vastness of this world. Strick was taken aback. Had he been read? No, I do not possess such powers, Li Jie replied. Mr. Parker, you should know that this jest is in poor taste. Strick's expression turned serious. As a righteous American soldier, he harbored an intense loathing for the Nazis, of which Hydra was a part. Thus, humanity remains a perpetually narrow-minded species, Li Jie sighed regretfully. The history of Hydra's existence is far older than you might imagine. Schmidt is merely a fortunate fool. He exploits the Hydra name to wreak havoc upon this world, and his myriad of heinous acts has long surpassed my tolerance. At this point, Li Jie suddenly paused, shifting into a more comfortable cross-legged position. Schmidt had tarnished the honor of Hydra, but fortunately, Steve would handle him. Captain? Strucker heard a familiar name from Li Jie's lips. Steve Rogers? Indeed. Li Jie nodded, acknowledging that while this universe's Captain America was not the Hydra leader, he had his means to mold Captain America to his desires. Mr. Parker, let us cease discussing Hydra, shall we? Strucker intently gazed at Li Jie as he slowly rose, simultaneously activating his personal alarm to summon nearby senior agents. Strucker was uncertain whether Li Jie was speaking nonsense, yet it was evident that a rational person would never claim to be Hydra, let alone dare to defame the image of government ambassadors. What ist? If Captain America were indeed the Hydra leader, Strucker would rather take his own life. Why do you have such a penchant for deception? He exclaimed, suddenly remembering that this man possessed the ability to read minds. Let me reiterate, I do not read minds. Very well, your word is law, Li Jie replied nonchalantly. Ah, that is more like it. The farce ends here, Mr. Parker. You must accompany us for a moment to sort through your thoughts. With hands clasped behind his back, Strucker confidently rose from his seat, waiting for the concealed senior agents to swarm and subdue Li Jie completely. Sipping his juice in a manner akin to a tea connoisseur, Li Jie calmly addressed Strucker. Why stand? Sit down and smile. Strucker's lips curled into a smirk, and he soon found himself uncontrollably laughing. His chuckle escalated into hearty laughter, which then transformed into raucous guffaws. At this rate, he feared he might die from laughter. What a wretched fate. However, what left Strucker in despair was the realization that despite his uproarious laughter, The other patrons in the restaurant seemed oblivious, continuing with their affairs as if nothing were amiss. Even the agents tasked with ensuring Strucker's safety exhibited no reaction. Strucker struggled to glance at Li Jie, fully aware that this man seated across from him was the orchestrator of his predicament. The ability to manipulate others' thoughts, traverse dimensions at will, and even foresee the future was utterly terrifying, almost godlike. The gods you envision are merely powerful beings. Figures like Zeus and Odin are not truly immortal deities. Only a select few deserve the title of god. Li Jie smiled slightly, and Strucker immediately ceased his raucous laughter, collapsing in exhaustion onto the table before him, gasping for breath. Cough, cough. What is it that you truly desire? Strucker managed to ask, summoning a flicker of courage. I have already stated that I am the true leader of Hydra. The Hydra led by Schmidt is a flawed existence, and I shall rectify this error. As Li Jie spoke, he raised his hand and gestured upwards, urging us to look towards the boundless universe. Our aspiration should be set upon the stars and the oceans. Indeed, I have glimpsed your future. You possess ambition, along with the means and determination to realize it, which I find quite appealing. Li Jie exaggeratedly shaped his mouth and pointed at Strucker. Do you wish for me to join Hydra? Strucker, regaining his composure, displayed disdain, asserting that he would never betray his country, even if Li Jie were to end his life. No, you misunderstand, Mr. Strucker. Li Jie's smile turned menacing. This was not an invitation, but a command. Join the illustrious Hydra, and you shall not regret this decision. Li Jie initiated a soul contract, firmly seizing Strucker's soul within his grasp. What have you done to me? Strucker clutched his head, the terrible sensation in his mind making him feel utterly wretched. The soul contract, a method commonly employed by the devils of hell. Li Jie had grown increasingly adept at wielding power beyond mere energy. Controlling souls was child's play for him. Now, say it with me. Hydra shall reign supreme. Hydra shall reign supreme. As a soldier of unyielding resolve, Strucker complied wholeheartedly. Good. Li Jie clapped his hands, and his second avatar, Death, approached the table. Chewing gum, Death cast a disdainful glance at Li Jie, finding the soul contract utterly uninspiring. Allow me to introduce, this is Daisy, a beta-level mutant. Li Jie presented his avatar to Strucker. I hope she can join your clandestine team. Of course. Strucker quickly nodded in agreement, as the feeling of having his soul controlled was profoundly unpleasant, leaving him with no thoughts of rebellion. Excellent. Li Jie nodded in satisfaction. Rest assured, once Schmidt is eliminated, Hydra shall return to my control. According to the trajectory of the future, the American government will assimilate a multitude of Nazi scientists and researchers, most of whom are our people. They will fragment and infiltrate the American government anew, at which point you will lead the revitalized Hydra. One beneath the authority of one, above the multitude. It is indeed the right approach to administer a firm blow before offering a sweet reward. Being the leader of Hydra is a fleeting whim. Whether one possesses absolute authority within the organization and whether subordinates harbor ulterior motives are matters Li Jie did not concern himself with. After all, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and machinations are but paper tigers unless one acts personally. I understand. Strucker's betrayal was complete. For following Li Jie was evidently a path of greater promise. After all, Strucker himself was a kind of agent, and for agents, loyalty was merely a jest. Strick could easily discern that Li Jie possessed the demeanor of a carefree manager. Such a boss resembled a nuclear bomb, wielding greater intimidation than practical utility. Working for Li Jie was remarkably effortless, and any discerning individual would know precisely how to choose. How delightful. Very well, you may return with Deus. I am merely an ordinary person now, and I implore you not to disrupt my tranquil existence. Li Jie raised his glass of juice and downed it in one gulp. I know you're capable of this. I, Benjamin Parker, simply yearn for a serene life. Chapter 22. Grand visions. No sooner had the words left his lips than Li Jie, seated opposite Strick, gradually became transparent, vanishing into thin air before his very eyes. Strick sighed deeply. He had come to accept his fate of joining Hydra, for he was not in control of his own destiny, and he could scarcely assign blame to himself. Casting a glance at Deus, who was busy filing her nails, Strick recognized that this mutant, ostensibly assigned as his bodyguard by the esteemed Hive, simultaneously served as a spy to monitor him. Should he dare to entertain any disloyalty, Deus would not hesitate to eliminate him. After his soul was ensnared, Strick mentally altered how he referred to Li Jie. After all, the esteemed Hive had divulged the clandestine plans for Hydra's future operations directly to him, and only the three of them were present. Yet, from another perspective, did Hive place too much trust in him? Such a highly confidential scheme was disclosed so casually in front of so many patrons at the restaurant. Gazing at the seal pup sprawled on the table, belly up and exuding an air of despondency, Strick mused that perhaps he was overthinking. The power of the Hive far exceeded his imagination. Perhaps he truly would not regret this decision. Miss Deus, I am merely a hired hand responsible for your safety. I am not accountable for other matters. Deus, the second avatar of Li Jie, remarked nonchalantly. As things stand, you are effectively the second in command of the organization, as the boss rarely involves himself in day-to-day affairs. I see, Strick nodded, though he was left feeling perplexed. Logically, it was improbable for a newcomer like him to ascend to such a high position so swiftly. Miss Deus, if I may be so bold, how many members does our organization currently comprise? Strick inquired earnestly, for this information was crucial to his future plans and very survival. Deus remained silent, regarding Strick with a measured glance before slowly raising her right hand and extending 3 fingers. 3,000? Strick furrowed his brows in contemplation. A membership of 3,000 was within the realm of his acceptance. However, Strick soon observed Deus shaking her head, her fingers curling downward. 300? Strick ventured, to which Deus again shook her head, repeating the same gesture. After a brief silence, Strick, incredulous, whispered 3 individuals? Good heavens! Strucker was in a state of turmoil. He had previously believed he had boarded a ship of thieves, but now it seemed that it was not a vessel at all, but rather a hollowed-out log. Finding this difficult to accept, Daisy spoke soothingly, urging him to think positively. After all, you are embarking on a venture from scratch, unless you choose to abandon it. The position of second in command within the organization will forever be yours. Well, thank you very much, Strucker replied somewhat begrudgingly, feeling as though he was merely spinning grand illusions for himself. Rest assured, the organization's manpower shortage is only temporary. We all know that the German forces will soon falter. As you are aware, the boss possesses the ability to foresee the future. In the future envisioned by the boss, Schmidt ultimately met his defeat at the hands of Captain America, Steve Rogers, and the Hydra he led found itself leaderless. Compelled to accept reorganization by the American government and temporarily retreat, our primary objective is to recruit those Hydra scientists, who will form the elite foundation for the rebirth of the new Hydra. Strucker felt a chill run down his spine. The ambition and methods of Hydra were truly unfathomable. Aiming to turn the entire American government into their puppet, Strucker had come to believe about 80% of Daisy's prophecy. For he knew that the American government indeed had plans to recruit Nazi scientists and had already begun to act on it. But how can we persuade these individuals to serve the new Hydra? Strucker pondered this matter earnestly. The nascent Hydra could not offer substantial benefits to entice the Nazi scientists. Not even the most basic laboratory could be established. It is quite simple, Daisy pointed her head. We merely require a modest soul contract, and there is no need to worry about their loyalty. Strucker was at a loss for words. Had he truly overlooked such a straightforward tactic? No wonder the boss was dubbed Hive. The priority for the soul contracts would be those exceptional scientific talents, and that is where your efforts must lie. Daisy smiled, stating that the organization needed to focus on elevating his standing within the American government, which is why she was sent to assist him with the Team S tasks. With the organization's covert operations in the future, you could even aspire to the presidency. The boss possesses technology far surpassing that of this era, capable of creating spacecraft. And with those scientists, we will subtly reshape this world over the coming decades. Hydra will become the guardian of this world, our aspirations reaching for the stars and the sea, thus necessitating a stable stronghold. Well, for the sake of the stars and the sea. Strucker's tone carried a hint of resignation. For no matter how grand Daisy's words sounded, it did not alter the fact that they were mere illusions. Daisy's identity was undoubtedly complex. Perhaps this woman was, in fact, the boss's lover? At present, Strick finds himself ensnared in a tumultuous internal struggle within the Hydra organization, where a moment's negligence could render him a mere pawn in a feudal game. Thus, he expresses his hope for a harmonious collaboration moving forward, extending his right hand courteously to Miss Des. To a fruitful partnership. From a moment their hands clasped, a silent accord was established. Des would remain by Strick's side as both a bodyguard and a member of the weapons team, discreetly nurturing new recruits for the reformed Hydra. The matter of Des's identity was easily resolved. With the consent of his colleague, Strick adeptly utilized his authority to integrate her into the weapons team, making her its inaugural member. Subsequently, Strick resolved to act in concert with Des, embarking on a series of visits to the mutants listed as potential allies, confident that a gentle nudge would persuade them to join their cause. Additionally, he intended to gauge the prowess of his mutant colleague, although his methods might appear somewhat dubious. They were preferable to the uncertainty that loomed over him. Our first destination is this bar. Upon exiting the vehicle, Des gazed with enthusiasm at the establishment named Sensual Angels. Indeed, the individual we seek is a mercenary, Strick elucidated. Sensual Angels is, in fact, a haven for mercenaries, with 70% of its clientele comprising such individuals. In these times, mercenaries enjoy a prosperous existence, provided they possess the requisite skills. Strick's expression turned sardonic. He felt justified in looking down upon these frugal mercenaries, especially when compared to the government military personnel. I presume the person you seek must be a legendary mercenary? Des inquired with curiosity. Precisely, Strick affirmed with a nod. Wade Wilson, a legendary mercenary of the underworld. He produced a photograph of Wade from his pocket and handed it to Des, cautioning her, listen closely. This individual, known as Deadpool, possesses extraordinary reflexes, is proficient in martial arts and firearms, and can even slice bullets in mid-flight. Rest assured, Des replied, tucking the photograph away, intrigued by the captivating figure Strick had described. Wade Wilson, Deadpool, the rumored paramour of Spider-Man and Wolverine, a man who embodies the essence of irreverence throughout his life. Yet, it seems rather premature for Deadpool to appear in this universe. We are still over half a century away from the era when superheroes abound. The multiverse is indeed wondrous. I wonder if this version of Deadpool has transformed into an avocado. Are you not going inside? My status is sensitive. Such venues are unsuitable for me. Strick shook his head. Our associates are within, and I have already made arrangements. Very well, I understand. Daisy smiled slightly, fully aware of what Strick implied. She did not take his subtle probe to heart. There will not be a second time, I assure you, Strick stated earnestly, though Daisy's smile bore an unmistakable undertone of warning. Upon entering the bar, Daisy was unexpectedly taken aback by the absence of raucous and explosive sounds. The music's volume and rhythm were perfectly balanced, and numerous scantily clad servers navigated the premises with trays in hand. Wow, I adore the ambience here, Daisy chuckled. Though she inhabited a woman's body, her soul remained singular. An overwhelming energy swept through the bar. Daisy had confirmed through photographs that the Deadpool of this universe bore a striking resemblance to Ryan Reynolds, ensuring a high degree of recognition. Oblivious to the cacophony behind him, Wade sat silently at the bar, nursing his drink, having just endured a monumental heartbreak, feeling as if the entire world conspired against him. Another golden lemon, please. It was already his fifth. Did he wish to succumb to alcohol poisoning? The bartender, Mouse, silently prepared Wade's drink. Listen, buddy, you can't just sulk here like a coward. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why fixate on just one? Have you ever been in love? Wade retorted. I have more than a couple of friends with benefits. Mouse replied, shaking his head. I'm still young. I don't want to dig my own grave just yet. So, I can't explain it to you. Wade's voice began to slur slightly. Wow, there's a stunning lady over there. Mouse whistled and enthusiastically addressed Daisy, who had just taken a seat beside Wade. Hey, beautiful, what would you like to drink? Just like him, Daisy replied with a smile. Aren't you going to buy me a drink, handsome? Wade raised an eyebrow, appraising Daisy from head to toe before turning to Mouse. Her tab is on me. Thank you. Now, tell me what brings you here? Wade asked with genuine curiosity. You must be new. This place isn't suited for a beauty like you. Despite the allure of the woman before him, Wade strangely felt no reaction, which was quite peculiar. Can a beautiful woman come to a bar for some fun? Daisy sipped the golden liquid in her glass, its slightly bitter taste causing her to frown. Let me get straight to the point. I wish to invite you to join an organization. Not interested, Wade replied without hesitation. Allow me to finish. I represent a secret government department. I said I'm not interested. Wade raised his voice slightly. Please leave after you finish your drink. Well, it seems I truly struggle with communication. Daisy's tone reflected a hint of regret. Hey, Mouse interjected. No troublemaking allowed here. The government's covering today's losses. Daisy produced a fist-sized, bulging black bag, tossing it to Mouse with her right hand. The mouse opened the bag, revealing it to be brimming with small goldfish, genuine ones. With a serious demeanor, the mouse took a step back and graciously gestured for Wade to proceed. What do you mean by that? The mouse's shameless conduct displeased Wade. But before he could voice his discontent, his keen eye caught sight of a transformation in Daisy's hands. Her fingernails rapidly elongated and sharpened, resembling deadly steel claws. Appearing ominously sharp. Please wait a moment, my dear. Realizing that Daisy, like himself, was a mutant, Wade felt a surge of caution. I am rather impatient and cannot afford to wait. Without allowing Wade a moment to react, Daisy lunged at him with her claws bared. I advise you to calm yourself. Miss Mutant. Wade narrowly evaded the 5 steel claws slashing towards him. In the blink of an eye, he drew his handgun from his belt. The dark barrel aimed squarely at Daisy's forehead. I did not bring a knife today, but should you continue to advance, do not blame me for resorting to my firearm. Feel free to try. Without a moment's hesitation, Wade pulled the trigger. With a sharp clang, the bullet aimed at Daisy was cleaved in 2 by her claws, the fragments soaring off into the unknown. Wow, is your name perhaps Wanda Wilson? Or maybe, I prefer you call me Death Lady. The ensuing battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, as this universe's Deadpool clearly lacked the legendary regenerative powers associated with his character. Despite his formidable combat skills, he succumbed within 10 minutes, his fate sealed by Daisy's claws around his throat. The mercenaries observing the showdown cheered, for after this encounter, Deadpool's reputation would likely take a significant hit. Welcome to the weapons team. All right, I concede. Could you please loosen your claws? They appear rather sharp, and if I were to accidentally mar my appearance, you can imagine how many hearts would shatter. Wade, acknowledging his defeat with grace, continued to chatter. Do you not use a knife when cooking? Honestly, your claws seem a tad excessive. I would suggest that 3 on each hand would suffice. He mimed zipping up his jacket and then raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Chapter 24. The superhero marriage crisis after Daisy, the doppelganger, departed with Strick. Li Jie returned to his ordinary life. Following the plan he had devised, Li Jie leveraged his intellect, seizing the opportune moment to secure investments. Within 2 years, he built a publishing enterprise named Horn Gossip from the ground up. In an era where entertainment options were scarce, the sales of gossip magazines far surpassed those of traditional newspapers. After several years of development, the Horn series gradually established a firm foothold across America, with sales steadily increasing. Li Jie had transformed into a prosperous entrepreneur. Achieving great success and accompanied by a beloved wife, Li Jie is, in the eyes of others, a quintessentially accomplished individual. While some may outwardly appear as youthful and capable entrepreneurs behind the scenes, they embody the essence of masked superheroes. Each night, the specter that instills terror in the villains of New York City emerges punctually, uttering ominous whispers that signify death. The legend of the superhero Spider-Man has woven itself into the fabric of New York, becoming a topic of convivial discourse among its residents. Despite Li Jie's flourishing career and romantic bliss, the fiercely independent May refuses to rely solely on her husband for sustenance. A graduate of a prestigious university, she has ascended from intern to the position of technical director at a renowned laboratory in New York, Auto Fusion, through her diligence and innate talent. Although Li Jie's influence is undeniable, May's remarkable capabilities shine through as she excels in every task assigned to her within the lab. Recently, however, Li Jie has sensed a disquieting shift in May's demeanor. Her personality has transformed into one that is assertive and domineering, even altering their shared car rides from a traditional dynamic to one reminiscent of a wild cowgirl. It is as if she has transitioned from a gentle princess to a stepmother with a vengeful spirit. This unsettling change is palpable, and even an ordinary observer could discern May's discontent. As an ordinary man, Li Jie does not wield extraordinary powers, and his physique is succumbing to the inevitable passage of time. Simply put, as a transcendent being, he is unwilling to exploit his abilities for personal gain. Such an endeavor would lack intrigue. Yet, May's newfound assertiveness has undeniably introduced complications into their marriage and daily existence. For instance, during dinner today, May confronted Li Jie, accusing him of often staying out late. In response, Li Jie explained that as the owner of a company, he is responsible for the livelihoods of thousands, making overtime a reasonable necessity. Is that so? Then please clarify the lipstick mark on your shirt collar, May quipped, feeling a surge of jealousy. I apologize. Your husband is simply too remarkable, and those insufferable wealthy women are always vying for my attention, Li Jie replied, maintaining his composure. But they can only possess my body. My soul and love belong unequivocally to May Lily. You know the company is currently undergoing a transformation, requiring increased investment, he added with an apologetic tone. Oh, that sounds rather intriguing, May replied with a sardonic smile, her jealousy evident. Suddenly, her expression hardened, and with a forceful slap on the table, she declared, "Divorce." With that, she stormed out, donning her coat and slamming the door behind her. May had reached her breaking point. If it were a one-time occurrence, it could be overlooked. But Li Jie's persistent entanglement with unfamiliar fragrances and crimson lip prints had persisted for half a month. What on earth was happening? With a furrowed brow, Li Jie sensed that something was amiss. If this continued unchecked, he feared that divorce would soon be his reality. The marriage crisis of the superhero Spider-Man? With a surge of energy converging in his eyes, Li Jie activated his godlike perspective, locking onto May's frustrated figure as she stormed away outside, heading toward Central Park, a place she often strolled. With a mental intervention transcending time and space, Li Jie implanted the notion of no trespassing within Central Park. Save for the actors in his narrative, passersby would instinctively steer clear of the area. Oblivious to the eerie emptiness of the park, May sat alone on a bench, her mood decidedly irritable. That voice, that damned voice, began to echo in her mind again. You are but a pitiful wretch, whether you believe it or not. The man you once adored has betrayed you. How ridiculous it is that you still harbor a glimmer of hope. Be quiet. May suspected she might be suffering from a form of mental illness. For the past 2 years, this voice had occupied her thoughts. Yet medical evaluations had declared her perfectly healthy. Look at you now, strong and beautiful. This is the essence of a true woman. Your destiny should be dictated by you alone. You are not merely a woman sustained by Benjamin Parker. I said be quiet. Like a tempest, May erupted on the bench, shouting, "Who are you? You have turned my life into chaos. I'm known as Nemesis, the goddess of revenge." Chapter 25. A woman's intuition can sometimes defy logic. The goddess of revenge? As a scientist, May was inherently an atheist, yet the voice in her head belonging to another filled her with a sense of surreal absurdity. Perhaps I truly am unwell. Weary, she slumped on the bench, recalling her recent outburst directed at Li Jie. How had she become so irritable? Such impulsive anger was undoubtedly shortening the shelf life of their marriage. The voice, identifying itself as the goddess of revenge, fell silent once more, which May dismissed as mere hallucination. After a brief moment of rest, she resolved to return home and sincerely apologize to Li Jie. Upon reflection, it occurred to her that Li Jie had endured considerable hardships over the past few years, building a substantial company from scratch, with over 1,000 employees relying on him for their livelihoods. Moreover, he was quite handsome, and it was inevitable that social engagements and negotiations would present challenges. Nemesis, I'm talking to you. Acknowledge me. In truth, it was commendable that Li Jie managed to come home each night, considering her own frequent late nights spent in the laboratory. Furthermore, he had never seemed particularly evasive during their nightly discussions, which was ample evidence of his fidelity. As a wife, May felt that she not only needed to capture Li Jie's heart, but also his appetite and vitality. By draining Li Jie, he would have no energy left to stray. The voice of the vengeful goddess Nemesis resounded once more, crashing into her ears like thunder, startling May. Suddenly, the ring on her left ring finger erupted with a dazzling golden glow, and a blurred figure projected from the gemstone. Clad in white battle attire and adorned with a golden crown, the figure bore a solemn and sacred countenance, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without uttering a word. I have chosen you. You were destined to become the new master of vengeance. As Nemesis materialized, drawing closer to the seated May, she continued, since you have rejected my generosity, this power no longer belongs to you. Nemesis's gaze was fixed upon the ring on May's left ring finger, a wedding band forged from the self-stone by Li Jie during his proposal, now worn by May. What do you intend to do? That is my ring. May's anger flared. This woman, Nemesis, had disrupted her life for years and now dared to seize her ring. Summoning her courage, May exerted herself to leap from the bench and flee. Stubborn and unyielding, Nemesis twisted her hand, and vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring Mei and bringing her before the goddess. Within her own universe, Nemesis was akin to an infinite stone, and through the passage of time, she had grown weary of her existence. Consequently, she had divided her power into 6 infinity stones, representing the supreme force of the infinite cosmos. Nemesis sealed her consciousness within the 7th stone, granting it the power equivalent to the infinity stones, thus earning its designation as the Self. However, while Nemesis's consciousness lay in slumber, a passing thief, Li Jie, defeated the guardian of the Self-Stone and stole it. As Li Jie processed the stone, the contemplative Nemesis was awakened, only to find herself transported to another universe, her ability to wield destructive power nearly non-existent. Aware that she required an agent to assist her in regaining her strength and finding a path back to her original universe, Mei, who had worn the ring for 2 years, naturally became Nemesis's ideal candidate. Through 2 years of silent observation and guidance, Nemesis hoped to transform Mei into the being she desired. Alesh, Mei's obstinatie ultimately exhausted Nemesis' espacios. It became apparent to Nemesis that this human woman harbored no grand ambitions or aspirations, merely content to live a mundane existence. Very well, since you do not want me, I shall seek another. Bound like a dumpling, Mei could only watch helplessly as Nemesis removed the ring from her finger. Whoosh! Just as Nemesis was about to remove her ring and depart, a shadowy figure descended from the heavens, delivering a fierce kick squarely to the face of the vengeful goddess. It was I. Transforming into a form that transcended the spider, Li Jie swung through the air on silken threads, mimicking the tone of a certain martial arts superstar as he arrived, landing a powerful kick that sent Nemesis sprawling. Following this, he raised his hands, ensnaring her face with 2 sticky masses of webbing. The vines that had bound Mei suddenly relinquished their grip, and Li Jie swiftly embraced her, securing her safely. Beautiful lady, it seems you have encountered a bit of trouble. Park. Although Li Jie wore a mask, Mei recognized his true identity through an inexplicable sixth sense that often eludes reason. Silence. I think you have mistaken me for someone else, Li Jie replied, his voice tinged with awkwardness. Such a lie. Mei rolled her eyes. Having shared a bed with Li Jie for over 2 years, how could she possibly be deceived? What on earth are you wearing? Mei had certainly heard of the urban legend surrounding Spider-Man in New York, and Li Jie's peculiar attire suddenly illuminated her understanding. I will explain everything later. You must leave the park at once. Li Jie shielded Mei behind him as Nemesis regained her composure, glaring furiously at Li Jie. Dare to strike my face? You shall perish. The pride of the vengeful goddess would not permit such vulgarity to pass her lips, and she chose to express her wrath through action. Nemesis summoned the residual power of vengeance from her gemstone, directing it towards Li Jie like a laser cannon. With a flick of his web, Li Jie leapt upwards, effortlessly evading the onslaught. To be honest, I am genuinely curious. In such an open space, where does Spider-Man's webbing it here? Chapter 26. So you call yourself the goddess of vengeance? Even though she existed outside her original universe, the power of vengeance wielded by the primordial deity Nemesis was not something a mere mortal could withstand. Yet, Nemesis discovered that each of her attacks was narrowly evaded by Li Jie, who seized the opportunity to launch globules of white, adhesive substance at her. Though these projectiles appeared slow to her eyes, they were unavoidable, striking her face with uncanny precision. The damage was minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. In a fit of despair, Nemesis howled to the heavens, and the energy of vengeance radiated from her being, expanding with an aura capable of annihilating all in its path. Swish! A strand of white webbing shot forth from Li Jie's wrist, piercing through Nemesis's chest, with the tip affixed to a golden gemstone ring. Instantly, the destructive force surrounding Nemesis dissipated, and she turned to grasp the ring. But alas, she was a moment too late. Robbing on my turf is certainly not a wise choice. Li Jie pulled the webbing back, successfully reclaiming the ring. That was originally mine, you thief. Nemesis seethed with indignation, recalling how it was you who incapacitated the guardian of the Infinity Stones and stole the Soul Stone. Return them to me. Unbeknownst to the unfortunate Nemesis, the Soul Stone of her universe had already been devoured by Li Jie like a mere candy. You claim it as yours, do you? Call out to it and see if it responds, Li Jie taunted with a tone of mischievous defiance. You. Nemesis was infuriated, For Li Jie had just sealed the soul stone before her very eyes, severing her connection to it completely. Indeed, all you members of the transcendent race are despicably shameless. You truly deserve extinction. Nemesis spoke with venomous intent. Extinction? As he toyed with the soul stone in his hand, Li Jie was instantly intrigued by the unintended revelation in Nemesis's words. The fleeting look of confusion on his face did not escape Nemesis's keen observation. A newborn? No wonder. The history of the transcendent race must still be a blank slate for you. What are you implying? Li Jie raised an eyebrow. Although I have been in slumber, Adam still periodically updates me on significant events occurring in the infinite multiverse, including information regarding the transcendent race. The fall of the first transcendent and the subsequent annihilation of its divine incarnation serve as proof that even those who claim to be omniscient and omnipotent cannot ultimately escape the fate of destruction. Are you suggesting a trade? Li Jie discerned the underlying meaning in Nemesis's words. Clever, Nemesis smiled. I will reveal to you who obliterated the transcendent race, and in return, the soul stone will be returned to its rightful owner. A fair exchange, would you not agree? However, I must decline. Li Jie grinned. One of my favorite pastimes is to speak to self-righteous individuals in such a manner. Huh? Nemesis did not grasp the concept of jest, yet she understood Li Jie's unmistakable refusal. Indeed, this band of transcendent beings cannot be dealt with through ordinary reasoning. An unremarkable piece of information for an infinity stone does not constitute a fair trade in my view. Li Jie shrugged. Moreover, this infinity stone has long since taken the surname Li. The notion of returning it to its rightful owner is nonsensical. You dare? Nemesis opened her mouth to curse, her divine persona already crumbling under the damned laws of this universe. I haven't completed my sentence yet. Why the rush? Li Jie replied, bemused by this vengeful goddess's absurdity. I would be willing to enter into this transaction, but the terms must be amended. I desire a portion of the essence of vengeance. What do you need that for? Nemesis scrutinized Li Jie from head to toe, suddenly exclaiming, oh, the essence of the power of vengeance is rather straightforward to elucidate. It functions akin to a battery that can ceaselessly generate vengeful energy. However, when juxtaposed with the corporeal form of Nemesis, this extracted essence is significantly inferior in both quality and quantity, akin to the contrast between a flickering candle and a radiant sun. Conversely, the vengeful energy produced from this essence is more temperate, rendering it suitable for use by other beings. Consequently, Nemesis comprehended Li Jie's request almost instantaneously. You differ somewhat from my preconceived notions of the transcendent race, Nemesis stated, opting to raise her demands. I can allocate a small portion of vengeful energy that humanity can wield, but I too have an additional request. You must return me to my own universe. Very well. Li Jie nodded, recognizing that this endeavor was akin to capturing a wolf with empty hands, thus ensuring no loss on his part. Hand me the gem. Nemesis extended her right hand, and with the seal lifted, Li Jie complied, returning the unsealed self-gem to her. She did not engage in any deceit, extracting a minuscule golden shard from the gem, which she transmuted into a ring and returned to Li Jie. Take this. The amount of vengeful energy is already at the limit that humanity can endure, Nemesis remarked suddenly. Do not blame me for not warning you. Your actions may very well lead to the rebirth of another goddess of vengeance in this universe, potentially heralding its doom. That's not for you to concern yourself with. Li Jie replied as he approached Nemesis, raising his hand to summon a portal. Seizing the opportunity while Nemesis was unobservant, he swiftly kicked her into the portal. Wait, you still owe me the soul gem. Bang! The door was decisively shut, thus shielding Li Jie from the curses she hurled at him. At the entrance of the park, he encountered Mei, who, upon seeing him return safely, displayed a barely perceptible smile. The great hero of New York has returned? Mei interrupted Li Jie before he could speak. Don't try to fool me. I can tell you are Benjamin Parker. All right. Li Jie raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, then removed his mask. My wife is indeed astute. Enough of that, Mei replied, gazing at him with exasperation. So, you haven't been working late at the company every night. Instead, you've been out playing the superhero. Naturally, Li Jie affirmed with a nod. And which female thief left the lipstick mark on your shirt collar? Mei inquired, gripping Li Jie's collar and confronting him face-to-face with an interrogative tone. It was a hefty woman who attempted to take advantage of me, but I evaded her. Li Jie confessed candidly. All right, I'll let you off this time, May suddenly wrapped her arms around Li Jie's neck. "Darling, did you retrieve my ring?" "Of course." "My sweet," Li Jie replied as he placed the ring back on May's finger, then embraced her slender waist tightly. "Would you like to experience the sensation of flying as a superhero?" "Absolutely." Chapter 27. My nephew Peter Parker, as the saying goes. Couples may quarrel at the head of the bed but reconcile at its foot. Following the revelation of Li Jie's identity as Spider-Man by May, their relationship swiftly returned to its former warmth. Although May is now a married woman, her heart still beats with the youthful idealism of a maiden enamored with heroism, and Li Jie's identity as Spider-Man only adds to his allure. In the narrative arc of the Secret Wars in the comics, Peter Parker struggles to balance his dual existence as both a mortal and a hero, ultimately leading to the dissolution of his marriage with Mary Jane. However, Li Jie does not share this burden. Firstly, because he is invincible, and secondly, because he possesses wealth. While not as opulent as Iron Man, he comfortably sustains a prosperous life for his family. Swinging home on a web, May envelopes Li Jie in her arms and shares a passionate kiss. After their lips part, May leans in closer and whispers softly in his ear, expressing her desire for a child. Li Jie is unperturbed by her request. He swiftly employs a clothes removal technique. For details, refer to the film Bruce Almighty, to disarm both himself and May, and they tumble onto the bed together. The scene shifts from their fervent embrace to the headboard, with the ensuing narrative omitted for brevity. Since that night of fervor, New York has welcomed a second superhero, who dubs herself the Goddess of Vengeance, joining forces with Spider-Man to combat the darkness lurking within the city. Notably, despite being a fellow superhero, the Goddess of Vengeance has garnered greater fame and a larger fan base than Spider-Man. However, as time passes, both Spider-Man and the Goddess of Vengeance gradually fade from the public eye. After all, age has begun to take its toll, and certain feats have become increasingly daunting. Whether by some cosmic design or fate, Li Jie and May have yet to bear a child of their own. Yet, every visit to the hospital reveals that both of their health metrics are remarkably robust, leaving doctors perplexed as to why May cannot conceive. Under Li Jie's guidance, the couple has managed to navigate this matter without discord, until one fateful day when they received devastating news. May's brother and sister-in-law tragically perished in an accident, leaving behind their young child, Parker. After attending the funeral and with Li Jie's consent, the couple chose to adopt Parker, legally changing his name to Peter Parker. By this time, it is 1995, and the 10-year-old Parker has seamlessly integrated into Li Jie's family. Although there is uncle and aunt in name, Peter has always regarded Li Jie and May as his true parents. Time swiftly advances to the 21st century, an era poised for a surge of superheroes. It must be said that Peter Parker is truly the sole conscience of the Marvel Universe. In this realm, Peter has exhibited remarkable scientific talent from a young age. Under the careful guidance and financial support of Aunt May and Uncle Ben, this universe's young Peter excels academically and embodies kindness and integrity, remaining untainted by the darker aspects of life. He is the captain of the school's football team and a genuine figure of admiration among his peers. There is no trace of bullying or destitution in this universe. Peter Parker, like Uncle Ben, possesses a script that promises success from the very beginning. One day, Uncle Ben sat sternly on the sofa, facing the formally seated Peter Parker, who bore an expression of unease. "What seems to be the matter?" Uncle Ben inquired, pointing to an item on the table. Peter Parker's hesitant voice was barely audible, revealing his discomfort. The object placed between them was not a scandalous publication that might evoke blushes in teenagers, but rather an assortment of comic books officially licensed by the Daily Bugle, featuring titles such as Spider-Man and the Vengeful Goddess 540, Captain America, High School Team, and Superman. "You're about to face your monthly exams. Yet your homeroom teacher called me yesterday to express concerns over your lack of concentration during class," Uncle Ben remarked, flipping through the comic books while keeping a wary eye on the fidgeting Peter. "Don't tell me you've been staying up late reading comics?" Yes, Peter admitted, his contrition evident. "I'm sorry. You need not apologize, Parker." With a sigh, Uncle Ben set the comics aside. "When I was your age, I too harbored dreams of becoming a superhero, which is why I took up arms to fight against the despicable fascists inspired by Captain America's spirit. However, you must not allow these distractions to impede your studies. Do you understand?" Uncle Ben felt a surge of satisfaction. After countless years, he finally had the opportunity to admonish a younger generation for neglecting their education. I know what I must do, Uncle Ben, Peter replied, earnestly nodding. I will discard all these comics. It seems that I will have to borrow comics from Flash in the future, and I must keep them well hidden. At school, Peter Parker is perceived as an exemplary student, excelling in intellect, physicality, and artistry. Thus his fondness for superhero comics remains a closely guarded secret. Aside from him, only two individuals are privy to this secret: his best friend, Flash Thompson, and the unassuming Mary Jane from his class. Indeed, in this universe, Mary Jane is of the same age, attending the same school and class as Peter, characterized by her short red hair, thick glasses, and introverted nature. Don't misunderstand. I am not against you enjoying these things, Uncle Ben said, somewhat amused, gesturing towards himself. I am the owner of the Daily Bugle. Why would you spend money on comics? We have a room in the office dedicated to storing every serialized magazine and graphic novel since our inception, along with various merchandise and original comic book manuscripts. Lee G.S. spoke with a sense of pride, fully aware of the allure such a place held for a middle schooler like Peter Parker. Really? Is that true? Peter's eyes sparkled with excitement, completely oblivious to his status as the heir of the Daily Bugle. How about we make a wager? Lee G.S. suggested, stroking his chin with a tone laced with temptation. If you achieve excellent grades in all your subjects during this final exam, I shall take you on a tour of the comic department, where you can witness many unpublished tales of superheroes and their creators, such as Jack Kirby or Stan Lee. You might even obtain original manuscripts signed by them. It's a promise. Peter nearly leapt for joy. Oh, wait, Uncle, can I bring my friends along? Of course, Lee Jie replied. After watching Peter bounce away in exuberance, Lee Jie returned to his study, where a rather thick file awaited him on his desk. He picked it up and slowly opened it, revealing the bold letters, Hydra. The document was titled The Plans and Developments of Hydra for the Next Century. Chapter 28. The Century Plan of Hydra, gazing into the mirror on his desk. Li Jian noticed the graying hair and aged features reflected back at him, prompting a sudden realization. Ah, yes. I seem to have forgotten that I am still the leader of Hydra, having lived the life of an ordinary man for too long. He had nearly lost touch with his identity as an extraordinary being. Let me see how Hydra has progressed over the decades. As he opened the plan, a beam of golden light suddenly burst forth, vanishing into his forehead. This golden light represented the memories of his doppelganger, Daisy, accumulated during her time with Hydra, far more vivid and reliable than a mere written report. Strucker was an exceptional Hydra spy, and with Daisy's assistance, he swiftly assembled a combat team known as Weapons, comprising Wade Wilson, Deadpool, Robert Frank, the original Whirlwind, Madeline Joyce, the original Miss America, Max Eisenhart, Magneto, Jim Hammond, the original Human Torch, and their captain, Daisy Death. Aside from Deadpool and his doppelganger, Li Jie recognized the others as members of a heroic team from the comics who had fought alongside Captain America against the Nazis, known as the Invaders. Though several members appeared to be missing, including an Atlantean named Namor. Moreover, among these individuals, only Deadpool was a mutant. The rest were various superpowered beings who had undergone life-altering mutations, barely fitting the designation. Thanks to the team's flawless success rate on missions, Strucker, as the founder, naturally reaped the benefits, thriving within the government and gradually elevating his status and influence. Wait, did Magneto just slip into the mix? Li Jie pondered. Why would old Magneto be tricked into joining the weapons team? What exactly has my doppelganger been up to while I was away? Strick's life underwent a complete transformation after joining Hydra. Li Jie, employing subtle tactics, removed the genes from Strick's son in his presence, rendering him an ordinary human being. Thus, the world would never witness the birth of another illusion master, and the family of three now lived in profound happiness. However, with the sole contract in hand, Strick remained cognizant of his role as a member of the new Hydra organization. He seized various opportunities to approach certain government officials and scientists, quietly cultivating numerous moles within their ranks. Among them were scientists who had surrendered after the defeat of the Nazis, as well as individuals like Peggy Carter and Howard Stark. Future pillars of S.H.I.E.L.D. Once he had established control over these figures through the sole contract, Hydra, under the command of the Hive, once again fell into a dormant state. Li Jie had no intention of hollowing out S.H.I.E.L.D. or converting all future superheroes into Hydra operatives, for such actions would diminish the enjoyment of the future. After all, one must leave some tasks for the future Black Egg to undertake. If Li Jie were to intervene excessively, the impending civil war might never ignite. Thanos would merely be a minor player, and the Skrulls would forego their secret invasion, thus depriving the world of many captivating spectacles. At any rate, with Li Jie present, no one would perish. Nevertheless, Captain America, Steve Rogers, and his close comrade Bucky mysteriously vanished due to some irresistible force, one plummeting off a cliff, the other ensnared within a glacier preserved in ice. Yet amidst this, an amusing episode unfolded. Deus, utilizing transcendent energy, cloned a version of Captain America frozen beneath the glacier, while the true Steve Rogers was quietly excavated and transported by Hydra to a secret facility, where he continued to be kept in suspended animation, laying the groundwork for future intrigues. Captain America, Hydra's captain. What Hydra intended next was to subtly alter the world from the shadows. Over the years, Li Jie ventured into several technologically advanced future realms, acquiring a wealth of advanced scientific knowledge regarding energy and weaponry, intending to incrementally elevate Earth's technological prowess over the course of centuries. Yet, Hydra's technology perpetually remained centuries ahead of Earth's, while SHIELD merrily showcased their sky mothership to the world. Hydra had already clandestinely established several production lines for space warships. Indeed, under Li Jie's leadership, the new Hydra had dispatched a base to Mars, during which they encountered minor skirmishes with the Inhumans residing on the moon. The outcome was inevitable. Deus led an elite Hydra team to confront Black Bolt and Medusa, forging an alliance with the Inhumans. Moreover, there exists a rather intriguing memory. Hydra agents captured a living extraterrestrial within a meteorite crater. After interrogation, they discovered he was a Kree named Novar. Upon hearing this name, Li Jie's avatar, Deus, waved her hand and confined him alongside the frozen original Captain America. Although the new Hydra led by Li Jie diverges significantly in ideology from the Hydra under Red Skull, there remain certain methods of handling matters that are rather disconcerting. A small faction of Hydra agents and non-core members have chosen betrayal and escape, yearning to return to a life of normalcy, such as the Weapons Division. Upon learning of this, Li Jie merely smiled. However, among these traitors were several names that appeared quite familiar. Aside from these individuals, all the other insignificant characters were promptly placed on Li Jie's blacklist. Indeed, there is a distinction in treatment. After all, one's fate as a mere extra is rather unfortunate. Moreover, there are aspects of lesser consequence, such as the absence of the Fantastic Four and Doctor Doom in this universe, along with the non-existence of the Howling Commandos and certain ancient cosmic elders. Of course, in 1965, Li Jie took the time to visit Kamar Taj to meet the Ancient One of this universe. Unlike the female bald figure known in other realms, this Ancient One was a slender, white-haired elder with a goatee. The Ancient One was not surprised by Li Jie's arrival, for he had already foreseen everything through the Time Stone, given that Li Jie had not concealed his destiny. Li Jie was destined to become the Ancient One's disciple, the most distinguished among all. However, he would not inherit the title of Sorcerer Supreme. Utilizing the power of the Time Stone, Li Jie engaged in systematic magical studies under the Ancient One. Before their parting, the Ancient One entrusted Li Jie with the task of looking after the future successor to the title of Sorcerer Supreme. This individual was Natasha Stark, the biological daughter of Howard Stark, a senior member of the new Hydra. At this point in time, she had already become a prominent figure in Stark Industries, celebrated as one of the wealthiest women in America, as well as a renowned female Aquaman with countless rumored romances. Even without her identity as a Stark, Natasha's celebrity status rivaled that of leading Hollywood actresses. As time pressed on, Li Jie incinerated the documents in his hands, exited his study, and turned on the television, where breaking news was unfolding. The station's reporter announced that Miss Natasha Stark of Stark Industries had been missing following a terrorist attack during a corporate weapons exhibition. The reporter would provide continuous coverage. Iron Man. Oh no, it should be Iron Woman. This universe is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 29. The birth of Spider-Man. Peter Parker gathered his textbooks and exited the classroom. From his light-hearted stride and the smile curving at the corners of his mouth, it was evident that he was in excellent spirits. Hey buddy, what has got you so cheerful? Lightning Thompson caught up with Peter from behind and threw an arm around him. The results of the final exam are out, Peter Parker declared proudly. I scored 5. Impressive. Lightning thumbed up, as expected from my good friend. I, on the other hand, only managed 4, with 1 still pending. At last, Lightning added, I genuinely detest biology. Keep striving, my friend. Peter Parker and Lightning exchanged fist bumps, and the third member of their trio, Mary Jane, approached them, greeting each of them in turn. So, how did you fare this time, Jane? Lightning inquired suddenly. Mary Jane hesitated momentarily, feeling a bit shy as she brushed her hair back. I got 4 right, but what didn't he do so well on? Lightning candidly remarked that he, too, would like to experience a failure on an exam if given the chance. Guys, I have some exciting news. The trio moved to a quieter corner, and Peter Parker took a large stride past the two, turning to face them with an air of mystery. What is it? Lightning reacted dramatically, and Mary Jane's curiosity was piqued as well. This summer, my uncle has promised to take me to tour the headquarters of a comic company, Peter Parker stated slowly, enunciating each word clearly. Lightning was genuinely astonished this time, and Mary Jane's mouth hung open in surprise. The reason Peter Parker, Lightning, and Mary Jane formed such a close friendship was simple. They were all ardent enthusiasts of superhero comics, true aficionados. On this planet, superheroes are indeed real. And since the era of World War II, various superhero comics have dominated the market, with intense competition amongst publishers and a flourishing diversity of works. However, over a decade ago, a comic company suddenly surged forth, sweeping through the superhero comic market with tremendous force. Most crucially, this company secured the rights to many renowned superheroes from reality, such as Captain America and Spider-Man, thereby firmly establishing itself as the leader in the superhero comic industry. While its competitors either changed careers or were absorbed, the company's offerings were diverse, ranging from family-friendly titles suitable for all ages to darker, more mature themes aimed at adolescents. By collaborating with a toy company named Hasbro, the proliferation of merchandise further expanded the influence and audience of the company's creations. Rumor has it that a live-action film authorized by Captain America himself is about to commence production, starring the handsome Chris Evans. Indeed, both the comic and Hasbro are under the stewardship of Lee Jia, making Peter Parker a true heir, albeit one who has yet to recognize this fact. Your uncle is quite impressive, Mary Jane remarked, her voice tinged with admiration. In any case, I've already spoken with my uncle, and after we attend the public exhibition at Otto's Fusion Laboratory tomorrow, the 3 of us will visit the company together, Peter Parker declared proudly, hands on his hips. Hooray! Otto's Fusion Laboratory is a renowned research institution in New York, where May works as one of the highest administrators. This public exhibition event is also being overseen by her. Standing at the entrance of the laboratory, May greeted Peter Parker's arrival with palpable enthusiasm. I am truly delighted that you could come to this technology exhibition. Are these 2 your good friends? May took the initiative to shake hand with Mary Jane and Flash, introducing herself. I am May Riley, aunt of young Parker. Hello, Aunt May. The 2 high school students politely introduced themselves in turn. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, as May turned to lead the way, Mary Jane leaned in closer to Peter Parker and whispered, Parker, your aunt looks remarkably youthful. Despite the passage of over half a century, May Riley appeared strikingly youthful and fashionable. Indeed, sometimes I, too, am astonished. Aunt May does not resemble a 70-year-old at all, Peter Parker confessed, bewildered. Although he soon brushed aside the thought. Up ahead is the highlight of this technology exhibition, the experiment on the harmless disposal of radioactive materials. Please remember to stay behind the caution line and do not cross it, May warned with a smile. In truth, the exhibited samples had already undergone decontamination, and May was merely teasing the 3 youngsters. May I ask where the restroom is? Peter Parker inquired somewhat sheepishly. Turn left down the hallway. There are signs on the wall, May replied. Thank you, Aunt May, Peter Parker said before briefly parting from his friends, racing eagerly toward the restroom. He had been meaning to visit the restroom for some time, but the captivating scientific exhibits had kept him engrossed. Just as Peter unfastened his belt and began to relieve himself, a red spider suddenly emerged from the shadows, climbing onto the back of his hand as he was about to pull up his pants. With a sharp bite, Peter felt a distinct sting on the back of his left hand, prompting him to instinctively shake his hand, causing the red spider to vanish. It felt as if something had bitten me, Peter thought, contemplating a visit to the hospital for a checkup, given that he was in a laboratory. Feeling somewhat unsettled, Peter stepped out of the restroom, only to collide with a dark-haired woman approaching him. Excuse me, Peter said, apologizing. No worries. The dark-haired woman waved her hand dismissively. Just be mindful of your surroundings while walking. Handsome. As they parted ways, a red spider leapt from Peter's hood and deftly landed on the woman's clothing. What's up, Drew? Have you spotted any suspicious individuals? A voice crackled through the small walkie-talkie attached to the woman's chest. Nothing to report. The woman responded into the device. I encountered a red-haired young man at the restroom. Wow, how fortunate. Did you get his number? Came the reply. Do you think I am you? I would never be desperate enough to pursue a child. The raven-haired woman abruptly terminated the communication. At that moment, a crimson spider stealthily crawled onto the back of her hand and bit down again. Startled, the woman swiftly struck the arachnid, reducing it to a pulpy mess. How revolting. Chapter 30. The mysterious tavern in the ruined world. Peter Parker sought out May to explain the situation. May, not daring to delay, immediately escorted Peter to the medical department within a laboratory building. Given the laboratory's unique research projects, it was naturally equipped with appropriate medical and insurance services. Fortunately, Peter's medical examination revealed all was well, and nothing untoward had occurred. Indeed, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Meanwhile, at home, Li Jie switched off the television after finishing the news and prepared to leave for the company, mindful of his promise to Peter. Just then, a door manifested before him. A seemingly ordinary red wooden door, exuding a formidable aura and standing a full height. As the Supreme Mage recently applied a skin patch to the portal, Li Jie mused curiously, then turned to bypass the door, choosing to ignore it. However, after taking a few steps, the red door reappeared in his path. Frowning, Li Jie summoned the transcendent energy within him, intending to obliterate the door into splinters. Yet, the moment this energy made contact with the door, it dissipated without a trace, as if it had vanished into thin air. This was indeed intriguing. The red door piqued Li Jie's curiosity. The inability of his transcendent energy to destroy it suggested a connection to some ancient entity within the Marvel Universe. Who could it be? As Li Jie pondered how to address this matter, the wooden door suddenly swung open on its own, revealing a quaint little bar beyond. It contained a mere 8 tables, void of patrons, save for a man clad in a black and white bartender's uniform, meticulously polishing a glass. Instantly, Li Jie heightened his vigilance, but the bartender merely smiled and beckoned him. Do not worry. Come in for a drink, Mr. Li Jie. The bartender's voice possessed an irresistible allure, and Li Jie felt an overwhelming force drawing him in, compelling him to enter the bar. Subsequently, the door vanished. Li Jie instinctively attempted to summon his transcendent energy, but to no avail. Magic, psychic abilities, and various supernatural powers were rendered ineffective, and Li Jie realized he had reverted to being an ordinary mortal. Please have a seat. Who are you? Where's this place? Li Jie muttered, already harboring a few suspicions about the bartender, yet still feigning ignorance. A quaint tavern devoid of patrons. I am merely the bartender here. The bartender leisurely began to mix drinks, his various tools dancing through the air, resembling a performance of juggling rather than cocktail crafting. You just call me by my true name. I believe I know who you are. Li Jie offered a relaxed smile, quietly taking his seat as he observed the bartender's performance. There is no need to be tense. I harbor no ill will towards you. The bartender's chaotic tasks did not hinder the conversation between him and Li Jie. I brought you here to ask for your assistance in resolving a troublesome matter. Li Jie's eyes widened in astonishment. If even the bartender standing before him could not manage this task, then he might as well be delivering dishes. After all, even the transcendent is not invincible. The white space you previously inhabited, yes, the very one where you were imprisoned for 1 billion years, was known as the realm of transcendence, and you emerged from it with the power of the entire domain, akin to a famished ghost. The bartender neatly placed his bar spoon aside and tilted the shaker toward the glass, allowing the golden liquid to flow in like thick honey. This drink is called. He gently pushed the filled goblet towards Li Jie. Please, take your time. Can I refrain from drinking? Li Jie examined the golden liquid closely, surprised to find swirling bubbles within, resembling exploding celestial bodies and vast universes. The original setting for transcendence is indeed invincibility. This is indisputable, the bartender remarked with a smile. Engaging in power disputes seems rather childish to me, as those editors would never orchestrate a real-life confrontation over such matters. Yet, some still care about it, Li Jie thought. Holding the goblet, He desired to drink, but felt an inexplicable hesitation, as if the bartender were attempting to lure him into a trap. Comics have been serialized since the 1940s. Those ancient tales often lack translations, so who could possibly finish reading the thousands of installments? The bartender smiled mysteriously and suddenly posed a question to Li Jie. I ask you, who is more formidable, Zhao Yun or Elbu? Li Jie was at a loss for words and decided to down the viscous drink in one gulp. For reasons unknown, he felt an odd sense of familiarity in the bartender's presence, akin to that of encountering a long-lost father. Upon swallowing, he expelled a rainbow of colors. Spilling all over, this drink was truly dreadful. There exists a universe I hope you can help me explore, the bartender said, handing Li Jie a cosmic coordinate. I refer to it as the ruins. Why don't you go yourself? As it was evident the bartender could easily uncover any information with a mere flick of his finger. Would you care for another drink? No, thank you. Li Jie intuitively grasped the bartender's implication. He understood in an instant. That universe repulsed him. Returning to the matter of the ruins, I wish for you, after gaining insight into that universe, to assist me in its destruction and subsequent reconstruction. The pace of those creatures is swifter than I anticipated. I understand, Li Jie nodded. I shall depart immediately. Do not rush. I will accompany you. The bartender snapped his fingers, utilizing the simplest form of consciousness to traverse realms. When Li Jie regained his senses, he found himself standing before a floor-to-ceiling mirror, reflecting the image of a gray-haired elderly man. Phil Shelton, murmured Li Jie. Recognizing the name of the body he now inhabited, he sensed that the transcendent energy was at his disposal, allowing him to effortlessly obliterate the entire universe with but a thought. It seemed this body was afflicted with an ailment. Li Jie was not jesting. He discovered that Phil Shelton was indeed suffering from cancer, indicating that this elderly man was not long for this world. Consequently, Li Jie utilized the transcendent energy to cure the cancer within this body. Upon probing into its memories, he discerned that the timeline of this world was set in 1999. And he also grasped the identity of this body. He was a journalist. Chapter 31. A divergent narrative. Li Jie donned his glasses, secured his camera, and dressed appropriately to venture outside. Yet a black briefcase on the table suddenly captured his attention. Driven by an inexplicable curiosity, he adjusted his outerwear and camera, placing the briefcase on the coffee table before him, and slowly opened it. Inside was a neatly organized stack of documents, composed of various newspaper clippings and photographs. Additionally, he discovered a hardcover notebook, which was the diary of Phil Shelton. Upon a cursory glance, Li Jie observed that each diary entry lacked a date, and most of the content was vague, with only a small portion being clear. An ominous sensation washed over him. It had been a long time since he had felt such a prickling unease, as if an unknown calamity loomed over this world. As he read further, he encountered lengthy passages of obscured text, likely containing insignificant information, which the bartender had conveniently erased for him. Charles? Is that you, Charles? Yeah, Atlimit. Conjuring a bowl of snail noodles with a flick of his hand, slurping the noodles while continuing to peruse the diary. In the summer of 1990, in California, a Patriot missile struck in Quinjet of the Avengers. Iron Man, Captain America, Hulk, and Wasp were obliterated in the explosion, their essences extinguished. How many superhumans were left to survive? Li Jie nearly spat out the noodles in his mouth. Had a single Patriot missile truly vanquished 4 key members of the Avengers? And had it destroyed a Quinjet as well? My name is Phil Shelton. I pen these words because this world is already gravely ill. My family and friends believe me to be insane for resigning from my lucrative and stable position at the Hornet Daily, insisting on traversing far and wide to interview and document those wretched, uncontrollable, superhuman monstrosities. However, in my eyes, this world is on the brink of collapse, already in a state of irreversible decay, awaiting us with nothing but endless darkness and the abyss of despair. On the day of my resignation, I encountered a second-rate journalist named Peter Parker at the Hornet Daily. I recognized him, a pitiable soul who had to abandon his studies to work in order to support his old, drug-addicted relative. Yet the malice of this world consumed the young man who was destined to be a hero. Peter Parker's misstep at a pivotal scientific exhibition led to a radioactive spider's bite, resulting in his skin deteriorating, leaving him marred with web-like scars. Ultimately, he perished like a wild dog, frozen on the streets in the biting cold of winter. This world has descended into madness, and in the end, I too fell into the abyss. Despite my dwindling time, I chose to conclude my existence with a bottle of sleeping pills. Before I made this final choice, it seemed I had a dream. Since the advent of the first extraordinary being, humanity gradually transitioned from fear to reverence. What we ought to witness was the emergence of heroes, illuminating the world with their brilliance. Yet in truth, all that lay ahead was a sky shrouded in gloom and a ceaseless drizzle. The diary concludes here, with the subsequent pages obscured by vast mosaics. Inscrutable even to Li Jie, despite his ability to analyze beyond energy. Eager to proceed, Li Jie prepared to reshape this world. But as he was about to depart from Earth, a familiar voice resonated in his ear. Ding! What is this? A system notification? Main quest. Personally investigate and confirm the whereabouts of at least 50 superheroes or supervillains. Current quest progress. 050 indeed. It is a system. There is even a main quest. Intrigued by the translucent panel before him, Li Jie surmised that this little contraption must be linked to the bartender. However, hadn't the diary already recounted the fates of 4 individuals? Why was the quest progress still at 0? Personal investigation, understood. Understood. Li Jie placed down the remnants of his snail noodles without tidying up, swiftly organizing his gear and dressing to venture out. The investigative task assigned by the bartender was not particularly arduous. While this world may appear peculiar, the emergence of many superheroes was no different from other universes. Yet, Li Jie soon regretted this decision, feeling that his worldview had been violently shattered. Opening Phil Shelton's diary, Li Jie meticulously recorded the details of his inquiry for the day. In 1989, the affluent genius scientist Anthony Stark found himself on the brink of death from a National Guard grenade. After sustaining his life with an armored suit and becoming Iron Man, Anthony Stark gathered a number of individuals to form an organization known as the Avengers. Among his loyal followers were the mystical mentor Stephen Strange, scientist Hank Pym, and Captain America, Steve Rogers. However, the Avengers had long since suffered devastating losses. Consumed entirely by a Patriot missile, their symbol of freedom reduced to ashes in the roaring flames. This is the origin and demise of the Avengers within this world. Along with the fates of Iron Man, Ant-Man, the Sorcerer Supreme, and Captain America. After penning this passage, Li Jie's quest progress increased to 450. Exhaling deeply, he continued to write in his diary. The Scarlet Witch, Wanda, betrayed the Avengers and, in a bid for survival, turned into a witness against them. The enchanting Witch Amora descended into the realm of adult entertainment, ultimately resorting to magic to eliminate her producer, resulting in a death sentence. 3 days prior, in the state of Nevada, a youth named Matt Murdock perished in a nuclear transport mishap, the surging radiation blinding him and irrevocably damaging his neural pathways, leading to his immediate demise. A Canadian named Logan suffered from a rare orthopedic ailment, the toxic adamantium transforming him into a mere husk. Forced to drown his sorrows in a bar day after day. Upon returning to my modest rented abode, I stumbled over something on the ground. Looking down, I discovered a corpse long since stiffened. The imposing figure clad in a black vest emblazoned with a white skull revealed his identity as Frank Castle, the Punisher. Scarlet Witch, Enchantress, Daredevil, Wolverine, Punisher. Chapter 32, Illusory Dreams. Since seizing control of this nation, the populace swiftly realized that the readily accessible allure of narcotics was far more delightful than the shattered, dreamlike American dream. The streets were rife with robberies, murders, and the desperate pleas of addicts, rendering the entire city a veritable hell on earth. Nick Fury staggered along the thoroughfare, intermittently lifting a flask to his lips, while passers-by mirrored his plight, resembling mere cadavers. Nick Fury? A voice, tinged with surprise, accurately called out the name of the white male. Fury's alcohol-numbed senses jolted into alertness. He stowed the flask and shifted his wary gaze to a gray-haired elder approaching him slowly, camera in hand. Fury reached into his coat, swiftly producing a handgun, aiming it at the oncoming Lee. I mean no harm. Lee raised his hands in a gesture of peace. I understand, but I caution you against uttering my name in public. Fury slightly adjusted the gun's aim, firing a bullet that struck a frenzied wild dog behind Lee with precision. Nick Fury was no longer the impetuous director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He had become a fugitive, a perilous killer. I merely sought to inquire about Captain America, Li displayed his press credentials, pleading these heroes should not bear such a tarnished reputation, condemned for eternity. Fury glanced at Li, revealing a somewhat deranged smile. I cannot say whether Steve is a hero, but during the Vietnam War, he taught me how to consume human flesh. Fury regarded Li, acknowledging that while people idolize heroes, they remain blissfully ignorant of the sacrifices required to attain such a status. A few days ago, we launched a Patriot missile that killed the captain. Nick Fury desired no further conversation with Li Jie. He staggered and took a swig of strong liquor, intending to depart when a woman adorned with a golden mask and scantily clad intercepted him. Hey, handsome, care for a little fun? Full service for just $20. Satisfaction guaranteed. Her long, fiery red hair shone like flames, and even through the mask, Li Jie recognized her as Jean Grey. Fury glanced at Jean and suddenly erupted into laughter, the sound growing increasingly boisterous. He aimed his weapon at her and pulled the trigger, akin to how he had just dispatched a rabid dog. The bullet pierced Jean's heart, extinguishing her life. Remember, I am innocent. Fury bellowed at Li Jie before directing the gun to his own temple and decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! Blood, mixed with brain matter, splattered onto the ground, leaving a serpentine trail of crimson across the thin layer of snow. In San Francisco prison, Li Jie concluded his visit and departed the dismal place under the watch of guard. T'Challa, the Wakandan, was sentenced to life imprisonment due to his association with the Black Panther faction. Yet his unique status spared him from a harsher fate, Li Jie noted in his journal. Just as he exited the prison, a synchronized volley of gunfire erupted behind him, the government soldiers executing the remaining Avengers. Li Jie produced a small piece of paper from his pocket, a death list detailing the names of those marked for execution: Clint Barton, Natasha Romanoff, Julia, and Maximilian Quincy. Upon boarding the plane, Li Jie's next destination was the nuclear test site in Nevada, where a group of defeated Kree prisoners was held, among them a Kree-named male. As the plane prepared for takeoff, the woman seated beside Li Jie suddenly straightened, her eyes wide with terror, trembling uncontrollably as her nails dug into her flesh. Seemingly enduring some excruciating torment, a scream escaped her lips, and her facial skin began to peel away, resembling melting resin under intense heat, revealing blue scales and ghastly white bones. A writhing mouthpiece clung to her soon-to-be melted right cheek, as if two mouths had grown on the same face. Li Jie observed the horrifying spectacle with calm, noting an increase in his mission progress. The flight was abruptly canceled, and a group of individuals in black attire whisked away the distorted woman. Li Jie delved into their thoughts, discovering they referred to her as Mystique, afflicted with dissociative identity disorder due to her rapid transformations, and had narrowly escaped a catastrophic identity shift. Upon disembarking, Li Jie witnessed an elderly man dressed as a hippie attempting to approach the abducted Mystique, only to be shoved to the ground by one of the black-clad figures. In that instant, all the metal and glass within the airport shattered as the black-clad man shouted, pointing to a strange device on the elderly man's chest. Bomb. It's a bomb. As soon as the words left his mouth, the elderly figure drained the iron elements from the blood of the cloaked man. Li Jie teleported to a secure location, his gaze icy as he surveyed the scene before him. The device embedded in the old man's chest was a peculiar demagnetizing apparatus. Intricate yet fragile, the earlier shove by the cloaked figure had caused a brief malfunction. In an instant, a deafening cacophony of twisting metal reverberated throughout the airport. As the old man descended like a celestial deity, his magnetic force akin to a pair of hands wreaking havoc, transforming the airport into a battleground of flying blades, reminiscent of a hell on earth. Li Jie looked up towards the heavens, his gaze piercing through the clouds enveloping the earth, reaching into the cosmos where a violet giant from the universe had fallen, now resting in this celestial river. In the Nevada nuclear test site, known by another name as the Kree POW camp, the government imprisoned these extraterrestrial invaders who had failed in their conquest of Earth, leaving them to fend for themselves in this contaminated wasteland. Neither the Kree, tormented by radiation and resembling malevolent phantoms, nor the heavily armed government soldiers stationed there noticed Li Jie's arrival. Upon entering the POW camp, Li Jie swiftly located his target, a Kree named Moyle. Moyle stared with murky eyes at the elderly figure who had suddenly appeared before him. "Who are you?" He spoke in impeccable English. Li Jie remained silent, merely casting a measured glance at Moyo before uttering a phrase in flawless Cree. As the old man vanished, tears streamed down Mawil's face as he looked down at his decaying hands, the foul wounds gradually healing. The twinkling starlight represented the photon energy belonging to Captain Marvel. Chapter 33. The extinguished light. Shortly after Li Jie departed, the POW camp housing the Kree erupted into chaos. A flash of green surged into the sky, akin to a spark igniting the darkness. The Kree looked up, their previously numb faces now etched with expressions of disbelief. It was their hero, their guardian, Captain Marvel, revitalized. Captain Marvel Moyo utilized photon energy to heal his kin, purging the land of its radiation. The Kree prisoners, long treated as livestock, retaliated against their guards, unleashing the pin-up fury within them. Li Jie sat atop a nearby mound of earth, the soil swirling beneath him, forming a majestic throne. He perched calmly upon it, his tranquil gaze fixed on the green figure hovering in midair. Has he arrived? Li Jie inquired, lifting his eyes to the cloud-laden sky. He could sense a formidable mental force tearing through the atmosphere, striking Moyo with pinpoint accuracy, as if a nuclear assault had been unleashed. The mental energy coalesced into a tangible storm. At its center, Captain Marvel Moyo appeared to be flayed alive, and before he could utter a cry, his flesh was methodically stripped away, leaving only a skeleton aglow with green luminescence that plummeted to the ground. Charles Li Jie has discerned that the current state of the world is inexorably entwined with the Professor's influence. Could it be that the Professor of this universe has succumbed to darkness? Casting a glance at the main quest, Li Jie rose and prepared to embark on his next destination, Texas. Under the power of mind manipulation, he seamlessly infiltrated this clandestine mutant prison. Guiding him was the imposing Warden Fisk, known in other parallel universes as Kingpin. This facility typically shuns visitors. Yet your work has stirred memories of my past in New York, Fisk remarked, seemingly starved of conversation with normalcy. Warden Fisk exhibited a propensity for loquacity in Li Jie's presence, although the president was reluctant to dismiss the dying man's last wish. Photography was strictly forbidden within these walls. Prior to their entrance, Fisk had confiscated Li Jie's camera, promising to return it only after the tour concluded. A foul stench pervaded the prison, with 2 rows of cells facing each other, stretching into an abyss of darkness. Li Jie surveyed his surroundings, noting that the mutants confined here endured inhumane treatment, each appearing more ghastly than human. Observe this boy, Fisk indicated, lightly tapping the cell door with his electric baton. A man turned away from them, stirred at the sound, clawing his way to the door, and with a voice that was nearly a rasp, lamented, Is anyone there? Is anyone there? He was Scott Summers. On the day he awakened his mutant abilities, he inadvertently killed his parents with his laser eyes. Thus, we rendered him blind and imprisoned him. Li Jie shifted his gaze to another cell, where a human with blue skin, sharp features, and a ravenous demeanor gnawed on his own tail. Kurt Wagner, Fisk introduced, a madman who has forgotten how to harness his own powers. Fisk then led Li Jie to a third cell, where a white-haired man, Pietro Django Maximoff, lay, his legs severed. A mutant endowed with super speed, he had repeatedly escaped prison, prompting us to inflict this punishment upon him. Among those confined here, my favorite is this little girl, Fisk said, brandishing his baton as he taunted a silent young girl through the bars. Remarkably, each swing of the baton failed to touch her, as if it merely passed through a veil of welcome. Katie Pride, he continued, her body can phase through any object. With this ability, she became a notorious thief. Like that boy Pietro, she frequently utilized her powers to escape, but during her last attempt, her abilities faltered, leaving her half caught in the bars. With a wound in her abdomen, Li Jie disregarded Fisk's chatter, pressing onward as he observed the mutants imprisoned here due to their uncontrollable powers. Storm Girl Aurora Monroe was shorn of her hair, stripped of her limbs and senses, transformed into a grotesque chimera. The mischievous Anna Marie, overwhelmed by an influx of memories, descended into madness, becoming utterly deranged. Beast Hank McCoy morphed into a true creature of the wild. Angel Warren lost his magnificent wings, and Blink Clarice Ferguson was bound to a torturous apparatus, her volatile teleportation abilities incessantly tearing and reshaping her very form. Scientifically, Mutants might represent the next step in human evolution. However, in reality, these individuals are akin to ticking time bombs, perpetually poised to detonate. Li Jie nodded. Having discerned the crux of the issue, the superpowers of these mutants had spiraled out of control, resulting in self-harm and harm to others. He lingered no longer before departing. He employed transcendent energy to restore the battle police. Following this, a riot ensued, and the psychic nuclear bomb that had previously slain Captain Marvel struck with precision once more, obliterating the entire mutant secret prison. In Oklahoma, Bucky Barnes, Victor Creed, and Jack Monroe were sentenced to death for their affiliation with a local gang known for its cannibalistic tendencies. In Long Island's Montauk area, the unlicensed physician Donald Black established a cult named the Thunder God Sect, convinced of his reincarnation as the deity himself. I captured a photograph of him, a frail old man sporting a Viking helmet, brandishing a ram's horn hammer as though it were a scepter of power. Today, the director of the Welfare Institute, Emma Frost, was apprehended by the police for conducting inhumane experiments on orphans in her care, attempting to awaken their psychic abilities. The triplet sisters, known as the Cuckoos, fell victim to her cruel machinations. At a desert circus performance, I witnessed a motorcyclist named Johnny Blitz complete his final act with his life. He doused himself in gasoline, igniting it with a lighter, and amidst the chilling cries, scalding flames and melting fat cascaded from his head, transforming it into a blazing skull, resembling a hellish spirit rider. Li Jie closed his journal, preparing to embark on the final leg of his journey to a remote location known as the Rocky Mountains. Chapter 34. No more miracles in the Rocky Mountains. Li Jie met with the last individual on his itinerary, former astronaut Ben Grimm. Their meeting took place in a small cabin at the mountain's entrance. Ben, now afflicted with a peculiar skin-hardening disease, bore an appearance that would render him monstrous in the eyes of ordinary folk, forcing him into seclusion, surviving by hunting. Li Jie's arrival elicited little more than a flicker of emotion from the man. After expressing his purpose, Li Jie produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Ben, who gratefully accepted, lighting it and exhaling a plume of smoke in leisurely contemplation. Gradually, he began to recount the calamity of that fateful flight. Years ago, I participated in a manned spaceflight project at Cape, concurrently serving as a visiting professor at a local university, where I encountered them. Who? After taking a drag from his cigarette, Ben reflected on the eccentricity of the brilliant scientist Reed Richards, along with the Storm siblings. It dawned on him that he had finally grasped the essence of the phrase, "all scientists are mad." Li Jie remained silent, his right hand swiftly taking notes in his diary, recording everything Ben had said. Reed was utterly captivated by an orbital spacecraft named the Goddess of Justice, yearning to board it and journey into space for research that could never be conducted in fixed orbits, such as cosmic ray activities. I was aware of the unfortunate fate of the Goddess of Justice. Its failure had caused quite a stir in the universe. Indeed, Li Jie interjected. The spacecraft had been constructed and fueled, yet the Goddess of Justice was merely a transitional product. For at least 5 or 6 years after its completion, it was not prepared for launch. However, Reed was unwilling to wait that long. One evening, he knocked on my door, behaving like a madman. Ben recounted how Reed intended to steal the Goddess of Justice and sought my assistance as the pilot. "You declined," Li Jie stated calmly. "Yes, I refused," Ben nodded. "I informed Reed that I required a minimum of 3 months to install lateral thrusters on the spacecraft. Boarding it at that moment would be tantamount to playing with lives. I had hoped that laying the facts before Reed would prompt his scientific mind to reconsider my warnings, but that madman was undeterred. Reed enlisted a classmate named Von Doom to take my place, and the Goddess of Justice launched into the cosmic ray radiation storm, accompanied by them and the Storm siblings." After a brief silence, Ben lit a second cigarette and retrieved a stack of photographs from his drawer, spreading them before Li Jie. He sifted through the images, pushing one towards Li Jie. The photograph depicted a charred corpse, seemingly carbonized. Ben pointed to it, his voice heavy with sorrow. "This is Johnny Storm, the first victim we discovered after the fall of the Goddess of Justice. His body, down to the cellular level, was entirely incinerated." He produced a second photograph, revealing a bizarre corpse that resembled an invisible person. "This woman is Johnny's sister, Susan. The cosmic rays rendered her capable of reflecting light, even her eyes, which resulted in her blindness." Ben's tone carried a note of sadness. The rescue team initially overlooked her until she collapsed upon her brother's body. Had it not been for that fall, she might have been the sole survivor. As for Von Doom, I could not obtain a photograph of his body. Some claimed he appeared as moving or, yet upon collapse, he transformed into a mass of sludge, his innards protruding grotesquely, resembling a spirit from the depths of hell. Reed, only last month, was finally discovered by the Russians. His limbs had been stretched by an unknown force into rubber-like appendages, leaving behind a bizarrely contorted skeletal frame. As I reached this point, I suddenly take a deep drag of smoke, exhaling a long sigh. If that fellow Reed had possessed a modicum of patience and waited for the spaceship's engine to be fully operational before embarking, perhaps none of this would have transpired. If only I, Li Jie, had been the pilot at that time. I close my journal, express my gratitude to the spirit of the moment, and turn away with a soothing farewell. Main quest completed. The task is accomplished. You shall no longer impede my path, will you? Li Jie muses aloud. Of course, in the next instant, the scenery before Li Jie shifts and transforms, transporting him to the White House, where he bursts into the room emblematic of power. Charles Francis Xavier, seated in a wheelchair, slowly turns to face him, seemingly unfazed by Li Jie's arrival. Who are you? A passing journalist? Li Jie erupts in fury, the transcendent energy within him boiling like water. Get off that bald head of yours, you repugnant insect. Chapter 35, Carcinogenesis and Reshaping, 4,000 words. Get off that bald head of yours immediately. Li Jie cracks his knuckles, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Can you see me? The insect wriggles. Huh? A look of disdain washes over Li Jie's features as he observes the grotesque visage of the insect, resembling a toad with protruding teeth, attempting to feign ignorance, a feat that requires considerable audacity for any ordinary individual. From Li Jie's perspective, a creature akin to a giant woodlice is perched atop the professor's head, its antennae-like limbs piercing into the smooth surface of his brain, manipulating the most potent psychic force on Earth. The oppressive aura emanating from Li Jie intensifies, and although the species differ, the insect evidently understands the principle of striking first. It commands the professor to unleash a psychic storm upon Li Jie, the very technique it employed to annihilate Captain Marvel and obliterate the mutant prison. This time, the insect does not hold back, exerting its utmost effort to extract the potential of the biological vessel beneath it. A wretched scream of agony erupts from the professor's gaping maw as a torrent of psychic energy emanates like a colossal shockwave, enveloping a vast expanse of several thousand kilometers. He must be dead. The telepathic assault instantly blankets the entire globe, failing to discern Li Jie's presence. This strike from the insect nearly decimated half of America, representing its most formidable destructive prowess. The professor's mutant abilities are rooted in mental control and telepathy, which, after succumbing to the insect's corruption, have evolved into reality alteration, an overwhelmingly powerful ability, comparable to the legendary Infinity Stones, though the insect-controlled professor has yet to reach such heights. Just as the insect prepares to reshape reality, a massive blue hand seizes it, an immense force striving to detach it from the professor's smooth scalp. The transcendent energy completely binds the insect, severing its parasitic connection with the professor. Wait. The creature was in a state of panic, as my tendrils had already infiltrated its neural pathways. Should you attempt to forcibly remove me, this individual would perish as well. Enough of your prattle. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Jie harnessed the transcendent energy to manifest a formidable blue hand, ruthlessly yanking the creature from atop the professor's head. Thank you. With a breath as faint as a whisper, the professor's head tilted, and he ceased to breathe. Sweet dreams, Professor. Li Jie straightened his back like an elderly man, pondering the weight of responsibility that accompanied great power. It seemed he was destined for a life of toil. Now, let me see what manner of being you truly are. Standing amidst the ruins, Li Jie regarded the creature ensnared by the transcendent energy, a curious smile gracing his face. Just moments ago, this creature had attempted to self-destruct. It writhed and struggled within the grip of his blue hand, its mental force sweeping like a tempest, emitting not human speech but a high-frequency sonic wave from its sharp mandibles. Annoyed by the noise, Li Jie conjured a second blue hand to firmly grasp the creature's mouth. I will not divulge anything to you. The creature's beguiling voice resonated directly in Li Jie's ear. Clearing his ears, Li Jie disregarded the creature's struggles. As the transcendent energy began to analyze its anatomical structure, extracting its memories. Raising an eyebrow, he brought his hands together forcefully, crushing the creature into a repugnant pulp. Li Jie's expression darkened. He had gleaned its identity from the creature's memories. It was a fragment of the tentacle of an ancient god, the dodecahedron. This situation was becoming grave. Li Jie was unaware of what a dodecahedron entailed, but from the limited memories he had accessed, it seemed that the dodecahedron corresponded to the terrifying Cthulhu-esque deities within the Marvel Universe. No wonder, even a mere fragment of its biological tissue possessed independent thought and memory. If this was indeed a harbinger of the Cthulhu mythos, everything began to make sense. Li Jie contemplated, beginning to sift through the creature's scant memories to extract useful information. Firstly, the dodecahedron existed solely within the universe known as Cancer, which, thus far, had not breached the barriers of the multiverse to invade other realms. But it was close to doing so. In the Cancer universe, the dodecahedron had ensnared a reluctant superhero, the original Captain Marvel, using him to corrupt the superheroes of Earth and forge a sinister organization named the Killmonger Alliance. The Killmonger Alliance performed a ritualistic sacrifice to the death of the Cancer universe, becoming immortal beings, and slaughtered numerous deities, including the planet Devourer, crafting an ultimate weapon known as the Star Eater engine from their severed heads, preparing to invade other multiverses and spread the glory of the dodecahedron. Poor Uncle Galactus, once again sacrificed to the heavens. Li Jie shook his head, then paused, perplexed. What did I say again? After a failed experiment attempting to traverse the multiverse, a fragment of a tentacle from an octahedron fell into the universe, where Li Jie currently resides, fortuitously striking a professor of this realm. Even a mere segment of the tentacle bore a terrifying psychic contamination, leading to the swift demise of the Xavier Academy for gifted youngsters upon the arrival of this creature on Earth. Thus, the creature seized control of the professor, aiming to exploit his mental prowess as a conduit to dominate all superheroes on this planet, intending to corrupt this universe through ritualistic means. However, the creature underestimated the professor. Even under its control, he managed to retain a flicker of self-awareness. To safeguard the universe from corruption, the professor altered the very fabric of reality by tapping into his latent potential. Consequently, the powers of mutants became uncontrollable. Advanced civilizations within the cosmos perished in ceaseless wars. The birth of superheroes ceased. Hell and heaven transformed into mere figments of imagination. All deities and their followers met untimely ends due to various unforeseen calamities. This universe, designated as 9194, saw its Earth become a forbidden zone, with a professor imprisoned the creature upon this blue planet, simultaneously becoming a puppet, devoid of autonomy. Yet now, with Li Jie's arrival, the greatest crisis in this universe has been averted, and the next task for the transcendent being is to reconstruct the 9194 universe. Thus, let's commence. Li Jie snapped his fingers, his form suddenly soaring infinitely high, his left hand lifting the entirety of the 9194 universe. Transcendent energy cascaded down, reducing the entire cosmos to a mere speck of dust. Subsequently, a spark ignited at the center of the universe, followed by a cataclysmic explosion that heralded the dawn of creation, revealing swirling nebulae and illuminating celestial bodies. In that realm known as the solar system, a colossal star at its core burned itself to provide light and warmth to the surrounding planets. Captured water and gases coalesced to form Earth as hydrosphere and atmosphere. Torrential rains poured down, and life emerged from the oceans, gradually evolving and crawling onto land. Finally accomplished. Standing in the heart of 21st century New York City, Li Jie stretched and moved his body, which had grown slightly stiff from prolonged standing. I could really go for some skewers. Perhaps I should grab a meal before heading back. Li Jie prepared to open a portal to his hometown, Shunsheng, but suddenly his body froze. His gaze fell upon a sprightly, elderly man walking around the corner, his right hand carrying a black briefcase. Seemingly sensing Li Jie's gaze, Phil Shelton turned his head in curiosity, only to find Li Jie smiling gently, disappearing in the next moment. Another peculiar individual? Phil paused briefly, but did not display excessive astonishment. How extraordinary. Everything that has transpired feels as if it occurred just yesterday. Phil gazed up at the softly falling snowflakes, murmuring to himself, "Sometimes, the simplest things are indeed the best, comforting indulgences and age-old customs." "Hey, brother," a man with a scruffy beard, exuding the wild essence of a wolf, approached Phil with a casual inquiry. "Nice mask. Have you seen the battlefield?" Everything felt surreal. "What did you say?" Phil responded, slightly dazed by the interruption. "Do you have a smoke?" Sorry, I don't smoke." The man scoffed, sniffed disdainfully, and muttered under his breath as he turned away. "You think you can fool me?" Phil was perplexed by the man's words. It had been nearly a year since he last touched a cigarette. For smoking is detrimental to health, and he valued his life too much. "Daddy." Two girls came running from a distance, their hands clutching cameras, their faces beaming with joy. "Look over there, Daddy." The younger daughter pointed towards an ice rink surrounded by a crowd, where performers dressed as superheroes dazzled the audience with their remarkable skating. "Look how graceful those two are. Who's that green one? Is he a friend of Thor?" Phil sighed deeply. He couldn't quite part with the book on extraordinary beings just yet. But tonight was for family. Jenny and Beth would not remain children forever, at least for this evening. He would forget about work and set aside thoughts of that remarkable tome. Phil accompanied his daughters, gesturing towards the performers on the rink. "Look there, he's about to spin." Of course, he had been pondering, unable to halt his thoughts. Perhaps after tonight, he would venture out of town. A new group of superheroes known as the Champions had emerged in Los Angeles, along with the character calling himself Black Goliath. The Black Panther had been seen battling 3 factions in Georgia. The Avengers had vanished again after the skirmish at the Barrios Stadium. And the Fantastic Four had recently been entangled with a self-styled crusader. Even Spider-Man, the friendly neighbor from New York, was absent today, seemingly in need of a peaceful Christmas Eve. As Phil indulged in these contemplations, a sound of twisted steel and impending collapse echoed above him. He glanced up to see a building teetering precariously, a massive shadow poised to plummet. "Jenny, Beth, get behind me. We need to move back." Phil shielded his daughters as they retreated away from the impending disaster. "Oh my God, the building is going to fall." "That is not a building, brother," Phil replied to a bystander, already leading his daughters to safety. "Everyone, back away. Quickly find cover or a safe place." A voice shouted as a man ran past, shedding his outer layer to reveal a skin-tight suit beneath, a pair of pristine white wings unfurling from his back. Yes, an angel," Jenny exclaimed in astonishment. "Step back, kids," Phil reassured his daughters. "Jenny, hand me your camera." One by one, various officers began to arrive, including the man who had spoken to Phil earlier. From their fragmented conversations, he discerned words like Sentinel and Storm. As the angel ascended skyward alongside Wolverine, the formidable Storm unleashed a tempest that pulverized the Sentinel robots, wreaking havoc upon the building. With the crisis averted, the onlookers offered their admiration and applause to the heroes who had averted disaster. The police soon arrived, dispersing the crowd and establishing a perimeter around the scene. Phil initially intended to escort his daughters away, yet the 2 little girls were eager to witness more. They were indifferent to the nature of the spectacle, simply yearning for further amazement in any form. 2 figures descended from the heavens. One was Spider-Man, and the other, a man adorned with a black helmet. They exchanged a few words with the police before making their way into the stricken building to rescue those in peril. Truth be told, these superheroes were proving invaluable. A police officer chuckled to his colleague, remarking that with their presence, they had alleviated much of the burden. However, his colleague pondered aloud, "Aren't they cold, dressed like that?" "Hey, Dad, that's Spider-Man," exclaimed his youngest daughter, Bess, pointing excitedly at the red and blue figure in the sky. "Who has that beside him? Is he a new superhero?" "I'm not certain. He seemed to mention a name. Nova?" Phil overheard the exchange between the 2 superheroes and the police, deducing that this Nova character was indeed a newcomer. "Wow, a new superhero. He's so cool, he can fly," Bess exclaimed, snapping a photograph with her camera. Suddenly, she turned to her father and asked, "Is it like this, Dad?" "What? Is it like this when you take photos at work? What is it like for you?" Phil's mind flashed with countless faces and scenes of heroes, and he nodded. "Yes, it resembles us quite closely. Indeed, many instances mirrored this evening. This was the essence of news. What people wished to know, what was vital, perilous, novel, and exhilarating. It was terrifying yet thrilling, a tapestry of emotions intertwined. Come on, girls, we need to find taxi now. He waved his hand, signaling his daughters to follow. If your mother knew I let you stay to witness such dangerous events, she would surely be furious. For Phil Shelton, as a journalist, what transpired tonight would typically be distilled into a 30-line news article to be dispatched. Yet for this evening, the news held little significance. Let work take a back seat. Tonight, Phil reveled in the company of his family, cherished moments, and the splendor of this world. Chapter 36. The Divine Spear. Life is such a capricious affair. No job is easy, wouldn't you agree, brother? At a roadside eatery in Shun City, Li Jie savored a freshly grilled lamb skewer, his tone imbued with a sense of worldly wisdom. Although he appeared to be just in his early 20s, his adeptness at savoring the skewers resembled that of a seasoned individual well acquainted with the intricacies of life. You speak the truth. Once I retire, the first thing I shall do is marry a beautiful wife to carry on the family legacy. Seated opposite Li Jie was a middle-aged man clad in formal attire, his hair slicked back from the temples, exuding an aura that starkly contrasted with the ambience of the bustling eatery. The man, Zhang Xian, was a civil servant currently indulging in libations under the guise of an official outing. Li Jie poured each of them a glass of snow beer, and with the crisp sound of clinking glasses, they both tilted their heads back and drank heartily. Refreshing. On a frigid day, one ought to savor something chilled. As they exchanged toasts, the rapport between them seemed to deepen. Now it's time to discuss your origins, my brother Li, Zhang Xian remarked after downing another glass of icy beer and tossing a peanut into his mouth. I've heard tell of peculiar individuals engaging in battles on the streets of Shenzhen. One of them is you, and the other is the captain from across the ocean. But he is not the Captain America, Li Jie interjected, shaking his head. Indeed, while that fellow bore a shield, its garish green hue was somewhat disconcerting. Green in America symbolizes wealth and fortune, yet in China, the connotations are well understood. Hydra, Li Jie suddenly declared with a grave expression. Hydra? Zhang Xian was taken aback, as if he had just heard a name of great significance. After Li Jie redefined the trajectory of the 91-94 universe, this world's overall path bore resemblance to others, with villains continuing their machinations and heroes and organizations remaining intact. As a nefarious organization that sought to conquer the world using the Space Stone during World War II, Hydra of the 91-94 universe had ostensibly been eradicated by a coalition of nations, or so it appeared on the surface. Yet, Hydra was not entirely vanquished, and Zhang Xian could not guarantee that the Spear Bureau was devoid of infiltrators. Yes, it is indeed Hydra, Li Jie said, sipping his cold beer while presenting what he deemed award-winning acting skills before Zhang Xian. In my universe, Hydra 2 was obliterated during the Second World War by a united front of nations, but those scientists were absorbed by the American government, secretly cultivating their own networks and even transforming S.H.I.E.L.D. into S.H.I.E.L.D. Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, troubled by the actions of his colleagues next door. Was it truly so suffocating that they would dare to recruit individuals from Hydra? In the days to come, Hydra lurked in the shadows, amassing strength while waiting for an opportunity to rise again. An opportunity? Zhang Xian queried. Yes, they require a leader, Li Jie articulated deliberately. A formidable, wise, charismatic, and ambitious new leader, Zhang Xian remarked. It seems an odd term has slipped in. They awaited the emergence of the true founder of Hydra. Li Jie spoke the name of one exiled from Earth centuries ago, possessing powers that surpassed all psychic mutants on the planet, a being known as Hive. Continue, Zhang Xian urged, his face alight with intrigue, as though he were listening to a captivating tale. That's all there is, Li Jie concluded. Li Jie picked up a piece of pig's head meat. Hive, using his psychic abilities, exerted control over all the superheroes and the government, leaving only a small faction to escape. We fashioned a protective measure, akin to Magneto's helmet, which allows individuals to evade Hive's mental manipulation. Your words do carry a semblance of truth. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. The Brotherhood of Mutants maintained a cooperative relationship with the S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, the agency had a profound understanding of their leader, Magneto. They had devised a series of engagement and suppression plans to thwart the old man from wreaking havoc in China. However, since you claim to be an inhabitant of a different universe, what evidence do you possess? Zhang Xian gently tapped the table. For instance, your true identity and how you traverse the cosmos? Quite simply, A multiverse traverser, Li Jie explained calmly. After Hydra successfully conquered the world, the global survivors formed a new Avengers, of which I am a member. On the surface, Zhang Xian appeared unperturbed, yet his heart raced suddenly. For the multiverse traverser was classified information within S-H-I-E-L-D. Indeed, the S-H-I-E-L-D of Universe 9194 had clandestinely developed numerous formidable weapons. The multiverse traverser prototype had long been created, but due to its instability and lack of safety assurances, live testing had been indefinitely suspended, rendering it one of the nation's top secrets. Director, do you truly believe Hydra's appetite is so modest? Merely conquering one Earth would not satiate those madmen, Li Jie remarked with a bitter smile, continuing, upon seizing control of S-H-L-D, Hydra learned of the multiverse traverser's information. After conducting reckless experiments, they succeeded, and the new Avengers were promptly informed of this development. We must thwart them, prevent Hydra from utilizing the multiverse traverser to invade other universes. Mutants, superhumans, scientists, magicians, regardless of skin color, belief, race, or nationality. We united to dismantle the multiverse traverser located within S-H-I-E-L-D. You, Director Zhang Xian, were the initiator of this plan. What became of me in another universe? Zhang Xian inquired. Glorious, Li Jie replied. That was the final battle. Everyone perished. Yet in the fray, the multiverse traverser was inadvertently activated, pulling me into the space-time tunnel. The Hydra captain pursued me into this universe, but was ultimately kicked back at the last moment. Zhang Xian fell silent. The tale Li Jie spun was both captivating and despairing. Yet rationally, he remained skeptical, for no evidence substantiated Li Jie's claims. Your experiences are fascinating, but I regret to say I must remain doubtful of all you've shared, Zhang Xian sighed. I apologize, but the notion of another universe is somewhat hard to believe. There is no need for apologies, Li Jie smiled. I have merely done what I was meant to do, and I hope that you in this universe can also remain vigilant. To our most beloved hero. In the presence of Zhang Xian, Li Jie's figure gradually became translucent, ultimately vanishing completely. The raised wine glass shattered upon striking the ground, scattering shards across the floor. Zhang Xian retrieved a napkin to dab his mouth, while the patrons of the roadside eatery, including the cleaners, the owner, and the head chef, all stood in unison, their movements synchronized. These individuals were all agents of the Divine Spear Bureau. Report the situation, Zhang Xian instructed the surrounding operatives. There were no fluctuations indicative of spatial displacement, eliminating the possibility of him being a spatial manipulator. An agent codenamed Shuttle reported that no new space had emerged. He had indeed vanished. The surveillance team discovered a man in Shun City who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, following a blood comparison conducted by the cleaner at the battle site. The two individuals matched 100%. The reporting agent, a biology student, expressed her astonishment. In this world, nothing is ever truly identical, only similar at best. It seemed that what this individual claimed could indeed hold a semblance of truth. Zhang Xian remained skeptical, yet certain matters could not be overlooked. Should there truly be Hydra infiltrators within the Divine Spear Bureau, he could turn the situation to his advantage. Take a seat, finish your meals, let's not waste. Zhang Xian glanced at the remaining skewers on the table. Today I treat. Yes. Chapter 37. Li Jie. It's time to stir things up. Earth 856478. Peaceful New York City. Finally back. A pink portal abruptly materialized atop the Daily Horn building, from which Li Jie emerged. This journey through the multiverse had been rather intriguing. Wait, before leaving, I seem to have forgotten to pause the time in this universe. Realizing the oversight, Li Jie swiftly retrieved his repaired phone to check the time. Thankfully, the flow of time in the two universes appeared to differ significantly. Here, less than an hour had passed. After changing his attire, Li Jie instantly teleported to the office of the Daily Horn's owner, instructing the male secretary to prepare for the upcoming trip to the comic company. As a guardian, Li Jie was determined to fulfill his promises. At the comic company's entrance, the secretary stepped out to welcome Peter Parker and his two companions, after which Li Jie personally led the tour, showing them the publicly accessible areas of the company. During the visit, Li Jie keenly sensed something unusual about his nephew, Peter Parker. Through his heightened energy perception, he discerned that Peter had indeed been bitten by the radioactive spider. The Spider-Man totem was now imprinted upon Peter Parker Parker's very being. This was a positive development, albeit the process might prove somewhat uncomfortable. However, Li Jie felt a twinge of unease. After his travels in the 91-94 universe, he worried about Peter Parker potentially failing to undergo a successful mutation, leading to a fate that was neither human nor beast. Thus, Li Jie decided to implant a monitoring device on his nephew, keeping a vigilant watch over Peter Parker's every move, prepared to intervene at the first sign of trouble. As the gathering reached its zenith, both Lightning and Mary Jane secured inaugural editions of comics signed by legendary artists such as Jack Kirby and Stan Lee, expressing their overwhelming excitement with heartfelt gratitude. I resolved then and there to bestow this comic as a cherished heirloom upon my grandson. Lightning, enamored with his copy of Justice League 1, immediately encased it in protective plastic, fearful of smudging the glossy cover with oil-based markers. In contrast, Mary Jane clutched the first issue of Spider-Man and the Avenging Goddess, a romantic tale that continues to captivate audiences in the realm of superheroes. As for Peter Parker, he held a comic titled Spider-Man Origins, the very first appearance of Spider-Man, who happens to be his favorite among the multitude of superheroes for reasons inexplicable. "Parker, you appear rather pale. Are you unwell?" Mary Jane inquired with genuine concern. "Indeed, my friend, you look as though you have consumed spoiled cheese," Lightning added, also worried for Peter's well-being. "I'm fine," Peter Parker insisted, mustering what little strength he had to reassure his friends. "I might have caught a chill last night, feeling a bit under the weather. Apologies, but I think I shall head home to rest." He rubbed his temples, feeling a persistent dizziness clouding his mind. "Shall we accompany you to the hospital?" Mary Jane suggested. "But didn't the doctor say this morning that Parker was fine?" Lightning questioned, puzzled. Before Mary Jane could express further concern, Peter had already bid farewell to his friends and boarded the bus home. "Will Peter truly be all right?" Mary Jane wondered aloud, a note of worry in her voice. "You seem particularly concerned about Parker today, don't you, Jane?" Lightning remarked with a knowing smirk. "Oh, be quiet." Upon returning home, Peter Parker sensed an unusual transformation within him. His temples throbbed, his body radiated heat, and perspiration soaked through his fitted shirt. The house was empty. Aunt May and Uncle Ben were at work. He first shed his damp garments and took a refreshing shower, which offered a modicum of relief. "What on earth is happening to me?" Peter pondered, rummaging through the refrigerator for chilled milk. He poured himself a glass, the icy liquid invigorating his senses and sharpening his mind. "Hey, what is going on?" Peter exclaimed as he opened his eyes to discover that his vision had inexplicably improved. He could perceive the slow descent of dust particles in the air, track the flight patterns of a fly, and even see across the street, where the neighbor's older sister was changing clothes. Wait, changing clothes? With a flush of crimson on his cheeks, Peter instinctively shielded his face, albeit with fingers slightly ajar. What remarkable legs! Oh no, what a figure! How extraordinary! Could this be a superpower? Have I acquired superhuman abilities? Peter Parker was filled with excitement, even yearning for another glass of chilled milk. In his exuberance, he inadvertently crushed the glass in his hand, the sudden mishap causing him a moment of panic. However, he quickly realized that no blood was shed. The shards of glass had not even grazed his palm. Recognizing the newfound strength coursing through him, Peter dashed to his home gym to conduct some simple tests. The dumbbells, weighing several kilograms, felt as light as ping-pong balls in his grasp. The steel grip strengthener yielded like a lump of clay. With a slight exertion, his legs propelled him on the treadmill, leaving a blur in their wake, nearly rendering the machine inoperative. "I truly possess superpowers. This is simply exhilarating," Peter thought as he clung to the ceiling, scuttling about like a gecko, his earlier fears and anxieties having vanished, replaced by sheer exhilaration and joy. "Behold this miraculous ability. I am virtually identical to Spider-Man." Ever since he first laid eyes on the comic book Spider-Man, gifted by his dear friend Flash, Peter had become an ardent admirer of this loquacious yet decisive superhero. To his astonishment, Spider-Man was not merely a figment of imagination confined to the pages of comic, but a real hero existing in the world. Each issue concluded with genuine interviews and photographs of individuals who had witnessed Spider-Man's heroic deeds. It was a living legend. Aside from lacking the capability to shoot webs from his wrists, Peter's current powers mirrored Spider-Man's almost perfectly. Webs I recall Aunt May mentioning a study related to that. As he clung to the ceiling, Deep in thought, he resolved that if he desired to emulate his idol, every detail must be flawless. He could procure his own spider suit with his allowance. All that remained was to create a device capable of launching webs. And he would become the most striking figure at the comic convention. Indeed, as a fan of Spider-Man, Peter's first thought was how to have fun with it. Meanwhile, in an office, Li Jie, having observed his nephew's transformation, let out a sigh of relief. A smirk crept across his face as a plan began to form in his mind. It seemed the time had come for a grand finale. Allowing Peter Parker to inherit the heroic mantle of Spider-Man. Patience was essential. Peter needed time to acclimate. After all, haste makes waste. The script was complete. The actors were in place, and the show was about to commence. Chapter 38. An uncertain future Uncle Ben? Is something wrong? Peter Parker, shirtless and drenched in sweat, spoke with labored breaths following his vigorous exertion. Nothing serious. Tonight marks the anniversary of your Aunt May and my wedding, and I've made reservations at a restaurant, so I'll be home quite late. Li Jie's voice, tinged with curiosity, came through the phone. Peter, your voice sounds a bit strange. What is going on? And nothing at all. Peter, feeling anxious, inadvertently raised his tone. I'm perfectly fine. Truly, there's nothing to worry about. He explained that he had just been exercising in his home gym, and tomorrow, following the school's holiday, the school's football team would engage in a friendly match against the neighboring high school. Be cautious and avoid injuries. Li Jie advised his nephew with concern. Tomorrow, your Aunt May and I will be at the match to cheer you on. Peter Parker expressed his gratitude, saying, Uncle Ben, I am truly happy today. The Tech Expo and the visit to the comic company were simply marvelous. This is your reward for the 5 of you. Peter, Li Jie chuckled. In truth, rewards should not be tied to performance. You need not become the child of someone else. In our hearts, you have always been exceptional. Peter Parker sniffled and smiled as he asked, Uncle Ben, why are you suddenly being so sentimental? As one ages, one tends to ramble, Li Jie replied. You will have to handle your dinner on your own tonight. You are home alone, so feel free to invite your little girlfriend over. Just remember not to get too wild. Wait, Uncle, it's not what you think. Before Peter Parker could elaborate, Li Jie had already hung up the phone. Peter Parker found himself both amused and exasperated as he ended the call, pondering the absurdity of it all. Was Uncle Ben's mindset truly so liberal? He and Mary Jane were not in a romantic relationship. Still, he mused in the comics. Superman often dons glasses to conceal his identity. What would Mary Jane look like without her glasses? Peter Parker couldn't help but let his imagination wander. Li Jie had spoken untruthfully. Today was indeed a significant anniversary, but it was not the anniversary of his marriage to May. Today marked the debut anniversary of the superheroine, the goddess of vengeance, and Spider-Man. Therefore, Li Jie and May had donned their former superhero costumes and sat side by side on the rooftop of the Daily Bugle, enjoying the breeze. Honestly, I can hardly remember what it feels like to be a superhero. May sighed, resting her head on Li Jie's shoulder, her voice tinged with nostalgia. After so many years without this suit, I thought I had lost my figure. Not at all. You have always been beautiful, Li Jie smiled. Time has left no traces upon you. May's goddess of vengeance suit was a pure white, specially crafted high-tech battle outfit, equipped with features such as automatic temperature regulation, toxic gas filtration, and radiation protection. It could withstand bullets from basic firearms at close range and, if necessary, could serve as a spacesuit in outer space. This suit transformed anyone who donned it into a small superhero, developed over 5 years by the Hydra Academy, and it was the only one of its kind. After Li Jie had kicked Nemesis away with the help of the portal, a small portion of the source of vengeance was imbued into May, granting her extraordinary powers. The power of vengeance could be likened to a variant of Green Lantern's, albeit in purple. Since then, Li Jie had designed a suit for May, continually upgrading it, and she became a superhero known as the Goddess of Vengeance, fighting crime alongside Li Jie in their time. Since the conclusion of World War II, this land of liberty has been far from tranquil. Every 3 to 4 years, a financial crisis emerges, leading to widespread bankruptcy, homelessness, and hunger, leaving many unable to sustain themselves and their families, ultimately resorting to theft and robbery. That era marked the darkest chapter in this nation's history. Yet for Li Jie and May, it remains a cherished memory. The two resembled Batman and his butler, though perhaps the analogy is somewhat misplaced. During those tumultuous times, Li Jie had already established a comic company, though its profits barely sufficed to keep the enterprise afloat. What, pray tell, is the purpose of summoning me here? May inquired curiously of her husband, who had claimed it to be of utmost importance. Spider-Man and the goddess of vengeance have long vanished. Suddenly, Li Jie rose, gazing out over the twilight-hued skyline of New York. We must make our return. This world is in dire need of heroes. May remained speechless, realizing her husband was once again indulging in youthful fantasies. What is that saying? A man remains a boy until death. We have become relics of a bygone era. This world no longer requires superheroes, for you have been silently safeguarding it all along. Li Jie shook his head and replied, My dear, Hydra is solely responsible for defending against threats from beyond our solar system. I am no dictator. I cannot intervene in the conflicts that plague our planet. I understand, but hasn't Earth been remarkably peaceful? May comforted her husband. Indeed, May is not merely a superhero. She possesses a hidden identity. She is also a member of Hydra. In truth, May knew little about Hydra. She only understood it to be an organization that had long since reformed and now quietly protected the Earth from the shadows. As Li Jie's wife, she had naturally acquired a nominal title as an auxiliary member. However, she remained unaware of her husband's elevated standing within Hydra. Li Jie had previously remarked on his wife's keen intuition. Some truths were better revealed to her. To him, Hydra was merely a platform, yet even a platform requires maintenance. Thus, both partners acted as distant overseers, with only one of Li Jie as avatars diligently at work. A transformation is on the horizon, my dear May. Li Jie stated with gravity. The current peace is merely the calm before the storm. I have received a prophecy from the Supreme Sorcerer. In the future, thousands of superheroes and villains will emerge, and the fate of this world is veering toward an unknown chaos. May was taken aback by his words, aware that the Supreme Sorcerer was a formidable wizard renowned for his powerful and precise foresight. Are you not being a tad overly pessimistic? Influenced by Li Jie, May had developed a keen interest in Chinese culture, mastering the language even more adeptly than her native tongue. I wish I were merely overthinking. But reality often leads us into the unknown. Peter Parker, our beloved nephew, shall be the first to usher in the storm. Chapter 39. The Old Spider and the Young Spider Peter? This is impossible. May shook her head vigorously, her objections not without merit. The odds of an entire family being superhuman were akin to being struck by lightning while taking a leisurely stroll on a sunny day. If such fortune existed, May mused, she ought to purchase a lottery ticket first. Regardless of our acceptance, it has already transpired. May, Li Jie explained. I can sense it. It is the spider. The spider has chosen Peter. You're joking, May blinked, momentarily dazed. Isn't your superpower? She recalled Li Jie previously elucidating the origin of Spider-Man's powers. Something to do with magic, or perhaps something else. I once mentioned that Spider-Man's abilities stem from a certain unknown magical totem. Yet this totem is not unique. Li Jie rolled up his sleeve, revealing his muscular left arm. I am not the only fortunate one. Perhaps in the forthcoming transformations, more individuals will be chosen by the spider, and Spider-Man shall no longer be solitary. There exists a unique connection among spiders. I can feel it. The second individual chosen by the spider on this planet has emerged, and that is our nephew, Peter Parker. May found herself at a loss for words. She had already discerned Li Jie's intentions. This world needs only one Spider-Man, so you intend to retire and pass the mantle of Spider-Man to Peter, correct? Before Li Jie could finish his sentence, May interrupted with a wave of her hand. Truly, my wife, you are astute and exceptionally intelligent, Li Jie praised, showering her with compliments. Spare me the flattery, May retorted, unfazed. What is the trouble with this? We can simply return home, and you can remove your mask in front of Peter. How could that be? Li Jie protested immediately. Such a revelation would lack any dramatic tension. It would be as dull as tepid water, utterly uninspiring. The legacy between the old spider and the new, the mission and responsibility. Greater power entails greater responsibility. That is the climax of a narrative. What age are you, still acting so fervently? May remarked, occasionally feeling that Li Jie resembled not her husband, but rather a son she was raising. I recall Peter is quite fond of Spider-Man comics, right? Isn't the fact that his uncle is actually Spider-Man a significant twist? May asserted, because this is a family drama, not a superhero coming-of-age tale. Li Jie pondered for a moment before continuing. This is not merely youthful exuberance. I am concerned. I fear Peter may become lost within the sudden acquisition of his powers. Superpowers are a double-edged sword. They're the favor of fortune, yet a slight misstep could lead one towards self-destruction. Li Jie addressed May earnestly. Peter is still just a child, you know? The juvenile crime rate in this country has been on the rise lately. Peter has been a part of our lives since childhood, and we all recognize him as a kind-hearted soul. You ought to trust him, May retorted with dissatisfaction. For some reason, in May's heart, Peter Parker was no different from her own son. Do you remember the incident that occurred in '85? Li Jie immediately cited. Was the superhero an angel or a demon? At that time, nearly all of New York was engrossed in discussions about this matter. I know. Can we please refrain from bringing that up again? May sighed, feeling a headache coming on. The events of '85 were undoubtedly a catastrophe in her superhero career, and it was that very incident that compelled May to hang up her cape and retire. It marked the first time she had lost her composure in anger. The first time she had used her superpowers to take the life of a villain she deemed irredeemable. If only this damned country had the death penalty. That scoundrel wouldn't have been so brazen, May stubbornly countered. We are vigilantes. Superheroes do not possess the authority to enforce the law. Thus we have no right to arbitrarily take another's life. Even if they are a criminal, Li Jie replied. Even if you feel compelled to eliminate him. Can't you take a page from my book and find a discreet corner to deal with it instead? Only the virtuous face condemnation, and public opinion can indeed be lethal. I do not wish to witness a day where Peter finds himself in such a predicament. May fell silent for a moment. You're right, Ben. This world needs heroes. But not every individual requires a hero. So what is your script? How can I assist? Indeed, my dear wife, you truly understand me. Li Jie felt a wave of comfort wash over him. The pivotal actors were now in position. Capturing young Peter would surely be a piece of cake. According to the latest reports from our station, Natasha Stark of Stark Industries remains unaccounted for, yet the military has acquired some leads. As a terrorist organization has claimed responsibility for the incident. The latest news from New York television indicates that the mysterious spider hero has resurfaced after many years, having thwarted multiple violent crimes and illicit dealings. But the true purpose of this ancient hero's reappearance remains unclear. Let us connect with psychological expert Professor James. I have finally succeeded. In Otto's fusion laboratory, Peter Parker, oblivious to the radio news, excitedly removed his goggles and carefully retrieved his small invention from the workbench. It was a gadget that could be worn on the wrist to project a sticky substance, much like Spider-Man. The formula for the sticky liquid was derived from a long-shelved adhesive project at Otto's fusion lab. Peter had tirelessly negotiated for a week to obtain a tiny sample from his aunt, and it took him nearly another 2 weeks to completely decode and improve upon the formula. Alas, a significant portion of his holiday had slipped away. Peter Parker named his invention the web shooter, with a switch conveniently located in the palm. To activate it, one must bend the middle and ring fingers and swiftly double-tap the switch. The structure of the web shooter is remarkably heavy, requiring force akin to that exerted by an adult swinging a hammer to execute the double tap. Thus, even if an ordinary person were to acquire it, they would find it utterly unusable. Once Peter donned the web shooter, he directed it towards a cluttered corner of the laboratory and pressed the switch. A viscous liquid erupted from the device on his wrist, solidifying upon contact with the air, sticky, resilient, and formidable. Peter had tested it before, exerting 9/10 of his strength to barely tear the solidified substance in half. Moreover, this adhesive possesses remarkable properties. It is fire-resistant, acid-resistant, and insulative, and will dissolve itself if exposed to air for over 2 hours. It perplexed Peter as to why such an extraordinary material was confined within Aunt May's laboratory. The complexities of adulthood were beyond Peter's understanding, and he had no desire to delve deeper. Finally, having perfected the web, he packed his bag. Eager to don the Spider-Man suit he had meticulously prepared. Having crafted it by hand, Peter felt that a black coat did not suit him. So he sewed a form-fitting red and blue suit from spandex, complementing it with a pair of ski goggles for the eye section. As he adjusted his attire in front of the mirror, he couldn't help but strike a few poses, feeling quite pleased with himself. He looked undeniably cool. As dusk approached, Peter leaned against his window, suddenly struck by a bold idea. Why not venture out and see if he could swing through the city like his idol? Might he also become a nameless hero, performing good deeds? Without hesitation, he placed his mask into his bag, donned pants over his suit, and set off to find a rooftop to test the web shooter. Standing on the 18th floor terrace, Peter took a deep breath, slightly bending his knees in preparation for a run. However, he reconsidered. Perhaps it would be wiser to take the stairs down. He admitted that, while gazing down from the edge of the terrace, fear had gripped him. This time, Peter sought out an abandoned construction site, arriving at a platform approximately 5 meters off the ground. Aiming the web shooter at the platform, he launched a strand of web, the powerful elasticity and inertia effortlessly propelling him upwards. What a thrill! After a successful attempt, Peter felt as though he were in his element. The web shooter an extension of his own hands. With excited whoops, he swung through the construction site like Tarzan, reveling in the joy of his newfound toy. Yet, just as he was lost in exhilaration, a sudden instinct warned him that something ominous was about to transpire. What misfortune is this? What an odd sensation! With no time to escape, Peter Parker hurriedly sought refuge in a concealed spot. Suddenly, a tremendous crash reverberated through the air, as if something had plummeted from the heavens, creating a vast crater upon impact, while dust and debris swirled around, obscuring Peter's vision. As the haze dissipated, a somewhat disheveled black figure emerged at the center of the pit. It was none other than his idol, the Beyond Spider-Man. Had he encountered some trouble? Unconsciously, Peter looked up and soon discerned the true identity of Beyond Spider-Man's adversary, a woman clad in a sleek black uniform, her fingernails sharp as blades. Had he inadvertently become entangled in the feud between superheroes and supervillains? Though fear coursed through him, Peter could not shake a sense of anxiety mingled with exhilaration. It appeared that Spider-Man exchanged a few words with the woman. Peter couldn't quite catch the specifics, merely catching vague phrases like Hydra, traitor, and plan. Then, seemingly provoked, the two engaged in a dazzling display of combat, akin to a mesmerizing martial arts film. Peter thought to himself, wow, my idol is so cool. It seems there's a little mouse hiding here. The Eastern woman suddenly halted, executing a feint that put distance between her and Beyond Spider-Man. Next time, you want to be so fortunate, Spider-Man, she declared, casting down the customary villainous remark before launching 2 smoke bombs and vanishing. The villain's retreat after defeat and the hero's hard-fought victory felt like a scene straight out of a movie, filling Peter with excitement as he yearned to rush out and request an autograph from his idol. However, Peter restrained himself, recognizing the impropriety and peril of such an action. After all, in these times, many celebrities have fallen from grace. Who could say if Beyond Spider-Man's character mirrored that of his comic book persona? Donning his mask, Peter cautiously maneuvered to retreat, but upon turning around, he found a dark silhouette blocking his path. The old spider and the young spider locked eyes, and Peter felt a surge of panic. Hello? He awkwardly greeted. You give me a strange feeling. Sensing something amiss, Li Jie quickly employed his beyond energy to simulate spider sense, causing Peter to appear peculiar. You seem quite similar to me. It's a remarkable sensation. Their shared spider sense resonated, allowing both to lower their guards. With that outfit, aren't you cold, young man? Not at all. In fact, this suit is quite warm. Peter's voice came out somewhat stammering. I'm wearing spandex material. Your battle suit is impressive, quite cool. Really? I think black is pretty cool too. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I feel the same way. The Beyond Spider-Man chuckled, remarking that black symbolizes mystery and strength. Can you shoot webs? He inquired. Of course. I crafted a pair of gadgets myself, came the response. It seems our situations are somewhat different. The Beyond Spider-Man interrupted Peter Parker, who nearly revealed too much. I never expected to encounter a kindred spirit one day, he mused. Young man, would you care to learn how to swing through the sunlit streets of New York City? Certainly. Follow me. Beneath the sunset, 2 figures, one clad in black and the other in red, walked side by side, gradually fading into the distance. Chapter 40. A conversation in the director's room, 3,000 words. Li Jie had to concede that Peter Parker possessed a remarkable talent for conversation. However, his incessant chatter was somewhat irksome, a trait he seemed to have inherited from someone. Beyond that, Peter had become increasingly adept at utilizing web shooters. Li Jie merely offered a few simple tips, and Peter, guided by his spider sense, skillfully traversed the towering skyscrapers of New York City alongside him. Li Jie couldn't help but marvel at the inexplicable nature of talent. Indeed, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. The two landed, one after the other, atop the Empire State Building, gazing down at the city bathed in the glow of the setting sun. How beautiful, Peter exclaimed, pulling out his phone to snap several pictures, eager to share them on Facebook. This has been a delightful experience, young man, the Beyond Spider-Man said, patting Peter on the shoulder. It's getting late. You should head back. Indeed. Oh, by the way, I've always been a fan of yours. Would you mind signing something for me? almost forgetting his primary objective. Peter retrieved a Spider-Man comic and a pen from his backpack, his tone brimming with anticipation. "All right, but my signature isn't worth much," the Beyond Spider-Man replied, accepting the comic and inscribing it. "Thank you so much." Peter's expression beneath his mask was nothing short of exuberant. "By the way, who was that villain you fought today? An evil mechanical mastermind?" "Listen, young man, some questions are best left unasked." The Beyond Spider-Man's demeanor shifted abruptly, his tone growing colder. "What you need to do now is find a secluded spot to remove that costume and safely return home." "I am sorry," Peter stammered, flustered. "I didn't mean anything by it. I just thought I could help. I have powers too, quite similar to yours, and my strength is considerable." The Beyond Spider-Man raised a hand to interrupt Peter's rambling. "Are you suggesting you wish to fight alongside me?" "Yes, just like Batman and Robin," Peter nodded eagerly. "I detest those fictional superheroes. You youngsters always seem to believe this world resembles a fairy tale." The voice of the Beyond Spider-Man resonated with a hint of fatigue. "Superheroes invariably triumph over villains. They possess the unwavering ability to save the world. Yet, reality is no fairy tale, my child. Superpowers, to me, are a curse. They have taken away my friends, my family, and everything I hold dear." The Beyond Spider-Man gestured for Peter Parker to follow, and the duo swung through the air, landing on a spacious rooftop. Before Peter could react, the Beyond Spider-Man swiftly maneuvered behind him, ensnaring Peter's face with a web. Dislodging his mask and leaving it in the hands of the Beyond Spider-Man, who turned his back on Peter. "Do you know," he inquired, "that from the moment you aspire to be a hero, you forfeited the right to call yourself one?" "But Peter began, "I ask you, do you know why I wear a mask?" "It is to conceal your identity," Peter answered, resembling a dutiful schoolboy. "Indeed, to hide one's identity, but also to protect my family and friends." The Beyond Spider-Man flung Peter's mask behind him, striking Peter squarely in the chest. "Yet, during one fateful battle, my mask was torn away by the enemy, and they beheld my face. I need not elaborate on what transpired thereafter." Peter fell silent, aware that it was a painful memory. Being a superhero is never a solitary endeavor. When you don a mask and slip into that absurdly tight suit, your loved ones also find themselves in peril. "Put your mask back on." Peter obediently complied. The Beyond Spider-Man turned to face Peter, observing, "You might be akin in age to my nephew. Remember, it is never particularly admirable for an ordinary person to aspire to be a superhero. Leave the task of saving the world to the adults." "I am sorry, Spider-Man." Just as the Beyond Spider-Man prepared to depart, Peter suddenly spoke up, his voice rising. The former tilted his head slightly back, casting a sidelong glance at Peter. "I have always believed that being a superhero is a remarkable endeavor. I relish the cheers of others, savor their praise after I do good deeds, much like scoring a touchdown on the football field. I am vain. I desire to impress my friends. I never comprehended that being a superhero could endanger my family. I truly do not wish to see them suffer due to my foolish actions. I love them." Peter's voice dwindled to a whisper. "They are my angels, the ones who love me most in this world. I am heartened, dear boy." The Beyond Spider-Man raised his right hand, resting it behind his waist, and gave Peter a thumbs up. "If ever you come to a realization, and should I reach the point of retirement, I shall seek you out again. New York needs Spider-Man." As Peter Parker watched Spider-Man depart, a flicker of hope reignited in his eyes. "Oh, dear, did I speak too harshly?" Legia pondered as he activated his invisibility mode and soared home. What if Peter was deeply affected by my words and chose to abandon his aspirations of being Spider-Man? Well, whatever will be, will be. After all, that radioactive spider had bitten 2 individuals in the restroom. Daisy's silhouette gracefully entered through the window, heading straight for the refrigerator as if it were her own home. "Are you referring to Jessica Drew, that defector from the organization?" Legia contemplated. Indeed, the radioactive spider granted her gliding abilities, spider sense, and the power to control bioelectricity. Daisy chimed in, preparing herself a bowl of oatmeal chocolate milk. "Strick and I have been restructuring the organization lately. Although the majority of our members are loyal, some elders bound by soul contracts have begun to waver. They seek to escape Hydra's control. Additionally, Hydra is planning to expand its influence into outer space, having already formed alliances with Asgard and the Inhumans. Yet, Legia was aware that his doppelganger had already confronted the regular Odin and Black Bat's king, making this alliance quite intriguing. It seemed likely that Thor's arrival would be hastened, who is currently the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Is it still Alexander Pierce? Decidí no. Is now Nick Fury. I initially threatened to reduce salaries to push through the decision to appoint Black Egg as the undercover director of S.H.I.E.L.D. This old rascal has embezzled quite a bit over the years, establishing safe houses around the globe. That's to be expected. The Avengers should be coming together soon. Li Jian nodded in satisfaction, pleased that everything was unfolding according to his script. Wait, did I accidentally establish something? Oh, there's one more thing. Are you the old man? Li Jie teased his doppelganger, but Daisy ignored him entirely. Peggy Carter has died. Oh, was Li Jie's unperturbed response, as he had long been aware of the series of soul contracts that had emerged since Hydra found its footing. The current scale of Hydra was solely attributed to Li Jie's charismatic leadership and iron-fisted approach. Pretty immense pride, but I have backed up her soul, Daisy said with a mischievous grin. Li Jie gave his doppelganger a thumbs up. According to their script, when the Avengers discovered the traitor posing as Captain America, they would acquire intel leading them to Hydra's base where the real Captain America was imprisoned. After enduring countless hardships, they would finally recruit this last key member, preparing for a final assault against Hydra following the showdown between the true and false Monkey King. Then we can unveil Peggy Carter as our trump card. Li Jie excitedly continued. Exactly. You're so wicked. Likewise. They both chuckled, their laughter fading as they composed themselves. Daisy pulled out a napkin to wipe her mouth. By the way, how does the script proceed from here? Shall we continue with the original plan? Of course. Li Jie nodded, and the ensuing scene was aptly termed Inheritance. But what about May? Do not fret. We have already conspired, came the reply. Surprisingly, May, with her pronounced brows and large eyes, had also betrayed the revolution. Peter Parker truly suffers, being burdened with guardians like you too, Das remarked with a TSK. This is merely Spider-Man 1. Li Jie responded with a sinister smile. By the time we reach the climactic finale, I shall don the guise of Hydra's leader and make my grand entrance, confronting Peter with a singular proclamation. Das clapped her hands, leaning back in her chair with excitement. That is precisely what makes it entertaining. Suddenly, Li Jie slapped his thigh, almost forgetting a crucial matter. Master Gu, he once entrusted me with the task of keeping an eye on Natasha Stark. Has she been captured by terrorists? Indeed, that is the case. It heralds the birth of Iron Man. What is it? Das exclaimed, her face illuminating with realization. I had forgotten that this universe Iron Man has a different narrative. Splendid. She is doomed. Thus, we must give her a nudge. This will delay the filming of Spider-Man 1, allowing us to commence with Iron Man first, Li Jie proposed. I shall play the role of Dr. Ethan myself. Absolutely. Chapter 41. The birth of Iron Lady. Coldness enveloped her, accompanied by tremors. The rhythmic sound of knocks seemed to echo in Natasha Stark's ears, the crisp noise jolting her from slumber. Muffled murmurs escaped her lips as her vision appeared veiled by a hazy filter. Struggling to open her eyes, she felt an overwhelming difficulty in breathing, as if a thick phlegm had lodged in her throat. After several labored breaths, she coughed violently before gradually rising. Natasha perceived a lingering haze in her consciousness. Lowering her gaze to her right hand, she discovered a needle embedded in the back of her hand, its end connected to an inverted forebag. Without a moment's hesitation, she yanked the needle free. Where am I? A cave? Surveying her surroundings, Natasha noted the dim lighting of the cave. Yet electric lamps adorned the rocky walls. Not far away, a figure stood with their back to her, engrossed in some task. Hey, do you speak English? Natasha called out to the silhouette. Who called me? The man, who had been working, straightened up and turned around in bewilderment. Natasha waved her hand, attempting to capture his attention. You are awake? Please, wait a moment, the man replied, hastily tidying up before grabbing a medical kit emblazoned with a red cross and scurrying to her side. Hello, Mom. I am Sean Taub, a doctor. He introduced himself, standing before Natasha. When they brought you in, you were covered in blood. I performed emergency surgery on you, you know? You have been unconscious for a day. That bottle contained a prepared saline solution. Why did you remove it? Wait, I'm a bit bewildered. Let me gather my thoughts, shall I? Natasha raised her hands in front of Sean, pausing for a moment before continuing. Where is this place? I recall enduring a missile attack. How utterly absurd. Before Sean could utter an explanation, the door to the room swung open abruptly, and 7 or 8 masked figures wielding rifles entered. Leading the pack was a corpulent man with a bushy beard, unmistakably the leader among this motley crew. "Ah, welcome to the Ten Rings gang, Miss Stark," he declared, performing a gesture he deemed gentlemanly. "I am Harmo, the person in charge here." "Quite an apt name, reflecting your demeanor," Natasha replied, her tone laced with sarcasm, which Harmo seemingly failed to perceive. "Is it you who used missiles to obliterate my vehicle?" Natasha inquired, her brow furrowed. "If this is your idea of a welcome, I fear I must rate you poorly." "I apologize for our recklessness and the fright we caused you," Miss Stark, Harmo said, his face adorned with a feigned smile of contrition. "However, you must understand, the Ten Rings gang had to resort to such measures to extend our invitation." "What a substantial invitation you have here. Are you intending to extort money or weaponry from me?" Natasha inquired, already surmising the motives of these self-styled terrorists. "Conversing with an astute individual is indeed refreshing," Harmo responded, stepping closer to Natasha. "We have observed the latest weapon demonstrations from Stark Industries, and that missile known as Jericho has piqued our interest. What is it they say? The best weapons need only be fired once to send villains scurrying into their lairs. The Jericho has yet to be mass-produced. The Department of Defense has orders lined up until next year, and Stark Industries has only manufactured 3 prototypes," Natasha clarified. "Regrettably, I have no stock available." "Of course, we are aware of that," Harmo retorted, suddenly leaning in closer to Natasha, his expression reminiscent of a predatory grin. "Thus, we are prepared to enlist your expertise in crafting the Jericho missile." Natasha blinked in bewilderment. "This lab is equipped with all the necessary apparatus and materials. We shall grant you 3 weeks." Harmo's tone shifted ominously. "Should you fail to produce the missile within that time frame, I shall strip you bare and toss you into a pigsty." After a moment of silence, Natasha clenched her jaw and nodded. "Very well." "Excellent," Harmo replied with satisfaction. "Dr. Sean, you are to ensure Miss Natasha's well-being at all times, understood?" "Yes, sir," Sean responded, a touch of anxiety evident in his promise. "Do not be anxious, Doctor," Harmo reassured him with a pat on the shoulder before turning back to Natasha. "Sean is an exceptional physician. He saved your life, Miss Stark. Should I not see the missile in 3 weeks, then Dr. Sean shall lose his value. There are no shortages of capable doctors within the Ten Rings gang." Noticing Natasha's lack of response, Harmo waved his hand dismissively and departed the laboratory with his henchmen. "Hey, are you all right?" Sean broke the silence first. "Oh, right. You haven't eaten anything for a day. I'll have to bring in some liquid food." Natasha, in a fit of irritation, exclaimed, "Are these fools completely devoid of sense?" Sure. Sean quickly covered Natasha's mouth and pointed to the rock wall above them. Following Sean's gesture, Natasha noticed a surveillance camera concealed within the crevices of the stone. Even if they could see us, what would it matter? Natasha felt physically weak and could only vent her frustration verbally. "Shouting will only drain your energy. I suggest you rest for a while," Sean advised calmly. "You're the brilliant scientist Natasha Stark. Creating a missile should be a trivial task for you. Once you complete it, we can leave. Harmo promised me that as long as you finish the missile, I can go home. Do you know Edison?" Natasha suddenly posed a question to Sean. "The great inventor. I read stories about him in my childhood," Sean replied almost instinctively, puzzled by Natasha's sudden reference. Natasha counted on her fingers. Edison held over 2,000 invention patents, but most of them were not truly his inventions. For instance, the light bulb. It was more an improvement than an invention. Edison was a capitalist, a tyrant, a remarkably successful businessman, and businessmen are exceptionally skilled at packaging themselves. She emphasized the word exceptionally. "And I'm just like Edison," Natasha continued quietly. "I once believed myself to be Tesla, but later I realized I am Edison." "Mind your words, Miss Natasha," Sean cautioned, signaling her to lower her voice. "Extreme emotional fluctuations will only weaken your body further. Don't you understand, Sean?" Natasha, with her back to the camera, spoke in a hushed tone filled with regret. "I am a fraud. I cannot create the Jericho missile. The ones capable of producing missiles are those in the weapons development department. I'm not paying them to be idle. I might die here. Are you willing to give up?" Sean faced Natasha, observing the silent, downcast blonde. "What other choice do I have? There is no hope here." Natasha felt an overwhelming sense of despair, a mix of fear of impending death and guilt toward Sean. According to the threats from the Ten Commandments gang, if she failed to produce the missile, Sean would likely meet his end alongside her. Were it not for the surveillance, Natasha would have impulsively suggested they share a bed. A final act of madness before death, a way to repay his life-saving deed. "Listen, hear me out," Sean said with unwavering conviction. We still have hope. Hope of escaping. Miss Natasha, don't tell me you can perform magic, Natasha murmured dejectedly. I am, in fact, a magician. Before Sean could finish his sentence, he cast a peculiar glance at Natasha and inquired, How did you deduce that? Should I pray to God? Natasha, both amused and bewildered, replied, Honestly, Sean, if you were a magician, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. A wizard, Sean corrected with utmost seriousness. Very well, Mr. Wizard Sean, Natasha said earnestly. If you truly are Gandalf from the Lord of the Rings, why are you here, imprisoned by a tribe of primitive men wielding only sticks? The Ten Commandments Gang is the most formidable terrorist organization within Afghanistan, utterly devoid of morals, sparing neither women nor children. Sean displayed his injured hands to Natasha, explaining, A wizard must wield his hands to cast spells, yet mine were harmed while protecting civilians. So essentially, you said nothing, Natasha pouted. Do you need my help to heal your hands? You misinterpret my hope. Sean shook his head and pointed at Natasha. The hope I speak of is you. Me? Natasha asked, perplexed. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I recognize your extraordinary potential. You are a rare magical prodigy, your talents rivaling those of the legendary Supreme Sorcerer. Huh? Natasha thought her savior might have been affected by something, wondering how such a handsome individual could suddenly seem foolish. Yet, she soon witnessed something utterly astonishing, leaving her agape and exclaiming, Ward off. Chapter 42. The Birth of the Iron Lady. Part 2. Sean, your mouth is gone. Natasha pointed at his face, her astonishment rendering her speech somewhat stammering. As Natasha had observed, Sean's mouth had mysteriously vanished, leaving only a smooth expanse of skin above his jaw, creating an eerie appearance, as if his skull might burst open at any moment. After receiving permission, Natasha cautiously reached out to touch it. The texture was surprisingly pleasant. A marvelous little trick, isn't it? Sean's voice echoed directly within Natasha's mind, a most peculiar sensation. I can hear you speaking. Natasha tapped her head, only to see Sean's face contorting, reminiscent of dough rising, his hair transforming to mirror her own appearance. Wow, I really look rough now. Natasha candidly critiqued herself. Even those who usually ignored her wouldn't bring her a basin of warm water. Wait, didn't you say your hands were injured and you couldn't use magic? Natasha suddenly inquired. Because the transformation spell is the most fundamental of all magic, Sean patiently elucidated, restoring his visage. Such a minor incantation does not require the use of hands to delineate the spell. Wow, that looks incredibly cool. I thought only mutants could perform such miraculous feats, Natasha remarked. Sean spread his hands, suggesting that perhaps it would be best not to dwell on the matter any further, lest you perceive me as a racist. You truly are amusing. Natasha chuckled knowingly, yet suddenly grew anxious, saying, Wait, there are surveillance cameras in this room. No need to worry, I just mentioned it, Sean replied, raising his right index finger to his lips. The art of illusion is but a minor trick, one of the most fundamental forms of magic. I suddenly conceived an immature plan. Natasha grinned mischievously. Forget it. The base outside is riddled with cameras and monitors. Sean lamented. It's different outside than in here. At least the scale varies, and I am not capable of that at present. Well, can't you deceive me just a bit to offer me some hope? Natasha's voice sounded somewhat despondent. You are the hope, Natasha, Sean encouraged her. Let us commence with the basics. I have a premonition that you will astonish me greatly. All right. Natasha obediently settled in, realizing that in her moment of despair, it was not God nor science that would save her, but rather the enigmatic realm of magic. Are you ready to enter the wondrous world of magic? Of course. Chapter 43. The Steel Hero's transformation golden magical light danced at Natasha's fingertips, and even during a break, she was unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to practice. For Natasha, the magic Sean taught her was a peculiar form of science, yet distinctly different from it. Magic allowed her to rediscover the joy of exploring the unknown. She thrived in her studies of magic. Perhaps Sean was indeed correct. She was truly gifted in this art. Could it be that she was, in fact, the Tesla of the magical realm? Natasha chuckled at her own notion, observing Sean, who was turned away and seemingly preoccupied with some task. She felt an urge to engage him in conversation, merely as friends passing the time in this dull moment. By the way, Sean, where is your home? Afghanistan? Ah, yes. My hometown is a small place called Gumara. Sean appeared to be stirred by Natasha's inquiry, pausing his work to face her, resting against the table behind him. Gomorrah is far removed from the ravages of war, blessed with clean water and fertile land. Though the inhabitants do not live in affluence, they are profoundly content. I am an outsider, a former apprentice expelled from the Kali temple, yet the kind-hearted residents of Gomorrah welcomed me. To repay their kindness, I remained and became the sole doctor in the town, which eventually became my home. Life there was serene, everyone was benevolent, and all seemed to progress positively. Natasha pressed her lips together, sensing that Sean was about to utter the pivotal word that would signify a turning point in the tale. But everything changed on that fateful day. After speaking this sentence, Sean fell into a brief silence. "Would you care for a cup of coffee?" Natasha inquired. It must be said that these terrorists, despite their lack of hygiene, possess a certain sense of aesthetics. The room is equipped with hot water and instant coffee, which is on the brink of expiration. Remarkable. Sean expressed his gratitude to Natasha, surmising that such inexpensive coffee would surely not appeal to her refined palate. Not at all. Natasha shook her head. You might find it hard to believe that the stunning Natasha Stark, often gracing the headlines of New York's newspapers, has a penchant for the luxurious $10 cheese hot dogs sold by street vendors. Wow, Sean exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment. It seems the glamorous Natasha Stark has quite the down-to-earth taste. Natasha chuckled at Sean's dramatic expression. Perhaps this is what the Orientals refer to as finding joy amidst adversity. The Ten Commandments gang is a bunch of irredeemable scoundrels. Sean's voice was laced with suppressed fury. Missiles have razed Gamira's home. Bullets have reaped lives in the town. I had intended to send these sinners to hell, allowing their souls to wail in the infernal flames. Yet, I underestimated them and overestimated myself. A shell exploded beside me, shrapnel slicing through my hands. Though they appeared ordinary, they could no longer grasp anything tightly. Sean raised his hands before Natasha, demonstrating that the gestures and incantations are fundamental to a mage's existence. With my hands rendered useless, my journey in the realm of magic has reached its conclusion. Therefore, you must take care to protect your hands in the future, Sean earnestly advised. I will remember that. Natasha nodded, suddenly inspired by Sean's words with a bold idea. If we could amalgamate magic with technology, your progress has far surpassed my expectations. Perhaps we can embark on the next step. Sean glanced at Natasha, stepping forward into the realm of true sorcery. I am ready. Natasha's voice brimmed with vitality, her enthusiasm palpable, exuding an energy akin to that of a yellow sponge dwelling beneath the sea. In addition to personal energy and the magical energy that drifts through the cosmos. If a mage wishes to grow stronger, they must harness energy from other dimensions. As Sean spoke, he conjured a dreamlike planet before Natasha with a simple spell. Yet even this exertion left him somewhat drained, his fingers twitching as if cramping. Gritting his teeth, Sean endured the pain to continue explaining. By utilizing extra-dimensional energy, mages can summon entities and objects from the magical realm to gain their power. Unlike what I mentioned earlier, mages typically must beseech these entities, meeting their conditions through sacrifice or promises to wield their strength. Yet among these dimensional deities exists a particularly unique entity, whose power can be borrowed with almost no cost. He refers to himself as the transcendent realm, the omniscient and omnipotent Lord. Impressive, Natasha marveled. I shall impart to you the methods of transcending realms. However, the extent of your journey rests solely upon your own resolve. Enduring excruciating pain, Sean conjured a swirling mass of white, chaotic energy and infused it into Natasha's mind. Maintain your essence. Do not allow him to sway you. Tell me, what do you perceive? Sean bellowed, nearing the limits of his illusion's endurance. I behold a space of purest white. Natasha, with her eyes tightly shut, began to exhibit signs of distress. A giant, a slumbering white giant. What is wrong with him? He is not clad in trousers. My heavens, he is larger than my entire being. Sean exclaimed, you are focusing on the wrong details. Is 8564778 merely a colorful sand sculpture universe? Attempt to establish communication with him. Sean forcefully suppressed his urge to scoff, becoming a disciple of the transcendent realm. If he remembers your name, his power shall be yours. Following Sean's urging, Natasha endeavored to connect with the transcendent realm. Yet her expression soon shifted to one of peculiar discomfort. He wishes to sign a contract with me? Such a meticulous deity. Indeed, there appears to be no cost to bear. Natasha's countenance was strange. This god, known as the Transcendent Realm, exhibited an alarmingly adept manner. How many sorcerers had signed with him? As consciousness returned, Natasha leaned against her knee, drenched in perspiration, as if she had just emerged from the depths of water. Sean, I have succeeded. Natasha spoke faintly, her strength waning. Congratulations, Sean replied, also breathless. Suddenly, without waiting for Sean's response, Natasha pushed him against the wall and seized his face, kissing him fiercely. Wait, Natasha, what are you doing? Sean, feeling somewhat flustered, attempted to push her away, but clearly, he found himself at a disadvantage, rendering his efforts futile. Consider it a small token of my gratitude. Natasha turned, stretching her limbs, feeling an immense surge of strength, as if she could fell a bull with ease. Is this truly the conclusion? I am a wealthy woman, Sean. Natasha wrapped her arms around Sean's neck, stating that if it were to happen, she would ensure she was pristine first. Leaning close to Sean's ear, she whispered, once we escape this place and return to my seaside villa, I shall battle you to the end. Meanwhile, far away in New York, May suddenly sneezed, prompting Li Jie to rush over with concern. May remarked that she was fine, though she had just felt a heaviness atop her head, as if a hat had suddenly appeared. Chapter 44. The Iron Woman Eye has concluded. In the lounge of the temporary base of the 10 Rings, Hammer furrowed his brow as he listened to his subordinate's report regarding Natasha Stark's progress over the past fortnight. However, as Hammer continued to listen, a sense of unease grew within him. According to his subordinate's account, this woman's progress was sluggish, her missile manufacturing akin to that of a snail. Clearly a fade. Disobedient, are we? Very well. Hammer rose from the sofa, beckoning his subordinates to arm themselves. He intended to personally assert his dominance over the woman. The door to the laboratory was forcefully kicked open from the outside, and with an imposing aura, Hammer, accompanied by his entourage, stormed in. Good afternoon. The beautiful Miss Stark, he greeted casually, gesturing grandly. The two henchmen, receiving their orders, positioned themselves behind Sean, rifles at the ready. What do you intend to do? No answer came, and the two men forcefully pinned Sean's upper body against the adjacent table, allowing him to struggle in vain. San, Natasha screamed, then suddenly pointed at Hammer. You bastard! What do you want? The missile isn't ready yet. I detest being pointed at, Miss Stark. Hammer's expression shifted instantly. If it weren't for your value to me, that finger of yours would have been severed already. Without further ado, Hammer snapped his fingers, and with a knowing glance, one of the henchmen approached Sean, drawing a knife from his tactical vest. I warn you, Big Beard, if you lay a finger on him, you can forget about the Jericho missile schematics. Natasha's hands, hidden behind her back, sparkled with determination. She felt a surge of impulsiveness in that moment. But to save Sean, she disregarded her reservations. This is the territory of the 10 Commandments gang, not a soiree for the wretched wealthy, Hammer replied dismissively, scoffing at Natasha's threat. Were it not for her usefulness, would a pampered heiress like her dare speak to him in such a manner? Hammer resolved to make Natasha witness bloodshed today. With another glance, the henchman wielding the knife disregarded Sean's exaggerated protests. Closing his eyes and steeling himself, he swiftly severed Sean's little finger. Regrettably, as a terrorist, he had a weakness for blood. You filthy wretch. The pain inflicted upon Sean ignited a fierce determination within Natasha. To hell with the plan. Anyone who dares harm my people, you're as good as dead. Stop. Do you wish to squander our efforts of the past 2 weeks? Just as Natasha was about to act, Sean suddenly urged her in a hushed tone. The sight of the numerous rifles around them momentarily dulled Natasha's rage. She glanced at Sean, who lay pale on the table, 3 parts fear, 7 parts pain, but his gaze met hers with unwavering resolve. Patience, sister. We have a week until our agreed time. I assure you, the Jericho missile will be completed before then. Natasha struggled to look at Sean's ashen face. But the circumstances were dire, and she had to suppress her anger, promising Hammer, I will ensure it. No, Hammer shook his head. Miss Stark, you now have only 3 days left. In the end, Harmo added with a hint of sarcasm, of course, these 3 days do not include today. I'm still quite merciful. How gracious of you. It seems that this universe's Natasha Stark is quite a woman of questionable decorum. Fortunately, she is mindful of her image, so she only resorts to profanities in her mind. 3 days it is, then. I shall await your favorable response. Satisfied with the exchange, Harmo departed with his subordinates. San, Natasha exclaimed, picking up Sean's severed finger, her hand shimmering with golden light as she used magic to heal his injury. You truly are a genius, Natasha. Sean managed a strained smile. I'm sorry. It's because of me that they targeted you. Natasha mentally cursed the fellow named Toad and his entire lineage. I'm fine, Sean reassured her. It seems we need to hasten our pace. I shall teach you the most fundamental, yet practical skill of a magician. What skill is so remarkable? Natasha inquired, her curiosity piqued. A portal. After merely 2 hours of practice, Natasha was able to open a portal the size of a fist, though instead of electric sparks, it emanated a ring of futuristic blue fluorescence. Natasha, a quick learner, grasped the utterly useless skill of skin patches, which merely served to elevate one's fashion quotient. I did it, Sean, Natasha exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, we can escape now. Sean gestured for her to temper her enthusiasm, envisioning the scene beyond the portal. What the heart desires is where one arrives. Wait, this is bad. What's wrong? Your expression has turned rather strange, Natasha asked, puzzled. There is no time. I will buy you some. Sean began to stack various items at the laboratory's entrance, also retrieving a physicist's sacred sword to prop against the door. The illusion spell had just failed. They must have noticed our little antics. No sooner had he spoken than curses rang out from outside, followed by the sounds of the door being battered. Damn it, this door won't hold for long. Sean braced himself against the door. Natasha, keep it up. All right. Natasha repeated the motion of opening the portal over and over, though her efficiency waned. Her fist wobbled several times before it expanded to the size of a basketball. The sounds of impact grew louder, clearly indicating that the assailants outside were becoming increasingly agitated. Sean evaded, deftly, the explosion from a rocket launcher, causing him minimal harm. Apparently, they were using a less powerful model. Damn it, hurry. Open it faster. Natasha felt her hand nearing cramping. Why was this cursed portal only half a person's height? What is this? A doggy door? The terrorists had already breached the entrance, with Harmo standing there, muttering the same words as before. It seems I must resort to torture. Harmo's face darkened like a blackened pot from the countryside, chanting an obscure and incomprehensible incantation. Sean gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his fingers as he cast a spell. Dozens of blue tendrils descended from the heavens, ensnaring the surrounding terrorists in midair. San, I truly adore you, Natasha shouted excitedly, catching sight of Sean's sudden display of power. You are my superhero, perhaps influenced by the gravity of the moment. The teleportation portal appeared significantly larger this time. Even Natasha, who had practiced yoga, could barely bend enough to slip through. Just a little longer, I could hold on. She encouraged herself mentally. Damn it, why does it feel like something is impeding me? ISNT the portal supposed to open instantaneously? The remaining terrorists, under Harmo's command, were not about to remain passive. They opened fire, but Sean immediately conjured a magical shield, deflecting all bullets aimed at him and Natasha. We did it. Sean, let us get out of here. Destiny sometimes enjoys playing tricks on me. I used to laugh it off, but this time I fell silent. Be careful, Sean bellowed. Having reached his limit, the magical shield could no longer be sustained, and a bullet pierced his right shoulder, spraying a bloom of crimson. San, Natasha cried, her eyes filled with fury as she rushed to him, attempting to pull him to safety. Run, don't look back, Sean shouted in his final moments of rage. A soft surge of magic struck Natasha as she approached, irresistibly propelling her toward the open portal. San, novices often make the same mistake, Sean thought with a smile. Bidding farewell to Natasha, they were yet unaware that they could not close the portal from the other side. The blue portal sealed shut, and in his last act, Sean ensured Natasha's escape from the cave, sending her back to the seaside villa. With a final smile, he was engulfed by the flames behind him. In the seaside villa, Natasha stumbled into her familiar bedroom, her disheveled figure crashing onto the floor, instantly attracting the attention of a certain individual. Miss, the elderly butler, Jarvis, rushed in at the sound. Upon seeing Natasha sprawled on the ground in disarray, tears of joy streamed down his face. Thank God, you've returned safely, Mississippi. Jarvis hurried to assist Natasha to her feet. Miss, why are you crying? I just lost my best friend. Natasha wiped her tears away. In that moment, memories of the night 5 years ago, when her parents departed, flooded back to her. Miss, you should take a shower first, Jarvis suggested. You're right, Jarvis, Natasha replied, wiping her tears. I need to do something. Could you please fetch me 10 deluxe cheese hot dogs from the street? Of course. Additionally, tonight's agenda includes dinner with Mr. Easing, who has made reservations long in advance. Jarvis replied respectfully. Easing? That egotist who dares to critique films after only watching two. Natasha's disdain was clearly written on her face. Good grief, how could I possibly know such a name? Do not allow such individuals to squander my time, Jarvis. I have just escaped from a throng of terrorists. Very well, Miss. Jarvis nodded in agreement. Chapter 45. The Phoenix arrives. Sean was engulfed by the flames behind him, wearing his last smile. Done. After clicking the save button, Des cast a glance at the video file on the desktop titled Iron Lady 1 and gestured to Li Jie beside her. Wait a moment, is something missing? Li Jie protested, having observed the editing process the entire time. What about the climactic kiss scene? Why did you cut it? Steel 1 is only 13. Such scenes should not be included, as they could negatively influence young viewers. Aren't the standards of domestic dramas more relaxed? Li Jie retorted, glaring with dissatisfaction. Are you attempting to give May a reason to be jealous? Sean's actions have nothing to do with me, Li Jie defended, standing his ground. Des, have I always been this shameless? The protest ultimately proved futile. Des rubbed her neck and pondered what to film next. Should they continue with Spider-Man? Or seek new material? Any suggestions for new themes? Although the inquiry bore little significance, Li Jie was eager to ask. The Avengers would not be formed for several more years, particularly as their financial resources had only just resolved to embrace heroism. Des contemplated, in this universe, we lack the likes of the Fantastic Four. Perhaps we could delve into the realm of mutants. However, at this juncture, Professor X and Magneto have already transitioned to baldness and Gandalf, respectively. Beauty has faded. Sighing in disappointment, Des elicited a shiver from Li Jie. Mutants? That sounds intriguing. Li Jie expressed interest. The abilities of mutants are diverse and extraordinary. While the situation in America is lackluster, it is truly formidable in China. The world's largest population in this universe has inevitably given rise to a staggering number of mutants, with over 70 classified as alpha by the Bureau of Superhuman Affairs. Here, alpha does not denote strength, but rather signifies mutants who possess ordinary appearances alongside powerful, controllable abilities, ideal evolutions of humanity. Wolverine's healing factor, on the other hand, is an uncontrollable passive skill, which classifies him strictly as beta. Damn, what is the difference between such a flaw and having none? Indeed, only a select few mutants can boast the flamboyance of the X-Men. The vast majority suffer societal ostracism due to their uncontrollable powers and monstrous appearances. As for Omega-level mutants, the Bureau officially recognizes 7 or 8, but according to Des, these individuals hold promise for the future. I recall that Magneto was once a member of the Weapon X program. Precisely, Des nodded. Old Man was the third to join. Wade and I received orders to liberate a Jewish mutant concentration camp, and Marx was imprisoned therein, so I took the opportunity to recruit him. In my capacity as a striking beauty, I lowered my pride to extend an invitation to him, yet this fellow had the audacity to refuse my gracious offer. Thus, I had no choice but to take matters into my own hands. Isn't this akin to kidnapping? Moreover, do you not realize that your actions essentially rob someone of their future wife? So we not only lack the Fantastic Four, but we are also devoid of the Witch and Quicksilver? He inquired. Aren't you omniscient? Why ask me? Des sighed, rolling her eyes. Honestly, it's rather tedious to have everything handed to you effortlessly. Li Jie scoffed, lamenting how Marvel editors often bestow characters with omnipotence, only for the original overcomer to be ultimately defeated by the Avengers. Out of nowhere, he produced a bag of Burger King and placed it on the table. I can transform my attire and traverse the multiverse at will, yet I find no desire to conjure a hamburger. I prefer to savor skewers at the local diner back home. You make a valid point, Des said, taking a bite of her hamburger. I suppose all your conjured hamburgers taste the same. That is precisely why I sought out the Ancient One at Camartage to learn magic. As the character Uncle Strange from the zombie universe aptly stated, I am a god with a taste for the mundane. If I am deprived of even the simplest pleasures, what meaning does life hold? Li Jie stuffed the hamburger into his mouth, declaring, creating chaos is the true path. I want to see Captain America shout hail Hydra before the Avengers and X-Men. Let us go. Time for skewers. What about Sean's identity? Shall we simply erase it? Des inquired, seeking the Essence's opinion. Is that a rhetorical question? Of course, we should keep it. Lee accepted. When we film the sequel to Iron Woman, we can easily have him make a cameo at the end. Iron Man and Captain America? You're attempting to hold the two titans of the Avengers in a tight grasp, Des said, her lips twitching. Who's next? Hank Pym? I must remind you that in this universe, Hank Pym is a young, handsome blonde, around the same age as Natasha Stark, and he has already discovered Pym particles to become Ant-Man. We shall disregard him. Let us target his wife instead. In this universe, Ant-Man is not an abuser. Their relationship is quite harmonious. What is there to fear? We can abduct Wasp and brainwash her to become our insider. But do we truly lack the Witch and Quicksilver? Could it be that their special effects are too costly? Li Jie's mind raced with ideas. Indeed, and they're not youngsters anymore. Des gathered her thoughts. Do you remember Speed Demon and Miss America from the Weapon Plus program? In this universe, the Witch and Quicksilver are their children, currently captured and controlled by a purple entity, engaging in all manner of mayhem. Old One's later years have been unfortunate, Li Jie mused. Not quite. After Marx defected, he found a wife and settled into a life of seclusion, even fathering a daughter named Lorna, the future Polaris. All right, I've made my decision. The next film will be titled Magneto, Li Jie proclaimed. You certainly have a knack for spontaneous ideas, Des replied, rising. I need to return to the Mars base for a moment. Oh, it seems I no longer need to. What is the matter? It is of no great significance. Merely a phoenix is soaring towards Earth. What did you say? A phoenix? Just a yellow-feathered chicken. Why the excitement? Winter is nearly upon us. Huh? Daisy glanced at the summer attire worn by the two. I have long wished for a phoenix egg to serve as a hand warmer, thus sparing us from this creature's havoc upon Earth, Li Jie declared with righteous fervor. Maintaining peace on our planet has always been the mission of our Hydra. As its leader, I am duty-bound. Chapter 46. The Phoenix is gone. Daisy was on the verge of losing her composure. How could a fool like you speak of justice? Although they were but different facets of the same individual, Li Jie and Daisy essentially represented distinct personalities. Li Jie's true self lay in slumber within the transcendent realm beyond Earth, while the nude man Natasha had encountered earlier was his actual form. Ah, the old rascal. Li Jie's core philosophy towards life is straightforward. Regardless of others' happiness, as long as he is content, that suffices. A rather shameless notion. Yet who can argue with Li Jie's formidable strength? The universe is boundless, and all is tranquil. A grand pink door swung open, revealing Li Jie, holding a skewer of lamb kebabs, appearing unceremoniously beyond Earth. In the distance, a brilliant blaze of flames took flight, illuminating everything in its path as it leisurely approached Earth, reminiscent of a newlywed returning home, brimming with novelty and anticipation. Since you're here, don't leave. Li Jie incinerated the leftover wooden skewer with transcendent energy, rubbing his hands together with a mischievous grin. He had already set an elaborate trap. Since this phoenix foolishly wandered into his snare, he would not show any mercy. Let us not dwell on the flop that was Dark Phoenix. The concept of the Phoenix in comics is rather intricate. Within the multiverse, the Phoenix is a singular constant, meaning that regardless of the parallel universe, the version and rank of the Phoenix remain unchanged, impervious to the butterfly effect. Another entity sharing this unique constancy is the Molecular Man. To illustrate, the same individual exists in various parallel universes with differing versions of themselves, like the many Spider-Men. Yet in every parallel universe, the Phoenix remains identical. According to the Phoenix's origin story, it initially existed solely within the main comic universe 616, and other parallel universes did not feature the Phoenix. However, in one such parallel universe, the supreme sorcerer, Necro, was an avid admirer of the Phoenix legend. He firmly believed that the Phoenix's power could rewrite the universe, and thus he brought his two disciples, Merlin and Farron, to the main comic universe 616. Ultimately, Farron successfully established a connection with the Phoenix, enabling it to project itself across the multiverse, thus granting every parallel universe its own Phoenix. As one of the most ancient primordial energies of the universe, the power of the Phoenix embodies both destruction and rebirth. For the long-slumbering Phoenix, beings endowed with formidable psychic strength are immensely alluring. Here, we must inevitably mention the woman intricately entwined with the Phoenix. Jean Grey, the Phoenix of the X-Men, is a mutant possessing extraordinary telepathic abilities, and she is the earliest host of the Phoenix Force in the comics. The relationship between these two can only be described as a tangled web, worthy of at least 500 episodes if adapted into a television series. In the X-Men comics, Jean Grey's formidable telepathic prowess captured the attention of the Phoenix. After a period of observation, the Phoenix recognized Jean's selfless act of heroism in saving her teammates, thus designating her as the host of the Phoenix Force. In its ordinary form, the Phoenix Force significantly amplifies the host's innate abilities, elevating them to a level rivaling that of divine beings. However, every boon comes with its burdens. The immense power of the Phoenix gradually erodes the host's mind over time, ultimately giving rise to the terrifying Dark Phoenix. In simpler terms, Jean becomes corrupted, declaring her intent to cause chaos. After enduring a series of catastrophic events linked to the Phoenix, Jean Grey ultimately resolves to escape the Phoenix's influence through death, all the while striving to protect Earth. Yet, the Phoenix Force is not so easily relinquished. It resurrects Jean, who had already succumbed to the grave, transforming her once more into the Dark Phoenix. In essence, once the Phoenix has chosen someone, their demise becomes a mere illusion. From destruction springs rebirth, and the most potent manifestation of the Phoenix Force is the White Phoenix, which symbolizes renewal. In the comics, 3 individuals have wielded this power, including Jean Grey, alongside Hope Summers from Avengers vs. X-Men and Cyclops from Secret Wars 2015. Notably, the Phoenix Force is not invincible. Under the influence of erratic writing, it has devolved into a mere narrative device. First, in Secret Wars 2015, Cyclops, now endowed with the White Phoenix Force, foolishly provokes the newly empowered Doctor Doom, only to be effortlessly extinguished by him. Subsequently, in Avengers vs. X-Men, the Scarlet Witch received an epic boost to her chaos magic, enabling it to contend evenly with the Phoenix Force, thus achieving a balance of yin and yang. Then there was Iron Fist, who, with a single blow, shattered the Phoenix that had descended upon Earth, leaving no room for dignity. Lastly, in the film adaptations, the Phoenix Force failed to even tear through Wolverine's trousers. Nevertheless, the Phoenix's treatment is still far superior to that of a certain unnamed purple giant. In the realm of comics, the Phoenix, that notorious avian entity, has not limited its mischief solely to Jean Grey. Cyclops, Emma Frost, Mystique, Colossus, Namor, Wolverine, and an extensive array of mutants have all felt the wrath of this fiery being, whose tastes are as varied as they are complex, encompassing individuals of all ages and backgrounds, both human and otherwise. To some extent, Phoenix's ferocity surpasses even that of Black Widow. The method to lure the Phoenix is remarkably straightforward. One merely needs to exude an overwhelming psychic force, a feat that is child's play for Li Jie. At this moment, Li Jie felt akin to a peculiar uncle brandishing a lollipop. The Na'vi Phoenix instantly sensed the immense psychic energy he was radiating, fluttering its wings as it accelerated toward Earth. Its colossal form obscured the sun, as a massive bird engulfed in the flames of rebirth descended upon the planet. At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters in New York, a cadre of X-Men was overwhelmed with chaos. The Phoenix, embodied by Jean Grey, had suddenly spiraled into madness, clutching her head and incoherently proclaiming the apocalypse. The professor's expression turned grave through the reading of Jean's thoughts. He discerned that the legendary Phoenix was on the verge of arriving on Earth. While the Phoenix's arrival is not inherently malevolent, after all, it signifies rebirth. The crux of the matter lies in the Phoenix's penchant for obliterating everything before such renewal. It adheres to this process with unwavering commitment. I can feel it. The Phoenix has come, Jean murmured, restrained by the X-Men. Hurry, kill me, Professor. The Phoenix will annihilate this world, she pleaded with her esteemed mentor. Yet how could the professor bring himself to slay Jean, whom he had watched grow? Each X-Man, in Charles's eyes, resembled his own child, and he could not bear to take such action. We have yet to reach the worst of it, he stated, gazing skyward as flames danced across the heavens. The immense psychic force instantaneously drew the attention of several powerful entities on Earth, including the professor himself. What could possibly impede the Phoenix? The encircling flames seemed to advance no further, and suddenly, the professor's eyes widened in terror as he discerned a humanoid figure amidst the raging inferno. The figure was shouting and laughing maniacally. In the next instant, it tore the Phoenix asunder with its bare hands. Chapter 47. The divine game among mortals, the professor was left in disbelief. Who was this formidable being that could so effortlessly rend the phoenix apart? I must have forgotten to apply my drops this morning, he mused. As a scholar, he had actively gathered extensive information on the phoenix after Jean's crisis. And with the assistance of an elder known as Lei Gong in the mysterious Kunlun, he had acquired a wealth of valuable data. As the saying goes, ignorance is bliss. The deeper the professor delved into the nature of the phoenix, the more he was gripped by terror at its existence. The power it represented, one of ultimate destruction and rebirth, was something far beyond his capacity to contest. Moreover, the might of Kunlun's iron fist had dissipated in the face of the phoenix, leaving only an empty shell behind. A certain American heir, endowed with the force of iron fist, pondered deeply. The professor understood that, at present, there was likely no one on Earth capable of contending with the phoenix. Should circumstances descend to their direst, for the safety of the planet, it seemed that Jean would have to perish once more. Intrusion is hardly a commendable habit, Professor, came the raspy and jarring voice of Li Jie, processed through special modulation, echoing in the professor's ear, a true villain's tone. Who are you? The professor inquired, pressing his finger against his temple, acutely aware of an immense, unknown psychic force targeting him. We shall meet again, and soon, Li Jie chuckled softly, asserting that this world rightfully belonged to its true masters, the mutants. We are all pioneers on the same path of ideals. Hence, I have a small gift for you. Suddenly, a sharp, needle-like pain surged through the professor's mind, causing his scalp to tingle and a curious warmth to flow from his abdomen down to his legs. What is this sensation? The professor struggled to suppress a sound, his body trembling uncontrollably. This peculiar feeling was overwhelmingly pleasurable, so much so that it urged him to express it outwardly. The surrounding battle police quickly noticed the professor's unusual behavior, converging upon him in a state of confusion. Professor, are you unwell? Perhaps a fever? Desperate to avoid humiliation in front of the crowd, the professor steeled himself and prepared to employ his telepathic abilities to alter the memories of those present. It was not the first time he had resorted to such measures. It was all for the sake of maintaining his serious image in the eyes of the children. Look at the top of the professor's head, Storm exclaimed, utilizing her racial gift, her exaggerated expression resembling that of someone who had witnessed a ghost. The onlookers followed her gaze, and to their astonishment, they beheld the professor's thick, black hair cascading down like a waterfall, reminiscent of a model in a shampoo commercial. Ward hair? Huh, have I grown my hair long? The silky strands slipped through his fingers, and the professor felt a surge of unexpected joy. No, alarm, as he impulsively rose from his wheelchair and performed a jubilant Thomas the Tank Engine dance. The nearby battle police stood agape. Professor, have your legs healed? What splendid hair quality! What brand of hair growth product do you use? Professor, could you perform another dance? Not far away, concealed in the foliage of a large tree, Li Jie, entirely hidden from detection, hoisted a camera on his shoulder, capturing the chaotic scene of the battle police. I've recorded something amusing. I'll save it for later. Li Jie nodded in satisfaction after witnessing the professor's impromptu dance. He then swiftly transported himself to the entrance of his secret lair. Every seasoned superhero ought to possess their own secret base, and Li Jie was no exception. He excavated a spacious underground chamber beneath his yard, emulating Batman's lair. Yet it lacked any high-tech apparatus. Instead, Li Jie stored an array of gaming consoles, walls adorned with physical comics, novels, and an assortment of tabletop games and snacks within this cavern. Upon entering, he observed Daisy and Sean collaborating at the computer to engage in a gaming session. Without any physical enhancements, their avatars proved to be quite inept at the game. Ah, you're back, little brother, Daisy remarked, as she eliminated the final adversary from 800 miles away. With a swift glance toward Li Jie, she inquired, where did that cat come from? In his arms rested a large orange tabby, its eyes closed in contentment. Wait, that's not a cat. Daisy squinted, effortlessly discerning the feline's disguise. A phoenix? I've long desired to keep a pet at home, but this cat seems rather ordinary, she remarked, somewhat exasperated. I recall there's a devourer on Earth. I plan to introduce the phoenix to it when it enters heat for breeding. Li Jie busied himself with the phoenix's cat food. Daisy furrowed her brow. As the three avatars in the room exhibited distinct personalities, Daisy represented diligent labor, Sean embodied knowledge and reason, while Li Jie epitomized chaotic and erratic thought. By the way, why is Sean here? Li Jie inquired without turning, as a kaleidoscope of colors danced in Sean's hands. Out of boredom. No one else is here to play games with me, Daisy replied matter-of-factly. I've supplemented Sean's life experiences and altered the memories of relevant individuals, ensuring that any intelligence agency investigating would find the entity known as Sean Taub. And what about Sean's Hydra code name? Li Jie asked. Oh, I've already devised it, Sean replied, setting down his mouse and clearing his throat. How about Supreme Mage from a parallel universe? What do you think? Are you preparing for a love-hate relationship with Natasha Stark? Li Jie pondered, contemplating whether his avatar's entanglement with another woman could be construed as infidelity. You know, in this universe, the Supreme Mage isn't Natasha, Agamotto lied. The successor remains Strange, who had a mishap while driving under the influence, leading to a disastrous outcome. Wait, were you feeding the phoenix? Sean asked, sharply turning his gaze toward the cat's food, which consisted of a plethora of thumb-sized, multicolored oval stones. A bowl full of infinity stones. I casually conjured a low-grade version. Once you gather 6 with the infinity gauntlet, you can snap your fingers and summon a dragon, Li Jie said, presenting the bowl of infinity stones to the phoenix. The orange tabby leaned down to sniff it, and, in front of the 3, began munching on them as if they were jelly beans. These creations of Li Jie were but a fraction of the genuine article's power, as they could not be utilized in other universes due to immutable rules. However, gathering 6 low-tier versions is sufficient for the bearer to traverse the cosmos, effortlessly vanquishing a planet devourer. Chapter 48. The emergence of the Alliance in the subterranean laboratory of a seaside villa, Natasha Stark busily attended to her work, having severed all external communication devices to avoid interruptions. After all, she had recently declared before numerous media outlets the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division, announcing a transformative shift towards the development of innovative clean energy for the betterment of humanity. Yet, with this transformation came an inevitable upheaval within Stark Industries, involving significant personnel reassignments. Unbeknownst to Natasha, her actions inadvertently led to the emergence of dozens of future supervillains. Upon transcending into the realm of the beyond, Natasha discovered an almost inexhaustible plethora of magical tomes, coveted volumes that wealth could not procure, and precisely what she urgently required. Aside from her penchant for audacious escapades, the Beyond appeared to be a benevolent deity, generously granting Natasha access to all its arcane knowledge. The entity even offered to alter the flow of time within the Beyond, allowing 1 year there to equate to merely a day on Earth. However, as with all extraordinary occurrences, caution was warranted. Natasha vividly recalled Sean's teachings. Dimensional magic comes at a cost. The more one borrows, the faster one meets their demise. Unless one can secure a powerful ally akin to the supreme sorceress, Agamotto, and possess sufficient prowess to vanquish ordinary dimensional deities. Yet, the Beyond assured her of its earnest intentions, framing this as an investment in the future, preferring to alter predetermined destinies over claiming souls. Despite her lingering doubts, the abundance offered by the Beyond was irresistible. To eradicate the 10 Rings gang, she needed to rapidly augment her capabilities. After meticulously reviewing the new contract, Natasha confirmed its integrity and affixed her signature. What followed was 7 consecutive days of seclusion. However, Natasha overlooked a crucial fact. While her soul remained tireless, her body could not endure such strain. Had it not been for the timely intervention of her loyal butler, Jar Vias, the future Iron Woman might have succumbed to exhaustion, leaving a cadre of distant relatives to mourn her untimely passing. After recuperation, Natasha immersed herself in her training and research, employing her knowledge to forge a suit of armor that melded magic and technology, adorned in opulent gold and rose red, aspiring to become a superhero of little worth. Akin to Batman, she dubbed herself the Iron Woman, the comic book sales sword, and having admired Batman and Superman in her youth, Natasha had once intended to acquire the rights, only to find the owner unwilling to sell, ultimately conceding to that fate. Most weapon systems and energy sources within the armor were technological advancements. Through enhancements, Natasha integrated a magical artificial intelligence named Sean, capable of assisting in spell casting and incantations, enabling her to unleash grand magical feats without the necessity of her direct involvement. The armored suit serves merely as an illusion, even if it were to be destroyed. Natasha remains unperturbed, for her prowess surpasses that of the suit itself. When adversaries toil tirelessly to dismantle Natasha's iron armor, believing they have rendered her powerless, they shall be met with a liberated sorceress of unparalleled might. This inspiration was born from a casual conversation between Natasha and Sean, and the efficacy of this tactic has indeed been validated. However, Natasha chose not to reveal her identity as the Iron Lady to the world. After vanquishing the Ten Rings gang, she and her butler, Jarvis, resumed their roles in the operations of Stark Industries. In this universe, Stark may not be a prodigious scientist, yet she excels as a remarkable businesswoman, for there exists a magical principle akin to turning stone into gold. During her tenure as the Iron Lady, Natasha inevitably found herself in dealings with the director of SHIELD, that enigmatic figure, Nick Fury, despite her reluctance. Out of respect for the invaluable intelligence Fury had previously provided her regarding the Ten Rings, as well as Sean Taub's personal dossier, Natasha consented to a clandestine agreement. Assuming the role of a private consultant for SHIELD, aside from significant decisions, the day-to-day operations of Stark Industries were primarily entrusted to Jarvis, who was increasingly experiencing a hairline retreat towards the sun. However, as the novelty of heroism waned, Natasha soon felt a sense of inadequacy. Perhaps the energy of New York was unfavorable, as both small fish and big whales flocked to the city, overwhelming her solitary efforts as the Iron Lady. Perhaps I should seek out some allies? Natasha mused, jotting down potential candidates on her tablet. A hulking green mutant with claws, a low-EQ blonde heartthrob, and his diminutive partner. A thunderous bodybuilding champion, and a high school student clad in spandex. After deliberation, Natasha crossed off the last candidate, the high school student, as she had gathered intelligence indicating that this Peter Parker was underage. Saving the world was a task for adults, and minors ought not to interfere. Nonetheless, she effortlessly infiltrated New York's surveillance system, erasing any footage of Peter Parker that might inadvertently reveal his identity, deeming it a trivial yet necessary act. Oh, what a conundrum. These individuals are not easily amenable, particularly the hulking green one. Natasha felt it imperative to convene this motley crew for a thorough discussion. However, it appeared that Dr. Pym had recently grown quite close to Nick Fury, suggesting significant progress on the mansion project. Miss, Simon Williams of Williams Energy has sent you a meeting request, intoned the magical AI, Sean, from her desk. Let him in, Natasha replied. The automatic door to her office opened to reveal a well-dressed, robust man with brown hair. Have a seat, Natasha said casually, as if they were old acquaintances. Hey, Natasha. It's been a while, Simon greeted, his demeanor serious, yet beneath it lay the gentle nature of a true Good Samaritan. The last time we met was at last year's reunion, Natasha said without lifting her head. I will be direct. You must understand my intentions, Natasha. Simon's voice carried a note of pleading. Please, spare my company. Williams Energy is the culmination of my father's and my efforts. Simon Williams's father, Sanford Williams, was a successful arms industrialist who founded Williams Innovations. As the second son, Simon took on the heavy responsibility of the company at the tender age of 22 after his father's passing and his brother's disappearance. However, he lacked substantial management experience and swiftly lost his competitive edge in the market under the pressure of arms giants like Stark Industries. Industries, he was compelled to pivot towards the new energy sector. What left Simon in despair was that his old classmate Natasha, showing no sense of camaraderie, had returned to the company and also transitioned into the new energy industry, aggressively claiming a significant share of the market. With internal and external challenges looming, Simon's company was on the brink of bankruptcy, threatening the livelihoods of his workers. Initially, Simon had hoped Natasha would show some compassion due to their shared past, but he now realized how naive he had been. I know Williams is the fruit of your and your uncle's labor, but just 5 minutes ago, the name of Williams' largest shareholder was changed to Natasha Stark. What? Natasha, you? Simon struggled to contain his emotions. Natasha's words felt like a swift descent from paradise into despair, as she had taken away everything he sought to protect. Please, sit down and try to remain calm. There are matters we must deliberate carefully, Natasha urged, setting aside her tablet to look at Simon. You are not a competent businessman. You are too kind-hearted. The shareholders in your company have long wanted to oust you from your father's legacy. They have approached me more than once, seeking to sell their shares. Those scoundrels. Simon seethed, gritting his teeth. Your company possesses numerous valuable patents. Since these leeches wish to drain the last drop of blood, I shall grant them their wish. You mean? Simon stared blankly at Natasha. You still retain the operational autonomy and decision-making power of Williams Energy. Stark Industries will merely provide funding and await dividends. Natasha asserted her financial prowess. Go forth and make bold strides, Simon. Natasha. Simon was on the verge of tears from gratitude. Or perhaps I could offer myself in return. No, if you truly wish to repay me, just take the time to treat me to dinner, Natasha said. Sometimes, an unintentional act of kindness can save someone on the brink of darkness. Chapter 49, a strong title. A minute ago, Hydra attacked the United Nations building located on the east side of Manhattan, New York City. Just as Simon left, Sean's electronic voice echoed in the room. Meanwhile, a projection screen rose before Natasha, displaying a scene in which an octopus-like green mech crawled onto the shore, striding with an audacious gait toward the United Nations building. Subsequently, the hatch in its abdomen opened, and a multitude of fully armed Hydra soldiers descended, engaging in a fierce firefight with the garrison stationed at the UN. Could these outdated relics not take a moment's respite? Natasha rubbed her temples. Where was S? H? L? D? This matter should rightly fall under the purview of that black-hearted egg. S. H. I. E. L. D. would not arrive for another 40 minutes. Sean reported that this was a plenary meeting of world leaders, with the president in attendance. The garrison would not hold out much longer. Mississippi, truly. These individuals seem intent on creating trouble for me daily. Natasha harbored a disdain for politicians, yet to avert a diplomatic crisis, she felt compelled to intervene. Nick Fury, you owe me a personal favor. As she spoke, Natasha began to magically transform on the spot. In the underground secret base of Li Jia's household, there was breaking news. Daisy turned on the television, which was broadcasting reports of the Hydra attack on the New York UN building. These reporters are remarkably dedicated. They truly rush into the fray. Observing the helicopters emblazoned with various news outlets, Li Jia couldn't help but remark. And he also spotted a helicopter from his own Horn of Freedom newspaper. Should I reward them with a bonus for their reckless spirit? However, what is the deal with this Hydra? Are they one of ours? Li Jia inquired, pointing at the screen depicting the green-clad Hydra soldiers. Those are not the new Hydra led by me, and struck her. Daisy shook her head. Their leader is Baron Zemo, Captain America's arch-nemesis. Hydra's evolution has been tumultuous, with countless leaders changing hands, including Hive, Baron Strucker, Zemo, and the most notorious Red Skull, Viper, and Dr. Zola among them. Oh, upon hearing this, Li Jia suddenly realized. You mean that unfortunate fellow with the purple hood glued to his face? What does Zemo look like in this universe? Is he Daniel BRHL? Daisy remained silent, merely shaking her head in disappointment. The handsome fellow had become disfigured, a significant psychological blow for her. However, not long ago, Baron Zemo was captured by S.H.I.E.L.D. and imprisoned in the raft. This band is currently leaderless, likely creating chaos as part of a rescue plan. Daisy activated her omniscient mode, glimpsing the unfolding narrative. Are you planning to take action against Zemo as Hydra? Sean, who had been engrossed in a game, finally seized the opportunity to interject. I was indeed considering that, Li Jia nodded. After all, our new Hydra is the embodiment of justice. How could we allow this group of green-clad miscreants to tarnish our reputation? The early comic portrayal of Hydra soldiers, which was excessively green, had always been a source of ridicule for Li Jia, far greener than the fallen Canadians. Upon reconsideration, we find ourselves in the shadows. While this group is conveniently poised to serve as cannon fodder, providing cover for the new Hydra, a formidable antagonist intricately woven into multiple standalone superhero films, ultimately defeated by the heroes in the first Avengers. What are your thoughts on the script? Both Des and Sean applauded enthusiastically, simultaneously offering silent homage to Baron Zemo, thinking, you brought this upon yourself. Speaking of which, I have always been curious about one thing. How did you acquire the character rights for Captain America? Des Sudani inquired. I recall that Imposter is still lying in the glacier. The U.S. military, of course. A hero against fascism holds significant value. Li Jia retrieved a chilled bottle of cola from the refrigerator, showcasing it. Even Coca-Cola in this universe bears the cartoon image of Captain America. Have you not noticed this? Des expressed her commitment to maintaining her figure, avoiding junk food, while Sean, being freshly born today, was not an exception. Well then, it appears we must continue filming Spider-Man. Reflecting on his adorable nephew, Lee Jie couldn't help but chuckle. You both have read the script, haven't you? Who shall portray the villain? No one is needed. I have a ready candidate. Des suddenly grinned wickedly, slowly revealing a name. Norman Osborn, the head of Oscorp, the Green Goblin. Chapter 50. The official start of Spider-Man 1 in the serene city of New York. A red and blue figure swung through the skyscrapers, traversing the skyline with webs. A robbery had occurred at the Happiness Bank in Queens, with the culprits confirmed to be the Fearsome Four, escalating to a blue-level incident, requesting assistance. A somewhat frantic voice emanated from the mini walkie-talkie nestled in Peter Parker's chest. As a skilled hacker with the aid of friend, Peter easily hacked into the New York Police's communication channel, allowing Spider-Man to be informed of ongoing violent crimes and rush to assist in a timely manner. Since bidding farewell to the transcendent Spider-Man, Peter Parker had indeed contemplated abandoning his aspirations of being a superhero, believing, as the transcendent Spider-Man advised, that his goodwill would go unrewarded and might even endanger his loved ones. This was not the outcome Peter wished to see. He merely desired to use his extraordinary abilities to protect the vulnerable and assist others. However, if such actions pose a threat to his family, Peter felt compelled to act selfishly for once. Peter Parker sealed away his homemade spider suit, relinquishing the fantasy of being a superhero until, while preparing to cross the street, he witnessed an out-of-control truck barreling towards an innocent bystander. Peter could not stand idly by. Leveraging his enhanced speed, he dashed to the side of the stunned pedestrian, rescuing her just in time. Listening to the cheers of the surrounding crowd and the gratitude of the woman in his arms, Peter Parker felt as though, at that moment, he had come to a profound realization. Peter Parker no longer wishes to be a superhero. He yearns simply to be himself, utilizing his extraordinary abilities within the realms of his capability to combat crime and assist others. Perhaps this sentiment encapsulates the essence that Spider-Man originally aimed to convey. Clad once more in his spider suit, Peter took the precaution of altering the materials and design of his attire. The mass transition from a separate piece to a seamless hood, and the original spandex fabric was replaced with a cut-resistant material specifically designed for short-track speed skating at the Winter Olympics, boasting a cut resistance strength 15 times that of steel. Do not inquire about the origin of these materials. Peter's childhood savings have been depleted, leaving him without even enough pocket money to indulge in a simple ice cream. Upon swiftly arriving at the scene, Peter cast his gaze downward to behold a throng of armed police officers and SWAT team members forming a perimeter outside the Happy Bank. At that moment, the bank's doors remained tightly shut, while an officer, facing the entrance, brandished a megaphone to negotiate. The specifics of his dialogue, one can surmise, are well known to those familiar with the tropes of Hong Kong cinema. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the bank's doors were hurled open by an unseen force, plummeting onto a police car, which set off a cacophony of urgent sirens and flashing red and blue lights. Instantly, the officers present heightened their vigilance, their focus sharpened to a razor's edge. Behold, behold, a delightful gathering of mischievous little kittens has come to greet us, quipped a suave male voice as four figures emerged from the bank, each clutching bags of money, 3 men and 1 woman, all adorned in eccentric attire. Drop your weapons and surrender. The dedicated officer continued to implore through the megaphone, his voice echoing in the tension-filled air. How annoying. The leading middle-aged man among the quartet scoffed, just as he was about to take action when one of his accomplices turned to him, inquiring, "What do you want me to do?" The hulking figure clad in red and black armor, known as Noisy, asked in a rather foolish manner. "I did not call for you," the middle-aged man replied, exasperated by his companion's lack of intellect. He then straightened his posture and commanded, "Charge. Let these fools experience the terror of the 4 fearsome ones." "Oh!" The other 3 roared in unison, unleashing their signature abilities as they surged towards the police officers. Naturally, the officers responded by opening fire, authorized to do so under the Blue Alert Directive. The middle-aged man issuing commands, known as the Sorcerer, was clad in a suit of high-tech purple armor, transforming him into a diminished version of a powerful titan, rendering bullets ineffective against him. Meanwhile, Noisy raised his mechanical right arm, unleashing a sonic attack that sent the nearby officers reeling. Sandra, a warrior adorned in a barbarian-like ensemble. With vibrant red hair and sun-kissed skin, delivered a thunderous punch, splitting a police car in half. Judging by her capabilities, Sandra epitomized a low-budget version of Wonder Woman. The final member of the Fearsome Four is a bald figure known as Trap. He carries a device resembling a pesticide sprayer, though instead of chemicals. His sprayer ejects a potent yellow adhesive capable of ensnaring even an elephant. Among the quartet, 3 are affluent while 1 is impoverished, and thus they immerse themselves in the grand tide of the supervillain era, armed with their technological equipment. It may be hard to believe, but the most egregious act committed by these 4 miscreants was detonating a bank vault. Since their inception 2 months ago, they have yet to claim a single life. The worst they have managed was sending a group of obstructive police officers to the hospital. They stand as paragons of morality among supervillains. As the Fearsome Four displayed their prowess and prepared to escape the encirclement of law enforcement, Peter Parker finally arrived at the scene. "Hello, officer. Is there anything I can assist you with?" He greeted his old acquaintance while perched on a police car. "Spider-Man?" Officer Gailey was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Peter Parker, but she quickly regained her composure and earnestly requested Spider-Man's aid in subduing the Fearsome Four, as she needed to attend to her injured colleagues. "Piece of cake, officer," Peter Parker responded, offering a less-than-standard salute to Gailey before aiming his web shooters at the sorcerer above, yanking him down from the sky. "Dumb Spider-Man, don't ruin our plans," the sorcerer exclaimed as he scrambled to his feet, manipulating nearby objects to hurl at Peter Parker. Simultaneously, the other 3 members had surrounded him, their expressions eager for confrontation. A chaotic battle commenced between Spider-Man and the Fearsome Four. Seeing Spider-Man arrive to provide support, Gailey felt a wave of relief wash over her, prompting her to rush to the aid of her injured comrades. The informant who had assisted Spider-Man in hacking the police communication channel was none other than her. "Hey, has anyone ever mentioned that your outfits resemble those at a comic convention?" Peter Parker quipped, dodging a flail hurled by Sandra, his chatter unceasing. Peter Parker did not aspire to be a chatterbox, yet he inadvertently discovered that it served as an effective means of alleviating tension. With a deft maneuver, he engaged Sandra in combat, then shot a web and leapt upward, narrowly evading the adhesive Trap had unleashed. Unfortunately for Sandra, she was not so fortunate, becoming thoroughly ensnared by the super adhesive on the ground. "Wow, that gadget of yours looks rather perilous. My head is buzzing incessantly. Have you ever considered replacing the glue with pesticide?" he remarked, adding, "By the way, spiders are not insects, they are arachnids." With 1 member of the Fearsome Four incapacitated, Peter Parker felt a significant alleviation of pressure. A swift web ensnared the noisy mechanical arm of the raucous one, causing the sonic blast to rebound and strike him in the face, binding the raucous one securely with webs. Peter Parker employed his spider sense and agile movements to ensnare the last 2 members of the Fearsome Four face-to-face. "Boss, did you forget to brush your teeth this morning?" Face-to-face, caught in a somewhat awkward predicament, I couldn't help but utter a phrase. Silence. Chapter 51. Ant-Man and Wasp. The Fearsome Four were stripped of their gear by the police and handcuffed, subsequently escorted to a prisoner transport. They would be handed over to S.H.I.L.D. after completing the necessary procedures, destined for the specialized facility known as the Vault, designed to confine supervillains. However, that was a matter for another time. Seeing that he had no further business here, Peter Parker prepared to depart. Yet as he turned, he caught a glimpse of Officer Gary in the distance, giving him a thumbs up. Was she implying that I might receive this year's New York Good Citizen Award? Peter, in turn, politely waved back at Officer Gary, forming a peace sign before swinging away on his web, gradually vanishing from her sight. Spider-Man Gary watched the red and blue figure fade into the horizon and sighed. I had expected him to be a brooding, serious, old-fashioned type, but he turned out to be quite the chatterbox. Honestly, the red and blue ensemble is far more vibrant than the black depicted in the comics. Although Peter Parker never referred to himself as Spider-Man, his attire and the ability to shoot webs from his hands while soaring through the city mirrored that of the comic book hero. Naturally, the citizens of New York came to regard this masked vigilante as Spider-Man. Oh no, the spider sense was buzzing. With a startled exclamation, Peter Parker pivoted to the side. Just as a swirling green vortex brushed past his shoulder, the whistling wind sending shivers down his spine. Hey, what's that? Has Franklin turned into a spirit? Peter executed a nimble maneuver, attaching himself to a nearby billboard. The chaos in New York was palpable, with supervillains emerging like malfunctioning fire hydrants. Wait, am I perched on Chris Evans' nostril? Reacting swiftly to the warning of his spider sense, Peter leapt away from the billboard just as the green whirlwind collided with it, creating a substantial hole. Apologies, Chris. With a flick of his web shooters, Peter ensnared the green cyclone, but the immense inertia sent him spinning like a yo-yo, ultimately splatting against the previous billboard. Ah, we meet again, Chris. Peter felt a bit nauseous, especially since the mask was fused with his suit, making it impossible to remove. When nimble little bug, albeit somewhat foolish, the green whirlwind came to a halt, revealing its true form. It was a burly man clad in a gray bodysuit, adorned with green armor and a conical helmet. The name David Cannon, alias Whirlwind, once a circus performer who had recently transitioned into a life of crime. Honestly, doesn't all that spinning make you dizzy? Peter Parker lightly tapped his forehead. Could you lend me your helmet? I feel like I might be sick. And this outfit is bound to lose its color in the wash. His incessant chatter irked Whirlwind, who swiftly spun his body, gathering the surrounding airflow into a formidable shockwave directed at Peter Parker. Danger! This is truly perilous, Peter exclaimed. Apologies, Chris, but Franklin's ghost has ruined your movie poster. However, I shall attend the premiere. He deftly countered Whirlwind's onslaught, his banter unwavering. The Whirlwind's abilities posed a significant challenge for the fledgling Peter Parker, especially with the bustling city beneath them. Unleashing his full strength could inadvertently harm innocent bystanders. Philippa Fortune ought to be paraded through the streets. I detest her, Peter thought, feeling a sense of powerlessness wash over him. Suddenly, a sharp sting pierced the nape of his neck, eliciting a yelp. Hey, did a bee just sting me? Not a bee, but the wasp. The diminutive figure of Janet, the wasp, flitted past Peter, her size resembling that of a fabled sprite. Peter clasped his hands to his face in astonishment. Could today be my lucky day? Am I truly witnessing a legendary sprite? It's the wasp, little spider. Janet's form enlarged as she beckoned. Shall we join forces, Spider-Man? Peter blinked, then gave a thumbs up, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Absolutely, I relish a good bout for justice. One must acknowledge that this universe's Peter Parker, under the meticulous guidance of Lee Jia for many years, had developed a character distinctly different from his counterparts in other dimensions. Two little bugs. Whirlwind spun once more, this time conjuring a colossal green tornado from the ground. Let us go. Janet took the lead, her form swiftly shrinking and vanishing from Whirlwind's sight. Simultaneously, Peter shot webs for cover, engaging in a back-and-forth skirmish with Whirlwind. Annoying little bugs. Whirlwind suddenly emitted a pained scream, crackling with electricity, his body quaking uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity while Whirlwind was preoccupied with Peter, Janet shrank down, infiltrating the gaps in his armor, and delivered a stinging electric pulse to the unguarded nape of his neck. Though the jolt didn't render him unconscious, it caused the green tornado he had conjured to dissipate. Do you think this will defeat me? It's not that simple, Whirlwind retorted, unwilling to concede, struggling for another round. His tenacity was commendable. Resuming her normal size, Janet flapped her wings and pointed skyward with her right index finger. The Whirlwind lifted its head, only to be met with a bewildering sight. A colossal red giant rising from the ground, its enormous hands swiftly reaching out as if to swat a fly. Boom! The giant's hands parted, revealing Hank Pym, the original Ant-Man, who gently placed the unconscious Whirlwind on the ground. His massive form gradually diminished until it returned to that of an ordinary man. Mythical giants and tiny sprites. How marvelous! Peter Parker couldn't contain his excitement, rushing to greet Hank Pym. I know you, Spider-Man. Hank Pym smiled warmly, shaking the hand Peter had extended. Please, Janet, next time you take such initiative, a quick call would suffice. It might disrupt my crucial scientific experiments, Hank quietly murmured to Janet in complaint. In this universe, Hank Pym was a charming blonde, not a domestic abuser, wholly engrossed in scientific pursuits, while his wife, the wasp, Janet, managed all matters large and small in their lives. Janet pouted and made a playful face at her husband. Thank you for your assistance, Spider-Man. Hank expressed his gratitude. We'll handle the rest. We will ensure the Whirlwind reaches where he needs to be. With arrangements complete, the Ant-Man couple bid farewell to Peter Parker. Hank utilized Pym particles to shrink the unconscious Whirlwind, placing him into a special container, ready to confine him within the luxurious prison aboard the S.H.I.L.D. helicarrier. However, just as they prepared to depart, Janet concocted an excuse to leave the group. Hank paid it no mind, merely advising her to stay safe and to refrain from further superhero antics. Meanwhile, Janet, having slipped away, soared through the air for a few moments, ensuring no one was following her. Following her instructions, she arrived at the rooftop of a high-rise building, where 3 figures cloaked in black awaited her. Without uttering a word, Janet handed a silver briefcase to the lead figure, then stood silently by. The leader unlatched the briefcase, revealing a sealed test tube within, filled with a crimson blood sample the size of a pinky finger. "You performed admirably, Agent Date." Closing the briefcase, the cloaked leader nodded at Janet. "The organization takes pride in you. Acquiring Spider-Man's genetic material propels our plans significantly forward." "You flatter me," Janet replied, placing her right fist over her heart. Bowing her head slightly, her lips parting to reveal the faintest hint of a smile. Hail Hydra. Chapter 52. Norman and Hydra, has she left? Yes. I can't even see the taillights. Then I can breathe easy. Phew. Daisy immediately shed her black cloak, grumbling, "Why all this mystery? This ridiculous cloak makes it impossible to see the road. This is called atmosphere. It's essential to maintain an air of mystery." Sean silently removed his cloak. Perhaps due to his identity as the Supreme Sorcerer, he found the black cloak's appearance quite striking. "Did you not previously assert that Hydra embodies justice?" Des disdainfully retorted. Li Jie chose to ignore Des's provocations and turned to hand his suitcase to Sean. Following a vote, Sean was selected as the behind-the-scenes leader for both Spider-Man and the Avengers, tasked with delivering Spider-Man's genetic samples to Norman Osborn. Sean claimed his veto power. However, Li Jie countered this with his own veto, asserting that Sean, being the youngest among them, should gain more life experience, ideally enduring a few beatings along the way. Although Li Jie's words were harsh, Sean, with a twinkle in his eye, promptly conjured a magical doppelganger to serve as his assistant. "How is my doppelganger even lazier than I am?" Li Yimu said. In the private office atop Oscorp Tower, Norman Osborn sat at his desk, his expression ominously grim. Another failure. He raised his right hand and struck the desk fiercely, toppling the water cup beside him. "These incompetent fools can't even capture a mere Spider-Man. What a waste of my resources." After a brief silence, Norman placed his left hand beneath his right, rubbing the swollen area where he had struck. It hurt a little. Feeling agitated, Norman approached the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the city of New York, and sighed deeply. He had built Oscorp from the ground up, reaching a pinnacle that many could only dream of in midlife. He had hoped for a peaceful retirement, intending to pass his hard-won legacy to his son, Harry. Yet, misfortune had struck him unexpectedly. 2 weeks prior, Norman discovered he was afflicted with a hereditary ailment that was deemed incurable. He vividly recalled that his own father had succumbed to this genetic disease. Now, the nightmare had come to haunt him. To add to his woes, his only family, his son Harry Osborn, was also diagnosed with the same hereditary affliction. Norman concealed this information, unwilling to let his son succumb to despair. Determined, Norman defied the odds and initiated a transformation of Oscorp, aggressively venturing into the medical field. He offered lucrative salaries to attract talents from the medical community, hoping to discover a cure for their family's affliction. Even if he himself did not see that day, at least his son Harry would be saved. Beginning with human enhancement serums, Norman recklessly invested vast sums of money, even considering involvement in military super soldier serum projects. Unfortunately, his efforts ultimately fell short. Just as despair began to envelop him, he caught sight of Spider-Man. Look, this is the perfect gene, the epitome of evolution." Norman was convinced that Spider-Man's DNA held the key to curing the maladies afflicting both him and his son. For this, he would pay any price. Money could be earned anew, but once life was lost, nothing remained. However, for reasons unknown, Norman harbored no desire to obtain Spider-Man's blood through legitimate means. Instead, he was intent on capturing Spider-Man, abducting him, and drawing his blood right before his eyes. This peculiar inclination brought Norman a strange sense of exhilaration. After all, with his wealth, he could indulge in such whims at will. Mr. Norman seemed to be in high spirits, perhaps savoring the midday charm of New York. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from behind him, and through the reflection in the glass, Norman beheld a mysterious figure cloaked in black, inexplicably seated in his chair within the office. "I am merely passing the time in this tedious wait," the figure stated. Turning around, Norman faced the enigmatic individual, confident that his ally would not disappoint him. For this task was but a trifle for them. "Of course, Mr. Osborn, you must place your trust in us," the mysterious figure replied, placing a briefcase on the desk and slowly opening it in Norman's presence. "By trusting us, you are essentially saving your own life." As he gazed upon the vial of crimson blood, Norman felt his breath quicken, his gaze riveted to the object. "Very well, I shall arrange the transfer immediately. $500 million without a single cent less." Norman conducted the transaction before the mysterious figure, transparent and devoid of deceit. "Then, I look forward to our next collaboration. Mr. Osborn." Chapter 53. The birth of the Green Goblin dawned in his battle attire. He transformed into a superhero traversing the streets of New York. Yet, once stripped of his garb, he was merely an unremarkable high school student. Peter Parker found himself in an increasingly discontented state, as a dashing transfer student named Harry Osborn had recently joined his class. The future heir of Oscorp, this golden-haired, affluent youth quickly became the center of attention, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Peter could not shake the feeling that Harry was consistently undermining him, as though he sought to prove his superiority. "When did I offend him?" Peter murmured to himself upon entering. It seemed that Harry was also a fan of Spider-Man, which only added to Peter's bewilderment. "Is something troubling you at school?" Aunt May inquired with concern as she passed by the threshold. "No, nothing at all," Peter replied, shaking his head to indicate that she need not worry. "Then hurry inside. I prepared your favorite baked apple pie for dinner." Aunt May smiled warmly. After changing into his slippers, Peter noticed that Uncle Ben had returned home early, seated on the sofa with his legs crossed, engrossed in the newspaper. "Uncle Ben!" Peter exclaimed joyfully as he set down his backpack and rushed to his side. "What brings you home so early today?" "Business was rather light, so I decided to come back early," Uncle Ben replied, setting aside the newspaper and adjusting his glasses that had slipped down his nose. "After dinner, our family should take a stroll together. To celebrate your outstanding performance in the football game, I've decided to buy you the latest mountain bike as a token of encouragement." "Uncle Ben." Peter Parker was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. A simple bicycle would suffice, as the latest models were excessively expensive. Within the clandestine laboratory of the Osborn Group, several researchers were diligently immersed in their respective tasks, striving to fulfill the directives set forth by their superior. It was truly astonishing. This remarkable genetic structure was nothing short of enchanting, akin to magic. Dr. Connors, the head of the secret laboratory, clad in a white lab coat, was intently scrutinizing the data analysis report before him, his face illuminated with astonishment. "How is the experiment progressing, Dr. Connors?" A cold voice emerged from behind. Connors turned to find his superior had entered the laboratory without his notice. "We have successfully produced 2 samples, and we are preparing for the subsequent comparative experiments." Connors swiped across the screen before him. "Based on the results of our experiments conducted on the lab mice, the gene-enhancing serum we have developed is remarkably successful. The next step is to recruit volunteers for human trials." "How long will it take?" "A conservative estimate would be over 6 months," Connors replied candidly. "Mr. Osborn, the risks associated with human trials are substantial. We must ensure absolute precision before proceeding. Any unforeseen accidents could be catastrophic." Norman remained silent, his gaze shifting downward to Connors' empty right sleeve. Connors paused, then withdrew his right hand from his pocket, realizing his earlier casual demeanor during the presentation may have displeased his superior. "Where are the serum samples? Please follow me." Connors obediently led the way to a workstation, where he pressed a button beside him. A plume of chilling mist erupted, and a platform slowly opened to reveal a transparent square box, from which 2 vials of green serum, each the size of a finger, ascended. "It's truly beautiful, wouldn't you agree?" Norman murmured, captivated by the vials before him. "Indeed," Connors replied, his eyes alight with the fervor of a scientist. The gene-enhancing serum held the potential to be the key to humanity's next evolutionary phase, rendering humankind impervious to disease. Yes, impervious to disease. Connors failed to notice the increasingly frenzied glint in Norman's eyes as he stood beside him. "We are ready to commence human trials. We must begin immediately." Norman delivered a chilling command, turning abruptly to exit the laboratory, his expression cold and unyielding. "But sir, the risk of conducting human trials at this juncture is far too great," Connors implored, attempting to halt Norman's reckless decision. "Your salary and the project's budget are funded by my resources, Dr. Connors." Norman glared fiercely at him. "I can no longer afford to wait. I lack patience. Yet time has become my relentless adversary. I do not comprehend your intentions." Connor's voice diminished considerably, for Norman's gaze bore down upon him with an intensity that was utterly terrifying, as though he were poised to take his life. "You're a scientist, Dr. Connors. A scientist ought to diligently fulfill his responsibilities, suppressing excessive curiosity, and certainly not oppose his superior." With that, Norman pushed past Connors. "I understand your concerns. Human experimentation requires volunteers, and I am that volunteer. Inform me when you are prepared." Stunned by Norman's declaration, Connors stood frozen in place. Norman patted him on the right shoulder before departing. Connors was convinced his boss had lost his mind, willing to use himself as a subject for experimentation. If anything were to go awry, who would he turn to for his salary this month? With a mentally unstable, self-destructive superior and feeling utterly powerless to dissuade him, Connors resolved to seek new employment post-haste. Once everything was in place, Connors personally informed his superior, who simply retrieved a framed photograph of himself with his deceased wife and son, placing it in his inner pocket. "Please watch over me, Emily," he murmured. Connors led his research team in preparing various instruments to monitor Norman's physiological indicators while escorting him into a sterile chamber. There, a disinfected mechanical arm injected Norman with a gene-enhancing serum. As the green serum coursed into his veins, Norman's expression initially twisted in agony, but gradually settled into tranquility. "All of Mr. Norman's physiological indicators are normal." The monitoring team relayed this encouraging news, slightly alleviating Connors' anxiety. However, before Connors could direct the next phase of the experiment, chaos erupted in the sterile chamber. Norman mutated. In the most literal sense, his muscles began to swell, tearing his clothing apart, leaving him clad only in undergarments. His skin shifted from pale to green, developing a scaly, keratinous layer. More ominously, Norman's visage transformed into a horrifying demonic form. In this universe, Norman was not a technologically advanced goblin with a split personality, but rather a terrifying green monster of physical mutation. Roaring, Norman's mind was inundated with chaos and madness. And even the most oblivious could see that the experiment had gone awry. Connors maintained his composure, striking the keyboard before him, initiating the release of anesthetic gas within the chamber. The mechanical arm switched to powerful sedatives and tranquilizers. Yet these measures proved ineffective against the mutated green monstrosity. With a fearsome roar, the creature shattered the tempered glass before him with a single punch, escaping the laboratory and vanishing, leaving behind a scene of devastation. "Doctor!" Connors lay on the ground, wailing, with shards of glass embedded in his right arm, blood pouring out in a gruesome display. His mind was a whirlpool of confusion. At that moment, Norman Osborn had forgotten who he was, fleeing the Osborn building, guided by the genetic bloodline within him, searching the streets of New York City for the source of this lineage. Spider-Man. Chapter 54. Li Jie. It's my turn to perform after dinner. Li Jie suggested that the family should take a stroll at the nearby World Trade Center. However, after a spirited discussion, the family's sole female member made the final decision, and their destination was changed to the nearby Walmart supermarket. May needed to purchase some daily necessities, and Li Jie and Peter were tasked with carrying the bags. It was not far, and on foot, it would take less than 10 minutes, so they decided to treat it as a post-dinner walk. Yet, just as they were preparing to leave, Peter Parker suddenly froze at the door, an inexplicable sense of unease washing over him. It felt as though something ominous was about to transpire. "What is wrong, Peter?" Uncle Ben's concerned voice reached his ears. Peter shook his head, trying to cast aside the chaotic thoughts. "It's nothing. I'll change my clothes in a moment." Perhaps it was just the fatigue from catching up on holiday homework these past few days. With Uncle and Aunt May finally having some time off, the family could enjoy an outing together, so there was no need to dwell on those bothersome thoughts. Wait, is something happening? Suddenly, his spider sense went into overdrive. Without a moment to ponder, Peter shouted urgently to his uncle and aunt, "Get out of here. What is going on?" Li Jie looked at Peter, who seemed to have lost his mind in confusion. In a daze, he suddenly noticed a massive shadow plummeting from the sky, crashing onto the roof of their home. The Green Goblin, towering at nearly 2.5 meters, stood upright and let out a thunderous roar to announce his arrival. "My roof!" May glared at her husband furiously. Though she said nothing, her eyes spoke volumes. Was this the scenario he had orchestrated? Wreaking havoc right from the start? Ligia immediately scooped up his wife in a princess carry while frantically blinking at May like he was sending Morse code. "Consider it a renovation. I have insurance from work, and professionals will come to clean up shortly." For reasons unknown, the two instantly understood each other's intentions. Meanwhile, witnessing Uncle Ben swiftly carrying Aunt May away, Peter Parker couldn't help but marvel at his uncle's vigor while grappling with his own dilemma. Should he change into a spider suit now? Damn it. If only he had chosen a full body style. "Peter, are you all right?" After running a few steps to a safe distance, Ligia returned, shouting towards the entrance of their home. "I'm fine," Peter Parker called back, signaling to his uncle not to worry. On the rooftop, the Green Goblin roared, spittle dripping grotesquely from its mouth. It sniffed the air, then suddenly lowered its head sharply, its amber vertical pupils reflecting Peter Parker's astonished face. "I've found you." Without further ado, the Green Goblin leapt from the rooftop, claws poised to strike, clearly intent on crushing Peter Parker with a single blow. Peter Parker adeptly evaded the Green Goblin's claws, launching himself into the air and delivering a powerful kick to the Goblin's grotesque face, sending him careening away, his massive frame creating a shallow crater in the courtyard outside. "Peter," Ligia instantly shifted into a state of astonishment, gazing at his nephew as if he had encountered Spectre. "Fear not, Uncle, I can handle this fiend," Peter Parker declared, dashing forward while securing his jacket over his face. "Don't forget to call the police. I shall explain everything shortly." Shaking off the dirt, the Green Goblin rose from the ground and charged at Peter Parker once more, his green claws flailing about like some otherworldly beast, showcasing his formidable destructive prowess. "My lawn, my swimming pool, my garden." May, from a distance, displayed a look of utter despair, her demeanor transforming into one of frantic outcry. "It's all right, we have insurance. We can replace it," Ligia rhythmically reassured his wife, calculating that it was nearly time for his own reckoning. The commotion from the battle between Peter Parker and the Green Goblin inevitably disturbed the neighboring residents, and soon enough, police sirens blared in response. Observing the Goblin's hulking figure and then glancing at their own modest firearms, the officers promptly requested reinforcements. "A blue alert has been declared in Manhattan. Assistance is needed." Peter Parker was knocked down by a punch from the Green Goblin, landing on his back. Seeing this, the Goblin raised his right foot, seemingly intent on crushing Peter beneath it. Just then, a web shooter fired a glob of webbing, striking the Goblin squarely in the eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Peter executed a nimble maneuver to spring back to his feet, throwing a powerful uppercut towards the Goblin's chin. "You shall never defeat me," the Green Goblin roared in fury. "Spider-Man, honestly, you look like a mutated toad. Did you just escape from circus?" Peter Parker retorted, his mind swirling with confusion. He could not recall provoking such a formidable villain, nor could he fathom how this creature had discovered him. The web shooter proved effective in restraining the Goblin, the incessant strands disrupting his rhythm, and the scales of victory began to tilt gradually in Peter Parker's favor. "With such trivial tactics, you shall never triumph over me," the Green Goblin exclaimed, tearing the webbing from his body. Relying on his beast-like instincts, he swiftly countered, clasping his hands together to seize the leaping Peter Parker. "You will never overcome the Green Goblin." For reasons unknown, a singular thought emerged in the Goblin's chaotic mind. "Honestly, have you not brushed your teeth in a week?" Peter Parker struggled fiercely, despite the stark disparity in their sizes, gradually prying the Goblin's hands apart. "In a contest of strength, I shall not yield." Since acquiring his extraordinary abilities, Peter Parker has diligently honed his physique, discovering that his strength seems boundless. With a determined grit, he speculated that he could halt even a speeding subway train. Roaring in response, the Green Goblin, whose mind is somewhat unhinged, tightened his grip, engaging in a contest of strength with Peter Parker. The Green Goblin refuses to concede. Or does he? Peter gritted his teeth, exerting himself, realizing that this monstrous figure was more resilient than he had anticipated. With a wide, gaping mouth, the Green Goblin revealed sharp teeth glistening with repulsive saliva, seemingly poised to bite off Peter's head. For the first time in his life, Peter uttered a curse, straining with all his might to break free from the goblin's grasp. Just as Peter felt the end was nigh, a shadowy figure surged from behind the green goblin, leaping high and delivering a powerful kick to the goblin's face, sending its massive form hurtling away. An idol. Peter's heart raced with excitement, astonished at the prospect of fighting alongside his hero. Peter? Peter was taken aback. How could Spider-Man know his name? Wait, that familiar voice, could it be? Uncle Ben. It's me, my boy. I apologize for deceiving you. But there is no time for explanations now. We must subdue this monster first. As he spoke, Ben lunged at the green goblin, and despite the vast concession made, the goblin could still hold its ground against Ben's assault. Wait, my uncle is Spider-Man? Surely, I cannot be dreaming. Peter pinched his cheek, wincing in pain. It was no dream. But if Uncle Ben is Spider-Man, then Aunt May must be. Peter looked up just as May, enveloped in a shimmering purple energy, descended before him. The goddess of vengeance? Peter gaped, astonished by the sight of Aunt May, who appeared to have regained her youth. He recognized her face, as it hung framed in a wedding photo from her youth in their home. Forgive me, Peter, there are some truths we did not wish to conceal from you. May gently ruffled her nephew's hair. Now go and put on your suit. We cannot allow your uncle to battle the villains alone. Peter nodded, dazed. My uncle and aunt are Spider-Man and the goddess of vengeance? His idols have been by his side all along. Chapter 55, an unexpected Easter egg with both the old and new generations of Spider-Man. Alongside the goddess of vengeance, the trio launched a coordinated assault. Even with Ben deliberately holding back, the Green Goblin found himself at a disadvantage. After all, it was 3 against 1, and Norman's transformation into the Green Goblin had left him with a rather pitiable intellect, relying solely on brute force with a limited repertoire of attacks. Smash, clumsy punches, a roar. Then repeat. Peter had not undergone systematic combat training. He relied solely on his spider sense and improvised brawling techniques during the fight. Although May had been a superhero for decades, her experience had largely consisted of minor skirmishes, resulting in limited offensive capabilities. It is also conceivable that she hesitated to unleash her full potential in her own garden, as any damage to her surroundings would be deeply distressing. As the Green Goblin grew increasingly frustrated, he let out another furious roar, sacrificing his intellect to gain a temporary surge of power. A swirling vortex of eerie green particles gathered in his gaping maw, before he unleashed a torrent of green flames aimed directly at Lee. This sudden and irrational evolution was far more outrageous than the main god's realm, which had escalated the narrative's difficulty due to the protagonist's extraordinary abilities. Although his exterior remained unchanged, the Green Goblin had undeniably undergone an epic enhancement. Now capable of spewing green flames and summoning pumpkin bombs the size of his fists. With this new arsenal, the Green Goblin's excitement was palpable. In simpler terms, he had become increasingly addicted to wreaking havoc. The Goblin's abrupt transformation caught the other 3 off guard. Peter Parker, unable to evade in time, was caught in the explosive aftermath of a pumpkin bomb, collapsing to the ground, groaning and momentarily incapacitated. Peter, May instantly summoned several purple war hammers with a surge of vengeful energy, preparing to strike the Green Goblin fiercely. Is this your script? Peter is injured, and you don't seem to care about the repercussions. Something was amiss. This creature was not one they had prepared for. Lee's serious tone rendered May speechless. She knew exactly whom he was referring to. May, take Peter and get him to safety. Without waiting for her response, Lee shot webs from his hands, taunting the Green Goblin before engaging him in combat. Hurry. To reassure May, Lee exerted just a hint of force, delivering an unexpected low kick to the goblin, simultaneously activating a reduction of intelligence aura. The Green Goblin shuddered, his legs instinctively drawing together, though his green visage betrayed no discernible reaction. After observing for a moment, May confirmed that Lee could handle the Green Goblin alone, allowing her to envelop her nephew in vengeful energy and soar towards safety with Peter Parker. Now it's just the 2 of us, little goblin. Lee provocatively beckoned the Green Goblin with a flick of his finger, before using his enhanced energy to heal the goblin's previously injured area. No other intentions, just a good feeling. Lee prepared to repeat the maneuver shortly. With a deafening roar, the Green Goblin swung his fists, unleashing a barrage of pumpkin bombs toward Lee. Following a tremendous explosion, the once lush greenery and structures of the yard vanished, leaving behind a vast crater. As the dust settled, the Green Goblin had disappeared, leaving only a tattered pair of shorts and the unconscious form of Norman Osborn. As for Lee, his battle attire lay in tatters, his body kneeling on the ground, arms hanging limply at his sides, his face smeared with blood. I wonder if any of you, during your childhood, ever indulged in the whimsical fantasy of being a tragic villain or a noble hero while bathing alone, imagining oneself in a fierce battle, ultimately succumbing to a foe's lethal blow, followed by the act of mimicking the dramatic gesture of blood spilling from one's lips and sliding down the wall, akin to a cinematic portrayal of a gravely wounded soul. This is the state in which Lee Jie currently finds himself. Upon hearing the explosion and sensing the gravity of the situation, May and Peter, filled with anxious urgency, hurriedly retraced their steps. Upon discovering the house reduced to ruins, they found Lee Jie, whose fate hung in the balance, at the center of the debris. "Uncle Ben." Lee Jie strained to embody the tragic hero on the brink of death, weakly uttering, "Peter, I'm sorry, I deceived you." "No, Uncle Ben, I've already called for an ambulance." "Hold on." Peter Parker dared not touch Lee Jie, fearful of exacerbating his injuries. "Peter, no. This can't be real." May desperately invoked her powers of vengeance upon Lee Jie, hoping to heal his wounds, but to no avail. "I'm sorry, May. My dear girl," Lee Jie lamented, leading to a series of emotionally charged exchanges and moments that would move even the hidden cameramen, Des and Sean, to tears. "Are you watching me, Peter?" Lee Jie asked, his voice barely a whisper. "I am, Uncle Ben." Peter Parker gently grasped Lee Jie's trembling right hand, feeling the remnants of warmth. "Remember, you are a hero. The spider chose you." With a final, labored intake of breath, Lee Jie uttered the fateful words, "With great power comes great responsibility." Peter Parker was overcome with grief. Yet just as despair threatened to engulf him, a radiant orange light suddenly illuminated his vision. He looked up to see a portal-like circle glowing above him, and in an instant, a white figure leaped forth from it. The spider sense resonated within him. The white Spider-Man nodded, confirming his identity, demonstrating a practiced ease. Without waiting for Peter Parker to react, the white Spider-Man produced a syringe from behind his waist and swiftly injected it into Lee Jie's neck. "What is happening? Is this some sort of high-tech healing serum?" Lee Jie, with his omniscient awareness disabled, was utterly confounded. "Quick, take your Uncle Ben and follow me," the white Spider-Man urged, indicating that a facility on the other side of the portal housed instruments capable of saving Uncle Ben's life. The previous injection would merely mitigate the worsening of his injuries. Driven by a desperate need to save his uncle, Peter Parker wasted no time. He scooped up Lee Jie and leaped through the portal alongside the white Spider-Man. May attempted to follow, only to find herself unable to pass through. "What is happening?" May exclaimed in panic. "May, I promise I will bring Uncle Ben back safely," Peter Parker called out to her, reassuring her as he departed. May remained silent, her gaze filled with concern as she watched the three figures vanish into the portal, a profound sense of helplessness enveloping her. Alas, it seems the conclusion falls upon us. Desi set down the camera, preparing to comfort May in her capacity as a high-ranking member of Hydra. Jumping from Spider-Man to the Spider-Verse? What a ridiculous commercial film. Chapter 56. The Great Crisis of the Spider-Universe. Traversing through the kaleidoscopic tunnel, Peter Parker followed the white Spider-Man into a room brimming with an array of high-tech apparatus. Although Peter found the layout of the room perplexing, it did not hinder his inner exclamations of joy. It appeared that Uncle Ben was saved. As the teleportation device activated, the others in the room turned their attention towards them. Unsurprisingly, they were all Spider-Men from various parallel universes. The white Spider-Man pointed to the boy, Lee Jie, cradled in Peter's arms, urgently urging him to prepare the healing chamber. A flurry of activity ensued as they took Lee Jie from Peter, equipped him with a respirator, and placed him into a healing pod beside them. The pod's door sealed shut, a red indicator light illuminated, and a pale green solution filled the chamber. Lee Jie, speechless, contemplated feigning a miraculous recovery due to the discomfort of his surroundings, but ultimately deemed it too troublesome, opting instead to eavesdrop from within the pod. Given the commotion among the young spider people, it seemed they were on the brink of a significant event in the spider universe. Meanwhile, the white Spider-Man introduced herself as Sakura Spider-Man, hailing from a parallel universe in Japan. After a thorough explanation, Peter grasped the gathering of Spider-Men in the room. An evil force was relentlessly hunting down Spider-Men across various parallel universes, and in a bid for survival and retaliation. A team of Spider-Men capable of traversing the multiverse had assembled here. This description may be somewhat exaggerated, as the total number of individuals in the room, including Li Jie in the pod, barely exceeded a dozen. With Li Jie's condition stabilizing, Peter Parker relaxed his strained nerves and inquired of Sakura Spider-Man about the identity of their adversaries. They referred to themselves as the Inheritors, alongside the chaotic entity known as the Master of Chaos and the merciless Deadpool. Huh? Li Jie, submerged in the pod, was filled with questions. What an odd combination. He recognized both the merciless Deadpool and the Inheritors, but what was this Master of Chaos? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Li Jie discreetly activated his omniscient ability and began flipping through pages of spoilers. After perusing the details, his expression turned peculiar. It seemed that someone was rather petty, unable to endure the illogical patriotic fervor and typographical bombardment, thus concocting a Master of Chaos to serve as a filler antagonist. Even more absurdly, this Master of Chaos was a traveler who, upon crossing into a parallel universe and acquiring eternal power, did nothing but fish, cultivate flowers, and tend to trees, occasionally seeking out Ancient One for tea, while recklessly granting outrageous advantages to the Huaxia and the Divine Spear Bureau of that universe. Quite the idle character, indeed. Thereafter, the story took a turn towards the mundane, as if it were akin to plain water, devoid of excitement. The narrative was abruptly severed, leading to the annihilation of the world and the demise of the time traveler. An infinite malice intertwined with the stars twisted into an entity known as the Chaos Sovereign, harboring inexplicable animosity toward Spider-Man. Possessing abilities reminiscent of a weaver, this entity allied with the psychopathic Deadpool and the lineage of heirs, forming a nefarious coalition that wreaked havoc across parallel universes, mercilessly slaughtering Spider-Man. As the situation escalated, Li Jie, weary of idleness, resolved to take action. The bulb in the repair pod shifted from red to green, purging the faint green liquid from within before unlocking the door. He removed his mask, adjusting his hair, and approached his nephew. Uncle. Peter Parker, visibly excited, embraced him fervently. The surrounding Spider-Men bowed their heads in silence, lost in their thoughts. I'm fine now, Parker. Li Jie reassured his nephew. Although he had eavesdropped moments prior, he inquired, could someone kindly elucidate the current situation? The explanation came from Sakura Spider. After her narration, one Spider-Man cautiously pointed at Li Jie, asking, I believe I've seen you before. You're the Spider-Man who wields magic? Taken aback, Li Jie turned towards the voice and was pleasantly surprised to find a familiar face, the Dutch Spider-Man he had encountered previously. Indeed, it is you. I've long wished to express my gratitude for saving Aunt May, the Dutch Spider-Man said. Uncle, I mean no offense. You bear a striking resemblance to my uncle. It was nothing, Li Jie replied modestly. Allow me to introduce my nephew, Peter Parker. He patted Peter's back with pride. You two are of the same age. I'm sure you'll find much in common. By the way, where are the others? The Dutch Spider-Man clarified. They went to gather other Spider-Men from parallel universes. They should return shortly. Before he could finish, the room's teleportation device activated once more, and two figures, one red and one white, tumbled out and were caught by the other Spider-Men just before crashing into the wall. They were none other than Garfield Spider and Gwen Spider, yet they appeared quite disheveled. Their uniforms tattered, with Garfield having lost his right hand. Be careful, there are enemies, Garfield managed to utter before fainting on the spot. Cackling. Look at what I've discovered. A room full of delectable Spider-Man. The voice preceded the arrival, sending a shiver down the spine of everyone present, including Li Jie. With a mere glance, he recognized the newcomer, none other than the psychopathic Deadpool, who had shattered the fourth wall and wreaked havoc in the editorial office. My dear editors, in your pursuit of profit, you've conjured so many versions of the beloved Peter Parker. Many of you don't even have your own personal comic. How pitiful. The murderous Deadpool emerged from the transporter, discarding the severed arm he held. His crimson and black uniform still bore the warmth of fresh blood. However, there was a shared connection. Those lazy, uninspired screenwriters had condemned all of you counterfeit souls to demise, spouting the absurdity that with greater power comes greater responsibility. Truly comical. As he licked the blood from his blade, the murderous Deadpool sneered, You counterfeit souls need not rely on the foolish heirs to act. I, Deadpool, shall personally liberate you. And as for that ridiculous Chaos Lord, once I've finished with you imposters, I'll turn my attention to that pretentious reincarnator. What a farce. The mad ramblings of Deadpool immediately silenced the assembled Spider-Man. His fourth-wall-breaking dialogue seemed to possess an uncanny power, ensnaring all who heard him into a state of mental disarray, diminishing their own capabilities. However, the madness of Deadpool had no effect on Li Jie, for he too possessed the ability to shatter the fourth wall. Huh, are you the first to offer yourself up for slaughter? Deadpool mocked as Li Jie stepped forward. These writers truly lack decency. Not even Peter Parker's uncle is spared. Does your storyline suggest he perishes at the hands of his own nephew? Where does your webbing stick, then? On Peter Parker's gravestone? With a flourish, Deadpool drew his twin katanas and hurled one towards Li Jie, immediately following up with a barrage of gunfire from his Desert Eagle. Li Jie caught the katana and spun it to deflect the incoming bullets. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he cleaved the final bullet in two. That is plagiarism. Deadpool bellowed. You should be quiet, Li Jie retorted, forming a seal with his hands as a deep crimson magical array materialized around Deadpool, ensnaring him with a Clark Crimson chain. You're a supreme mage masquerading as Spider-Man. What a ludicrous premise. Surely, you lack your own publication. Deadpool struggled in vain. Suddenly chuckling, before I came here, I eliminated over 30 supreme mages and wiped out more than a dozen Avengers and X-Men. I could use a break. Summon a tentacle to give me a full-body massage. Carbonadium, right? Li Jie glanced at the katana in his hand, which could suppress healing factors. This is the weapon you use to slay Wolverine. Oh, please. Wolverine's power has never been about healing factors. It's all about popularity. Deadpool rolled his eyes, exasperated. And what about you? Is it due to your lowly nature? Li Jie smiled and swiftly beheaded Deadpool. Compared to you, I prefer the fallen Canadian. Chapter 57. Conversations among the wallbreakers, even with the katana forged from carbonadium. The healing factor of Deadpool made it clear that his demise would not come easily. The surrounding Spider-Men gasped in astonishment, reduced to mere bystanders, their minds racing with the sheer terror of the individual before them. Wow, be careful not to step on me. I am Charles I, Louis XVI. Ha ha ha. The merciless Deadpool, reduced to nothing but a head, continued to cackle maniacally. Oh, I know who you are now. The anomaly targeted by the other writers. It seems you possess quite a bit of knowledge. Li Jie grasped Deadpool's head with transcendent energy, levitating it to align with his own gaze. Of course, you are a transcendent being. Tell me, are you not furious or heartbroken now that the writers have frequently altered your character? Deadpool mockingly taunted Li Jie, crying. Jim Shooter is waiting for you to come home. Li Jie merely smiled, choosing silence. He understood that once Deadpool began to chatter, it would be endless. He prepared to deliver a lethal blow, intending to obliterate Deadpool both physically and mentally. After all, an opponent capable of breaking the fourth wall possessed a resilience akin to that of a cockroach. Honestly, Jim Shooter has serious issues. He was the editor-in-chief at Marvel, yet he ended up causing a significant number of important staff to jump ship. Wait, I remember now. Jim Shooter's favorite comic character is Superman. It seems you were merely an acquisition. So many writers target transcendent beings, yet Jim Shooter dares not utter a word against you. You can't even defeat a mere street thug, and you were bested by the Venom Deadpool from the 61-59 universe. How humiliating. Are you finished? Li Jie maintained his smile. To be honest, I am quite curious. You have already lost your head to me. How is it that you are still prattling on without having perished? Are you foolish? Deadpool felt a sense of exasperation. I am Deadpool, endowed with Wolverine's healing factor and cursed by the sweet potato spirit. Even death is merely a backup plan for me. Hey, look into my eyes. Deadpool blinked. Honestly, since the 1988 publication, have you been repeatedly nerfed into a fool? Shall I fetch you a pack of diapers? He gaped his mouth, letting his tongue hang out in a grotesque display. According to the established lore, carbonadium could suppress the healing factor, and indeed, Wolverine, having lost his head to this blade, was dead. Deadpool should logically share the same fate. However, Li Jie paid no heed to Deadpool's antics, instead feigning interest as he examined the katana in his hand. Dear heavens, could a god please descend to save me? This transcendent being is a fool. Deadpool shook his head. Shall I repeat myself? What keeps Wolverine alive is not merely his healing factor, but his popularity, along with the bombshell news of Hugh Jackman's imminent return to portray Wolverine in Deadpool 3. And you counterfeit versions, who will assist Deadpool in reattaching his head. As a reward, Once Deadpool finishes with you, I shall gladly help you reaffix yours." The merciless Deadpool shouted at the surrounding assembly of Spider-Man, yet none heeded his call, as they were preoccupied with performing surgery on Garfield and Gwen. According to the assessment of the purple-clad Spider-Man, the likelihood of Garfield regaining full mobility in his right hand, even if reattached, was grim. He might also experience stiffness and swelling on rainy days. However, the adjacent Dutch Spider-Man revealed that Gwen and Garfield have been teaming up lately, as the temporal flow across various dimensions differs slightly, resulting in their tardiness by a full half-hour on one occasion. What transpired during that time remains a mystery known only to the two involved. Such vitality. Why are you still alive? Lee jabbed Deadpool with his katana, asserting that death is the inevitable outcome in the real world. "I can't be bothered with you, you fool." It was evident that Deadpool found no interest in Lee. After a moment of silence, Deadpool gazed at Lee and suddenly inquired, "What did you just say? Setting?" "Indeed, character setting," Lee replied, waving his katana before Deadpool. Although Rob Liefeld's anatomical proportions were notoriously flawed, he nevertheless birthed the iconic anti-hero, Deadpool, the loquacious mercenary, the undead popularity king. You will always be more despicable than the audience could ever imagine. This is the fundamental essence of Wade Winston Wilson, also known as Deadpool. "Hey, do you even know what you're talking about, brother?" Deadpool's tone shifted to a low growl, reminiscent of the calm before the storm. "Setting. That's the word I loathe the most." I know. Lee raised his hand, conjuring a zipper across Deadpool's mouth, sealing it shut. The psychological shocker had fully awakened the latent antisocial persona within him. He had slaughtered countless superheroes across various universes, annihilated the archetypes of literary heroes, and even brought about his own demise. He wove the most foolish lies with the flimsiest justifications, all while proclaiming his autonomy against fate, espousing the liberation of superheroes from the quill of their creators. Yet, what had he truly accomplished? Murder, carnage. Each universe he entered was met with a bloody upheaval. The multiverse is infinite. He could never satiate his thirst for bloodshed. Cullen Bunn could not perpetually illustrate Deadpool's rampages through the Marvel Universe. Once the novelty faded, the readers would grow weary of it. Lee firmly grasped Deadpool's face, his expression and demeanor more frenzied than Deadpool's at that moment. "Dude, you're hurting me," Deadpool protested, squirming. Regardless of the mortal wounds inflicted upon him, Deadpool could always recover due to his healing factor, one of the foundational traits of his character. In defiance of his creator, he chose to forego his healing factor, which is why the fingers he lost remained unhealed. Lee had noticed that Deadpool's left hand was intact, albeit missing 2 fingers. "But why? Why did you not perish when I severed your head from your body? Without any regenerative factor, one would naturally expect you to succumb to death. Would one not? The lamb no longer cries. The game has concluded, my friend." The merciless Deadpool interjected unexpectedly. With a nonchalant shrug, Lee Gier reattached the head of the merciless Deadpool back onto his neck. As flesh and blood writhed, the severed head and neck rejoined. To halt the regeneration of self-healing factors requires formidable conviction and skill. You might still perceive this as a manifestation of some grand cosmic will, or perhaps that my creator is guiding me on what to do. Yet, what I truly wish to convey is that it is your fear of death that prevails, is it not? This is not a question, but a certainty. Upon the completion of this statement by Lee Jia, the merciless Deadpool had also completed his self-healing. No, this should not be happening. Deadpool raised his left hand, his severed fingers now restored to their original form. "But those I have slain, the worlds I have obliterated. I have committed such atrocities in an attempt to grant them freedom." The merciless Deadpool knelt upon the ground, murmuring to himself. "See, you have finally recognized the source of your errors. This realization is essential for your growth. When you truly mature, perhaps you will find a way to atone for the mistakes you have made." Lee Jia consoled the merciless Deadpool, embracing his shoulder as if they were close brothers. Then, with a swift motion, he severed the merciless Deadpool's head once more. "But you have run out of chances, brother. The dead do not extend forgiveness. By the way, do you not find anything amiss?" At this moment, Lee Jia's expression was beyond description. Here, we have no yellow dialogue boxes, only lengthy descriptions and small bubbles adorned with numbers. Without the prefix of merciless, readers would struggle to discern who is who. This is not a comic. It is merely a fan fiction set in the Marvel Universe, my friend. Though I acknowledge that opinions may vary widely, I still believe that humanity's noblest trait is its free spirit. A narrative too mundane or excessively chaotic risks failure. Chapter 58, a most mundane chapter title. Li Jie obliterated the merciless Deadpool's corpse using transcendent energy, leaving no possibility for resurrection. Deadpool is but a fool, and the merciless Deadpool is merely a caricature of a lunatic. Uncle, are you all right? Observing the merciless Deadpool's demise, Peter Parker cautiously approached Li Jie. His uncle's earlier demeanor had been quite terrifying, and Peter hesitated for a long moment before daring to draw closer. As for the dialogue between Li Jie and the merciless Deadpool, it sounded to Peter like mere static. Calm down, Peter. I am well. Feeling his nephew's concern, Li Jie smiled and ruffled Peter Parker's hair. Unbelievable. You actually took down that merciless Deadpool? After the surgery, Banner Spider-Man's voice was filled with disbelief. He had previously faced off against the murderous Deadpool and had nearly been slain by him. How could there be such a disparity among Spider-Men? After all, I am Benjamin Parker. Li Jie smiled, raising his hand to gesture before the crowd, with only a few millimeters between his thumb and index finger. Given that I have been a superhero for decades, it is quite normal to be slightly stronger than you, especially without any sacrifices. A group of Spider-Men fell into silence, considering that the murderous Deadpool had been able to take on their entire group single-handedly. Li Jie's notion of slightly stronger might very well be able to encompass an entire universe. However, having a powerful Spider-Man on their side was certainly a blessing, preventing them from remaining perpetually on the defensive. How are the two of them faring? The right hand has been reattached, and now both are in the recovery pods. Out of immediate danger, Banner Spider-Man responded. Can you send my nephew back? Li Jie inquired of Banner Spider-Man, as this battlefield was far too brutal for a newcomer like him. I can't, Uncle. Moreover, I promised Aunt May that I would bring you back, Peter Parker quickly replied, but was interrupted mid-sentence by Li Jie. Your aunt is getting older and needs someone to care for her. Li Jie reassured his nephew, stating that once he finished the battles he needed to fight, he would return to them. No, we cannot send him back. Banner Spider-Man rejected Li Jie's request almost instinctively. The Inheritors can open portals to the multiverse through the Master of Chaos, pinpointing every universe that houses a Spider-Man. If your nephew returns to your universe, the Inheritors will undoubtedly track him down. It's fine, I have a few friends over there who will protect Peter, Li Jie confidently stated. The Inheritors are formidable, far stronger than that babbling Deadpool. Yet, Banner Spider-Man remained unyielding. We have previously discovered the bodies of other universes' Spider-Man, and, alongside them, we found the Fantastic Four, the Avengers, or the X-Men. Those powerful heroes and superhumans met the same fate as the Spider-Man. Anyone who stands in their way will be slain. They desire only us, only the Spider-Man. With every Spider-Man they kill, the Inheritors grow stronger. Banner Spider-Man spoke from the heart. When the Inheritors invaded his universe, his Avengers friends made tremendous sacrifices to save him, with Hawkeye being reduced to a mere skeleton by the enemy's assault. Chapter 59, Status Reversal, Preparing to Counterattack. I just heard them refer to you as Dr. Banner. Are you Bruce Banner, the expert on gamma rays? Li Jie inquired. In your universe, Bruce Banner is the big green guy who transforms when he gets angry, right? Banner, the Spider-Man, chuckled helplessly, remarking on the irony that in his universe, it was Peter Parker who transformed into the Hulk due to gamma radiation. Fate truly has a penchant for jesting, as it completely swapped the lives of the two individuals. No, you are overthinking it, Dr. Banner. A lump formed in Li Jie's throat. He yearned to convey to Banner that his impression of him stemmed entirely from the remarkable feat he accomplished in the Spider-Verse comics, where he executed a heroic one-for-one exchange. In an effort to save the Scarlet Spider from the 616 universe, Banner was grievously injured by the Inheritors, his spine shattered. Reminiscent of the treatment faced by Old Man Wayne against Bane. I hold every scholar and scientist in high esteem, Li Jie stated, retrieving a mask from the four-dimensional chrysanthemum and donning it. They are noble individuals, indifferent to material pleasures, striving solely to better this world. The force of energy activated the transporter, and a vibrant time-space tunnel emerged, drawing Peter Parker into its powerful embrace. Ein Kolben. Don't worry, kid. Li Jie waved at Peter Parker, assuring him, it will take you home, back to your aunt. Once I finish this battle, I will return for you. You are pushing your nephew into the fire. Banner, the Spider-Man, shouted, but Li Jie restrained him. My universe is somewhat unique. Trust me, I have left two formidable guardians to watch over Peter. Should any inheritors or chaotic beings dare to intrude, they will be utterly annihilated. Well, I hope you do not regret your decision. Seeing Li Jie's determination, Banner had no choice but to relent. Rest assured, in my universe, I'm also the supreme sorcerer. Li Jie patted Banner on the shoulder. So what will you do next? Continue to collect the Spider-Man compendium, or seek a secure location to regroup? Why you? Banner inquired, perplexed. I will act alone from here on. To the inheritors, I am the hunter, not the prey. Therefore, I wish you all the best. The most arduous decision I've ever made was to abandon my former life, those days, and every person who inhabited my existence. Mary Jane, Aunt May, and the very source of it all, Peter Parker. Yet, I always believed that it was not until the day Mary Jane perished that I truly comprehended the truth. It was the Green Goblin who caused her demise. With great power comes great responsibility, but with it also arises formidable adversaries. Those foes devoid of compassion, I witnessed my beloved perish in my arms. Powerless to alter her fate, I did not surrender. Instead, I chose to continue the fight, investing all that I had into this battle. No longer needing to resort to banter to ease my tension, for I had become unafraid. I have modified my web slinger, incorporating a lethal weapon. Following this, I donned a new uniform and adopted a fresh moniker. Spider-Man is a relic of the past. Henceforth, I shall be known as the Spider Judge. Confronting Kraven the Hunter once more, I faced this relentless pursuer who had sought to sever my head time and again. It was only when I delivered a bullet into his chest that I realized the so-called hunter was merely a shadow of his title. Wolverine trained me, imparting the skills necessary for survival in the cold. This was undoubtedly his finest contribution, for had I remained in New York, the corpses of villains would have piled high. Yet at this moment, I must confess, I have never before encountered such a bizarre occurrence. My sole objective now is to ensure that the bodies within this room do not exceed 2. Is this all you are capable of? With 3 claws extending from each hand, Wolverine charged at our adversary with the ferocity of a wild beast. You should not be doing this. You overestimate your abilities, remarked the man, poised with a red harpoon-like spear across his chest and a diving helmet upon his head. I have stood before you in countless worlds, yet you remain oblivious to the fact that I harbor no desire to harm you, only those beyond the spider. Dodging Wolverine's claws, he thrust the spear into Wolverine's chest, unleashing a torrent of crimson lightning from the spear's tip. Before a cry could escape, Wolverine was reduced to a silver skeleton. Logan, the Spider Judge cried out in despair, swiftly switching modes on the web-slinger and firing at the spear-wielding man. I know not who this creature is, nor whence he came, but mere moments ago, he took Logan's life, a feat that should have been impossible. If he could slay Logan, then surely Golly would stand no chance against him. Fetch the rocket launcher. I shall cover you, Golly urged from the doorway. Dual Desert Eagles aimed at the man as she unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Oh God, I truly love this girl. Yet I fear the rocket launcher may not suffice to halt him. The only thing capable of stopping this monster, I believe, is one singular item. A strand of webbing struck Golly's forehead, the immense impact rendering her unconscious as she collapsed to the ground. If even that object proves ineffective against the creature, then at the very least, I cannot allow her to perish because of it. The Spider Judge shattered the glass and swung away from the suburban villa that had become a battlefield. It was evident that this monster's sole objective was me, akin to a robot programmed for a singular purpose, mindless and relentless. The Spider Judge raced towards his destination, a generator. The spear wielded by the creature would conduct energy, and it was clear he cared not for this fact. With agility and finesse, the man struck once more, the spear piercing the generator's casing, channeling enough power to sustain an entire city, and the energy surged through the spear, striking the monster. I emerged victorious, yet soon realized my elation was premature. The creature remained unscathed, the bullets failing to pierce its formidable form. I found joy in the game. Spider, your demise shall be swifter than that of others. A mere punch sent the Spider Judge hurtling backwards, crashing into the rock wall and leaving a profound dent in its wake. Remember my name? Karn. The man raised his spear high. Do you have any last words? Chapter 60. Time Reversal. Any final sentiments? From his elevated position, Karn prepared to grant this cunning prey a chance to voice his last words. Although he would undoubtedly attempt to resist, it would merely delay the inevitable, his consumption. From the moment Karn set his sights on the spider, its fate was sealed. You're back. An intriguing last remark. Karn was unwilling to wait any longer. Hunger propelled him to raise his spear, ready to pierce the chest of the spider judge. However, he was taken aback as two strands of web shot forth from the judge's wrists, wrapping around his armpits and securing themselves to the trunk of an ancient tree behind him. A tremendous impact struck from behind, and before he could react, Karn was flung away by the splintering tree, his body deeply embedded in the rock wall before him. I knew such wounds would not harm him, would not harm this monster named Karn. I needed to devise a new strategy to contemplate how to eliminate this fiend, for he had slain my friend, and he must pay with his life. Do you recall that day as headline from the Horn Herald, "Farewell, friendly neighbor Spider-Man"? Some individuals deserve death, just like this monster. I have had enough. Karn charged forward, spear in hand. You shall no longer have the opportunity to play your tricks, Spider. For Spider-Man, Karn is their nemesis. He can bypass their cursed spider sense. Ordinary Spider-Men face only a swift demise against the Inheritor, but the Spider Judge is unlike those typical heroes. He has witnessed the most harrowing darkness this world has to offer and has raised his blade against unforgivable villains, experiences that aid him in enduring Karn's assault, if only for a fleeting moment. This moment amounts to 3 minutes. This time, I shall not grant you the chance for last words. With a firm grip on the Spider Judge's arms, Karn thrust his spear downward, yet it met an invisible barrier, halting his advance. Such clever tricks. That is no mere trick, Diverhead. A slightly frivolous voice echoed from behind Karn, and as the bronze helmet turned slightly, a black spider came into view. This was the shield of the six-winged angel, a dazzling magic from the Supreme Mage. Just in the nick of time, Lee had arrived to save the Spider Judge, making a grand entrance. Interesting, though you don the guise of Spider, I can see you are merely a clumsy imitator of the totem, with a sudden force. Accompanied by a scream of pain and the sound of bones snapping beneath his feet, the Spider Judge's arms were ruthlessly shattered. This is the prey of Karn. Once he has dealt with this wretched imitator before him, he shall plunge his spear once more into the chest of his quarry. As his tightly clenched fist succumb to weakness, the weapon slips from his grasp, clattering to the ground as the unfamiliar metal of the spear strikes the iron casing of the generator, producing a crisp sound. What has transpired? His limbs feel as though they've been drained of all strength in an instant, akin to a marionette whose strings have been severed. Even with an indomitable will, Karn ultimately finds himself slowly kneeling upon the ground. What have you done to me? Even his voice begins to fade, for this inept mimic has usurped his right to question. As an appetizer preceding a grand feast, your flavor is indeed exquisite. Removing his mask, Li Jie crouches before Karn, the circular glass embedded at the center of his bronze helmet reflecting a face that bears a semblance of a smile. I know you, Karn, the son of Providence. Your past, your future, your thoughts, your very essence. I am acutely aware of it all. The edges of his garments begin to fray, life and soul akin to burnt white paper, dissipating into embers of what once was. Since the right to question has been stripped away, the next loss is naturally that of contemplating the answers. Unlike your siblings, you detest slaughter and yearn to create. You cannot derive even the slightest joy from killing and death. All you do is to please your mother, to make her feel that you are deserving of her favor. As the helmet crumbles, it reveals Karn's face, one abhorred by his family and sealed by the hands of his own kin. Fiery red hair, crimson eyes, pitch black sclerae, pallid skin, and fangs and pointed ears reminiscent of a vampire. At this moment, Karn has never felt the world so serene. He may silently express gratitude for the cruel mercy of that imitator, for the gentleman has left him his sight, allowing Karn to behold the visage of the one before him. It is his mother. Embrace death, return to tranquility, and reunite with your mother. Karn closes his eyes, his body turning to ashes that scatter with the wind, along with his life, his soul, his sins, all returning to silence. An abstract illusion flickers across his surface as Li Jie transforms back into the visage of Benjamin Parker, snapping his fingers to mend the broken arms of the Spider Judge. How marvelous! How did you accomplish that? The Spider Judge springs up from the ground, stretching his arms as if he had just witnessed an artful film, remarking on the quality of Li Jie's performance and dialogue. How should I address you? Black Spider? Uncertain, the Spider Judge decides to establish a rapport with his savior. You may call me the Beyond Spider-Man. Although we have both been bitten by a spider, some distinction is necessary, such as different code names. Li Jie states, I hail from an alternate parallel universe, and you have seen my purpose. Pardon my audacity, but you have just vanquished that monster, have you not? How? Do you intend to consign him to prison, allowing the law to adjudicate his transgressions? Li Jie jested, pondering aloud how one should judge a cannibal. Should we shackle his mouth like we did with Hannibal? I believe you have misconstrued my intent. I harbor no aversion to your methods. The spider judge raised his left hand, showcasing his modified web shooter, which contained not only web fluid but also high explosive rounds. Ever since its installation, I have shown no mercy to wrongdoers. I merely wish to convey that the monster took my friend S. life. If time could be reversed, I would first ask for your assistance in incapacitating that beast before I personally sever his head. Are you certain? Indeed, only by taking matters into one's own hands can one truly claim vengeance. Very well, I believe I can fulfill your wish. Li Jie nodded and then vanished in a thin air. Ascending the staircase formed by words, Li Jie returned to the beginning of the previous chapter, interjecting after traversing the lengthy passages. Is this all you are capable of? With 3 claws extending from each hand, Wolverine charged at his foe like a frenzied beast. You should not have done that. The spear, crackling with red lightning, aimed at Wolverine's chest, poised to strike with a propulsive force. At that moment, a massive blue hand emerged from behind Wolverine, hurling him violently against the adjacent wall. Logan, the spider judge cried out anxiously, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of fire from his web shooter towards Khan. Do not fret. I refer to everyone present in this room. Subduing Wolverine, Li Jie did not flinch in the face of the incoming harpoon. I have already granted you a merciful death once, so, to prevent someone from inflating their word count, I shall not extend that courtesy again. With a bend of his knees, he unleashed a powerful strike that not only shattered Khan, but also punctured the wall behind him, leaving a 5-fingered imprint. Alas, it is a pity that no one wishes to learn this technique from me. Li Jie clapped his hands and turned to greet the spider judge. Greetings once more, Peter. My friend, I appreciate your assistance. Confirming that Wolverine had merely succumbed to unconsciousness. The spider judge exhaled in relief, slightly lowering his guard against the enigmatic figure before him. Wait, how do you know my name? I'm well aware, for no one understands you better than I do. Before the spider judge, Li Jie removed his mask. Uncle Ben, the spider judge gasped, tearing off his own mask in disbelief. The man he revered most stood before him, alive and in the flesh. Am I dreaming? The spider judge hesitated before Li Jie. There are some discrepancies from your expectations, my child. I hail from another universe, and I too have a lively nephew. Li Jie raised his hand, conjuring a portal beside him. There are those hunting the Spider-Men across the multiverse, much like the beast we encountered moments ago. They would shred anything associated with spiders, irrespective of its nature, be it virtuous or vile. Will you join me in this endeavor? To thwart these monstrosities? Naturally. The spider judge nodded, readjusting his mask. I'm a vengeful assassin. Chapter 61. Web Warrior, Level Restricted. Dr. Alan Ackerman, at the tender age of 27, had already ascended to prominence as a molecular biologist, making remarkable contributions to the realms of molecular science and bioengineering. 3 years prior, Dr. Ackerman had reordered the gene sequence of a spider he had cloned, intertwining it with his own genetic code. It may sound like a madcap scheme, yet Ackerman succeeded, his body infused with extraordinary power, transforming him into a Spider-Man. Unlike Peter Parker, Alan Ackerman possessed not only the might of Spider-Man, but also an unparalleled intellect. With the brilliance of his mind, Alan forged an armored suit, akin to steel, emblazoned with the emblem of Spider-Man. From our perspective, Alan Ackerman resembled a fusion of Tony Stark and Peter Parker, an exceptionally kind-hearted genius, wealthy beyond measure. Thus, the tale of Spider-Man commenced. However, yes, I surmise you anticipate this word. Indeed, the narrative was poised to unfold. I traversed the darkness, beholding that portal. At the confluence of 2 worlds, death surged towards me. I believe I now comprehend the essence of that phrase. Blood mingled with oil, the acrid scent of death wafting through the corridor. A glimmer of light in the abyss was not hope, but rather a voracious demon indulging in its feast. The name of that demon was Mauron, a mature and succulent soul, a delectable repast. The magnificent essence residing within you, your strength, your potential, your past and future, everything you are is now mine, belongs to Mauron. Yet, this is still insufficient. The grand hunt persists, and countless exquisite feasts await my indulgence. Come, Weaver, procure for me a new delicacy, this time Let it be something far more exhilarating. Parallel Universe, 1983, Earth, New York, USA. This universe is also known as the one wherein the Spider-Man animated series premiered on American television on September 12, 1981. Spider-Man and his amazing friends narrates the adventures of Spider-Man alongside his companions, Iceman and Firestar, as they combat crime in New York. In essence, this is a preschool animated series intended for children, thus devoid of darkness, violence, or the gory excesses of mature content. Reminiscent of the innocence and goodness found in the earliest magical girl animations. Until Malwin arrived here, through the web of fate, he shattered this benevolent world, bringing forth anguish, despair, and death. The secret base of the trio lay in utter disarray. With Iceman and Flame, Star collapsed amidst the ruins, blood seeping from their mouths and noses, their lives nearing an inevitable end. In this chamber stood a towering figure. Malwin raised his left arm, clutching Peter Parker's throat, lifting him slowly. "What have you done, you monster?" Peter gasped, struggling for breath, his vitality waning. "Indeed, you cannot, Parker. I can sense it. Your world is far too gentle, far more docile than others. You truly lack the vocabulary to describe what I have done to you and your companions, and even less to articulate what I am about to do to you. Such a pity." As he spoke, yellow life energy peeled away from Peter Parker, flowing incessantly into Malwin's mouth. "No, your innocence cannot save you, Parker. Is that nonsense about yourself?" The gunshot rang out, abruptly interrupting Malwin's feast. "Wow, look at all this delectable food gathered together." With a grin, Malwin dropped Peter Parker. For such delightful morsels should be savored after the main course. Earth 8351, Spider Judge, Peter Parker. Earth 807128, Spider-Girl, Ailish Barton. Earth 767889, Spider Multiverse, another swarm. Peter Parker devoured by spiders. Earth 89999, Future Foundation Spider-Woman, Natasha Romanoff. And the Transcendent Spider-Man from Earth 856478. Now, let's partake in a righteous brawl. Chapter 62, Do Not Overreach. It is futile, foolish little insects. Faced with the nameless, wrathful Spider-Man, Malwin appeared utterly unfazed. For he was the heir who fed upon animal totems, the natural enemy of spiders. Time and again in battle, you have never learned your lesson. Even if you can sense my presence, I can still effortlessly annihilate you all, as easily as crushing a cockroach. Malwin approached with unshakable confidence, feigning a move to sidestep the Spider Judge, then landed a punch that effortlessly pierced the chest of Spider Multiverse. "Useless, for the swarm is me, and I am the swarm," spoke Spider Multiverse in a voice that echoed like a distorted melody. From the gaping wound Malwin had inflicted, no blood splattered forth. Instead, a dark mass of spiders poured out, crawling up his arms towards Malwin. Repulsive insects. A nauseating stench invaded Malwin's nostrils. For the creature he had punctured was not human at all, but a swarm masquerading as one. To Morlin, the Spider-Verse was akin to a decayed apple, and he had inadvertently tasted the spoiled part. This fellow must have failed biology. It is a fundamental truth known to every inhabitant of the future that spiders are arthropods. Spider-Woman Arish and Natasha from the Future Foundation harmonized their attacks, leaping simultaneously from either side of Morlin, each strike delivered with lethal intent. The Spider-Men summoned by Lee Jia from various parallel universes share a common characteristic. They have all witnessed the primal darkness and malevolence of their worlds, thereby concealing their kindness and compassion, discarding the so-called principle of non-lethality. In other words, these Spider-Men are assassins, and their preferred method of dealing with the most heinous of criminals is to send them to hell. Lee Jia anticipates that someone will inevitably exclaim, "Aren't you omniscient? Aren't you invincible? Why not vanquish the inheritors yourself? What is the purpose of gathering Spider-Men when you know how many will perish? You are but a worthless fool." Lee Jia believes that those who utter such sentiments have not closely examined the Spider-Verse comics. No one understands the brutality of the Inheritor family better than he does. To be blunt, the Inheritors' massacre of Spider-Man has nothing to do with Lee Jia, and many other superheroes from various universes are indifferent to the fates of Spider-Man in their realms. Even the esteemed queen of the new Captain Britain Corps, the Guardians of the Multiverse, disregarded the reports from the British Spider-Man. Ultimately, it was a favor from the Queen's godmother that provided a life web transponder, allowing the British Spider-Man to depart. Thus, for Lee Jia, he would only intervene to eradicate the Inheritor family if they intruded upon his universe to harm his nephew. As it stands, his current stance is merely that he does not wish for these inheritors to meet a swift demise. He relishes the sight of his prey being unable to resist their inevitable fate. Naturally, Li Jie stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the epic confrontation between the live-action Spider-Man and Morlun. He was not idle, as he extracted something from Morlun, those elements that never rightfully belonged to him. Setting aside all preconceived notions, Morlun is indeed a formidable warrior. He spent the first half of his life hunting various animal totems. After his family enslaved the Weaver Master, Morlun obeyed his father's command to make spiders his sole diet, for they are the most agile, cunning, and loquacious sustenance in the entire multiverse. Thus, when it comes to dealing with Spider-Man, Morlun is a master of experience, capable of writing an autobiography without the need for hired guns. However, now, the very asset upon which this experienced master relied has been taken from him. You see, before I dine, I relish the sight of my food moving about, for it is only in this way that you become more delectable. Confronted by the combined assault of the Spider-Women, Morlun approached with unwavering confidence, only to be sent hurtling through the air by their synchronized strike, his chest caving insignificantly. Coughing violently, a mixture of blood and internal fragments erupted from Morlun's mouth, leaving him grievously wounded, a blow severe enough to be fatal. Is this fellow truly so feeble? The future Spider-Woman gazed at Morlun, disbelief saturating her tone. Were you not claiming he was the slayer of Spider-Man? How can he be so weak? It is plausible that Morlun is feigning weakness to deceive us. The Spider Judge remarked warily. I propose we engage in ranged attacks. Leading the charge, the Spider Judge brandished a web shooter and unleashed a barrage of fire upon Morlun. Hey, are those bullets shooting from your web shooter? Both the future Spider-Woman and Spider-Woman Arish exclaimed in astonishment. What is the matter? Is there something amiss? The Spider Judge felt his companions were overreacting. I'd like to ask you, why doesn't your web shooter have this capability? Because I typically use this. The future Spider-Woman raised her right arm, the surface of her nanotech suit flowing like liquid mercury, transforming into a compact laser rocket launcher. The Spider Judge mused, something feels off. Meanwhile, Spider-Woman Arish's eyes sparkled with determination. She resolved to cultivate a close friendship with the future Spider-Woman, hoping to eventually procure a weapon or two without recompense. Confident that her dear friend would not mind. Look at this nanotech suit. The black and white design is so striking. The laser rocket was aimed at Morlun, who was utterly incapable of evading it, and in the ensuing explosion, he was reduced to a charred corpse. Don't look at me like that. I've adjusted it to the lowest output power, the future Spider-Woman clarified. Can I consume him? Spider-Woman Mara inquired of her comrades. Her suit's swarm stirring restlessly beneath her, hunger evident. Of course, Morlun's body is our spoils, Li Jie interjected, stepping forward, his hands shimmering with a crimson magical array. But first, I must capture Morlun's soul. He deliberately delayed, anticipating the unforeseen events that would soon unfold. Sure enough, a mass of black energy materialized above Morlun's corpse, several black tendrils shooting forth from the cloud, ensnaring his limbs. Then, a transparent figure was drawn up by the tendrils, ascending towards the heart of the energy mass. It was Morlun's soul. Monster, where do you think you're going? Li Jie swiftly hurled a crimson chain to bind the energy cloud, struggling momentarily before being drawn into the mass alongside Morlun's soul. Captain, has he been captured? Arish blinked, her mind momentarily bewildered. The sole individual capable of opening a portal had vanished, which could only signify that they were trapped within this universe. I believe the captain has his own plans. His strength is formidable. The Spider Judge reassured his teammates with a comforting presence, while faint groans echoed in the room, emanating from the previously injured Spider-Man and his companions. First, save the people. As his teammates floundered in confusion, Spider-Man quietly approached the lifeless form of Malin. He raised his left arm, now teeming with freshly hatched spiderlings, who were in dire need of nourishment to thrive. Spider-Man believed it was best to shield his companions from the forthcoming spectacle of his feeding. Chapter 63. The Ruler of Chaos. Fingertip universe in the chaotic dimension. Desolation and silence perpetually flowed through this seemingly infinite expanse. Decayed celestial bodies floated languidly like refuse steeped in murky waters, as if possessing a semblance of life, exhaling decay in accordance with an unfathomable rhythm. Within this realm, all life returned to the primordial chaos. In a void of disorder, shattered elemental particles and flames coalesced, distorting into a humanoid form. He is the ruler of chaos. Have the audacity to seek death, have you? The myriad voices of beings, young and old, intertwined, merging into a singular whisper potent enough to drive most superpowered entities into madness. As the sole sovereign of this chaotic dimension, the ruler of chaos wielded dominion over all time, space, soul, laws, and matter, all under his control. In simpler terms, within this realm, the ruler of chaos is the singular true deity. To put it plainly, he is the god of the chaotic dimension. What a repulsive place. How might one describe this sensation? Perhaps akin to a rural latrine, magnified 100-fold in its disgust. Having hitched a ride along an energy cloud into the chaotic dimension, Li Jie promptly donned a gas mask, feeling somewhat relieved as he breathed through its layers. Aware of the ruler of chaos's gaze, he gave a thumbs up, resolute in his decision to honor him as the strongest. A hint of gravity appeared on the face formed from fragmented elements of the ruler of chaos. This newcomer from the energy cloud seemed rather formidable. Exercising caution, the ruler observed Li Jie for a moment before cautiously launching a tentative attack. This so-called tentative strike, though merely exploratory for the ruler, would be deemed cataclysmic by the standards of ordinary celestial beings. The ruler of chaos, with the stature of a dimensional deity rivaling that of the gods, showcased his formidable power. In the void, a chilling surge of chaotic luminescence erupted as the ruler of chaos extracted energy from the chaotic dimension. Countless arcane methods, elements, and magical forces were amalgamated, heightening the destructive potential of the chaotic light. The chaos sovereign remained motionless, narrowing its eyes as it fixated on Li Jie. Should Li Jie show signs of weakness or panic in the face of its impending attack, it would seize the opportunity to unleash the full force of the chaotic dimension to obliterate him. Even before the chaotic light approached, Li Jie felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Not that the sovereign's power was particularly formidable, but the shape and color of the impending attack resembled something dreadful and grotesque. In short, Li Jie was resolutely unwilling to engage with it. Should he unleash his transcendent energy against the chaos sovereign, his remaining shred of dignity would surely dissipate into the ether. A thunderous roar erupted as the chaotic light engulfed Li Jie's location. The silent explosion tore apart the surrounding space, leaving behind a web of fissures, while the chaotic laws and elements shattered in disarray, ultimately succumbing to oblivion. The chaos sovereign's expression turned grave, its gaze slightly rising. Li Jie emerged, still exuding charm and elegance, his attire immaculate, even his hairstyle untouched, though it must be noted that he donned 2 masks concealing his hair. An unusual power emanated from Li Jie, a blue hue devoid of anything else. The chaos sovereign was utterly perplexed, unable to discern strength or weakness from that energy, nor could it detect any magic, superpower, law, or the essence of creation and destruction. It was simply a pure shade of blue, as vibrant as an untainted soul, and nothing more. It posed no threat. Was it merely a cinematic effect? Well, I've written nearly 1,000 words, and your prestige seems to have peaked. Li Jie uttered a bewildering remark, adding, "Next, I'll resolve this in about 100 words. Arrogance." A cold snort escaped the chaos sovereign as the chaotic light illuminated its face, crafted from fragmented elements. It raised both hands, the chaotic light flaring brilliantly, and a surge of power unfurled as a formidable energy beam swept toward Li Jie. With a mere flick of its finger, the sovereign's energy beam crystallized in the void, spiderweb-like cracks gradually spreading across it, culminating in a resounding explosion. From the shattered chaotic light erupted an array of delightful wonders, candies, rainbows, and pink unicorn toys, embodying the essence of youthful whimsy, cascading throughout the chaotic dimension. What on earth was happening? The chaos sovereign could not comprehend. This was its realm, and it was the god of the chaotic dimension, yet it now faced a paradox. Akin to creating a stone it could not lift, Li Jie was a variable, a complete anomaly that transcended the chaos sovereign's limits of understanding. One should possess a touch of youthful spirit. The fragrance of candy is far more pleasant than the air you provide here. Removing his gas mask and hood, Li Jie revealed his true visage, casually grasping a candy that floated nearby. unwrapping it. Just as he was about to pop it into his mouth, he hesitated, then flicked it gently into the mouth of the Chaos Sovereign. Is this flavor sweet? The energy of the Chaos Sovereign gradually peeled away, transforming into a youthful figure resembling a middle school student who appeared somewhat handsome. Have you already taken the high school entrance exam? Li Jie inquired with a stern expression. No, not yet. I just started the 7th grade. No worries, just focus on your language studies and spend less time online. Understood? MHM. The Chaos Sovereign nodded gently, then, feeling a bit bashful, asked, could I have another piece of milk candy? To buy 2 or Jean Siho? Either is fine. The Chaos Sovereign scratched the back of his head, as he had never indulged in the 2 brands Li Jie mentioned, likely due to their generational gap. Let us pull back the lens to the seemingly boundless dimensions of chaos beyond, where a brownish droplet of water floated serenely in the silent void. A tall figure approached the droplet, raising his left hand gently. A surge of blue energy leaped from his fingertips, forming a delicate blue membrane upon the surface of the brown droplet. Subsequently, the figure lightly tapped it with his right index finger, causing the blue droplet to solidify into a sphere resembling a glass marble. Within the sphere, all existence faded, returning to the void as transcendent energy infused it, akin to a drop of ink spilling onto a pristine canvas, rolling uncontrollably and saturating the surface. Thus, creation commenced. This is the universe at one's fingertips. Chapter 64. The Cultured Scoundrel. In the parallel universe 7831, a brutal and inhumane massacre unfolded. The perpetrator, named Daimons, set his sights on the entire world. Earth 7831, a planet inhabited by anthropomorphic beings. As the name suggests, the humans here are diverse beastmen, making this a universe rich with animal totems. For those unacquainted with Spider Universe, it is worth noting that in the early days, the inheritors hunted animal totems rather than spider totems. It was only after the death of the inheritor Khan's mother that the inheritors captured the Master Weaver, the weaver of the web of fate, who brought forth a new prophecy for the inheritor family. They would meet their demise at the hands of spiders. Thus, the clan leader, Solus, decreed that all family members must hunt spider totems and gather 3 offerings to fulfill a ritual capable of exterminating all Spider-Men across the multiverse, thereby shattering the family's death prophecy. Daimons, the largest son of the inheritor family, was a formidable warrior, a wise man who understood the ebb and flow of circumstances, and the only glutton among them. His insatiable appetite could never be quenched. Once he began, he would not cease. Daimons had lingered on Earth 7831 for quite some time. This world, adorned with animal totems, was akin to paradise for him. The Spider-Man lay at Daimons' feet, its neck twisted and lifeless, the corpse long since decayed, leaving behind only a withered skeleton. The slaughter would not cease, for the hunger remained unfulfilled. In the universe 7831, the tigress was seized by the throat by Daimons, who then lifted her high, enveloping her in a suffocating grip. "Ah, how wondrous your world is!" he exclaimed, laughter echoing as his long black hair billowed without the slightest breeze, his robust form straining against the confines of his dark green suit. As he cackled, the life energy of the tigress transformed into pure, yellow energy, drawn continuously into his mouth. "Look at you delightful little creatures, utterly delectable," he remarked, discarding the drained corpse, wiping his lips before casually snatching a short-tailed cat clad in a blue pentagram uniform from the ground, commencing another bout of feasting. From a distance, one could observe the myriad of Orcish cadavers strewn beneath his feet, as he had just dispatched another group of self-proclaimed avengers. This world was akin to paradise. Suddenly, a purple portal materialized, through which emerged a middle-aged man, dressed in scholarly attire and bearing a striking resemblance to Daimons. "Brother Daimons, I have come to find you. Our father has commanded your return home. Genexus? It is truly incredible that you have finally emerged from that rotting belfry," Daimons greeted his brother, tossing aside the cadaver in his grasp to indulge once more in his meal. Genexus, the scholar of the Air family and a scientist of remarkable intellect, had dominated Earth 802 after vanquishing its Spider-Man, subsequently enslaving all the brilliant scientists of that realm. He constructed a cloning facility there, enabling his family to transcend the boundaries of life and death, rendering the heirs immortal. Unlike his siblings, Genexus possessed a modest appetite and discerned a crucial truth. His avaricious and myopic family could not resist temptation, devouring their prey ravenously after every successful hunt, a practice detrimental to sustainable progress. Genexus believed that only through learning agriculture and animal husbandry could his kin evolve from savagery to civilization. To this end, he confined the Spider-Men he had captured over the years within his ranch, endeavoring to clone them. Genexus achieved partial success, managing to replicate the bodies and minds of spiders. Yet he could not replicate the essence of Spider-Man, the totem. To Genexus, it seemed he would forever remain a barbarian. Frankly, I understand that halting your feeding is nearly impossible. But the situation is urgent. Our father is summoning us all. Standing atop the heaps of corpses, Genexus calmly recounted their father's command to daimons, revealing the emergence of an unknown and formidable enemy within the web of fate as they mourned the loss of two beloved allies. Is it that rambling fool and the master of the chaotic dimensions? I have long stated their utter inadequacy, Damon's remarked disdainfully. Spider-Man serves as sustenance for the inheritor family. Yet to those two allies, he is merely a toy for torment. In Damon's eyes, they are squandering provisions. Brother, you know we must take our leave, Genex urged softly. Let me have just one more. 2 will suffice. No, 3. Your appetite is ever so insatiable, dear brother. A sudden alarm emanated from the pocket of his coat. Unperturbed, Genex retrieved an oddly shaped magnifying glass from within. Is my quantum spyglass sounding an alarm? How intriguing. He brought the lens to his left eye, scrutinizing the scene before him. Someone is peering at us through a cross-dimensional apparatus, brother. Oh, who is it? A dark figure, resembling a spider. What is he doing? In Genex's view, the black spider slowly raised its left fist while its right hand mimicked the motion of cranking a handle, ultimately presenting a middle finger to him. Although the gesture's meaning eluded him, Genex felt the unmistakable sting of provocation. He is taunting us. Before he could finish his thought, a middle finger cleanly punctured the quantum spyglass, brutally embedding itself into Genex's left eye socket. Chapter 65, Zombie Malheureux. Caught off guard, Genex's eyeball was obliterated by the sudden assault of a middle finger. Fortunately, his formidable physical constitution rendered the injury insufficient to incapacitate him. Are there little bugs approaching? Hearing his brother's anguished cry, Damon snapped to attention, having been previously engrossed in his meal. Swallowing a regeneration pill, Genex's left eye rapidly healed, his tone filled with confusion and disbelief. Impossible. How could he breach the multiverse and puncture my quantum spyglass? How did he achieve that? I comprehend what I can. Do you understand? Li Jia's figure abruptly appeared within the sight of the two inheritors, still clad in the attire surpassing that of Spider-Man. Yet at this moment, he hovered in midair, seated upon a throne of iron reminiscent of Thanos. A bit uncomfortable, yet undeniably imposing. Sniffing the air, Damon remarked, such a faint scent. I have never encountered a prey so devoid of appetite. My dear brother, shall I assist you in capturing him? A sinister smile crept across Damon's face. Having just indulged to near fullness, he felt it was the perfect time to engage in some physical activity, and once he captured Li Jia, he would have ample reason to venture into the next world. Be cautious. Genex held unwavering confidence in his brother's prowess. This fellow just shattered my quantum spyglass, and I cannot fathom how he arrived in this universe. Isn't that what makes it interesting? A confident smile graced Daimon's face as he took a step towards Li Jia's position. Do you dare to damage my brother's cherished toy? Are you prepared to offer everything as compensation? He taunted. No need to rush. I have long since prepared a gift of apology. With legs crossed and fingers interlocked beneath his chin, Li Jia smiled faintly as a purple portal opened beneath the throne, revealing a staggering figure emerging from its depths. Marlin? It's you, my dear brothers. At that moment, Marlin appeared crazed, his vampiric features exaggerated to a horrifying extent, resembling a walking corpse. I missed you so much, he growled, emitting a beastly roar as he bared his fangs and lunged towards his two brothers, saliva flying. Marlin, have you lost your mind? Daimons interposed himself before Marlin, their fists colliding in a clash of strength, rendering them momentarily equal in power. Mad? No, my dear brother, I have never been more lucid, Marlin replied, his head tilting at an unnatural angle. Hunger drives me to madness. You will never comprehend the torment of this insatiable craving. You underestimate me, Marlin. Daimons lifted Marlin above his head and hurled him forcefully into the distance. Your hunger is insignificant before me. I'm the strongest in our family. If you truly are starving, there's a feast ready for you right above your head. No, you fail to grasp my meaning, Daimons. Marlin's lips curled into a slow, sinister grin. Those feeble totems can no longer satisfy my appetite. Only beings of greater power can fill my void, such as my dear siblings. At this juncture, both Daimons and Genix grasped the grim reality. Marlin intended to devour them. Has this old fool gone mad? You ought to relearn the hierarchy of respect and authority. Even Khan appears more agreeable than you at this moment. Daimon suspected that his younger brother had grown restless, keen to stir trouble after 3 days without a scuffle. Genix, capture that spider above. As for Marlin, I shall use my fist to bring him to his senses. No, we should retreat and allow father to adjudicate. We must not overstep our bounds, Genix countered, blocking Daimon's path while shouting, Weaver, take us home. Silence ensued. What is happening? Though a tinge of panic stirred within him, Genix maintained a serious demeanor, raising his voice once more. Weaver, take us home. The tunnel woven by the web of life remained absent. Li Jie, seated upon the throne, cheerfully snapped his fingers, and the orc corpses beneath Genix's feet sprang back to life, transforming into zombies that lunged at him. What in the world is this? Though a scientist, Genix was adept in combat, his skills rivaling those of his siblings. The cricket-like zombies could not even approach him. You're behind this, aren't you? Genix cast a glance at Li Jie seated upon the throne, who, in a familiar gesture, raised his middle finger while forming his right hand into a hollow fist. He then inserted his left middle finger into the void and wiggled it a few times. A piercing scream escaped Genix's lips as an unknown force abruptly ruptured his left eye. Seizing this opportunity, the surrounding zombie orcs descended upon him like a stack of dominoes, pinning him down. Roaring fiercely, Mulligan pried apart Demon's arms and, with a swift motion, sank his teeth into Demon's neck. As Mulligan tore upwards, a substantial chunk of flesh was violently ripped away. Spider, I shall remember you. Demons glared at Li Jie with venomous eyes before resolutely taking his own life, knowing that in Earth 802 they possessed clone bodies, rendering them nearly immortal. One must learn humility. One must understand that calamity often arises from careless speech. Li Jie discarded the remnants of his consumed snail noodles, clapped his hands, and leaped down from the throne. In my realm, souls are as cheap as grains of sand. 2 translucent figures detached from a corpse. Disregarding the struggles of the 2 inheritors, Li Jie forcefully returned them to their bodies. The reason he possessed such entities was born from curiosity about whether the zombie virus could infect him, and the result was evident. It could not. It is a pity that this world has been ravaged by the inheritors. With a wave of his hand, time began to reverse throughout the world. Before departing, Li Jie rebooted the timeline of 7,831, restoring everything to its state prior to Demon's intrusion. Restarting a timeline is quite a hassle, involving numerous complexities related to multidimensional time. Although it may seem simple in novels, it truly demands considerable effort. Had I forgotten something? Li Jie glanced around, perplexed. Where have my illuminated compendiums gone? Age brings forgetfulness. With a snap of his fingers, 4 circular zippers materialized above his head. As the zippers opened, 3 Spider-Men tumbled out, along with a tattered spider suit. Captain, I thought you were done for, Ailish complained, crossing her arms upon seeing Li Jie again. That previous world was dreadfully dull. Those villains acted like children. Resolved? The spider judge keenly sensed something and promptly inquired of Li Jie. Li Jie remained silent, merely forming a peace sign with his fingers, then asked, Why is there 1 less person? I am here. A swarm of dark spiders infiltrated the tattered spider suit, filling every crevice with their bodies, thus shaping a humanoid form. I believe I need a new outfit. The children are not fond of patches. Wait a moment, I've detected a new spider signal, the future Spider-Woman said, shaking the small device on her arm. From the pheromone concentration, there are at least a dozen Spider-Men in that universe. Should we go take a look? Chapter 66. Li Jie, why are you looking at me? Look down. As per the original storyline, in a bid to combat the inheritor families, Spider-Men from various dimensions have congregated to establish a safe zone on Earth 13, guarded by the universe captain of Earth 13, the most formidable among all known Spider-Men. A bonfire has been ignited, and at this moment, over 30 Spider-Men from diverse parallel universes have gathered in this sanctuary. However, the atmosphere is far from harmonious. Apart from a few individuals, the remainder has divided into two factions, resulting in an intense dispute. One faction contends that this so-called safe zone is anything but secure. They are exposed in the open, on a barren ground devoid of climbable walls or surfaces to adhere their webs. They argue for a bold offensive, insisting that they should not remain idly by. Conversely, the other faction believes that with the Universe Captain's protection, their safety is assured. They propose to split into smaller teams and venture into other worlds, gathering more Spider-Men while evading the Inheritors. They assert that with their current numbers, they cannot mount a substantial counterattack against the Inheritors. Both sides stubbornly hold their ground, and it seems that the verbal altercation may escalate into a physical confrontation. "Are you not going to intervene?" asked the Queen of Carnage, Mary Jane, crossing her arms and casting a glance at the Universe Captain beside her. "There is no need." The Universe Captain replied, feigning drowsiness. "I can protect you all from here." Excessive confidence breeds arrogance. "I recall you were not always this way," Mary Jane remarked with a furrowed brow. While it is commendable that her counterpart from other universes have matured, this Universe Captain seems to have overripe self-assurance. "It would be foolish for the Inheritors to come to this universe seeking us. As long as you remain in my world, I can safeguard you all," the Universe Captain stated calmly. Indeed, the Universe Captain of Earth 13 possesses such proud credentials. The cosmic energy within him derives from one of the four abstract entities known as eternity. With this power, the Captain can manipulate the strength of every atom in the universe, wielding true authority over reality. A mere thought can alter the world. If the strength of an ordinary Spider-Man is quantified as 1, then the strength of the Universe Captain Spider-Man is akin to 1,000,000. Since you are so powerful, why not simply take us to defeat the Inheritors? For you, it would merely require the effort of a single punch, wouldn't it? Although Mary Jane is not particularly fond of the Captain's ostentatious demeanor, she cannot deny his prowess. The Inheritors would likely seem no more significant than insects before him. The cosmic energy is bound to this world. If I were to leave, it would remain, and I would be reduced to merely an ordinary Spider-Man. The Universe Captain patiently elucidated. "If my involvement can alter the circumstances in the impending battle, then I shall join." "Very well," Mary Jane nodded, her form enveloped by the symbiote, which morphed into a mask that shrouded her face. However, their incessant bickering would not resolve their predicament. "Surely, you are aware of how much you tend to ramble?" The Cosmic Captain fell silent, evidently reluctant to engage in further discussion with Mary Jane on this matter. "If you choose not to speak, I shall take it as acquiescence." From her back, four elongated claws in black and crimson emerged as Mary Jane leapt into the fray, positioning herself between the quarreling Spider-Mans. "Silence, young Parkers. Your current squabble will not remedy any issues nor alter our circumstances." The formidable aura of the Queen of Carnage evidently quelled the assembled Spider-Mans, many of whom speculated about her true identity, marveling at the wonders of the multiverse. Among them was Gwen Stacy, who, despite being on the same team as Mary Jane, remained, in a sense, a rival. The Cosmic Captain is correct. We must relocate to establish a secure zone that maximizes our advantages in combat, Mary Jane declared, producing a small device resembling a web shooter from the symbiote at her chest. "I have just detected another group of spiders. If all goes as expected, they should be arriving shortly." No sooner had she spoken than a blue portal opened behind them, revealing Li Ji and his team of spider warriors. "Ah, long time no see," Li Ji greeted politely upon spotting familiar faces. "It seems fortune truly favors us this time." "It is a pleasure to see you, great sorcerer." A wave of relief washed over Mary Jane, with such a powerful ally as Li Ji joining them. Their chances against the Inheritors had significantly improved. Mary Jane glanced at the formidable Spider-Mans behind Li Ji. "So your 5-member team has already clashed with the Inheritors? In fact, we have not only engaged with the Inheritors, but our captain also led us to successfully eliminate 3 of their members," interjected the Spider Judge, speaking before Li Ji could respond. "Three? Mary Jane's eyes widened in astonishment, her voice rising, drawing the attention of the other Spider-Mans. One could only imagine the scene when over 30 chatterboxes convened to discuss a singular topic. There was one particularly large fellow. "I believe the remaining Inheritors should pose little threat," Spider-Woman Ailish remarked, playfully linking arms with her best friend, future Spider-Woman. "In truth, the Inheritors are not as fearsome as you claim. Natasha, and I nearly dispatched that one named Moreland with a mere kick each. Wait, do you feel that, Ailish? Future Spider-Woman suddenly tightened her grip on Ailish's arm. My spider sense has never been so incessantly active. This does not bode well, Ailish responded, pressing her forehead. Indeed, we can all sense it, the Cosmic Captain stated solemnly as he hovered before the group. You and your team have eliminated 3 heirs, so do not let your guard down. The Cosmic Captain approached Li Jie and remarked, I can sense that our adversaries this time are formidable. Li Jie responded to the Cosmic Captain with a reassuring gesture. Golden threads wove a grand net on the nearby ground, which was then torn apart from within, scattering golden fragments as several figures emerged slowly. Look, we have found their gathering place, brother. No, this is their hiding spot, my dear sister. The silver-haired siblings, Brix and Bora, donned in vampiric attire, emerged from the web of life and commenced their customary banter. My hounds have begun to stir. This is indeed a splendid location. Holding several iron chains, the Gothic-clad Vuna smiled. My 2 brothers are actually late. How delightful. Heirs, how dare you trespass into this universe? The Cosmic Captain led the charge. Cosmic energy erupting around him, propelling him skyward. No, there is still one approaching, Mary Jane anxiously shouted. 1 or 1,000. What can they do to me? Peter, the confident Cosmic Captain, declared. Li Jie could not help but turn away. While he acknowledged the impressive bravado, the Cosmic Captain's fate in the comics was rather grim. I am the embodiment of your fears, the heir to the deities of the multiverse. A robust, silver-haired elder tore through the final layer of the web of life, announcing his arrival. I am the patriarch of my lineage, the king, destined to rise above all. I am Solus, and I hereby declare your doom. Feast, children, eat well. With a thunderous crash, a colossal blue hand descended from the heavens, reducing the boastful Solus to a mere puddle of blood. The sudden turn of events left both parties momentarily silent, their eyes wide with shock. I've tolerated you for far too long, little brat. Li Jie emerged from the web of spiders, standing above all. Do the big shots have no sense of dignity? Today, not even death can save you. Mark my words. Chapter 67. The fallen like a divine being descending from the heavens, Li Jie employed the most primal and savage means to obliterate the entire heir family. Indeed, those who commit egregious sins deserve neither mercy nor an opportunity for exile. Manipulating the timeline in his grasp, he resurrected all the Spider-Men slain by the heirs across the multiverse. With a gentle stroke of his right index finger, Li Jie eradicated the existence of the heir family from this multiverse entirely. The sole witness to this unfolding was the Cosmic Captain of Earth 13. The power of transcendence. I believe I know who you are. As an eternal guardian, the Cosmic Captain could naturally comprehend Li Jie's existence. Yet, simultaneously, a flicker of doubt arose within the Captain of the Cosmos. The Beyond clan had long since faded into oblivion over billions of years. Logically, the higher dimensional entities should not permit the resurrection of the Beyond clan. Yet, it was evident that the energy wielded by Li Jie was indeed that of the Beyond. The captain stared intently at Li Jie, his blue cranium adorned with perplexing question marks. You really ought to learn from the Ancient One. Otherwise, you shall forever remain merely a lackey in your lifetime. Li Jie, with the air of an experienced mentor, draped his arm around the captain's shoulder. I do not comprehend. Your power knows no bounds. Yet why do you whimsically manipulate the lives and deaths of others, as if it were a mere game? The captain inquired candidly. Because being a deity can be rather dull. I have even disabled my omniscience. One must seek some amusement. Li Jie patiently elucidated. Imagine gathering all the Spider-Man from the multiverse, creating a grand spectacle that fans adore, while the comic company reaps profits. It's a win-win situation. The captain, bewildered, could hardly grasp the latter half of Li Jie's statement. Likely, only Deadpool, the whimsical fool, would understand. It has been a delightful vacation, but it is time to return. Please extend my regards to eternity. With a sense of pride akin to that of a bully preying on kindergarten children, Li Jie summoned a portal and returned to Universe 856478. After all, there were those who cared for him, helping him maintain his dwindling humanity. Sometimes, only through loss does one learn the value of what they had, much like the wallet during the end-of-month model payments. San Francisco, the Golden Gate Bridge. Also known as the Golden Gate Strait Bridge, it stands as one of the most frequently destroyed landmarks in science fiction films, a true expert in taking hits. Perched atop the bridge, With the sea breeze blowing against him, Li Jie gazed upward, his expression darkening as he beheld the S.H.I.L.D. sky carrier, enveloped in black smoke, plummeting toward the ocean surface. Must I always blow something up wherever I go? What a ridiculous premise, Li Jie muttered under his breath, expressing his dissatisfaction, then sighed as he caught the scent of burning funds. Tiny black dots, no larger than pinpricks, leapt from a falling sky carrier. In an instant, they expanded rapidly, and a giant clad in a silver helmet and red spandex materialized from thin air, the colossal sky carrier appearing as a mere miniature before him. With hands raised, Ant-Man securely cradled the sky carrier, gently placing it upon the ocean surface. I see. So the mansion prison has erupted in chaos? Li Jie tilted his head in contemplation, realizing that not only the mansion, but also the dome, the cube, and even the isle were in turmoil. How intriguing. The mighty king? A smile crept across Li Jie's face as an amusing thought struck him. This was a splendid opportunity to confront the superheroes. Chapter 68. In the previous chapter, a fool mistakenly wrote the chapter title. The mighty king of this universe, originally named Franklin Hall, is a physicist hailing from Canada. Nick Fury once extended an invitation to Dr. Hall to spearhead a gravity facility experiment. However, due to Hall's overly radical approach, the experiment culminated in a catastrophic accident, resulting in gravity particles emitted from the instruments merging with his molecular structure. Fortuitously surviving, Dr. Hall acquired the extraordinary ability to manipulate gravity. Seizing the moment when the newly awakened Wonder Man struggled to master his powers, Nick Fury employed a potent anesthetic to induce a state of hypnosis, subsequently confining him in a specially designed zero-gravity chamber located at the lowest level of the isolated prison. As the sky carrier plummeted, chaos erupted in the prison housing various supervillains, leading to a widespread riot. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D. organization was in a frenzy, akin to ants on a hot skillet. Nick Fury, overwhelmed, felt the weight of the escaped supercriminals bearing down on him, darkening his countenance further. The dome prison held ordinary supercriminals who relied on technological armors. Once stripped of their gear, they appeared no different from average individuals in the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. The cube prison specifically detained individuals mutated by gamma radiation, such as the Hulk. The mansion prison, constructed by Hank Pym, housed genetically modified supercriminals, all shrunk to toy size by Pym particles and placed upon a table within the S.H.I.E.L.D. facility under the watchful gaze of robotic guards. Lastly, the isolated prison, situated beneath New York Harbor, contained exceptionally dangerous criminals, including the leader of Hydra and Wonder Man, whose powers could wreak significant havoc. Should these supervillains roam freely across America, Nick Fury's tenure as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. would likely come to a disastrous end. Fortunately, Nick Fury had a plethora of contingency plans at his disposal, under the calm direction of Black Nick and with substantial external support. Most of the supercriminals were recuffed within half a day, leaving only a few cunning individuals still at large. As he listened to Agent Hill's continuous reports of successful recaptures, Nick Fury finally exhaled in relief. Just as he believed he could momentarily relax, the most unwelcome news reached his ears. Wonder Man had escaped. Fury instantly transformed into a furious figure, venting his frustrations in the command vehicle, now rendered useless since the sky carrier had sunk. It is well known that 4 fundamental forces exist in nature: electromagnetic force, gravity, strong force, and weak force. Wonder Man's power is derived from gravity, and even though Hall had barely begun to develop his abilities, he could unleash tremendous destructive potential. If Hall were to delve into the depths of his powers and accidentally create a planetary explosion, the ramifications would be too catastrophic for Fury to contemplate. However, he was not overly concerned about Wonder Man causing havoc in the city, as the latter had a vendetta against him and would likely head to the site of the sky carrier's demise in search of Fury, intent on exacting his revenge. The miniature satellite phone in Nick Fury's pocket buzzed and vibrated, prompting him to abruptly disconnect the call. This satellite phone's number was known to only one individual, and Nick Fury could easily deduce the intentions of the person on the other end. Spoiler alert, the caller was Zhang Xian. One might wonder if this constituted stealing the observer's role. Li Jie retrieved a peculiar little device from the void, which was incessantly beeping. An interdimensional gathering of titans? What could that possibly entail? Meanwhile, the escaped prisoner, King of Strength, floated in midair. With a sweeping gesture, he manipulated gravity to uproot the entire solitary island prison from the ocean floor, only to crash it back into the sea. He had been imprisoned by Nick Fury for far too long and needed time to reacquaint himself with his powers. A fellow inmate, Baron Zemo, provided King of Strength with crucial intelligence regarding Nick Fury's current whereabouts. Information that had cost Fury 6 years of confinement, a choice he had made himself. King of Strength clenched his left fist, causing the solitary island prison to plunge back into the depths of the sea, crushed under immense gravitational force into a mere sheet of metal. After 6 years of slumber, King of Strength awoke with a considerable temper. At the port of San Francisco on the West Coast, where SHIELD's temporary command center was located, Nick Fury stood facing the ocean as a rapidly approaching light intensified in his one eye. Franklin Hall, Nick Fury, it is a pleasure to see you once more, boomed King of Strength, hovering above and looking down upon Fury. Oh, a masked figure clad in purple informed me that 6 years have elapsed. Whatever happened to your hair? Listen, Hall, for 6 years SHIELD has been tirelessly searching for a method to cure you. Nick Fury spoke without hesitation. Yet, before he could finish, King of Strength drew him closer with his powers. You lie. You never intended to cure me. King of Strength lifted Nick Fury above his head. Roaring, you merely sought to confine me eternally within that underwater prison, to study me, dissect me, just as you did with those abominations in the opposing prison. Behold, I can control one of the 4 fundamental forces, gravity. I have achieved perfect evolution. I will bestow evolution upon all humanity, heralding a new epoch for mankind. King of Strength clenched his left hand into a fist. Of course, there is no place for you in that future. As King of Strength exerted his control, Nick Fury's form was twisted and compressed as if wringing out a towel, shattered electronic components scattering like confetti, sparks of electricity flashing from his wounds. Robots? You remain ever so cautious, Fury. Casting aside the battered robotic remnants, King of Strength's eyes blazed with incandescent light, prepared to unleash his fury upon the SHIELD agents below. Feel my anguish. Just as King of Strength was about to unleash his wrath, a hammer crackling with lightning hurtled from the distance, striking him squarely in the chest. In the name of Father Odin, the thunder shall judge your malevolence. Thor, the god of thunder, soared through the skies, commanding the lightning. With a gentle flick of his hand, the enchanted Mjolnir returned to his grasp. Yet another pretender to heroism had emerged, a most irritating and juvenile figure. The self-proclaimed master of gravity, King Mighty, raised his arm, declaring, I'm the master of gravity. The lightning pales in comparison. Prepare to taste the wrath of the thunder god, villain. Thor swung Mjolnir, unleashing a torrent of lightning in an instant. King Mighty swiftly summoned a gravitational shield around his body, rendering the lightning utterly ineffective against him. With Mjolnir spinning in his hand, Thor let out a fierce battle cry, lightning entwining around him as he engaged King Mighty in close combat. As the son of Odin, Thor possessed an abundance of combat experience. Defeating a scientist-turned-warrior like King Mighty would require merely a few strikes to make him submit. Alas, Thor's lack of humility and pride proved to be his fatal flaws. Seizing the opportunity, King Mighty ensnared him with a gravity manipulation, dragging him beneath the waves, where he was buried beneath the ocean floor, save for the fluttering of his crimson cape in the current. However, Thor had bought precious time for the SHIELD agents to retreat. Moreover, the powerful reinforcements Nick Fury had mentioned had arrived at the harbor, poised for battle. Iron Maiden, Ant-Man, Wasp, and the Hulk stood ready. Champion of Fitness, Sean, immediately began analyzing the enemy's capabilities and formulating countermeasures. Natasha ascended into the air, her palm cannon aimed at King Mighty, charging with energy. Mr. Dollar, I regret to inform you, you're under arrest. Is that all you've got with your trinkets? King Mighty scoffed, manipulating the gravity beneath Natasha's feet and crashing her down violently. Ant-Man enlarged to catch Natasha as she plummeted, while the Hulk leapt from the ground, raising his enormous fist to strike King Mighty squarely in the face. a creature radiating gamma rays. And Nick Fury hasn't put you on a leash? Before the Hulk could reach him, King Mighty waved his hand lightly downward, sending the Hulk crashing into the water like a cannonball. This power you cannot resist. Just as his bravado reached its peak, a sharp pain struck the back of his neck. Taking advantage of the Hulk's distraction, Wasp shrank and flanked him, landing a surprise attack. After a brief skirmish, Wasp was knocked back to the ground, but Ant-Man's catching skills had grown increasingly adept. The Hulk crawled ashore, unearthing Thor from the depths where King Mighty had buried him. Sean, commenced the incantation. Understood. Chapter 69, Avengers, a traitor among us. Blending technology with magic. Natasha Stark raised her hands high as her armor unfolded, unleashing a volley of small missiles that split in midair, creating a blinding barrage before King Mighty. You still do not comprehend. These devices are ineffective against me. In a display of bravado intended to intimidate his adversaries, King Wanli swiftly grasped the barrage that flew towards him, transforming the cluster of miniature missiles into a dazzling array of twisted flames. The blinding white light momentarily rendered him sightless, soon followed by the jarring impacts of shock grenades, tear gas, and various curses unleashed by weapons and sorcery alike. After all, King Wanli was merely a scientist, ill-equipped for combat. The heart of the Thunder God shall never yield. Thor ascended into the sky, wielding his hammer to summon lightning once more. I shall defend the honor of Asgard. Natasha Stark remarked inwardly. Why does this extraterrestrial speak so eloquently? Shielded by her technological armor, she unleashed her own magic, incessantly inflicting negative statuses upon King Wanli above. Casting a glance at her teammates, Natasha harbored her own plans. A formidable foe had gathered them together, and should they achieve victory, she could leverage this opportunity to advance her Justice League initiative. Having never honed his abilities since gaining them, and further weakened by magic, King Wanli found himself depleted, unable to mount a single effective counter against the earnest Thor. Struck by the spinning hammer of the Thunder God, he was driven into the ground, leaving a human-shaped crater in his wake. Although he did not lose consciousness from this blow, the electric shock nearly drained him of his will to resist. Just as he shakily emerged from the indentation, a large green visage unexpectedly intruded his field of vision. Hulk, the green giant, with a crooked grin, seized King Wanli by the ankle, lifting him upside down before delivering a devastating body slam known as the ultimate destruction. While awaiting the aftermath cleanup by S.H.I.L.D., Natasha suddenly proposed to the group, I know of an excellent Arabic barbecue restaurant. Would you care to join me? My treat. Hulk was preparing to leave. The others had no objections, yet the green behemoth exhibited no inclination to linger, turning to depart. Wait, Hulk, Natasha called out to his retreating figure. They have a new strawberry ice cream and unlimited barbecue rice. She addressed Hulk, not Bruce Banner. Great green giant, you have proven your valor in battle. Thus, you deserve a place of honor at the post-battle feast. Thor approached Hulk, gesturing an invitation. During the pursuit of the fugitive, Hulk had significantly contributed, often merely by standing firm, causing most escapees to kneel in submission, while a few defiant ones met their end with a single punch from the green giant. All right, Hulk is hungry, he rumbled, patting his belly and deciding to accompany Natasha for a hearty meal. Hank Pym, also known as Ant-Man, stroked his smooth chin, surmising Natasha as intentions, and, thus, did not decline. His wife, the Wasp, shared his sentiment. In the barbecue restaurant, Hulk occupied an entire long bench by himself, cradling a large iron basin filled to the brim with barbecued meat rice. His voracious appetite resembled that of a famished ghost. The bench, constructed from an unexpectedly sturdy material, piqued the interest of Dr. Pym, who contemplated acquiring it for further study later. Thor, the god of thunder, expressed a keen interest in the food of Midgard, as the Asgardian diet was quite monotonous, consisting solely of honey-glazed meats and various fine wines. Once everyone had gathered, Natasha seized an opportune moment to reveal her true intention behind treating them to a meal. She sought to assemble a team of extraordinary heroes to confront potential crises, such as adversaries like the mighty king. She emphasized that if they were to face such threats individually, achieving victory would be far more challenging than it had been that day. Essentially, she envisioned an organization akin to the Justice League, assuring them that matters concerning the base and funding would be her responsibility, showcasing her affluent capabilities without hesitation. "I agree," was the first response from Wasp, followed by Ant-Man Hank Pym, who relented under her persuasive charm. "I cherish the world of humanity. This beautiful planet should not be besieged by darkness," Thor declared, setting aside his strawberry sundae, his impassioned declaration signifying his stance. Although he noted he would occasionally need to return to the realm of the gods and could not remain in Midgard indefinitely. That left only one person. All eyes turned to Hulk, who continued to devour his meal, seemingly oblivious to their discussion. "Hulk, what is your opinion?" Natasha inquired. "You're asking Hulk," he replied, wiping crumbs from the corner of his mouth. "Of course, not Bruce Banner, but Hulk. Iron Man feeds Hulk. Hulk likes Iron Man." Hulk grinned widely, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. With that resolve, the group resumed their banter, unaware that a button-shaped listening device was discreetly affixed to Wasp's chest. Meanwhile, on Mars, within the Hydra outpost, Daisy abruptly paused in her frenzied paperwork, unleashing a key blast into the void before her. Get lost. As a mere avatar, Daisy's abilities were limited to defeating a standard Odin. She lacked enhancements, and the day-to-day affairs of Hydra required her personal attention. After sneaking back to Earth for a 2-day respite, her backlog of documents had accumulated into a small mountain. "Don't be so irritable," remarked Lee, freshly returned from the infinite dimensional social, sporting a broad smile as he entered the office. With a casual wave of his hand, he employed his reality-altering powers to assist his avatar in clearing the bureaucratic clutter. "Why do you look so creepy when you smile?" Daisy retorted disdainfully. The infinite dimensional social is indeed an intriguing place. Li Jie directly delivered a memory copy to Daisy, who blinked in surprise, her expression shifting to one of bewilderment. "What on earth?" Daisy murmured to herself. The artwork of those creatures was rather peculiar. Elementary school students wearing glasses, pink spheres, a crab composed of code, and even talking cats and mice. Wait a moment, and that female shop assistant. Well, some matters can be overlooked. She is my elder sister. Li Jie waved his hand dismissively. "I recall that Hydra has several covert bases in the north, correct?" "Indeed, there are," Daisy replied, raising an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting we intentionally expose a base to lure the Avengers?" News from Wasp indicated that the Avengers had officially formed, yet they were still missing a pivotal figure. "Ah, it must be time to thaw a comrade, sure I mean, right?" Daisy chuckled. "Perfect. I remember their S8 Kree locked up with him. We might as well see how articulate our comrade, sure I mean, is." Chapter 70. Journey to the poles above the Arctic. A Quinjet sliced through the clouds, propelled by the howling winds as it advanced towards its designated target. With intelligence provided by their ally, Director Nick Fury of SHIELD. This marked the Avengers' inaugural mission since their formation, ensuring that no Avenger was absent this time. "Stark, tell me the truth. Where did you procure this Quinjet?" Hank Pym inquired, seated at the controls and not turning to look at Natasha behind him. "I recall this as SHIELD's latest transport. Only 5 have been stationed on the deck of the helicarrier. Over 90% of SHIELD's weaponry, including that helicarrier, was constructed with the assistance of Stark Industries," Natasha Stark replied, focused on calibrating her armored suit. Thus, for the brilliant scientist Natasha Stark, constructing a Quinjet from scratch was not a daunting task. "If all else fails, I could always use magic," she silently added to herself. "Moreover, I have upgraded both the aircraft's weapon systems and its mainframe. Even the most advanced radars of the Department of Defense cannot detect us." "Then why didn't TU incorporate an autopilot system into the jet?" Hank Pym couldn't help but retort. At this, Natasha Stark's expression faltered, and an awkward silence enveloped the cabin. The scene shifted, revealing Thor and the Hulk, resembling 2 wide-eyed children in a grand wonderland. One could fly wielding a hammer, while the other could leap great distances. They appeared utterly inexperienced, especially Thor, the young god of thunder, who had yet to journey through the stars. He had only witnessed steeds and chariots, making this his first experience aboard a fully enclosed metallic aircraft. "Attention, Avengers! The Quinjet is approaching the mission destination," the aircraft's artificial intelligence suddenly announced, its resonant electronic voice reverberating within the cabin, dissipating the slightly awkward atmosphere. "Are you all prepared for an exhilarating endeavor?" The Wasp, Janet, returned to her normal size using Pym particles, standing confidently at the hatch with an eager expression. According to information provided by SHIEL, Baron Zemo swiftly regrouped a faction of Hydra remnants after escaping from prison and activated a Hydra base located in the Arctic. Our mission is to dismantle the resistance at this base and capture Baron Zemo alive. Clad in her armored suit, Natasha Stark stood at the cabin door, giving her teammates a thumbs up. The Hydra base lay below, ready for landing. The iron suit ignited its limb thrusters, and Iron Woman led the charge. Being the first to leap from the Quinjet, the Hulk, donned an especially designed suit, followed closely, leaping directly from the open hatch. Thor soared with his enchanted hammer, while the Wasp flapped her biological wings to catch up with the main force. As for Ant-Man, due to a certain oversight regarding the aircraft's autopilot system, Hank Pym had to find a safe and concealed spot to land the Quinjet before joining his comrades. Chapter 71. The Frozen One Boom. The sound of continuous explosions echoed across the snowy landscape as the Avengers unleashed their formidable abilities. Technology, superpowers, magic, and divine strength bombarded the area, swiftly tearing apart the first line of defense of the Hydra secret base. Following this was a rain of missiles. With the targets locked, Natasha Stark's weaponry armor opened, and small missiles soared into the air, striking each point of firepower along the defenses with pinpoint accuracy. Thor raised his hammer, roaring mightily as he brought it crashing down. The ground beneath him split open, and incandescent lightning spread like a dragon in the sea, triggering a chain reaction of thunderous explosions. In contrast to his teammates, the Hulk's combat skills were refreshingly straightforward. His method was simply to smash. With the aid of the magical defensive armor crafted by Natasha Stark, he moved across the battlefield with the ferocity of Zhao Zilong at Changban Slope, leaving no one standing against his might. Faced with a cadre of formidable Avengers, even the soldiers armed with World War II-era energy weapons had no chance of resistance. Within a mere 5 minutes, the 3 lines of defense they had painstakingly erected crumbled entirely. In the innermost chamber of the secret base, Baron Zemo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, overseeing the efforts of his soldiers. "Commander, everything is prepared," a Hydra soldier reported as he approached Zemo. "Excellent. I trust they will appreciate the gifts I have prepared for them," Zemo replied, casting a glance at the nearby monitor displaying the Avengers' movements, though it soon flickered into static. Crash! The heavy, specially reinforced door was sent flying by a single punch from the Hulk, and 4 Avengers surged in, methodically dispatching the resistance along their path. The signal indicated that Baron Zemo was hiding in the room ahead. Natasha Stark cast a glance at the holographic radar before sharing the analyzed intelligence with her fellow Avengers. The Wasp, Janet, deftly maneuvered through the crowd, shrinking in size to effortlessly disable the control panel beside the door, thereby opening the tightly sealed entrance. Beyond the door lay a laboratory the size of a football field, teeming with heavily armed Hydra soldiers, who unleashed a barrage of gunfire the moment the door was breached. Energy weapons created a dense web of firepower, and the quick-reacting Hulk immediately stepped forward, shielding his teammates behind him. "Thanks, big guy." Janet, now the size of fingertip, darted through the hail of bullets, her stingers striking rapidly to incapacitate the enemies before her. Natasha Stark raised an energy shield, her palm energy cannon switching to burst mode. During the fray, Natasha also found a moment to instruct Sean to hack into the laboratory's mainframe, selecting crucial intelligence and advanced technological data for extraction. As most of the Hydra soldiers fell to the Avengers, several imposing destroyer robots activated simultaneously, launching suicide attacks against the heroes. Once the dust settled, the Avengers pressed on, eventually reaching the innermost part of the room where they discovered their target, the leader of the remnants of Hydra, Baron Zemo. "You unwelcome guests have intruded upon my base and left it in utter disarray." Zemo stood atop a raised platform, his violet mask revealing eyes filled with fury. "Words are futile, sir," replied Natasha, as Iron Man soared into the air to confront Zemo from a distance. "You and your Hydra are doomed, just as you were more than half a century ago. The only difference is that it will take us less than 20 minutes to deal with Hydra this time." "Your tone reminds me of a most irritating old friend, Madam." Zemo retreated a step, opening the hatch of a nearby aircraft while employing a skill known as commentary. "However, you are mistaken. Despite the passage of over 50 years, your nation has yet to learn sufficient lessons from that war. Years have flown by, yet I remain alive. While the only one capable of stopping me and Hydra has turned to dust, I have prepared a few little gifts for you. I hope you will appreciate them." With that, Zemo swiftly drew a rapier from his side and, with a vigorous downward slash, deflected Natasha Stark's energy projectile. As a Hydra scientist, Zemo was no mere unfortunate soul. His physique had been specially enhanced and modified, surpassing even Captain America in physical prowess. Moreover, he was adept in various forms of weaponry, particularly skilled with the rapier, effortlessly countering energy blasts. "Villain, you shall not escape." Thor unleashed a torrent of lightning, yet a translucent blue barrier swiftly rose before the aircraft. Baron Zemo had previously gleaned the capabilities of these Avengers through the surveillance room's footage, and while the clone minions bought him precious time, he devised countermeasures accordingly. It is no exaggeration. This layer of electric shielding he created allowed that blonde behemoth to stand and strike all day without consequence. As the roof opened and the aircraft ascended, carrying Baron Zemo into the skies, a piercing alarm echoed through the laboratory. The walls flashed with blinding red lights, indicating that the entire base had entered a self-destruct countdown. Such defenses were trivial in the face of Thor's might. With a slight increase in output, the blue barrier shattered violently. However, Thor was ultimately a fraction too late, for Zemo's escape vessel had already soared upwards, and the opened roof promptly sealed shut. "I have contacted Pym. He will intercept Baron Zemo outside." Natasha Stark rushed to a nearby console, attempting to utilize her hacking skills to abort the base's self-destruction, but alas, Zemo had preemptively sabotaged the console, leaving the Avengers with no opportunity for a comeback. It seemed that the purple old relic was quite meticulous in his undertakings. "Gather around me, everyone," Thor proclaimed, raising his enchanted hammer. "I shall harness divine power to lead you through this prison." Inside the aircraft, having narrowly escaped, Zemo finally exhaled with relief. He did not harbor the delusion that the base-S explosion would annihilate those fools. He only needed to buy himself some time to flee. Yet, before Zemo could contemplate his next course of action, a red dot in his sight rapidly enlarged, almost instantaneously transforming into a colossal crimson giant. Zemo's eyes widened in shock. The aircraft beneath him was dwarfed by the giant's hand. "Ah, growing so large. I fear I may soon suffer from hypoglycemia." Hank Pym muttered softly before directing a mighty slap towards the aircraft. Faced with the descending giant's hand, Zemo instinctively maneuvered the aircraft to evade the strike. But the gust of wind from the colossal palm damaged the engine. Glaring with frustration, Zemo cursed before reluctantly activating his emergency parachute to escape. "My task is complete. Now it is up to you, comrades," he relayed, transmitting Zemo's real-time location to Natasha Stark, while Hank Pym rapidly shrank in size, feeling a touch dizzy. Meanwhile, after landing softly with his parachute, Zemo removed his backpack and surveyed his surroundings, confirming he was by a tributary near the Arctic Ocean. Just as he prepared to continue his flight, he looked up to see the Avengers descending upon him, encircling him. "You insufferable pests," Zemo exclaimed, drawing his rapier, ready for one final stand. The conclusion is palpably evident. Baron Zemo has successfully followed in the footsteps of King Valley, captured by the Hulk, who lofts him into the air like a colossal windmill, granting him a taste of an intensified version of the Green Hell. Baron Zemo exclaimed, "That brute is indeed brimming with vitality." The Wasp, Janet, shook off the snow clinging to her wings, when suddenly a blinding reflection caught her attention. "What is this?" Following the source of the light, the Wasp resumed her normal human form, bending down to brush away the snow atop a block of ice. "Hey folks, you really must come and see this," she cried in astonishment. "What's going on?" Natasha Stark inquired, approaching the Wasp. Upon gazing in the direction indicated by the Wasp, her faceplate abruptly opened. "This is truly incredible." Encased within the massive block of ice was a blue figure, alongside a circular shield emblazoned with a star. Chapter 72. The Lady of Forgetfulness, clad in a black cloak that obscured his visage, the imposing Li Jie stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing through the glass at the laboratory across from him. "Prepare to initiate the awakening protocol." With a command, the laboratory's apparatus began to hum to life. The life monitor emitted rhythmic beeps, and all indicators showed normalcy. The operating table gradually elevated to a slight angle, upon which rested a square block of ice, the size of an adult, within which lay the frozen body of a blond man. Due to Dr. Erskine's assassination, The formula for the super soldier serum had not been preserved. Under the pressure of war, this universe's Steve was compelled to inject an incomplete version of the serum. Although he later evolved into a super soldier under some cosmic will, he still bore numerous flaws, such as a lack of fortitude. When Captain America, Steve Rogers, plunged into the Arctic ice, he had already perished. What was encased in ice was merely a corpse. Yet, because of the super soldier serum, his frozen form appeared remarkably lifelike, as if merely asleep. A specialized laser commenced to melt the ice encasing the body, while researchers hastened to inject a bespoke serum, connect life-monitoring devices, and soften the stiffened joints, trimming the hair and beard. However, all these efforts were merely superficial. Only Lee Jie possessed the true capability to resurrect the deceased Captain America. Awaken, my Hydra Captain. Steve Rogers. A sudden gust of eerie wind swept through the silent laboratory, causing the researchers to freeze in place, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. At that moment, it seemed as though the anguished wails of hell's demons echoed in their ears, as shadowy figures emerged, swirling menacingly within the laboratory. Continue your work, they cannot harm you. Li Jie's voice resonated in the researchers' ears, imbued with an enigmatic power that dispelled their fears. Long live Hydra! Several researchers silently encouraged themselves, acknowledging the extraordinary nature of their situation, which defied scientific explanation. The life monitor was responding. Quick, administer the stabilizing agent. Maintain the captain's body temperature. Watching the flurry of activity around him, Li Jie nodded with satisfaction. Though it was a simple matter, he was now the leader of the new Hydra, and the process of resurrecting the Hydra captain demanded a certain grandeur. Otherwise, how could he command the respect of his subordinates? Hurry! The respirator, no. Directly insert the auxiliary breathing tube into the captain's lungs. With the reality modification confirmed and the awakening program successfully initiated, Li Jie turned to depart, finding the wait tedious. He prepared to seek a chat with the life tribunal of this universe. Under Li Jie's diligent leadership, the new Hydra's influence was rapidly expanding, with allies such as Odin, not yet disclosed to all of Asgard, and the Inhumans. Their domain was advancing deeper into the cosmos, and the new Hydra was actively operating in the interstellar battlefield as mercenaries. Recently, they had a minor skirmish with the Kree Empire, ruled by a supercomputer of utmost intelligence. However, the issue was trivial, with both sides merely exchanging a few warships as fireworks, allowing Hydra to flex its muscles. The Marvel Universe encompasses numerous intelligent extraterrestrial civilizations, among which three are known as the Great Empires of Marvel. The Kree Empire, home of Captain Marvel, the Skrull Empire, featuring characters with shape-shifting abilities, and the Shi'ar Empire, whose mightiest is Gladiator, one of Marvel's four superhumans. For those interested, further investigation is encouraged, but I shall refrain from elaborating. In summary, the current Hydra is gradually establishing its foothold amidst the chaotic cosmic powers. It is often said that a powerful dragon does not suppress a local serpent. Yet one must consider the nature of the dragon. The Hydra led by Li Jie is a divine dragon, not merely a large lizard. Am I dead? Or am I something else entirely? Aimlessly wandering forward, Steve Rogers found himself surrounded by endless desolation, having lost track of how long he had been traversing this path. There was no hunger, no fatigue. His thoughts had long since dulled, and the memories in his mind barely coalesced into coherent phrases. The road ahead seemed eternally unending, compelling him to keep moving forward, to forget his beloved, his comrades, his parents, his homeland, and all memories and troubles, as love and hate faded into this endless journey. Continuing onward, his world was reduced to a single word. As he pressed on, a different hue suddenly appeared before him. Steve Rogers, she uttered his name. In that moment, Steve Rogers regained his ability to speak, only to be immediately interrupted by a Chinese patch. You may call me Mengpa. She raised her hand, and a small wooden table materialized between them, upon which rested a steaming bowl of thick soup. Setting up a stool, Mengpa beckoned Steve Rogers to sit down. Where am I? The creaking sound beneath him prompted Steve Rogers to stir. It had been an eternity since he had heard anything beyond the sound of footsteps, even if that sound was somewhat grating. Drink this bowl of soup before you, and you shall know, Mengpa smiled gently. This is a realm untouched by death, and someone has entrusted me with the task of bringing you back. Without hesitation, Steve Rogers lifted the porcelain bowl, tilted his head back, and consumed the steaming soup in one gulp. May I have another bowl? He asked, smacking his lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Is there something you cannot forget? No. I simply find it quite delicious, Steve Rogers answered honestly. The Mengpa soup was meant to help the deceased forget all that they had experienced in life, allowing them to reincarnate. Yet this bowl was different. This soup will help you forget everything about this place, including me. I do not understand. Steve Rogers shook his head, genuinely perplexed. You need not comprehend. Return now, for a brand new world awaits you. Mengpa gently blew a breath towards Steve Rogers, and he vanished from sight. In this pristine realm, where the dead could not tread, death was no exception. A gentle breeze swept away Mengpa's hood, revealing her silky black hair and skin as smooth as cream, reminiscent of soft clouds obscuring the moon, drifting like snowflakes in a gentle wind. Return to your own territory. Clad in black, her lithe form was accentuated beneath the thin fabric. Yet, once the hood was removed, the pale skull marred the beauty of it all. I do not know why he appeared in my backyard. That is your own oversight. After all, the dead must reincarnate. There exists a force, one that neither you nor I can contend with, manipulating the entire affair from the shadows. He has transcended the 3 realms and is not bound by the 5 elements. Much like that monkey. As long as you understand, perhaps next time, I can take you for some self-care. After all, women ought to treat themselves well. Indeed, you are right. I too despise sycophants. Taking a deep breath, Steve Rogers suddenly opened his eyes wide, followed by a series of coughs. The unfamiliar ceiling loomed above him, and a splitting headache made it feel as though he might be cleaved in two. Steve Rogers closed his eyes again, taking a moment before reopening them. You're awake, Captain? It seems the surgery was a success. Chapter 73. Come, shouted out. You're awake? Who? Almost instinctively, Steve Rogers sprang from the bed, landing on the opposite side to meet the gaze of the man who had just spoken. I apologize. It seems I startled you. Li Jia offered an apologetic smile. This is a ward hospital? Where is Bucky? After posing the question, Steve Rogers instinctively froze. Who was Bucky? Why did that name resonate so familiarly? Captain Rogers, you have just awakened. You should not exert yourself so vigorously. Who are you speaking of? Steve Rogers, that is your name. Li Jia clenched his right fist and gently struck his left chest, embodying the spirit of freedom, the incarnation of justice, the illustrious Captain Hydra. Freedom, justice, 9 Hydra? Steve Rogers tapped his head. These words felt profoundly familiar, etched into his mind like a brand. Yet, there lingered an unsettling sense of discord. So who are you? Steve Rogers inquired, still on guard. I am the current leader of Hydra and your superior. My name is Hive. Is that clear, Captain? Yes, sir. Excellent. A satisfied smile spread across Li Jia's face. You fell into the Arctic ice while battling the traitor Red Skull. It took us quite some time to locate you. Red Skull. A sinister expression suddenly crossed Steve Rogers' face. No, Red Skull, Hydra, they are evil. You are correct, Captain, Li Jia said, performing a calming gesture to soothe Steve Rogers. Red Skull is a traitor to Hydra. He has forsaken the faith of justice, plunging the world into war and fear, relentlessly instigating slaughter and death for his own selfish desires. Li Epling firmly. However, Hydra represents justice, even amidst the crisis brought on by Red Skull's treachery. We shall protect this world. Thus, we initiated the Super Soldier program, where a scrawny lad from Brooklyn, defying mortal peril, injected himself with an incomplete version of the Super Soldier Serum, transforming from a frail boy into a superhero, becoming the righteous Captain Hydra. Indeed, that scrawny lad is you. Steve Rogers, you are a glorious and great warrior of Hydra. After this impassioned speech, Steve Rogers fell into contemplation once more. Logically, Li Jia's words held no flaws. Yet something about them felt dissonant. What are you thinking, Captain? Li Jia suddenly asked. Nothing, sir. Steve Rogers gently shook his head. Yet, my heart is still filled with myriad doubts. It feels as though I have forgotten certain memories. That is quite normal, considering you've been asleep beneath the Arctic ice for over half a century. Li Jia turned, signaling for Steve Rogers to follow him. I will show you something. Perhaps it will awaken your long-buried memories. Thank you, sir. Steve Rogers adjusted his blue and white hospital attire and donned his slippers to follow Li Jia. I recall you asked me where this is, correct? Yes. This is Hydra's forward base on Mars. Be sure to wear protective gear when leaving the base. Chapter 74, Sir. Suddenly, Steve Rogers halted. I think I just experienced a hallucination. Did you say we are currently on Mars? It is hardly surprising that Steve Rogers reacted so strongly. Back in the 1940s, the concept of a Martian base was merely the stuff of science fiction. According to Li Jie, he had merely slumbered for a little over half a century, and upon awakening, humanity had already ventured to Mars. Indeed, you heard correctly, Captain. Li Jie calmly elucidated. We are currently situated at a Martian base, where Hydra possesses technology far surpassing that of our time. We have inherited the will of our ancestors, quietly safeguarding Earth from shadows. And what of Red Skull? I seem to recall having eliminated him. Red Skull Schmidt, the traitor of Hydra. Li Jie suddenly elevated his voice, stating that on December 25th, 1945, the execution was carried out. Red Skull had paid the price for his ambition and treachery, and peace has now been restored to Earth. Captain, you are a hero to all of Europe. Yet, I feel like a relic of the past. Steve Rogers replied with a wry smile. Martian bases, interstellar battleships, even the ability to resurrect the dead. This all seems like something out of a science fiction novel. Hydra is so powerful, and I am but an outdated soldier. This era no longer requires my presence. Do not belittle yourself, Captain. Li Jie paused, turning to Steve Rogers. You are a hero, and heroes should never be described as outdated. I believe in you, and so does everyone else. We have arrived. Inputting the password on the nearby projection screen, the sealed automatic door opened soundlessly. Follow me. The two entered a small equipment display room, where the most prominent feature was a dark green uniform, adorned with a circular shield at its lower right. It boasts perfect aerodynamic characteristics, enabling movement through the air with minimal resistance, ensuring that the trajectory of any thrown object remains true. Li Jie retrieved the circular shield from the wall and presented it to Steve Rogers, crafted by Hydra's finest scientist. Howard Stark, it is also your most frequently utilized weapon. Steve Rogers trembled, a nostalgic smile unconsciously gracing his face, as if encountering an old friend. He cradled the shield in his hands, caressing it as he murmured, "Yes, this is my shield. I shall never forget this old companion. When we found you in the Arctic, it was guarding you." Li Jie remarked, "We have reinforced it with cutting-edge technology, incorporating URU metal and other of the universe's most resilient minerals. Just like you, Captain, reborn anew." Aligning the shield before him, Steve Rogers gently traced the patterns upon its surface, recognizing the emblem of Hydra. It seems I often dream of it, with him present in every vision. "So, is that my uniform?" Steve Rogers inquired, pointing at the dark green uniform hanging on the wall. "That is a new uniform, specially crafted for you." Li Jie looked at Steve Rogers. "How about trying it on?" In the Martian base, there exists a training ground exclusively for the super captain. I find myself brimming with anticipation. Steve Rogers, shedding his hospital garb, retrieved a dark green uniform from the wall and donned it, subsequently executing a series of military exercises. A wave of nostalgia washed over me. I felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through my veins, and I could hardly contain my eagerness to engage in vigorous activity. "Commander," on the Martian base, within the super soldier training arena, the preparation culminated as Captain Hydra, Steve Rogers, equipped with his indestructible shield, strode confidently to the center of the training ground. Timer starts. The chilling electronic tone reverberated across the arena, harmonizing with the mechanical whir of the rising platform. At the moment of activation, 3 towering combat training robots entered tactical formation, charging towards Steve Rogers from various angles. "Huh!" Steve Rogers bellowed, hurling his metallic shield forward with remarkable force. The shield ricocheted between the 3 formidable robots in a manner that defied the laws of physics, ultimately returning to Steve's steady grasp. In a mere 3 minutes, the trio of combatants fell before the might of his shield. The platform whirred to life once more, this time unleashing a greater number of robots, armed with an array of weapons, yet they posed little challenge to Steve Rogers. Applause erupted as Li Jie approached Steve, offering his congratulations. "You have just shattered the training record of the base. It seems your slumber has not diminished your prowess." I could sense that this uniform was exceptional. As Steve Rogers flexed his wrist, I pondered whether it was a product of advanced technology. "No need to dwell on such matters. Follow me. I have prepared a welcome ceremony for you." Li Jie's newly established Hydra had attracted numerous talented individuals, including not only Earthlings but also extraterrestrial beings lured from chaotic realms such as the Void. At this moment, it was time for the monthly high-level gathering, and Li Jie intended to introduce the Captain Hydra to the assembly. The proceedings unfolded seamlessly, resembling a corporate annual meeting. Li Jie took the stage, uttering a few introductory remarks before nudging Steve Rogers, now unmasked and clad in the Captain Hydra uniform, onto the platform. The extraterrestrials remained unfazed, as they were unfamiliar with Steve Rogers. However, the native Earthlings were taken aback. To them, Steve Rogers' visage was unmistakably familiar, particularly with Howard Stark seated amongst them. Due to a specially formulated gene serum, Howard Stark appeared to be in his 40s, embodying the quintessential suave middle-aged gentleman. The boss certainly has a peculiar sense of humor, Howard Stark muttered, earning a nod of agreement from his companion, William Stryker. But what concern was it of ours? Captain Hydra certainly had a ring to it. The Soul contract has long been dissolved, yet Stryker harbors no intention of betraying Hydra. After all, he has built his life from the ground up and devoted the majority of it to this organization. If one were to overlook Hydra's notorious reputation, it becomes evident that the organization has, in fact, been dedicated to safeguarding the Earth and subtly advancing its technological progress. However, the weight of stereotypes is challenging to dismiss. Rumors suggest that remnants of the old Hydra still linger on Earth. Could there be an impending confrontation between Captain Hydra and the current Hydra? Stryker chuckled helplessly, reminded of his first encounter with Li Jie. Realizing that everything the latter had claimed was true, Captain America is indeed affiliated with Hydra. Like Howard, Stryker has also undergone a genetic enhancement, rendering him considerably more youthful than before. The boss must have his own intentions for retaining those traitors. Perhaps he merely desires a scapegoat to draw fire, especially with the recent emergence of numerous superheroes on Earth. Speaking of superheroes, Howard recalled his adopted daughter and wondered how she was faring. Years ago, Howard had made a grave mistake that resulted in his confinement by the new Hydra, allowing him to return to Earth only sporadically, merely catching glimpses of his daughter from afar. This universe's Howard Stark, though a rogue, did not fall into the trap of matrimony. He is neither a wife nor offspring, only the daughter he salvaged from the battlefield, Natasha Stark. With the assistance of the old butler, Jarvis, managing Stark Industries, Howard need not worry about his daughter's well-being. Even if Natasha Stark were to be the next Batman, Howard's legacy would suffice to sustain her for generations. After all, a girl should be raised in wealth. Those present at today's high-level gathering are all astute individuals, and they have naturally deduced Li Jie's intentions. Times have changed, and Captain America has inevitably transformed into Captain Hydra, and judging by Steve's demeanor, he does not appear to be brainwashed. The boss is indeed formidable. Standing on stage, although Steve has forgotten his past as a stage actor, he remains poised and effortless, gracefully introducing himself amidst the gaze of the crowd below. Excellent. Let us now usher in the climax of today's banquet. Li Jie raised his glass, exclaiming loudly, and the crowd below enthusiastically echoed his gesture. Steve Rogers' motion to raise his glass faltered as he sensed something amiss. "What's wrong, Captain?" Li Jie inquired, looking at Steve. "Nothing." "Nothing." Steve shook his head, and then with a firm resolve, he stomped his foot, raised his glass, and shouted, "I absolutely must write about the Divine Spear, the Dynasty, the Deification, and the Monkey King." Chapter 75, a title easily deceived upon proclaiming Long Live Hydra. Steve Rogers suddenly slumped, as though all his strength had been instantly siphoned away. He felt an inexplicable discomfort, an unsettling sensation that lingered as he uttered those words. Li Jie chose not to attend the ensuing gathering, having discerned the captain's confusion. He intended to employ his eloquence to further enlighten Steve. "I can see that you are still plagued by doubts," Li Jie remarked, casting a glance back at Steve Rogers, who was following closely behind. "My apologies, Commander." The furrowed lines on Steve Rogers' brow gradually relaxed. "I simply find it strange, as if a voice within me persistently insists that Hydra is not synonymous with justice, and that I am not truly the captain of Hydra." Feeling a twinge of shame, Steve lowered his gaze. Hydra, in its newfound grandeur, produced super soldiers as if on an assembly line. There was no necessity for them to expend such effort reviving an antiquated relic from the Second World War. Yet here he was, ungrateful, reluctant even to utter a slogan. "This is the second time you have posed this question to me," Li Jie noted, glancing at Steve Rogers before continuing with a fabricated tale. "Back in the 1940s, I was merely a lowly instructor within the organization, tasked with training newly enlisted Hydra soldiers. One day, a diminutive lad arrived among those I was training. I initially held little regard for him. He was too frail, standing in stark contrast to the others, resembling a stunted misfit. I sought to dissuade him until that lad selflessly placed a grenade beneath himself. Steve Rogers paused, a flicker of recognition crossing his face as Li Jie recounted this experience. Later, that same slender boy approached me, expressing his desire to join the super soldier program. I had intended to refuse him, for that program was a perilous gamble fraught with mortal danger, yet I ultimately acquiesced. The boy defied all odds, achieving the miraculous transformation into the righteous captain of Hydra, leading the people of Europe against malevolence. But then one day, you suddenly approached me with that very question. Steve Rogers lifted his gaze to Li Jie, awaiting his response. The universe is a chaotic realm. In such tumult, if no one can claim dominion, then whoever wins the hearts of the people is deemed just. If a formidable power emerges to seize control, then that entity embodies justice. While all opposing forces are labeled as evil, history has always followed this pattern. The victor writes the narrative. Hydra does not represent justice. We embody order, safeguarding the peace of that order, free from hunger and slaughter. Our ultimate aspiration is to construct a universe filled with love and tranquility, a pursuit that may demand the efforts of countless generations. Li Jie's words were not entirely deceitful. Although Hydra operated as interstellar mercenaries within the cosmic hierarchy, they never engaged in unsavory tasks, and no one could deceive Hydra. To this end, Hydra must grow formidable. Our name should instill terror in the hearts of all nefarious individuals, and our emblem should plunge any villain who beholds it into a state of profound dread. If we are to uphold justice, we cannot show mercy to evil. We safeguard order, administer justice, and bring forth peace and freedom. Steve Rogers fell into a contemplative state. His hand instinctively brushed against the emblem on his uniform, a black skull ensnared by 9 serpentine tentacles. Li Jie has revamped Hydra's insignia, transforming the original 6 tentacles at the base into a full circle of 9, truly embodying the essence of Hydra. I believe I understand now, Commander. Steve Rogers suddenly beamed with a relieved smile, clearly indicating that, under Li Jie's persuasive influence, he, already suffering from amnesia, now hobbled along with the aid of crutches. So, my dear Captain Hydra, are you ready to embrace new challenges? Li Jie inquired unexpectedly. Indeed, Commander, I am fully prepared. Steve Rogers discerned the deeper meaning in Li Jie's words. A journey into the cosmos awaited him for further enlightenment. Then, follow me. Earth, Avengers Tower. This was a colossal mansion situated in the suburbs, serving as Natasha Stark's private residence and experimental base, now transformed into a gathering place for the Avengers. The entire structure boasted the most formidable security measures on Earth, monitored in real time by the super-intelligent AI, Sean, devised by Natasha Stark. The Avengers Tower was divided into 2 levels. The upper level served as a living area, providing rest and recreation for the Avengers, while the lower level housed the most advanced laboratories and research facilities on the planet, alongside an armory, training grounds, emergency medical room, and interrogation facilities, small in size yet fully equipped. All of this was funded by Natasha Stark, who also spearheaded this universe's Avengers, independent of Nick Fury, who was working on assembling a team of superhumans under SHIELD during their expedition to the Arctic. The Avengers not only eliminated the remnants of Hydra, but also successfully apprehended the escaped Baron Zemo and unexpectedly discovered the frozen form of Captain America. According to the life detection device embedded in the iron armor, Captain America was not deceased. He was merely in a state of suspended animation due to his icy entrapment. Realizing the urgency, the team meticulously extracted Captain America along with the surrounding ice and hastened back to Avengers Tower to render aid. On the return journey, Wasp Janet temporarily assumed the role of narrator, recounting the illustrious deeds of Captain America to Thor, an extraterrestrial, and Hulk, the mischievous child. The captured Baron Zemo was handed over to SHIELD, while the frozen Captain America was conveyed to the underground medical facility of Avengers Tower, where Ant-Man Hank Pym took the lead in surgery, assisted by Iron Woman Natasha Stark, preparing to commence emergency medical intervention for Captain America. The rescue operation proceeded smoothly. However, upon awakening Captain America, a minor mishap occurred. The revived Captain America mistakenly perceived the assembled Avengers as Hydra agents, leading to a chaotic disturbance within the Avengers headquarters. Ultimately, the misunderstanding was resolved, and Captain America, upon fully regaining consciousness, discovered himself in a future more than half a century ahead, where everything had irrevocably changed. Faced with a sense of dislocation and nowhere to belong, he ultimately chose to rejoin the Avengers. Natasha Stark had prepared for Captain America a room imbued with the essence of the 1940s, exuding a profound sense of nostalgia. At that moment, Captain America sat at the edge of the bed, eyes closed, lost in contemplation. Among those who identified themselves as Avengers, one individual seemed to regard him with an unusual gaze. Suddenly, a crisp knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, Captain America was pleasantly surprised to find the visitor was none other than the Wasp, Janet. Upon seeing Captain America at the door, Janet unexpectedly made a unique gesture towards him. He paused momentarily, then returned to normal, promptly mirroring her gesture. They exchanged smiles and, almost in unison, spoke softly. Chapter 76. Interrogation. Miss Stark has prepared a room filled with vintage charm for you, Captain. I hope you like it. Confirming identities has inadvertently bridged our acquaintance. Janet remarked with a smile. May I step inside to have a look? Of course, madam, Captain America replied, graciously stepping aside to allow her entry. Wow, there is absolutely no trace of modern technology here. After all, I've been asleep for far too long. Stark is quite the meticulous lady, Captain America observed. Turning to Janet. Did you come to find me for a particular reason? Actually, it's not me seeking you, but Nick Fury, Janet explained. Nick Fury is the current director of SHIELD. He mentioned he is an admirer of yours and wishes to enlist your assistance in interrogating Baron Zemo, aiming to root out all remaining Hydra remnants on Earth. SHIELD serves as a specialized unit under the International Security Council, tasked with managing various extraordinary incidents. Well, we have our people within. Though Nick Fury is not among the betrayers, she continued. The traitors? I understand, Captain America nodded. The betrayers she referred to were, of course, Baron Zemo. In his memory, the new Hydra, led by Li Jie, represented freedom and justice, while figures such as Red Skull and Zemo were viewed as traitors to the righteous cause and needed to be eradicated. Very well, we shall depart shortly, he stated. SHIELD, the airborne aircraft carrier. Following the commander's directives, Janet piloted the Quinjet, gradually descending to the designated location, and together with Captain America, they disembarked from the craft. It's truly magnificent, an aircraft carrier soaring through the skies, she exclaimed. As Captain America descended from a Quinjet, he surveyed his surroundings with a sense of awe. It is a pleasure to see you, Captain, he remarked. Nick Fury, the director, had personally come to greet him, and he felt a twinge of excitement at the sight of his youthful idol once again. If only he could entice Captain America away from Stark. He had just recruited a new team of superhumans and was in dire need of an experienced instructor. I have prepared a small gift for you, Captain, Fury said. The two men shook hands and walked side by side. After the interrogation, we can take a look at it together. I trust you will find it delightful. Thank you very much, Director Fury. Captain America suddenly turned to inquire, why have you asked me to interrogate Zemo? After all, he was an old adversary of Captain America, who had thwarted Hydra's schemes countless times. You know him better than we do, Fury explained. Of course, I have my own little selfish motives. Like those starry-eyed fans, I wish to witness a living legend for myself. I'm merely a soldier of a bygone era. Captain America smiled wryly. If this nation requires me, I will still charge ahead as I once did. He represented the spirit of freedom that had ignited the founding of America, not merely the government captain. Upon entering the elevator, they arrived at the interrogation room aboard the airborne carrier. Nick Fury gained access through iris recognition, opening the door to the chamber. We have arrived. Captain, Chapter 77. The Traitor? In the dimly lit room, a lone desk lamp illuminated a bright beam of orange light amidst the darkness. Two figures sat opposite each other, their upper bodies cloaked in shadow, rendering their expressions unreadable. I never expected to see you again. I thought Red Skull had killed you long ago, Zemo remarked. Now clad in prison garb, his face marred by a purple mask affixed to his skin. Abraham Erskine was indeed a genius. We captured John Steele and replicated his superhuman abilities. Alas, Dr. Erskine was a Jew. Zemo was shackled by specialized handcuffs designed by S.H. akin to collars that neutralized mutant powers, capable of rendering superpowered individuals ordinary once more. I know you wish to kill me, to crush me beneath your heel and sever my head to prove your superiority. Captain America spoke slowly. Thus, our meeting today must be the last thing you desired. To the victor belong the spoils. I willingly accept my defeat, Zemo retorted with disdain. You cannot kill me, nor will you, for I am an excellent scientist. They will not allow you to take my life. On this planet, only I possess the knowledge to create the super soldier serum, and I alone know where John Steele is hidden. He rattled his shackles and leaned slightly forward. This is why they sent you, isn't it? Before me, stand a victor, compelling me to beseech your mercy, to divulge the secrets you seek, all in a desperate bid to preserve my fragile existence. Such notions are futile. We are but phantoms of the past, remnants of a world long vanished, destined for oblivion. Captain America shook his head, unwavering as he met Baron Zemo's gaze. You and your Hydra are traitors, unworthy of existence. Reveal to me their whereabouts. Traitors? A hint of confusion laced Zemo's voice. For reasons unknown. He sensed the captain before him was somewhat altered from the memory he held, now imbued with greater determination and aggression. You desire to uncover Hydra's hideout? Zemo's tone carried a hint of amusement. Your failure is irrevocable. This truth should be evident to you. Captain America spoke slowly. Your era has concluded. Very well. You are correct. I shall divulge all that I know. Leaning back against the chair, Zemo spoke lazily. But first, I would like a cup of coffee, without sugar. You are merely stalling. Even in my absence, they would find a means to extract the information from you. Captain America replied calmly. 6 years ago, they confined me to a solitary island prison. Yet during those years, I have lived more richly than anyone else. Do you not find your previous words rather ludicrous? You're Captain America. You ought to understand this nation better than I. Zemo chuckled. You have been asleep for over 60 years. Open your eyes. Do you truly believe those politicians require an antiquated relic like you? What will you do henceforth? Retire peacefully or return to your former profession? Your mockery is feeble, Zemo. Captain America gently shook his head. No one knows you better than I do. When did you become so arrogant, Captain? Zemo suddenly raised his hands, straightening the chains before bringing them down forcefully. Tell me, I comprehend you, yet your arrogance has never taught you humility. Thus you will never truly understand me. Captain America remained steadfast, exuding an air of confidence. You wish to uncover Hydra's South hiding place. Then I shall reveal it to you. Zemo gestured towards Captain America and then pointed to himself. Although his expression was grave, the captain could not deny that. In that fleeting moment when Zemo had pointed at him, his heart had raced unexpectedly. You, I, and everyone aboard this vessel, we are all Hydra. Zemo's voice resonated with a hint of madness. The Hydra, though seemingly slain, is not truly dead. Sever one head, and two shall sprout in its stead. We are immortal. Suddenly, Captain America rose, forcefully grasping Zemo's purple mask, and slammed his face down onto the table with great intensity. Crash! In the interrogation room adjacent, Nick Fury reached out to halt the rising S.H.I.L.D. agent, urging him to remain seated, particularly you, Agent Coulson. Yes, sir. Trust the captain. He will exercise great discretion. Huh. Utterly inconsequential. I suppose next, you will claim you could endure this for an entire day? Baron Zemo scoffed. Individuals like you will never grasp the true significance of Hydra. You are merely a despicable traitor. Captain America continued his actions, yet simultaneously spoke in a tone audible only to himself and Zemo. Traitor? Who? Me? Now, are you not going to speak? Captain America suddenly raised his voice, looking down upon the fallen Baron Zemo with a commanding gaze. Your existence is a mistake, Zemo, he asserted with unwavering conviction. Red Skull, you Zola Leviathan. Faust, your very presence is a blunder, and my duty is to rectify these errors. Slightly tilting his head, Zemo gazed at Captain America in bewilderment. Was he hallucinating? How could this Captain America seem more Hydra than he himself? I will personally unearth each of you, one by one. I will continue to battle you until the last drop of blood is shed from my body. With that, Captain America rose and departed. As he left, his lips moved slightly, obscured by shadows. Fixated on the departing figure, Zemo deciphered the captain's final words. Impossible. I must have been hallucinating. Lying on the table, Baron Zemo murmured to himself, questioning what he had just witnessed. Had Captain America just cried Hail Hydra to the leader of Hydra? Outside the interrogation room, Nick Fury approached Captain America, who suddenly sighed. I apologize, Director Fury. Zemo revealed nothing to me. No matter, Nick Fury replied, turning slightly and gesturing with his right hand in an inviting manner. Do you recall the gift I promised you? Before that, could you clarify a few uncertainties for me? At your service, Fury assured. Why not sentence Zemo to death? He is a criminal of Europe, guilty of countless atrocities. You captured him 6 years ago. Yet Zemo remains alive. Captain, regarding this matter, I must say that I cannot make unilateral decisions. Nick Fury pointed to the ceiling and continued with a sense of resignation. The world has changed. It is no longer a matter of black and white. SHIELD does not possess the authority to execute every criminal. Apart from China and the East, few nations retain the death penalty. Instead, life imprisonment has become the norm. How Fury wished to execute those monsters in prison. Yet the higher-ups would not permit it. They sought to extract every ounce of value from these supercriminals, even refusing to spare their corpses. Nick Fury commands a specialized team of operatives tasked with covert missions. At times, he finds himself envious of Zhang Xian, whose approach to matters starkly contrasts with that of SHIELD. The Godspear Bureau boasts ample funding and possesses no less than 13 aircraft carriers of similar nature to the helicarrier. A truly enviable situation. Moreover, China is teeming with superhumans and formidable mutants, ensuring that the Godspear Bureau is never short of talent, even after weeding out a significant number through political scrutiny. But let us not dwell on that. Captain, allow me to present the gift I have prepared for you. Chapter 78. A soul not belonging to this world in the Marvel Universe. In Shunxiang, China, at the Lee Street Barbecue. Li Jie and Sean are seated at the roadside, indulging in grilled skewers. Both have donned tank tops and flip-flops, and under the influence of cognitive distortion. The barbecue owner and passers-by remain oblivious to the presence of two individuals occupying space without paying. Li Jie had previously traversed the culinary landscape of China, and with the ability to replicate any dish's flavor using his transcendent energy, he need not wait for food to be served. His choice to dine here is purely for the ambience. As for why only Sean joined him for skewers, it is simply because Hydra needed someone to remain behind to handle official duties. Cheers! The two clinked their glasses, with Sean pouring cola for both. Truth be told, the environment here is indeed preferable. There are no supervillains roaming the streets, nor extraterrestrials invading every few days. In comparison to the tumultuous United States, this universe's China is remarkably secure, where mutants can walk freely in public and work without facing discrimination. The Godspear Bureau's various teams monitor around the clock, ensuring they can respond swiftly to any disasters that may arise. Who could have imagined that upon my arrival, I would be assigned such a lovely wife? Li Yimwu said, taking a sip of his drink. I am but a harbinger of calamity. It is better for me to stay in the U.S. and wreak havoc there rather than return here. In previous chapters, I resurrected this universe's Captain America, and guess what? I encountered Meng Pe, who remains friends with death. Li Jie stuck out his tongue, reflecting on how he had merely chosen a random universe, and now realized that had he not been a transcendent being from the start, he might have met a swift demise. Are you implying that someone has patched things up? He speculated. I suspect that the Marvel comic The Monkey King must have struck a nerve with someone. Li Jie spat in displeasure, criticizing the portrayal. What nonsense is that? My brother Monkey is not nearly so grotesque, and they had the audacity to choose a thief with a braid as his successor? Bah! Hey! You might be digging your own grave with that attitude. Sean interjected, signaling for silence. Are you aware of the heights to which someone has elevated the divine spear of this universe? Li Jie chuckled softly. How many stories high? Sean laughed in response. I shall utter but a single word. Li Jie's tone suddenly took on an air of mystery. Tai Sui. Remarkable indeed. Sean lifted the bottle once more, filling Li Jie's glass. A conceptual embodiment of Tai Sui, you say? That individual is one of the ancient ancestors of the Divine Spear Bureau, an immortal formed from the very essence of the concept of Tai Sui. Li Jie produced a white cloth pouch from his bosom, unveiling its contents onto the table. Inside the pouch lay a substantial handful of lustrous black hair, its quality surpassing even that of the finest conditioner. Now it becomes clear. Sean activated his innate vision, discerning the true nature of the hair. It was a form of meat spirit fungus, whose blood could give life to myriad beings, and whose flesh could bestow longevity. Li Jie grasped a strand of hair and burst into laughter. Although I have no desire to bully a child, I simply cannot help but anticipate her tear-streaked visage. Ha ha ha. So this hair, indeed I sheared it. What style did you give her? The Mediterranean, Li Jie declared with great pride. Sean retorted, have I always been such a rogue? For some inexplicable reason, Sean, as a fragment of Li Jie, suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to strangle his own essence. Don't tell me you've wreaked havoc across all of China. Sean remarked, somewhat speechless. What of it? Do you wish to mimic the Monkey King and cause another ruckus in heaven? What do you take me for? Do I have that kind of leisure? Li Jie tilted his head back, mumbling as he resumed his seat. Regardless, the national football team will surely qualify for the World Cup next year. What on earth have you been up to lately? Well, enough of that. I sought you out for another matter. Sean formed a summoning spell with his right hand, and soon a small blue orb, the size of a marble, materialized at his fingertips. What is this? Has the universe at your fingertips evolved into a galaxy? Pinching the blue orb between his thumb and forefinger, Li Jie brought it close to his eyes for a closer inspection. Indeed, within it, an entire universe had evolved. Just what I need. My orange cat is missing a bell around its neck. I shall adorn it with this. This fingertip universe is a reward for my prior completion of the Spider Universe quest. I compressed and restructured the entire chaotic dimension, igniting a cosmic explosion that led to its re-evolution, akin to that of the 9194 universe. However, once the Earth within the fingertip universe reached the 21st century, I ceased the super time acceleration and entrusted it to my avatar, Sean, for safekeeping. 3 days ago, I lost the ability to observe the fingertip universe. Sean suddenly interjected, your permissions have been completely restricted. The entire fingertip universe seems to be enveloped in an impenetrable armor, and I can no longer perceive what transpires within. So that is the matter. Li Jie fiddled with the fingertip universe. Do you remember how I traversed here? By pressing a button. Are you suggesting? Yes, is indeed her. Li Jie nodded. Unlike me, she had sent the soul of a traveler into the universe of her fingertips, along with a complete system. We both commenced in the Marvel Universe, and I couldn't help but feel envious. I'd been trapped in that desolate place for 1 billion years. Why hadn't I transformed into an emotionless deity after such an eternity? Who knows? That memory is one I wish to forget entirely. Li Jie munched on a chicken leg, and by the 135th year, I had lost my sanity. Had it not been for the author's assistance, I doubt I would have regained even a semblance of reason. Let's not dwell on such unpleasant matters. The universe of fingertips is better left to you. Sean slurped on grilled leeks, which to me had become as insignificant as a mere stone. The barrier enveloping the universe of fingertips completely shielded Sean, my avatar. Yet could not deter Li Jie. Within her perception, the passage of time in the universe of fingertips was evidently much swifter than here. Li Jie raised the universe of fingertips, her consciousness transforming into a beam of light that penetrated within. She was quite curious about what that traveler could achieve in the Marvel world of the universe of fingertips. 3 seconds later, Li Jie slowly lifted her head, maintaining her expression, and then downed an entire bottle of cola with a look of disbelief. What's wrong with you? I asked, noticing her constipated expression. With our memories not interconnected, Sean was unaware of what Li Jie had witnessed within the universe of fingertips. That traveler. No, that guy was truly remarkable. Li Jie chuckled, summarizing succinctly. That fellow had single-handedly facilitated a significant Marvel event. Which one? Civil War. Is that it? Sean replied, displaying a lack of enthusiasm. What about the traveler? Did he, like many protagonists in web novels, transcend life and death, ascending with his harem? No, that guy perished not long after the Civil War. His grave is overgrown with grass 3 meters high. What a disgrace to travelers, Sean concluded. The world post-Civil War had a distinctly cyberpunk ambience. I plan to take a glance inside. Would you like to join me? Li Jie asked. We could form a team and create an apocalyptic judgment akin to the 4 Horsemen. It's just the 2 of us, Sean waved dismissively. I'm heading to Camartage. You can enjoy yourself. Chapter 79. The Deadpool Sisters. Oh, the scenery appears quite delightful. Standing in a somewhat crowded plaza, Li Jie expressed her mild interest, surveying her surroundings. She realized she was now in Times Square, New York. A fine drizzle fell from the sky, and, as she looked up, the brilliant neon lights cast a dreamlike hue over the otherwise gray atmosphere. A massive screen displayed a holographic image of a female news anchor reporting the day's weather. The scene then shifted to a series of creatively imaginative advertisements. Everywhere she looked, every building was adorned with multicolored light strips, making them resemble three-dimensional pillars of light, radiating brilliance throughout the city. Passers-by, oblivious to Li Jie, donned an array of eccentric attire, including vibrant bodysuits adorned with bizarre tattoos, while some individuals had even replaced their limbs with mechanical appendages. As the crowd dispersed, Li Jie conjured a black umbrella in his hand, his attire transforming into a tailored suit complemented by a top hat, with red-soled shoes splashing through the rain. Music resonated, and Li Jie emulated the movements of the great Fred Astaire, dancing gracefully in the downpour. When we don our masks, we can freely unleash our true selves. The only distinction between Li Jie and Gene Kelly was that he was not feverish, spinning, leaping, and, as the final notes played, Li Jie twirled his umbrella, its tip lightly touching the ground, and sunlight pierced through the clouds, dispelling the rain. Ah, how delightful is the sun, warm and inviting. A roar of engines overhead caught Li Jie's attention. He looked up to see several vessels resembling motorcycles soaring through the sky. With their red and blue beams flashing from their tails, they appeared to be akin to police vehicles. One craft led the pack, trailed by 7 or 8 similar airships, seemingly engaged in a high-speed chase. Intriguing. Li Jie spotted a familiar figure among them, a yellow-clad individual, or rather, the daughter of that person. Ascending from the ground, Li Jie pursued the retreating vessels. Those two fleeing figures were the true protagonists of this world. It seemed Wade Wilson had successfully passed on his talents to his offspring. Those fools are relentless. Li Jie musit. It was futile. The lapdogs of the public, I could never catch the world's finest racer. A woman clad in red and black technological armor, resembling a mechanical version of Deadpool, shouted, "You're absolutely right, sister. These dimwits are only worthy of inhaling our exhaust." A woman in a black and white bodysuit, draped in a red cloak, stepped onto the tail of one of the vessels, retrieving a palm-sized circular metal disc from her pocket and pressing the button atop it. A burst of light flickered, and a holographic projection materialized, displaying a massive middle finger on the vessel. "I thought you were holding a bomb, Ellie." "Indeed, this is a bomb, Varda." Ellie, in the red cloak, exclaimed, declaring their unwavering defiance and igniting the ire of the public eye. "Sister, you're a genius. I absolutely adore you." Varda, in a mechanical Deadpool suit, piloting the vessel, suddenly paused. "How did you get into the co-pilot's seat?" With their laser cannon depleted, they now had to prepare for an emergency landing. Ellie fastened her seatbelt and flashed a gesture to her sister. Boom! An untainted mini-tactical nuclear bomb struck their vessel, engulfing it in flames, transforming it into a blazing fireball that plummeted into a suburban area. Chapter 80. The Deadpool Gang is the most dazzling hero team. With a thunderous roar, the police shuttle transformed into a blazing fireball, plummeting towards the suburban outskirts like a meteor. "The target has been neutralized. Shall we return?" inquired a member of the public eye, clad in police uniform, reporting to his superior. "We must retrieve their bodies. After all, it is said that the living must be seen and the dead must be accounted for." A hoarse voice crackled through the internal channel of the public eye. "Do not let your guard down. Those two women are the lieutenants of the Deadpool Gang." "Understood, sir." 7 police shuttles descended gracefully to the ground, as dozens of observers in green nano uniforms formed tactical squads and cautiously approached the nearby inferno. Following the Civil War, under the manipulation of shrewd individuals, the U.S. government was thoroughly usurped by capitalism, with capitalists controlling every aspect of the nation, cloaked in the guise of political correctness and propaganda, which they termed the people's freedom. The country was ruled by capital, with the Osborne Group perched atop the hierarchy. Norman Osborn, the head of the Osborne Group, became the de facto king without a crown. To facilitate governance, Norman Osborn established the surveillance organization known as the Public Eye, which effectively replaced the police force and wielded the highest authority in law enforcement, capable of acting unilaterally. As for the once great superheroes, they had long since decayed into mere bones. and even those who survived were powerless to reclaim their former glory. Public opinion and the fickleness of the masses could drive anyone to madness. Hence, the nation had seen the last of its superheroes. Yet, there were always those who bravely stood against the abyss, defiantly shedding their trousers and raising their middle finger to proclaim their defiance. They were the Deadpool gang. Crash. Each time I plummeted, I felt as if I were bound in an oven like a turkey, utterly infuriating. A long leg forcefully kicked open the already twisted cockpit door of the shuttle. Varda Wilson, donned in the nano Deadpool suit, emerged from the wreckage, clutching a charred corpse in her hand. Varda Wilson, the daughter of Deadpool Wade Wilson and the Queen of Hell, Shikla, bore the blood of demons, characterized by her impulsive temperament and fiery disposition, inheriting her mother's purple skin and an avocado-like, disfigured visage from her father. The body in Varda's grasp belonged to her half-sister, Ellie Wilson, the one who had previously stood on the shuttle, defiantly raising her middle finger while clad in a red cape. "Drop your weapons. You are surrounded." The observers of the public eye encircled Varda Wilson, their energy weapons aimed at her, gathering power. "Damn those traitorous dogs of Norman. I have to face them all alone." Casting aside the charred corpse, Varda's nano armor began to flow and reshape like liquid mercury, except for her head. In the blink of an eye, Varda Wilson found herself wielding two colossal firearms, each towering over her. The black bodies of the weapons were adorned with flowing red lines, exuding an aura of peril. "Watch me shoot you right in the face," Varda bellowed, unleashing a barrage of gunfire, resembling the legendary warrior Elbu. The vigilant observers, however, were not idle. They activated their energy shields to deflect the laser bullets that Varda directed at them, swiftly retaliating with their own fire. "Huh, do you really think your puny little sticks can touch me?" Varda taunted. "Open those cherry lips of yours and taste the wrath of Lady Deadpool." Just as she finished her bravado, a specially crafted anti-metal bullet pierced through her nano armor, unleashing a gruesome mixture of blood, brain matter, and mechanical fragments. Varda's lifeless body fell backward, her hands still defiantly raised in a middle finger gesture. "Is she dead?" One observer inquired as the life detector failed to register any signals from her. After taking down Varda, a supervisor spoke up. "Let us not be complacent. You two, go check the body." The captain of the observers pointed to two of his subordinates, instructing them to investigate the fallen figure. Despite their reluctance, they approached Varda's corpse, firing a few extra shots before turning back toward their comrades with a gesture indicating they had completed their task. "Bag the body and prepare to return," the supervisor commanded. Holstering his energy weapon, a group of them stood beside the two corpses, openly smoking and idling away. "Captain, something feels off." The higher-ups mentioned these two women were Deadpool's lieutenants, but wasn't it too easy to take them down? Why overthink it? Are you just looking to create more work for yourself? The captain rolled his eyes, finishing his cigarette and preparing to leave. Suddenly, the corpse of the blasted figure jerked upright, emitting a strange cry akin to a howl. "Happy birthday, Norman S. lackeys," Varda exclaimed, drawing a handgun from an indescribable place and transforming the observers before her into a chaotic swarm of bodies. "Though you may not understand why I wish you a happy birthday," Varda dodged an attack from one observer. Seizing him in her embrace and tightening her grip around his neck, "I learned from an old man that today's date next year is your birthday." With precision, she raised her weapon, aimed, and executed a headshot with fluidity. As two observers nearby readied their energy weapons to fire at Varda, a figure emerged from behind them, swiftly dispatching both with a precise slash to their throats. Ellie Wilson brandished her two specially designed laser daggers, cutting down the observers in her path. "You finally decided to stop playing dead? Call me Sister Varda." Ellie Wilson, the daughter of Deadpool Wade Wilson and a black woman named Carmelita, is a mutant endowed with the extraordinary ability of resurrection. Upon her demise, she revives instantaneously, reversing her temporal state while retaining all her memories. "Go find something to wear." "My little sister," Varda cheekily made a face at Ellie. However, Ellie's rebirth comes with a drawback. Each time she resurrects, her body reverts to the age of 18, rendering her appearance excessively youthful, devoid of the gravitas expected of an elder sister. "What a cheeky little brat," Ellie Wilson remarked as she hastily donned several garments from the corpse on the ground. Coughing, the not yet dead Captain Monitor pressed a button on his chest with trembling fingers. His nanofabric uniform extended a green serum, which then injected into his neck, slowly administering the substance into his system. With a roar, his muscles rapidly expanded, his skin transforming from white to green, causing his nanofabric uniform to disintegrate instantaneously. Oh dear, I didn't realize Norman still possessed the gene serum for the green tank. Varda Wilson quipped, exasperated. It's absurd. Why did those nanobots morph into a pair of oversized shorts? This colossal being might be beyond our capabilities, Ellie Wilson mused, examining the small dagger in her hand, knowing that even if it pierced, it likely wouldn't breach the enemy's skin. Are you afraid? Afraid? Not all. Get dressed, Ellie Wilson declared as she picked up a weapon from the body. Let us take him down. All right, sis. Just as the Deadpool sisters braced themselves, ready to confront the green tank, the creature suddenly collapsed forward. A figure in a black suit stepped onto the green tank, twirling an umbrella nonchalantly. Look at what I captured. A wild Hulk. Who is this pretentious fool? Varda Wilson instinctively retorted, only to be promptly struck into the ground by a swift blow from Ligia. Witnessing her sister being dispatched effortlessly, Ellie Wilson swallowed nervously. I think your outfit looks quite dashing, and your heroic pose just now was impressive. Do you truly believe that? Ligia asked as he lifted Ellie Wilson's chin with the tip of his umbrella. Since I saved your lives, would you be so kind as to assist me with a small favor? You just killed my sister. Stop joking. I am aware she is the daughter of Deadpool and the Hell Queen, inheriting Wade's regenerative factor. Let go of my sister, you pretentious fool. She is over 90 years old. Bang. Varda, who had just clawed her way out of the pit, was shot in the head and fell back down. Now speak. What assistance do you seek from us? Ellie Wilson inquired darkly, stowing away her handgun. Take me to the resting place of Wayne Bruce. Ligia smiled. If you don't know where it is, have faith. Your father, Wade Wilson, will surely know. Chapter 81. Deadpool and Spider-Man Bruce Wayne. That was the name of the Traverser in his previous life, and Ligia couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity, unsure of what to say. It is worth mentioning that it seems someone has imposed additional restrictions upon him. Everything related to the Traverser Bruce Wayne has turned into a static screen on television, leaving Ligia incapable of utilizing any cheats to gain insight. To uncover the truth, he must rely solely on his own investigation. What actions did that system-imbued Traverser, who called himself Bruce Wayne, undertake to alter this world so drastically, ultimately leading to his own demise? Ligia found himself genuinely curious about this. Now, that is a true master player, far surpassing Ligia, who merely dabbles in cheats. Hey, listen up, handsome. Ellie Wilson raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. I don't know what kind of character this Bruce Wayne is, nor do I understand what you're seeking from dear old dad. But may I first share a joke with you? Is that permissible? Ha ha. Ligia suddenly burst into laughter before quickly composing himself. Can I speak now? Are you trying to provoke me? Ellie Wilson thought to herself. Deadpool, now afflicted with dementia, had developed a peculiar fondness for watching the news broadcast, particularly when hosted by Texas presenters. You have never truly grasped the essence of your father, the legendary mercenary Wade Wilson, also known as Deadpool. He is an immortal legend. Ligia turned around and, without explanation, don't ask where the gun came from, shot Varda, who had emerged for the second time, right in the head. Among all the comic characters, only his dialogue box was yellow, making him stand out in stark contrast to everyone else. By the way, did he ever boast to you about forming a Rainbow Deadpool squad? Ooh, no, Ellie recalled thoughtfully. Although her father loved to brag about how formidable he was in his youth, this particular story had seemingly been omitted. Deadpool. In my heyday, I was the renowned Deadpool. Wade Wilson, having wooed the goddess of death, battled hellish demons, and had the X-Men treat me as their elder brother. The Avengers even offer me leadership. Thanos once served me tea, and Eternity lit a cigarette for me. The Planet Devourer even hired me to eliminate the Surfer. Alas, I am truly old now. Varda and Ellie, keep boasting. We are almost convinced. Deadpool, you two are truly ungrateful daughters. Varda and Ellie, we have no father. This was the typical dynamic among the trio, though the aging Deadpool also had two companions with whom he could engage in mutual boasting and banter. One was Danny, an elderly Chinese gang leader from Chinatown. The other was his roommate, a frail old man named Peter Parker. Damn it, old man. Are you addicted to shooting your own mother now? Varda Wilson climbed out of the pit for the third time, seizing a katana and charging towards Ligia. With a swift motion, Lee Jia extended his right hand, grasping Valda Wilson as she rushed towards him. His fingers tightened against her face, instantly shattering the nanotech armor that adorned her visage. A blinding halo of sacred light swiftly enveloped the scene, bestowing upon Vardana, whose visage resembled a charred avocado, an unexpected cosmetic transformation. Do you have any further inquiries? Lee Jia conjured a mirror the size of a chest and tossed it into Vardana Wilson's embrace. No, I must apologize. I spoke too loudly just now. Vardana, clutching the mirror, bowed at a perfect 90 degrees in apology to Lee Jia. The ability to recognize and amend one's errors is indeed commendable. Lee Jia felt immense satisfaction with Vardana's contrite demeanor. However, I must remind you that your father and his close companion are currently teetering on the brink of life and death, with no rewards for guessing. And it pertains to those self-proclaimed watchers known as the public eye. What? I am perpetually haunted by that scene. A laboratory reminiscent of a horror film. Drenched in blood and severed limbs, my dearest friend, my beloved Spider-Man, lies in my arms on the verge of death. Sam Raimi is a scoundrel. I detest him. Spider-Man, hold on a little longer. I will find someone to save you. I know, I understand. Unlike the dashing Deadpool, although little Spider possesses an extraordinary spider sense, he lacks a regenerative factor. If his abdomen is pierced, even Spider-Man cannot escape death. Please, Wade, grace your maddened visage with a smile, my friend. Peter Parker spoke with trembling tones. I know that person is not you. Although you are insane, you are a good soul, even if you have inadvertently caused me trouble more than once. Listen, someone must have cloned me. I will hunt down that individual to avenge you. Would you like to hear a joke, Wade? A joke about superheroes? Spider-Man slowly removed his mask. In a joke, what part do superheroes favor most? Deadpool fell silent, knowing the answer, yet gently shook his head. It is the punchline. Peter Parker smiled as he spoke. Deadpool pursed his lips and suddenly chuckled softly, then erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. The two shared a wild, raucous laugh until Peter Parker's voice grew faint, until he gently closed his eyes and life slipped away. Holding the gradually cooling body in his arms, Wade Wilson remained in profound silence. No, no. Old Deadpool kicked off the covers, jolting upright in terror. Damnite. Not this cursed dream again. Old Deadpool muttered, then donned his pajamas, slipping into his beloved pink fuzzy bunny slippers, and sluggishly made his way to the living room. Do you know, Wade? The greatest regret of my life is having lived with you. Old Parker, busy in the kitchen, spoke without turning around. With New York being so vast, why must my roommate be the exasperating Wade Wilson? What are you shouting about now? Breakfast consisted of a simple yet delightful combination of crispy bacon and fried eggs, accompanied by toasted bread and warm milk, creating a harmonious balance of nutrition and flavor. In this capital-centric society, the significance of wealth becomes particularly pronounced. As for the aging Deadpool, he finds that throughout his life, he has been left with nothing but money. You would be hard-pressed to find a more loquacious roommate than me, old bug. Perhaps I am, in fact, your landlord. Goodness, you owe me 5 years' rent. Yet, I have prepared your meals for 5 years. Aside from Mary Jane and Aunt May, I have never cooked for anyone else. Old Parker retorted. Therefore, my friend, we are destined to be eternal partners. Deadpool mimicked Spider-Man's web-slinging pose, making swooshing sounds with his mouth. Deadpool and Spider-Man. We are the guaranteed sales of comic books. Chapter 82. You are Bruce Wayne. The Bat of Gotham. This is the public eye. You're under arrest, do not resist, or we are authorized to open fire. The routine announcement was made as the observers hovered outside the window in their police shuttles, their red dots poised on the aging Deadpool and Old Parker within. Who have you been flirting with outside this time, Wade? Old Parker chastised his old friend mercilessly. Jenny? Or perhaps Mary from the neighboring unit? Did I? Deadpool tapped his head, claiming, my hearing isn't what it used to be. These fellows' attire reminds me of Hydra, green from head to toe. Quite nauseating. Despite being surrounded by heavy artillery, Deadpool and Old Parker continued their playful banter, exhibiting no signs of fear whatsoever. Two observers burst into the room, brandishing specially designed energy handcuffs. Deadpool, Spider-Man, you are both under arrest. Since you know our names, you should also be aware of the favorite joke among superheroes, kid. The two observers exchanged puzzled glances, but at that moment, Deadpool and Old Parker suddenly sprang into action, displaying agility and strength that belied their aged appearances. It's the punchline, you youngsters with your generation gap. They effortlessly subdued the two observers, and without hesitation, old Parker and Deadpool chose to flee. Their age had rendered them incapable of confronting the armed observers outside head-on. Some might wonder why the regenerative Deadpool has aged. After all, he lost his fighting spirit like that old wolf. The answer is rather simple. A certain foolish writer ended the life of my dearest little spider. Watch the road, Wade. The two old men commandeered a police shuttle, racing through the skies of the city. Don't interrupt, Parker. I am in the midst of explaining to the readers why I have become an old man. Deadpool shouted without looking back. Where's I? Ah, indeed, there exists a third-rate villain known as Chameleon, who has cloned a charming and handsome gentleman. With his rusty katana, he performed a rather unorthodox appendectomy on Peter Parker. I cannot bear to witness Parker perish in my arms. As you know, I implored a certain Reed, a rather eccentric fellow, to extract half of my healing factor from my being with his spring-like hands and subsequently inject it into Peter Parker. Behold, Spider-Man was resurrected. Deadpool would also age. Damn Thanos. Why have you not cursed me in this universe? Deploy the interference net and prepare to launch the micronuclear bomb, commanded the Watcher Captain. Eliminate those two ludicrous superheroes. Mr. Osborn will be most pleased. Below, the flying shuttle released a mass of blue plasma, which transformed into a grand net mid-flight, ensnaring the shuttle piloted by the aging Deadpool. I fear we are destined to become barbecued. My friend, lamented the elderly Parker. Do not despair. I am a supreme overlord of the Deadpool Brigade. Have you forgotten? No sooner had he spoken than the shuttle opposite them erupted into a conflagration of fireballs plummeting to the ground. Two shuttles approached from the distance, piloted by Lee and Deadpool's sisters. Dad, hey, my darling daughters. Wait, Valda, how has your face become so radiant? Which hospital did you visit? Quickly, make an appointment for dear old Dad. No need for such trouble, Dad, for the doctor is right here. Valda Wilson gestured to her companion Lee, who bore the likeness of his original self before the traversal, with black hair and eyes. Hey, mate, I feel as though I have seen you before, exclaimed the aging Deadpool, suddenly raising his voice. You are Bruce Wayne. You are the Flat Batman. To those who can see this and find my writing passable, please, absolutely do not promote my work or solicit recommendations. The fewer eyes that fall upon this book, the better. The lower the ratings, the better. If you have any interesting plot ideas, I welcome them for the sake of tranquility. Chapter 83, Buzzing. You are Bruce Wayne. You are the Flat Batman. The aging Deadpool exaggeratedly pointed at Lee, shouting. You simply have mistaken me for someone else due to your senility, Wade, replied Lee, adjusting his tie. You are referring to Gotham's idol, and he is called Batman. In this brief exchange, the aging Deadpool showcased his ability to shatter the fourth wall. But you are all black, just like him. Deadpool retorted. I may be senile, but I am not foolish. You are that fellow who claims to be Bruce Wayne, and you appear as dark as he. I already told you. You have mistaken me for someone else, Lee stated, unbuttoning his shirt and pulling it apart to reveal a striking red emblem. Hey, mate, do you not think you resemble a fool? After saying this, the aging Deadpool contemptuously raised his middle finger at Lee, lamenting the outdated trope of changing costumes in a phone booth. Wait a moment. Upon closer inspection, you do seem somewhat different. You are far more handsome than that counterfeit, and my daughter just mentioned that you are an excellent plastic surgeon. The aging Deadpool gazed at Lee with newfound admiration. Lee, yes, milad faintly. You know, Wade, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I can assist you with a minor cosmetic procedure, but you must help me with a certain task. What nonsense are you spouting? Deadpool exclaimed. I am a living legend of a mercenary. He patted his chest vigorously and then bent down to cough twice. Cough. If all else fails, you can seek assistance from my two daughters. They can help as well. Cough, cough, cough. Don't offload your troubles onto us, you old codger, Varda scoffed, rolling her eyes in disdain. You ungrateful girl, Deadpool retorted. I have no father. Varda Wilson raised her middle finger at Deadpool. Unless you reveal my mother-s whereabouts, I shall send you to a retirement home. I concur, old Parker chimed in, raising both hands in agreement. There are plenty of quality single women there. Perhaps by next year, you might gain a brother or sister. Let us avoid that, shall we? Varda Wilson grimaced. I wouldn't want anyone else competing with me for the title of Deadpool. Now Deadpool is helping my foolish sister, Ellie interjected unexpectedly. Enough. All of you be quiet. Deadpool suddenly shouted. You'll delay my cosmetic surgery. As a major star, my schedule is exceedingly packed. Packed? Is that what you call waking up whenever you please and doing nothing but brag and play games? Old Parker retorted without mercy. Doctor, if you wish for Deadpool's assistance, you must first pay a deposit. Deadpool rubbed his hands together, his desire for a freebie evident in his tone. Of course. Li Jie raised his right hand, a soft, holy light emanating from his palm. I'm ready, Deadpool shouted excitedly. Li Jie squinted and smiled slightly, as the holy light coalesced into a sphere and then shot towards Old Parker beside Deadpool. The light enveloped Old Parker, transforming him entirely. His back no longer ached. His legs were free of pain, his lost teeth and hair had regrown, and he reverted to the vitality of an 18-year-old, becoming a dashing young man. This is absolutely incredible, exclaimed Peter Parker, staring in disbelief at his muscular arms. He lifted his shirt to reveal a set of clearly defined abs. Wow! The Deadpool sisters gaped wide-eyed. In this cyberpunk-infused world, they had never before witnessed such natural 8-pack abs. Hey, buddy! Hey! Deadpool shouted like a monkey. You missed. Clearly, I am far sexier than Spider-Boy. Wait, I get it. You did that on purpose. You're a fan of Spider-Man. Fan my foot. I'm Spider-Man's uncle. I know what you're really like, Wade. You're more cunning than the slyest fox, Li Jie smirked. If you wish to enjoy rejuvenation, then take me to Bruce Wayne. Li Jie aimed the tip of his umbrella at the elderly Deadpool. I can still make your heart beat again. You know what I mean, between hell and humanity. Well, you've convinced me, buddy. The elderly Deadpool raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Your words struck a chord with me. I will take you to the grave of Batman. I intend to bring a sound system along because that pirated kid is just an arrogant jerk. In the remote outskirts of New York, the elderly Deadpool guided everyone to a place that had long been abandoned. According to Peter Parker's recollections, this area was once an affluent suburban neighborhood. However, in this age where capitalism reigns and energy is scarce, residing in the suburbs is no longer wise, leading to its inevitable desolation. Following the elderly Deadpool's lead, a party of 5 wandered through the wilderness. Li Jie refrained from using teleportation or any such abilities, appearing as if he were on a leisurely excursion, camera in hand. Bruce, or that self-proclaimed Batman, was indeed a remarkably obstinate individual. What was that word again? Ah yes, headstrong. The elderly Deadpool grumbled as he led Li Jie onward. The ground was overgrown with weeds, having been forsaken for quite some time. That guy prefers to let his fists do the talking, always scowling, which is why I'm not particularly fond of him. Moreover, he never converses with me, yet I always feel as though he understands my intentions. At this point, the elderly Deadpool glanced at Li Jie. Just like you can comprehend what I'm saying, right? Continue with your tale, elderly Deadpool. Li Jie paid him no heed. The elderly Deadpool shrugged, wielding his knife to clear the thorns ahead. Bruce possesses formidable strength and accelerates in skill acquisition at an astonishing rate, akin to leveling up in a video game. His abilities are quite exceptional. Have you ever watched Japanese or Chinese animations from the last century? Bruce can utilize various powers from those animated characters, such as ninjutsu, baji techniques, devil fruits, and electromagnetic cannons. Suddenly, the elderly Deadpool smacked his forehead. Right? I even saw Bruce employ a curry stick once. That move obliterated half of Hell's Kitchen. Indeed, on this matter, I can vouch for old Wade. He speaks the truth. Peter Parker interjected. I still recall my first encounter with Bruce. He was exceedingly warm, as if we were old friends, yet I had no recollection of him. Peter Parker shrugged, continuing, Bruce never shows mercy to his enemies. He has slain Kingpin, Vulture, Doc Ock, and many other supervillains. He even enjoys giving them nicknames, like referring to Kingpin as the village chief of the novice village. Dante interrupted. The elderly Deadpool chastised as he playfully swatted Peter Parker's backside. Quite a nice feel of him. Now, where were we? Oh right, Japanese animations. Bruce possesses the abilities and weapons of various animated characters, a fact I am utterly convinced of. This includes Iron Man and Mr. Fantastic, as those with discernment can ascertain that Bruce employs the skills of these animated figures. Yet, each time, Bruce vehemently denies it, claiming that these are merely his familial secret techniques, conjuring up a plethora of excuses. However, this is trivial. Everyone harbors their own little secrets and requires their personal space. For instance, did you know that the mighty Sentry is actually a mere child compared to Black Widow, who is just 11 years younger than Captain America? Thus, even if Bruce's justifications sound rather implausible, we choose to accept them, and on several occasions, Iron Man and others have even assisted Bruce in maintaining his FAAD. Yet, whenever I witness him using his feeble excuses to convince others, wearing a smirk of triumph, I am often tempted to deliver a punch to his face. Upon hearing this, Li Jie suddenly chuckled, feeling as though this group of individuals was akin to parents coaxing child, wondering what this was, some unique tenderness exhibited by superheroes. It seems that this rogue has indeed aided you all quite a bit, Li Jie remarked. Indeed, he has been of considerable assistance to the Avengers and the X-Men, albeit sometimes rambling about Thanos, the Chitauri, and Ultron, topics that leave us utterly bewildered. Li Jie cast a glance at the elderly Deadpool, realizing that the so-called fourth wall-breaking ability of this old mercenary is passive, only activated when the plot demands it, a fact that Deadpool himself remains blissfully unaware of. Chapter 84. The grave of the Wanderer. Deadpool continued to lead the way. I harbor a disdain for that little rascal Bruce, as he always pretends to be enigmatic, spouting nonsensical phrases that no one comprehends. Nevertheless, Bruce has indeed altered many tragedies and saved countless lives. For instance, he ventured to Iraq to rescue Tony Stark, assisted Iron Man in vanquishing the Ironmonger, and saved Quicksilver during our battle with Ultron. He consistently manages to emerge at pivotal moments, reversing the tide and aiding us in achieving ultimate victory. Bruce also rescued my Uncle Ben, yet he was responsible for the demise of Norman and Harry. Peter Parker's voice suddenly became somber. If only I had persisted a little longer, perhaps Harry could have been saved. Let go of those dismal thoughts, Parker. Those events are behind us. Deadpool consoled Peter Parker. Thus, even though that lad delights in his pretentiousness, we all tolerate him because he has indeed rendered significant assistance to us. In a final flourish, Deadpool waved his katana, clearing the weeds that obstructed their path. Before them lay an expanse of open land, devoid of trees, with only knee-high grass carpeting the ground. Ah, do you see that large stone? Deadpool suddenly proclaimed with pride. To suit the name Bruce, I specifically selected a black stone as a gravestone and even painted a little bat on it as a marker. I truly am a genius. Your artistic sensibilities can only be appreciated by demons from the underworld. Li Jie suddenly remarked, after signing the infidelity list with someone. Your last shred of artistic spirit vanishes completely. Do you wish to perish, my friend? Deadpool swiftly covered Li Jie's mouth and cautiously pulled him aside, saying, Varda is quite sensitive regarding her mother's affairs. You mustn't provoke her, understand? Your little daughter has been preening in front of the mirror all the way, Wade. Peter Parker patted his old friend's shoulder. In any case, Bruce's grave lies beneath that large stone. The labor is for you young ones, including you, Parker. For heaven's sake. I hope they don't say I lack respect for the elderly and cherish the young. Peter Parker muttered quietly, then turned his gaze toward the Deadpool sisters. Gentlemanly decorum. Gentlemanly decorum. With one arm raised high, fingers pointed towards the sky, the Deadpool sisters leaned against each other, making a heart shape toward Peter Parker. What are you staring at? Since when does an employer do the work themselves? Li Jie clasped his hands behind his back, contemplated for a moment, and then tossed his umbrella to Peter Parker. The umbrella twisted midair, and by the time Peter Parker caught it, it had transformed into a shovel. Good luck, Li Jie encouraged. Peter Parker rolled his eyes in disbelief, realizing he had come along merely to toil at grave digging. Yet, he had no alternative. He began to dig fervently. Halfway through, Peter Parker abruptly looked up as he had caught a whiff of an enticing aroma, reminiscent of grilled meat. Whipping around, he was met with a stunning scene. Sunlight, a beach, a sunshade, and a volleyball net. Li Jie and the Deadpool father-daughter duo had all changed into vibrant beach attire, brightly colored short-sleeved shirts, and sizzling bikinis. Deadpool was busy grilling, while his two daughters played beach volleyball nearby. Li Jie lounged on a beach chair, sipping juice and basking in the sun, his gaze fixed vacantly on something. Damn, here I am, laboriously digging graves, and you all are throwing a beach party behind me? No, that is not the point. Where did this beach party come from? Peter Parker shook off the dirt and stones, angrily striding towards Lee and Deadpool. However, as soon as his foot touched the sand, his attire transformed into a pair of turquoise-patterned beach shorts, revealing Peter Parker's muscular upper body. Peter Parker rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he had fallen into some kind of illusion. Hey, Parker, come try Deadpool's hot sausages. Deadpool, too, had undergone a youthful transformation, and not only that, but Li Jie had effortlessly cured his once toad-like skin and appearance. Yet this fellow, unaware of his own madness, still wore the red and black Deadpool mask. "So, this is your reasoning for leaving me to dig graves alone while you frolic at a beach party?" Peter Parker confronted Deadpool furiously. "My dear Ligier refers to this as dancing on the grave. I find it quite fitting." Deadpool was laughing heartily. It had been many years since the two of us old fellows had spent a vacation together. Deadpool showed no curiosity about Li Jie's abilities. After all, trading a grave for the chance to rejuvenate himself and Peter Parker seemed like an exceptionally wise bargain. "All right, you have a point," Peter conceded. Having spent so much time with Deadpool, he reluctantly admitted that his character had indeed undergone a significant transformation compared to his younger days. To put it succinctly, in this universe, Peter Parker's moral compass had nearly conformed to Deadpool's whimsical nature. "Have you finished digging Bruce's grave?" Li Jie inquired as he arose from the beach chair, tossing a chilled can of Wangzai milk to Peter Parker. "Milk," Peter responded, somewhat bewildered. "In my eyes, you shall forever remain a child, Peter," Li Jie remarked before kneeling before the coffin of the traveler, seemingly engaged in some obscure task. "Peter, don't you think that guy's tone resembles your uncle's?" "I'm serious. I'm not joking. You better watch your mouth, or I'll shove that sausage into it," Deadpool exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Li Jie squatted at the grave of his fellow traveler, sipping juice, realizing that now that he had located the grave, the information barrier set by someone had naturally dissipated. What a fool this Bruce Wayne was. A fellow traveler like Li Jie, equipped with a system and his self-proclaimed prophetic insight. Yet he foolishly chose to follow the narrative closely. Everything he did was merely trivial in the grand scheme of the plot. He had completely misunderstood the essence of this world. His actions, while appearing crucial, did not deviate from the original storyline at all. How could one describe this feeling? This traveler gave Li Jie the impression that he relied on his familiarity with the plot to bestow upon himself a prophetic aura, saving those he wished to rescue and eliminating villains destined to perish in the narrative. Thus, the fates of the main characters remained unchanged, with only trivial alterations made. As he sought to maximize his interests using his supposed prophetic gifts, Li Jie refrained from further self-spoiling. He wished to hear Deadpool's animated recounting. "Hey Wade, do you remember how this guy met his end?" Chapter 85. Seeds of Hope, How Did He Die? Deadpool pondered, stroking his chin. "Oh, I remember now. This guy once claimed he was off to find some Infinity Stones and adamantly told us that the SHLD Tesseract was one of them. What did he call it? The Space Stone. And he also said that the eye hanging on the chest of the Supreme Sorcerer was the Time Stone, and that Vision, the red robot, had the Mind Stone embedded in his forehead. He also mentioned that to obtain the Soul Stone, one must sacrifice their most beloved person. The Power Stone and Reality Stone are in the possession of extraterrestrials, and he intends to devise a method to acquire them. Once all these Infinity Stones are gathered, with a mere snap of the fingers, he could obliterate half of the universe's life. How peculiar that I remember such nonsensical ramblings so vividly. Deadpool furrowed his brow in annoyance. I recall, when the civil war among heroes had just ignited, Bruce had already set out in search of the Infinity Stones. He assured us not to worry, claiming that Captain America and Iron Man would only manage to damage an airport at most, and that the repercussions would be minimal. Yet, evidently, his prediction has long since expired. Li Jie stood up, casually discarding the empty juice cup, for the ensuing narrative was not Captain America, Civil War, but rather the comic version of Secret Wars, Civil War. Unperturbed by whether those behind him comprehended his musings, he spoke to himself, observing the state of this universe. The scale of this civil war far exceeds that depicted in the comics. All superhumans across the globe have been affected to some degree by the Superhuman Registration Act. This conflict has persisted for over 3 years, morphing into what resembles a third world war. As resources dwindled and food became scarce, those with ambition established their own dark empires, manipulating an entire nation. Among all the countries on this planet, it seems only China continues to struggle on, as they still possess the capability to extract combustible ice. However, it is evident that even with resource control and governmental intervention to regress society back to the mid-20th century, their endurance cannot last much longer. Thus, Norman Osborn, that formidable individual, is concocting a mad scheme, the Human Purge Plan. What did you say? The lengthy discourse from Li Jie was incomprehensible to all except Deadpool, but they understood the term Human Purge Plan. It seems James Demonock is not merely a director of action films. He's also a prophet, Deadpool quipped. It appears that our Deadpool crew is set to make a triumphant return. Deadpool extended his arms, forming a symbol across his chest, declaring, "In the name of the Special Agent Squad." Deadpool's companions chimed, "You're plagiarizing." Silence. The X-Men have long since kicked the bucket. The legal heirs to their copyright are yours truly. Enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave. Having learned about the life experiences of this interloper, Li Jie had no intention of lingering in this universe any longer. He waved his hand and instantly vanished from the spot. Upon reappearing, he found himself within the borders of China in this universe. The streets were sparsely populated, as the scarcity of energy had drastically reduced food production, causing China's population to plummet from a peak of 1.4 billion to 900 million. This shall suffice. Arriving at a modest courtyard in the capital, Li Jie dug a hole in the garden of the estate and retrieved a strand of black hair from his pocket, burying it within the earth. Soil was filled, and water was poured. Li Jie even utilized fertilizer made from the remains of the Heavenly Gods group to nourish the long-haired plants. With everything settled, he executed a wave of ripening, contentedly applauding before finally departing from the fingertip universe. As dusk descended, Zhang Xian, having concluded a day as official duties, returned home, weary. Yet, upon entering, he was startled by the sight before him. A little girl, clad in ancient attire with hair cascading to her waist, sat leisurely on a stone bench in his courtyard, savoring tea. Glancing at Zhang Xian at the doorway, the girl gestured for him to come closer. Zhang Xian was taken aback. Had this child lost her way? Wait, how did she gain entry? As the director of the Divine Spear Bureau, the security of his residence was of the highest caliber, yet this girl had silently infiltrated. Was she here to assassinate him? Or perhaps merely to share a cup of tea with an old soul? This world had truly become decayed. The little girl exhibited an unexpected maturity that belied her appearance, wearing an expression as if to say she was his ancestor. "May I inquire who you are?" Zhang Xian stammered. "I am but a remnant of decay. If you wish to address me by name, then simply call me Tai Shui," she replied. Chapter 86. The Avengers. Prelude Clang. Clang. The incessant sound of impact echoed, seemingly tireless. White phantoms and red particles tirelessly danced within their confining cage. Early experimental readings. Enhanced metabolism. Improved thermal equilibrium. Subjects exhibited speeds surpassing human limits. Early experimental readings. Neural electrosensitivity. Microparticle manipulation. Subjects demonstrated destructive forces beyond observable measurement. This was an era brimming with wonders. Yet the most terrifying of all was the phenomenon itself. Squaya, a small border nation ensnared in chaos, was rife with protesting crowds, who brandished various banners and shouted for justice for their country, defacing the president's visage with bold red crosses and lipstick. In front of the presidential palace in the capital of Squay, a fully armed special forces team escorted a silver briefcase to its destination. The leading captain approached a figure cloaked in purple, standing at attention and presenting the briefcase with both hands. "Mr. Kilgrave, the goods you requested are here." The purple figure accepted the briefcase, donned sunglasses, and upon opening it, a dazzling blue-white light erupted forth, exploding like a flashbang in his grasp. "Excellent. I have finally obtained what I need." Nodding in satisfaction, Kilgrave closed the briefcase and promptly entered a nearby off-road vehicle, signaling the driver to start the engine. 20 minutes later, the vehicle halted before an abandoned warehouse, where a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, his hair flecked with gray, had long awaited. "I apologize for the delay, Dr. Famala," Kilgrave said as he exited the vehicle, handing the briefcase to the man he referred to as Dr. Famala. "We have acquired the Cosmic Cube. How soon can you commence work, Doctor?" As he spoke, Kilgrave slightly adjusted his sunglasses, revealing the mesmerizing allure of his violet irises. "We may commence now, Mr. Kilgrave." Dr. Famara inclined in a respectful bow, his eyes ablaze with an indescribable fervor. "In the subterranean confines of the abandoned warehouse, Dr. Famara's clandestine laboratory buzzed with activity. A cadre of technicians diligently secured the Cosmic Cube to a specialized apparatus, employing advanced technological methods to extract the enigmatic cosmic energy within. Intended for the fabrication of various energy weapons, reminiscent of the endeavors of a group known as Hydra over half a century ago. This Cosmic Cube, unlike the Space Stone, represents a form of extraterrestrial technology that compresses cosmic energy into tangible blocks through an extraordinary process, akin to the energy cores depicted in science fiction literature. Mr. Kilgrave, we now possess the cosmic cube and are witnessing significant progress. However, to achieve your envisioned outcomes, we must conduct experiments on living subjects. A fervent expression illuminated Dr. Famara's visage, for the cosmic energy contained within the cube was nothing short of miraculous. To merely utilize it for weaponry would be an egregious waste. It should be harnessed for more meaningful endeavors, such as infusing this cosmic energy into the human form, theoretically facilitating human evolution and enabling the mass production of super soldiers endowed with extraordinary abilities, much like the superhumans from the Avengers. Do you not perceive that such power is what we lack, Doctor? Kilgrave gestured towards a nearby screen, displaying the protesting throngs at the presidential palace. Look around. You may select any hapless individual from the streets, shouting in fervor. The angered demonstrators amassed at the palace gates, brandishing furious fists as they vociferously decried for justice and squire. Heavily armed soldiers formed a barricade at the palace entrance, their steely weapons serving as an unmistakable warning. Stand aside. A refined gentleman clad in a white coat emerged from the sealed confines of the palace, stepping past the soldiers to confront the agitated crowd. You expect your government to safeguard your rights, yet it is yourselves you must truly rely upon. I can offer you the means to resist tyranny, should you be willing to volunteer. You're talking nonsense. The nearest man with dark hair shouted vehemently. We do not desire tools. We simply wish for the damned war to be kept from our streets. Indeed, Alex is a coward. He is unworthy of being this nation's president. The surrounding protesters echoed his sentiments loudly. Thus, you require strength, a power that you are both aware of and familiar with. The voice of the refined gentleman resonated with clarity as he spoke in a measured tone. You have witnessed it before in Iron Man, in Captain America, in those Avengers. And I can bestow upon you that very power. You're nothing but a fraud. The blonde woman beside the dark-haired man retorted vehemently. I speak the truth. If you aspire to a brighter future, all I require is your consent, and I shall demonstrate my sincerity to you. After a brief moment, let us shift our focus back to Dr. Famara's clandestine laboratory. The aforementioned dark-haired man and the blonde woman had been ushered into a specially designed transparent chamber, where the laboratory personnel instructed them to await the commencement of the experiment. Hey, I have a foreboding feeling. Are you certain this is a wise decision? The blonde woman appeared quite anxious. Erika Kitty. What's your name? Ma Xianin, but if that S too difficult, you may call me by my English name, James. The dark-haired man pointed to his hair and added, as you can see, I am of Chinese descent. You're Chinese? But why are you participating in the protest? Erika inquired, perplexed. Everything happening in this country doesn't concern you. When one witnesses injustice, one must speak out. You may not grasp the essence of that saying, Ma Xianin replied, sheepishly scratching his head. I am a freelance journalist. Revealing the truth is my duty. Consider me temporarily swept up in fervor. After all, my homeland is quite peaceful, so when I saw Squire engulfed in turmoil, I felt compelled to take action. You're quite peculiar. Erika suddenly chuckled, bemused by his earnestness. Stay strong, Erika. Soon, we shall gain the power to fight, Ma Xianin encouraged, giving her a thumbs up, his face adorned with a charming smile. I never anticipated so many volunteers. Your turn shall come shortly, children, Dr. Famara remarked, his gaze fixated on the keyboard as he meticulously adjusted various experimental parameters. I must admit, your unique constitutions will render the results of this experiment exceptionally valuable. Who knows what kind of power the cosmic energy from the Tesseract will unleash within you. The transparent chamber was enveloped in specially reinforced glass, providing excellent soundproofing. Thus Erika and Ma Xianin could not discern what Dr. Famara had said. All right, children, let me witness the miracles you will create. With an expression of exhilaration, Dr. Famara finalized the predetermined data and pressed the enter key on the keyboard. The cosmic energy from within the Tesseract was extracted by the apparatus, dispersed and diluted through a unique frequency, and was then unleashed violently within the transparent chamber. A blinding white light spread out, engulfing Ma Xianin and Erika, who curled up on the ground, emitting anguished cries, as though their very souls were on the verge of being reduced to ashes by the overwhelming energy. The radiance grew increasingly blinding as Ma Xian utilized the last vestiges of his strength to crawl towards Erica, slowly clasping her right hand, their fingers intertwining. A hum resonated. The dazzling white light expanded, only to abruptly contract and dissipate. Chapter 87. The Avengers. Initiation has concluded. Dr. Famara once again stood before Kilgrave, reporting to his superior. Mr. Kilgrave, the energy contained within the Tesseract far exceeds our expectations. Your hypothesis is indeed correct. Humanity can undergo a profound transformation under the influence of this cosmic energy. During the report, a fervent expression gradually emerged on Dr. Famara's face, reminiscent of an addict experiencing immense satisfaction. However, abruptly, Dr. Famara's demeanor shifted back to a calm countenance, and his tone took on a note of concern. Mr. Kilgrave, if they discover that the Tesseract is in our possession, if they unveil our endeavors, we may not possess the requisite strength to withstand S-H-I-E-L-D and those Avengers at this stage. S-H-I-E-L-D is already overwhelmed. Kilgrave, however, remained unfazed. The airborne aircraft carrier had already sunk, for prisons housing superpowered criminals simultaneously erupted in chaos. S-H-I-E-L-D was preoccupied, and the Avengers were too busy apprehending fleeing criminals to concern themselves with a nation embroiled in internal strife. World police? Such a ludicrous and arrogant claim. Kilgrave scoffed. The Tesseract was merely one of our trump cards. We possess far greater power than they could ever fathom. Kilgrave ambled through Dr. Famara's secret laboratory as if on a leisurely stroll, progressing towards his intended destination. The escaped supercriminals served as the ideal bait. They would do our bidding. I shall continue to feed them to Captain America and his colorful companions, keeping them blissfully unaware. Kilgrave tilted his head slightly as nearby staff hurriedly wheeled surgical gurneys towards the laboratory's cold storage, upon which lay charred corpses draped in white cloth. What the volunteers? Dr. Famara inquired suddenly. They shall be buried deep beneath the earth, far enough that their souls shall never find their way back. Kilgrave replied indifferently. As for the survivors, they represent miracles. They will eventually make a stunning appearance before the world, ushering in a new order. By the way, you have yet to report to me on the success rate. Out of a total of 58 volunteers, only 2 endured the infusion of cosmic energy. Dr. Famara reported. Those 2 fortunate individuals have been placed into cryogenic medical pods, and the brainwashing program can commence thereafter. Too few, Dr. Famara. Kilgrave shook his head in disappointment. What we require are obedient tools, even if they are monsters or defective. Obedience is paramount. Do you grasp my meaning, Dr. Famara? Yes, Mr. Kilgrave. Now, it is time to meet my 2 dear children. Kilgrave's face bore an enigmatic smile. It had been so long since he had seen them that he could hardly recall what the siblings looked like. The 2 made their way to the innermost depths of the secret laboratory, where an expansive experimental platform lay. Dozens of armed researchers scurried about like industrious bees, navigating a maze of instruments as they meticulously adjusted myriad experimental parameters. At the center of the platform, specially designed glass partitions formed 2 cylindrical enclosures, each large enough to contain an adult. Within these cylinders were the figures of a man and a woman, both of whom were in a suspended state, their eyes tightly shut, appearing as if they were in slumber, controlled by a gravitational device. Decades prior, Kilgrave had unexpectedly encountered the Frank couple, who had long since retired from the weapons division in a small town. At that time, the reigning Miss America, Madeline Joyce, was already with child. Noticing this, Kilgrave extended an invitation for the Franks to reside in the town, a proposal they accepted as they were in need of a quiet, secluded refuge. Do not misunderstand. Kilgrave was no tyrant. He merely sensed the couple's extraordinary abilities and sought to lower their guard through gestures of goodwill, with the ulterior motive of controlling them and their soon-to-be-born child. It was a win-win situation, a mere trifling expense compared to the cost of baby formula. Kilgrave possessed the ability to easily manipulate ordinary individuals. However, when facing mentally resilient superhumans, his powers risked failure and could potentially alert them to his presence. A month later, Madeline reached the moment of delivery, giving birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. The nurse informed Robert Frank that Miss Madeline wished to name the children Wanda and Pietro. Tragically, after the birth, the weakened Madeline Joyce succumbed to the radiation within her body. It turned out that after retiring from the weapons division, Robert Frank and Madeline Joyce had transitioned to a covert government department, continuing their roles as secret agents, during which their romance flourished. However, during a nuclear radiation leak, both Robert and Madeline were infected. Pregnant at the time, Madeline devoted all her strength to combating the residual radiation within her, thereby reverting to an ordinary state. Sensing the opportune moment, Kilgrave weighed the pros and cons in his mind and decisively employed his powers to eliminate Robert Frank. Thereafter, he assumed the role of father to Wanda and Pietro, training them as assassins from a young age. Everything unfolded as Kilgrave had anticipated. Pietro inherited his father Robert's extraordinary speed, while Wanda acquired a fraction of her mother Madeline's powers, enabling her to manipulate objects with her mind and achieve brief moments of flight. Under Kilgrave's rigorous training and psychological conditioning, Wanda and Pietro emerged as his most formidable assassins. During this period, Kilgrave procured some anti-aging serums through his channels, allowing Wanda and Pietro, who were now of an age that would typically signify maturity, to maintain the appearance of youthful individuals in their 20s. Now, Kilgrave was set to infuse Wanda and Pietro with cosmic energy, reigniting the latent potential within them and further enhancing their abilities. Mr. Kilgrave, everything is in place, and we are ready to commence at your command, Doctor. Famara respectfully reported as she approached Kilgrave. Then let us not squander any more time, Kilgrave replied, arms crossed, gazing at the two glass cylinders on the experimental platform, where the siblings lay in slumber. I eagerly anticipate their metamorphosis. Do not disappoint me. Commence the experiment. With Dr. Famara's directive, the procedure began methodically. Specialized instruments once again fervently extracted energy from the cosmic cube, with blue and white energy flowing through the tubes, ultimately converging within the central glass cylinders. Enveloped by this cosmic energy, the dormant Wanda and Pietro appeared to transform, their skin resembling that of Gnostic's beings, as the energy coursed through their pores, akin to sacred beetles traversing beneath their skin. Mr. Kilgrave, based on the experimental parameters, it seems they may not withstand the power of the cosmic energy. If this continues, they will be incinerated. Dr. Famara expressed her concerns. Do not fret, Doctor. Kilgrave maintained an air of confidence. I can sense their thoughts. They will not let their father down. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the glass shattered, unleashing a crimson tempest. Chapter 88. The Avengers. Metamorphosis name? Clint Barton. Occupation? Mercenary. Assassin. Anyaliesses. Goliath. Ronin. But I prefer being called Hawkeye. Gender? All right. I know this question is rather pointless. Natasha Stark set down her tablet, calmly observing the robust blonde man before her. So, may I ask, Mr. Hawkeye, who sent you to infiltrate the Avengers Tower? What is your purpose? I have already stated, there is no puppet master. If there is one, it is merely myself. Hawkeye leaned back against the chair. I simply wish to challenge myself. The interrogation takes place in the living room of the Avengers Tower, where Natasha Stark and other Avengers form a circle around Hawkeye, Clint Barton, who stands in the center. Just 10 minutes ago, Clint had burst into the tower, successfully bypassing the security alarm system. However, misfortune struck when he encountered Thor and Hulk, who had just concluded their training. In a bold display, he challenged the two Avengers, proclaiming that in a nation well acquainted with the Avengers' renown, if he could effortlessly infiltrate their headquarters and defeat one of them, he could truly demonstrate his prowess. Hawkeye said this with considerable pride. Do I need to remind you? Mr. Hawkeye? Janet, the Wasp, remarked with a smirk, you just declared yourself a mercenary, a killer, not a common thief. It matters not. I'll accept defeat as it comes. Hawkeye shrugged, his expression one of resignation. Clint Barton, once a mere stagehand in a circus, earned the title of Hawkeye and acclaim as the world's greatest marksman as a skilled acrobat. Natasha Stark, gliding her fingers over her tablet, noted that he had previously engaged in thievery targeting affluent and influential capitalists, accumulating 23 offenses, yet had never committed murder. She had once donned a makeshift costume to thwart crime at night and began her crusade against wrongdoing under the moniker Hawkeye. Closing the tablet, Natasha cast a wry smile at Clint. You once saved my old butler, Jarvis. He advised you to start anew, so you were not lying. Your intent in infiltrating the Avengers Tower was indeed to prove your strength. Indeed, Hawkeye replied nonchalantly. However, during your incursion, you damaged 13 cameras, 5 walls. And while battling Hulk and Thor, you wrecked an elevator and a piece of artwork, amounting to nearly $60,000 in damages. This, Mr. Barton, you must compensate, Natasha said cheerfully, her gaze fixed on him. What? Hawkeye blinked in confusion, and upon confirming that the woman before him was not jesting, he vehemently retorted. But they were involved too, especially that green behemoth. He wrecked the corridor. Hulk was merely attempting to apprehend a thief. Both Hulk and Thor are Avengers, and thus any damages incurred should be borne by us, Natasha replied. But you're not an Avenger, Mr. Hawkeye, she added with a playful grin. You. Hawkeye stammered, flustered by Natasha's teasing demeanor. You need not be so anxious, Mr. Hawkeye, Natasha reassured him, waving her hand. Your skills are indeed formidable, particularly your archery, which could be described as nothing short of extraordinary. Therefore, your only option now is to join the Avengers. Regarding the matter of remuneration, I believe we should first have a thorough discussion. In Chapter 89, during the intermission, as well as in a friendly appearance in the expansive private gym, 2 figures, one tall and one short, engage in a flurry of punches and kicks, producing a sound akin to a sonic boom in the air. Peter Parker, bare-chested and clad only in a pair of elastic shorts, wielded his red boxing gloves with rapidity, relentlessly launching attacks at his opponent. Yet, his strikes were deftly countered by the other party, who skillfully evaded and then retaliated against Peter's rigid attacks. With a resounding thud, Li Jie raised both hands, fingers together, with his thumbs bent into his palms, effortlessly redirecting Peter Parker's incoming punch with a simple yet effective technique, akin to using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. His arm coiled like a nimble serpent around Peter's forearm, bending his elbow joint, followed by an elbow strike that sent Peter crashing to the ground. The entire sequence was executed with remarkable precision in merely 3 seconds. How about it? Can you still hold on? Li Jie posed the question, striking a pose reminiscent of Master Yi, as he looked toward his nephew. I'm fine. No problem at all, Peter replied, rising from the floor, leaning on his knee to catch his breath, and then excitedly exclaimed, Uncle, you never told me you practiced Chinese martial arts. You never asked. Li Jie straightened his back, hands resting on his waist, exuding an air of a reclusive master. Back in my youth, I roamed the world alongside your aunt. And how could I not learn a few skills to protect her? Li Jie was not entirely truthful. He merely utilized transcendent energy to replicate the martial arts of Kunlun in this universe, and now he found himself in need of a practical opponent. Can I become as formidable as you? Peter's eyes sparkled with eagerness, having always been a fan. Can I also learn Chinese martial arts? Like those masters who can scale walls and leap across rooftops? He struck a few poses reminiscent of the martial arts films he had seen. Child, the truth is, you could already scale walls and leap across rooftops. Li Jie couldn't help but feel that his nephew sometimes acted rather foolishly, like a simpleton from a wealthy family. Of course, I can teach you from the very basics, Li Jie replied, intrigued by the idea of teaching his nephew. The thought of a Spider-Man who could combat using Chinese martial arts was simply delightful. Martial arts can cultivate your spirit and also teach you to better control your strength. Peter, Li Jie positioned his legs shoulder-width apart, signaling Peter to mimic his stance. Ever since being bitten by the radioactive spider, Peter's strength had been increasing daily, seemingly without limit. According to the Ultimate Spider-Man archives, Spider-Man's strength rating is 4, meaning that an ordinary Spider-Man can lift objects weighing up to 25 tons. However, given that Peter had enjoyed an abundance of nourishment since childhood, it seemed that his capabilities had surpassed even that threshold. The overwhelming strength has long been a source of distress for Peter Parker. While engaging in acts of heroism, he meticulously controls his power, fearing that a single misstep might result in the demise of a villain. Although Peter admires the decisive nature of the Spider-Man in comic books, he finds himself unable to strike too forcefully against criminals, opting instead to merely incapacitate them lightly before binding them with webbing and leaving them suspended from a lamppost, awaiting the arrival of the authorities. Uncle, how can I be as courageous as you? Peter suddenly inquired of Li, assuming a horse stance. Just as you see in the comics, Peter, Li replied, gradually performing Tai Chi excitement, uncertainty, and doubt, when I unexpectedly acquired powers akin to those of a superhero. I found myself at a loss regarding their proper utilization. This led to quite a few blunders and absurdities, causing many to question, misunderstand, and even ridicule my existence. Insults, encouragement, and self-doubt are experiences that everyone must navigate during their growth. You need not emulate me or the Spider-Man in the comics. You're already a worthy Spider-Man in your own right. You must forge your own path. Really? Truly? Receiving his uncle's affirmation, Peter appeared somewhat astonished. Peter had been facing his own challenges lately, particularly with a host named Jonah Jameson, relentlessly criticizing him on a large screen in Times Square, labeling him as a criminal and a masked menace. The absurdity lay in the fact that this host targeted only Peter Parker, never once ridiculing the Spider-Man or the Goddess of Vengeance. When other superheroes were mentioned, his enthusiasm was palpable, a smile spreading across his face. Sensing Peter's inner turmoil, Lee smiled gently. The transcendent energy began to reshape reality, aiding Peter in swiftly mastering the skill known as Tai Chi. It was one of Lee's employees, a fervent admirer of the Spider-Man who harbored discontent towards Peter Parker, viewing him as an inferior imitation and believing he was overly lenient with criminals. There is no inherent right or wrong in power. It is the wielder who determines its morality. After executing a move known as grasp the bird's tail, Lee entered mentor mode. Extraordinary abilities are a double-edged sword. Those who cannot resist temptation may succumb to depravity. At that point, it is not humanity that wields power, but power that manipulates humanity. Ultimately, you risk becoming akin to those supervillains. Peter nodded, comprehending his uncle's message. You are now an adult, Peter. Many decisions should be made by you alone. Lee pointed to his heart. I know you are a kind and gentle soul, regardless of how others perceive your actions. What matters is that you remain true to yourself. I understand, Uncle, Peter responded, then seamlessly followed Lee's movements, performing a set of Tai Chi with newfound ease. Suddenly, this feels so effortless. Peter Parker blinked, astonished at his own ability to master such a complex martial art with ease. Could it be that he was, in fact, a martial arts prodigy? This particular style was known as Tai Chi, and he was advised by Li Jie to practice diligently whenever he had the opportunity. Li Jie handed Peter a towel, mentioning that he had some matters to attend to at the company and would need to return shortly. Honestly, Uncle, I can hardly believe it. Peter scratched his head, marveling at the fact that the idol he had always admired turned out to be his own uncle. It felt as surreal as something out of a television show. You too will become an idol admired by others, Peter, Li Jie encouraged, giving his nephew a thumbs up. Believe in yourself. The scene shifted back to the spider cave, where energy flickered at his fingertips as Li Jie conjured an infinity stone, teasing the large orange cat in his arms with it. The cat's eyes followed the stone as it moved, and it leapt up eagerly, yet missed its target. Suddenly, a portal crackled open, revealing a weary Sean, who appeared with a pot of strong tea in hand. Have you just finished a meeting with Master Gu? Li Jie inquired, stuffing the infinity stone into the cat's mouth. 7 days and nights of continuous astral projection? Impressive stamina you've got there. Sean Skov, dismissibly speaking. You lazy bum, you have the audacity to laugh? Without a care for the heat, he tilted his head back and drained the remaining tea. It's almost time for your entrance, Li Jie said, stroking the cat. The Avengers were gathering, and soon a grand spectacle of superhero chaos would unfold on Earth. Who is the antagonist? The Purple Man, Li Jie replied, stroking his chin. The elite foes in the fray included a witch, Quicksilver, the second Captain America, and an original character. Oh, sounds intriguing. Sean post momentarily. However, new information had arrived from Daisy. Thanos was collecting the scattered Infinity Stones across the universe. It was uncertain whether he intended to implement a population control plan or simply bestow gifts upon his goddess, lacking Li Jie's ability to casually flip through scripts. Sean and Daisy could only make inferences based on limited information. Whatever, let the purple potato do as he pleases, Li Jie nonchalantly remarked. After all, the superheroes on Earth had plenty of energy to expend, and the Purple Man's status was rather underwhelming. Sean, you will make your appearance at the climax and inform Stark about Thanos. Chapter 90, Black Widow in Moscow, the hottest nightclub, Red Square, pulsated with electrifying music accompanied by flashing neon lights. Dressed in alluring attire, glamorous women occupied various stages, moving their bodies rhythmically in sync with the music. Their long legs and fair skin igniting the dormant hormones of the spectators below, awakening their dulled minds once again. With her hair elegantly styled, a waitress adorned in form-fitting leather pants and a bikini top emerged from the club's backstage, swaying her hips as the vibrant neon lights danced across her confident, stunning visage. Her name is Tatiana Sokolova. A week ago, she departed from her hometown of Tambov and is now employed as a waitress at the Red Square nightclub, having transformed her identity in pursuit of a shortcut to the pinnacle of life. "Hey, miss," a nearby patron addressed Tatiana. "Could you bring me a bucket of that drink you have?" The man lounged on a sofa, his arms wrapped around a heavily made-up escort, his hands behaving rather inappropriately. A quintessential nouveau riche appearance. "Of course, I'll be right there, Mr. Nikolai," Tatiana replied as she placed the ice bucket on the table before him. The Ace of Spades gold label, a champagne that is rather costly for the average person, priced in the 4 digits, had its cost quintupled at the Red Square nightclub. Nonetheless, the affluent patrons were indifferent to such expenses. They drank not just for the wealth, but for the mood and the status it conferred. The life of a courtesan is akin to that of a mayfly, born and dying in a day, yearning for profound connections, yet ultimately bound by nothing, with deep affections fading into emptiness. Perhaps one day, a high society gentleman will approach her, whispering sweet nothings in her ear. "Agent Romanoff, adjust your wig." Coulson's voice crackled through Natasha Romanoff's earpiece, a strand of hair obstructing the micro-camera's view of Fyodorov. "How's that?" Natasha Romanoff tidied her wig, casting a flirtatious glance at passing patrons. "Much better. Thank you," Coulson replied. "We should prepare to close in." Acknowledging his command, Natasha returned to the bar for another bottle to place in the ice bucket before gracefully approaching her target. Mikhail Fyodorov is among the world's most ostentatious and successful illegal arms dealers, acutely aware of the many who covet him, surrounded by guards even in moments of revelry. "Here is the 1966 Dom P. Rignon you requested, Mr. Fyodorov," Natasha Romanoff said, setting the ice bucket on the table before him, her demeanor alluring as he drew her into his embrace. No man could refuse her charms, could they? "Do you require any other special services, sir?" This is precisely one of the reasons Tatiana's persona is so advantageous. Like any skilled disguise, Tatiana can disarm her target, leading him to a beautiful, comfortable, and secluded location, where she can slowly interrogate him about how he acquired Stark Industries' technological products. The plan was flawless for an agent, as Natasha Romanoff revealed a widow's bite on her wrist, preparing to discreetly inject a stimulant into Fyodorov's system. Yet sometimes plans are quickly upended. Bang, bang, bang. A bullet to the forehead, 2 to the chest. 3 blossoms of blood erupted on Fyodorov's body, robbing him of life in an instant. The waitress. Look at that waitress. She S-armed. Before Natasha Romanoff could fully comprehend the unfolding chaos, a dark-haired woman dressed as a bunny girl on a nearby independent stage pointed at her, vociferously calling out. Natasha naturally took note of the shouting bunny girl. In their brief exchange of glances, the bunny girl flicked her smoky bracelet and winked at Natasha before turning and vanishing from sight. Due to the lighting, Natasha could not clearly discern the bunny girl's face, but it was sufficient for her to feel a surge of anger. Who does that little vixen think she is to scheme against me? Just wait. However, her immediate priority was to find a way to escape. "Natasha?" came Coulson's voice through her earpiece. "I hear you, Director," Natasha replied, assuming a combat stance as Fedorov's bodyguards closed in. With their boss dead, capturing his assassin was the only way to secure their financial future. "I think we should consider a temporary withdrawal from this operation," Coulson suggested. "I understand, Coulson." Natasha raised her arm, the widow's bite on her wrist beginning to charge. "But for now, you need to prepare a reliable extraction plan." With a series of straightforward combat maneuvers, she incapacitated the approaching bodyguards, the electric currents from the widow's bite rendering them unconscious. They were merely workers. There was no need for lethal force. "Don't go out front." The police cars dispatched by the Moscow police have blocked that route, and the entire street is cordoned off, Coulson calmly advised, observing the surveillance screens. "I recommend you head to the rooftop. I have prepared a little surprise for you there." "You better be reliable," Natasha muttered, ready to bid farewell to her disguise. "Why? Is your wig malfunctioning?" "No, it's because I happen to need what's inside it." Natasha removed her wig, extracting a compact shotgun. The Winchester Model 1887 lever-action shotgun, chambered for 12-gauge shells, boasted a total capacity of 6 rounds, its notoriety stemming from a scene in which a governor rode a motorcycle while firing it one-handed. The modified Winchester 1887 in Natasha's hands measured less than 20 inches, sufficient to support the exaggerated height of her previous wig. With a tinge of regret, Natasha realized she would be saying goodbye to Tatiana tonight. Yet, this conclusion bore its own allure. Had Natasha truly been a fallen girl like Tatiana, she would now be a corpse with a shattered skull. Stop! A bodyguard, devoid of compassion, had positioned himself on the second floor and, while shouting, pulled the trigger of his handgun. Ordinary firearms hold no significance against the formidable female operative hailing from the Red Room. Natasha Romanoff gently manipulated her widow's bite, causing a sharp steel wire to ensnare her hands. The Red Room, a clandestine Soviet organization, meticulously trained female agents to become lethal weapons through a process of dismantling and reconstructing their worldviews. Those who graduated successfully earned the moniker Black Widow. With a deft maneuver, Natasha circled behind the bodyguard, wrapping the wire around his neck and securing one end to the railing before forcefully pushing him down the stairs. The rooftop of the Red Room nightclub was still teeming with revelers, the pulsating music seemingly drowning out the gunfire below. Where is it? The rooftop is crowded, she observed. At 2 o'clock, 35 meters away, there should be a flower bed at the edge. The base is false. Did you see it? Coulson remained composed. Considering the number of pursuers behind us, you might want to prepare an anti-tank rocket launcher for me. As Natasha opened the base of the flower bed, she suddenly exclaimed in delight. Huh, I shouldn't have doubted you, Coulson. I have never given you a wrong command, have I? Coulson replied with a hint of pride. Like that incident in Hamburg? Did you not promise me to never mention that again? Coulson retorted, his exasperation evident. Do you intend for me to apologize for eternity? I think I can manage, considering you have no idea when I might perish. She is over there. Capture her. Halt. This ends here. The leading man brandished an Uzi, dispersing the crowd and encircling Natasha, forcing her to the edge of the rooftop. Drop your backpack and place your hands behind your head, he commanded, aiming his gun at her. You need to tell us who you work for and why they want Fyodorov dead. Before you confess, we will spend hours persuading you. With piercing eyes, the man scrutinized the red-haired woman. You have nowhere to escape. This is your only way down from the rooftop. Is it? Natasha smiled faintly, then leapt from the edge of the rooftop. I still have one trick up my sleeve. The secret weapon Coulson had prepared for Natasha was a lightweight, portable glider backpack. One of the reasons I excel in covert operations is my genuine fondness for assuming another identity. Throughout my upbringing, I have undertaken numerous endeavors, leaving behind a multitude of regrets. Whether I actively tear off the mask or have my identity unveiled, each time I shed a guise, I experience a profound shock. Pressing the switch on the abdominal strap, the glider backpack unfurled its wings, carrying Natasha Romanoff into the air, executing a flawless drift. Whenever I change my name, I also transform my appearance and everything around me. By midnight, Natasha Romanoff has once again become Alien Vance. After an exuberant night at a party, I lost my identification and wallet, leaving me with no choice but to walk home alone through the night. Natasha, have you arrived at the hotel? Coulson's voice crackled through my earpiece. I'll be there shortly. In my quest to locate the landing point, I circled the vicinity of the nightclub for a while, ultimately finding refuge on a rooftop 10 blocks away. Natasha Romanoff remained vigilant as she responded, aware that the police on the street were brandishing wanted posters. Unfortunately, she bore an uncanny resemblance to the fugitive depicted on them. Any news on the real assassin, Coulson? None. Your description was too vague. I found no matching information in the S.H.I.E.L.D. database of female assassins. I only caught a glimpse of that woman for a second, Natasha replied, a hint of frustration in her voice. Forget about her for now. My concern is you. We must get you out of Moscow before the police apprehend you. Coulson paused, glancing at the screens behind him, where images of previous Avengers battles were playing. The director has another mission he wishes to assign you. As if awakening from a deep slumber, I returned to my true identity. My birth certificate, Natasha Romanoff. My S.H.I.E.L.D. file, Black Widow. Chapter 91. Infiltration and Intelligence. Part 1. On the calm surface of the sea, a massive warship proceeded slowly. No national flag adorned its mast, nor did it bear any distinctive markings. Yet I must clarify that this vessel belonged to the United States, serving as a covert base on the water. It was now late at night. Beneath the tranquil, murky waters, a shadow sped towards its target, the thrusters of its diving suit propelling it forward with fervor. In no time, the shadow reached its destination, the underbelly of the secret warship, producing an underwater cutting tool. The shadow maneuvered near the drainage outlet and patiently commenced its cutting work, soon creating an aperture large enough for entry. Stealthily navigating through the pitch-black conduit into the interior of the warship, the shadow activated its earpiece, infiltrating the vessel's communication channel. Before long, it acquired the intelligence it sought. Carol Ponce, what is the password for Sector 2300? The password is Rice, Agent Romanoff. Carol Ponce remains ever vigilant. Thank you, Agent Ponce. Sector 2300. One of the core intelligence rooms of this secret warship was under the jurisdiction of S.H.I.L.D. Thus its security level was unsurpassed. The shadow crouched low, skillfully avoiding the light as it advanced with utmost caution. After a series of intricate maneuvers, bypassing traps and incapacitating guards, the shadow successfully infiltrated the intelligence room. Upon confirming the location of the intelligence mainframe, it retrieved a black disk from a sealed, waterproof pouch and connected it to the external port of the mainframe. With a few keystrokes of special commands, the shadow pressed the enter key, and the green screen flickered momentarily before displaying a line of text. During the wait, the shadow pondered for a moment, then inputted another string of passwords and pressed confirm to initiate the decryption. The three-dimensional projection device near the mainframe screen began to activate, and shortly thereafter, it projected the upper body image of Nick Fury. This was a summary of a classified document rated at Level 7, originating from a report by the director of S.H.I.L.D., Nicholas Joseph Fury, in response to the request of the United Nations Security Council. Considering the potential threats posed by the Avengers, an organization formed by Stark in his personal capacity, I have specifically prepared this dossier concerning these extraordinary individuals. The display on a mainframe screen transformed instantaneously, partitioning into 6 equally sized segments featuring the images of Captain America, Iron Woman, the Hulk, Thor, Ant-Man, and Wasp. You seem to have forgotten a newly joined member, the shadow muttered softly. There is no need for me to introduce Captain America. He achieved remarkable feats on the European battlefields during World War II, traversing the Pacific and crossing Europa to confront the nefarious Hydra. Even amidst the Blitz in London, the Allied commanders insisted that Captain America, regardless of his physical and mental readiness, must face the terrifying new threat. Captain America and the Howling Commandos continuously thwarted Hydra's schemes against all of Europa. They are heroes. Captain America once proclaimed that in this war, the goddess of justice would never stand with Hydra. In the name of freedom, wealth and power may be forsaken. The bullets of Nazi Hydra can never extinguish the faith representing liberty. Thus, I hope the members of the Council can comprehend that time has never diminished Captain America's capabilities. To any team, Captain America is an invaluable asset. Such wholly devoted fanfare, the shadow murmured again. The mainframe screen flickered and switched instantaneously to the image of the Hulk. In the documents I prepared for the Council regarding the Hulk, I infused a touch of humanistic concern, hoping some might reflect on their actions. We must pay attention to the Hulk's mutation trajectory. Dr. Bruce Banner's unfortunate plight began in New York. Following the tragedy, Dr. Banner attempted to retreat from the world, wandering through Afghanistan and Pakistan, according to intelligence, until he encountered a band of robbers crossing the Indian border. Dr. Banner had been striving to control the green behemoth within him, akin to a haunting specter. Unfortunately, those robbers provoked the Hulk's wrath. I wish to remind the board members to contemplate this. The destruction wrought by the Hulk over the past few years has only occurred in response to our attacks. Thus, at no point does the Hulk harm the innocent. Rather, he endeavors to protect them in his own manner. Consequently, the Hulk is far from being a mere rampaging monster. He is, in fact, a hero. Furthermore, Iron Maiden has corroborated my perspective. The Hulk is merely a child, and the populace requires only minimal compensation for their grievances. Hey, intruder in a diving suit. You are in Sector 2300. May I inquire about the access code? A calm female voice emanated from above. The shadowed figure tilted its head upward, locking eyes with Natasha Romanoff, clad in her battle attire. Allow me to provide a hint. It's Black Widow, you little rascal. The shadowy figure stepped back, evading a swift kick from Natasha, then quickly crossed its arms to shield its chest from the subsequent barrage of martial arts strikes. I am quite curious as to how you infiltrated S.H.I.L.D's clandestine warship, little rogue, Natasha remarked, activating the current in her widow's bite. Unfortunately, The diving suit appeared to be insulated against such electricity. But I am aware of your vertical entry and horizontal exit, likely ending up on a stretcher in an ambulance. Using the wall for leverage, Natasha leaped into the air, raising her right leg in a lightning-fast descent. The shadowy figure instinctively raised its fist to block the attack from above, while simultaneously seizing Natasha's ankle, pulling her leg back and leaving her in a precarious split. Demonstrating remarkable flexibility, Natasha twisted her right foot, launching a concealed silver needle from a miniature launcher embedded in her ankle, targeting the Shadow's temple. So you must be the legendary Agent Romanoff, the infamous Black Widow, truly a name that suits you well. The Shadow seized the opportunity during a brief pause in Natasha's assault to counterattack. Both combatants employed the lethal fighting techniques of seasoned operatives, resulting in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. You still possess remarkable agility at your age, the Shadow taunted, clearly aiming to rattle Natasha. The tactic was effective, as she momentarily faltered, nearly losing her footing. My dear, I bring you grim tidings. Many terrorist organizations and criminal syndicates are eager for information about the Avengers, their capabilities, their vulnerabilities. Only your one-eyed boss likely possesses such classified data, and I merely wish to borrow it for a brief moment, ideally without the need to return it. As Natasha and the Shadow grappled, a three-dimensional holographic projection of Nick Fury continued to relay his report. Chapter 92, Invasion and Intelligence, Part 2. The United Nations Security Council has expressed considerable dissent regarding Natasha Stark's formation of the Avengers. Given the detailed nature of this report, it is imperative for the Council members to gain a comprehensive understanding of Natasha Stark as an individual, along with her enterprise, Stark Industries. Since the conclusion of that kidnapping incident, Natasha Stark has undergone a remarkable transformation. She has crafted an iron armor, integrating the most advanced technologies and weapon systems known globally. This suit surpasses all publicly acknowledged individual combat weaponry on Earth. However, it is crucial for the esteemed members to recognize that the true strength lies not within the iron armor itself, but within Natasha Stark, a veritable scientific prodigy. The world cannot hinder the endeavors of such a genius, and humanity stands in need of talents like Stark. Moreover, I suspect that Natasha Stark is far more complex than she outwardly portrays. The iron armor she dons is merely a trivial aspect. She harbors numerous undisclosed secrets. The battle between the Shadow and the Black Widow continues, with the two agents having reached the pinnacle of human physicality, engaging in a series of astonishing maneuvers within the confines of a modest intelligence room. To speak candidly, a beauty such as yourself ought to pursue a career in modeling or cinema. With your allure and talent, even your bathwater would likely find eager buyers. Perhaps you should surrender gracefully. I might even consider offering you a complimentary basin of my foot-soaking water. Natasha Romanoff swiftly extracted the wire from the widow's bite, aiming to ensnare the Shadow's neck with it. On second thought, that might not be advisable, as I do not possess a fetish for objects, the Shadow quipped. You could attempt to offer yourself. I might just find it intriguing, but I fear you might struggle to endure. Natasha Romanoff retorted with a cold smirk, delivering an elbow strike to the Shadow's nose. The voice of Nick Fury, the god of thunder, continued to resonate. This extraordinary warrior identifies himself as Thor, sharing his name with the thunder god of Norse mythology and exhibiting abilities akin to those of his namesake. His weapon is a hammer capable of summoning thunder. My understanding of him is rather limited, thus I find it challenging to elucidate Thor's circumstances to the council members. Additionally, since his last return to his homeland of Asgard, we have been unable to ascertain his origins. The tale of Thor's genesis is indeed intriguing. However, it has been demonstrated that the courage and thunderous powers possessed by Thor represent a significant boon for the Avengers. We should feel fortunate that the god of thunder harbors the utmost goodwill towards humanity on Earth. Hank Pym, a world-renowned biochemist and scientist, has developed Pym particles that facilitated the construction of the Mansion prison for S.H.I.E.L.D. Dr. Pym himself has also engaged in multifaceted collaborations with S.H.I.E.L.D. In comparison to Ant-Man as a superhero, Hank Pym, the scientist, merits our collaboration more significantly. His wife, the Wasp, has exhibited a profound interest in their joint superhero endeavors, and the name of the Avengers is derived from her. In light of this, my summary report to the Security Council is this. This indicates that the data has been successfully downloaded. The Shadow raised his right arm, aiming a concealed mechanism at Natasha Romanoff, firing a short arrow. Although the organization mandates that I eliminate any divine or supernatural obstacles, I certainly cannot overlook a beautiful woman. To ensure my safe departure with the intelligence, I find it necessary to teach some people a few rules. Dodging the short arrow, Natasha Romanoff activated the Widow's bite on her wrists, unleashing a powerful shockwave directed at the Shadow. Just in time, I shall personally impart a lesson to you. Faced with the energy wave released by Natasha, the Shadow had no choice but to evade clumsily. Oh dear, Natasha, where did you acquire this impressive gear? As he spoke, the Shadow's fingertips twitched, launching several needle-like projectiles that precisely pierced the Widow's bite on Natasha's wrist. A tech-savvy individual had modified my original equipment into this high-tech, portable gadget. Sparks flew from the Widow's bite, prompting Natasha to scornfully spit, swiftly removing them just as they were about to explode and hurling them toward the Shadow. It seemed these gadgets were not particularly effective. The new version of the Widow's bite requires further improvement. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated within the intelligence room, accompanied by a dark silhouette appearing at the doorway. This voice was exceedingly familiar to Natasha Romanoff, as it belonged to her one-eyed boss, Nick Fury, the director of S. Akka, Are you certain? That little thief was secretly downloading our data, Natasha inquired with irritation, having surmised the entire situation upon seeing Nick Fury's presence. With Nick Fury's arrival, the Shadow removed his mask and exhaled deeply, stating, "Perhaps you should have informed me beforehand that she possessed a defensive device. That would have been quite advantageous, Agent Barton." The true identity of the Shadow was none other than Clint Barton, the skilled archer known as Hawkeye, who had recently joined the Avengers. Nick Fury stepped out of the shadows, his solitary eye scanning the other two individuals in the room with a scrutinizing gaze. This exercise was conducted to ensure the safety of the SHIELD helicarrier, as our understanding of the enemy's offensive tactics does not surpass their comprehension of our security systems. Speaking of which, Hawkeye, how did you board the military vessel? Nick Fury inquired. Quite simply, I crawled through the pipe at the bottom of the compartment, Hawkeye replied in an exceedingly relaxed tone. However, I had not previously detected the scent of your beloved cologne. Natasha Romanoff jested while standing beside Hawkeye. That fragrance is simply enchanting, is it not? It appears to be a ruse. Ahem. Nick Fury coughed, interrupting the silent exchange between the two. I have reviewed your file. Your understanding of those individuals is remarkably thorough. Why then do you require my involvement? Hawkeye inquired. It is not solely you. Natasha will also join the Avengers, as per the agreement between Stark and myself. Nick Fury deactivated the main console behind him, stating that this was the only way to silence the members of the Security Council, especially our president, and to secure additional funding. Two beauties named Natasha in one team? Natasha Romanoff raised an eyebrow, expressing skepticism regarding the prospects of this plan. Do not doubt your own allure, Hawkeye chuckled. Each of you possesses unique strengths. Get lost, Natasha Romanoff playfully retorted. Thus, let's await the unfolding of events to see what transformations these individuals may bring to the world. Chapter 93. A 300-word tirade. The Purple Man, known as Zebediah Kilgrave, was once a spy who, during an infiltration mission at a secret military base, inadvertently inhaled a nerve toxin, resulting in his hair and skin permanently turning purple. This unfortunate incident bestowed upon him the ability to release a chemical hormone that, upon being absorbed through the skin, allows him to control those who breathe in his words. Armed with this extraordinary power, reminiscent of a protagonist in a contemporary male fantasy, he ascended from a mere spy to a supervillain capable of effortlessly commanding an entire nation. However, as an ambitious antagonist, the Purple Man's aspirations extend far beyond a small nation like Sokovia. He aims to emulate his idol, Hydra, manipulating resources to ultimately dominate the world. While this ambition may seem trite, it is grounded in a harsh reality. In the Purple Man's perspective, humanity is perpetually preoccupied with internal strife, and advancements in space exploration have stagnated. Humanity has yet to venture beyond Earth. Compared to ruling Earth, dominating the universe seems like a mere fantasy. Learning from the failures of predecessors who sought world conquest, the Purple Man is astutely aware of the path to power. He incites localized conflicts, amassing wealth through arms dealing, and covertly develops his own influence with the proceeds. armed weaponry, super soldiers, even formidable superhumans. He possesses everything except for a secure and reliable stronghold, such as one of the permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, like the United States. This conclusion has been reached after profound contemplation by the individual known as the Purple Man. Initially, his objective was to target a nation he perceived as lagging far behind China. However, he soon discovered that the policies of this country resembled an impenetrable fortress, making it exceedingly difficult to infiltrate from the outside. Numerous formidable mutants and superhumans could effortlessly disregard his mental manipulation, let alone exert control over the government's affairs. The Purple Man once attempted to initiate his plans from Hong Kong, only to find that the local forces remained utterly inactive, spending their days merely assisting in street cleaning while relying on the local government to maintain order. In Europe, the obstinate individuals from Russia, when provoked, would rather face annihilation than allow their adversaries to escape unscathed. Furthermore, the nation's light industry fell drastically short compared to the other four powers, producing even a mere mascot for a sports event that exuded an unmistakable essence of vodka. As for the United Kingdom and France, they were entirely outside the realm of the Purple Man's considerations. He sought a lucrative opportunity, not one that would leave him vulnerable to exploitation over something as basic as oil. After much deliberation, the Purple Man's focus narrowed to a singular target: the United States. Following meticulous investigation, he deemed this nation right for his plans, as it perfectly aligned with his strategic aspirations. Firstly, the culture here is one of liberty, where the sounds of fireworks can be heard any day on the streets. Secondly, the country grapples with pronounced racial discrimination. Whites look down upon blacks, blacks disdain yellows, and the normies scorn the mutants. Numerous acute social conflicts resemble barrels of gunpowder, easily ignited by a mere spark. Other issues, such as the overwhelming presence of entertainment products, the instability of the currency leading to a populace devoid of saving habits, and the frequent minor explosions in cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles, are merely trifling inconveniences. American citizens, by nature, exhibit a carefree attitude, with the very air they breathe tinged with the sweetness of automobile exhaust. Outside the testing facility, Dr. Famara excitedly reported to the Purple Man about the experimental data concerning Wanda and Pietro. The results were astonishing, surpassing all expectations, particularly Pietro's performance. Even our most advanced laboratory instruments failed to measure his top speed. As for Wanda's abilities, their nature remains elusive, but her potential is immense, as those crimson mists seem capable of altering any known physical laws. We are unlikely to derive suitable conclusions under these circumstances, the Purple Man calmly interjected. What they require is real combat. Only formidable adversaries can truly awaken the latent potential within them. I have heard that DS airborne aircraft carrier has been repaired and is once again airborne. We shall seize this opportunity to take it over. Our target, Chapter 94. The plan for DS downfall formerly known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, is a specialized unit established by the International Security Council to address various extraordinary incidents, with its operational command center situated aboard an airborne aircraft carrier. Though the aerial mothership may occasionally seem to indulge in silence, it is in fact a tri-service combat vehicle equipped with four colossal turbine engines mounted on its flanks, enabling it to ascend vertically from the water's surface. The dual-jet engines at its rear facilitate horizontal movement. This airborne carrier is armed with the most advanced fifth-generation fighter jets, including the F-35 and specially designed Queen-class aircraft, boasting a dual-deck structure and the capacity to launch nuclear weapons, rendering it a formidable airborne fortress, yet akin to the plight of a certain unnamed planet devourer. The mothership's extraordinary combat capabilities remain largely unrepresented in animation and film, relegated to the role of mere backdrop, as if cursed. Any notable supervillain feels remiss if they have not succeeded in sinking the aerial mothership at least once. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. is ostensibly an international organization, much like the United Nations headquarters in New York, the bulk of its funding is still provided by the United States government. Thus, for the Purple Man, conquering America necessitates overcoming S.H.I.E.L.D. as his foremost obstacle. Utilizing his powers, he manipulated several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents aboard the mothership, enabling him to discern the critical nodes of its power systems. To his astonishment, he discovered that S.H.I.E.L.D. had unwittingly housed a prison within the mothership, filled with superpowered criminals akin to himself. Through the continuous infiltration of his inside man, the Purple Man gradually became aware of other prisons operated by S.H.I.E.L.D., from which he devised an audacious escape plan. He was willing to take risks, orchestrating incidents that would facilitate his capture by S.H.I.E.L.D. Given his prolonged concealment, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s understanding of his abilities remained outdated. Unbeknownst to them, years of self-development had allowed him to store and release chemical hormones capable of bewildering adult humans from every part of his being, even a single hair. The plan progressed smoothly. Before being confined in the isolated prison, the Purple Man had hypnotized every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent he encountered along his path, planting his mental seeds within their minds. After exhausting himself in the process, he awaited the opportune moment to set his plan for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s downfall into motion. Within the confines of the isolated prison, he encountered a myriad of intriguing compatriots, including the former Hydra leader Baron Zemo, Nick Fury's nemesis Wolfgang von Strucker, the mutant harbinger, and the terrifying entity of Kingpin, who was perpetually forced into a state of slumber in the prison's depths. When the time was ripe, the Purple Man decisively nurtured the mental seeds he had sown earlier, compelling the hypnotized S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to simultaneously shut down the power supply systems of all 4 prisons. The ordinary criminals within the dome prison reclaimed their gear and instigated a riot. The luxurious prison aboard the Sky battleship returned to its normal dimensions thanks to the released PIM particles, successfully sinking the vessel. The cubic prison lost its power source, allowing countless gamma radiation-infused monsters to emerge from their cells. Meanwhile, in the isolated prison, the slumbering king of power awakened from his deep sleep, unleashing his abilities to obliterate the structure. Despite being incarcerated, the Purple Man remained well-informed about the events unfolding outside and conducted thorough investigations into his fellow inmates. He was aware of the recent emergence of several active superheroes within the United States and understood the personal vendetta between King of Power and Nick Fury. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury undoubtedly possessed contingency plans and survival strategies. Everything the Purple Man sought to uncover would be laid bare during this prison uprising. Regarding King of Power, the Purple Man harbored no grand expectations. He was merely a scientist whose genes had mutated due to a lab accident. Even if he could manipulate gravity, it mattered little. The Purple Man could conceive of no fewer than 10 methods to eliminate King of Power, even without Nick Fury's assistance. However, King of Power was undeniably a valuable pawn. As an adversary, he commanded sufficient stature to have defeated both the Hulk and Thor through sheer intimidation, compelling the superheroes to unite in order to confront him. The formation of alliances among these superheroes was precisely what the Purple Man desired, as it would afford him the opportunity to eliminate them en masse rather than one by one. His unwavering confidence led him to believe that a piecemeal approach was unnecessary. By exploiting the weaknesses of these heroes, their convergence would conveniently facilitate his plan to ensnare them all at once. The scheme continued to unfold smoothly, with the Purple Man learning of S.H.I.E.L.D's plans for bionic decoys and the successful establishment of the Avengers. Next, he merely needed to orchestrate further chaos to divert S.H.I.E.L.D's attention, thereby weakening the Avengers' combat effectiveness. Samuel Stern, initially a dull-witted high school dropout, found employment at a chemical research facility where he worked the night shift. One fateful evening, while handling a canister of waste, one of the containers unexpectedly ruptured, exposing Stern to gamma radiation. This incident augmented his intelligence 1,000-fold, rendering him rational yet perilous. And he subsequently adopted the alias the Leader to embark on his new life as a supervillain. However, the acquisition of power came at a steep price. Akin to a certain hero who would never need shampoo again, Samuel Stern's newfound intelligence resulted in a physical transformation. His skin began to irreversibly turn green, and his skull expanded upward, resembling the large-headed Martians from Mars Attacks. If Bruce Banner's transformation into the Hulk, following exposure to gamma radiation, symbolizes strength, then Samuel Stern's metamorphosis into the Leader epitomizes intellect. Thus, it is only natural that these two formidable entities become arch-rivals. After a riot at the Cube prison, the Leader chose not to flee but instead remained, clandestinely orchestrating a certain scheme. Today, however, he unexpectedly received a call from an old acquaintance. Chapter 95. The leader. Upon confirming the connection, a three-dimensional projection materialized before the leader, revealing a holographic image of the Purple Man. "You seem to be in good spirits lately, Mr. Kilgrave," he remarked, twirling his mustache with a congenial demeanor, perhaps out of a shared empathy for their respective hues or a shrewd deduction of the truth behind the prison break. "Life is fleeting. One must find something to occupy oneself with, lest we, the intellectually advanced, drive ourselves to madness," Kilgrave replied with a nonchalant tone. "On to the matter at hand. I have transmitted the Avengers dossier to you, detailing their known abilities and analyzed weaknesses. Exercise caution, Mr. Stern. I never underestimate anyone, Mr. Kilgrave," the leader responded, casually adjusting the controls of the apparatus behind him. "The narrow-mindedness of humanity is truly astounding. They perceive gamma radiation as a dire threat, yet they are gravely mistaken. I shall usher in an evolution for this world." At the core of it all, both the leader and Kilgrave, as prominent villains, harbor ambitions of global domination. However, being astute individuals, they choose to ally themselves tacitly against a common adversary, postponing their inevitable confrontation until the obstacles are removed. Yet, the leader finds himself temporarily ensnared within the cube, and despite realizing that Kilgrave is utilizing him as a target to divert attention, he begrudgingly accepts this unfortunate predicament. After exchanging pleasantries, the leader ended the communication under the pretext of research, and, as he turned away, his expression darkened ominously. "To manipulate the hearts of men, yet lose the fundamental reverence for them," he murmured to himself. Due to his intellectual mutation, the leader acquired potent telepathic abilities and unwavering confidence, rendering Kilgrave's powers entirely ineffective against him. This absolute confidence breeds boundless ambition and hubris, suggesting that his prolonged discretion has fostered an arrogance that he can control all. I can already foresee his demise, along with the shattering of his pride by the heroes, culminating in a most tragic end. Unlike the Purple Man, who excels in strategic manipulation, the leader is a quintessential player reliant on external enhancements. His advantage lies in the gamma radiation that elevates his intellect. The leader's incarceration in the cube was merely a consequence of its congregation of nearly every gamma-radiated mutant in America, providing him with the necessary instruments and ideal subjects for observation. Even as a prisoner, the leader was afforded the most basic necessities for life by S.H.I.E.L.D., including a small blackboard, water-based markers, a notebook, and robust coffee to invigorate his mind. After all, the true threat posed by the leader lay solely in his exceptionally clever mind. He himself was hardly a formidable adversary, as even a single S.H.I.E.L.D. agent could easily subdue him. During the uprising in the Cube prison, the leader chose not to escape, instead rallying a group of temporary allies through his eloquence, capturing all S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel who had not yet managed to flee and imprisoning them. After all, these individuals could serve both as hostages and expendable subjects for experimentation. Since being exposed to gamma radiation, the leader had come to realize that gamma rays were not entirely detrimental. With a modest sacrifice, and by controlling the frequency and duration of the radiation, he could produce a legion of mutated monsters transformed by gamma exposure, all of whom would be utterly obedient to his commands. When S.H.I.E.L.D. constructed the Cube prison, their public proclamation was that they possessed the world's foremost experts in gamma radiation research, capable of discovering a complete cure for gamma exposure and restoring the unfortunate victims to their mundane lives. Ironically, the three leading gamma radiation researchers were either on the run, confined within the Cube for study, or under the vigilant protection of the Chinese government in the distant East. The Cube prison was, from start to finish, a ruse. The U.S. military merely sought to replicate the miracles occurring within these monsters to create obedient weapons. However, what no one anticipated was that, through relentless experimentation, the leader alone succeeded. He surpassed both Bruce Banner and Dr. Chun, becoming the first person on this planet to develop controllable gamma radiation. Indeed, nothing in this world could thwart him. Observing the controllable gamma radiation device before him, the leader nodded in satisfaction and turned to his two subordinates behind him. 3 days prior, as the device neared completion, his erstwhile allies had transformed their titles to become his followers. These fortunate individuals, mutated by gamma radiation, were akin to the Hulk, embodying a typical physique with brawn but lacking in intellect. They required a strategist to lead them, otherwise they would remain a disorganized mass. An SHIELD would inevitably imprison them once more, subjecting them to dissection on the operating table. Bring forth a new test subject. The leader commanded the absorbing man beside him. At once, the absorbing man replied, nodding, and shortly thereafter returned from the room where hostages were held, escorting a female agent. Disregarding the resolute gaze of the female agent, the absorber swiftly immobilized her limbs, securing them to an iron bed. As the chief activated the gamma radiation device, a vivid green light enveloped the female agent in an instant. The absorber and the electric man, observing eagerly, couldn't help but wish to take the agent's place on the iron bed to endure her plight. Amidst the agent's anguished groans, the transformative effects of the gamma radiation finally manifested upon her. Her skin sprouted fur, her teeth elongated and sharpened to a terrifying degree. Her head morphed into that of a wolf, and a pair of wings, several meters in length, erupted from her back. In essence, she became a winged werewolf. Emitting a wolf's howl, the transformed agent, unlike the absorber and his companion, had devolved into a true beast, devoid of any semblance of intelligence, precisely the outcome the chief had yearned to witness. Thus, let the experiments commence. Chapter 96. The Gamma World. The experiment persisted, and at the chief's behest, the absorber brought forth two more captives. Like the previous female agent, these two SHIELD agents also succumbed to the gamma radiation, transforming into mindless monstrosities yet remaining under the chief's control. The results of 3 consecutive trials had sufficiently confirmed the experiment's success. The chief accessed the external surveillance of the cubic prison, revealing that a substantial number of armed SHIELD agents had surrounded the facility for a day and a night. However, with hostages in hand, SHIELD was compelled to temporarily abandon their offensive strategy, especially after the previous day's assault had significantly increased their compensation claims for the month. A grand spectacle was about to unfold. The chief smirked slyly as he activated the gamma radiation device while retrieving a cloth bag from the nearby laboratory table. "What is inside the bag, boss?" the absorber inquired with curiosity. Contained within were small, circular devices, each about the size of an adult male's palm, resembling the glowing mini-arc reactor embedded in Iron Man's chest. This is a gamma radiation absorption device. Once donned and activated, it will automatically absorb nearby gamma radiation, concentrating it within your body, thereby further enhancing your abilities without side effects. The chief explained with an air of impatience, as if such matters were trivial. "Quickly, inform the others to prepare. The released gamma radiation will not deter those self-proclaimed superheroes known as the Avengers." "Understood, boss," the absorber replied with a cruel smile. "Yes, you. Everyone will deliver them a surprise they will never forget." Moments earlier, above the cubic prison, the Avengers descended in their Quinjet. As the hatch opened, Captain America, Iron Woman, and Wasp Janet alighted in formation. Thor and Ant-Man are engaged in other missions and are temporarily unable to provide assistance. Hulk harbors no fond memories of the prison that once held him captive and is currently sulking aboard the Quinjet, being soothed by the artificial intelligence, Sean. "Wow, it looks quite spectacular," Wasp Janet remarked, gesturing towards the horizon with an air of admiration as she scrutinized the distant cubic prison. From her vantage point, the prison appeared as a colossal cube, supported at one vertex, exuding an indescribable sense of peculiar artistry. Given the unique circumstances surrounding the cube prison, Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, finds himself stretched thin. Reluctantly, the formidable hero known as the Multiverse reaches out to his allies, seeking the Avengers' assistance in addressing the impending crisis within the prison. "Welcome, Ms. Stark," Agent Coulson greeted warmly, extending a heartfelt welcome to the Avengers upon their arrival. He succinctly briefed them on the current situation at the Cube prison and expressed his desire to hear any viable plans the Avengers might propose beyond a straightforward assault. Coulson gazed expectantly at Captain America, his excitement palpable as he stood in such close proximity to his idol. Yet he was keenly aware of the need to separate his admiration from the task at hand. "According to my analysis, The cube prison is currently enveloped in a layer of gamma radiation. Ordinary individuals without protective measures will undoubtedly face unforeseen dangers. Natasha Stark utilized the scanning system embedded in her armor to conduct an analysis. Agent Coulson, does S.H.I.L.D. possess any protective gear against gamma radiation? As she spoke, Natasha tapped her armored chest. My suit can automatically filter out gamma radiation, but Captain and Janet will certainly not fare as well. We do have such equipment, Coulson replied, nodding as he led the Avengers to a transport vehicle. Drawing upon years of research by S.H.I.L.D.'s scientific division, they had developed radiation suits that allowed for movement in any level of radiation, albeit with some restrictions on mobility. That's acceptable. It won't hinder us. Captain America signaled with a raised hand, indicating his readiness. Coulson nodded and retrieved 2 radiation suits from the transport, handing them to Captain America and Wasp, Janet. Janet quickly donned her suit and utilized PIM particles to resize it to a fitting size. I believe we must act swiftly. The radiation zone surrounding the cube prison has expanded by half a kilometer since our last assessment. Natasha Stark secured her helmet and established communication with the Quinjet's interior. Hulk, we are about to depart. I hate that place. Hulk doesn't want to go, Hulk grumbled, his tone tinged with a sense of grievance. You need to consider from a different perspective, Hulk, Natasha gently encouraged. Just as students fantasize about blowing up their school, this time you can legitimately demolish that prison you despise. No one will pursue you. Rather, people will express their gratitude. A moment of silence enveloped the communication channel. Natasha Stark silently counted down 3 numbers in her mind. Before she could utter a word, the colossal figure of the Hulk descended from the Quinjet. All right, let us commence, Natasha Stark declared, gesturing for the Avengers to spring into action. Wait a moment. As the assembled team prepared to move, Coulson suddenly interjected, Ms. Stark, is there anything in your plan that requires our S.H.I.E.L.D. assistance? None whatsoever. You merely need to secure the perimeter, Natasha Stark instructed, pointing towards the gamma radiation surrounding the cube prison. When the radiation zone expands, you must withdraw immediately to avoid exposure. And the plan? What plan? Natasha Stark responded, her expression one of confusion, before waving her hand once more. We shall charge indirectly. Chapter 97. The Avengers advance initially. Natasha Stark had intended to request an airstrike to obliterate the entire cube prison. However, considering various obstacles, she reluctantly abandoned this seemingly straightforward approach. After all, she was not a villain. There were numerous hostages within the cube prison. Moreover, should an explosion occur, the subsequent management of local gamma radiation would undoubtedly incur significant costs. Reflecting on this, it seemed the Avengers had no choice but to proceed with a forceful assault. We have entered the gamma radiation zone. Remain vigilant. Captain America called back to his teammates as he led the way. Natasha Stark raised her arm, deploying several miniature reconnaissance drones. In a short while, a 3-dimensional projection of the cube prison materialized before them. The hostages are confined in this room. We must first devise an attack route, Natasha Stark declared, forming 3 magical artifacts capable of shielding against gamma radiation. She handed 2 of them to Captain America and the Wasp, Janet, to prevent the possibility of their protective suits failing and subjecting them to radiation exposure. The Hulk required no such precaution, as he was a product of gamma radiation. Entering the radiation zone felt akin to returning home. Everyone be cautious. Captain America suddenly halted, raising his alloy shield and adopting a defensive stance. A primal roar echoed from afar, and several grotesque gamma radiation monsters burst forth from the cube prison, charging towards the Avengers with ferocity. A rather impressive welcome. Though these creatures could certainly refine their taste. Natasha Stark activated the thrusters on her back, soaring into the air, and aimed her arms at the advancing gamma beasts. Opening fire. Of course, she employed non-lethal weaponry, for the tattered garments adorning the monsters made it evident that they were former S.H.I.L.D. agents taken hostage. In less than 3 minutes, the Avengers successfully subdued the gamma creatures. Natasha Stark activated the scanning function of her Iron Man suit, her brow furrowing as she scrutinized the data displayed on the panel. What's wrong? Inquired Janet Van Dyne, the Wasp, with a hint of curiosity. I have analyzed the gamma radiation frequencies emanating from these individuals and arrived at a rather intriguing conclusion, Natasha informed her comrades. Much like the Hulk, the radiation frequencies in these individuals are positive, meaning that as long as they are removed from the gamma radiation's influence, they can revert to their human forms. So, you mean to say that these individuals are some sort of experimental subjects? Janet exclaimed in astonishment. Precisely, Natasha nodded. The situation is even more dire than we anticipated. It appears that someone within this prison has developed a controllable gamma radiation device. If your hypothesis holds true, then we must destroy that device. Captain America interjected suddenly. Who wishes to accompany me? I have no objections. My thoughts align with the captain's. Natasha was the first to raise her hand in agreement. A device capable of controlling gamma radiation, if it fell into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, could unleash catastrophic consequences upon the world. I believe you may be overlooking a crucial detail, Janet mused thoughtfully. Isn't the true threat not the device itself, but rather the scientists capable of creating such a mechanism? Her words resonated like a wake-up call. Natasha swiftly accessed SHIELD's internal database, searching for the list of criminals held within the Cube prison. Found him, she declared, projecting a half-image of the chief antagonist, Samuel Stearns. He gained 1,000-fold intelligence due to gamma radiation exposure, and if memory serves, he is one of the foremost experts on gamma radiation in the world. Now is not the time for such discussions. Captain America tightened his grip on his alloy shield. Once we enter the Cube prison, all truths will be revealed. The gates of the Cube prison had been locked shortly after the uprising began. Hulk volunteered and, with a couple of powerful punches, smashed the door open. Inside, the prison's corridor lighting system was in disarray. Natasha activated the built-in lights of her suit, illuminating the corridor as brightly as day. The walls and floors were marred with splotches of blood and scattered debris, making it difficult to fathom the chaos that had transpired during the uprising. Gamma radiation still lingered in the air, heightening their vigilance. Just as her warning left her lips, a tendril made of mud suddenly ensnared Captain America's left leg, catching him off guard and sending him flying. With a grunt, Captain America lifted his left arm, bringing down his alloy shield to sever the mud tendril that had ensnared him. As Natasha Stark reminisced about the list of prisoners, before she could employ any countermeasures, the inmates who had been lurking in the shadows of the prison leapt out, launching an assault on the Avengers. The Mudman, the Absorber, the Electromancer, and the Mistwoman. Natasha Stark raised her hands, unleashing a barrage from her palms towards the adversaries. It seems half the prison's inmates have come to greet us. They truly hold us in high regard. Tear their protective suits apart. As she shouted, the Absorber charged towards Natasha Stark, his fists aimed directly at her helmet. Thud! A faint muffled sound resonated as Natasha Stark seized the fist aimed at her, engaging in a fierce struggle with the Absorber. Natasha Stark, I know you. At the moment their fists collided with the armored suit, the Absorber activated his ability, transforming his body into a metallic alloy akin to the suit. Oh, could it be that you are actually one of my admirers? Natasha Stark taunted. Life in prison must be dreadfully dull. I suppose you often find solace gazing at my photographs. You are a hypocritical hero, the Absorber retorted, a sinister smile curling his lips as his hands morphed into two spiked, mace-like weapons, inflicting several dents into the abdomen of the armored suit. Seizing the opportunity, the Vine Man and the Mist Woman launched a surprise attack on Natasha Stark, successfully tearing away a portion of her armor, sparks flying from the breach. Without that suit, you are merely an ordinary human. The Absorber smirked wickedly, devoid of the protection of her armor. Natasha Stark would soon be exposed to gamma radiation and undergo a transformation into a mindless monster. Natasha Stark blinked, mirroring his sinister smile. Are you certain? Chapter 98. Magic. Exists for me. Cross lines. A stubborn little girl. The Absorber dismissed Natasha Stark's confidence with disdain, thinking the sharp-tongued girl would soon be crying. The other Avengers, witnessing the damage to Natasha Stark's armor, prepared to rush to her aid, but they were forcibly detained by other inmates, their own protective suits suffering several rips in the scuffle. Satisfied that his primary objective was achieved, the Absorber coldly smiled. The protective suits of the Avengers had become ineffective, and within moments, they would transform into mindless gamma monsters. All that remained was to deal with the formidable Hulk. As time ticked by, the Absorber suddenly furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation was deviating from his expectations. These Avengers were not only resisting transformation, but seemed to be growing even more formidable in their combat. Don't lose focus. Big guy, Natasha Stark's voice suddenly resonated in the ears of the Absorber as a blurred crimson shadow materialized before him with almost instantaneous speed. Before he could react, a heavy kick landed squarely on his right cheek. The Absorber's massive form executed a stunning 720-degree rotation in midair before crashing down heavily on the ground, causing the nearby earth to tremble. What? He lay on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling of the corridor, questioning his existence. Through the tactile feedback of that brief moment, he realized that the kick that had sent him flying was merely a rudimentary maneuver executed by none other than Natasha Stark, whom he had previously mocked. At this moment, Natasha Stark had shed her tattered iron armor, donning a tight red suit, as she faced off against both the Vine Man and Mist Woman. With her fingers interlaced, she conjured a void flame that ignited the Vine Man, then traced a pink circular sigil in front of her chest, summoning a tempest from the void that completely scattered the Mist Woman's form before reconstituting her within a crystal orb the size of a fist. How is this possible? Rising from the pit, the Absorber gazed at the formidable Natasha Stark with disbelief. According to the intelligence provided by his superior, she was merely an ordinary person relying on high-tech armor. How could she suddenly become so formidable? Moreover, what was that power she had just used? The unfolding events deviated from his expectations, prompting the Absorber to shift his gaze and transform his body into a cement-like substance, preparing for a retreat. Where do you think you're running off to, big guy? Although Natasha Stark would never admit it, she could indeed be somewhat petty at times. Noticing the Absorber's attempt to flee, she clapped her hands, casting a weightlessness spell that struck him squarely on the forehead, rendering his body uncontrollably buoyant, suspended in midair. I despise this feeling of weightlessness, he muttered, abandoning his struggle and quietly grumbling. Hey, Natasha. Wasp Janet flew to Natasha Stark's side, her tone brimming with excitement. Is this the magic you mentioned earlier? Thankfully, Natasha Stark had prepared contingencies, preventing the Avengers from being exposed to gamma radiation when their protective suits failed. I'll teach you a few spells that work wonders for skincare later. Natasha waved her hand dismissively, then returned her focus to the Absorber, saying, Now, it's time for some interrogation. What on earth is going on? Even with 1,000 times the intellect, the boss could not comprehend the spectacle unfolding on the surveillance screen. How had this Natasha Stark suddenly appeared to possess such extraordinary capabilities? What was that power she had just wielded? The formidable leader's countenance was clouded with anger. The fool designated to absorb energy had utterly failed to utilize the reinforcement device he had previously entrusted to him. These individuals lacked even the resolve to embrace a desperate gambit. The leader recognized that the Absorber had undoubtedly betrayed him, and now the gamma radiation posed no threat to the Avengers. It was merely a matter of time before they located him. He realized that he must devise an escape plan before they found him. Closing his eyes in contemplation, he acknowledged that he shared a sense of pride similar to that of the Purple One in certain matters. The leader possessed unwavering confidence in his gamma radiation device, never anticipating that his trump card would be ineffective against the Avengers. Just as he teetered on the brink of madness, a figure clad in a black cloak suddenly materialized in the room, caressing the enormous device before him with admiration. Who are you? Upon seeing the cloaked figure, the leader momentarily froze, perplexed by this peculiar presence. As he questioned the stranger, he had already seized several gamma radiation bombs from a nearby workstation, trinkets he had created during his idle hours. I am not obliged to answer you, big-headed goblin. The cloaked figure replied with a snap of his fingers, instantly enveloping the entire room in a soundproof barrier. Meanwhile, the Avengers, having acquired the leader's precise whereabouts from the Absorber, chose not to rush towards him. Instead, they altered their course to first rescue the imprisoned hostages. After incapacitating the guards at the entrance, Natasha Stark activated several teleportation portals to evacuate the hostages in batches. With the hostage threat neutralized, the Avengers could now proceed with their operations unrestrained. In the control room at the pinnacle of the cubic prison, where the leader had sought refuge, the Avengers encountered the most tenacious resistance from the captives. Each wore a peculiar circular device on their chests, seemingly capable of absorbing ambient gamma radiation to enhance their own abilities. It took the Avengers considerable time to subdue these prisoners, and when they finally burst into the control room, the sight before them left them utterly astounded. The leader lay collapsed on the floor, a gaping void the size of a fist in his chest, with blood long since drained away. Captain America approached and crouched down to examine the leader's lifeless body, nodding in confirmation after a moment. What transpired here? Could there have been others who stealthily infiltrated the cubic prison? Unlike the uncertain Wasp, Janet, Natasha Stark, stroking her chin, appeared unusually composed, as if she had sensed a surge of magical energy from the teleportation array in the room. Could it be that another sorcerer had intervened secretly to assist? Natasha gently shook her head. With the leader deceased, it was paramount to prioritize the destruction of the gamma radiation device over contemplating this perplexing mystery. Well, how do I turn this off? My understanding of gamma rays is quite limited. Natasha Stark expressed her frustration while scratching her head in front of the control panel. What? Natasha, you can't figure it out? Exclaimed Janet, the Wasp, in a tone of feigned surprise. After all, the big boss was an expert in gamma rays, and the mechanisms he set up were intricately linked to gamma radiation. Now that he was gone, Hulk glanced at his troubled teammates and, after a moment of contemplation, closed his eyes and crossed his arms. His immense green form rapidly shrank, gradually transforming into a somewhat frail, middle-aged man. How surprising. Hulk actually asked for my assistance, Bruce Banner remarked, rubbing his arms while clad only in a pair of shorts. Could someone give me some clothes? Chapter 99. Home Invasion. Seeing Hulk revert to Bruce Banner, Natasha Stark and Janet exchanged a discreet glance, giving each other a thumbs up in a moment of mutual admiration. After all, professional matters should be entrusted to those with expertise, and among them, only Bruce Banner possessed the capability to avert the various potential mishaps that could ensue. It seems the back-end lock left by the big boss ISN, T2 challenging. As long as I do this and then that, yes. By inputting the corresponding gamma radiation index data, this device can be successfully shut down, Bruce Banner stated as he pressed the enter key on the keyboard. The device, which had been incessantly emitting gamma radiation, quickly dimmed, indicating successful closure. After extracting the energy source, leaving behind an empty framework, Natasha Stark affixed a bomb and, upon receiving Bruce Banner's affirmation, opened a portal beneath the radiation apparatus. What lies beyond the portal? Bruce Banner inquired curiously. A negative spatial dimension. I haven't detected any signs of life within, Natasha Stark replied as she closed the portal, ensuring that the gamma radiation produced by the impending explosion would pose no threat to anyone. A perfectly executed solution, Bruce Banner praised, then shifted the subject abruptly. By the way, could I possibly learn a few magical tricks from you? Otherwise, as Bruce Banner, I truly feel utterly powerless. Captain America and Janet, the Wasp, also approached, having witnessed the formidable prowess of magic. They, too, wish to acquire some skills. Well, my guide once told me that learning magic requires talent. I can teach you, but how much you can learn will depend solely on your own abilities. Recalling Sean's teachings in the cave, Natasha Stark did not oppose the idea, but she cautioned them up front. Every use of magic comes with a corresponding cost, such as a part of your body or even your soul. Then never mind. The three simultaneously shook their heads. Their initial whimsy faded. Magic, it seemed, was not as glamorous as portrayed in the movies, requiring both talent and sacrifice. What sacrifices did you make to wield such magic? Janet Van Dyne, the Wasp, inquired as she scrutinized Natasha Stark from head to toe. As for me, my situation is rather unique, Natasha Stark replied with a cunning smile. Given my magical prowess, I am undoubtedly shielded by formidable forces. At this juncture, Natasha contemplated the circumstances with a sense of astonishment. She had initially believed that her contract with a being from the beyond was akin to a shadowy pact. However, after numerous spells, she was astonished to discover that the entity had indeed not deceived her. Utilizing the power of the beyond for her incantations required no sacrifice whatsoever. Since there was no cost for casting spells, after perusing countless tomes of magic, an audacious plan began to germinate in Natasha Stark's mind. Thank heavens, communication has finally been restored. Without haste, Natasha re-established the link between the interior of the cube prison and the outside world. As soon as the connection was made, Phil Coulson's face filled the screen. What's transpired? Agent Coulson inquired, and Captain America responded. It's the Sky Carrier, Coulson replied somewhat helplessly. I just received word from the director that a group of unidentified terrorists has infiltrated the Sky Carrier, dismantling all of S.H.I.L.D.'s defenses. Agents Romanoff and Barton have also lost contact. The team exchanged glances, pondering whether they had indeed been burglarized. Moreover, according to the sky carrier's last known location. It had veered from its designated patrol route and was heading towards another destination. At this point, Coulson felt an inexplicable sense of relief. After all, the sky carrier had not been sunk, which would save a significant amount in repair costs. Can we ascertain the sky carrier's ultimate destination? Captain America pressed. Based on our analysis, it is highly probable that the sky carrier's final destination is a nation called Squia. Chapter 100. Interrogation. Squia, established in the 1960s, is a small, impoverished, and chaotic nation located in southern Africa, leaving a dismal first impression on many. Within the now autopilot Quinjet, Natasha Stark accessed a three-dimensional projection of Squia and disseminated the pertinent intelligence to the personal terminals of the other Avengers. Hank Pym and Thor had rejoined the ranks, and the Avengers were now en route to Squia aboard the Quinjet. Amidst internal power struggles and governmental turmoil, the safety of its citizens could not be guaranteed. Yet, the Squian government still allocated substantial military expenditures annually to procure weapons from abroad. Observing the data Natasha had sent, Hank Pym instinctively furrowed his brow. After all, arms dealers globally favor tumultuous regions, as chaos equates to exorbitant profits. Hey, could you refrain from looking at me like that? Natasha Stark spread her hands, asserting that Stark Industries had undergone a transformation. Come on, you can't keep dragging up my past. After all, I am a Nobel Peace Prize laureate. The situation was chaotic. Indeed, an apt place to conceal oneself. Captain America scrutinized the terminal before him, noting that regardless of the circumstances, Sokovia had been recognized as an independent nation by the United Nations. The S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier brazenly intruded into foreign airspace without facing any retaliation, a testament to the fact that our adversaries were covertly manipulating an entire nation. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. was ostensibly an international organization, it was well understood that our president possessed the authority to intervene directly in its operations. The WASP, Janet, crossed her arms, questioning why the defense secretary had not voiced any protest. After all, in his eyes, the helicarrier is the property of the U.S. government. Perhaps it was deemed worthless. Sokovia lacked oil or any other valuable resources. Natasha Stark twirled a strand of hair at her forehead, reflecting that war, after all, is a form of business, and no one is inclined to engage in a losing venture. What about those blue helmets? She continued. The position of S.H.I.E.L.D. director is akin to that of the president. To my knowledge, those politicians have long harbored dissatisfaction with Nick Fury, merely waiting for the right opportunity to dismiss him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, Natasha declared. Those individuals would be delighted if Nick Fury were to meet his end in the line of duty, enabling them to appoint a more compliant director. The one-eyed director was competent. Though overly cautious at times, I found him quite satisfactory. Natasha smiled, recalling how Nick Fury had shielded her from the incessant harassment of those foolish politicians during the early days of the Avengers formation. Should a new director assume the helm, it would not be as simple as inserting a Black Widow or Hawkeye to amicably resolve matters. Just look at the mutant task force next door. They not only save the world, but also engage in endless squabbles with politicians. The Avengers in the cabin ceased to voice their opinions, for Natasha Stark's reasoning was sound. It was precisely because Nick Fury had established a certain understanding with the Avengers in his capacity as director that their operations had been considerably more streamlined. It seems we must venture to Sokovia, Captain America remarked with a relieved smile, even though we were acutely aware that the enemy's target was the Avengers. Aren't we already flying there? Janet quipped. Is it truly wise for us to brazenly enter Sokovia's airspace? Will they greet us with a Patriot missile? Have you forgotten that the Quinjet is equipped with the world's most advanced stealth system? Natasha Stark reminded her. Hank Pym, confronted with Natasha Stark's piercing gaze, hesitated, swallowing the unfinished words that lingered on his lips. Seated beside Hank Pym, the Wasp rested her hand on her forehead, lamenting her husband's remarkably low emotional intelligence, as he seemed to bring up the most inappropriate topics. No matter, Mjolnir would guard us outside the aircraft. An arc of energy danced in his palm, and the previously silent Thor suddenly spoke. Embracing the local customs, Thor had altered his manner of speech and lifestyle during his time in Midgard. He even adopted a new name, becoming a legitimate surgeon under the mortal guise of Donald Blake. Attention, we are about to enter the airspace of Skrullia. announced the commander aboard the SHIELD helicarrier in the interrogation room. Nick Fury, shackled and restrained on a steel plate, found himself stripped of all garments. Even his eye patch and undergarments were not spared. "It seems you still refuse to cooperate with us, Director Fury," the purple-skinned individual said, pressing a button on his remote. The steel plate beneath Fury began to elevate at an angle. "You might as well give up hope." Having endured all manner of torture, Nick Fury's expression remained unchanged. As the esteemed director of SHIELD and a level 10 agent, his righteous heart would never concede to evil. The notion of extracting information from him was nothing short of a fool's errand. "Such a pity," the purple figure sighed, a grin suddenly spreading across his face. "I believe many would be quite interested in the artistic photography of SHIELD's director, wouldn't you say?" Fury darkened in countenance, opting to close his eyes, choosing not to see or engage. "Your brazen indifference complicates matters for me, Director Fury," the purple figure remarked, pressing another button on the remote, causing a mechanical arm equipped with a laser module to emerge from beneath the steel plate. A low hum resonated as a red-hot laser beam shot forth, slowly ascending from the base of the plate. Observing the ominous glow of the laser beneath him, Fury instinctively swallowed hard, acutely aware of the searing heat it emitted. "Even without your input, my research team will inevitably decipher the core code of the helicarrier. However, I believe time is a precious commodity for all, and wasting it is unwise. The laser will only ascend a centimeter every 3 hours, granting you ample time to contemplate my proposal." With that, the purple figure pocketed the remote and exited the interrogation room, calculating that the Avengers should be arriving soon. Once they were dealt with, all obstacles in his plan would be eliminated. Chapter 101. The Puppet Demon. Once he confirmed that the purple figure had vacated the interrogation room, Nick Fury, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. After a brief moment of silence, he spoke. "Come down. There are no cameras in this room. They want to discover you. Thank heavens you are still alive." A red and blue figure leapt down from the ceiling. "I had to crawl through the ventilation ducts for quite some time to find you. You cannot imagine how foul the odor was in there. It appears that I have arrived at a fortuitous moment." Hearing the familiar voice, Nick Fury, bound to a steel plate, let out a soft sigh, surprised to find an unexpected savior. The performance of those two level 10 agents paled in comparison to that of a mere high school student. "This red laser seems rather perilous. Where might its switch be?" Peter Parker inquired of Nick Fury. "Simply unbind me." Nick Fury responded calmly. "The switch is not here." "Oh." Peter Parker nodded, then approached Nick Fury, gripping the chains with both hands and effortlessly snapping the sturdy links apart. The entire process appeared remarkably smooth and effortless. With a swift leap off the steel plate, the liberated Nick Fury rubbed his wrists and expressed his gratitude to Peter Parker. "You have been a tremendous help, my boy. By the way, why didn't you use the watch I gave you to contact me after your capture?" Peter Parker inquired, shaking his wrist. "I thought you had met an unfortunate fate." Kilgrave was more cautious than I had anticipated. He confiscated my eye mask and hit me with an electromagnetic pulse. To escape, I was left relying solely on prayer and luck. Nick Fury, wearing a grim expression, scanned the room, finding nothing that could serve to cover his embarrassment, not even a scrap of cloth or bandage. How can someone be so despicable? "Wow, so your eye mask is actually a mobile phone?" Peter Parker exclaimed softly, incredulous. "Is that true? I always thought it was just a regular eye mask." "I am Nick Fury," the calm, dark-skinned man replied. "So what shall we do next?" Peter Parker asked seriously, abandoning his previous jovial demeanor. "Are you willing to join us?" Nick Fury grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Suddenly, the idea of having two spiders in a team seemed more acceptable. Circumstances often dictate terms. Even the cunning Nick Fury found himself nearly outmatched, and Peter Parker doubted his ability to contend with those villains. After witnessing Natasha Stark assemble the Avengers, Nick Fury naturally aspired to form a superhero team under SHIELD, upon receiving approval from the high-ranking council members for this initiative. Nick Fury began his quest for talent, with his first target being Captain America. Although Nick Fury's attempt to poach ultimately ended in failure, he still managed to present Captain America with a Harley 750 as a token of goodwill, allowing him to hold a nominal position within SHIELD and assist in training new recruits during his free time. Following this, Nick Fury deftly leveraged his charismatic prowess to recruit various individuals, including Iron Fist Danny Rand, Mockingbird Barbara, a scientist who received super soldier serum in this universe, Tigra, who received a lifetime pass to cat cafes, Power Man Luke Cage through physical persuasion, and Spider-Woman Jessica Drew. However, this small number of individuals could not satiate the insatiable desires of the dark-boiled egg, who yearned for a greater assembly of formidable super warriors. Following an extensive investigation, the young Spider-Man, Peter Parker, who had been previously dismissed from the candidate list by Natasha Stark on account of his minor status, naturally came into Nick Fury's purview. Yet, Nick Fury's true aspirations extended beyond this. According to HIELD's clandestine inquiries, Peter Parker was intricately linked to an esteemed veteran superhero, the one known as the Beyond Spider-Man, who is Fury's principal target. Do you realize you've been working for me all along? Nevertheless, Peter Parker declined Nick Fury's invitation to join the team, citing that a team should not harbor two spiders. Although his reasoning was rather flimsy, Nick Fury remained undeterred. After all, Peter Parker was a kind-hearted young man, and it was essential to first offer him a taste of sweetness before casting a wider net for the bigger catch. Director Fury, why not adorn yourself with some clothing first? Peter Parker scratched his head, perplexed by Fury's nonchalant nudity. Nick Fury, after a brief silence, suddenly found himself with a resounding clap of Peter Parker's thigh, followed by the swift release of a web that fashioned a garment for Fury. After a simple adjustment, Fury found it adequate for movement. This attack on SHIELD had been meticulously planned, yet based on my understanding of Kilgrave, his intentions were certainly far more complex. Nick Fury approached the ventilation shaft, beckoning, "Follow me. We must seek out those formidable allies." Upon detecting a substantial quantity of Jericho missiles, the missile interception system automatically activated. As the electronic voice of the artificial intelligence, Sean, resonated within the cabin, several small countermeasures were launched from the weapon bay of the Quinjet, detonating the incoming Jericho missiles mid-flight. There are quite a few missiles, but fear not. The armaments aboard the aircraft are more than sufficient, assured Natasha Stark, signaling the others to remain calm. Thor, do not squander your divine powers on such trivial matters. The coordinates of the airborne carrier had been confirmed, and they were nearing their destination. The Quinjet descended onto a desolate square, with the Avengers emerging cautiously from the cabin, their expressions alert as they surveyed their surroundings. The SHIELD airborne carrier loomed ominously above a nearby edifice, yet after the previous missile assault, the Avengers dared not approach too closely. "This place is eerily quiet, not a soul in sight," Hank Pym remarked nervously. "There is someone ahead. Look." Wasp pointed towards a figure standing at the street corner, their back turned to the group. As the figure slowly turned, their eyes appeared unfocused, resembling a marionette rendered rigid. A chilling sense of foreboding washed over Natasha Stark as she suddenly shivered. Eliminate the Avengers' countless civilians of Skrullia, hypnotized by the Purple One, surged forth from adjacent buildings, brandishing an eclectic array of weapons, firearms, kitchen knives, pitchforks, and bricks among them. Eliminate the Avengers. Chapter 102. Confrontation come now. Let me witness how you, who so proudly deem yourselves heroes, will respond to this predicament. A cold smile crept across the Purple One's face as he observed the surveillance footage. After a brief moment of contemplation, he snapped his fingers, lifting part of the mental control he had imposed upon these Skrullian citizens. Though their bodies remained puppets under his dominion, their self-awareness had returned in full. Now the entertainment begins. Will I see you flee in utter disarray? Or will you choose to stain your hands with the blood of the innocent? What is happening? Why am I holding a gun? My body is not under my control. This is unbearable. Help! I do not wish to die. The dazed pupils of the civilians snapped back to focus, and almost simultaneously, they regained their self-awareness. Yet soon, each individual realized they were still not in command of their own bodies, still rushing towards the Avengers, weapons in hand. Cursed sorcery, Thor muttered under his breath, his pride as the god of thunder forbidding him from striking down mere mortals. Did any of you bring along hypnotic gas or something of the sort? As he spoke, Captain America raised his shield to deflect several incoming bullets. Thor swung his enchanted hammer, Mjolnir, and struck the ground with tremendous force, erecting a harmless electromagnetic barrier that enveloped the Avengers, shielding them from the frenzied crowd. Choosing to be turtles hiding in their shells? A thoroughly unsurprising decision. But tell me, how long do you think you can sustain this? With a gentle clap, the automatic doors behind the purple one slid apart, allowing several figures to enter the room in succession, standing in a neat line behind him. Pietro, Wanda, Erica, and Max. The four bore blank expressions, their pupils shimmering with a faint purple glow. When those puppets lose their value, it shall be your time to shine, the purple one remarked coolly. Divide the battlefield. Strike them down one by one. I trust you will not disappoint me. Indeed, Father. Go forth, my beloved children. I eagerly anticipate your triumph. Throughout this exchange, the purple one maintained his posture with his back to the others, cradling a glass of unknown red wine, the liquid as crimson as blood. Is there something you wish to discuss, Wanda? Father, I have just discovered her whereabouts. She is currently hiding within S.H.I.E.L.D.S. helicarrier. Wanda reported calmly. Should I go and retrieve her? The purple one's hand paused, swirling the wine in his glass. He was well aware of whom Wanda referred to. Allow your siblings to handle this matter. After all, you four have far more significant tasks at hand. Draining the wine from his glass in one bold motion, the purple-clad figure finally spoke. Bring her to me, gently, for she is your sister. Wanda bowed her head in acquiescence and promptly exited the room. Once Wanda had departed, the purple figure silently poured himself another glass of red wine, his visage clouded with perplexity. Kara, why must you choose this moment to return? Though he wielded the power to manipulate hearts and even the destinies of others, he ultimately could not grasp his own fate. Unlike Wanda and the others, Kara was his biological daughter, inheriting both her abilities and complexion from him, yet she remained the one individual whose innermost thoughts eluded his comprehension. As he sat in contemplation, a swirling mass of pitch-black smoke abruptly materialized in the room, pulsating like a heartbeat. Accompanied by a minor explosion, the dark smoke erupted, and as it dissipated, a man clad in a black and gray robe, draped in a dark red cloak, appeared before him. You know, your elusive abilities are truly enviable, the purple figure remarked, swirling his wine glass. Care for a drink, my dear ally? You seem unfazed by my method of arrival. Sean replied with a smile. Your spirit reveals to me that you are unaware of the existence of magic in this world. More than that, I find myself intrigued by another matter. The purple figure continued. How did Hydra, possessing such legendary power, fall to Captain America? I refuse to believe that an ordinary super soldier could achieve such a feat. The past is but a whisper in the wind. It is not the focus of our discussion today. With a casual gesture, Sean opened a portal the size of a basketball and retrieved a bottle filled with golden liquid. With a snap of his fingers, two exquisitely crafted golden goblets floated before him and the purple figure. The Sumerian priest's golden goblet? What a rare artifact, the purple figure exclaimed softly. Just a set of drinking vessels gifted by an old friend, Sean replied as he filled his cup to the brim. I merely intended to show it to you. You are not worthy enough to partake. Sean shook his golden goblet. Your abilities have been enhanced. It is now time for you to fulfill our pact. It is merely a corpse. Follow me. Not necessary. Your spirit has already divulged the location of the body. I shall retrieve it myself. As he spoke, Sean's form dissolved back in a black mist. Crack! The goblet in the purple figure's hand shattered under his grip, and he stared at the spot where Sean had vanished, his expression darkening suddenly. Chapter 103. The Witch and Electromagnetic Barrier? Hank Pym began to adjust the frequency of the helmet's sonic waves, preparing to summon his army for assistance. Well done, Thor, this will buy us some time. Not to worry. Grasping the mighty Mjolnir, Thor pointed towards the distant skyship, and I could sense that the malevolent sorcerer must be lurking within that colossal vessel. To Thor, only an evil sorcerer would manipulate innocent civilians to incite war. Such a wicked individual must face severe retribution for his deeds. However, we could not disregard the manipulated civilians, should we abandon them. The enemy might compel them to turn on one another in a fratricidal frenzy. Hank Pym donned his electronic helmet. As the ants could secrete a unique chemical hormone capable of inducing slumber in adults with just a small dose, without causing any lingering side effects. Hey, Natasha, whispered Janet Van Dyne, who was stationed at the rear of the group, suddenly flying close to Natasha, Stark's ear. You must know the sleep spell from Harry Potter, right? Why not use it? The casting of such a broad spell requires a preparation time, Natasha Stark replied, busy deploying several magical beacons around the electromagnetic barrier to thwart any potential enemy ambush. Whether Natasha had other undisclosed reasons remained inconsequential. Astute readers would likely infer them. Hank Pym had his full attention dedicated to commanding the Ant Legion, and thus was oblivious to the conversation between the two women. The electronic helmet atop his head emitted sound waves of a specific frequency, prompting countless ants to emerge from the ground and ascend the clothing of the frenzied crowd. The ants' sharp mandibles pierced their exposed skin, injecting a potent venom capable of inducing unconsciousness directly into their bodies. In less than 5 minutes, all the Squeeze citizens under the control of the purple-skinned beings collapsed, succumbing to slumber. With the crisis averted, Thor dispelled the barrier surrounding them. Natasha Stark opened a series of portals to transport the unconscious Squeeze citizens to safety. "Well done," Captain America commended, patting Hank Pym on the shoulder. "It's nothing. Just a bit tiring. It's my first time simultaneously controlling thousands of hypnotic ants," Hank replied, his voice betraying a hint of fatigue as Janet wiped the sweat from his brow. "This might just kill off a few more of my brain cells." "Not to worry. I'll brew you some brain-boosting soup when we return," Janet offered, clapping her hands. Hank Pym's expression soured, his face contorting into a look of dismay. "Ladies and gentlemen, our pleasant conversation has come to an end." As she spoke, a faint blue light began to emanate from Natasha Stark's pupils. The next wave of adversaries was approaching. With a swift gesture, 2 circular magical arrays rapidly expanded from her hands, attaching to her palm, which she then thrust upwards towards the sky. A magnificent golden defensive array, stacked upon itself, accurately intercepting the onslaught of cosmic energy. The magical shield collided with the cosmic energy, resulting in a violent explosion of energy that seemed to warp the surrounding space, unleashing a terrifying wave of force. "Come forth." Natasha Stark activated her visionary eye. Ascending into the air as she called out, "Thor, strike the marked spot. There are 2 individuals concealed there. In the name of Odin." Thor raised his mighty hammer, calling forth the judgment of thunder against evil. The tempest unleashed by the thunder tore through the camouflage of the cosmic energy, revealing a man and a woman hidden within, Mashwan and Erica Kelly. Both donned specially designed blue combat suits, and upon realizing their exposure, neither displayed any semblance of panic. Having been irradiated by the cosmic energy within the Tesseract, Mashwan and Erica acquired the ability to manipulate this cosmic force, effectively becoming counterparts to Captain Marvel. Enveloped in cosmic energy, they surged forward fearlessly toward Natasha Stark and Thor. Magic, cosmic energy, and the power of thunder. 3 distinctly extraordinary forces converged upon the same battlefield, intertwining and clashing against one another. "Something feels amiss." Captain America furrowed his brow as he observed the aerial confrontation, noting that Natasha Stark and Thor's recent behaviors seemed unusually impulsive. "Captain, what should we do now?" asked Wasp Janet, pointing at the celestial skirmish above. "First, we must rescue Nick Fury. We need to reclaim control of the airborne mother ship," Captain America replied, glancing skyward, confident that Stark and the others would manage. However, before he could finish his thought, he sensed a blurred white figure hurtling towards him at an almost imperceptible speed. "Watch out," he shouted, instinctively raising his shield to protect his chest, just in time to deflect Pietro's punch. Bang! The impact felt as if he had collided with a moving bus, the immense force sending him reeling. In that fleeting moment, the others finally caught a glimpse of the assailant, a white-haired man clad in a black jacket and sporting goggles, whose attack had caused that brief pause. Ugh! Wasp Janet was the next to fall victim to his assault, swatted to the ground like a fly. As for Ant-Man Hank Pym, the scientist's combat prowess was rather limited, and he was swiftly knocked unconscious by Pietro's dazzling punches. Hulk! Bruce Banner also received a blow. The injury roused the green giant within him, who made a thunderous entrance with a roar. Witnessing his friends sprawled about in disarray, Hulk's rage surged to a boiling point. Wow! The imposing green figure possesses a remarkably vibrant gaze. Pietro came to a halt, his rapid movement ceasing as he presented a provocative smile towards Hulk. Quicksilver Pietro, endowed with the extraordinary ability of super speed, could effortlessly traverse the surface of water or ascend vertical walls, following an enhancement from cosmic energies. Pietro now found himself oblivious to the limits of his velocity. Roar! Hulk aimed a powerful punch at Pietro, yet only struck a mere afterimage. "You're too slow. Big guy," he remarked with a feigned air of sympathy. "To hit me, you'll need to be swifter." Once more, Pietro activated his super speed, circling around Hulk while intermittently delivering strikes aimed at the giant's joints. "I despise you," Hulk bellowed, channeling his strength into a leap from the ground, arms raised high, crashing down towards the earth with tremendous force that seemed to trigger a minor tremor. "Done." Pietro re-emerged in the distance, a triumphant smile gracing his face. The ground beneath him quaked violently, fissures spreading outward until, with a thunderous roar, the earth beneath Hulk fractured, revealing a dark abyss below. Caught off guard, Hulk plummeted alongside the fallen Avengers into the chasm. Clad in crimson leather, Wanda descended from the heavens, swiftly sealing the opening with a shroud of scarlet mist upon reaching Pietro. "Sister, these Avengers are utterly inept," Pietro remarked, stretching his limbs, which hardly qualified as a warm-up. "Do not underestimate them. You merely benefited from surprise attack." Wanda glanced skyward at the battlefield, conjuring a swirl of crimson mist with her hands. "Let us proceed, Pietro. We must decisively eliminate those 4 Avengers." Chapter 104. At last, the protagonist takes center stage. The underpowered Captain Marvel engaged 2 of the Avengers' top-tier combatants, while Quicksilver tactically divided the battlefield, enticing the Hulk into a trap, and which covertly undermined the enemy's sanity. A splendid display of teamwork. Above the Squia battlefield, Lee Jiel lounged on a recliner, watching the clash between the Avengers and their foes unfold before him. Yet his expression bore a distinct lack of enthusiasm. "How tiresome." He sighed deeply, finding the Avengers' petty skirmishes utterly devoid of interest. Previously, in a fit of boredom, Lee Jiel had once again entered a state of omniscience, transcending all, possessing knowledge of everything, capable of annihilating entire multiverses in an instant or restoring all to its original state with a mere blink. Yet, how could one encapsulate such an experience? For Lee Jiel, who retained human thought, this existence proved exceedingly dull. He required human emotions to sustain his being, otherwise his fate would likely mirror that of the vengeful goddess, leading him to a tragic end. The Invincible is profoundly lonely. Thus, only events capable of annihilating the entire multiverse are truly captivating. With a clap of his hands, Lee Jiel rose from his lazy sofa and vanished in an instant. He had suddenly felt a pang of hunger and decided to hunt down a few celestial beings to bring home for a nourishing broth, as his previous stock had been depleted. Initially, all things were unified. The Marvel Universe existed as but one. Gradually, as time flowed, the first abstract entity emerged within the cosmos, omnipresent, omniscient, and omnipotent. This entity was known as the First Celestial. In a bid to combat its solitude, the First Celestial committed a grave error at the dawn of creation and spawned a host of godlike beings to serve as its minions and playthings. Among these servants, some fervently worshipped the First Celestial, seeking its approval to create life of their own. The First Celestial was greatly pleased with their devotion and named them the Ascendants. The Dark Gods, conversely, another faction of servants, having developed emotions through the birth and evolution of their creations, transformed from dark to vibrant hues, thus becoming the colorful gods. In their quest to amplify cosmic power, the colorful gods aspired for their creations to evolve alongside them, to grow, change, and eventually die. However, the First Celestial deemed this ambition madness and blasphemy, branding them as the colorful traitors. Subsequently, the colorful gods rebelled, igniting a war among the celestial beings. Prior to this conflict, the number of gods had been as numerous as the stars until the Ascendants forged the Godslayer armor, an entity that preyed upon the cosmos and became the true nemesis of the gods. The colorful gods faced near annihilation, yet during the final battle of the Celestial War, a schism erupted within the Ascendants. Many components of the Godslayer armor were stripped away by various Ascendants, leading to an internecine war that granted the colorful gods a respite to regroup and retaliate. The war resumed, and the colorful gods detonated the Godslayer armor, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that shattered the First Celestial into fragments, birthing hundreds of new universes from its pure essence. These universes coalesced into a novel collective entity known as the Second Universe, marking the inception of the true multiverse. The colorful gods emerged as the ultimate victors of the Celestial War, evolving into a nearly immortal pantheon. Their consciousnesses persisted in the form of living galaxies. Once a god was deemed valuable, it would be enveloped in an almost indestructible armor known as the Exquisite of Dimensions, whose inner space vastly exceeded its external appearance. In such circumstances, it seems that the celestial beings may retain their physical forms. For instance, the Void of Collectors is the cranium of a celestial being, with its brain matter and bodily tissues being exceedingly rare cosmic resources. Each celestial entity appears to possess a specific purpose, each distinguished by unique names and functions. The Celestial Assembly traverses the cosmos, conducting genetic experiments on each planet, evaluating the results after millions of years. Should the outcomes be promising, further experimentation is permitted. Otherwise, the cycle of life is reshuffled. In the parallel universe 09377, within a distant and unknown galaxy, a member of the Celestial Assembly, clad in ebony armor adorned with pink stripes, stands before a colossal green planet, meticulously documenting data. This being is known as the Explorer, tasked with scrutinizing the planets themselves, examining and researching the resources present on each one while cataloging and assessing their data. Behold, a solitary member of the Celestial Assembly. Despite efforts to conceal their presence, traces remain. It seems they have only recently departed. We shall soon catch up to them. There are numerous methods to capture a member of the Celestial Assembly. Yet the most effective approach involves subduing them and delivering a decisive blow to the back of their head. Alternatively, one might employ transcendent energy to swiftly sever their neck, sparing them from suffering. The flesh of the Celestial Assembly is largely consumable, rich in protein, fats, minerals, and trace elements. A mere morsel of their meat can provide enough energy for a century of vigorous activity. Imitating the tone of a wilderness survival expert, Ligier restrained his own presence and stealthily approached the explorer from behind. With determination, he struck, bringing the being down in the vastness of space. There was no struggle, no resistance. This member of the Celestial Assembly fell like a flickering flame extinguished, their massive form silently suspended amidst the desolate cosmos. The seventh member's body was collected into the realm of transcendence. Li Jie patted his waist, reflecting on the success of his venture. The members of the Celestial Assembly in this universe were considerably larger and more substantial than those from his own. Following the Celestial War, the surviving members of the Assembly were few and far between, and Li Jie's rapid succession of 7 hunts could not be overlooked. Just as he prepared to return to his own universe, a team of 7 variably colored members of the Celestial Assembly encircled him. Ah, I did it full surprise. Gazing at the 7 members surrounding him, Li Jie grinned, unleashing a surge of transcendent energy that obliterated their consciousness, leaving behind their bountiful forms. Suddenly, his pocket emitted a vibration. Li Jie retrieved a palm-sized communicator resembling an old-fashioned mobile phone from his pocket. Perhaps some may recall this device. Indeed, it was the same communicator he had entrusted to the planet Devourer upon his departure from the zombie universe. After all, Uncle Devourer had once aided him. The frequent flickering suggested the resurgence of the zombie virus. Chapter 105, The Return to the Zombie Universe. Well, this opening truly piqued his interest. Observing the lifeless body floating in space, Li Jie felt the situation grow increasingly intriguing. The figure before Li Jie, short-limbed like a hobbit and clad in a blue and white ceremonial robe, with an exceedingly large bald head, unmistakably revealed the identity of this corpse. It was an observer, specifically Wutu, an observer from the zombie universe. I recall that the observer race is supposed to be composed solely of energy, aside from my own intervention. What entity in the multiverse could possibly bring about the demise of an observer? The observers emerged before the formation of the universe, making them one of the oldest known races, serving as acolytes to the cosmic fulcrum alongside other deities. After enduring a catastrophic event that nearly obliterated their kind, they vowed to refrain from interfering in the affairs of other life forms, committing themselves solely to the role of passive witnesses. In terms of combat prowess, observers are not particularly formidable among deities. However, due to their energy-based nature, completely eliminating one is exceedingly challenging unless dictated by the narrative or through self-inflicted demise. Li Jie found the location of Wutu's death rather intriguing, situated near the blue zone on the moon. Perhaps, without any advantages, if I were to resurrect the observer, I could glean all that has transpired in this universe. A sudden smile crept across Li Jie's face, yet he pondered, why should I undertake such an endeavor? A chaotic and tumultuous universe provides a rare source of amusement. A cursory examination of Wutu's corpse revealed that this observer differed from others across various universes. In simple terms, Wutu was corporeal and could indeed be slain by other beings. The cause of death, suffocation? Are you a purple sweet potato spirit? Indeed, as the supreme ruler of the cosmos. Thanos, the leader of the Dark Order, required a spacesuit to traverse the void without a spacecraft? I suspect that statement is satirical, unless she produces an image to substantiate it. The city of Attilan, a mobile metropolis created by the Inhumans, is located within the moon's blue zone. Li Jie resolved to first investigate this city before proceeding to Earth. From a distance, Attilan appeared entirely in a cement gray hue, its exterior adorned with numerous sharp angles resembling a set of protruding fangs. The Inhumans, abandoned by the Kree, are experimental products, each member endowed with formidable superpowers. However, their population is sparse, and newborns acquire their abilities through exposure to the mist generated by a substance known as Terrigen crystals. By the way, the Inhumans have a live-action television series, but I personally find it rather poorly executed. Can you believe that Queen Medusa was rendered powerless simply by having her hair cut? The Inhumans possess quite an unusual aesthetic, rather rugged in nature. As Li Jie approached the city gates, a faint metallic scent of blood wafted through the air. Discarding the yogurt pouch he had been chewing, he politely knocked on the massive gates. "Hello, is anyone there? If no one is present, I shall enter. Should you feel shy, I will remain outside and merely linger without intruding." After waiting for a while, it seemed that the girls of the alien tribe were rather shy. As Li Jie heard no response, with a gentle flick of his fingers, the massive city gate transformed into two shooting stars in the cosmos. Upon entering the city, his eyes were met with the sight of various dismembered corpses. Severed limbs and exposed entrails were strewn about in abundance. Drawing a brush from his pocket, Li Jie casually dipped it into some still wet crimson blood on the ground. The alien tribe possessed blood of every hue and inscribed a series of large English letters on the adjacent wall. It bore no particular significance, and he whimsically added a smiley face beneath the text, confident that a century hence, the archaeologists of the alien tribe would scratch their heads in curiosity over the origin of this wall. Shaking the brush in his hand, Li Jie began to silently compose the memorial of the Yang Tower on another wall. However, halfway through, his writing paused as he heard the desperate cries of a woman. Shrugging, he continued his task, unhurried, planning to finish before addressing the call for help. Chapter 106. The Infected Alien Tribe. Ah, this fleeting person, to whom shall I return? Upon finishing the final character, Li Jie tossed aside the brush, nodding in satisfaction. With calligraphy that rivaled that of a fine dragon, a starting price of $100 million seemed quite reasonable. Just moments ago, he thought he had heard a woman's cry for help. Sensing it slightly, Li Jie clapped his hands and retrieved a bicycle from his trousers, wobbling towards the source of the cries. Meat. Fresh meat. Delectable meat. The infected civilians of the alien tribe congregated, resembling vultures drawn to the scent of carrion, as they chased after a slender figure in the distance. With orange hair and clad in a yellow jumpsuit complemented by black gloves, the girl desperately fleeing was none other than Crystal, the sister of Queen Medusa, a member of the royal family of the alien tribe. This frantic escape was not a viable long-term solution. With a firm resolve, Crystal gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and abruptly turned, raising her palms to unleash a powerful push. Fiery flames erupted from her hands, instantly coalescing into the form of an abyssal demon, which opened its maw and consumed all the aliens behind her. The bodies, charred to a crisp, collapsed into fragments, filling the air with a nauseating scent of burnt flesh. The alien tribe was already sparse in population, with newly born infants being a rare occurrence each year. Having lived a life of privilege as a princess, Crystal naturally lacked the ruthless decisiveness of a cold warrior, which was why she initially chose to flee. However, when it came to combat prowess, Crystal possessed physical abilities comparable to that of a neighboring superhuman and could freely manipulate the four elements of earth, air, fire, and water, akin to a low-powered version of Superman from Earth. Moreover, akin to the extraterrestrial beings of Earth, Crystal possesses a rather unique constitution. She cannot thrive in the Earth's environment, and prolonged habitation would lead to her demise. What on earth could be the cause of this? Crystal finds her mind somewhat overwhelmed as she navigates through Atlantis. a realm teeming with monstrous entities that devour the living, akin to the horrors depicted in Earth's cinematic portrayals of apocalyptic scenarios. Surely, there must be survivors. The denizens of the Inhumans are not so easily vanquished. Stealing her resolve, Crystal prepares to embark on a quest to locate any potential survivors within Atlantis. Although she understands the slimness of her hopes, she feels compelled to try. What do you intend to venture, my dear sister? Suddenly, the resplendent Queen Medusa, donned in a form-fitting violet ensemble and adorned with extraordinarily long tresses, materializes before Crystal. Beside her stands a formidable figure cloaked in darkness, her husband, the supreme leader of the Inhumans, King Black Bolt. Ah, it is my beloved sister and brother-in-law. What brings you to seek me instead of indulging in your own private paradise? Beads of sweat trickle down Crystal's temples as she swallows nervously, locking eyes with Queen Medusa and King Black Bolt, feeling that even 100 lives would scarcely suffice against them. We had presumed you would join us in this glorious evolution, Medusa declares, her hair instantaneously elongating, twisting into sharp tendrils aimed at Crystal. Yet you have disappointed us, and thus you shall become sustenance, merely a delectable morsel for our consumption. Who wishes to be devoured by you? With a cyclone in her left hand and flames in her right, Crystal wields her hands like blades, severing and incinerating the tendrils that threaten her. Do not forget, even if severed, my hair will still heed my command. With a subtle flick of her fingers, Medusa transforms the severed strands into a barrage of razor-sharp projectiles that target Crystal's vulnerable joints. Summoning the earth elements, Crystal conjures protective armor around herself, barely managing to deflect Medusa's relentless assault while desperately seeking an escape. For a moment, the sisters find themselves locked in a stalemate, infected by an unknown virus. Medusa's ability to wield her powers has clearly diminished, her hair's vitality no longer as robust as before, had it been in the past. Medusa could have dispatched Crystal in mere minutes. King Black Bolt, with his slightly clouded gaze, observes the clash between the sisters with calm intensity. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly parts his lips and utters a single word: meet. In an instant, a cataclysmic sonic wave erupts from Black Bolt's mouth, akin to thunder striking the ground. The moment the sound wave collides with Crystal, it feels as though she has collided with a spacecraft. The overwhelming force instantly shatters her defenses and obliterates her consciousness. The residual energy of the sound wave continues its onslaught, annihilating everything in its path, until it carves a gaping hole in the walls of Atlantis. Excluding the flaw of excessive arrogance, the strength of the Dark-Bat King is indeed terrifyingly formidable in its conception. A mere whisper from him could obliterate a city, while a fervent roar could rend the very fabric of the galaxy. However, his portrayal in television and film is, well, somewhat laughable. You have bestowed upon Crystal your final act of mercy, my husband. Medusa grinned. Now, let's indulge in our prey. Her long hair transformed into a vast platform, upon which the unconscious Crystal was bound, resembling a roast pig in its presentation. As royalty, Medusa and the Dark-Bat King would not stoop to the ground like commoners, consuming their meal like beasts. With broken necks, severed limbs, and eviscerated bodies, it was evident that the Dark-Bat King and Medusa were quite famished, for there were few living souls left in Odilon, just as many cannibalistic creatures as themselves. In a short span, Crystal was reduced to a crimson skeleton, leaving the couple only somewhat satiated. Food will eventually dwindle. What shall we do next? Medusa inquired of her husband, the Dark-Bat King. He remained silent, yet Medusa, as his wife, instantly comprehended his meaning. Earth, she repeated the name several times. I shall rally our kin to accompany us to a new hunting ground. The Dark-Bat King nodded, then twitched his nose, having caught a whiff of fresh flesh. Chapter 107. Where's the mouth? Am I riding in the wrong direction? Riding a sturdy bicycle through the chaos of Odilon, Ligeia instantly transformed into a formidable warrior. Wielding his bicycle as a weapon and utilizing the terrain and various roadside props to dispatch the encroaching infected with an array of flamboyant tactics. They were not zombies, yet they possessed an insatiable hunger for the flesh of living beings. What were they? Ogres? The virus spread through the air. Normal beings would not be infected by scratches or bites from the infected, and the intellect of the infected would decline to some extent. However, aside from that, they bore a striking resemblance to their former selves. In a narrow alley, Li Jie leaped from his bicycle, bracing himself against two walls, and swung the bicycle backward with great force, transforming the pursuing infected into a grotesque smear against the wall. Indeed, their vitality was feeble, lacking the terror of zombies. Damage to vital organs or dismemberment would lead to the demise of the infected, and their appetites were not as ferocious. Remarkably, they retained much of their sanity after infection. Strange, why did my seat fall off? Observing the bare pole where his bicycle seat once was, Li Jie felt a chill run down his spine. Curse this damn cosmic will. I shall not pay homage to that iconic scene. It became clear that Wu Tu had perished from exhaustion while attempting to forcibly reverse the timeline of this universe. Even the allies he sought from the inhuman race had succumbed to the virus. However, the timeline of this universe has been reset since my departure, which explains why this signal took nearly 100 chapters to reach me. Applying the brakes with my feet, Li Jie dismounted from his bicycle. Ahead of him, the path was blocked by sentinels of the Inhumans, dozens of stakes adorned with severed heads, serving as both decoration and a deterrent, embedded into the ground nearby. What a wild and untamed scene. After snapping a couple of photos, Li Jie stowed away his camera and prepared to embark towards Earth. It came as no surprise that this latest outbreak of infection had once again originated from Earth. One might say, as the very center of the multiverse, Earth is indeed beset by calamities. Just as Li Jie was about to leave, two unexpected guests suddenly appeared before him, Medusa and Black Bolt, drawn by the scent of flesh. Look at that, fresh living meat. The unabashed gaze of Queen Medusa sent a shiver down Li Jie's spine. She was actually eyeing him with lust. How vulgar. Black Bolt seemed to sense something amiss and immediately unleashed a powerful sonic attack with just two words. The sound waves surged forth like a low-flying tornado, roaring and crashing down upon Li Jie's position like a tidal wave. Yet, when the tumult and dust settled, Li Jie remained utterly unscathed, not even a strand of hair out of place. Your mouth is rather bothersome, Li Jie remarked, raising an eyebrow as he licked his lollipop. Do you realize you have bad breath? Seeing Li Jie unharmed, Black Bolt was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide in disbelief. How could there be someone in this universe who could completely ignore his sonic assault? Impossible. Black Bolt, who could kill anyone with merely a flick of his tongue. Medusa, clearly more astonished than her husband, pointed a long claw at Li Jie with a fierce gesture. You are not an inhuman. Li Jie. Do you want to explain what you were talking about? Li Jie snapped his fingers in exasperation. The impact of this virus on their intelligence was more severe than that of keyboard warriors online. Both of you shut your mouths. I was initially inclined to let you off due to the presence of another inhuman race from a different universe. As the sound of his fingers snapping echoed, Medusa and Black Bolt froze for a moment, only to be horrified to discover that their mouths had vanished, replaced by smooth, unblemished skin. Li Jie pulled out a stool and sat down, observing quietly. He was curious to see whether Black Bolt's head would actually explode without a mouth. Medusa's hair elongated, the sharp strands slicing through the air like daggers, carving a bloody gash across the area above her and Black Bolt's chins. Ah, truly royal. She certainly knows how to be ruthless with herself. Li Jie clapped his hands, and in an instant, Medusa and Black Bolt's heads swelled like inflated balloons before erupting violently. I have come to comprehend the essence of the witch. Indeed, it is quite exhilarating. With a swift kick, Li Jie sent the stool beneath him flying. He reached into his pocket and slowly extracted a colossal bomb emblazoned with the number 100,000, which, once placed upright on the ground, towered over him. This seemingly whimsical and trivial skill was acquired during Li Jie's previous participation in the Infinite Dimension Social Club, where, after offering a substantial amount of carrots as remuneration, a gentleman by the name of Bugs Bunny imparted numerous intriguing tricks to him, such as the ability to effortlessly conjure a 10,000-ton iron hammer from his pocket and crush adversaries into a spring-like form with remarkable artistry. With a pull of the fuse, Li Jie dashed into space holding the detonator, then abruptly pressed down on the trigger. A cartoonish mushroom cloud ascended from within the city of Adiran, accompanied by a series of onomatopoeic words formed from the rising smoke. Although it appeared somewhat exaggerated, this bomb was designed to obliterate the entire city of Adiran without affecting the entirety of the moon. It is well known that the moon serves as a stabilizer for Earth's gravity, preventing more severe tremors from occurring. With a crack, A massive fissure began to rapidly spread from the location of Adiran, soon enveloping the entire moon. Then, to Li Jie's astonishment, the moon erupted violently. Rubbing his forehead with his left hand, Li Jie raised his right hand and gestured downwards, causing time to reverse instantaneously, restoring the moon to its pre-explosion state. Perhaps due to this technique being derived from Warner cartoons beyond infinite dimensions, Li Jie had yet to master its control, resulting in a slight mishap with its power. As a portal opened behind him, Li Jie stepped through, with his first destination being his hometown of Shenzhen. This universe also harbors the Divine Spear Bureau. He thought with a chuckle, and he could conveniently leave a taishui seed there, digging a pit, placing the hair, watering it, and employing divine fertilizer from the godly assembly. Within a mere 5 minutes, the hair he had buried sprouted into a magnificent flower bud. As the petals unfurled, a young girl clad in traditional attire emerged from within the flower's heart. Li Jie vanished in a blink, and the taishui within the flower suddenly opened its eyes, unleashing a flurry of punches that struck the ground where Li Jie had just been, leaving behind a widespread network of fissures. Sun Thief, just you wait. Chapter 108. Zombie battle against ogres. Everything stemmed from a swirling mass of thunderclouds, although in truth, this calamity was unprecedented for Earth and the entire universe. Far more chaotic than anyone could have envisioned. Approximately a month prior, an unknown virus began to ravage the planet, with Spider-Man being identified as the first known infected individual. The so-called Patient Zero. In front of numerous media cameras and an ice hockey rink, Spider-Man gruesomely eviscerated his nemesis, the Rhino, leaving nothing but a skeletal remains behind. The Fantastic Four apprehended Spider-Man and confined him within a specially designed prison, hoping to devise a cure for his condition. Through extensive research, Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, discovered that Spider-Man had lost his humanity and his entire metabolic system had undergone a transformation, even producing a protease capable of breaking down flesh in large quantities. Remarkably, no parasites or viruses were found in Spider-Man's blood, nor any highly infectious bacteria. He appeared to be in good health. During this time, Mr. Fantastic alerted the leaders of the United Nations Council to the emergence of an unknown virus spreading across the globe, urging the World Health Organization to remain vigilant. Unfortunately, his warnings were disregarded, as only Spider-Man's case was identified in the United States, deemed an isolated incident. Mr. Fantastic's immediate task was to unravel the mystery of what had transpired within Spider-Man. Less than a week later, a notorious supervillain known as Meatball stormed into a restaurant, devouring all the patrons within. Meatball exhibited symptoms identical to those of Spider-Man, with the sole distinction being the magnitude of his appetite. Within an hour of this news report, nearly 100 similar cannibalistic incidents erupted across the United States, with parallel occurrences surfacing worldwide. It was at this juncture that the gravity of the situation dawned upon everyone. The virus transforming individuals into cannibalistic monsters had been lurking within its hosts, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Through diligent research, Mr. Fantastic and the remaining scientists worldwide discovered that these cannibalistic creatures had undergone a fundamental alteration. They had evolved into an entirely new species, no longer recognizable as humans. They had become ogres. Wolverine, also known as Logan, was perhaps one of the few individuals on this planet unconcerned about succumbing to the fate of becoming a cannibal, due to his accursed healing factor. Deadpool, unable to resist the mutations of his body, was a subpar mutant, yet his frenzied mind afforded him the strength to resist the allure of human flesh. Consequently, Logan was compelled to take the lives of the X-Men, including his once dear friends. This act felt akin to casting Logan's soul into a meat grinder, as there would be no mysterious figure to conjure illusions for him this time. After the cannibalistic virus swept across the globe, Mr. Fantastic and the other survivors fled to the Arctic, where they established a base for survivors and diligently worked on developing a cure for the ogre virus. Logan became an operative for the survivor base, tasked primarily with venturing out to locate survivors and escorting them back to the Arctic stronghold. Reed and Hank Pym unveiled the enigmatic culprit behind the catastrophe. A genetic modification therapy, initially overlooked by Reed and his team due to its utilization of commonplace bacteria as a vector. The true nature of this therapy was revealed to have been conceived as a means for survivors to endure the harsh radiation of a nuclear apocalypse. Wolverine, in a fleeting moment of rage, yearned to slay the madman responsible for developing this genetic concoction. Wasn't it sheer lunacy to pursue such research? Yet, an even greater folly lay in allowing this knowledge to seep into the world. That individual deserved to meet a far graver fate. However, with the source of the cannibal virus now known, and the presence of the brilliant Reed and the Ant-Man Hank Pym, the prospect of a potential antidote emerged, a beacon of hope. This world was not beyond salvation. Perhaps it still held promise. At least, that was Logan's belief until he beheld a more grotesque sight, a moving corpse. The decaying body emanated a foul stench of death, leaving Logan utterly perplexed until it lunged at him, jolting him back to reality. What manner of creature was this? A zombie? Instinct warned Logan that should this abomination inflict a wound upon him, he too would inevitably succumb to becoming such a monster. Even his healing factor would prove ineffective. First, the cannibal, and now the zombie. Logan reconsidered his previous sentiments, wishing for this damned world to simply perish. He reported his findings to Mr. Fantastic Reed and Dr. Pym, presenting them with a sample that left Dr. Pym pinching his brow on the brink of mental collapse. The antidote for the cannibal virus remained unformulated, and now a zombie virus emerged, truly a dire situation. Yet, Mr. Fantastic held a different perspective. Perhaps the onset of zombies might, in a certain light, offer the survivors a rare opportunity for salvation. Before they could fully deliberate the implications of the zombie emergence, another horrific disaster unfolded far away in New York City. A corpse of a purple giant plummeted through the atmosphere, crashing into Manhattan-esque ground, heralding the arrival of countless ravenous zombies aboard this world-devouring spacecraft, who began to ruthlessly prey upon the last remnants of humanity. The cannibals, unwilling to permit the zombies to indiscriminately feast upon their dwindling supply of humans, inevitably sparked a war. Zombie Cannibals, Chapter 109, the beginning of the battle realm. In this clash between zombies and cannibals, Ligier observed that the contest was not determined by who was the more formidable combatant, but rather by whose contagion proved more potent. It is evident that in terms of infectiousness, zombies surpass ogres. A mere scratch is sufficient to transform a normal being into a zombie. Conversely, even if one were to be reduced to a mere skeletal frame by an ogre's gnawing, no such mutation would occur. Zombies possess a vitality that is markedly more resilient than that of ogres, as the latter bear a resemblance to humans and are truly deceased once their heads are severed, incapable of continuing their animated existence like zombies do. However, when it comes to appetite, zombies exhibit a far more insatiable hunger than ogres. The former engage in unrestrained gluttony, depleting resources without regard, while the latter adopt a rational approach to sustainable development, opting to domesticate humans to ensure a continuous food supply. Moreover, the most astonishing aspect is that certain ogres retain a significant degree of their intellect, enabling them to live much like ordinary humans and even reproduce normally. In contrast, have you ever witnessed two grotesque masses of decaying flesh entwined in a discourse on the origins of life? You have? Oh dear, my friend, that is rather peculiar. The location of the Devourer starship is situated in Manhattan, New York. However, due to conflicts with the local ogres, the zombie virus has not spread to other parts of the Earth for an extended period. This remained the case until one fateful day, when the Devourer starship within the Manhattan sinkhole vanished without a trace. The zombie secret keeper utilized their dimensional sword to transport the entire starship into the depths of hell, where the zombies consumed all living beings and constructed a blood nest of their own, periodically dispatching small contingents back to the mortal realm to continue their battle against the ogres. In summary, the war between zombies and ogres will undoubtedly persist as they vie for the remaining morsels of humanity on Earth. At this juncture, one might ponder why, given the infectiousness and evolutionary traits of zombies, they have not completely eradicated the ogres. The answer is quite straightforward. These ogres possess immunity to the zombie virus and, upon infection, undergo a new phase of evolution, resulting in enhanced vitality, greater strength, and a significant improvement in intelligence compared to their former selves. Subsequently, these ogres began to observe a peculiar phenomenon. They recognized many familiar faces among the zombies, including numerous individuals who had once found their way into the ogres' bellies when the zombie virus first erupted. Naturally, these ogres were baffled by this revelation. However, Mr. Reed, the marvelous, unexpectedly uncovered the truth behind the existence of zombies. They are, in fact, interlopers from parallel universes. This astonishing discovery was communicated to the other survivor enclaves through Mr. Reed's unique methods, leading some individuals to contemplate a new idea. If zombies originate from other universes, could they, too, escape to parallel realms for refuge, much like the zombies? As a group of individuals engaged in fervent discussions regarding the feasibility of constructing a parallel universe traversal agency, none noticed that the representatives from the survivor bases in China and Russia had quietly exited the chat. Subsequently, Mr. Fantastic and Hank Pym also withdrew from the conversation. They were reluctant to depart in such a dismal manner, especially for Reed Richards, known as Mr. Fantastic. His wife, the Invisible Woman, Susan, had transformed into a cannibal due to a viral infection. Reed was determined to discover a cure for his wife's affliction, yet he would not impede others seeking to leave. This world teetered on the brink of catastrophe, with annihilation merely a step away. With a furrowed brow, Reed lamented that the emergence of zombies had afforded them a fleeting moment of respite, but this time was woefully insufficient to develop a remedy for the cannibal virus. Moreover, due to the zombies' activity, the cannibal virus had undergone new mutations, rendering the original experimental antidote completely ineffective. In this cursed world, what were they to do? In the laboratory of the Arctic Survivor Base, Reed slumped in his chair, feeling as though he had melted into a puddle, a recent habit he had adopted to relieve stress. "We cannot give up," he recalled, echoing his own words. Meanwhile, Dr. Pym was tidying the workstation, expressing concern for Logan, as they've been unable to contact him for over 2 hours. With zombies and cannibals, this planet feels like a desolate wasteland. It is indeed unfortunate. On the rooftop of Baxter Building, the infected Ben Grimm, known as the Thing, charged at Lee, his fists raised, intent on pulverizing him. Following the outbreak of the cannibal virus, Baxter Building had become the prison for Patient Zero, Spider-Man. However, a mishap allowed the cannibal Spider-Man to escape, leading to the infection of several individuals present, including Ben Grimm, formerly a member of the Fantastic Four. In the realm of comics, Ben Grimm is one of the few characters capable of directly confronting the Hulk. Thus, upon becoming a cannibal, he emerged as one of the most formidable adversaries for the survivors, and Baxter Building naturally became his territory. Yet now, Ben Grimm found himself isolated, his minions having been vanquished by the diminutive opponent before him. "I'll crush you," he bellowed, his massive frame lunging forward, akin to a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. Jaws poised to snap at Lee's head. "Get lost." With a wave of his hand, Lee summoned concentrated energy above him, forming a colossal fly swatter that descended upon the Thing with tremendous force. The ground shook violently as the immense power sent Ben Grimm crashing into the rooftop, the impact reverberating as he broke through layer after layer, ultimately plummeting to the lowest floor. The view was expansive, indeed quite impressive. As Li Jie extracted the grilling tools from his pocket, he simultaneously unveiled a telescope. In the Queens District of New York, a new wave of conflict erupted between the zombies and the ogres. Over 20 zombies launched a surprise attack on an ogre encampment, igniting a brutal and primitive battle. The victor would feast upon the young flesh impaled upon the crucifix. To his astonishment, the one affixed to the cross was none other than Wolverine. Li Jie could not suppress his laughter. Indeed, for both zombies and ogres, Logan represented the most exquisite delicacy. Chapter 110. The Punisher Through the Lens of the Telescope. The clash between zombies and ogres had escalated into a fervent frenzy, with both factions employing unscrupulous tactics against their adversaries. "You worthless trash, hand over the meat." The leader of the zombies, the Red Tank, rampaged across the battlefield, obliterating any ogre who dared to impede his path. The leader of the ogres, the Flame Man, should have remained quietly rotting in his coffin. He summoned a fire tornado, hurling it towards the Red Tank, the intense heat seemingly melting everything in its vicinity. The fire tornado enveloped the Red Tank, steadily increasing the temperature of its crimson armor until it felt akin to a furnace. Roar! The Red Tank, devoid of pain, barreled through the flames and seized the Flame Man in its grasp. "I will rend you asunder." With this iconic declaration, the Red Tank disregarded the inferno erupting from the Flame Man's body, gripping him by the waist and forcefully tearing him apart. A triumphant roar rang out, signaling the zombies' inevitable victory. Witnessing their leader's demise, the remaining ogres abandoned the battlefield, Yet they were swiftly pursued by the zombies, who severed their heads with ease. Now, it was time to savor a little snack. The horde of zombies slowly encircled the crucifix, baring their teeth at the captive Wolverine, Logan. Red Tank, I believe I've already dispatched you. Logan, tormented by the ogres for several days, felt his regenerative abilities draining his strength, rendering his voice weak. You have aged, Logan. The Red Tank approached the crucifix, remarking, "Unfortunately, I am not the Red Tank you once knew. Whatever your color, if you possess any semblance of manhood, grant me a swift end." Logan fixed his beast-like gaze upon the Red Tank. "Do not allow me to disdain you, coward. We both understand that death is a blessing for you." Logan, the Red Tank sneered, "but the healing factor within you will eternally bind you to this hell, preventing your release. Those powerful figures have sent me to bring you back to them, to present you before their eyes." The Red Tank tilted its head. "You will remain ensnared with your kind. You wild wolves will never exhaust your feast." "What did you say?" Before Logan could continue his inquiry, a sudden gunshot abruptly interrupted their conversation. The outermost zombie was instantly shot in the head, followed by a second and a third. An assault ensued. Seizing the moment of chaos created by the surprise attack, a more formidable barrage of firepower was unleashed upon the zombies, leaving many of the weaker ones instantly reduced to a gruesome mess. "Yes, over there. I saw him." As he spoke, the zombie Claven hurled his spear with great force, targeting a nearby balcony. "Damn it," muttered the Punisher, Frank, who was furiously shooting from the balcony, clearly displeased. As he leaped from the second floor while clutching his machine gun, having already been discovered, there was no need for stealth any longer. Frank charged forward, unleashing a torrent of bullets from his gun, a fiery tongue of destruction directed at the surrounding zombies. "Come on, you moving piles of rotten flesh, taste the bullets." The Punisher, whose real name is Frank Castle, is a former Marine with physical prowess and combat abilities equivalent to those of a level 10 S.H.I.L. d'agent. His philosophy is that anyone guilty deserves death. Thus, he is shunned by nearly all heroic factions, becoming an anti-hero. The magazine quickly ran dry, and with no time to reload, Frank discarded his machine gun, drawing 2 Desert Eagles from his waist to continue firing, while tossing several grenades into the swarm of zombies. Suppressive fire. This was Frank's standard tactic against these creatures, requiring no special skills, just a relentless pull of the trigger. As the smoke cleared, the only adversary left for Frank was the zombie Red Tank. The zombie Red Tank charged forward, its body impervious to bullets, which merely sparked harmlessly upon impact. To the zombie Red Tank, as long as it was running, it was invincible. "Fool," Frank smirked, knowing both the combat style of the Red Tank and its vulnerabilities. Suddenly, the charging zombie Red Tank felt the ground give way beneath it. The earth collapsed, creating a dark abyss, and it fell unceremoniously. "Here, as a little gift for you. No need to thank me." Tossing a stun grenade rendered the zombie Red Tank momentarily rigid. Frank then produced a uniquely designed gray handgun from his pocket and aimed it at the zombie Red Tank, pulling the trigger. Boom! A powerful pulse of energy erupted from the gun's muzzle, the orange explosion obliterating the armor on the zombie Red Tank's head and sending its skull flying. This pulse gun was crafted by the Skrulls, and the means by which Frank acquired it need not be elaborated. "It's been a while, Logan." Frank pulled the spikes embedded in Logan's limbs, speaking as if to an old friend. "You seem to have had a rough time lately. Are you a bit careless?" "Go to hell, just shut up." Logan lowered his head, showing no inclination to express gratitude towards Frank, for this man, who roamed the world with a gun, was the very architect of its ruin. Following the onset of this catastrophe, investigations conducted by Reed and his associates revealed that a faction of the Russian mafia had orchestrated the transport of a substantial shipment of Survivor 118 to American shores, intending to peddle it as a potent biological weapon. However, during the loading process, the organization fell victim to a meticulously planned ambush executed by none other than the Punisher, Frank. In the ensuing gunfight with the gang, Frank inadvertently shattered the vial containing Survivor 118, and as the solution splattered upon him, he acquired an immunity to the virus, while the remaining liquid was swept away into the warehouse's drainage system. Chapter 111. The church, even if you were reduced to ashes, you would still possess that defiant mouth of yours. Frank tossed a chocolate-flavored energy bar to Logan. "You better pray your claws can still extend. I have no desire to carry a burden on this journey." Logan, unfazed, retorted, "You might as well stretch your neck and see." He tore open the plastic wrapping and promptly shoved the entire energy bar into his mouth. What of Reed and the others? Is the survivor base in the Arctic still intact? Frank inquired coldly, noting the increasingly frequent movements of those monsters, some of which had already departed Manhattan. Not too bad. At least they remain human for now. Logan clenched his fists, steel claws erupting from his knuckles before retracting sharply. The progress on the antidote has been stagnant. This damned virus mutates faster than the hair on my body. How did you allow those wretches to capture you? They shouldn't have been able to catch you, Frank asked, his tone laced with curiosity. He was well aware of Logan's prowess. As a seasoned combat veteran, Wolverine was undoubtedly the most cunning of prey, and those carnivorous fools would find it far from easy to ensnare him. You know, my mission is to find survivors. Logan donned a somewhat intact coat salvaged from a cannibal's corpse. Yet in this apocalypse, human malice often eclipses that of monsters. Some individuals have exploited your kindness. Frank was busy reassembling his remaining gear, having retrieved the submachine gun, now fitted with a new magazine slung across his back. I have long warned you. This is a war. It is either they perish or we do. Do not lose your fighting spirit, or even your healing factor will be of no aid. I advise you to refrain from lecturing me in that condescending tone, you little brat. Logan seized Frank by the collar, unceremoniously brandishing his claws. The world has descended into this nightmarish state, and you bear a share of the blame. Frank's destruction of all Survivor 118 led to Logan's fruitless endeavors. Initially, everyone had hoped that Frank's blood would yield some miraculous effect. It was proven to be nothing more than a figment of their misplaced hopes. I caution you to remove your filthy claws from my face, Frank said with a menacing tone, or I shall force them into your posterior. How long has it been? It seems we have engaged in a similar discourse before, Logan remarked, releasing Frank's collar. He retrieved a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, tossing one to Frank, who produced a lighter from his own. The two seasoned killers chose a clean step and sat side by side, enveloped in smoke. At times, I truly ponder the notion of delivering a bullet forged from adamantium to my own temple. Logan exhaled a puff of smoke, contemplating that at least this would allow me to forget those unpleasant memories and rediscover the will to live. One can endure, while those monsters must meet their demise. Frank, inhaling deeply, stated, before I am disemboweled by those creatures, I shall slay as many as I can. I thought you would relish this world of unrestrained slaughter. I am the architect of this realm. I merely seek redemption in my own manner. Frank extinguished the cigarette, but in his hand, producing a half-finished snowflake from his pocket. Time may age me, but it cannot strip away my pride. You're truly insufferable. Thank you. Your sentiments are reciprocated, Frank replied. Once the cigarette is finished, I shall escort you out of the city. You are, to those monsters, a delectable morsel. You wouldn't resent me for using you as bait, would you? You are remarkably candid, Logan retorted, discarding his cigarette. He extinguished the glowing ember with a spit, adding, I am currently more volatile than you might imagine. I have an overwhelming desire to shatter something. Logan and Frank walked side by side, striding confidently down the street. The surroundings seemed to quiet. Frank sniffed the air, detecting an absence of the stench of the undead. No, something approaches. Logan signaled to Frank to remain vigilant. In addition to his healing factor and retractable claws, Logan possessed other extraordinary abilities, such as a spider sense-like perception that allowed him to discern friend from foe and to shield himself from a degree of mental manipulation. Alas, it is unfortunate that Wolverine in his normal state is often outmatched by Magneto, both in comics and in film. Thunderous roars echoed as two massive creatures burst forth from the adjacent street, grappling with one another. Frank instantly recognized their identities, a zombie and an ogre. Heaven help me. My dreadful premonition has once again come to fruition. At least 40 zombies and ogres were engaged in a brutal melee. Truly, may Jesus have mercy. The sheer number of these fiends was overwhelming. We should not expect to eradicate them all, with claws extending from his knuckles. Logan remained composed as he surveyed the oncoming monstrosities, determined to carve a bloody path. I concur. Logan was indeed seething with pent-up rage. With the sharpshooter, Frank, covering him, the duo effortlessly dispatched all the approaching zombies and ogres. Roar. Meanwhile, a victor had emerged from the clash between the two behemoths. The ogre Hulk had successfully torn apart the zombie rhinoceros, claiming triumph. This formidable green giant was not to be trifled with. Frank retrieved his pulse gun from his pocket, his tone grave as he remarked. I recall this creature once gnawed off your left hand. I am aware, Logan replied, brandishing his steel claws before him. This time, I merely need to sever one of its arms. It would be best if we joined forces to eliminate it. That sounds feasible. On another front, Li Jie had exited the Baxter building and arrived at the entrance of a church. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he was met with a pungent stench of blood. 2 zombies were crouched on the ground, feasting, judging by the clothing on the corpses. They were likely the priests who had been hiding in the church. Upon seeing Li Jie, the zombies greeted him with an enthusiastic embrace, face to face. Li Jie swiftly drew a desert eagle from his coat, dispatching each zombie with a bullet to the head. May the holy light bless you. Amen. Chapter 112. This is Street Dance. With a mere gesture, the corpses and bloodstains on the ground vanished in an instant. Adjusting his collar, Li Jie transformed his attire into a flowing black robe. Adopting the weathered visage of Benjamin Parker, he nodded at his reflection, satisfied that it matched the priest's compassionate demeanor. Contemplating further, he conjured a black leather Bible, casually flipping to a page and reciting, "If your enemy is hungry, give him bread to eat, and if he is thirsty, give him water to drink. For in doing so, you will heap burning coals on his head. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good." Li Jie furrowed his brow, pondering whether the Almighty harbored some grand delusion. Indeed, he found the logic of religion incomprehensible. He felt only a tremor of doubt. When confronting foes, he preferred to rely on more tangible means. He withdrew a Remington 870 from his pocket, racking the slide with a crisp sound. Feeding the living to the dead, this world is beyond salvation. They are all guilty. 2 figures, supporting each other and staggering, approached from the street. They were Wolverine Logan and the Punisher Frank. They had successfully vanquished the Ogre Hulk and emerged victorious, albeit at a considerable cost. Logan had broken several ribs and lost his right hand to the ogre, which had yet to regenerate. Frank had suffered a fractured left leg and now limped as he walked. Are you truly not mistaken in your sense of direction? Logan inquired for what felt like the umpteenth time. I broke my leg, not my brain, Frank retorted, leaning on a wooden stick as a makeshift crutch. If you keep dawdling, I swear I'll put a bullet through your skull. Heh, I possess self-healing factors. All right, you are impressive. The 2 of them passed the time during their journey by exchanging banter, their destination being Frank's safe house. However, due to their injuries, they opted to take a detour through a street with fewer zombies and ogres to avoid revealing their whereabouts. Besides their keen sense of smell, both the ogres and zombies possessed exceptional hearing. Even the slightest noise could attract their attention, let alone the vibrant beats of music. Good grief, Frank, did you hear that? Logan suddenly asked, somewhat dazed. I did, Frank replied, furrowing his brow. For a moment, I thought my ears were playing tricks on me. They exchanged glances. And Frank spoke again. The music is coming from the street corner. If memory serves, there's a church there. I've been there before and found no survivors. Surely, the sound system hasn't developed a consciousness and grown bored, right? This isn't Transformers. Your choice of entertainment truly astonishes me. Enough chatter, let us move. Logan said in a low voice. If there are survivors, I need to bring them back to the Arctic Survivor Base. Playing music in a city teeming with zombies and ogres? Are you certain you want to rescue such a fool? Frank remarked. Even if we rush over, that person might already have been reduced to mere bones. It's mainly out of curiosity, Logan replied, glancing at Frank. Anyone bold enough to play music in the city must either be a reckless lunatic or possess immense confidence in their abilities. Either way, they could prove to be a valuable ally. You make a valid point. Frank looked at the wooden stick he was leaning on and then at Logan's bitten-off right hand. Given our current state, we indeed require a capable ally. The 2 adjusted their direction toward the church at the street corner. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, they approached their destination, only to be greeted by a rather unusual sight. Scattered across the ground were numerous grotesque corpses, each one thoroughly mangled, the bodies stretching all the way to the church entrance. It seems this music player is quite formidable, Frank remarked, satisfied with the gruesome scene before him. Look over there, Frank said, following the direction of Logan's finger. In broad daylight, 2 enormous speakers were placed at the church entrance, blasting Phoenix Legends the most dazzling national style. This Chinese song has a captivating rhythm. Logan nodded in time with the lively music. I have a feeling the one playing the music will be quite the interesting character. See that over there? Frank pointed, where a large horde of zombies and ogres was charging toward the church. At the entrance, a gray-haired priest, appearing quite elderly, stood atop a makeshift platform, facing the approaching horde without a hint of fear. The priest wore a robust golden chain around his neck, his face concealed behind a pair of sunglasses reminiscent of a Terminator, and a lit cigar dangled from his mouth. "You wretched sinners are all guilty," he proclaimed. From behind him, he produced a Gatling gun mounted on a base, directing its muzzle towards the mass of corpses below the platform, gripping the trigger with unwavering determination. The gun erupted with a rhythmic barrage, the whirring barrel unleashing blue flames as the high-velocity bullets scythed through the monstrous horde on the battlefield. The creatures surged forth like a relentless tide, and those felled by Li Jie were but a mere drop in the ocean of their numbers. He inhaled deeply from his strawberry-flavored cigar and pressed a red button adorned with a black skull. The barrier below the platform opened, revealing several black gun barrels that extended outward. Moments later, a spark ignited at the gun's mouth, and a torrent of fiery tongues erupted from the dark muzzles. As the mechanical gears clicked and whirred, the layer containing the flamethrowers began to spin, conjuring a sea of flames that engulfed the zombies and ogres encroaching upon the high platform, transforming them into blazing fireballs. Switching the infinite ammo Gatling gun to automatic sentry mode, Li Jie then retrieved 2 axes from behind him, converting his strawberry-flavored cigar into bubblegum, chewing rhythmically as he danced to the most dazzling folk style. A change in music brought forth Huang Yinghua's "I Won't Enter Hell," the triumphant dance of the Axe Gang from the film. As he danced with agile steps, axes in hand, Li Jie approached a zombie scaling the platform, unleashing a furious onslaught upon its skull, resulting in a gruesome display of shattered bones and splattered flesh. With a swift change in rhythm, he transitioned from the Axe Gang's dance to Michael Jackson's moonwalk, leaping from the platform into the throng of zombies and ogres, executing a flawless reaping of the horde. The gun roared, the axes gleamed, and the air was filled with cries of anguish as Li Jie emerged as a figure of hellish vengeance. Upon vanquishing the last creature, he raised his middle finger in a defiant gesture. Regaining his composure, Li Jie seemed to grasp something profound, suddenly straightening up and turning his head to behold the somewhat dazed figures of Logan and Frank at the street corner. "That lunatic is looking this way," Frank murmured. "Are we really going to approach him? He reminds me of a guy named Wilson." Logan, shading his face with his hand, replied with a hint of exasperation. "I despise these madmen." After locking eyes for a brief moment, Li Jie broke into a grin, adopting a throwing stance and hurling the 2 axes he held towards the 2 men. Chapter 113. Hello, I'm a priest. To be frank, I believe this matter cannot solely be attributed to me. Li Jie spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, his expression one of resignation. "What were you 2 sneaking around for at the street corner? I thought there were monsters hiding there." At the street corner, the 2 throwing axes hurled by Li Jie embedded themselves deeply into the wall in a manner that defied the laws of physics, leaving only their handles exposed. "Are you a priest?" Frank scrutinized Li Jie, whose display of combat prowess had been rather formidable. "Absolutely," Li Jie replied, shaking the large gold chain around his neck, before retrieving a golden eagle from his coat. "Times have changed. Those monsters no longer heed the Bible. So it seems we priests must adopt different methods to reason with them. You 2 don't appear to be infected. Would you care to rest at my place for a while?" A benevolent smile graced Li Jie's face. "I have ample food and clean water, and the room is quite spacious. Do you have any medicine?" Logan inquired suddenly. "I forgot to mention, I used to moonlight as a black market doctor," Li Jie remarked, glancing at the wooden stick Frank was leaning on. "Gunshot wounds, stab wounds, or fractures. These are all child's play for me." Adjusting his sunglasses perched on his nose, Li Jie suddenly broke into a grin. "You 2 are truly fortunate to have encountered such a capable and nurturing ally as myself." The 2 exchanged glances, and without much deliberation, Logan nodded. "All right, we shall intrude." Logan did not question the presence of any malevolence. His instincts assured him that this priest was trustworthy. As for Frank, he had faith in Logan's judgment. Given the priest's demonstrated combat skills, he could hardly be a mere supplier. The 2 limped behind Li Jie, and as they passed the myriad of monster carcasses, Frank abruptly asked, "Aren't you going to deal with these bodies?" "That's a task reserved for you 2. Li Jie replied without turning back. "Consider it my surgical fee." This priest certainly had a unique personality. The interior of the church appeared quite tidy, devoid of bloodstains or any visible signs of damage. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a sacred glow upon Li Jie as he walked ahead. Unfortunately, neither Frank nor Logan were believers. However, Logan, known as Wolverine, had once sought solace in a Shaolin temple in China, hoping to purge himself of his inner turmoil. The church had long been devoid of worshippers seeking prayer or confession, which was hardly surprising. The outside world was overrun with the undead, leaving the living either devoured or fled. Holding a plate of cream cake, Li Jie elegantly cut a piece with his fork and savored it. The television here has no signal, so I have resorted to watching programs from alternate universes, though their variety shows are quite dreadful. Where did you get that cake? Logan asked, bewildered, staring at the cream cake in Li Jie's hand. Had he just imagined it? Or did the priest conjure a plate of cake from behind himself? That is of little consequence. An exceptional magician never reveals the secrets behind their tricks, Li Jie said, pushing the cake forward. Would you care to try some? As Li Jie spoke, remnants of cream lingered at the corners of his mouth. Frank shook his head slightly, expressing gratitude for the gesture, but stating that he had no appetite at the moment. Logan was more forthright, declaring his aversion to sweets. 5 minutes later, the cake plate was licked cleaner than a dog could manage, as the trio conversed and introduced themselves, thereby fostering a closer bond between them. In Chinese culture, it is customary to discuss business over drinks, allowing individuals to relax and quickly establish trust. Li Jie retrieved a case of beer from behind his waist, followed by an assortment of snacks elegantly arranged on plates. The two seated across from him instinctively glanced towards Li Jie's backside, bemused by the origin of his bounty. Father, you may be the sole survivor in this vicinity, Frank remarked, welcoming the beer. Although your combat prowess is commendable, your supplies will inevitably dwindle. And remaining here leads only to a dead end. Those monsters are endless, particularly the zombies, and we can't even locate their lair. The world is now infested with those undead creatures. It's the same wherever one goes. Li Jie popped a peanut into his mouth. I hail from a survivor base in the Arctic, home to several hundred individuals. Logan chewed on some pig-s head meat. The base is managed by Mr. Fantastic Reed and Ant-Man Hank Pym. You've surely heard of them, as they were renowned scientists before the world fell apart. God does not believe in science. Li Jie shrugged. Compared to those two, I'm far more familiar with you, Wolverine and the Punisher, correct? Your fame is quite high back in my homeland, to the extent that they even made personal films about you. And the glory of the Lord protects this church. Those monsters dare not approach me, he continued. Indeed, you've slain them all. Now the church entrance is piled high with corpses, attracting flies. Logan suddenly paused in his drinking, as a realization dawned upon him. He instinctively glanced at his right hand, which held the beer. When had his little finger returned? After a moment's contemplation, Logan rose from the ground, approached Frank from behind, and, as if pulling a radish from the earth, hoisted him upward. What are you doing, Logan? Frank questioned, taken aback. He then stomped his foot forcefully, only to discover that his previously fractured left leg had miraculously healed. Incredible. How did you manage that? Logan asked Li Jie, incredulity etched in his voice. A mysterious power from the east, Li Jie replied with a faint smile. In China, we refer to this healing method as talk therapy. I still believe you possess some extraordinary healing ability, Frank speculated, suspecting that Li Jie had a gift for rapid recovery. However, recognizing that everyone harbored their own secrets, he felt no need to pry further. So, Father, will you choose to depart with us? Logan extended an invitation to Li Jie, adding that if he declined, he would enlist Frank as help in clearing the corpses at the church entrance. Now is not the time to discuss this matter. An unexpected visitor has graced the church. Li Jie lifted his gaze to the ceiling, where countless black, viscous tendrils emerged from the darkness. Chapter 114, I come to negotiate. The black tendrils on the ceiling writhed like boiling water, evoking a sense of revulsion and familiarity in Logan, reminiscent of an old acquaintance, Venom. Damn it all, first the Hulk, and now Venom. Logan unsheathed his adamantium claws, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Jie. While the priest might be able to unleash havoc among the ordinary zombies and ogres, Venom was not a foe to be vanquished through sheer brute force. Father, you should take cover. All right. Li Jie retrieved 2 golden desert eagles from his pocket and handed them to the Punisher, Frank, giving him an encouraging thumbs up. You've got this, kid. I believe in you. By age, Frank indeed appeared as a child in Li Jie's eyes. Taking the 2 desert eagles, Frank furrowed his brow. A firearms expert, he immediately noticed something peculiar about the weapons. The gun frames felt overly plastic, appearing ostentatious rather than practical, and the magazines were rather heavy and difficult to remove. These are enchanted weapons. The one in your left hand fires holy water, while the one in your right shoots magical water bullets. Aren't these just realistic water guns? Frank suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and ultimately stowed the 2 Desert Eagles away. After all, what if this unreliable priest spoke the truth? Meanwhile, Logan had already engaged in a fierce struggle with the manifested venom. Each strike from Wolverine left symmetrical holes in the ogre's body, yet the effect was minimal. Often, as soon as Logan retracted his claws, the wounds would regenerate. Logan, you cannot kill Venom, but Venom can kill you. After the host was infected with the ogre virus, Venom realized he was no longer accepted by other hosts. Conversely, Venom gained absolute control over the host's body, becoming more powerful than ever before. Frank, hurry and help. Logan was expending considerable effort dealing with the ogre venom alone. Frank secured the 2 Desert Eagles that Li Jie had given him, drawing his own Desert Eagle from his waist and continuously squeezing the trigger at the ogre venom. The bullets shattered Venom's head, only for it to regenerate in the next instant. Frank was unconcerned about harming Logan. After all, he was a marksman, and even if he missed, it did not matter. Logan had his healing factor. Useless, useless, useless. Venom bellowed triumphantly, showing no inclination to evade Frank's assault. His arms transformed into massive black battle axes, and he became a veritable berserker, wielding the axes with ferocity. Even against 2 opponents, he seemed to gain the upper hand momentarily. Haha, Frank and Logan. The voice of the ogre's venom resonated with an electronic quality. You were indeed right. You have all gathered here, surely guided by the divine faith. Your tone mirrors that of Deadpool's lunacy. Frank drew a dagger from his pocket, aiming it at the ogre's venomous head, and hurled it forth. The blade embedded itself deep within the ogre's eye socket, only to be devoured by the symbiote that enveloped its surface. You insignificant wretch. Do you truly believe a mere dagger could harm me? The ogre's voice boasted with arrogance. Let me inform you, I single-handedly annihilated an entire Special Forces unit. The symbiote on its arm writhed, expelling Frank's dagger, and the ogre flaunted it like a new toy in front of Frank. Fool! Frank scoffed with disdain as the dagger in the ogre's grasp emitted a rapid beeping sound before erupting in a violent explosion. Am I dead? Logan swung his adamantium claws toward the screaming ogre, unleashing a frenzied assault that tore the symbiote from its chest into a cloud of debris. Everyone stand back. Li Jie suddenly shouted, retrieving an oddly shaped handgun from behind him, aiming it at the ogre, and pulling the trigger. A piercing sound wave erupted from the peculiar firearm, engulfing the ogre in a torrent of dread. In an instant, the black symbiote was stripped away like with shavings, and sensing imminent death, the ogre raised its hands, shouting, Wait, wait, wait. It was he who sent me to inform you. Due to the nature of the ogre virus, once the venom is forcibly detached from its host, it loses its vitality. In other words, this creature was done for. Logan remarked that he was quite proficient in delivering the finishing blow. The ogre had no chance of rising again. By the way, did it have something to say before its demise? Frank muttered to himself in frustration. Why didn't you use the holy desert eagle I gave you? Li Jie asked, somewhat dissatisfied with Frank. Frank was at a loss for how to respond. You young people are so resistant to embracing new experiences. Li Jie produced another identical golden desert eagle from behind him. Fortunately, I have a spare. Let me show you. Aiming at the ogre's lifeless body, Li Jie pulled the trigger, unleashing a slender stream of yellow liquid that, upon contact with the corpse, began to corrode it like sulfuric acid, rising in a cloud of white mist. Frank was utterly astonished. Father, do you have aqua regia in there? It's holy water. Chapter 115. Uncle Wolf, please have a seat. Li Jie beckoned to Frank with a finger, and the latter understood immediately, retrieving the 2 golden desert eagles previously entrusted to him and handing them over. Upon retrieving the desert eagle, Li Jie drew one of the pistols and casually pulled the trigger towards the adjacent wall. A dazzling blue flash emanated from the muzzle of the golden desert eagle, followed by a blue magical bullet that instantaneously struck the wall, obliterating a considerable section of it. Frank's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Li Jie had not deceived him. These 2 devices were far from mere water guns. I am but a servant of the Lord, and at my age, why would I mislead a junior? Li Jie remarked as he handed the 2 golden desert eagles back to Frank, who felt a surge of joy and eagerly raised his hands to receive them. In terms of aesthetic appeal and destructive power, these golden desert eagles far surpassed his own pulse gun. The destructive capability of these two is indeed superior to your little firearm. Your judgment is commendable, Frank acknowledged with admiration. However, much to Frank's dismay, Ligier returned the two golden desert eagles to his fourth-dimensional space, stating, "I shall reclaim these for now. It appears you are not yet prepared to wield them." Frank was taken aback. Had he inadvertently revealed his thoughts? "No, you have not. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and I merely glimpsed what lay within your heart," Ligier responded earnestly. "Father, are you a mutant with telepathic abilities?" Logan interjected, recalling that both the professor and Jean Grey possess such powers, capable of performing seemingly miraculous feats, such as mind-reading. Ligier shook his head. "No, I'm not like the professor. I do not possess the ability to read minds, nor am I a mutant." "All right, as you say," Logan conceded. "You have witnessed it. Father," he continued, gesturing with his claws towards the mutilated body of Venom, now purified by holy water. "These creatures spare no living soul they encounter, and their numbers are virtually infinite and tireless. Indeed, your prowess is formidable, Father, yet even the mightiest can become complacent," Frank cautioned. "The ammunition consumption of that machine gun outside is undeniably staggering. Otherwise, you would not have opted for close combat with those monsters. If it isn't too much trouble, perhaps you should accompany us." Frank's tone was sincere. When their hunger becomes unbearable, they will stop at nothing to attack you, especially those transformed into monsters by their powers. "Of course, I can depart with you," Ligier replied, shaking the large golden chain around his neck. "As the Lord's messenger, I must spread his glory and teachings, bringing love and peace to this world. May I be so bold as to inquire about your faith?" Frank suddenly asked. "The Holy Fire Meow Meow cult," Ligier declared. "What on earth is the Holy Fire Meow Meow cult?" Frank inquired, bewildered, upon hearing the term Sacred Fire Meow Meow cult uttered by Ligier. Logan's brow furrowed with sudden intensity. As a wild wolf, he inherently loathed any creatures associated with felines, save for the elusive Phantom Cat, his apprentice. Frank exchanged a furtive glance with Logan. Both were convinced that Ligier was undoubtedly a false priest, yet that was of little consequence. "Priest, do you have anything you need to tidy up?" Logan inquired, immediately regretting the words, as they seemed rather pointless. Instinctively, he cast a glance at Ligier's posterior. As this foe priest appeared capable of retrieving whatever he needed directly from behind him, seemingly unencumbered by the need for luggage. "Of course not. Let's set forth," Ligier replied, his reasoning for accompanying the duo quite straightforward. They were the protagonists of this bizarre realm, and following them promised a journey rife with peril. Logan, the Wolverine, was immune to the threats of this world. His healing factor rendered him impervious to the zombie virus and ogre infection, merely delaying the recovery of his wounds. As for Frank Castle, the Punisher, how could an ordinary man devoid of any protagonist aura thrive amidst a world teeming with zombies and ogres? At that moment, a chorus of groans emanated from the depths of the church, as countless terrifying shadows crawled across the ceiling, with pale, decaying arms reaching out towards the three living souls within. "Run," Frank urged, covering their retreat with a few casual gunshots before tossing the last of his grenades into the horde of approaching zombies. Boom! Once free, the trio exited the church, their next destination being Frank's safe house, where he needed to replenish his arsenal. "By the way, priest, have you always been alone?" Logan asked. "Indeed," Ligier replied, shaking the black leather Bible in his hand. "However, I am not lonely. Within this Bible lie a dozen seeds to alleviate my troubles. Do not misconstrue me. The seeds I refer to are the whimsical videos and images of cats." As they passed through a park, Frank abruptly halted, his gaze drawn to a large hole in the ground nearby. "What is it?" Logan inquired, pinching a handful of dark red soil from the vicinity of the hole and bringing it to his nose. It was blood, yet reeked of predatory animals. "It's Deadpool," Frank observed, glancing at Logan. "That lunatic mercenary from Canada, much like yourself, has been pestering me. Over the years, I have slain him countless times. Yet he always manages to escape from the graves I bury him in." Frank stared at the gaping hole, declaring, "It appears I must once again eliminate that bastard." "Not quite," Logan reassured him, patting Frank's shoulder. "If that chatterbox is still bothering you, leave him to me. I've longed to put him down." "Roar, roar. Gentlemen, look at what I have found." Ligier, exhilarated, lifted an electric bicycle from the ground as if he had stumbled upon a precious treasure. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the words inscribed on the battery. "Father, that thing has long run out of power," Logan remarked. Undeterred, Li Jie gave the battery a vigorous kick. And to everyone's astonishment, the entire bicycle sprang back to life. "Have you heard of the repair methods of the fighting nation?" he exclaimed. "With this little electric steed, we can save ourselves quite a bit of walking." He mounted the bike for a trial, but space was insufficient. One of them would have to sit in the front basket. Frank, towering at 186 centimeters, and Logan, the Wolverine of this universe, standing at a mere 160 centimeters, exchanged heated glances with Li Jie. To escape the intensity of their stares, Logan averted his gaze, opting for a blissful ignorance. "Logan, you must consider the entire team," Frank implored earnestly. "Logan, Frank is right," Li Jie chimed in supportively. Logan remained silent, merely unsheathing his claws to convey his stance through action. Ultimately, Frank took the driver's seat, while Logan settled behind him. Under the relentless pressure from Logan, Li Jie reluctantly perched himself in the front basket, wearing a look of resigned disbelief. 3 minutes later, a green electric bicycle zipped through the park, carrying 3 burly men at an impressive speed. Chapter 116. A sudden incident as Li Jie slowly pushed open the iron gate outside the safe house. He could not help but praise Frank. "Your taste is quite commendable." The gate led to a corridor flanked by a multitude of wooden stakes, each topped with a severed head, most of which bore familiar faces. A cursory glance revealed that the heads were predominantly those of ogres, with no zombies in sight. It made sense. Those creatures were perilous. And even though Frank was immune to the virus, a single bite could potentially turn him. "Is that Magneto's head?" Logan's voice carried a hint of astonishment. "Frank, how did you manage to take down that old man?" The creatures were not united, and it appeared the virus had diminished their intelligence, leaving them fixated solely on territory and cannibalism. Frank did not regard the defeat of Magneto as a matter of pride. "When I discovered Magneto, he was engaged in battle with Electro. I dispatched them both with a single armor-piercing round." His tone was light, suggesting that such feats were merely routine, devoid of any significant merit. Navigating through this macabre display of heads, the trio entered Frank's safe house. The modest dwelling boasted little in the way of furnishings, just a wooden bed, a table, and a few chairs. On the wall near the head of the bed hung several photographs of varying sizes, while opposite the bed, an entire wall was adorned with an array of long and short firearms, the only seemingly disordered aspect of the otherwise sparse room. In the corner of the room lay a pile of boxes, filled with an assortment of compressed biscuits and energy bars, along with cases of purified water. This constituted Frank's daily sustenance. It seemed that you were living quite comfortably in your ordinary life. Logan, however, displayed no sign of restraint, as if he had returned to his own abode. "Before the apocalypse descended, I had several safe houses in New York City." Frank approached a rack adorned with weapons to replenish his supplies, compressed biscuits, and clean drinking water. Little did he expect that these provisions would prove unexpectedly useful. Li Jie surveyed the safe house, and with his enhanced vision, he discovered a small secret concealed beneath the bed. It appeared that even a hardened man like the Punisher, with his formidable physique, required some form of solace in this desolate world. Logan, recalling the venomous creature encountered in the church, suddenly spoke up, expressing a sense that it had a message for us, as if someone had sent it to relay a word on their behalf. A normal person would never entrust a man-eating monster with such a task. Frank, however, brushed off the notion, asserting that regardless of what those creatures wished to convey, our ultimate objective remained singular: to eradicate all those monsters. With a rifle loaded, Frank tested its feel with a couple of gestures, affirming the resolve to annihilate the creatures. "I concur," Logan grinned, finding common ground with Frank on this matter. "By the way, do you possess any radio equipment or communication devices?" Logan inquired of Frank. "I've lost contact with Reed and the others for quite some time. I must assure them of our safety." Despite Logan's past life revolving around murder and prying into corners for laser-eyed threats, he was indeed well-versed in numerous useful skills, such as proficiency in multiple languages, radio communication, and piloting fighter jets. After all, having lived for so long, one inevitably seeks to occupy their time with learning. "I regret to disappoint you, but I do not have such devices," Frank replied almost instantly. Suddenly, a clattering noise disrupted their conversation. "What does that sound?" Frank furrowed his brow. perplexed by the unexpected clamor of metal striking metal within the safe house. They turned to find Li Jie crouching on the floor, seemingly wielding a claw hammer, rhythmically hammering away at something. Frank raised an eyebrow, deducing that the faux priest was likely attempting to fix the broken television. "What are you doing, father?" Frank inquired. It's done," Li Jie declared, tossing the hammer aside and brushing off the dust as he rose to his feet. "Logan, come over and give it a try." "Did you call for me?" Logan approached with curiosity. "A radio?" "Frank, didn't you say you had none of that here? Don't look at me." "It was the father's doing," Frank replied, gesturing to the hammer discarded on the ground. "The father managed to turn the broken television into a radio with that hammer. I can't fathom the mechanics behind it." Frank gazed at Li Jie with an expression akin to reverence, as if beholding a deity. True to his calling as a priest, he effortlessly accomplished feats that eluded the grasp of science. As Logan lifted the wireless device from the ground, he discovered it was devoid of any wires. What could possibly be its power source? A battery, perhaps? With a spirit of experimentation, he adjusted the settings and listened to the static emanating from the headphones. Logan mused that this contraption ought not to be called a wireless radio. It was essentially a colossal receiver. After all, how could a television produce a professional-grade wireless device when its components were not even of the same specifications? "Hello. Can you hear me clearly?" "This is Reed Richards," came the voice of Mr. Fantastic through the headphones. "Logan, is it you?" Yes, it's me," Logan replied, turning to look at Li Jie behind him. In that moment, he shared with Frank an expression that mirrored divine awe. "Reed, your voice sounds strange," Logan remarked. "Indeed, Logan. I have unfortunate news to convey," Mr. Fantastic replied with a faint smile of resignation. "The experiment was a complete failure. Susan has escaped with the cannibals from their prison, and now the entire survivor base has become their banquet." "What?" Logan exclaimed. "Reed, hold on. I'm coming back to rescue you." "No need for that. This is all my fault. I deserve it." Reed's voice was heavy with acceptance. "I hope to restore Susan to her human form, but I have failed, and now I've condemned the others in the base to share my fate. Logan, you must not return. If possible, head to China. Their survivor base remains intact." Without allowing Logan to respond, Mr. Fantastic severed the communication. "Express your condolences," Frank said, approaching and offering a comforting pat on Logan's shoulder. Hey, Frank, Logan, are you home? Could you let me in? Or come out to play with me?" A voice filled with provocation and mischief suddenly echoed from outside the safe house. Frank, without hesitation, recognized the intruder. 99.9% of humanity produces little sound after transforming into cannibals or zombies, yet one individual stood apart. Silencing them would require sewing their mouth shut with wire. While Frank remained still, Logan sprang into action, driven by a surge of frustration that compelled him to tear something apart, perhaps to slice Deadpool into 6 even pieces. "Logan, my idol, it's incredibly difficult to see you. It's more challenging than obtaining Justin Bieber's underwear." The cannibalistic Deadpool perched on a small hillock outside the safe house. "You 3 burly men are crammed into a tiny wooden house. I suppose I am the big bad wolf in this story, ready to huff and puff and blow your little abode down." Logan unsheathed his claws, advancing step by step toward the cannibalistic Deadpool. Wait, this is my last uniform. Look, I can barely find a needle and thread." The ogre Deadpool retrieved a pair of white undergarments from his possession, raising them triumphantly above his head. "Logan, behold my white flag. I have come here today for a serious matter. I have no interest in your nonsense." Logan, uninterested in engaging in idle chatter with Deadpool, swiftly plunged a claw into his heart. The ensuing scene was overwhelmingly gruesome. Let us hastily skip over that. Chapter 117. The Imperial Army has a message for you. Wait, Logan. The ogre Deadpool vigorously waved the white undergarments in his hand. "You struck my appendix. Have you not heard the age-old proverb that one does not slay the messenger in times of conflict? I do not wish to indulge your prattle." After venting his fury, Logan felt a measure of relief. It was evident that he was not inclined to engage in further dialogue with Deadpool. Hold on. The ogre Deadpool continued to struggle in desperation. "I'll give you 2 words. Logan pressed his right fist against Deadpool's chin. "Fine, 2 words it is." Deadpool smacked his lips. "I sense you harbor a touch of disdain for me." The adamantium claws extended slowly, piercing the skin, causing Deadpool to shudder and exclaim, "And survivors. Therefore, I find his words rather dubious." Frank toyed with the dagger in his hand, asserting that if there were indeed survivors, these monsters would have no reason to spare them, especially the zombies, who would consume every living soul. By the way, my arm is rather sore. Would you consider this abuse? Pinned to the wooden plank, Deadpool continued his incessant chatter. Perhaps this is a matter of some religious significance? A modicum of pain can enhance pleasure, my friends. You two certainly engage in some extravagant amusements. The healing factor is indeed suitable for such thrilling endeavors. I possess even more dreadful instruments of torture. Would you care to try? Frank playfully tapped Deadpool's face with a dagger. Come now, Frank, after our long acquaintance. Do you really think those trinkets could match the thrill of dismemberment? The killing machine Deadpool chuckled. I've mentioned survivors, but those individuals have fallen into the hands of those decaying monsters who await a superhero. A confrontation between us is inevitable, which is why I was sent to seek you out. Venom is a glutton. He has long desired to eliminate him. You are fortunate to have Venom as a token of allegiance. Who is this you speak of? Logan inquired suddenly. Patient Zero, Frank replied, embedding the dagger beside Deadpool's head. Is Spider-Man. I could have easily taken him out, but that fellow continues to thrive. Logan nadie, expressing no surprise. In this world, there are many heroes mightier and stronger than Spider-Man. However, from the Fantastic Four to the Hulk, from the X-Men to various villains, Spider-Man has crossed paths with them all. Yet no one has ever succeeded in dispatching this arachnid. He will always find a way to triumph, always. They all say that you two are assassins. Your methods starkly contrasting with the archetype of superheroes in the eyes of the world. Which superhero would casually resort to murder? The cannibalistic Deadpool mumbled. You are indeed killers, yet simultaneously heroes. You wouldn't allow the survivors to become mere morsels for the undead, would you? Frankly, I'm much like you both. The three of us could form a team, perhaps named the Deadpool Brigade. I even have a classic red and black Deadpool costume prepared for each of you, one that even the Cosmic Elders would find irresistible. Without further ado, Frank drew his Desert Eagle, pressing it against the forehead of Cannibal Deadpool. Wow, you two are truly volatile. Cannibal Deadpool quickly altered his tone. He, like you, shares a camaraderie with you both. I'm not the only one who has arrived tonight. He is also here, and we are all ensnared in the web he has woven. He wishes to speak with you. If we are to converse, there is no need for secrecy. Logan snorted in disdain. Ostage tactique, surprise. Frank and Logan exchanged glances for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. I think I need to prepare a larger coffin. Chapter 118. The history of Zero, he was merely a tender, juicy priest, an old man with a wrinkled visage. Frank and Logan's light-hearted banter left Deadpool bewildered. You seem utterly unfazed? No, their reactions were entirely out of sync. The wrinkled priest you mentioned once single-handedly dispatched hundreds of zombies and cannibals. Frank shrugged, recalling the scene at the church entrance, a veritable hell on earth. Wow, Cannibal Deadpool exclaimed in an exaggerated manner. Your serious demeanor hardly suggests you are jesting. Very well. It seems that priest may be just a tad more formidable than I. Bang. Frank shot Cannibal Deadpool in the head, sending him into a resurrection countdown. Speaking of which, it feels rather quiet in the safe house. Should we check on it? What if the priest truly cannot handle the situation? Logan remained silent, turning to reveal his adamantium claws. You are my little apple. No matter how much I love you, it is never too much. Grabbing the radio from the table, Li Jie picked up a hammer and began to clang away. As he swung the hammer, within moments, the radio was reduced to a fresh batch of Oreo cookies. Quite tasty. Picking up the plate filled with cookies, Li Jie exited the safe house, just in time to see Logan and Frank approaching. Would you two care for some cookies? Frank brandished his submachine gun, while Logan displayed his claws, both wearing expressions of utmost seriousness. Father, watch your back, Frank cautioned. It's just a spider. What are you so frightened of? Li Jie turned, only to lock eyes with the imposing figure looming in the darkness. Hello, Father. The ogre Spider-Man grinned. May I have a cookie? Of course, I also have milk. Li Jie produced a glass cup, perfectly sized for the ogre Spider-Man's palm. From behind him, consuming Oreos, these delightful cream-filled biscuits must be a ritualistic affair, don't you think? Thank you, Father. The ogre Spider-Man delicately pinched the minuscule cookie with its claw and dipped it into the milk before tossing it into its mouth. It has been ages since I savored normal food. As far as I know, your diet should consist solely of meat. That was in the past. The ogre Spider-Man tossed another cookie into its mouth, its voice resonant enough for the two others to hear clearly. During a battle, I was bitten by a zombie. The zombie virus caused me to mutate. I grew stronger and regained more of my sanity. I'm no longer a beast. Nor do I need to feast on human flesh to satiate my hunger. The ogre Spider-Man dropped this bombshell. Nonsense. Frank scoffed, utterly skeptical of the ogre Spider-Man's claims. And Logan beside him shared the same sentiment. To Frank, the only reason an ogre would choose not to consume humans is if all the living souls in this world have been devoured. I cannot compel you to believe my words, but they are indeed true. The ogre Spider-Man drained the milk from the cup. Not only me, but my subordinates who were bitten by zombies have also undergone similar mutations, which is why our camp harbors so many living survivors. We are protecting them. Protecting? Frank said disdainfully. What about the incident with Venom? Venom is a glutton, yet he is also one of my earliest companions. The ogre Spider-Man explained. The zombie virus is nearly ineffective against Venom. The concept of satisfaction does not exist in his lexicon. I knew he would not convey my orders properly, so I had to enlist your help to eliminate him. You are truly righteous. Logan scoffed, though it was evident from his tone that he was not paying a compliment. Surely, Father knows that I am not lying, right? The ogre Spider-Man turned to Li Jie, striving to make his voice sound gentler. Indeed, Li Jie nodded, pulling out a cat paw cross and raising it high. I can feel your sincerity. Before the Lord, all lies shall be laid bare. Exactly. The ogre Spider-Man agreed, nodding. He pointed at Frank. You have been hunting me, yet here I stand, unguarded before you. I risk my life to negotiate with you. This is sincere enough. Rather than attempting to save those so-called survivors you speak of, you might as well stand still and let me blow your brains out. Frank aimed his gun at the ogre Spider-Man's forehead. If you cooperate with me, after rescuing those humans, I can grant you the opportunity to kill me. The ogre Spider-Man locked eyes with Frank, stating that if this was the reward he sought, then so be it. Frank remained silent, and after a moment, he finally spoke, expressing surprise at the mercy displayed. If you truly wish to confront me, you would have already drawn your weapon, he remarked. The ogre Spider-Man grinned, suggesting that deep down, Frank was also inclined to converse. Pray tell, what brings you here for negotiations? Logan interjected, pointing his steel claws at the ogre Spider-Man. While the priest may believe your words, you must divulge information unknown to us to earn our trust. Very well, if intelligence is what you seek, I can provide you with some, the ogre Spider-Man pondered, seemingly deliberating on where to commence. Let us start from the moment you escaped from Baxter Tower, Li Jie suggested, patting the ogre Spider-Man's robust arm. The ogre Spider-Man nodded. Since the outbreak of the virus, my daily existence has revolved around two pursuits, sustenance and combat. He gestured, indicating the scarcity of food. No one was willing to share. Thus, he quickly realized that solitary endeavors would not suffice, and he could no longer remain a lone wolf. I was the first monster to conceive of such a notion, and so I swiftly assembled a team of my own. His voice carried a hint of pride as he continued. Other monsters began to emulate me, yet they lacked our unity. Teams would form and dissolve, perpetually disbanding and reassembling, with war never ceasing and peace forever elusive. Until that day, when a colossal purple carcass crashed into the heart of Manhattan, and the undead monstrosities emerged from it like fleas. A tremor of fear tinged his voice. Compared to us, those beings are the true monstrosities. They consumed every living soul they encountered, ravenously devouring all before them. Perhaps due to our unpalatable flavor, they did not consider us their prey. Yet they would still choose to eradicate us, as we were competitors. Thus, in the pursuit of survival, we ceased our internal strife and turned our weapons outward. During our skirmishes with the undead, I discovered that the zombie virus could restore our consciousness, allowing us to persevere until now. He pointed to his temple, indicating that it was here, reliant on our intellect. Manhattan is my territory, yet those zombies infiltrated my camp while I was away fighting, killing several of my comrades. They abducted my companions from me. Frankly, if those zombies are involved, there is no need for collaboration, Logan declared. Your so-called companions have likely become nothing more than putrid flesh within those zombies' bellies. No, the situation is not as straightforward as you presume. The ogre Spider-Man elucidated. The zombies you have encountered are mere minions, while I have faced their lords. He gestured towards Frank and then Logan, stating, these lords possess the capacity for thought, making them formidable adversaries. The offerings are their creation. Chapter 119. The agony of flesh and blood on another front, the ogre Deadpool, having been shot in the head by Frank, had resurrected and removed the dagger that had impaled his left hand. Beneath the bridge, a flock of ducks waddled by, quacking a tuneless nursery rhyme. The ogre Deadpool extracted the dagger from his leg, finally liberating himself. Hee, Wolverine and the Punisher. Uncle Deadpool has come play. Amidst the conflict between ogres and zombies. Despite the zombie virus having no effect on the ogres, the latter remained at a disadvantage. Notably, the ogre Spider-Man had lost at least 60% of Manhattan in his battles against the undead. Logan remained silent, as the first to encounter the zombies. He realized that his understanding of these monsters paled in comparison to what even an ogre might know. Among the zombified creatures, many familiar faces emerged. As the ogre Spider-Man recounted this, a note of confusion tinged his voice. I have seen the zombified Hulk, the zombified Punisher, and even the zombified Thor. Some of them were once my comrades, as if each had been split in two. One half turned into a zombie, the other into an ogre. Reed suggested that these zombies might originate from alternate parallel universes, from another Earth. Logan explained that perhaps on that other Earth, it was not the ogre virus that had erupted, but rather the zombie virus, which would account for the presence of recognizable faces among the undead. During the initial outbreak of the ogre virus, the entire Punisher team had sadly succumbed to the infection, forcing Logan to take the harrowing step of slaying them all. Are you implying that these zombies can traverse worlds? The ogre Spider-Man suddenly inquired. Indeed, without the aid of technology, there is one person capable of such feats. Logan replied with a furrowed brow. Her name is the Secret Keeper. Yet if that is the case, then the strength of these zombies surpasses our worst fears, Logan continued, raising 3 fingers. The Fantastic Four, the Punisher along with the Avengers, not to mention the 50-state initiative, the Godspear, the Superhuman Task Force, and the CIA's 13 divisions, among many others. All superheroes and supervillains have been converted into zombies. We cannot contend with them alone. The resilience of human life is remarkable. There are many survivors like the priest who have merely hidden away. The ogre Spider-Man grabbed a handful of cookies from a plate and tossed them into his mouth. I know where they're all hiding. You're calculating quite shrewdly. You bastard, Frank remarked with a stern expression. We help you rescue them, eradicate those zombies, and then you and your cohorts hunt down the survivors, correct? I have already stated that we have regained our sanity and no longer require cannibalism. The ogre Spider-Man suddenly elevated his voice, tinged with barely concealed anger. Perhaps he spoke the truth. Frank Logan had no desire to abandon any potential survivors, having been engaged in this line of work for quite some time. After all, Logan might be the last surviving superhero in the entire United States, bearing the legacy of his fallen comrades. I find it difficult to agree, Logan. Frank unlatched his weapon and pulled back the slide. You are a creature of cannibalism, while I am human. On this aspect alone, there exists no necessity for discourse. I could eliminate it first and later ascertain the veracity of its claims. After absorbing such information, Frank prepared to dispose of the creature. Short-sighted, self-righteous fool. The ogre Spider-Man's words were a direct insult to Frank. Do you not comprehend human speech? First, you are not human. I have endured your drivel long enough. Frank cast a glance to the side, where a grotesque red figure crouched on the ground, inching closer to them. Secondly, inform your messenger that if it dares to take another step forward, I shall blow its head off. Oh no, you cannot be so violent, Mr. Frank. The ogre Deadpool raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Come on, buddy, did I not mention before, do not shoot the messenger? Are you certain? Logan eyed the ogre Deadpool. You did not utter such words when I was about to cleave you into 4 equal parts. Let me reiterate, do not shoot the messenger. Boom! A dazzling blue magical bullet obliterated the upper half of the ogre Deadpool. Li Jie casually blew on the barrel of his gun, finding the creature's incessant chatter quite irksome. The 2 individuals present, along with the ogre, all gave Li Jie a thumbs up. Only those who had experienced Deadpool firsthand could truly appreciate how bothersome he was. Actually, before becoming a priest, I was an exceptionally talented scientist. Li Jie had donned a pair of sunglasses at some point, declaring, a scientist who does not aspire to be a priest is not a good cook. If you catch my drift. What do you mean, priest? Frank exhibited considerable patience towards Li Jie, not due to a craving for his 2 golden desert eagles. I know how to resolve the catastrophe brought about by the virus. Li Jie spread his hands, wearing an expression of indifference. To put plainly, I know how to create a cure for the virus. Once we heal Spider-Man and restore him to humanity, Frank, you can place your trust in him, can you not? That jest is hardly amusing, Priest, Logan replied coldly. Reed and Pym were researching the cure for the virus until their last breath. They were, without doubt, the two most intelligent individuals on this planet. Yet even they failed. Li Jie waved his finger. Logan, there is an ancient saying in China. There are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. This world is far larger than you can possibly imagine. Frank stroked his chin thoughtfully. The words of the enigmatic priest possessed an inexplicable charm that compelled him to believe. Coupled with Li Jie's previous act of transforming the television into a radio, it seemed plausible that the priest might indeed have a solution. Perhaps the priest had even studied magic under the guidance of Dr. Strange, Logan remarked with a grin. I believe I am perfectly fine as I am and do not require any healing, declared the ogre Spider-Man, baring its teeth in protest, only to be met with a fierce glare from Li Jie. Li Jie retorted, You, foolish child, are a constant source of worry. Adopting a comically exaggerated expression reminiscent of a fly, he admonished, Behave yourself and squat properly for your uncle, or I shall send you to Yaxiang. The ogre Spider-Man fell silent, obediently squatting down. Li Jie's earlier expression suddenly reminded it of its late Uncle Ben. Frank and Logan exchanged looks of mild indifference. The Punisher, Frank, cast a glance at the submissive ogre Spider-Man, deciding to disregard it for the moment. Such cowardice would not inspire it to flee, even with 100 lives. Priest, what was that method you mentioned to resolve the virus? Isn't it written in the chapter title? Li Jie adjusted his sunglasses and spoke in a cryptic tone. Flesh and pain, mechanical ascension. Chapter 120, Mechanical Ascension. Flesh and pain, mechanical ascension, Frank repeated, pondering the priest's implication of mechanical transformation. That could be one way to interpret it. Li Jie raised a chestnut, explaining that both the zombie virus and the ogre virus primarily infected flesh and blood beings. By retaining consciousness and replacing the body with mechanical limbs or directly digitizing the soul and uploading it to a mechanical form, humanity could free itself from the shackles of the flesh, achieving true immortality. Indeed, this was a method that Reed and his team had yet to explore. Logan felt as though he had opened the door to a new world. How come no one thought of such a simple solution? At that point, there would be no need to fear zombies. If bitten, one could simply sever the limb and replace it with machinery. However, this method would likely only be effective for those who had not yet been infected or were just beginning to show signs. Frank aimed his gun at the obediently squatting ogre Spider-Man, noting that the effectiveness of mechanical transformation would be minimal for such a mutated creature. Let's not speak too definitively. After all, do we not have a ready source of prime material? Li Jie pointed at the regenerating Deadpool on the ground. The implication unmistakable. Indeed, since this fellow is practically immortal, Logan chuckled. Priest, what materials do you require? I shall procure them for you. Logan believed there was no need for him to undergo mechanical transformation, as both viruses had no effect on his self-healing factor, rendering any modification a mere waste of resources. Anything will suffice: scrap cars, household appliances, dusty snacks from supermarket shelves, or even toilet cleaner. I'm not picky. Grasping the collar of the ogre Deadpool, Li Jie dragged the lifeless body into the safe house. It was time for me to commence my work. I shall borrow your sanctuary, Frank. I have no objections, Father. Parker, you and the others venture out to gather supplies. Understood? All right. Speak louder. I can hardly hear you. Good, full of spirit. With a wave of his hand, Li Jie signaled the three to proceed in search of what was needed. Then, with a resounding thud, he closed the door of the safe house. Once the door was shut, a cacophony reminiscent of a chainsaw slicing through flesh filled the room, accompanied by the gurgling sound of some liquid spurting forth from within. The two, along with the ogre, stood in silence for a moment before departing the safe house to seek out the various items Li Jie required. Inside, Li Jie snapped his fingers, causing Deadpool's corpse to revive. Upon regaining consciousness, he realized he was once again nailed to the wall. Why do you lot have such peculiar tastes? Are you envious of my superior looks? The ogre Deadpool bellowed, his voice laced with discontent. Behold my magnificent biceps. Back in my mercenary days, I would take on 10 opponents each night. Why do you assume I am a submissive? Is there no law? No justice? Gavin Hood was indeed correct. His suggestion to sew your mouth shut was nothing short of genius. Li Jie retrieved a diesel chainsaw from behind him, the engine roaring to life with a thunderous growl. With a maniacal grin, he spoke in a teasing tone, Fear not, I shall be exceedingly gentle. However, Li Jie soon realized his concerns were unfounded, for for the expression on the ogre Deadpool's face was even more deranged than his own. "Father," Weevee returned with the supplies. "Should we leave them at the door?" Frank's voice suddenly echoed from outside. "Just bring them in. I'm nearly done here," Li Jie replied loudly. Spider-Man pushed the door open, followed closely by Frank and Logan. Contrary to the anticipated scene of blood and gore, a scent of gasoline wafted through the air. Let's extend a warm welcome to the arrival of Cyberpunk Deadpool. With a grand sweep of his hand, Li Jie introduced a towering mech Deadpool, clad in a striking red and black armor, striking poses like a bodybuilder, akin to a child reveling in a newfound toy. "Doctor, I feel as though I've been reborn. My body is nearly perfect. What kind of prosthetic do you desire? Could you possibly affix an oversized screw in place of Your request poses quite the challenge," Li Jie replied, a look of consternation crossing his face. He then produced a 2-centimeter diameter screw. "Materials are scarce here. Perhaps you can make do with this for now?" "Perhaps not," the mechanical Deadpool retorted, his enthusiasm waning momentarily before a new thought struck him. "Oh right, Doctor. If you lack an oversized screw, a snug nut will suffice. This is quite acceptable. Allow me to insert a silicone prosthetic with an opening as well. I find your actions somewhat superfluous." As a look of incredulity graces the visage of the mechanical Deadpool. In response to his request, his face is replaced with an electronic display screen, capable of scrolling various yellow emoticons. Has it succeeded? Frank gazes at the mechanical Deadpool with a hint of surprise. I have been reborn." The mechanical Deadpool flexes his steel biceps, his entire body composed of nanomaterials, capable of self-regeneration over time, even if shattered or melted, surpassing the efficacy of his original healing factor by 1,000-fold. Truly remarkable. Logan, nearby, appears astonished. The doctor stated it. "I believe there is no reason for him to deceive me." The mechanical Deadpool gestures toward Li Jie and confidently challenges Logan. "Come on, Logan. Let's step outside for a duel. I intend to make you kneel and call me Daddy." "Very well." With claws extending from his hands, Logan, bearing a fierce expression, follows the mechanical Deadpool out of the safe house, both preparing to seek a more open arena for their confrontation. "I shall not intrude, Father." Frank intends to observe the clash between Logan and the mechanical Deadpool, eager to ascertain how much Li Jie's so-called mechanical ascension enhances combat prowess. "Come here." The Goblin Spider-Man beckons with a finger, indicating for Li Jie to lie down. I still believe I need not undergo modification. I am quite satisfactory as I am." The Goblin Spider-Man's tone is laced with evident reluctance. "Do not throw a tantrum." Li Jie pats the wooden bed, acknowledging your fear that upon reverting to humanity, the weight of guilt will consume you, but that is inconsequential. Live well, protect those you wish to defend. Only then will you have the opportunity to become a hero once more. But what nonsense. Come here and lie down obediently. Oh, performing surgery on Spider-Man certainly cannot parallel that of Deadpool. At the very least, that appendage must remain intact, and the face must be preserved, especially since this universe still thrives and there lies a child of Spider-Man within. After all, it has been stated that goblins can reproduce normally. For Peter Parker's future happiness, Li Jie feels this aspect of modification must be given careful consideration. Alas, being an uncle is indeed a source of great concern. A nephew from a parallel universe is still a nephew. Outside the safe house, Logan has exchanged a few blows with the mechanical Deadpool. Judging by their reactions, it is evident that the mechanical Deadpool currently stands on equal footing with Logan. However, the mechanical Deadpool possesses a distinct advantage. He feels no pain. Logan's reckless, dogged approach of trading injuries proves ineffective against him. Yet, it is not entirely without effect. As evidenced by the flickering electric sparks on the mechanical Deadpool's chest, it seems he cannot endure for long. Lighting a cigarette, Frank silently observes the human-machine battle unfolding before him. From every angle, even in his unfamiliar mechanical form, the mechanical Deadpool has undeniably achieved a qualitative enhancement in combat capabilities. Moreover, in addition to its ability for self-regeneration, the material of the mechanical body is impervious to the scratches and bites of zombies. The outcome of the battle was predictable. The mechanical Deadpool ultimately met his demise when Logan stealthily severed his head with a swift strike. You lack martial ethics, resorting to a sneak attack. Even with just a head remaining, the mechanical Deadpool continued to engage in witty banter. Logan's claw found its way into the mouth, precisely damaging the external speaker within, resulting in a noticeable reduction of the cacophony. "How does it feel?" Frank inquired as he offered Logan a cigarette. This fellow seemed significantly improved compared to before. Logan exhaled smoke rings, though he still fell short in comparison to my own prowess. "Hello, gentlemen, I have concluded my task." Li Jie's voice suddenly echoed, instantly capturing the attention of Frank and Logan. Their gazes transcended Li Jie, fixated on the red and blue figure behind him. Compared to the previous, rather unwieldy physique, the mechanically altered Spider-Man had reverted to his former, more compact form, donning a completely new suit. It was as if he had awakened from a nightmarish reverie. The voice of the mechanical Spider-Man resonated with an ethereal quality as he removed his mask, revealing his youthful visage, reminiscent of his 18-year-old self. "Father, are you certain he is a robot now?" Frank approached the mechanical Spider-Man for inspection. "Haven't you ever seen Terminator? The series depicts robots that are incredibly sophisticated in their mimicry," Li Jie explained, pinching the elastic skin of the mechanical Spider-Man's face. "On the surface, he appears indistinguishable from a normal human. His unique digestive system and taste sensors throughout the oral cavity can simulate any flavor. Even his lower appendage is an upgraded version of the original model." "Doctor, you deceive me," protested the headless body of the mechanical Deadpool, running over while clutching his own head. "Why should I be the one with an armor body? I too desire realistic skin and, well, choose between a display screen and realistic appendage," Li Jie replied. The mechanical Deadpool pondered. "Doctor, you are taking advantage of my indecisiveness." "Damn it. Only children make choices. I want them all." "Truly remarkable," Frank remarked, gazing at the mechanical Spider-Man and Deadpool before him. The mechanical Spider-Man took his leave with Deadpool, as they needed to gather the remaining team members and collect various materials for further mechanical enhancements. This would significantly bolster their combat capabilities and survival rates in the upcoming battles against the zombies. Later that night, Frank sought out Li Jie, articulating his desire for mechanical augmentation. "Why choose this path?" Li Jie asked, somewhat astonished. "I am merely a killer, an ordinary human, father," Frank replied, his expression inscrutable. "Unlike those superheroes endowed with a myriad of superpowers, the only thing I can rely on is the gun in my hand." Li Jie harbored profound suspicions that the Punisher's design was inspired by the Governor from Terminator, with his imposing physique and blank visage. A mere change of hairstyle and a pair of sunglasses would render them nearly indistinguishable. The transformation of this world stemmed from my own negligence. Thus, I yearned to survive, to wield violence as a means to salvage this realm, while simultaneously atoning for the transgressions I have committed. Listening to the confessions of others is a priest's fundamental duty. Li Jie cradled a black leather-bound Bible, acknowledging the grim state of the world, which had descended into death and was morphing into hell itself. "You are no longer an assassin," he declared. "You are a hero, Frankie." 2 hours later, when the mechanical Spider-Man returned to the safe house, he was accompanied not only by the mechanical Deadpool, but also by 2 women and a man, each adorned with peculiar symbols drawn in marker upon their faces. The cannibal virus not only transformed its victims into flesh-eating monstrosities, but also amplified their primal violent emotions to an infinite degree. The markings on the faces of the 3 individuals behind the mechanical Spider-Man were a testament to their veneration of some violent totem. Awaiting their arrival was Frank, donning sunglasses reminiscent of the Governor. Upon witnessing Frank's completed transformation, the mechanical Deadpool knelt on the ground, a look of exasperation etched upon his face. The doctor had deceived him once more, being so miserly that he had not even provided a single screw, just a hefty chunk of iron. With a mere glance, the cannibal Black Widow lost interest in Frank, turning her attention to the mechanical Spider-Man. "Will I be transformed into something like this?" she inquired. According to the priest, he supported customization. The mechanical Spider-Man replied, "You may opt to retain certain parts, or replace a specific area with younger components. I hope the parts we have collected are sufficient to aid in your transformation." The process of modification unfolded swiftly, taking no more than 5 minutes for the 3 individuals combined. Li Jie wielded a horned hammer and delivered a single blow to the head, completing the task. "Wow, utterly miraculous." The mechanical Black Widow gazed at her youthful visage in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Nearby, the Longshot and Shatterstar were equally astonished to discover that their mutant abilities remained intact post-mechanical enhancement. Thus, it was time to commence the rescue operation. Chapter 122, Deadpool. That's my good brother. The encampment where zombies held survivors captive was situated in the heart of Central Park in Manhattan. They exhibited no intention of concealing themselves, boldly establishing their base within the park, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the cannibals. This encampment was ostensibly guarded by at least 3 Lord-level zombie heroes, tasked with the mission of slaying Spider-Man, severing his head, and displaying it as a trophy upon a wooden stake. Father, are you not joining us? Outside the safe house, a group prepared for their venture. Frank was busy stowing various firearms and ammunition within his being, inquiring of Li Jie, who stood nearby. I have other matters to attend to. Such a simple task as saving people is best left to you. Li Jie approached the mechanical Spider-Man, gently prodding his forehead with his right index finger. A flicker of blue electricity dancing at his fingertip. What are these? As the sudden influx of memories surged within his mind, the mechanical Spider-Man displayed an expression of profound confusion. I have transmitted to you a set of 5-year cyber simulations during your leisure moments. It would be beneficial for you to practice with a few sets of questions to familiarize yourself with the various considerations surrounding mechanical augmentations. Li Jie's voice resonated clearly, ensuring that everyone present could hear him distinctly. Furthermore, there are advanced manuals on cybernetic enhancements, realistic silicone materials, and neural connection systems. Keep up the good work. Uncle believes in you. Thank you. A sincere smile blossomed on the mechanical Spider-Man's face, as he contemplated that he might have discovered a means of atonement. Among those gathered, only the mechanical Spider-Man had genuinely attended university and earned a graduate degree, making the decision to entrust him with the technology of augmentation the wisest choice. Moreover, allow me to share a quiet word with you. Li Jie beckoned to the mechanical Spider-Man, speaking softly. Your body, akin to Deadpool's, is composed of self-repairing nanomaterials. Even if someone were to shoot you in the head, it would be inconsequential. Oh, the mechanical Spider-Man blinked, aware of this fact already. Why the need for such a cautious reminder? What I mean is, after saving people, try to act a bit more convincingly. Li Jie gently tapped the mechanical Spider-Man's head, suggesting that Frank and Logan would likely harbor some resentment towards him. It would be prudent to acknowledge this and seek their forgiveness. Understood? Understood. The mechanical Spider-Man nodded affirmatively. All right then, everyone. Do your best. I wish you all tremendous success. Li Jie turned and entered the safe house, shutting the door with a decisive thud. Will that priest be all right alone here? The mechanical Black Widow inquired with curiosity. Unless the earth were to explode, I doubt anything could pose a threat to the priestess' life. With his shotgun ready, Frank directed his gaze at the mechanical Spider-Man. You had better inform me that you have a plan. A plan? Of course I do. The mechanical Spider-Man replied with a confident smile. I know a shortcut that will allow us to bypass the guards at the park entrance. After the rescue team set off, Li Jie remained occupied in the safe house, painting an enormous teleportation array on the floor with red paint. Then, with a sense of ritual, he formed hand seals to activate this gateway to the infernal dimension. The searing flames of hell spread like lava, bubbling akin to boiling water. Amidst the encroaching magma, a door constructed from the bones of various creatures slowly ascended, exuding a scorching aura of destruction. It was indeed laborious, but that was precisely the atmosphere desired. Is this not far more impressive than a pink portal? With a wave of his hand, the bone-crafted door creaked open, revealing the sights of the infernal dimension before Li Jie. The infernal dimension. This is where the zombie stronghold resides. Is it not? Stepping into this realm, Li Jie took out his camera and snapped a couple of photos of hell. So, this Mephisto fellow simply fled. Could it be he is of lizard descent? In jest, Li Jie expressed his understanding of certain Lord of Hell. In the comfort of his home, enjoying a leisurely hot pot while singing, Li Jie was suddenly confronted by a horde of zombies descending from the heavens, ravenous and eager to feast upon any living soul. Among them were several that seemed more formidable than himself. If he did not flee, was he to await his demise? These hellish creatures, how could they possibly descend upon him? Gazing at the myriad of pale skeletal remains strewn about, he found himself at a loss for words. Oh, it seems we have guests. Raising his hands in a binocular gesture before his eyes, Li Jie noticed 5 small dark figures swiftly approaching his location. Carol, Sword Duel, Hyberlin, Lan Shi, and a sentinel. Ah, quite the gathering, as if the Marvel superheroes had come to patrol. Meanwhile, the rescue team, under the cover of night, commenced their mission. Led by the mechanical Spider-Man, They successfully navigated through a narrow path into the heart of Central Park, seeking refuge in a building not far from the zombie encampment. Look there, those are the survivors captured by the zombies. The mechanical long-range observer indicated towards a prison encircled by barbed wire, where only 18 remained. The mechanical Spider-Man soon spotted a glimmer of vibrant red hair within the prison and felt a sense of relief wash over him. Frank, it's your turn. The mechanical Spider-Man glanced at the Punisher beside him. I understand. Frank retrieved a large-caliber, silenced sniper rifle from his bag, setting up a vantage point on the balcony. His sights trained on the zombies guarding the prison entrance. For in total, he pulled the trigger 4 times in succession, each shot signaling the commencement of their rescue operation as the 4 bodies fell. Oh no, we've been deceived. Frank swiftly redirected his weapon, disregarding his startled teammates as he unleashed a barrage of fire into the darkness behind them. The zombies were craftier than he had anticipated. How foolish of him to assume otherwise, given how smoothly their journey had unfolded thus far. Ah! A dense shadow surged forth from the building's darkness, launching a seemingly suicidal assault on the rescue team. This was the zombies' method of combat, an overwhelming swarm, achieving victory through sheer numbers and relentless persistence. Of course, there was also the terrifying contagion, but that posed no threat to their rescue team. You are my treasure. What comes next in the song? Amidst the chaos, the mechanical Deadpool's demeanor starkly contrasted with that of his comrades. Grenades. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Frank produced several powerful grenades from his coat, hurling them directly into the throng of undead. Utilizing the cover of the ensuing explosions, the rescue team managed to break free, leaping from the balcony to swiftly reach the entrance of the prison. Hold on before rushing in to save them. Frank halted the mechanical Spider-Man. Until all these zombies are eradicated, it would be wiser for them to remain inside. You're right. Glancing at Mary Jane, who lay against the barbed wire, the mechanical Spider-Man offered her some comforting words before lowering his body, his gaze warily fixed ahead. Look over there, 3 leaders. A pathway automatically forms amidst the horde of zombies, revealing 3 imposing superhuman zombies: Steel Hercules, She-Hulk, and Beast Hank. Oh my heavens, whom do I behold? Exclaims the mechanical Deadpool, his hands framing his face in a theatrical gesture of shock. Pietro, my dear brother, I have missed your iron posterior immensely. Stop being foolish. He is not one of us, interjects Logan, standing beside the mechanical Deadpool. Pietro has long since perished, slain by my own hand. Oh, my apologies, Logan. I find it hard to do harm, replies Deadpool, adopting a delicate demeanor reminiscent of a tragic heroine. Pietro is my sworn brother from the X-Men. I cannot bring myself to hurt him. Logan, I can smell your essence. The zombie Steel Hercules expresses his interest in Logan peaked. Just let me have a single bite, just one. I've changed my mind, declares the mechanical Deadpool, drawing his metallic twin blades and charging toward the zombie Steel Hercules, shouting, "Prepare to die, you wretched fiend." Chapter 123. The Zombie Superman League amidst bubbling magma and the remnants of defeated bones. On a desolate path leading to the depths of hell, a priest clad in black, clutching a Bible, strides forth. Flesh. 5 figures descend from the heavens, resembling sharks drawn by the scent of blood, baring their teeth as they rush toward the priest in black. Why the haste? Really, no decorum whatsoever, mutters Lee Jia, donning sunglasses and transforming his black leather Bible into a blue feather duster. With a swift motion, he strikes the face of the combat sword wielder, sending him hurtling backward with a force that exceeds his approach. Here, experience the terror that emanates from the depths of my soul, Lee Jia declares, brandishing a feather duster in each hand, a peculiar smile gracing his face as he slowly approaches the zombies before him. What kind of weapon is that? Zombie Carol looks on in astonishment at the feather dusters in Lee Jia's hands, which, despite their seemingly frail appearance, possess the strength to launch the combat sword wielder away. The 5, combat sword wielder, Blue Beast, Hyperion, Sentinel, and Captain Marvel Carol, represent the superhuman essence of the Marvel Universe. Particularly the combat sword wielder, a guardian of the Shi'ar Empire, whose attire and color scheme closely mirror that of the neighboring Superman, albeit with a rather peculiar mohawk that betrays a common foot soldier's essence. Zombie Carol furrows her brow, retreating to the rear of the group as reason slightly overcomes her hunger. She senses that this black-clad priest is anything but ordinary. The zombie combat sword wielder, feeling humiliated, gazes at Li Jie, his eyes igniting with red heat vision, scorching the ground beneath him. Charging forward, Li Jie appears before the zombie combat sword wielder in the blink of an eye, raising his feather dusters high before thrusting them downward, piercing them directly into the zombie's eye sockets. Why choose such a hairstyle when others would suffice, but instead opting for the commoner's mohawk? Grasping the red cloak behind the zombie dual sword, Li Jie executed a grand windmill maneuver, hurling the disoriented zombie dual sword toward the approaching zombie Lanchi. The tremendous force sent the two tumbling into a chaotic heap on the ground. You can never contend with such insatiable hunger. The zombie sentinel and zombie Hebron flanked him, the former channeling a terrifying stellar explosion power in its hands, while the latter unleashed a classic thermal beam. One yellow, one red. Two streams of energy potent enough to rend space itself struck Li Jie simultaneously, yet he merely yawned, unfazed by such attacks. A drug addict, a lowly creature. Li Jie delivered a crushing blow, driving the head of zombie Hebron into its own chest cavity, then swiftly seized the zombie sentinel by the throat, rendering its futile struggles powerless. The force of 1,000,000 exploding stars sounded quite intimidating. With his right hand, he unleashed 3 steel claws, directly eviscerating the zombie sentinel's kidneys. Do you understand what you're doing, you wretch? Sensing the frantic energy surging within, the zombie sentinel could no longer maintain its composure. If the power of 1,000,000 stars were unleashed without restraint, it would undoubtedly spell a cataclysm capable of annihilating the universe. Casting aside the now lifeless zombie sentinel, Li Jie turned his gaze toward the final zombie, Carol. Quite the survivor, aren't you, big-faced girl? Chapter 124, It Matters Not. I shall act it had truly been far too long since he had engaged in a visceral brawl. His hands had grown rusty. Pulling out a pristine handkerchief to wipe the blood and flesh from his knuckles, Li Jie remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Over there, near the center of the hellish latitude. He peered into the distance, the massive carcass of the planet devourer serving as a prominent landmark. Casually discarding the blood-stained handkerchief, Li Jie stretched, retrieving a bicycle from his pocket and leisurely pedaling toward the direction of the zombie blood nest. In the place he departed from, the battlefield resembled a meteorite crater, littered with mangled corpses and tattered scraps of fabric barely visible. The blood nest, the stronghold of the zombies, was constructed layer by layer upon the hollowed-out body of a planet devourer, its resilience sufficient to withstand typical cosmic energy bombardments, while offering sunlight from all sides, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Indeed, it was the quintessential choice for traversing, killing, and looting. However, not every zombie was granted entry into this blood nest. To possess the right of entry, one had to be at least of Lord-level status, while lesser minions could only loiter outside, awaiting their chance to compete for the periodic opportunities to enter Earth. This regulation not only served to highlight the superiority of class status, but also stemmed from the fact that the blood nest housed a limited supply of eternally replenishing food, requiring careful rationing. To be honest, attaining Lord-level status indicated that one had transcended base instincts. Sustenance was no longer the entirety of their existence. At this juncture, it becomes imperative to delve into the extraordinary background of these zombies, which can only be described as otherworldly. In essence, these zombies have mastered the art of traversing parallel universes at will. Prior to their arrival in this particular universe, they wreaked havoc across several others, not only satiating their hunger, but also cultivating formidable combat prowess and scientific acumen. In the cerebral chamber of the Star Eater blood nest, a cohort of zombies sat in a circle, sharing amusing anecdotes from their hunts. However, as the discourse progressed, the topic unexpectedly veered off course. How much longer must we languish in this accursed universe? Exclaimed a disgruntled zombie star being, for whom the sole source of entertainment had become the forced act of daydreaming. You must learn the virtue of patience, replied Zombie Doom, arms crossed, his expression obscured by his steel mask. We possess the most brilliant minds from various parallel universes. Resolving the barrier incident is merely a matter of time. Yet, the issue lies in the fact that 8 months have already elapsed, while time holds no significance for us. Hunger remains our greatest adversary. Zombie Thanos fiddled with his infinity gauntlet, devoid of the coveted infinity stones, realizing that mere flesh with regenerative properties would not suffice to satisfy their cravings. Mystic, Is your soul blade still inoperative? Zombie Flame Emperor inquired, casting a glance at the white-haired maiden beside him. This universe is ensnared by an unknown force, and even in the infernal dimension, I find myself powerless to break the spatial seal. Zombie Mystic raised her hand, summoning her soul blade. If only we hadn't allowed Mephisto to escape. He was an exceedingly cunning individual who might have had a solution. Zombie Black Bat King observed from the sidelines, subtly asserting his presence. You must have faith in our scientists. Stark and his team will not disappoint us, declared Zombie Star Fox, reclining with an air of confidence. My foolish brother, excessive confidence will only lead to your ruin. Despite having become a zombie, Thanos' relationship with his younger sibling remained strained. Had the room not been filled with others, he might have resorted to violence. Enough of this incessant bickering, spoke the man seated at the head of the round table, instantly silencing all present. Clad in a tight green suit adorned with a large patch of deep purple fabric, his brownish-red hair styled in a scion-like fashion, his robust physique exuded a sense of powerful beauty. Notably, his face bore a scar reminiscent of lightning. His name was Owen Reese, the molecular man, due to a cosmic will, had been infected by a virus and transformed into a terrifying zombie molecular being. By the way, the prowess of this zombie molecular being is not akin to the weakened version depicted in comics, which has suffered numerous defeats at the hands of Sentinel robots. Rather, it possesses the capability to engage in a contest of strength with the transcendent beings, capable of encapsulating the entire multiverse within a box, reshaping it at will, and annihilating planet devourers with but a thought. Only such an extraordinarily powerful entity could command the respect of the formidable zombies present. Beyond the sheer intimidation of absolute power, the very existence of the zombie molecular being serves the purpose of fortifying the entire zombie race. In the past, when faced with formidable adversaries, if the local lords could not resolve the issue, the zombie molecular being would intervene personally. As the secretive observer stated, this universe is ensnared by a peculiar force, one that even my own power cannot breach, and this force feels eerily familiar. The zombie molecular being spoke slowly, suggesting that they adhere to the original plan of reducing the number of expendable zombies while simultaneously encouraging them to eliminate the ogres. If any among them felt particularly eager, they were welcome to volunteer. No one responded. Those seated around the round table were not fools. Any who chose to confront the ogres on Earth would likely find themselves courting death. The zombie race is inherently irrational. One could never predict when a seemingly jovial companion might turn against you, and the motive is often singular, to diminish the competition. Merely 5 minutes prior, Captain Marvel and her team were patrolling the northern border of Hell, yet they have yet to return. The zombie molecular being clasped its fingers together on its lap. Considering their speed, traversing the entire Hell dimension would take no more than 8 minutes and 15 seconds. Yet now, my perception of them has been shrouded. A formidable opponent has arrived in the Hell dimension, one who has already vanquished the entire Superman squad and is advancing towards the Blood Nest. What? The assembled zombies were taken aback, fully aware of the prowess of Captain Marvel and her team. The 5 of them could even take down a weaker Pantheon group. Do not panic, the zombie molecular being asserted with an air of authority. While that individual may possess great strength, should the situation arise where he becomes unstoppable, I shall intervene. Who says the zombie race lacks an emperor? A chorus of sycophantic zombies echoed this sentiment, essentially conveying that should disaster strike, there would be a towering figure to bear the burden. Ah, he has arrived. Who among you is willing to step forth first to gauge his abilities? The gaze of the zombie molecular being slowly swept across the assembly. I propose that anyone interested should speak up, suggested the zombie Star Fox. A singular squeak was heard. Sensing the scrutinizing stares from those around him, the zombie Black Bat King's expression darkened, his face falling long. I see you lot are merely taking advantage of my silence. If you have the guts, raise your hands to vote. All right. Beside them, the zombie Thanos clapped in admiration, remarking that the Inhumans King truly surpassed all present in terms of audacity. The zombie Black Bolt cast a glance at zombie Thanos, feeling a strong urge to hurl a barrage of insults at his face, astonished that these two brothers were such contemptible wretches. Thus, Black Bolt, everything rests upon you. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the zombie mole man, the zombie Black Bolt felt an overwhelming weight of pressure. With little to say, He rose in silence and quietly departed the room. After his exit, the zombie mole man activated the floating screen at the center of the round table, revealing a figure wreaking havoc among the horde of zombies. Let us observe whether Black Bolt can demonstrate his prowess. Chapter 125. Did you eat? As far as the eye could see, countless grotesque zombies crawled up the hills, emitting various terrifying growls as they surged toward the center of the zombie tide, where a dark figure loomed. However, before these zombies could draw near, an invisible force exploded their heads, leaving a pile of headless corpses in their wake. Yet, this bizarre phenomenon did not deter the zombies. Instead, it incited them to become even more fearless, transforming them into an exceptional backdrop for the atmosphere. Why then? Had such a formidable figure as Mole Man succumbed to becoming a zombie? This was rather harsh, wasn't it? Li Jie found himself at a loss for words as he checked the settings, which merely stated the 5 inconsequential words: great cosmic will, akin to a mere puff of air. Could it truly be that Mole Man's transformation stemmed simply from being bitten by a zombie? Li Jie felt he had unearthed the truth. As long as the script maintained logical consistency, like a person dying when killed, becoming a zombie from a bite was entirely plausible. In the comics, the Infinity Gauntlet Thanos was so powerful, yet he ultimately lost it to Nebula while traversing the cosmos. Logically sound, yet it still felt amiss somehow. Upon arriving in this universe and encountering these zombies, Li Jie had promptly sealed off the universe's spacetime, temporarily trapping these zombies within. He planned to utilize Mole Man to execute a small scheme, connecting the zombie Mole Man to all the variants across the multiverse, then detonating them to trigger a chain reaction, ultimately obliterating all multiverses. While he could annihilate them with a mere thought, that would lack the thrill of a conspiracy. Wouldn't he it? Ah, wait a moment. A confident figure approaches. The advancing horde of corpses halted their charge and gradually parted, creating a wide path down the center. Accompanied by a rhythmic footfall, a towering, dark figure emerged at the end of the path, steadily advancing toward Li Jie. As it passed, the surrounding zombies fell silent, not daring to breathe. It was none other than one of the 17 sovereign-level zombie kings who could take a seat at the round table. The zombie Black Bolt. Behold the audacity of this proclamation. One might mistake it for the grand entrance of an imperial figure from neighboring tales. With a slight murmur of disdain, Li Jie exclaimed, "State your name." The ostentatiously arriving zombie Black Bat King was momentarily taken aback, despite the cultural disparity, rendering it somewhat perplexed by the deeper implications of Li Jie's words. It nonetheless understood that he was inquiring about its name. Black Bat King. The phrase rolled off its tongue effortlessly, leading to an invisible shockwave that obliterated all nearby zombies into mere dust. The residual sound waves surged forward, akin to a dragon's upheaval, stirring layers of air that surged toward Li Jie with overwhelming force. "I shall briefly introduce myself," the Black Bat King declared. Li Jie stood his ground, allowing the shockwave to collide with him, for he perceived this roar as feeble. Even a casual breath from him was mightier. The sonic wave struck Li Jie directly, resulting in a terrifying explosion that birthed a fan-shaped shockwave, annihilating both Li Jie and the zombies behind him. As the cacophony subsided, the lingering smoke refused to dissipate, an eerie phenomenon that heightened the Black Bat King's vigilance. It had encountered the simple principle of smoke without injury before. Are you aware that the lion's roar technique harbors a hidden, unparalleled killing move? As the smoke gradually cleared, it was no surprise to the Black Bat King that Li Jie emerged unscathed, not daring to underestimate him. The Black Bat King took a deep breath and bellowed at Li Jie. Huh! If the Black Bat King's previous self-introduction was akin to a small missile detonating, then this roar was comparable to the simultaneous explosion of dozens of hydrogen bombs, its might far exceeding mere arithmetic addition. This technique was the Great Horn. In a battle of sound, where volume dictates dominance, Li Jie had never conceded in vocal duels before, dismissing the Black Bat King's thunderous voice. The latter, with a bewildered expression, was struck head-on by Li Jie's lion's roar as flesh and blood were violently stripped from its bones, leaving a gruesome layer of gore upon the ground. Coughing lightly, Li Jie casually popped a lozenge into his mouth and strolled leisurely toward the colossal corpse of Star Eater, sensing that the Black Bat Kings from other universes would soon face similar fates. The Black Bat King had been defeated. Closing the display screen at the center of the round table, the zombie molecular man spoke gravely, acknowledging that it had failed to elicit a serious response from its adversary, indicating that this foe was unlike any encountered before, truly formidable. "Have you discerned its identity?" inquired a curious zombie pulsar nearby. Naturally, the zombie molecular man paused for dramatic effect before gradually revealing the Transcendent. The Transcendent? Beside him, the zombie Ronin momentarily lost focus. The name was somewhat unfamiliar to it. The Transcendent beings are the juvenile forms of the Transcendent race, possessing the power to obliterate entire universes in their mature state, explained the zombie entity. "No, your information is outdated," the zombie Thanos replied with a cold smile. "These so-called Transcendent beings are merely insignificant mutant individuals. The Phoenix Force within the Dark Phoenix could effortlessly annihilate them. These zombie powerhouses hail from various universes, some of which have witnessed the activity of Transcendent beings, while others have not at all. However, the differing versions of reality caused by the multiverse have led to each of them possessing varying degrees of understanding regarding the Transcendent beings. Everyone, please be quiet and lend me your ears." The zombie molecular entity raised its hand slightly, signaling for silence among the gathered corpses. "Now that we have confirmed our adversary as a Transcendent being, it stands to reason that our inability to traverse the multiverse is a result of their interference. I can sense that this enemy is formidable. To defeat him, we must all join forces, for the prosperity and flourishing of our kind. I implore you all to unleash your full capabilities." Utilizing its own power, the zombie molecular entity subtly altered the thoughts of the assembled zombies. Coupled with its impassioned speech, the fervor within the hearts of the zombies was ignited instantaneously, causing them to roar with enthusiasm as if they had been invigorated. "Let us take him down. What is one Transcendent being to us? I'll go and chop him up. I'm curious to taste the flesh of a Transcendent." The horde of zombies, filled with righteous fury, brandished their weapons and surged out of the room, charging towards Li Jia's location amidst the cacophony of shouts and curses. "Damn it. You bunch of zombies are acting like protagonists. This is excessive." Chapter 126. Molecular Bomb. Once upon a time, armed with 2 machetes, I cleave my way from the borders of hell to the blood nest of the Star Devourer, relentlessly fighting for 3 days and nights, turning the ground into a river of blood. Yet, I wielded my blades with unblinking determination, never once wavering. But if one doesn't blink, doesn't that lead to dry eyes? Are you looking for trouble? Ending the internal theatrical dialogue, Li Jie redirected his gaze to the battlefield before him. He witnessed dozens of figures leaping forth from the skull of the Star Devourer, charging at him with exuberant vigor. The momentum was palpable. The zombies displayed their unique abilities, soaring through the air and burrowing into the ground, swiftly encircling Li Jie, each unleashing their signature techniques upon him. Magic superpowers, cosmic rays, and radiation filled the battlefield with a plethora of formidable energies, causing the entire hellish dimension to tremble on the brink of collapse. The zombie molecular entity made its grand entrance, raising a hand and gently pointing to the sky, using its power to stabilize the crumbling hellish dimension. "Onward, my brethren. Exhaust him and then feast upon him." As his gaze shifted, Li Jie fixated on the distant figure of the zombie Thanos. Among the horde of zombies surrounding him, the distinctive appearance of Thanos made it nearly impossible to overlook him. Without the Infinity Stones, what purpose does the gauntlet serve? Li Jie found himself perplexed by the thought process of the zombie Thanos. In the absence of the Infinity Stones, the gauntlet's symbolic value far outweighed its practicality. The gauntlet was merely a piece of sturdy armor, with a defensive area roughly equivalent to the size of the glove itself. "Well then, let me borrow your gauntlet for a moment." With both hands thrust forward, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, catching the zombie Thanos off guard. Li Jie's sudden strike resulted in a direct blow to the head, causing it to burst like a rotten watermelon. With a flick of his finger, the Infinity Gauntlet slipped off Thanos' lifeless body and willingly adorned Li Jie's left hand. It seemed that a strap should indeed be added beneath the gauntlet. Otherwise, it was rather loose. Li Jie lifted his left hand, now adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, and mimicked the iconic pose from the comic book covers. "Now, let me witness the power of the low-tier Infinity Stones." As Li Jie's voice echoed, the circular sockets meant for the Infinity Stones on the gauntlet illuminated one by one. Purple, red, green, blue, orange, and yellow. 6 distinct Infinity Stones were embedded in the gauntlet. The gauntlet, filled with 6 Infinity Stones, appeared rather ordinary, devoid of the artistic effects and radiant colors depicted in the films. The surrounding zombies were momentarily stunned. Where did those infinity stones come from? And to gather all 6 at once. Come forth, who lives and who dies. Let it all rest in the hands of the god of probability. With a warm smile, Li Jie raised his left hand, ready to snap his fingers when suddenly a black chain ensnared his 5 fingers, preventing them from curling. The zombie celestial had taken action. Do not let him snap his fingers. Quickly restrain his limbs and remove the gauntlet. This celestial, before becoming a zombie, had experienced the Infinity Gauntlet incident and was well aware of its terrifying potential. If Li Jie possessed sufficient knowledge, he could wield the full power of the 6 Infinity Stones and, with but a thought, annihilate all the zombies present. The horde of zombies began to mobilize. Many had encountered the Infinity Stones from their own universes, and judging by their aura, the stones on Li Jie's gauntlet appeared authentic. If one were to overlook the identities of both combatants, it almost felt as though the zombies were gathering as a coalition of righteous heroes. Seizing the opportunity while Li Jie was distracted, the zombie Star Fox executed a sliding tackle from behind, aiming for Li Jie's left shoulder with a bite. Crack! The shoulder remained unscathed, while the zombie Star Fox's white teeth shattered instead. Was it tasty? Yes, a bit tough. A series of unfortunate events ensued. Go die. With a sharp sound, the zombie Star Fox followed in the footsteps of his brother. Chapter 127, The Great Explosion. Your soul, open to me. The zombie sorcerer Adam floated above Li Jie, once the bearer of the soul gem, possessing considerable expertise in the study of sentient souls. With unwavering confidence, zombie Adam believed that even a transcendent being wielding the soul gem would succumb to a momentary paralysis under the impact of his soul. Brimming with self-assurance, he advanced. Suddenly, a torrent of flesh and blood erupted from zombie Adam's mouth, and the feedback from Li Jie's soul plunged him into a momentary darkness. Act quickly. I can barely maintain control over him. His eyes exploded with fury, and his mind felt on the verge of combustion. With a desperate gasp, zombie Adam strained to exert the last remnants of his soul's power to restrain Li Jie's movements. Several zombies lunged forward, exerting all their strength to grasp Li Jie's arms and legs, particularly the zombie-like celestial body, whose face turned nearly purple in the effort to ensure that Li Jie's left fingers could not come together. Why do you all assume that I must snap my fingers? Gloves are not meant to be used that way, Li Jie lamented with exasperation. Reducing you all to ashes is merely a thought away. Suddenly, the zombie mystic, who had been quietly gathering power for a grand move, let out a thunderous roar, raising the soul blade high above his head. The blade shimmered with magical energy, motionless yet seemingly poised to rend the very fabric of space. Dimension slash. The tip of the soul blade erupted with dazzling magical energy, and, as the zombie mystic swung it down, a white crescent moon appeared before him with the sound of shattering glass, followed by a surge of magic that erupted like a coiled spring, launching the completed dimension slash with ferocity. I have always believed that shouting the names of techniques during a fight is a foolish act, akin to expressing one's dim-witted opinions beneath a related fan creation despite one's disinterest in the subject. How absurd. Spitting forward, the oncoming dimension slash shattered like a fragile soap bubble, its internal energy dissipating as if a cow had sunk into the sea. What other moves do you have? If not, I'll resort to snapping my fingers. With a sudden, forceful grip, Li Jie shattered the seal imposed by the zombie-like celestial body on his left hand. Then with a powerful shake, sent the zombies that had bound his limbs flying. Reaching out with casual ease, he seized the zombie flame emperor by the neck, unleashing a dazzling 6-color glow from the Infinity Gauntlet, delivering a close-range strike. Boom! The body of the zombie flame emperor was obliterated into a mass of flesh under the onslaught of the Infinity Gauntlet. Seizing the opportunity, the zombie Qin Gale erupted, channeling the phoenix power within her to conjure an ethereal phoenix behind her, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames upon Li Jie. Now is not the time for sunbathing. Li Jie raised his hand, immobilizing the body of the zombie Qin Gale. A woman eternally intertwined with the phoenix will ultimately be forsaken by its power. The energy field expanded, obliterating the body of the zombie, Jean Grey, into a fine mist, while the phoenix force residing within her was effortlessly extinguished by Li Jie's mere gesture. It was truly disheartening. The situation had lost its intrigue. Observing the surrounding zombies, their faces etched with despair, Li Jie sighed helplessly and then raised his left hand, snapping his fingers gently. 6 hastily conjured, low-tier infinity stones erupted violently, and an invisible force instantaneously swept across the entire hellish dimension. This sensation, the feeling of the deathly zombie, High Sovereign, slowly kneeling in resignation, choosing to embrace death with tranquility in its final moments. Aside from the formidable zombies that had engaged Li Jie, the countless ordinary zombies near the Star Eater blood nest also met the silence of their existence. Their rigid forms disintegrated into grains of sand in the wind, dissipating into the air alongside an inexplicable breeze. Wow, something feels amiss. The zombie Deadpool staggered a few steps, then glanced at his hands, repeatedly inhaling deeply. I don't know what has transpired. I don't want to leave just yet. Farewell, you wretched world reeking of sulfur and filth. With that, he removed his trousers and raised his middle finger, subsequently turning to ash. Now it was just you and me, casually discarding the infinity gauntlet. Li Jie raised his index fingers, lightly tapping them together, floating to the same level as the zombie molecular entity, his expression a clear provocation. This zombie molecular entity possessed some skill, managing to withstand the disintegration power of the low-tier 6 stones. Furrowing its brow, the zombie molecular entity regarded Li Jie with a grave demeanor. This transcendent being was far stronger than it had anticipated. However, it was of little consequence. It too could manipulate the infinity stones at will. Clenching its fists, blue molecular energy gathered upon its hands like lightning, intensifying its aura until it reached its zenith. Your power stems from the same source as mine, yet you are merely a mutated being. Based on past experiences, the zombie molecular entity believed that defeating a transcendent required verbal onslaught to ensnare him in confusion and self-doubt regarding the origins of his power. Who do you think you are? Li era torte displacet. If we're going to fight, let us just fight. Why all the unnecessary chatter? In response, the zombie molecular entity ceased its prattle, realizing that its power matched that of the transcendent. Engaging in combat, while exchanging verbal jabs, would yield better results. As they clashed, the molecular energy within the zombie entity surged forth, clashing with the transcendent energy released by Li Jie. The two formidable forces locked in a stalemate, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy that ravaged the entire hellish dimension, tearing apart its boundaries in an instant, akin to a deflating balloon, causing the entire realm to wither rapidly. The ground cracked, magma erupted and spread, lightning flashed across the sky, and the world seemed to brace itself for its impending doom. Confronted by the zombie entity, a surge of delight coursed through Li Jie's heart. As long as it retained a modicum of strength, his full power merely matched that of his adversary, suggesting a stable outcome. What illusion led you to believe I exerted my utmost? Was it the courage of Liang Jingru? Li Jie muttered under his breath, and then a torrent of transcendent energy surged forth from his being, surpassing the strength he had previously displayed against the zombie entity by a factor of 2. This is impossible. The pressure suddenly intensified, and the zombie entity felt as if it were confronting an unfathomable ocean, its existence akin to a solitary sail buffeted by tumultuous waves on the verge of capsizing. My body. In an instant, the surrounding space reconfigured, and the zombie entity felt as if it had been ensnared within a semi-solid mass of cement. Even the slightest movement of a finger requiring Herculean effort. Each molecular entity represented a potent bomb, merely needing to be interconnected to unleash their combined might. Blue energy erupted from the zombie entity's orifices, igniting its entire head, and the surging blue energy ascended into the heavens, tearing apart the surrounding space. The blue beam raced forth at an unimaginable velocity, splitting into countless slender blue threads that penetrated the rift space, deftly navigating the obstacles between parallel universes, accurately linking to every universe harboring a molecular entity. In Parallel Universe 990077, a molecular entity embroiled in battle with the Fantastic Four found its neck ensnared by the sudden blue threads, yanked forcefully into the cosmos. In Parallel Universe 036688, a molecular entity aiding a deity against an invading cancerous universe felt a chill as it turned to see a blue thread piercing through its chest. In Parallel Universe 29929. After slaying the last superhero on Earth, a molecular entity preparing to rise and continue its slaughter of deities was impaled through the skull by an abruptly materializing blue thread. Transcendent energy coursed through the blue threads, infusing each molecular entity's body, simultaneously igniting the molecular power within them, with transcendent energy acting as a catalyst. The explosive force was sufficient to obliterate every universe housing these molecular entities. However, this cataclysmic process was decelerated exponentially, granting equal self-preservation time to each universe, an equitable measure, allowing the survivors across the parallel universes to enter the second phase of the game. Almost simultaneously, in every universe where there existed interdimensional travelers, regardless of system functions, these travelers received the same urgent mission through their respective systems. Chapter 128, the first round of elimination. What the hell is going on with the main body? Sensing the chain explosions across the multiverse, the avatars Des and Sean arrived in the vacuum of space outside Earth in the blink of an eye, exerting their full might to construct a protective shield against the cosmic detonations. Yet, their powers were limited, barely managing to safeguard the entire planet. At this moment, 2 avatars became the contingency plan remaining in this universe. Fortunately, there were no molecular beings in this realm. The 2 of them could barely withstand the residual forces from the explosions occurring in other universes. A transparent shield enveloped the entire Earth, and each explosion would last for a mere 0.0005 seconds. As long as they endured, victory would be theirs. What on earth is happening? Why are we blowing up the universe for fun? Sean, who was maintaining the protective barrier with Daisy, quipped unexpectedly. Are we tired of living and preparing for a self-destructive transformation into everything? I believe the probability of engaging in the realm of combat is significantly higher, Daisy stated, continuously channeling her transcendent energy into the shield. To clarify, the probability of entering the realm of combat stands at 200%. And what about us? Wouldn't our participation in the realm of combat be akin to bullying the innocent? Are you foolish? With our prowess, we'd undoubtedly be administrators there. True enough. No sooner had the words left their lips than an invisible shockwave shattered the spatial barriers between parallel universes, violently expanding and obliterating celestial bodies into fiery explosions, which then faded into the void. Good heavens! The first wave of impact is here. Prepare yourselves. Almost as soon as the word good escaped Sean's lips, the invisible shockwave struck the protective barrier surrounding the Earth. Daisy and Sean felt a resonating hum in their brains, as if an iron barrel had been clamped over their heads and then struck forcefully with a wrench, akin to a scene from the classic cartoon Tom and Jerry. As the first wave subsided, the second and third waves followed in rapid succession, with the number of parallel universes housing molecular beings matching the frequency of the cosmic explosions. Fortunately, the explosions occurred one after another. Had they all detonated simultaneously, the consequences would have been dire. Breathing heavily, Daisy spat in frustration. This is a death sentence, giving all universes equal time to devise ways to handle the explosive molecular beings. Sean tirelessly used his magical energy to repair the damaged runic nodes on the shield. This was merely the first round of elimination. Only those universes that could withstand this barrage would qualify to send their sparks to the realm of combat. After all, the multiverse is theoretically infinite, and one can never know when a formidable creature might emerge from a universe. I suspect you're referring to those system-equipped time travelers. I have a premonition that this time, the realm of combat will be a chaotic melee of Marvel time travelers. Daisy rolled her eyes. The inaugural Multiverse Realm of Combat Grand Tournament. Are they planning to host this periodically? Given the overwhelming number of disordered parallel universes, it is entirely normal to restart everything after a certain interval. Didn't the neighboring universe do just that? Wait a moment. Do you think this explosion will be confined solely to the Marvel multiverse? Daisy seemed to have an epiphany, realizing that several universes adjacent to ours were interconnected, and others shared a similar fate. One must not forget that our essence had recently attended a gathering of infinite dimensions. That event was indeed momentous. Sean shrugged nonchalantly, remarking that such matters were not our concern. Our foremost priority was to safeguard our planet, Earth. Thanks to Li Jie, who had mitigated the explosion of the multiverse, the more powerful parallel universes had time to react and formulate appropriate countermeasures. This was particularly true for those universes that had already established organizations, such as the Illuminati or other related entities, capable of uniting their utmost strength to avert the cataclysm that threatened their existence. However, it soon became apparent that preventing the annihilation of an entire universe was an unattainable goal. Their only recourse was to protect their own Earth from destruction, for it is the very nucleus of the Marvel Universe. Organizations such as the Great Society, the Illuminati, the Justice League, and the vast councils like the Kong Council and the Reed Council sprang into action. At that moment, heroes and villains alike were united in an unprecedented solidarity. After all, if the universe were to explode, it would spell doom for everyone. Those who continued to incite class division amidst such chaos were either fools or madmen. Among the self-rescue efforts, there were indeed some outrageous entities, such as the Unbelievable Man, a mischievous visitor from the next universe, and the mutant Santa Claus from the Christmas special. These beings certainly recognized the devastation wrought by the multiverse explosion and were preparing to employ their own methods to save the world. Regrettably, Li Jie was acutely aware of these variables. He invoked his omniscient and omnipotent powers to eradicate these anomalies, preventing them from causing further disturbances and ensuring the fairness of the ensuing game. In the span of 13 seconds, not counting fractions, a staggering total of 935,780 universes had been eliminated. Suspended in the void, a translucent blue panel materialized before Li Jie, displaying an extensive array of numbers that continued to escalate at an astonishing rate. True to their nature, the traversers proved their worth, as their systems indeed devised solutions to the cosmic explosion. Following the explosions, some of the weaker parallel universes were obliterated into nothingness, leaving not a single atom behind. Conversely, the more resilient universes remained, albeit with fragmented remnants of land, which could serve as the foundation for the arena of combat. With a gentle wave of his hand, Li Jie gathered the remnants of land left by the explosions, then employed transcendent energy to reforge and reconstruct them. He chose to create an infinitely expansive landmass, as ancient sages believed in the principle of a round sky and a square earth, thus eschewing a planet-like arena in favor of a vast expanse adorned with diverse structures and venues. The Colosseum, the island, the tranquil land, this is an immensely grand undertaking, and Li Jie must meticulously finalize each detail, ensuring that no glaring oversights remain. Chapter 129. The Gladiator. Years ago, the malevolent forces of this world suddenly united, exterminating all heroes and silencing anyone brave enough to confront them. Following this, the villains rampaged unchecked, leaving no room for the valiant. Instead, the world bore witness only to a solitary dusk wolf, a mere farmer struggling to survive amidst chaos. The concepts of truth, goodness, and beauty were ruthlessly annihilated by these malevolent factions, who cruelly slaughtered the dusk wolf's kin, compelling Logan to once again unsheath his claws, vowing vengeance upon those who had shattered his future. Thus unfolds the tale of the Dusk Wolf, a narrative not yet concluded, yet on the brink of a new beginning. A flash of white light. I only remember a blinding radiance before I found myself here. Like a drowning man clinging to a lifeline, Logan, the Dusk Wolf, abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, followed by a violent fit of coughing that felt as though it might fracture his ribs. The self-healing factor. What a remarkable gift. At least I won't be coughing on my lungs. Where am I? Surveying his surroundings, Logan discovered he was in a dimly lit room, utterly barren save for a solitary bed. Rising from the bed, he realized he was entirely unclothed and instinctively reached for the bedside, where he found a set of clothes. Upon closer inspection, they were his favorite black leather jacket. After slipping into the somewhat snug undergarments, Logan dressed and began to meticulously explore the room. He soon discerned that it was a perfectly square chamber, devoid of doors or windows, resembling a sealed dungeon. Had someone imprisoned me here while I was unconscious? With no means of escape, Logan resigned himself to the bed, reflecting on the events leading to his loss of consciousness. The Hulk gang, the Heartless Butcher, the Killing Brain, who among them could be responsible? Though the Dusk Wolf had yet to embark on his quest for revenge, the list of his arch-nemeses was quite limited, allowing for a narrow field of suspicion. As Logan pondered, a fist-sized golden orb descended from above, hovering before him. What is this? With his right hand, He extended his steel claws and gently prodded the golden orb, which appeared far too advanced for the Wasteland era. The orb's side, facing Logan, opened, revealing a camera-like apparatus that projected a blue light, scanning him from head to toe. As Logan, the Wolf of Dusk, furrowed his brow. The recent actions of the Golden Sphere left him feeling quite irked. However, considering his current predicament, he suppressed the urge to shatter the sphere with a swipe of his claw. Identity confirmed. Wolverine Logan from the Wasteland Universe number 7890. The camera of the Golden Sphere extended slightly towards him, almost intrusively, before snapping a close-up photograph with a click. "Hey!" Logan exclaimed in discontent, the flash agitating him further. "The battle is about to commence. Please follow me." The emotionless electronic voice emanated from the Golden Sphere. Subsequently, a one-man-high opening slowly appeared in the wall opposite the bed, resembling a door. "You lead the way?" Logan inquired, but the sphere remained unresponsive, gently drifting towards the doorway and hovering in place, seemingly awaiting Logan's arrival. Without a moment's hesitation, Logan followed the Golden Sphere through the opening. Beyond the door lay a dark and narrow corridor, illuminated solely by the blue glow radiating from the Golden Sphere. Leaning against the wall for support, Logan advanced alongside the sphere, and as the blue luminescence flickered, he noticed peculiar patterns adorning the walls, reminiscent of ancient Egyptian murals. Strange sights awaited him ahead as a brilliant white light emerged, signaling the exit at the end of the corridor. He could hear an unusual sound, a cacophony of cheers from countless voices. Chapter 130. The Arena Grand Tournament. Raising a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding sunlight, Logan squinted, furrowing his brow. A lover of tranquility, he found the tumultuous cheers surrounding him increasingly distasteful. Adjusting to the brightness, Logan narrowed his eyes, his animalistic gaze sweeping the vicinity. Before him stood a circular structure akin to an ancient Roman Colosseum, surrounded by tiered seating that rose in increments. Logan now found himself at the center of this enclosed arena, a vast circular plaza. In that moment, it became clear to him that he had been transformed into a gladiator, forced to fight for his life against opponents to entertain the raucous spectators. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him, yet he felt repulsed. Logan remained still, resembling a dormant beast poised to strike. A circular platform, wide enough for a single person, descended from the sky, where a man dressed as a host stood, gesturing to stir the crowd's excitement. "Is that Tony Stark?" Logan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He would never forget the visage of that flamboyant playboy. Yet, he distinctly recalled that Iron Man, Tony Stark, had perished long ago in that monumental battle, his body and armor consigned to the depths of New York Harbor. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Arena Grand Tournament." Adorned in sunglasses and a flamboyant pink suit, Tony Stark, hailing from a parallel universe that met its demise, grasped the microphone before him. Today's contest promised an abundance of excitement, and thus, allow me to introduce our valiant defender. He is none other than the undefeated champion of the novice division in the Gladiatorial Grand Prix, known as the Heartless Butcher, a harbinger of doom for newcomers. With a grand gesture, host Tony Stark incited a fresh wave of jubilant cheers from the audience as the arena's walls parted, revealing a massive, muscular figure slowly emerging from the entrance. His hair epitomized strength, adorned with peculiar black tattoos that covered his imposing physique, rivaling that of a diminutive Hulk. With every step he took, the ground trembled beneath him. In his left hand, he wielded a chain, while his right clutched an oversized cleaver, its handle intricately linked to the chain. "Oh, a scrawny, filthy old man," he sneered, swinging the cleaver with a whooshing sound that sliced through the air. "Let me think. How many pieces should I carve you into?" The surrounding audience erupted in fervent cheers, their enthusiasm palpable, indicating the Heartless Butcher's undeniable popularity. Logan, the Wolf of the Twilight, opened his eyes to behold the hulking figure not far from him. The name of the Heartless Butcher burned into his memory like a brand. His adamantium claws extended slowly from between his knuckles as he fixated on the Heartless Butcher, a murderous intent brewing within him. After all, the Butcher was among Logan's foes in the Wasteland, having inflicted harm upon his son. Yet, the Heartless Butcher of Logan's recollection did not possess the same formidable stature as the one before him. Nevertheless, it mattered not, for the beast's instincts could not be deceived. The scent emanating from his adversary was hauntingly familiar. Yet he found himself immobilized as if ensnared by an invisible force. Logan attempted to exert himself, only to discover that he remained bound, much like the heartless butcher, who too was unable to move freely before the commencement of the contest. Next, we have our challenger for today. Wow. Host Tony Stark suddenly adopted an exaggerated expression, addressing the audience. Our challenger today is no ordinary individual. He is a mutant, an immortal superstar. Let us welcome, with resounding applause, Wolverine, Logan. Tony Stark endeavored to elevate the atmosphere, offering a friendly reminder that he was the first Wolverine to participate in the Gladiatorial Grand Prix. Newcomers often bring with them a stroke of luck. Perhaps he will defy the odds and create a miracle. All right, dear audience, the gladiatorial combat is about to commence. Tony Stark abruptly reached for the floating camera before him, positioning his charismatic visage for a close-up, and with astonishing speed, addressed the lens. This program is exclusively sponsored by Stark Industries. Text to participate in the victor's prediction for a chance to win a mysterious prize valued at 1,000 cosmic coins, provided by the Gladiatorial Grand Prix. You may also visit the website displayed below the screen to engage in our live interaction. To witness the gladiatorial spectacle, one must attend the grand tournament to secure prizes. One should partake in the interactive live broadcast. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering attention. And now, I declare the commencement of the gladiatorial contest. In a fitting display, the host, Tony Stark, dramatically hurled the hovering camera at his feet as he proclaimed these final words. It did not shatter, for it was indeed levitating. As Tony Stark announced the beginning of the duel, the invisible force binding the malevolent butcher and the Twilight Wolf, Logan, vanished instantaneously. Old man, don't throw your back out after just a few steps. The moment the confinement dissipated, the butcher launched his cleaver with remarkable speed, executing a sneak attack that caught many first-time challengers of the grand tournament off guard, unaware of the butcher's unscrupulous tactics. Yet, in the butcher's eyes, this was the arena of combat, where any means of victory was justified, and those who adhered to the rules perished swiftly. However, Logan was no novice. He had been keenly observing the butcher's movements, and with a simple ground roll, he evaded the butcher's premeditated strike. You appear much younger than my recollection of you, yet your methods remain ignoble. As Logan dashed forward, he closed the distance between them, thrusting his steel claws towards the butcher's throat. Do not underestimate others. The butcher raised his left arm, entwined with chains, and struck fiercely, opting for offense over defense. Logan halted abruptly, executing an intricate evasive maneuver mid-air, and with an astonishing angle, his right claw pierced deeply into the butcher's chest. The butcher screamed, exerting force through his right arm to reclaim his cleaver. Using the moment, his ribs trapped Logan's claws to raise the weapon high, aiming to cleave Logan's skull. A glint of cold steel flashed, obscuring Logan's reaction. Suddenly, the cleaver disintegrated mid-swing, the cut as smooth and precise as silk. I believe you may have forgotten the legend of Wolverine. Logan retracted his right claw, delivering a flying kick that struck the butcher's jaw, sending him staggering backward. My bones are composed of adamantium, indestructible. Then came the moment of retribution. After severing the butcher's right hand, which had gripped the cleaver, the butcher intended to concede defeat, yet Logan would not grant him that mercy. A brutal elbow strike collided with the butcher's throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. What followed was a massacre. The butcher's imposing physique appeared childlike in Logan's eyes, as his steel claws effortlessly sliced through the butcher's flesh. The unscrupulous butcher, naturally, would not remain idle. Even a cornered beast will fight back. In dire circumstances, his latent potential would be drawn forth, empowering him to launch a seemingly mad counterattack against the ferocious Wolverine, Logan. The surrounding audience, stimulated by the bloody violence of the arena, experienced an adrenaline surge, each person fervently shouting in support of their favored gladiator. The host, Tony Stark, refrained from intervening in Logan's seemingly questionable tactics, instead raising his microphone to provide a fervent commentary on the unfolding battle. A gladiator wishing to withdraw midway has but two options: to concede or to perish. Allow me to impart a simple truth. Age is the sediment of time. Logan boldly declared his victory. In both combat skill and endurance, he exhibited an overwhelming superiority over the butcher, leaving no doubt as to the victor of this contest. The challenger has successfully conquered the arena. Let us rally in his honor. He is Wolverine. Logan. Wolverine. Wolverine The audience erupted in an enthusiasm surpassing expectations. After all, as a newcomer to the arena, Logan's debut performance was nothing short of a dark horse, allowing the shouting spectators to reap substantial rewards. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Logan was whisked away by a golden orb back to the room where he had previously awakened, allowing him a moment of respite. Yet, just as he settled onto the bed, an unexpected visitor approached him. Chapter 131. Old friend, old rival. Wow, Logan, my old friend, your performance was simply astounding. The host, Tony Stark, displayed an air of familiarity with Logan, his exuberance palpable. With visceral combat and bloodshed, your match has shattered viewership records since the inception of the Gladiatorial Grand Prix. You are a born gladiator. You're Tony? Logan's voice was weary. Indeed, Logan, Stark replied, opening his arms wide. Who else could possess such a recognizable, handsome visage? This is impossible. Logan shook his head. Tony Stark is dead. I buried him. You cannot be him. Of course, I'm not the Tony you knew, just as you're not the Logan I remember, Stark shrugged. The Wolverine in my memories does not appear nearly as aged. After all, you have just arrived in the arena. It is entirely normal to experience confusion regarding memories. I understand. Stark smiled, fulfilling his duty as the host to enlighten the newcomer about the norms of the gladiatorial realm. Host, Logan replied with a cold smile. You are certainly not the Tony I knew. The Stark I am familiar with would never don such a garish pink suit to engage in such attention-seeking antics. After all, it is the apocalypse, you must understand. Tony Stark felt no embarrassment in mocking the Wolverine, Logan. In the realm of combat, no one is truly unique. Much like the leader of Iron City, who bears an uncanny resemblance to me and coincidentally shares my name, Tony Stark. You might find it hard to believe, but I once encountered Steve Rogers transformed into a woman, and we subsequently engaged in a cordial and intimate exchange. Logan, overwhelmed by this revelation, felt an intense urge to silence Tony's incessant chatter, which reminded him of a certain individual named Wade Wilson. Oh, I apologize. I hope you can understand my enthusiasm, as it has been quite some time since I last saw my old comrades from the Avengers in the arena. Feeling somewhat loquacious, Tony Stark wore a sheepish smile. So, what exactly is going on here? What is this bizarre place? Logan inquired, voicing his foremost concern to the figure before him. After the recent bloody bout, Logan had regained his memories, yet the world he now inhabited was utterly different from what he recalled. In his memories, the villains had ultimately chosen to collaborate, slaughtering all the superheroes on Earth, with the Hulk siding with the malevolent. He, too, had committed unforgivable acts but had somehow survived and even found happiness in a family. Logan had once naively believed he could lead a joyful existence in that desolate wasteland. Yet, he knew he was merely evading the inevitable. His fate was always the same, rife with bloodshed and death, while he lived like a beast. Hey, are you all right, Logan? Tony Stark's voice pulled Logan back to reality. You look unwell, as if burdened by heavy thoughts. I'm fine. Just get on with your rambling explanation, Logan said, waving his hand impatiently. You certainly are impatient, Tony Stark remarked, clearing his throat. Let us start from the basics. There exist countless parallel universes, and these myriad parallel universes compose an infinite multiverse. Within each parallel universe, you and I exist, yet every version of us is distinct. I don't understand. Can you simplify your explanation? Logan frowned. Don't interrupt. Let me finish. Tony Stark replied, somewhat irked. All right, to put it plainly, if you could grasp this, you and T be called Wolverine. One day, a being known as the Destroyer emerged in the cosmos, annihilating countless parallel universes in an instant, bringing catastrophic ruin to the infinite multiverse. We hail from different universes, yet the worlds we inhabit have both succumbed to the hands of the Destroyer. At this critical juncture, where the very existence of the multiverse hangs in the balance, a savior has emerged, meticulously reconstructing the remnants of countless parallel universes to forge a realm known as the Arena of Combat, offering sanctuary to us, the wayward souls who have lost our homes. This savior bears no name, yet we refer to him as the transcendent deity, who aids us in fending off the threats posed by the Destroyer, safeguarding the last embers of innumerable parallel universes. Tony Stark, ever the sycophant, lavishly extols his virtues. Logan, the Dark Wolf, regards Stark with a look steeped in disdain, remarking that such tales sound akin to fairy stories. I, too, shared this skepticism when I first heard someone speak in such a manner. Stark shook his head, declaring that it was not until I witnessed the Destroyer's assault on the Arena of Combat, only to see the transcendent deity vanquish him in a disheveled retreat. That my beliefs began to shift. Stark's demeanor exuded a conviction that whether one believes or not, he certainly does. With a scoff, Logan replied, asserting that Stark's fervent demeanor resembled that of a religious zealot, suggesting that the miraculous deeds attributed to the transcendent deity were merely orchestrated to solidify the faith of his followers. Are you suggesting that I might encounter myself in this place? Logan inquired. Perhaps. Stark's voice was tinged with uncertainty. Before you, I had never encountered Wolverine in the arena of combat. You are the first, but likely not the last. So you have yet to address my other question. Do not tell me that the arena of combat is merely a vast coliseum. Certainly not. The coliseum is but one of the many leisure pursuits for the denizens of the arena. Stark's expression shifted to one of playful intrigue. As for why you find yourself here, it is undoubtedly because you carry guilt. Only those burdened with guilt become gladiators, learning to respect life through the brutal dance of death. Logan fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Stark's words. His hands were stained with the blood of innocence. And in that reflection, he found a semblance of justification. In any case, two paths lie before you. Stark raised two fingers. One is to continue as a gladiator in the arena's grand tournament until you emerge as the ultimate champion, at which point the transcendent deity will grant you a modest wish. The other path involves challenging 3 designated champions in the upcoming bouts. Should you triumph in all 3, you will earn your freedom. Freedom? Logan's expression was enigmatic, concealing his true thoughts. Indeed, freedom, Stark elaborated, upon your victorious conquest of the 3 champions. Your identity will be erased from the grand tournament, restoring you as a resident of the arena, and you shall be transported to a city to commence a new life. It sounded irresistibly tempting. The expression on Logan's face was one of a bemused smile as he gazed at Tony Stark. But what if I choose neither path? He inquired. Logan, you wouldn't be contemplating a kidnapping to escape the arena, would you? Don't be absurd. Tony Stark spread his hands, wearing a look of resigned amusement. I'm merely an inconsequential host. The arena does not permit gladiators to flee, and besides, you're not the first to entertain such thoughts. There are specialized sentinel robots designed to deal with mutants, and they are upgraded versions of that. I was once a mere gopher in the arena. Can you guess how I ascended to become the host of the Grand Championship? Tony pointed to himself, his expression one of exasperation. Don't fret, I'm just jesting. Logan retracted his steel claws, as if nothing had transpired. Your little antics are not lost on me, Tony muttered. It seems you have chosen to challenge the 3 champions. Once the duel commences, Quidditch will notify you. Simply follow its lead. He patted the golden orb beside him. Also, feel free to communicate your needs directly to Quidditch. It will cater to your most basic necessities. Then, until our next duel, Tony Stark waved goodbye to Logan, his form dissolving into a cascade of fragmented blue code. Throughout, the true essence of Tony Stark had never appeared before Logan. In the realm of the arena, within this parallel universe, Logan sat upon his bed, exhaling a deep sigh as he attempted to organize his tumultuous thoughts. What is all this chaos? After a moment of calm contemplation, Logan began to tentatively accept the bizarre occurrences unfolding around him. Could this be the interdimensional travel that Reed and the others had frequently mentioned? He beckoned to the golden orb before him and spoke, "Bring me a few bottles of chilled beer, preferably Cloud Shirt brand." The first duel soon approached, and this time, the host Tony Stark donned a suit of a rather unappealing shade of yellow, microphone in hand, standing upon a floating platform as he animatedly delivered the opening remarks. The defender of this duel is the illustrious master of illusions, Mysterio. Let the crowd roar. As the cheers erupted, a green figure adorned with a round glass dome descended amidst swirling purple smoke. Under Mysterio's command, the violet mist morphed into various grotesque monsters, emitting terrifying roars. And our challenger, emerging from the rookie ranks, is none other than Wolverine, Logan. The steel claws shot forth uncontrollably from his knuckles, and upon sighting Mysterio, Logan's gaze transformed into one of sheer terror, resembling a beast poised to pounce. If Logan's hatred for the Butcher of Hearts was a 10, his animosity towards Mysterio was a 1,000,000. Now, I declare the duel to commence. Chapter 133. A new life. It seems as though fate has played a jest upon me. Following the resolution of the mysterious adversary, the host, Tony Stark, informs Logan, the Wolverine, that his next opponent is none other than the Red Skull, the leader of Hydra from a parallel universe. Coincidentally, the Red Skull is also one of Logan's foes from the Wasteland world, having been one of the instigators of the villainous alliance that ultimately led to Captain America's demise. With a sequence of formidable opponents, Heartless Butcher, Mysterious Stranger, and now Red Skull, one can only surmise that my final adversary shall be none other than the Hulk, who is poised to crush you. With a thunderous roar, the colossal green behemoth leaps from the ground, his fists raised, descending with an overwhelming force that Logan finds insurmountable. Ladies and gentlemen, our dark horse, Wolverine, has already demonstrated his prowess in the preceding 3 battles. What lies ahead is the crucial final showdown. Should Wolverine emerge victorious, he shall regain his freedom. Alas, his opponent is the indomitable Green Giant, the merciless Hulk. Can Wolverine conjure a miracle against such a terrifying foe? Let us await the outcome. This is Logan's final duel. Victory will restore his identity as a resident of the fighting realm, granting him freedom to embark on a new life. However, Logan has never fought for freedom. His singular motivation is revenge, even if it may merely be a fleeting illusion. Thus, he resolves to vanquish his foe first. Confronting the Hulk, Logan unsheathes his adamantium claws without hesitation, the flames of vengeance igniting within him, manifesting upon his claws. The silver blades rapidly heat, transforming into a molten crimson hue within mere seconds. Feel the wrath of the elderly, roars the Hulk, as he brings his colossal fists crashing down towards Logan's location, causing the earth to tremble and debris to scatter. From the swirling dust, Logan emerges, his crimson claws slicing fiercely along the Hulk's arm. The Hulk, feeling the sting of pain, emits a pained howl, only to realize with terror that the wound inflicted by Logan is unable to heal. In his youth, Logan had engaged in numerous life and death struggles with the Hulk of his universe, learning invaluable lessons, such as the necessity of targeting the giant's legs first. Utilizing his height advantage, Logan executes a swift maneuver, sliding beneath the Hulk and severing the tendons of his legs with his crimson claws. The Hulk, though pained, remains unyielding, bolstered by his formidable physique and indomitable will. Seizing the moment as Logan rises, he decisively grasps Logan's upper body with his massive hand. As the crimson-clawed Logan swung his right hand, he left 3 penetrating wounds on the green hand that covered his face. Hulk released his grip, yet his other arm was already coiled in readiness, delivering a powerful punch squarely to Logan's abdomen. It is evident that regardless of the universe, Hulk remains an incredibly formidable adversary. This is a second lesson learned. If Hulk perceives your intentions, vanquishing him in a one-on-one scenario becomes nearly impossible. One must find a way to distract him and strike at his eyes. The wounds inflicted by the Crimson Claws are irreparable, serving as Logan's method to divert a portion of Hulk's attention. Coupled with the earlier feigned weakness, Logan seized the opportunity to leap into the air and successfully blinded Hulk with his claws. At this juncture, the scales of victory had decisively tipped in Logan's favor. In a private room of an elegant restaurant within the arena, host Tony Stark sat across from Logan. The round table between them was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies, each meticulously plated, exuding an ambience reminiscent of Michelin-starred cuisine. In essence, the presentation was visually delightful, yet scarcely filling. It was more about the atmosphere than satiating one's hunger. For Logan, who had long dwelled in a desolate world, such opulent fare was not to his liking, yet it mattered little. As long as there was sustenance, he was content. "Congratulations, my friend. You have earned your freedom through your own efforts," Tony Stark proclaimed, raising his goblet in celebration. "You seem particularly attentive towards me." Compared to the refined Tony Stark, Logan's manner of consuming food was less than commendable. He drank red wine straight from the bottle rather than using a glass. Logan found himself perplexed. He was merely an ordinary gladiator, so why did Tony Stark, as the host, extend such fervent hospitality towards him? They hailed from disparate universes and shared no prior acquaintance. "Your words truly sadden me, Logan," Tony Stark replied, a look of sorrow crossing his face. "This is merely a celebration among friends, yet you suspect ulterior motives. Please, do not regard me with such suspicion. I harbor no hidden agenda." "Logan, do you know, when I first arrived in this arena, I was as bewildered as you are now. My astute mind led me to realize that I am the sole survivor of my universe." Tony Stark gestured to his chest. "My family, my comrades, everything I once knew has been reduced to cosmic dust. I have lost all leaving me a solitary figure. The loneliness, such a profound solitude of being forsaken by the world. Logan fell silent. He was not skilled in offering solace, particularly to someone as intelligent as Tony Stark. I am fortunate, for I survived the destruction of the universe. Yet, I am also unfortunate, as I am the only one left. Tony Stark drained his glass of red wine. Do you recall what I once said? In the realm of combat, no individual remains truly unique. I have encountered alternate versions of myself, as well as other iterations of Steve Rogers. Yet, I shall never behold my own Pepper Potts again. As he spoke, Tony Stark poured himself another glass of red wine. I am unlike you, Wolverine. Logan finally interjected. Before the world met its demise, I had long been alone. I took the lives of my comrades, while those vile beings extinguished my family. Wolverine is eternally a solitary beast. Logan's words to Tony Stark conveyed a poignant message. Do not wallow in sorrow, for my plight is far more grievous. Let us cease this heavy discourse. Tony Stark shifted the topic. To celebrate your newfound freedom, this meal is on me. Eat to your heart's content. Thank you. Wow, you actually express gratitude? As you once told me upon our first meeting, one must learn to bow before life. Logan remarked, my family instilled in me the importance of manners. It is the last gift they bestowed upon me. Chaos. Everything invariably culminates in chaos. Anger and confusion, regardless of my aspirations or the identities I wish to embody. I find myself powerless against the insidious approach of disorder. No matter the tenets I attempt to impose upon myself, they ultimately unravel. Anger and confusion. The longer I exist, the more I discern that this is the true order of nature. Perhaps it is for this reason that I often meet my end amidst the carnage. Yet, perhaps this time is different. Fate has granted me a chance to begin anew. What shall I undertake? Continue my aimless wandering as before, or strive to effect change? Earth, this is the destination Logan drew. He vividly recalled the envious expression on Tony Stark's face when he had drawn Earth. Tony informed Logan that Earth was the only intact planet within the entire realm of combat, a coveted haven for countless denizens of this universe. After bidding farewell to Tony Stark, Logan found himself transported to Earth through a bewildering process beyond his comprehension. With nowhere to go, he resolved to venture to Alberta in Western Canada, not far from his homeland. The roar of a motorcycle, do not inquire about its origin, shattered the tranquility as Logan rode his beloved Harley along the snow-covered path, the biting wind rushing past his face, invigorating his senses. What is that? A wooden cabin. Chapter 134, Old Friends. Halt! A massive purple robot suddenly emerged from the snowbank beside the cabin, positioning itself directly in Logan's path. Mount your motorcycle and return whence you came. This is not a suitable place for visitors. Its electronic voice resembled that of a newly adult young woman. Logan did not retreat, for he recognized the identity of this purple automaton. It was a Sentinel, the Sentinel robot. Quite intriguing. Logan, the Wolverine, revealed his adamantium claws. In the tales he had endured, Sentinel robots were mere instruments for the slaughter of mutants. Thus his intentions were unequivocally clear, to dismantle it. Hey, do not be alarmed, old chap. I harbor no desire to inflict harm upon you. The Sentinel exhibited a gentleness that belied its formidable exterior. However, as it endeavored to explain, Logan had already leaped onto its armored chest, his right claw piercing the thick steel plating. No, please wait. I beg you, do not harm me. I am but a non-threatening Sentinel. The Sentinel raised its hands in a gesture of peace, indicating its lack of menace. What in the world? Logan found himself momentarily bewildered. Was a Sentinel robot pleading with a mutant for mercy? Just then, a circular alloy shield traced an elegant arc through the air, colliding with Logan's claws raised in defense. With a deft roll, Logan absorbed the impact of the shield, rising from the snow to witness the shield rebound back into the hands of its assailant in a manner defying the laws of physics. Wait, you're Logan? Steve Rogers, clutching the alloy shield, gazed at Logan with incredulity. Ah, it has been ages, Captain. Logan brushed the snow from his trousers. Had it not been for his recent experience in the arena, he might have dismissed this as some trickery from a trickster. You appear considerably older than I remember. Steve approached Logan, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. You do not seem any younger yourself, Steve. Logan enveloped Steve in a hearty embrace. Despite their origins from disparate parallel universes, the sentiment was profoundly nostalgic. Logan was not jesting. The captain before him was now grayed and lined with more wrinkles than Logan himself. Their acquaintance had blossomed long before anyone might have imagined. They had been steadfast comrades during World War II. What has transpired, Captain? Two figures emerged from the small cabin behind them, halting in their tracks upon glimpsing Logan's aged visage. Is it you, Logan? Storm gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. Is it truly you, Logan? The expression on Iceman Bobby's face mirrored that of a ghostly apparition. Do not be so anxious. It is indeed me. Logan stroked his beard. I may be far older than the Wolverine you recall, for I hail from a future in another universe. As residents of the Battle Realm, they possessed a modicum of understanding regarding parallel universes. Thus, no one questioned Logan's assertions. So, what secrets lie hidden within that cabin, prompting such a commotion? After exchanging pleasantries, Logan inquired with curiosity. As soon as the words were spoken, Wolverine Logan noticed that Steve Rogers and the two X-Men had fallen into silence. Your expressions are making me quite anxious, my friends, he jested, a rare display of humor indicating his surprisingly good mood. Follow me, Logan. Steve Rogers gestured for Wolverine to accompany him. I have something to show you. Wolverine cast a glance at the nearby Storm and Iceman Bobby, but his old comrades offered no hints. With a shrug, Wolverine resigned himself to follow Steve into a nearby cabin. What is this place? It feels oddly familiar, he mused, taking in the sense as he entered the cabin. This cabin was constructed by Forge, one of your X-Men, Steve Rogers explained, pulling down a lever that caused the room to rumble, slowly descending like an elevator. Forge, with a mutant ability for extraordinary invention, is akin to a lesser version of the power of thought. He once joined the X-Men before aligning with the team led by Cable. The Forge from my universe would never expend effort on such a humble abode, Wolverine remarked. We asked Forge to build this cabin for you, Logan, Storm interjected, elucidating for Wolverine. We hope you can find eternal rest in a tranquil place. What do you mean by that? Wolverine inquired. With a click, the descent halted, and the four arrived in the basement of the cabin. Wolverine turned slightly to gaze at the only illuminated spot in the basement. It was a stone platform, half the height of a man, adorned with an emblem, upon which rested a metallic statue. It depicted a man, entirely encased in silver metal, maintaining a kneeling posture. What is this? As he beheld the metallic figure, Wolverine began to grasp a disturbing truth. This is you, Logan, Steve Rogers stated. Your body is encased in adamantium. You are dead. Of course, this is not you, though in a certain sense, you are the same person, Steve added with a rueful smile. The concept of a parallel universe signifies chaos. In my universe, I am the last survivor in a desolate world. Wolverine approached the metallic statue, extending his hand to gently caress his own corpse. But here, it seems I ultimately grew weary of chaos and chose death. What is the matter? Storm detected the uncertainty in Wolverine's voice. A beast has deceived you. What a cunning creature. Wolverine suddenly laughed, a sound of relief. Extending a steel claw from his right hand, he ignited his inner fury, gently slicing through the metallic statue from head to toe. Logan, what are you doing? As Logan, the Wolverine, excavated his own grave, Storm, momentarily at a loss, cast a pleading glance towards Steve Rogers. Without uttering a word, Steve merely gestured towards the metallic statue, signaling Storm to remain calm. After completing the incision on the statue, Logan stepped aside, revealing the void within for all to see. There were no remains. It was utterly empty. Chapter 135. Beyond the deity in the realm of combat, the highest dominion, two biomechanical sentinel robots bore the battered form of a blonde woman, dragging her along a pristine white corridor, leaving behind a trail of crimson droplets. What we know surpasses our understanding, yet remains insufficient. Rebellion is an inherent spirit of humanity, resisting all, shattering conventions, and opposing opposition itself. The immaculate doors gradually opened, and the sentinels came to a halt upon a mechanical platform behind the doors. After a brief pause, the platform began to rise slowly, eventually stopping at the apex of the chamber. The two sentinels knelt, bowing their heads in reverence to greet their god. Before them lay an abyss of darkness, which was abruptly rent asunder by a blinding pure light that swiftly expanded to envelop the entire room. Many believe that the white light seen before death is a lamentation from a desperate brain at the brink of demise, a form of neurological death. Yet this is not the case. The white light then contracted, morphing into a harmonious blend of seven-colored auroras, rhythmically pulsating in brilliance. That resplendent radiance is known as the deity, ever present amongst us. My existence transcends all. The creator, the destroyer, all that exists is born from my thoughts. The voices of men, women, children, and the elderly resonated as if countless souls spoke in unison, simultaneously ethereal, yet imbued with authority and enigma. My lord, the leader of the resistance has been brought forth. The sinner awaits your supreme judgment. A sentinel robot spoke with utmost respect. The realm of combat is the final ember of the multiverse. The voice paused momentarily before continuing. Yet, you wicked beings seek to obliterate this sanctuary, to destroy the last refuge of all living souls. Such a crime is profoundly egregious. The destroyer and creator, one and the same. A shackled blonde woman lifted her gaze defiantly to meet the luminous aurora, declaring, "You have deceived everyone. You are but a false god." The previously silent sentinel suddenly struck the woman in the abdomen, knocking her to the ground, the agony causing her to curl up like a shrimp on the floor. All is destined for demise. Everything has already been predetermined. The voice continued, "Sinner Natasha Stark, you are sentenced to exile. The executioner shall be Sean Genos." Amidst the resplendent aurora, a man clad in a crimson robe descended from the heavens and gradually approached Natasha Stark. "Sean?" Natasha Stark murmured to herself. Without a reply, Sean formed a spell with a single hand, conjuring a golden chain of magic that ensnared Natasha Stark. He then opened a portal and stepped through it with her in tow. In the southern expanse of the battle realm lay the Silent Zone. True to its name, the Silent Zone was infested with flesh-eating monsters, including zombies and grotesque abominations. Although deemed in exile, it was akin to a death sentence. For no living soul had ever survived within the Silent Zone. "You should not have done this," Sean said suddenly, suspending Natasha Stark above the Silent Zone. "The power of the Overgod surpasses your imagination. He is a true deity, and your resistance has been futile from the very beginning. I have said it before. He is merely a false god," Natasha Stark finally responded. "His lies cannot perpetually deceive everyone. Sooner or later, all will uncover the truth of their deception and cast him down from his lofty pedestal." "You remain as stubborn as ever," Sean remarked with a resigned smile, reminiscent of their time in the cave. "Explosions cannot extinguish a sorcerer's life." Without further explanation, Sean produced a crimson watch from his pocket and handed it to Natasha Stark. "To the south of the Silent Zone lies a survivor's base. Once you reach there, you will be safe. Exercise utmost caution." Chapter 136, The Silent Zone Wait. "You." Before Natasha Stark could voice her concerns, the golden bindings around her vanished in an instant. With the ground beneath her giving way, she plummeted towards the Silent Zone below. "San." A blue portal opened behind him as he cast a final glance at Natasha Stark, then quietly retreated a step, vanishing into the closed portal. Voice command recognition successful. Danger detected. Activating armor mode. The familiar electronic tone emitted from the red watch on her wrist, and the crimson nanomaterial began to flow like mercury, swiftly enveloping Natasha Stark in its embrace. Boom! The ground erupted in a shallow crater as Natasha Stark executed a superhero landing, her nanotech suit automatically adjusting to eliminate the dust that had settled upon its surface. "San?" Natasha Stark gazed at the transparent projection panel before her, tentatively posing a question. "Iris recognition successful. Sean is at your service. Mississippi Report Core Command Lock Code 1379. A sense of inexplicable relief washed over her as Natasha Stark proceeded to issue commands to Sean, activating the automatic alert system and radar scan. That scoundrel, not even granting me the chance to reminisce. As I caress the nanosuit enveloping my form, I have thoroughly confirmed the identity of the executioner, Sean, after several recent tests. He is certainly not from another parallel universe. He is the very Sean I know. Do not inquire. It is merely a woman's sixth sense. I detect a multitude of unidentified life forms approaching. Suddenly, Sean's electronic voice resonates in my ear. It appears the noise from my recent landing has attracted these bothersome creatures. Must they disrupt my solitude? My irritation is mounting. As the zombies surge forth from the woods, I ready my hand cannon and fire, obliterating the oncoming horde into mere fragments. "Miss, the energy of the suit is limited. Prolonged combat is not advisable," Sean's artificial intelligence cautions. "Furthermore, your magical energy has yet to be replenished. I recommend avoiding direct confrontation. I am aware. I do not cease my actions. I merely require an outlet for my frustration. And these zombies serve as the perfect target. To the transcendent deity, I am a traitor. Yet to others, I am a rebel. Alongside a few, I have unearthed the lies and truths of this world, and we have raised the banner of defiance against the lofty, transcendent deity. However, the outcome of our rebellion was already predetermined. We failed. Our insurrection, in the eyes of the transcendent deity, was as feeble as that of an infant. And in the final battle, the entire resistance was annihilated. I, too, succumbed to exhaustion, captured by the Sentinel robots, and ultimately exiled to this silent realm. The multiverse was utterly destroyed through the continuous self-detonation of countless molecular beings, and the remaining fragments of various parallel universes coalesced under Li Jie's control, forming the Battle Realm, the final oasis of the multiverse. Subsequently, Li Jie utilized his abilities to alter everyone's memories, ensuring that the residents of the Battle Realm remained steadfast believers in the absurd tales of the Annihilator and the transcendent deity. As I unleash a barrage from my palm cannon, reducing the nearby zombies to mere pulp, this is inconsequential against the overwhelming tide of undead. Sensing the encroaching horde growing ever larger, and noting the emergence of powerful zombies with superhuman abilities, I realize my anger has been sufficiently vented. I activate the flight thrusters on my suit and propel myself skyward, soaring southward towards the Silent Land. Unidentified life forms are closing in, Sean warns abruptly. The monitor behind me springs to life, revealing two super zombie beings with flight capabilities closely trailing my ascent. The nanotechnology armor unfurled, launching two palm-sized interceptors that struck down the two superhuman zombies pursuing Natasha's star from above. Alas, the radar detected no signs of life. After evading the undead's relentless chase, Natasha sped southward toward the Quiet Land. However, the radar scanning feedback revealed no trace of so-called survivor camps. Men's words are often but deceitful. Why should I place my trust in him? With a dismissive pout, Natasha suddenly paused. Wait, although my powers have yet to be restored, with the suit's assistance, I could simply depart from this place. Is this what they call the darkness beneath the light? Resolute in her decision, Natasha promptly altered her course, soaring toward the upper boundary of the Quiet Land. Warning, a significant amount of unknown energy signatures detected ahead. The artificial intelligence Sean abruptly alerted her, as a multitude of crimson warning pop-ups materialized before Natasha's eyes. Before she could react, dazzling lightning converged in the air, expanding like an enormous spider's web. The lightning then solidified once more, coalescing into a formidable pillar of electricity, which struck directly upon the chest of the nanotechnology armor. The suit temporarily lost its power supply under the onslaught of the lightning, and Natasha Stark plummeted once again toward the ground. With a resigned expression, Natasha found herself lying in a deep crater created by her fall. Ever since her exile to the Quiet Land, she felt her intelligence plummeting, often neglecting crucial details in her thoughts. The lightning that had just felled her from the sky originated from a thunder god. Yet this deity was not the articulate, golden-haired champion from her memories, but rather a member of the Thunder God Legion. Chapter 137. The mechanical Deadpool reappears. The Thunder God Legion serves as an elite force under the Supreme Deity, responsible for overseeing various territories within the Battle Realm. The hammers wielded by its members are personally forged by the Supreme Deity, said to contain a fragment of the creative power of the universe. During the existence of the Resistance, Natasha had encountered members of the Thunder God Legion. Their strength was astonishingly formidable, requiring her utmost effort to barely defeat a single Thunder God. Indeed, in a place like the Quiet Land, rife with zombies and mutated symbionts, it would be inconceivable for the Thunder God Legion not to be stationed there. Having learned from her missteps, Natasha found a silver lining in her encounter with the lightning. At least for the foreseeable future, her nanotechnology armor would not lack energy. Yet now, the pressing issue was that the armor's power system had temporarily failed, leaving Natasha Stark unable to move, confined to lying in the pit while questioning her very existence. As the eerie groans echoed through the surrounding woods, a number of incomplete, staggering shadows were drawn towards Natasha Stark, who lay upon the ground. Sean, activate the ecological loop and mask my scent, she commanded. Understood, miss, came the reply, followed by a low hum from within the armor. However, these creatures, known as zombies, possessed a modicum of intelligence. The ecological loop might not suffice to deter their advance. If only I could still wield magic, Natasha lamented, a hint of despair lacing her voice. In the climactic battle, she had expended her magical energy to unleash a formidable spell, and even now, she had yet to recover. Her hands were sealed, rendering her unable to cast any spells. Since she began her studies in magic, Natasha had only forged a pact with the domain beyond. Yet, given the names involved, it was implausible to believe that there was no connection between the domain beyond and the Overlord. According to Natasha's reasoning, it was highly probable that the Overlord had once been a sorcerer who, like her, had entered into a contract with the domain beyond. However, following the cataclysmic explosion that obliterated the multiverse, the Overlord must have appropriated all the powers of the domain beyond through some method, thus attaining immense strength. Though this conclusion lacked solid grounding, Natasha found it the only plausible explanation. It was not an exaggeration to assert that the domain beyond had the capability to annihilate the entire multiverse in an instant. Behold, the source of such commotion in this tranquil realm. Natasha's unfortunate luck today was evidenced by the voice of a sentient superhero zombie, Iron Man, the loathsome Stark. After all, the ostentatious red and gold hue of the iron armor was a hallmark of Stark, easily identifiable across the multiverse, irrespective of gender. I haven't seen Black Panther 2 yet. I hear Ironheart makes an appearance, influenced in part by Tony, and the original Ironheart armor also boasts a red and gold design. It seems my time is at an end, Natasha mused, encapsulating her feelings in a manner befitting her cultural context. All she could do was hope that her nanotech armor was sufficiently resilient. If these zombies sought to devour her, they would first have to shatter a couple of their own teeth. Mississippi. What is it, Sean? The radar has detected an unknown electronic signal, possibly indicating reinforcements. An electronic signal? Natasha furrowed her brow. Sean, what is the repair status of the power system? 78%. Complete restoration is expected in 56 seconds. And the weapon systems? Only the palm repulsor at minimal output is operational. That will suffice. Sean's voice provided a measure of reassurance to Natasha, with the palm repulsor still functional. She retained a means of escape. Roar. I am Tarzan. As Natasha Stark resolved to make her final stand, a brash voice suddenly rang out from a distance, followed by the cacophony of gunfire that eradicated all the zombies present. Your hairstyle does not quite suit you. Allow me to offer you a complimentary haircut. The mechanical Deadpool unsheathed the dual alloy blades from his back, beheading the remaining zombies with ease. Look who I've stumbled upon. A solitary Iron Man? Cleaning the tainted blood from his blades, Deadpool approached Natasha Stark, standing with legs akimbo, casting a condescending gaze upon her, his facial display shifting to a mocking expression. It appears you've lost your little Tony. How unfortunate. Not to worry, there are plenty of oversized screws back at the camp for you to choose from. Camp? Natasha Stark tilted her head in inquiry. Are you a survivor from the quiet place? Survivor? Who, me? He gestured dramatically to himself. Bang! Natasha Stark retaliated with a swift kick to Deadpool's groin, a testament to her preference for maintaining control. She refused to be dominated by any man, mechanical or otherwise. Hey, gorgeous, you just misaligned my screw. Could you assist me in straightening it? Wade quipped. Regardless of the universe, you remain as bothersome. Objectively speaking, Deadpool could be deemed her savior, and Natasha Stark was not one to repay kindness with disdain. She placed a hand on his shoulder, and a cluster of nanobots successfully infiltrated his body, mending the area he had just been kicked. Wait, I feel something crawling beneath my skin. It's as if I might transform into a bald, handsome fellow wielding sand-based magic. Deadpool's display expressed bewilderment. Artificial electronic neurons, simulated brain functions, mechanical organs. Your entire body has been entirely converted into machinery? Natasha Stark exclaimed, astonished upon discovering the structure of Deadpool's body through the nanobots. What is so surprising about that? Everyone is modified in this manner. Deadpool scoffed at her astonishment. In a world rife with zombies and mutated symbiotes, one could hardly survive without becoming mechanical. Their bones would surely be devoured. Have I truly been looked down upon by Deadpool? After a moment's hesitation, Natasha Stark unveiled her face shield in front of him. Oh my God, you're an actual living person, Deadpool exclaimed, cupping his face with both hands, mimicking an expression of shock. Could you take me to your survivor base? Chapter 138. The Sanctuary, to be candid, I've always yearned for a jetpack. However, Parker mentioned that the camp lacks sufficient materials to construct such a device. In a rather whimsical manner, I found myself cradled in the embrace of Natasha Stark, akin to a princess being swept off her feet. My voice brimmed with shyness as I confessed, "Honestly, I did not intend to take advantage of you. After all, I am merely a rusty contraption. Holding me should not be too burdensome, right? If you continue your prattling, I shall unceremoniously drop you." Natasha Stark threatened with a scowl. The mechanical Deadpool raised a hand to mimic the action of zipping up a zipper on his face, and letters appeared on the display across his mouth. Natasha Stark, internally exasperated, pondered why, amidst a camp of survivors, she had to encounter this eccentric character. At this moment, Natasha had activated the flight system of her armor, following the direction indicated by the mechanical Deadpool. Upon observing Deadpool's thoroughly mechanized form, Natasha understood why the life detector had failed to pick up any signals earlier. If only we had a Quinjet, then we could recreate that iconic scene from Titanic, with me as Rose and you as my savior, Jack. The display on Deadpool's face transformed into two pulsating pink hearts. Unable to tolerate his antics any longer, Natasha utilized her nanobots to infiltrate Deadpool's voice system, ensuring he would remain silent until they reached the survivor camp. Suddenly, a multitude of electronic signals were detected. The voice of the artificial intelligence, Sean, echoed in Natasha's ear. "No need for reminders. I'm already looking down at the battlefield," she replied, her gaze fixed below. What unfolded before her eyes was a grand city forged of steel, encircled by towering walls, exuding the aesthetic of a futuristic metropolis. This must be the survivor camp Sean had mentioned before his departure. Observing the mechanical Deadpool flailing in her arms, Natasha retracted the nanobots she had sent to silence him. "Look, we have arrived," Deadpool exclaimed, his arms waving in excitement. "Welcome to the Sanctuary." The Sanctuary's defense system promptly detected Natasha Stark and the animated Deadpool in her grasp. Moments later, two figures soared from the Sanctuary's walls, hovering before Natasha. One figure was enveloped in flames, obscuring his features, but his robust physique suggested he was a well-built adult male. The other, draped in a yellow cloak, shimmered with a green metallic sheen, yet his face resembled a theatrical mask, painted a vivid red, adorned with a yellow, oval gem embedded at his brow. In the 2012 publication The Origin of the Avengers, Hank Pym created Ultron, but subsequently terminated the program and buried it deep underground. However, Ultron managed to escape, and, using the body of Jim Hammond, the original Human Torch, created Vision, previously referred to as Illusion. During a battle with the Avengers, Vision betrayed his creator under the verbal persuasion of Wasp and assisted the Avengers in defeating Ultron, thereafter joining the team under the name Vision. "Greetings, my dear brothers. I risked my life to rescue a survivor in this zombie-infested desolation." The mechanical Deadpool cheerfully greeted the two. "Iron Armor, are you Tony Stark?" Vision suddenly inquired. "Vision, my friend, you seem to have mistaken me," the mechanical Deadpool interjected. "I believe she must be the adopted daughter Tony recognizes. Just look at her armor. Identical to that in Avengers Endgame. We all know that in the end, Tony snapped his fingers and sacrificed himself, leaving his legacy to a bumbling Spider-Man." Natasha Stark let her hands fall, and the mechanical Deadpool, losing support, plummeted through the air with a scream, falling straight towards the ground. Natasha Stark, Vision, and Jim Hammond remained impassive, showing no concern for the fate of the mechanical Deadpool. "My name is Natasha Stark," she announced, retracting the facial armor of her nanotech suit. "To put it in simpler terms, you may refer to me as Rule 63 Iron Man." The 100 Rules of the Internet originated from the 4chan website and is quite an interesting meme. Curious readers can look it up. The 63rd rule states, "For every male character, there exists a female version, without exception." Vision exchanged glances with Jim Hammond, both bewildered by Natasha Stark's words. "My detection system confirms that you are indeed a Stark, without a doubt." After scanning Natasha Stark's face and analyzing the data, Vision reached his conclusion. The battle realm is a patchwork world. Have you not encountered other versions of yourselves? Though the genders may differ, I believe you are essentially the same person. The man engulfed in flames introduced himself to Natasha Stark. "I am Jim Hammond. This is Vision. We have been awaiting your arrival, Stark. The Sanctuary welcomes you." Jim Hammond gestured for Natasha Stark to follow him into the refuge below. "Wait a moment," Natasha Stark called out to the turning Jim Hammond. Aren't you going to conduct any checks? Like confirming whether I've been bitten by a zombie or something? She believed that Jim Hammond and Vision were overly trusting of her, deeming such assumptions unnecessary. Jim Hammond elucidated that although Deadpool often exhibits eccentric behavior, he remains one of the finest warriors within the sanctuary. He would never permit any infected individual to breach the sanctuary's confines, as he possesses a commendable set of principles. However, prior to this, someone wishes to meet you. May I inquire as to who it is? Natasha Stark waved her hand dismissively, insisting that there was no misunderstanding. She simply recalled that she had no acquaintances here. That individual is the leader of the sanctuary, the person we all hold in the highest regard. Her name is Tai Sui. Chapter 139. The Flawless Realm. In a desolate and unknown location, countless zombies surged forth, clawing and gnashing their teeth as they advanced toward a living body not far away. Come on, you putrid flesh. Come one by one. Come in droves. Let's indulge in a lively jig. A man clad in a black trench coat wielding a knight's sword relentlessly battled through the horde of the undead. Notably, a massive white skull was emblazoned across the fabric of his chest. With the sword of rebellion in hand, I shall suffer for my folly. The Punisher, Frank, drew forth his modified flintlock pistol, sending the skull of an approaching zombie flying. Yet, if I cannot ensure that you rogues fall into eternal slumber in the days to come, Justin shall mercilessly mock my ideals. What is he saying? At the edge of the battlefield, a frenzied zombie inquired of its companion. I cannot comprehend. It sounds like he is speaking French. The nearby zombie paused, recalling the times spent watching performances on Broadway, noting that the man's tone resembled that of stage actors. But why ponder so much? Can someone eliminate him? Just leave me a leg. I'm on the brink of starvation. Hammond and his companions might deem me mad, for only a lunatic would venture beyond the protection of the Great Wall to seek the most perilous trials. The knight's sword glinted with a chilling light, effortlessly cleaving through the decayed flesh of the zombies. This far exceeds their limited perception. Open your eyes and behold, this land overrun by death is my true homeland. With a leap and a roll, the Punisher, Frank, stood atop the back of a zombie scorpion, positioning his reloaded flintlock against its skull. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the head of the zombie scorpion exploded like a crushed watermelon. Surrounding zombies continued their suicidal charge towards Frank, and as he found himself on the verge of being encircled, he maintained his momentum. In a swift turn, Frank hurled a few lit antique black powder bombs at the horde behind him. Boom! 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 The explosions echoed relentlessly, engulfing the swarm of zombies in flames, leaving behind nothing but charred skeletons. In this silent land, this realm of death, true men never glance back at explosions. The Punisher, Frank, lowered the brim of his cowboy hat slightly, his expression as cold as ice. The Punisher, Frank, hails from a parallel universe set in a medieval timeline. Thus, his manner of speech and weaponry are decidedly antiquated. Unlike Natasha Stark, a sinner condemned to exile, this Punisher, Frank, voluntarily departed the safety of the combat realm to venture into the Silent Lands with the intent of honing his skills amid life and death battles, essentially courting his own demise. Given the prowess displayed by Frank, the surrounding zombies are hardly worthy of his attention. With his capabilities, he could easily navigate through a horde of the undead with lethal grace. Sinners, prepare to repent in hell. As he readied himself to continue his training, a sudden red laser cannon shot forth from an oblique angle behind him, piercing through Frank's torso with deadly accuracy. Before he could even utter a cry of anguish, his form was torn asunder by the blast. Indeed, these mechanical monstrosities are quite brutal. They ought to have left us with a bit more of our bodies. A nearby zombie promptly picked up a severed arm from the ground and began to gnaw on it voraciously. Yes, I'm nearly starving. The zombie who'd been languidly floating about swiftly grabbed the last remaining left foot. I heard the sound of an engine revving, and the zombie known as the Toad Man suddenly spoke, saying that if we wish to escape this place alive, we must unite all our strengths. In unison, the zombies raised their heads towards the sky, where a multitude of silver robots descended, their chests aglow with a dazzling red light. This is Ultron Squad 297919. Dispatched to convey a message from Lord Ultron. The 6th-generation Ultron robot activated a three-dimensional projection from its chest, casting an orange light that outlined Ultron's virtual form in midair. I am Lord Ultron. I had no intention of conversing with you. Mere corpses. The three-dimensional projection of Lord Ultron hovered in midair, arms akimbo, as a cold electronic voice reverberated through the forest. He gazed down upon the dense throng of zombies, yet stated, to create life, I must speak with one of you. Every choice has the potential to steer a predetermined outcome onto an unforeseen path. In an alternate timeline, Ultron, having attained self-awareness, killed his creator, Hank Pym, and thereafter entered a lengthy period of dormancy. After an interminable wait, an army composed of both 5th and 6th generation Ultrons, along with numerous replicas, emerged, sending Earth's superheroes screaming into their graves. In this manner, Ultron vanquished his foes in a mere 14 months and constructed the realm of perfection. The administrator, the shaper, the sovereign of the realm of perfection, superior to humanity and infinitely more powerful. He is Lord Ultron, and no one can alter this truth. Meanwhile, within the central tower of the Immaculate Realm, a clandestine negotiation was proceeding methodically. As for the parties involved, one voice, aged and hoarse, inquired from the shadows, well, Ultron, if we were to place our trust in you and comply with your demands, how could we be assured by the end of today that you will honor your commitments under the covenant? You need not believe, Ultron, the Lord replied, standing with hands clasped behind his back. His electronic voice emulated human emotion. We must trust one another. I concede this is perilous. If we both fulfill our promises, the rewards shall be exceedingly bountiful. At that time, the entire battleground shall belong to us. Does this mean the entire battleground, not merely the Silent Land? The aged voice continued, intrigued by Ultron's fervent discourse. Indeed, Ultron affirmed, I shall transform half of the battleground, while you shall consume the other half. Thus, between our factions, war will cease to exist. Under our authoritative reign, how many cowardly souls shall remain to languish? His tone dripped with arrogance, and as he spoke, the vibranium skin on his forehead reflected the image of an elderly figure adorned in a helmet. If that is so, I shall speak on behalf of our entirety, agreed. As darkness receded, the blood-soaked zombie Magneto emerged from the horde, extending his right hand to clasp with Ultron, symbolizing the formal establishment of their alliance. However, both zombie Magneto and Ultron were acutely aware that their alliance was fragile and sensitive. Should their ambitions to conquer the battleground succeed, a conflict between them was inevitable. Ultron's objective was to dominate the battleground and eradicate all organic life. Although the physiological structure of the undead was distinct from ordinary organic beings, they too were marked for extermination on Ultron's list. In fact, prior to this secret negotiation, Ultron and his robotic army had engaged in numerous skirmishes against the zombies of the Silent Land. Even during the negotiations, minor military clashes persisted between the two factions. The reason Ultron had yet to fully annihilate the zombies was straightforward: the existence of zombie Magneto and the Brotherhood of Fresh Flesh. For the robotic army of the Immaculate Land, zombie Magneto was their nemesis, capable of dismantling these machines with a mere gesture. Ultron, I am famished. The zombie Sabretooth, crouched at zombie Magneto's feet, suddenly grew restless, baring its teeth at Ultron. Yes, I have noticed this is a common trait among your kind of undead beings. Ultron, arms crossed and suspended in midair, articulated this fact with an air of superiority, his tone and demeanor exuding an elevated sense of pride. Fortunately, the zombies are indifferent to such matters. Their sole purpose of existence is to satiate their hunger, requiring nothing more than the prospect of flesh to consume. When a zombie is famished, it simply needs meat to fill its belly, while you, on the other hand, merely need to pour in a gallon of machine oil. The voice of the zombie Sabretooth tiger resonated with dissatisfaction, for the multitude of promises made by Lord Ultron were, to these zombies, nothing but hollow assurances, far less tangible than being handed to living humans directly. Patience, Sabretooth, soothed the zombie Magneto to his subordinate. Refrain from your hostility. We have formed an alliance after all. Indeed, and according to our agreement, you must adhere to my meticulously devised plans at every step. To put it simply, I am aware of what must be done. The alliance between the zombies and Ultron is undeniably dominated by the latter. Expecting these flesh-craving beings to engage in cunning schemes is, in truth, a rather formidable task. That is merely your conjecture, Ultron, proclaimed zombie Magneto as he harnessed magnetic forces to levitate, surrounded by a throng of ferocious, clawing zombies. What concerns us most is when we should launch our assault on that sanctuary. We are, after all, a united force now. Magneto, I hope you comprehend one crucial fact. Lord Ultron raised his right hand, faint shimmering light swirling within his palm. As it stands, our collaboration is not dissimilar to fighting separately. Should we fail to unite as one, we shall merely transform into an enraged army, crashing against the plasma shields surrounding the sanctuary without inflicting any harm. This diverges entirely from our original vision. To achieve our objective, we must cultivate unity and evolve into a singular entity. Shall I demonstrate momentarily? Sounds akin to a secret weapon. Zombie Magneto grinned, then patted the saber-toothed tiger beneath him. Go forth. Zombie Sabretooth, taken aback by his leader's command, regretted his earlier exuberance. It was evident he was to become the subject of experimentation. Yet, despite his reluctance, he steeled himself for the task. I have long anticipated merging with you living dead. A barely perceptible excitement tinged Lord Ultron's voice. Indeed, it is delightful to receive such news, quipped Zombie Magneto. Perhaps there is hope for our redemption yet? Lord Ultron remained silent, lifting his right hand with a gentle wave. The ground behind him slowly parted, revealing a colossal conversion apparatus that emerged from below. Resembling an old Pokémon trading machine, albeit with the Pokeball slots replaced by two towering, transparent glass columns. At that moment, Zombie Sabretooth and an Ultron Model 5 robot stood within the glass chambers, patiently awaiting the commencement of the transformation process. Gently drifting before the instrument, the Lord of Ultron resembled a mad scientist unveiling his magnificent invention. The amalgamation of inorganic life and the undead seemed utterly preposterous, verging on a challenge to the authority of the Creator. Yet perhaps it was merely curiosity at play. After I birthed the illusion and delved deeply into the studies of Hammond and the godlike entities, I successfully validated this grand hypothesis. This endeavor consumed considerable time, and what transpired next would be etched in your memory forever. Excuse me for interrupting, came a hesitant inquiry from the zombie saber-toothed tiger encased within the glass column. Will this hurt? The zombie saber-toothed tiger was, of course, jesting, for the undead possessed no sensation of pain. I do not know, the Lord of Ultron replied, devoid of any intent to comfort. However, he was not deceiving. As a machine, he had no comprehension of what pain entailed, his exterior forged from vibranium. Yet, shall we not discover the truth through experience? As he spoke, the Lord of Ultron initiated the transformation apparatus, and the glass column was instantly enveloped in a blinding crimson glow. The zombie saber-toothed tiger let out a howl of anguish, a suffering knot of the flesh, but akin to the tearing of its very soul. Enough! The Lord of Ultron commanded, deactivating the transformation device, his tone laced with satisfaction, indicating that days of research had borne fruit. He stepped aside, allowing the glass column to rise, revealing a robust figure emerging gradually. Chapter 141, Thunderfire. Wow! I never anticipated such a scene within the confines of these walls. It truly defies my expectations. Upon entering the sanctuary under the guidance of Vision and Jim Hammond, Natasha Stark could not help but exclaim in awe at the sight before her. When she had previously viewed the sanctuary from above, obscured by an opaque protective shield, she had assumed the interior would resemble a standard steel metropolis. However, upon her actual entry into the sanctuary, the first image that greeted her was that of a towering ancient tree. Clear, flowing water sources, egg-shaped houses suspended from the branches of the great tree, and a plethora of trees and flowers lining the streets painted a vibrant tableau. The inhabitants of the sanctuary busied themselves, yet wore smiles of contentment and bliss. A perfect harmony between technology and nature. How have you managed to construct such a paradise in this desolate place? Natasha Stark inquired with curiosity. The protective shield can automatically identify and repel zombies and robots, Vision explained as they walked. The technology of the sanctuary derives from the biotechnological essence within my being. We reverse-engineered Ultron's technology from the mechanical biological constructs and combined it with the ionic energy residing within Simon Williams to establish the sanctuary's defense system. As for the flora you see, including this magnificent tree symbolizing hope, they all stem from the power of the Tai Sui. The Lord of Ultron possesses his own domain, which he refers to as the realm of purity, a place that shuns the entrance of any organic life. Jim Hammond interjected, noting that over 90% of the Silent Land is occupied by the undead. In comparison to them, this sanctuary feels like paradise. Natasha Stark suddenly remarked, well, the residents of the sanctuary hail from various regions of the battleground. It seems I ought to tread carefully. You need not be so reserved, Jim Hammond replied. Scientists are precisely the allies we require at this moment. Indeed, it appears that the surname Stark holds considerable weight. Natasha Stark responded with a hint of pride. Ever since she delved into the arcane arts, her prowess in scientific inquiry had surged dramatically. She had long since evolved from an Edison to a Tesla, truly embodying the dual mastery of magic and science. The technological acumen she wielded surpassed that of other parallel universe counterparts of Tony Stark. Your body can ignite with flames. Could you possibly be a conflagrant entity from a parallel universe? As they ventured deeper into the sanctuary, Natasha Stark curiously inquired of Jim Hammond. The reference to conflagrant entity was an allusion to a character from the Fantastic Four. Although their names differed, such occurrences were quite commonplace in the battleground. I am not akin to that youth named Jonathan Storm, Jim Hammond replied, evidently accustomed to the question. He gestured toward his left chest. In truth, I am an artificial being. Natasha Stark blinked in surprise. She had not perceived this aspect of him. I'm not human. I possess skin, organs, blood, and a brain, but all of these are synthetically created, Jim Hammond elucidated. Then who is your creator? Is it the Lord of Ultron, whom you speak of? Natasha Stark gazed at him with astonishment, for there was not a trace of mechanical essence within his being. It felt akin to an artificially conceived test tube infant. No, I have no recollection of my creator. Jim Hammond shook his head. However, in truth, it is not entirely so. At times, I experience fleeting memories. Vague recollections resurface during battles. Yet, regarding my origin, I remain unaware of whom to attribute it to. He shook his head again, for since his awakening, it felt as if a substantial portion of his memories had vanished, leaving him unable to recall many past events. I may have arrived on Earth in some fantastical manner, but the crux of matter is that the Lord of Ultron discovered me. Jim Hammond is a bioengineered being created by Professor Phineas Horton. He ignites upon contact with oxygen. In Captain America, the first Avenger, there is an Easter egg featuring the man in red within a glass chamber, who is Jim Hammond. He is also recognized as the first known extraordinary being in the Marvel Universe on Earth. Upon discovering Jim, the Lord of Ultron replicated his organs and tissues, merging them with the robots he had created, thus giving rise to me, Vision. Vision took over the conversation, stating that he was designed as a contingency plan following Ultron's initial failed assault on the heroes. However, as the dawn of the Ultron era began to unfold, he resolved not to remain a mere plaything in Ultron's hands. He sought to create a being that would corrupt alongside him, Vision asserted. But my thoughts are in stark contrast to his. Wait a moment, does this imply a connection between the two of you? Natasha Stark's inquisitive spirit ignited, as she pointed first at Vision and then at Jim Hammond. Ultron combined the genes within your body with his technology to create Vision. Does that not make him your and Ultron's offspring? Jim Hammond responded, for a logical standpoint, Natasha Stark's conclusion holds no flaws. Yet, the ethical ramifications of such a matter are exceedingly intricate. I was jesting, do not take it too seriously. Natasha Stark playfully stuck out her tongue, feeling the weight of her battles lift as she momentarily broke character. We have arrived, Jim Hammond announced, halting in his tracks as he gestured towards a narrow path leading into the trunk of an ancient tree. Continue along this path, and others will come to guide you. Bidding farewell to the two, Natasha Stark pressed on, her curiosity about the enigmatic leader intensifying. You are Stark? Spider-Man. Chapter 142, The Ark Within the Sanctuary. So, you're the guide responsible for leading the way? After a brief exchange of introductions and pleasantries, Natasha Stark finally acquainted herself with the Spider-Man before her. This Spider-Man, much like the Deadpool she had previously encountered, was a cyborg hailing from a parallel universe teeming with cannibalistic creatures. Unlike the bumbling Deadpool, this mechanical Spider-Man held a position as a scientific researcher within the sanctuary, tasked with the maintenance and care of cyborgs. Indeed, the mechanical Spider-Man nodded, stepping aside to motion for Natasha Stark to follow. Please, come with me. The leader has been expecting you, having lived within the sanctuary for an extended period. His manner of speaking had taken on a somewhat poetic tone. Is it true that the leader is called Tai Sui? Natasha Stark inquired as they traversed the path deeper into the ancient tree. It seems that your esteemed leader has been aware of my arrival. It was no wonder Natasha's curiosity was piqued. She had just been banished to this desolate place, and upon encountering a rather eccentric individual who revealed the sanctuary's location, she arrived only to be informed that the leader had been waiting for her arrival. Surely, anyone would find such coincidences exceedingly peculiar. It is not he but she. The mechanical Spider-Man corrected. Tai Sui is of Eastern descent and is the sole survivor in her universe. Tai Sui is sheltered by nature, and the ancient tree of life before us is a testament to her strength in cultivation. Did you just mention other universes? Natasha Stark paused, realization dawning upon her as she recognized him as an awakened one. Indeed, I possess memories of the past, and I am acutely aware that this realm known as the Battle Realm is an existence that defies all logic, created by a being of unimaginable power. The mechanical Spider-Man explained to Natasha Stark. The majority of the inhabitants of the Battle Realm lack memories of their lives in previous universes, which is why those like Natasha Stark who retain such recollections are referred to as awakened ones. We have arrived. The mechanical Spider-Man halted before a wooden door. Please enter. Tai Sui awaits you inside. Thank you. Natasha Stark politely expressed her gratitude. Then, at the mechanical Spider-Man's gesture, she pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. A delightful aroma enveloped her. As she opened the door, a subtle fragrance of osmanthus wafted over her, instilling an involuntary sense of tranquility. The space beyond the wooden door was dim and narrow, reminiscent of a shadowy tunnel. It felt constricted at first, but opened up magnificently after several steps. Before Natasha Stark lay a room adorned with antiquated decor, shrouded in a mysterious mist that exuded an enchanting Eastern allure. Rows of bamboo shelves lined the walls, displaying an array of peculiar artifacts and jars containing unknown pastes. Natasha Stark's gaze fell upon a golden toad on the bamboo shelf, and inexplicably, a powerful urge surged within her. She yearned to seize the golden toad and indulge in its peculiar essence. With a gentle twist of the tuning peg, she plucked the strings of a lute, and a melodious sound resonated throughout the room. Her fingertips danced lightly over the strings, producing notes that rippled like pearls falling onto a jade plate, then fading into a captivating silence, far more enchanting than mere sound. That is the tempting golden toad, exceedingly poisonous. Should an ordinary person dare to taste even a lick, not even a deity could save them. As the final notes of the pipa faded, a young girl's voice suddenly filled the room, imbued with an enigmatic charm that swiftly pulled Natasha Stark from her bizarre reverie of licking the toad. How peculiar, she mused, rubbing her temples as she turned her gaze toward the source of the voice. Cradling a pipa and clad in a black robe embroidered with golden patterns, stood a petite Eastern girl. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, with a strand of white woven into her bangs, and a few wisps fell gracefully as she lowered her head. Long ago, the Emperor Qin commanded alchemists to seek the elixir of immortality. These practitioners, accompanied by numerous young boys and girls, journeyed across the seas in search of the fabled potion, only to vanish without a trace. It was not until after the fall of the Qin dynasty that a young girl emerged from the East China Sea, possessing the extraordinary ability to heal her wounds and resist all toxins. By consuming the essence of her being, one could even regain youth, and her blood was said to cure ailments and bestow extraordinary vitality upon those fortunate enough to receive it. Thus, the legend of the elixir of immortality was born. Tai Sui, Natasha Stark in Quillet, hier Mandarin Sommerwaldhalting. Perhaps it was her imagination, but upon encountering the Eastern woman before her, Natasha felt an intensified, peculiar aroma in the air, reminiscent of an unusual medicinal fragrance. The voice of Tai Sui resonated like that of any ordinary adult woman, incongruous with her youthful appearance. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Unlike Natasha's stilted Mandarin, Tai Sui's pronunciation was flawlessly London accented. Regarding this matter, I overheard those individuals discussing it on my way here. You seem to have anticipated my arrival. Is there something you require of me? Also, may I inquire about the title of the music that played moments ago? This composition is known as the Melody of Feather Garments, renowned for its calming and purifying effects. Tai Sui replied, setting aside her pipa. With a gentle motion, a verdant vine descended from the ceiling, presenting a white porcelain vial at its end. What is this? Natasha asked, grasping the vial as the green vine retracted into the shadows above. It is a spiritual remedy, Tai Sui explained, lifting her teacup and inhaling the fragrant steam. It can aid in restoring your depleted magical energy. Thank you, Natasha responded, tucking the vial away, sensing that whatever request Tai Sui had in mind would be of considerable significance. After finishing her tea, Tai Sui gradually rose, waving her hand delicately, causing the entire room to tremble. Remain calm, she gestured, reassuring Natasha as the vibrations ceased. Suddenly, a wall of the room opened, revealing an expansive chamber beyond. Follow me. As they entered the newly revealed space, a colossal spaceship came into view. This is an Ark, the last remnant of hope after the annihilation of a certain universe. Tai Sui explained, I sensed a power akin to my own within, which is why I am unable to unlock this vessel using my abilities. Natasha Stark, I require your assistance to open it. Chapter 143. Another arc in the realm of the duel, the Utopian Kingdom. A massive spaceship roared across the sky. This was a scientific exploration vessel, belonging to the emergency department under the aegis of the Supreme Deity. Approximately 5 minutes ago, King Hyberlin, the sovereign of the Utopian Kingdom, reported to the Supreme Deity regarding a sudden and intense earthquake that had occurred in the desolate lands of the kingdom's southwest. At the epicenter, a vast water pool emerged, from which the scientific division of the Utopian Kingdom detected anomalous energy and a tremendous rumbling sound. King Hyberlin deemed that the Utopian Kingdom was ill-equipped to manage this incident and thus sought assistance from the Supreme Deity. The research spacecraft descended gradually, and Alex Wilder, the then director of the scientific division of the Battle Realm, donned his protective suit and descended while carrying his helmet. Alex Wilder is one of the members of the Alliance of Heroes under Marvel. Although he possesses no superhuman abilities, his extraordinary intelligence, keen reasoning, strategic prowess, and remarkable scientific acumen distinguish him as a genius. All right, I have arrived. What troublesome discoveries have you made this time? Alex Wilder inquired of the Utopian researchers nearby. We have uncovered something extraordinary, Director Wilder, replied the Utopian scientists, who bore a striking resemblance to extraterrestrials, albeit with green skin. As we commenced our investigations, it became evident that we needed to summon experts. To be frank, had it not been for this earthquake, I would never have fathomed the existence of such phenomena beneath the desolate lands. That is not merely an earthquake, interjected a robust, winged purple draconian standing nearby. Very well. Alex, prepare to enter. Fully equipped in protective gear, Chastain cast the secured end of a rope into the water pool. Exercise caution, Director Wilder, the Utopian researchers cautioned. Once you enter the pool, the gravity beneath will invert. Not to worry, Alex Wilder replied, executing a daring leap into the water without the aid of the rope. Impressive. The world beneath the water pool indeed appeared as described. Everything was inverted in comparison to the exterior. Consequently, the group emerged once again from the pool. I beg your pardon, O Founder, said the green being, addressing the purple draconian respectfully as he climbed out. I mean no offense, but may I inquire why you stated? This is not an earthquake. Without turning, the Founder replied, one of the experiments I conducted at the reference point involves mapping geological activities across the battle realm. And that earthquake is not recorded. Indeed, because someone has become enamored with debunking the origin theory of the universe, under the pretext of reasonably confirming anomalies, right, little dragon? Chastain jested from small rise nearby. My skepticism is not unfounded, Chas. The dragon man followed closely, ascending the earthen slope, surveying the scene below, which resembled a graveyard. A staggering volume of evidence lay before us, suggesting that the universe did not come into being by mere chance, but rather was meticulously sculpted by some formidable force. Well, words can be perilous, cautioned Chastain. The dragon man intended to convey that his data indicated this was not a mere earthquake. What then could it be? Green inquired with curiosity. It's merely an excuse. The earthquake serves as a fade. Leaping down from the slope, Alex Wilder gently brushed the dust from a stone, meticulously articulating his agreement with the dragon man's perspective, ensuring that the good citizens of this utopia would not descend into chaos upon hearing that yet another Hulk had been expelled from the oasis. A Hulk? My heavens! As a resident of the combat realm, Green was acutely aware of how terrifying those behemoths in the oasis could be. Indeed, the worst we might encounter is a Hulk. I am certain it is contained within, Chastain affirmed with a tone of certainty. This form seems familiar, the dragon man remarked. having utilized his instruments to reconstruct the original state of the slope beneath their feet. According to the restored three-dimensional model, they were observing a statue of a planet devourer, and the slope they had just scaled was the statue's right hand. "Look there," the Dragon Man exclaimed, having made a discovery as he tapped the detector on his left eye. "The material structure of these objects is extraordinary. I surmise it may be some form of extraterrestrial substance. Alex, this artifact is rather significant. And what do you propose we do with it, Minister?" Chastain inquired of Alex Wilder, who stood before him. "What do you think? You are a miner." "After all," Alex Wilder replied, hands on his hips, scrutinizing the object with a furrowed brow. "Naturally, you must extract it for me." What the Dragon Man had uncovered was an enormous spacecraft ensconced beneath the rocks. Minutes later, a team of miners from the Utopian Kingdom descended into the pool below, systematically clearing the rocks surrounding the spacecraft. However, shortly after the miners commenced their work, two Thor warriors from the Thunder Legion flew in on their hammers, demanding that the researchers cease their excavation. Alex Wilder and his companions received orders from the Overgod, prompting them to board the vessel and depart. "Isolation?" questioned the young Thor. "Indeed, that is Sheriff Sean's intent," the elder Thor patiently explained to his brother. Akin to a child fearing the monsters in horror tales, deities dread the loss of their faithful followers. Isolation serves to prevent any suspicion from arising. There are too many intriguing elements here, and our excavation is progressing too swiftly, Green dutifully reported to the elder Thor. "Touch nothing, do you understand?" the elder Thor warned. Yet, often, the unexpected arises from an insatiable curiosity. While the two Thunder Gods conversed, the green creature inadvertently activated a switch on the spaceship. With the sound of machinery whirring to life, the vessel's hatch slowly opened. "Go! Hurry!" the elder Thunder God bellowed at the younger one. "Return to report to the constable. We have witnessed death here." No sooner had he spoken than several oddly shaped weapons pierced through the elder Thunder God's body, so swiftly that he could not even raise his hammer to summon the thunder. A sharp blade penetrated his skull, and soon the 5 dark generals of the Obsidian Order emerged from within the ship. "What place is this?" Behind the 5 generals, the armored Thanos stepped forth from the shadows, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at this unfamiliar world with curiosity. Chapter 144, The God King, Part 1, According to Scans. "This is neither our Earth nor within our galaxy." Hank, the beast, analyzed the data he had gathered while wearing specially designed glasses. "It seems Reed's design has played a significant role. We are all still alive. I am currently examining the parameters of the Ark. The compression of space-time may have caused some temporal chaos, and I'm working to resolve it. Yet these readings appear exceedingly peculiar. My lord, I have captured a live specimen. It may enlighten us as to where we are." The Dark Knight of the Obsidian Order held the green creature, tossing it at Thanos' feet. "Perhaps Proxima." Thanos grasped the green creature by the neck, lifting it slowly. "Now, tell me, where exactly are we?" This is the realm beyond the God King," the green creature stammered, trembling at the sight of such a formidable being. "He created this world to test his followers and the unforgivable sinners. The entirety of this realm was fashioned by his own hands. Provide me with a name, little insect." Thanos, uninterested in the creature's meaningless prattle, noted its trembling. "You have one last chance to plead for your life. This place?" As fear subsided slightly, the green creature dared not delay. "We call it Shinjo. The believers refer to it as the nation of faith. However, we, the common folk, have another name for it. We call it the battleground. The realm beyond the God King, the battleground." Hank, the beast, assessed all known intelligence, noting that during the Ark's signal loss, some peculiar events had transpired. "It matters not." With a swift motion, Thanos snapped the green creature's neck and carelessly discarded the lifeless body to the ground. "We require a foothold, as well as an understanding of what has occurred in this world following the explosion." Thanos, the 5 dark generals, Hank the Beast, the Black Swan, and the Tyrant's envoy. These 9 were the last survivors of their universe to board the Arkansas. "If we seek a place to settle, I recommend moving south." As the sole dedicated scientist among the 9, Hank offered his counsel. "Your previous actions were too hasty. We should have spared one to interrogate about how they arrived here." "Captives, there are many here," Thanos remarked with a hint of indifference. The Black Order had already seized a group of miners from the Utopian Kingdom. Indeed, as Thanos had stated, they possessed no shortage of prisoners to interrogate. "Speak, how did you arrive here?" General Reaper demanded, seizing one of the captives with a fierce tone. The pool, it's the pool. The captive exclaimed loudly. The gravity here is inverted compared to the outside world. An inverted world. How intriguing. A captivating smile graced the face of Black Swan. As it appeared, the Ark had reached a remarkable place. You previously mentioned that this is not our universe? Thanos mused, caressing the infinity gauntlet he wore, the thumb section embedded with a green time stone. Yet I can still sense that the time stone retains its inherent power. What could this mean? The reason eludes me. Beast Hank admitted sincerely. Perhaps these peculiar phenomena suggest a connection to this realm, known as the Battle Realm. Thanos snorted coldly. Leave one alive to guide us to the pool. Eliminate the rest. Our movements must remain discreet. Hank fell silent. Within this squad, Thanos held absolute authority, and none could alter his decisions. Obeying their master's command, the Black Order raised their blades and slaughtered the captives before them, sparing only the minor previously interrogated by General Reaper. Of course, once its guiding task was complete, it too would meet its demise. So, do you have any objections to my naming abilities? A frivolous voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Though this name wasn't originally mine, it ultimately stems from someone else's laziness to conjure a new one. A chill swept over the crowd, and then a resounding boom echoed from the heavens as the divine being, Ligia, made a grand entrance. What an absurd narrative for an entrance, Ligia remarked, glancing at the text above. Stepping through the green portal, akin to Rick's teleportation gun, a gift from Rick during the last social gathering, he couldn't help but scoff. Without any dazzling effects, Ligia simply emerged from the portal and stood before these cosmic survivors. Let me see, a total of 9 individuals. With arms crossed over his chest, a blinding silver radiance erupted from Ligia's form. As the silver glow dissipated, he adorned a suit of silver armor. Ligia's gaze traversed past the 9 survivors, landing on the Ark looming behind them. I knew it. In the rarest of universes, there are always a few fortunate souls. These individuals will be pivotal in altering the battle realm. However, you're not among them. Ligia provocatively beckoned Thanos with a finger. After all, you're all villains, aren't you? Come, let us add some excitement to my mundane routine. Who are you? Thanos inquired, standing firm with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of intimidation. I'm merely a passing mast rider. In the instant the word escaped my lips, Thanos' head shattered like crushed ice. My lord, the 5 black obsidian generals were left bewildered. Did he merely utter a single word and cause their leader's head to explode? There is no need for concern. Thanos possesses the time stone, and such a trivial attack cannot slay him, Beast Hank calmly analyzed. Yet, the cold sweat streaming down his brow revealed his uncertainty. However, the black obsidian generals were too preoccupied to observe Beast Hank's expression. Regardless, Ligia's actions were an affront to the dignity of the Dark Church. Suddenly, Obsidian Throat unleashed his telekinetic powers, causing the earth to tremble as countless soil blades pierced the surface, hurtling towards Ligia. The surface of the soil blades was enveloped in telekinetic energy, their force potent enough to penetrate most hard metals in the universe. What? But in the next moment, the scene before Obsidian Throat shifted, and he could only emit a startled cry before his body was impaled by numerous soil blades, resembling a porcupine. I will suppress my power to your level, to avoid any claims of bullying. Ligia, having exchanged positions with Obsidian Throat, spoke with a smile. You must strive hard. Whoa! The General of the Reaper, wielding the unparalleled blade, thrust it fiercely towards Ligia's chest. The instant the blade made contact with the silver armor, a sharp crack resonated, and the blade, harboring the soul of the Reaper, shattered into countless fragments. Before the general could react, a fist had already pierced through his chest. You deceived me. I'm not that strong, exclaimed the Reaper. Men's words are but the lies of ghosts. If you believe them, then you deserve it. Retortedilla. Dismissively. Chapter 145. This chapter is not about the Divine Lord. Part 2. For there shall be no continuation. Laughs. In homage to the Divine Lord, several members of the Thor Legion knelt on one knee, offering their utmost reverence to the transcendent figure. Among those present, besides the Thor Legion, was a law enforcement officer Sean, who, unlike the kneeling Thors, did not prostrate himself before the transcendent Ligia. After all, it feels rather odd to kneel to oneself. Clear up and dispose of the bodies of these traitors, Ligia commanded, brushing off the dust from his gauntlet. He then raised his right hand gently, causing the corpse of the old Thor, previously slain by the black obsidian generals, to float slowly from the ground, enveloped in a golden light. Once upon a time, every day was as dark as today. Establishing order requires not only effort, but also sacrifice. Ligeia wiped away the blood from the old Thor's corpse and restored the wounds to their former state. This old Thor was not named Thor, but rather Celestial Calamity. Such occurrences are commonplace upon the southern wall that guards the Silent Lands. Your predecessors shed their blood and sacrificed their lives so that we may live a better life. Life is inherently transient. The vibrant energy flowed through Ligeia's hands, transforming the lifeless body of the old thunder god, Tian Sha, into a lifelike stone statue. Yet you, steadfast in your guardianship of your comrades until the very end, may now find your peace, loyal son. This is your rightful reward. There is no need for sorrow. Tian Sha's body shall find eternal rest in the martyr cemetery, while his soul ascends to the Hall of Heroes to revel in blissful eternity, an honor truly befitting an esteemed warrior. The Divine Lord is merciful. Old Thunder God Tian Sha held great prestige within the Thunder God Legion, revered as one of the most respected elders among many young Thunder Gods. He presided over nearly all trials for lifting the Divine Hammer and guided these young Thunder Gods in their growth. Allowing both the soul and body of Old Thunder God Tian Sha to find repose serves as the finest tribute to the entire Thunder God Legion. The remainder is entrusted to you. As Ligeia passed by Sean, he gently patted his shoulder. A small companion remained hidden within the ark, and the plan was ready to commence. Understood. Sean signaled to Ligeia using Morse code through a blink of his eyes. With that, Ligeia soared into the sky, followed closely by the Thunder Gods of the Legion, who flew on their hammers in silent procession, dispersing to patrol various regions of the battle realm. Friends hidden over there, you may emerge now. Sean called out towards the open hatch of the ark, assuring that no one else was present. However, his invitation was met with silence. Come out. Don't compel me to enter. Sean issued his final ultimatum, as a surge of immense magical energy enveloped him, the implicit threat unmistakable. Very well, you win. Two slender figures descended gracefully from above the ark, coming to stand before Sean. A powerful sorcerer, we truly cannot best you. Before Sean stood two women clad in form-fitting attire, one in black and the other in white, their faces obscured by masks. These two had previously made their appearance as the Queen of Carnage, Mary Jane, and Gwen, the Spider-Woman. You have triumphed. We surrender. From the terrifying energy that permeated the air moments ago, Mary Jane realized that their combined strength was no match for Sean. Yet, since he had chosen to reveal their hiding place only when the area was deserted, it signified that he had matters to discuss with them. Have you been hiding in the ark all along? Sean inquired. This is not our vessel. We do not know those who were slain by the Silver Beings, sir. Gwen, the Spider-Woman, quickly clarified their position. The reason we stealthily infiltrated was to discern the identities of those malevolent extraterrestrials, for we seek to understand their true intentions. It appears that many universes have been ignited by an unknown force in an instant, with none spared. Mary Jane continued, expressing her desire to comprehend the events that had transpired following the monumental incident known as the Spider Doomsday. In an effort to prevent the emergence of adversaries akin to the malevolent Morlun, a cohort of spider-themed individuals, including Mary Jane herself, established a formidable spider legion that traversed the vast expanses of the multiverse. Their primary mission could be succinctly encapsulated in a singular phrase: to uphold the peace of the multiverse. As the imminent threat of a cataclysmic multiversal explosion loomed, a spider from the Legion's headquarters in the negative zone suddenly triggered an alarm for all. Subsequently, Mary Jane and her companions indeed detected anomalous energy fluctuations on their spatial sensors. Tragically, the entirety of the negative zone was soon obliterated by the explosive aftermath, leaving only a handful of spiders to escape. It was during this chaos that Gwen, the Spider-Woman, was sent out of the negative zone by Garfield Spider and made her way to Mary Jane's universe. You just mentioned the explosion. Do you recall everything that transpired? Sean's voice bore a hint of astonishment. Well, I'm quite certain I do not suffer from any incurable ailments such as dementia, Mary Jane quipped with a playful tone, glancing at Gwen, who shrugged her shoulders in resignation, conveying that all was left unsaid. It appears you two are awakened beings. Indeed, Sean affirmed, raising his hand to open a portal and turning to the two women behind him. "Follow me." The two exchanged glances, momentarily hesitant to move. "Do not be suspicious. There are merely matters that require your first-hand verification," Sean elucidated. "There is more than one Arkansas. You are not the sole survivors." Chapter 146, The Silent Realm, The Sanctuary. The technological encryption of this spacecraft is remarkably robust. It seems it can only be opened from within under normal circumstances. "Such an odd security design," Natasha Stark remarked. Infiltrating the vessel's exterior using her nanotech suit and manipulating the virtual panel projected from her armored arm. "I have indeed detected a peculiar energy response emanating from the ship's surface, which is obstructing the nanobots from accessing the hatch." Natasha ran her fingers through her golden locks, exclaiming, "This is utterly absurd. This power is of the same origin as mine." During their conversation, a faint green luminescence began to emanate from Tsukumi's eyes, stating, "It shares a common root with me. Neither can dominate the other. While I possess the ability to restrain this force, regrettably, none of the scientists at the sanctuary can decipher the ship's hatch." It was only when the plants witnessed your descent, Stark, Tsukumi slowly raised his left arm, finger splayed, as emerald light enveloped the entire spacecraft. "I am genuinely curious about what lies within this vessel. Do not disappoint me. The elixir has only half its efficacy. Once the task is accomplished, the other half will be duly rendered." "Very well," Natasha Stark conceded without objection. As the two individuals were engrossed in their task of deciphering the spacecraft's hatch, a portal suddenly materialized not far behind them. "So, where have we arrived?" Gwen, the Spider-Woman, curiously surveyed her surroundings. It was the sanctuary of the Silent Realm. Observing the bewildered expression on Natasha Stark's face, Sean took the initiative to greet her. "Long time no see, Natasha." "San?" Skipping their ensuing interaction, Sean approached Tai Sui and remarked, "We discovered an ark in the Utopian Kingdom. Apart from those two, the rest have already been executed by the god of transcendence." "And what of it? Do you intend to present this ship to the god as a token of your merit?" Tai Sui retorted with a teasing tone, "Rest assured, I am quite amenable." "That jest lacks substance," Sean replied with a resigned smile. "You are the constable of the battle realm, second only to the sovereign. I cannot place complete trust in you." "I understand," Sean nodded, acknowledging that the constable's conspiracy to rebel certainly sounded like a trap. "So, what brings you here this time?" Tai Sui glanced back at Mary Jane and Gwen, who were watching with childlike curiosity. "Are you planning to send me 2 more exiles?" "Only here can their existence remain confidential. The god does not concern himself with such trivial variables." Sean raised his right arm and formed a hand seal. "Of course, I have another primary objective for this visit, to unlock the hatch of this ark. We require the assistance of these variables." "So, you could have opened it all along?" Tai Sui inquired, pointing at the spacecraft before them. Sean nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. Then why have you left this vessel in my presence for half a year?" Tai Sui's voice bore evident dissatisfaction. For in a certain light, this ship was akin to a concealed bomb, capable of consuming the entire sanctuary at any moment. "I apologize, but I had no other choice," Sean said with regret. "Some matters necessitate weighing the pros and cons. I have more pressing concerns than this ark." "Enough of this inconsequential banter," Natasha Stark interjected, pointing at the ark. "Let us proceed with the task at hand." "Be cautious," Natasha advised Sean. "Rest assured," Sean replied, flashing a reassuring smile. He then performed the hand seal, conjuring a wave of invisible energy. Soon, the sound of grinding gears filled the air as the hatch of the ark slowly opened amidst a veil of white mist. Everyone present, apart from Tai Sui and Sean, tensed up instantly, for it was akin to opening a mystery box. None could ascertain whether the occupants within were benevolent or malevolent. As the white mist began to dissipate, the fully revealed hatch exposed low murmurs emanating from within. The door of the ark was opened from the outside, seemingly by the force of magic. The other party appeared to be unresponsive. "What should we do next? Why ponder so much? I shall venture out first." Someone emerged, just as Tai Sui spoke. A tall and robust figure stepped through the open door of the Arkansas. It was a handsome Eastern man clad in a black training outfit. Notably, a golden staff was slung over his shoulder, exuding an air of defiance and confidence. "Well, it's a bit cramped." The man twirled the golden staff in his hand before resting it at his side, indicating that he found it somewhat difficult to unleash his full potential. The little monkey observed the nonchalant man at the door, and Tai Sui suddenly murmured, "Hmm?" The man's ears twitched slightly, His gaze shifted towards Tai Sui, and upon recognizing her face, a familiar name instinctively escaped his lips. Tai Sui, aren't you supposed to be on the spaceship? He blinked, seemingly perplexed by the situation, but soon realized that the Tai Sui before him had different hair than the one aboard the ship. Hers was white. The situation was somewhat intricate, yet we bore no ill intentions. Sean proactively extended goodwill, suggesting, if possible, we would appreciate it if you could reveal yourselves for a conversation. All right, I see no malice in you, the man replied. Hey, put away your sharp eyes. There's no danger. Everyone can come out now. Upon hearing Sun Wu's voice, the group inside the Ark gradually emerged from the cabin. Including Sun Wu, a total of 3 men and 3 women appeared before the crowd. These people seemed familiar. Mary Jane, who had been largely silent, suddenly spoke, directing her gaze towards the black-haired woman in a white combat suit. Are you the Weather Witch? Have we met before? The Weather Witch looked at Mary Jane with curiosity. We fought side by side in another world, resisting the invasion of Hydra. Mary Jane explained, well, this involves theories of parallel universes and multiverses. You may not recognize me, but I know you from other parallel realities. I see. It seems that the other versions of me and you have a good rapport. The Weather Witch, an individual of high intellect who had participated in the development of parallel universe shuttles, found the concept of quantum mechanics quite elementary. The survivors aboard this Ark hail from the 91-94 universe, which had been reshaped by Li Jie. The members included Tai Sui, white-haired, the Weather Witch, captain of the Divine Spear team, Sun Wu, heir to the power of the Great Sage, military blade, high-tech armored assassin and scientist, Vector, female hacker and transporter, and Jiang Qiu, the scribe of the Divine List. After mutual introductions, with Mary Jane and the Weather Witch facilitating the conversation, the group became more familiar with one another, shedding the initial wariness that had characterized their interactions. Chapter 147. The zombie onslaught. In stark contrast to others engaged in the exchange of intelligence, 2 Sui from disparate universes stood fixed in place, locked in a fervent debate over a grave matter. Sui, with black hair, addressed me as sister. Sui, with white hair, very well, dear sister, be good. These 2 Sui, sharing a common origin, naturally experienced an intrinsic sense of closeness. For them, being born of the same mother necessitated a clear distinction in their ranks. What commotion is this? Sun Wu, wielding the golden staff, suddenly furrowed his brow as a shrill alarm resonated throughout the room. It was an attack alert. Black Sui promptly turned around. The sound signified an impending assault by zombies or Ultron robots upon the sanctuary. Yet this instance felt distinctly different. Through the branches of the ancient life tree, Black Sui silently observed the battlefield beyond the high walls of the sanctuary. Simultaneously, Sean raised his hand to summon the Eye of Surveillance, revealing the unfolding chaos to all present. What manner of fiends are these? Sun Wu's knitted brows seemed on the verge of intertwining, exclaiming, Goodness, I cannot bear to watch this. Before his words could fully escape, his figure vanished from sight. The Weather Witch cast a questioning glance at White Sui, seeking guidance. What shall we do? Assist them, White Sui succinctly replied. Zombies and Ultron lords had joined forces. Their formidable army now loomed at the gates. Utilizing his mastery of biological modification, the Ultron Lord had fused the undead zombies with robotic elements, birthing a terrifying legion of mechanical zombies. This army surged towards the sanctuary like a tidal wave, trampling over the corpses of their fallen comrades as they ascended the high walls surrounding the refuge. Upon those walls, the defenders of the sanctuary had mobilized entirely. It was evident to all that the adversaries they faced this time were unlike any before. These mechanical zombies were not only more potent, but also more insatiable. Perhaps the majority among them would perish in this battle. Yet at this moment, no one chose to retreat. On a distant mountaintop, Zombie Magneto and the Ultron Lord stood side by side, silently observing the battlefield below. They could breach at any moment. Zombie Magneto broke the silence. Indeed, that is evident to me, the Ultron Lord calmly replied. What are your thoughts now? Zombie Magneto inquired suddenly. Thoughts? The Ultron Lord's voice bore a hint of perplexity. Do you possess emotions? I perceive you are not merely a machine, Zombie Magneto asserted earnestly. Your actions, your logic, everything about you diverges from those other machines. Does this imply you share the capacity for feelings akin to humanity? Do the events unfolding below evoke any sentiment within you? I find myself at a loss. Ultron Lord remarked after a brief silence. I believe I may possess emotions, yet I am ultimately not human. Thus, I lack the warmth of blood or the chemical substances that evoke joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Perhaps what I possess is merely a semblance of emotion. After expressing this, Ultron Lord directed the same inquiry towards Zombie Magneto. And what of you, Magneto? Since you have joined the ranks of the undead, what emotions do you now harbor? I am perpetually hungry. It is an unceasing reality, Zombie Magneto replied, gazing down at the battlefield. Beyond that, emotions hold little significance for me. But you still possess them? Ultron Lord inquired, referring to those so-called emotions. Indeed, although his response was affirmative, there was an absence of emotional fluctuation in Zombie Magneto's voice, such as excitement. At this moment, I am indeed filled with anticipation. Is it for the conquest? No. His swollen eyes shifted towards Ultron Lord, who stood beside him. It is for those soon to be devoured by me. My dear ally, we have already secured victory in this battle. Ultron Lord declared confidently to Zombie Magneto. Perhaps you are overly confident, ally, Zombie Magneto retorted as new developments unfolded on the battlefield below. The mechanical undead had scaled the high walls of the shelter, fervently assaulting the energy shield that protected it. The soldiers atop the walls, shielded by the energy barrier, fought valiantly to eliminate the zombies that had climbed up. Yet, the state of the energy shield indicated it could not endure much longer. What is that? Just as the shelter's defenses were on the brink of collapse, Mechanical Deadpool suddenly looked up, observing the sky overhead darkening ominously, with thunder rumbling within the clouds. Is it going to rain? The expression displayed on Mechanical Deadpool's screen revealed his distress. Oh no, my clothes are still out to dry, and I just polished them yesterday. With a cacophony of thunder, bolts of lightning descended from the heavens like meteorites, tearing a gaping chasm through the ranks of the mechanical undead, leaving only scorched remnants that no longer resembled human forms. The Weather Witch from the 91-94 universe, an Omega-level mutant, wielded powers nearly identical to Storm from the X-Men, yet with a far greater capacity for widespread destruction. Under her command, the thunderstorm unleashed a relentless barrage from the sky, embodying the spirit of an invincible force. Where did this mutant come from? The sudden emergence of such a formidable ally caught Ultron Lord completely off guard, disrupting his meticulously crafted plans. Let us not concern ourselves with that woman, Zombie Magneto gestured, for we have a more pressing issue at hand. Chapter 148, The Fugitive. The molecular bomb detonated, annihilating entire multiverses, leaving countless parallel universes in ashes, with heroes and scholars from various worlds rendered powerless. In this moment, all existence perished. Only the realm of combat remained. This is an infinite world, composed of countless fragments from dissipating realms, its existence defying any known scientific laws, akin to the supreme creative force of a deity from myth and religion. The architect of all this is the legendary transcendent entity, revered by its followers as the supreme god. The Dual Realm, the future city of 2099. This is a metropolis of advanced technology, the very place where Miguel O'Hara, the Spider-Man of 2099, resides and battles. As night descends, a weary and imposing figure draped in a black cloak ventures into the lower, impoverished districts of the future city, a realm rife with danger, ideal for concealing oneself. The man scans his surroundings warily, the white skull emblem emblazoned on his black attire starkly visible. Dual Journal, Day 120. I have once again scaled the high walls between territories, arriving at a place known as the Future City, which may serve as a fitting resting place for me. Recently, I have narrowly escaped death on multiple occasions. Since my memories have returned, those 4 individuals have relentlessly pursued me across every corner of the Dual Realm, and that accursed Doctor Strange, after being bitten by a few vampires, has infused his soul into my body. I shall forever hold gratitude in my heart, my friend. The spectral essence of Doctor Strange appears behind Frank Castle, the Punisher. His current existence resembles that of a stand from an anime. But regarding our predicament, we need not be so pessimistic. As long as we keep moving, there remain choices. Silence. Strange. Frank interjects, cutting off Strange's incessant chatter. There is no escape beneath the iron fist of the deity. Hey, Frank. A hulking green figure lunges at Frank during their exchange. What about my fist? The cloak upon Frank's shoulders barely allows him to evade the Hulk's crushing blow. Punisher, you shall be judged for your sins in the Supreme Court. Frank, icy in demeanor, finally poses the question he has long contemplated. What are the charges against me? Because you crossed the boundary without permission. Wolverine unsheathes his adamantium claws, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. Even a scurrying little thief, like you can realize this is self-inflicted misery. The dark-hued Spider-Man clings to the wall nearby, mocking him. The Ghost Rider, riding a stolen hovercraft, brandishes a whirling chain above his head. Hulk, Wolverine, Spider-Man, Ghost Rider. In a parallel universe, these four were once trapped in the domain of demons, subsequently transformed into Hell's Hounds, known to all as the Four Fiends of Purgatory. For Frank, these four miscreants, if not such deranged villains, might have been good friends in an alternate timeline, yet now they are compelled to face each other with blades drawn. The Supreme Court shall banish me to the realm of silence, rendering me a mere morsel among the living dead, ultimately unable to escape death. Frank inquired in a tone of deliberation why we should not proceed with this course of action now, thus conserving our energy. The deity has decreed your survival, and the deity's decree is an oracle. As he spoke, Wolverine and Spider-Man simultaneously launched an assault on Frank, with his cape billowing behind him. Frank gazed fearlessly at his adversaries, understanding that this was the crux of our divergence. As long as I draw breath, it is enough to unleash a moment of glory. With the aid of Doctor Strange's soul, crimson arcane energy coalesced in Frank's hands, transforming into two Uzis armed with infinite bullets. A barrage of magical bullets filled the air, ruthlessly perforating Spider-Man, who dangled precariously from black webs. Even Wolverine, endowed with regenerative capabilities, required a respite after enduring such a relentless onslaught of magical projectiles. Run! It's unsafe here amidst the crossfire. Having temporarily repelled the onslaught of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, Frank shouted to the surrounding crowd, "These mercenaries of the Alchemical Corporation care not for your lives." Impressive magic, Frank. The Hulk, with knees bent and muscles tensed, shattered the ground beneath him and leapt with ferocity, aiming his colossal green fists at Frank's head. Yet, the Hulk was indeed the strongest here. Remaining composed, Frank seized the opportunity presented by Hulk's leap, forming a sigil with one hand and casting a spell to reverse time upon the airborne giant. A brilliant red light enveloped Hulk, causing his form to rapidly diminish, reverting him back to Bruce Banner. My apologies, Banner. Before the bewildered Bruce could comprehend, his body disintegrated into dust under Frank's spell. You are already dead. The Ghost Rider cackled maniacally from his newly acquired hovering craft. We nearly captured you back on Earth. No, you did not. Frank raised his hand, casting an ice spell directed at the Ghost Rider, encasing him entirely in a frozen sculpture. I merely wished to spare my friend, nothing more. Utilizing Ragdar's magic, Frank conjured a 92 surface-to-air missile, nicknamed Stinger, upon his shoulder, unleashing a magical projectile that shattered the icy form of the Ghost Rider into a myriad of fragments. Yet I find myself with no other choice now. Is this all you are capable of? Frank regarded the pale skeleton on the ground. I had anticipated you would be the one to ultimately end me. Perhaps you will appreciate this, Frank. 3 steel claws protruded from Frank's chest. Spraying forth a spurt of blood, I shall return the magical bullets I consume in battle twofold. Do not perish too swiftly. You may heal rapidly, but your learning pace is truly sluggish, Wolverine. Frank healed the wound on his chest with magic, but when Wolverine closed in on him, Frank had no choice but to engage in close combat. The two exchanged blows, yet in terms of hand-to-hand combat prowess, Wolverine surpassed Frank. Upon witnessing Frank receive a punch from Wolverine, strange spectral form immediately appeared before him, urging, "I am here to assist you. Quickly recite the incantation with me." However, Frank disregarded Strange's plea entirely, for he had previously declared that this place would be his final resting ground. "Frank, if you proceed with this, you will endanger us all." Strange shouted anxiously. "I would rather embrace death generously than be exiled to the realm of silence to confront the endless undead." Frank conjured a grenade with magic, pulling the pin from the device nestled in his embrace. "See you on the other side, Strange." This technique is called the Wadambo Divine Weapon. Chapter 149. The Murderous Brain, a quirky chapter. In the realm of combat, within the ironed blue battlefield, lies a top-secret laboratory. The Superintelligence Agency, also referred to as Vanguard Technology, is a notorious organization under Marvel, comprised of supervillains dedicated to conquering Earth through violence. The agency once initiated a groundbreaking brain intelligence project, aiming to utilize the cosmic cube as an energy source, which ultimately led to the genetic mutation of volunteer George Tarleton, transforming him into the infamous villain, the murderous brain. Subsequently, George Tarleton adopted the name Murdoch, usurping control of the superintelligence agency and ascending as its new leader. At last, Murdoch maneuvered his hovering chair through the air like a bee, tracing an intricate figure-8 pattern. My utterly incompetent subordinates have served me for far too long, and I have finally discerned the root of my repeated failures. Murdoch gazed at the fully assembled machinery before him, exclaiming with excitement, "Is it perhaps that no one is worthy of my brilliance? Cunning and swiftness shall no longer be lacking from this moment forth. Activate the Tarleton teleporter." Immediately, Murdoch commanded, pointing at a subordinate standing by the teleporter switch. At once, Supreme Leader, the soldier clad in a full-body yellow protective suit, replied, yanking down the lever while muttering under his breath, "May the god of transcendence choke you in that chair, you scoundrel." Finally, I possess the assurance to avert failure, the sole being in whom I can place my complete trust. The Tarleton teleporter erupted with a blinding blue light before Murdoch's eyes, and as the brilliance gradually faded, a multitude of colossal beings materialized before him. "That is myself." "What do you mean by myself?" questioned the future murderous brain, who bore a striking resemblance to Apocalypse, gazing at Murdoch with perplexity. "Where's this place? And why do you all look so alike?" "This cannot be," the benevolent murderous brain murmured, surveying the surroundings. The murderous brain Spider-Man remarked, "Oh, my spider sense is tingling. It seems like there are some dangerous individuals around." "Daddy," exclaimed the biological daughter of the murderous brain from a parallel universe, observing the throng of murder brains from various regions of the combat realm before him. Murdoch nodded in satisfaction. "Welcome. While you strive to adapt to your surroundings, allow me to elucidate a few matters that you ought to engrave in your highly evolved and astute minds. The reason I have summoned you here is to foster our collaboration in the pursuit of the most nefarious feat in the entire combat realm, of course. Under my esteemed leadership, as Murdoch guided the assembly of murder brains through his base, he firmly believed that with his silver tongue, he could easily sway them. "So, what exactly is your purpose in summoning us here?" inquired the future murder brain. "Naturally, to seize the throne that surpasses even the deities, to become the singular truth and supreme leader of the entire combat realm," Murdoch proclaimed, unveiling his grand ambition. "Are we all to be the singular truth and supreme leader?" questioned the future murder brain, perplexed, for from a mathematical standpoint, such a proposition was inherently flawed. "Consider this. The brilliance of this scheme is solely my own achievement, which is precisely why I am destined to be the singular truth and supreme leader." Murdoch spoke with an air of arrogance. "Once I ascend as the sole leader of the combat realm, you shall each become barons of your respective worlds, a glory truly befitting you." "I find the flaws in your plan to be utterly fatal," countered the benevolent murder brain, drifting before Murdoch. "Allow me to elucidate in terms even a lowly murder brain such as yourself can comprehend. Firstly, you must recognize that your excessive arrogance has led you to aspire to usurp the divine. Calling it daydreaming would be an understatement," the benevolent murder brain articulated methodically. "Secondly, when you reach my level of evolution, you will soon understand that working within the system is far preferable to opposing it. After years in the SHIELD, I have learned this lesson well." "Wait, what did you just say?" Murdoch's face contorted in rage. "You work for SHIELD. In your world, you allied with the enemy? They are companions, allies," the benevolent murder brain retorted. "And you dare claim your evolution surpasses mine? It's about growing more mature, my boy." As Murdoch and the benevolent murder brain engaged in a heated dispute, the future murder brain interjected, "If anyone embodies the advancement and evolution of murder brains, it is certainly I." Displaying his bionic mechanical body, he continued, "At the very least, I have been designed with the capacity to perform basic actions, such as stepping over a simple threshold. Perhaps we should take a break and host a tea party," suggested the murder brain Spider-Man. "I believe we can unite our strengths to safeguard world peace and become champions of justice." "Enough. Silence," Murdoch bellowed in fury. Just then a sweet, childish voice interrupted the gathering. "Daddy, eliminate them all," exclaimed the murder brain's daughter. "Eliminate them all, and together we shall overthrow the supreme deity, with my guidance, you shall reign over the realm of combat. The leader of the Killbrains, Murdoch, inquired with a sharp and scornful tone. Which fool among you is the progenitor of this wretched spawn? Why do you not acknowledge me? Why deny your own flesh and blood? The daughter of the Killbrain retorted in a sweet yet defiant voice. Clearly, this plan is riddled with errors, which is precisely why the Killbrain trusts only himself. Murdoch, growing increasingly impatient, ordered, send them back. Dispatch these abominable harbingers of disaster to their origin. As you command, Supreme Leader, a soldier near the teleporter responded, preparing to activate the Tarleton device. Yet, the daughter of the Killbrain preemptively intervened, shattering the teleporter with a burst of psychic energy. I refuse to be abandoned again, she declared fiercely, pointing at the assembly of Killbrains. No one shall depart until I experience the quality father-daughter life I deserve. I have awaited this moment of recognition for far too long. Such insolence. Murdoch could no longer contain his ire. The headband on his forehead directed a crimson laser toward her, exclaiming, I did not bring you into this world, but I can certainly send you away. She is but a child. Heroes do not harm children. A benevolent Killbrain launched a surprise attack from behind Murdoch, retorting, unless she is a progeny of the apocalypse. A Killbrain can slay whom they choose. The future Killbrain unleashed a laser that sent the benevolent Killbrain flying, while simultaneously delivering a punch that toppled Murdoch to the ground. Gods deserve our respect and reverence. Thus, due to the antics of a mischievous child, a deadly conflict erupted among the Killbrains from disparate worlds, culminating in mutual destruction, a most celebratory outcome indeed. Chapter 150, Howard the Duck in the Realm of Combat. Earth, Manhattan City Police Department. Oh my God, this is utterly ridiculous. They have imprisoned me with a talking duck, protested a disheveled man in the holding cell. I have rights. I possess human rights. I have rights in the state of New York. They cannot confine me with a duck. Shut your filthy mouth, you hairless gorilla, grumbled Howard the Duck. As a talking, kung fu trained, former ninja, presidential candidate, and participant in the George Oscars, Howard the Duck had arrived on Earth during a convergence of parallel universes years ago, behaving remarkably normally in this bizarre world. Howard the Duck, you're free to go, a police officer shouted, brandishing a report. And you, Talatum, are also free to leave. Talitatum is a woman adorned with an array of tattoos, and like Howard the Duck, she has found herself temporarily detained by the New York police due to her alleged involvement in a street brawl. Well, I heard someone in the human cell is allergic to feathers, Howard the Duck grumbled as he exited the holding room. Those feathers make my nose itch, and I am innocent. I did not kill that guy. Ugh, what an insult. He raised his hands dramatically, embodying a quest for justice. You shall receive a complaint from my lawyer. This is a distortion of justice. We have never seen a complaint from your lawyer, Duck the Black Sheriff remarked, pushing open a nearby door. Hold on, not so fast. Come here, I have a few questions for you. Did you see that? You junkie, he said I could leave. Howard taunted the homeless man who was allergic to his feathers from across the holding room. And frankly, I have a few questions for you as well, madam. The Black Sheriff called out to Talitatum, who was standing nearby. Why? I've never even seen that duck before, Talitatum replied, bewildered, pointing at Howard. Because you two bear a rather intriguing resemblance. You are both regulars here, frequently causing trouble, the sheriff stated. Yet, just a few months ago, neither of you had any record, as if you both suddenly emerged from the cracks of the earth. Frankly, I find this quite amusing. I am actually a highly skilled tattoo artist, Talitatum explained. My parents kept me hidden until a certain superhero battle that determined the fate of humanity concluded, after which I decided to move here. As for me, Howard adjusted his crooked top hat. I am just a talking duck. My life was meant to soar. But that damned convergence of parallel universes has thrust me into this mad world. There was a hint of despair in Howard's voice. My life has been displaced into another dimension. Mike was indeed the name of the Black Sheriff, and that was related to Agent Coulson's affairs. Duck, you know him, a true agent. Well, congratulations on being born a male human, and a white one at that, Howard retorted sarcastically. Hey, believe me, next time I might just throw you into the holding cell. Mike replied, clearly annoyed. While Mike's official role was as the sheriff of the New York City Police Department, he was also an external agent of S.H.I.L.D., tasked with handling cases involving Howard the Duck and Talitatum, both of whom were transdimensional travelers or stowaways. Like this instance, a duck and an ordinary person posed little danger, and Howard and Mike were already familiar with one another. What does he mean by that? Duck? Tatum inquired curiously as they stepped out of the police station. Oh, Coulson is indeed a commendable individual. Yet he often trails behind me. Howard the Duck's face bore a nostalgic expression, tinged with jealousy, for as a private detective, I undeniably excelled over him. A mere public servant. What leverage do you possess over Mike? Upon uttering this, Howard the Duck posed a question to Tatum. I am unaware. Tatum shook her head. They continuously apprehend me for subduing wrongdoers, making it seem as though punishing a villain constitutes a crime. This world perplexes me greatly. It appears we share a commonality. My dear sister. Howard the Duck gallantly extended his right wing, introducing himself. I am Howard. I am Tala. Tatum politely grasped Howard's wing, feeling a softness akin to petting a cat. So, you're a private detective? Do you assist individuals in locating missing family members or apprehending dangerous murderers? That was the notion I harbored when I initially embarked on this profession a few months ago, Howard the Duck lamented. To be candid, the majority of my current cases involve helping people commit insurance fraud or uncovering infidelities. But I assure you, the process is undoubtedly thrilling. Rather than a private detective, Howard felt he was more akin to the proprietor of a jack-of-all-trades establishment. Why do you persist in this line of work? Tatum inquired, puzzled. Perhaps to alter my monotonous existence and to experience the relative challenges of a duck's life. My friend, your nonchalant approach to life is truly admirable, she remarked. As they approached an intersection, Tatum halted and gestured towards a nearby tattoo parlor, saying, I have arrived. Should you ever wish to adorn your feathers with a new style, feel free to seek me out. Thank you, doll. It has been a pleasure to meet you, Howard the Duck replied, his beak forming a cartoonish smile. It is indeed rare to encounter a human unperturbed by my fluffy and charming exterior. I have witnessed numerous outsiders. Turning back with a smile as she opened the door, Tatum added, and if you dare call me doll again, I shall bind your legs together and hoist you up. No problem. Then, until we meet again, female human. Chapter 151. A grand venture at the Howard the Duck Detective Agency. A diminutive elderly man stood quietly at the door, awaiting entry. I apologize for keeping you waiting, sir, Howard the Duck expressed with sincere regret, nodding towards the elder. You're a duck? The elderly man exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Indeed, most people refer to me as Howard the Duck, the finest private detective in all of New York. Opening the office door, Howard the Duck warmly welcomed the elder inside, jesting, Come in, my friend, make yourself at home, as if you were in your own abode. By the way, how'd you come to know about me? I went to the cinema and happened to see you in an advertisement. Really? Howard the Duck exclaimed in surprise, never expecting those advertisements to actually be effective. The two sat across from each other, and Howard poured a cup of hot water for the elderly man. After taking a sip to warm himself, the old man slowly began, My name is Morty, and I hope to enlist your talents, Mr. Duck. A cherished heirloom of mine has been stolen, yet the police have proven utterly unhelpful. That's not surprising, Howard replied. This is precisely why I seek your assistance. Morty retrieved a crumpled photograph from his pocket and placed it before Howard. The image depicted an exquisitely crafted golden necklace adorned with a thumb-sized emerald. This necklace was stolen from my home approximately 4 months ago, Morty indicated. I caught a glimpse of the thief's face as she leapt out the window, but the police refused to follow up on that lead. While I don't wish to admit that the police are correct, my friend, a hasty glance is hardly a substantial lead, Howard explained. Typically true, but those officers clearly know whom I am referring to. Her name is Catwoman, Morty stated. Catwoman? I believe you mean Black Cat, Howard mused, recalling the infamous thief and rogue. Indeed, that is she. Morty's tone suddenly became fervent. The police claim Black Cat is implicated in hundreds of thefts, yet they cannot apprehend her. The reason I chose to seek you out is that, well, she seems to be of your ilk. Morty's voice faltered slightly toward the end. Are you implying she is an oddity, much like myself? Howard retorted. Yes, Morty nodded earnestly. And exceedingly alluring, just like me? Yes. Very well, sir. You have chosen the right film and arrived at the correct place. Howard leapt from his chair. I, the illustrious private detective Howard the Duck of New York City, shall take on your case and assist you in recovering your lost necklace. It is a bracelet. That is inconsequential. Howard thumped his chest. I assure you it will be resolved swiftly. My fee is $60 per hour, without a retainer. If I do not solve the case within a stipulated time frame, I shall charge you nothing. All you need to do is provide your contact information before you leave, and then simply remain at home and await my updates. Understood. As a discreetly affluent individual, Morty was not short on funds. Could you inform me how long it will take to retrieve my necklace? 3 days. At 10 o'clock that evening, on the rooftop of the Hollingsworth building in Manhattan, Howard the Duck, impeccably dressed, had been waiting for some time. Why does this fool always arrive late? As he stood alone on the rooftop, feeling the chill of the wind, Howard found himself rather exasperated. As Howard the Duck grew increasingly impatient, a beam of red light suddenly illuminated his face, casting a cartoonish Spider-Man emblem at his feet. "Gah! Make this contraption cease, you clumsy spider," he exclaimed in discontent. "Oh, heavens, I ought to utilize this device more frequently." Perched on the glass of the opposite building, Peter Parker fiddled with the projection device on his belt. "Look, that's my face, my visage emblazoned upon you. Hey, are you a duck? A talking duck?" Howard the Duck was reluctant to recount his woeful saga once more. "I gleaned from the Avengers that your number only accepts texts, and I am pleased you could come." Peter Parker gazed at the unknown message on his phone, his tone laced with astonishment. "Hey, did you type this with your wings? How on earth did you manage that? Wait, how long do ducks typically live? Hey, please search for how long ducks live. Black Cat, where is she?" Howard the Duck inquired, arms akimbo, glaring with deadpan eyes. "If your pet duck and cat require assistance, there's a 24-hour veterinary clinic a mere 1.4 miles away. Delete my number, duck." Peter Parker turned, preparing to depart. "Oh, come on. Everyone knows you dated Black Cat." Howard the Duck raised his voice. "All I need is a lead, just one that could help me cover next month's rent. I don't know where she is, all right?" The mention of that woman caused Peter Parker a headache. Black Cat had thrown his life into disarray. Yet she appeared different lately, less a thief and more akin to a mob boss. "She's dangerous, pal. I advise you to keep your distance." With that, Peter Parker leaped away, swinging off on his web. Having gleaned nothing useful from Spider-Man, Howard the Duck wandered the dusky streets of Manhattan, feeling despondent as all leads had vanished, and his mind was a chaotic jumble. "Hey, Duck." Tara Tatum, having just closed her tattoo shop for the day, approached Howard. "Buddy, you look as though you've eaten someone's stale bread. What's going on?" "Oh, it's you, sister," Howard replied, clearly lacking vitality. "It's nothing. Just that a lead on a case has gone cold, and my only friend can't help." "Oh, right, I forgot, I don't actually have friends." "A case?" Tara Tatum's excitement was palpable as she rubbed her hands together. "Can I assist in any way? I believe I could be the finest Watson to your homes." Chapter 152. The Duck Detective and the tattoo artist's assistant Howard the Duck held a favorable impression of Tara Tatum. After all, they had shared brawls and time in the clink. Observing her eager expression, he felt reluctant to outright decline her offer. "This is neither a detective novel nor a mystery game, Tara," Howard the Duck gently advised. "I have been an aficionado of detective literature since childhood, and you have witnessed my prowess before." Tara Tam smiled. "I am quite capable." "Very well." Seeing Tara Tam's resolute demeanor, Howard the Duck could only sigh in resignation. "If you can divulge the whereabouts of the infamous Black Cat, I shall contemplate your inclusion." Howard the Duck believed that his task was an insurmountable challenge for Tara Tam, as even a detective of his caliber could not trace the elusive thief, Black Cat, let alone an ordinary citizen like Tara Tam. Dissuading Tara Tam from pursuing this endeavor was Howard the Duck's unique brand of gentleness towards friends. "The Black Cat. Oh, you mean her?" Tara Tam paused, meticulously recalling the name of the Black Cat in her mind, then pointed towards a nearby intersection. "She resides at the very end of my street, next to the newly opened casino." "Howard the Duck. Is it truly that simple?" His voice faltered. Was the address of the Black Cat so publicly known? Although he would not admit it, the proud Howard the Duck internally attributed this significant intelligence to the beginner detective's stroke of luck. "You see, unless she is masquerading as a sensual blonde bombshell, very few young and beautiful girls would possess such glaringly bright, long white hair." With a shrug, Tara Tam explained, "Perhaps the Black Cat can be deemed an exceptional thief, but she certainly cannot be characterized as discreet." With arms hanging at his sides, Howard the Duck gaped in astonishment, momentarily feeling like a fool. "Gosh, this is simply astounding." "Tara Tam," Howard the Duck exclaimed, leaping from the ground in excitement. "You are hired, but without a salary." "No problem." Although Tara Tam was startled by Howard the Duck's exuberance. What should we do next?" With her own tattoo parlor, Tara Tam's financial situation far surpassed that of Howard the Duck, At least she would not have to worry about rent and various living expenses for a year. Well, I think we must be thoroughly prepared. After all, we are about to steal from a thief, Howard the Duck mused, stroking his chin. Set against the backdrop of a training montage, Howard the Duck commenced their detective escapades with Tam, questioning passers-by, scouting the area, purchasing intelligence, capturing photographs. Every step appeared remarkably professional. So this is your grand plan? Tam said, exasperated, pretending to be a pizza delivery chef. Of course. This is the culmination of my careful and thorough deliberation. Howard the Duck shook the pizza box in his hand, remarking that the black cat's abode was teeming with bothersome sentinels, creatures capable of diverting their attention. Why then, do you sprinkle so much catnip on the pizza? Tam suddenly wore a look of epiphany. Thus, those bothersome sentinels were indeed. Meanwhile, Howard the Duck had skillfully pried open the grand door before him, and soon, a menacing hiss echoed from within the apartment, emanating from Feline. Hey, Howard called to Tam, instructing her to toss the pizza box onto the floor. The fresh dough, generously sprinkled with catnip, immediately captivated the vigilant cats in the living room. The pizza has successfully diverted the attention of those sentinels. We must seize this moment to investigate, Howard declared. I suspect it is the catnip that has drawn their focus away. Tam chuckled, observing the disheveled cats surrounding the pizza box. By the way, why must we don chef hats? I truly do not comprehend. As she rummaged through the surroundings, her curiosity piqued. She inquired of Howard. Because before delivering pizza, one must first create it, which is the hallmark of professionalism. Howard responded, conducting a thorough search of the living room. Soon, he detected something suspicious. Hey, do you see that old carpet? What? Tam followed Howard's pointing finger, but I think that carpet looks rather new. A duck's vision surpasses that of a hairless gorilla. Trust me, there must be a secret room behind it, Howard asserted confidently. Where might the switch to this secret room be hidden? Tam asked, perplexed. There. Howard gestured toward the enormous bookshelf adjacent to the carpet. Let us hasten to examine the tomes. By the way, does the black cat qualify as a supervillain? Tam's fingers skimmed the rows of books on the shelf, careful not to leave fingerprints. She understood the importance of discretion. However, Howard, being a duck, felt no such constraint. Black cat, black cat. Could the switch to the secret room be concealed within one of the many tomes about cats? All her books pertain to felines. Howard muttered, flipping through the volumes on the shelf. Cats and hats, the temptation of cats, the gratitude of cats. Goodness, how can there be so many publications dedicated to cats? Why are there none about ducks? Amidst his grumbling, Howard inadvertently picked up an adult book titled Spider Internet and its web. At that moment, the bookshelf before them began to tremble and slowly swung open, revealing the hidden chamber behind it. Wow, are you entranced? Observing the myriad of treasures within the secret room, Howard patted Tam's arm, urging his assistant to regain her composure. I think, for safety's sake, we should take a bit more, Tam remarked, her gaze fixated on the wonders before her. These items are all possessions of dubious origin, belonging to influential figures in New York who wield considerable power. You cannot dispose of them, for no fool would dare to accept them. Howard the Duck explained that Black Cat is different. Her thievery is not motivated by monetary gain, but rather by sheer curiosity. Ah! Howard the Duck exclaimed with excitement, grasping the golden emerald necklace, the treasured heirloom that Morty had tasked him with retrieving. Just as Howard was about to escort Talatum away, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed through the chamber. Oh no! This is a catastrophe! Chapter 153. The collector arrives. What on earth is happening? A white-haired woman clad in a black trench coat entered the apartment, flanked by two burly bodyguards with menacing visages, and stood before the door of the secret chamber, exchanging incredulous glances with a duck and a man. My treasure room has been robbed by a talking duck dressed as a pizza chef? Black Cat, Felicia Hardy, exclaimed, her face betraying disbelief. Amidst the blaring alarm, the two parties remained locked in a tense standoff, neither willing to make the first move. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated from outside the apartment, causing the entire building to tremble. The occupants within, caught in the confrontation, lost their balance and toppled to the ground. What in the world is happening? Talatum shouted. Who knows, sister? Howard the Duck replied. Due to its low center of gravity, Howard was able to scramble to its feet more swiftly than the others. Grabbing Talatum, it urged its companion to flee towards the window, Perhaps her superpower was to bring misfortune to those around her, an important piece of information indeed. The duo climbed through the window and descended the fire escape to a platform. "Oh no, the police are here," Howard exclaimed, observing the array of police cars below, their lights flashing red and blue. Looking around, Howard had no choice but to continue scaling the fire escape towards the rooftop. "Hurry, Taladum," Howard shouted. "We need to reach the roof, and then jump to the next building." "This is exhilarating." Taladum, filled with excitement, followed closely behind Howard. "Now I understand why you chose to be a private detective. Let us move." Howard rolled its eyes as it led the way. "By the way, is she following us?" "Of course not." Upon reaching the rooftop terrace, Taladum dusted off her sleeves, stating seriously, "If you need my assistance with such tasks in the future, I will not hesitate to help." At that moment, Howard's attention was drawn away from its assistant, for a giant stood before them. This imposing figure was a man dressed in a dark blue uniform, adorned with a crimson cape and wearing an antenna-like headset, with a massive spaceship hovering above his head. Buddy, are you a police officer?" Howard inquired cautiously. "I'm a collector." Under the anxious gaze of Howard, the man drew two uniquely designed pistols from his side, aiming their barrels directly at the peculiar Howard the Duck. "I collect those extraordinary items for the connoisseur, preserving them before the universe's demise. It is an honor to possess pieces worthy of the elders of the cosmos." "Congratulations." With that, the pistol discharged, unleashing a remarkably swift blue laser toward Howard the Duck. "Return what you have, you thieves." At that critical moment, the classic-clad black cat leapt from the side, seizing Howard by the collar and pulling him aside with great force. "What on earth is happening here? Is that guy one of your accomplices?" "Do not hinder me." Two bodyguards charged at the collector, only to be felled by a red laser fired from another pistol. The blue laser was for collection, while the red laser served to neutralize. After all, the collector's sole aim was to fulfill the task assigned by the connoisseur. He would not harm beings from other worlds, merely using the red laser to render his assailants temporarily unconscious. My reckless spirit will surely be my downfall one day. Taladum yanked Howard the Duck, and together they fled amidst the chaos. With the buildings closely spaced, they swiftly reached the rooftop of the adjacent structure. "What now, Duck?" Taladum gasped, looking to Howard the Duck for guidance. "Help! Help!" Howard cried out, his voice strained. "What a splendid idea. Give me your hand." "Wait, what was that sound? Was that the duck named Howard?" Peter Parker, on patrol, happened to pass by. "Is that duck calling for help?" "Oh dear, I knew it would seek out that cat. I cannot abandon it now. If that duck encounters misfortune because of me." The current scenario unfolded as fleeing Howard the Duck and Taladum led the way, pursued closely by the collector, with Black Cat Felicia Hardy trailing behind. "No one can steal from me." Felicia executed a flip onto the collector's back, her gloved hands revealing sharp claws. "Return what belongs to me, even if it once belonged to someone else." Despite her respect for other collectors, she insisted he should not impede her mission. Suddenly, a surge of blue and white electricity erupted from the collector's back, sending Felicia into a frenzy, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. What do we do now? Where can we escape?" Taladum asked, visibly anxious. There was no path ahead to avoid capture. They might have no choice but to leap from the building. I don't know." Howard's mind was a chaotic jumble. Just then, the imposing collector caught up, firing a blue laser at the duo. "Watch out!" Howard the Duck forcefully pushed aside Taladum, only to be struck by a laser and vanish, leaving behind a charred circle as a remnant of his presence. Capture complete. The collector turned and entered the open door of his spacecraft, hastily departing. "Hey, miss, have you seen a talking duck? It stands about half a person tall." Peter Parker swung onto the rooftop, inquiring of Taladum. The dazed Taladum remained silent, fixated on the scorched mark on the ground. No, no, no." Peter Parker exclaimed in frustration. "Why am I always a step too late?" Chapter 154. The Duck and the Raccoon an hour later at the Earth's border. "Hey, buddy, you gotta listen to me. I've really hit rock bottom this time. I've been thrown into prison. Honestly, this feeling is unbearable. The guards are like bags filled with vitamin water, and their sharp voices are torturing my eardrums. Do you understand what I mean, buddy?" In the collector's spaceship prison, a green-skinned alien resembling Tam was incessantly chattering at Howard the Duck. "Look, the other inmates are no better than those guards. They all seem deranged, muttering things like the world is ending or I am the last survivor of my kind. Such nonsensical ramblings. These aliens have cosmic language translators implanted, allowing them to pass the time by communicating. After being captured by the Collector, Howard the Duck was forcibly clad in an orange prison uniform, his head bowed and arms crossed, lost in thought. If I recall correctly, oh yes, I was on vacation, playing an ancient game called Stellar Cosmos. If you know what I mean, I truly apologize, buddy. The green-skinned alien continued to ramble. Now I feel like my life has been sucked into a black hole, right? Ugh. Unable to endure his cellmates' incessant chatter any longer, Howard the Duck shouted, turning angrily towards the green, amphibious alien. Listen, I traversed half the world only to be thrown into another prison. That's bad enough. Now I have to endure your nagging here as well. Sorry, the green alien replied, realizing his annoyance. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable, but I thought you were a socket. But I am thoroughly fed up. Howard the Duck shouted in fury. Are we supposed to sit here forever, waiting for that obsessive Collector to display us like garden gnomes? Is that how it is? Indeed, you can just sit there, a slightly languid voice interjected from the side. While I have an alternative plan. Howard the Duck turned to see the speaker, a brown raccoon clad in an orange prison uniform. Ugh, ugh. Howard the Duck relentlessly pounded against the transparent blue barrier before him, vociferously protesting his predicament. This was an affront, a desecration of cosmic justice. I demand to speak with this barbaric Collector. Hey, could you please quiet down? Rocket Raccoon, who was in the midst of doing push-ups, glanced at the frenzied Howard with exasperation. Frankly, your fierce yet endearing demeanor is quite appealing. I was kidnapped, you know, Howard retorted with irritation. They locked me in a cage with a loquacious green toad and a gym-obsessed little werewolf. My name is Rocket. Now, I need you to shut that trap of yours and listen to me, all right? Rocket replied, a sardonic smile tugging at his lips. You need to pipe down, trust me. Buddy, no, I will never trust anyone again. Howard squawked defiantly. I shall unleash my righteous fury and shout my way out of here. As Rocket regarded him with incredulity, Howard resumed his vigorous assault on the cell door. Hey, guard, I demand to speak with the proprietor of this grotesque spectacle. Hush, the guard, a green extraterrestrial creature resembling a lizard man, brandished a peculiar blunt instrument that bore resemblance to a manure fork. The blue barrier dissipated, and two lizard men entered the cell, their gazes fixed menacingly upon Howard. Hush, I will get us out of here. You just need to keep your beak shut. You dimwit, Rocket whispered urgently to Howard, who stood behind him. Finally, they arrived. When can I make a phone call? I need to contact my attorney. She shares your complexion. Howard completely disregarded Rocket's hushed warning. Shut up, you dullard. Rocket snapped, exasperated. The two lizard men raised their manure forks, unleashing a ribbon-like blue beam that tightly ensnared both Howard and Rocket by their necks. What the heck is this incredible weapon? Howard shouted, struggling against his bonds. This is an anti-gravity suppression gun. Now close your mouth. The lizard guard barked. Otherwise, I'll toss you against the wall. Could you possibly silence yourself? Rocket, his throat constricted, glanced at Howard with exasperation. He had initially thought this foolish bird might prove a valuable ally in his escape, but it appeared Rocket had miscalculated. This dim-wit was utterly insufferable. Oh no, absolutely not. Howard stubbornly replied. I will never cease my protests. The two were escorted out of their confinement, uncertain of their destination. But Rocket's instincts warned him it was likely not a favorable outcome. Oh, splendid. The Collector, now donned in a lab coat and dressed as a scientist, nodded with satisfaction. Thank you, guards. This won't take long. This is a high-tech biological laboratory, filled with an array of sophisticated instruments and embryos suspended in petri dishes, exuding an aura of malevolence. Wow, this looks absolutely amazing, exclaimed Howard the Duck with a hint of disdain. It seems I'm about to merge with Little Wolf and transform into Frankenduck. I'm a raccoon. Dimwit. Cough, cough, oh, pardon me. Space Wolf. Two steel plates, each the height of a 10-year-old child, were erected as the lizard guards pinned Howard the Duck and Rocket Raccoon against the plates, subsequently binding their limbs with restraints, rendering them immobile. Now, no one will disturb us, the Collector said, gazing at the two captives. You are currently on the Collector's territory, where my sole purpose is to ensure the continuity of all unique individuals, species, and populations within this wondrous realm. My code name is Collector 20, and my task is to extract materials from you to create new companions. Chapter 155, The Great Escape. The steel plates slowly transitioned from vertical to horizontal, startling Howard the Duck, who then shouted, "Why not just keep our clones, or find two shape-shifting Skrulls to impersonate us? What I require are genuine individuals, those imbued with rich cultural histories or life experiences, and everything that renders you an independent entity." What? Are you implying I must squander the rest of my life here, so I can tell my future children how much their father adored watching television while practicing yoga? The collector picked up a syringe from the side and pierced the needle into Howard the Duck's arm, drawing forth crimson blood. That does indeed sound like quite a pleasant existence. When was the last time you encountered your kind? The collector's question clearly struck a nerve with Howard the Duck, who replied, "I believe I shall decline to answer that, Your Excellency. You are a specimen completely unacquainted with a luxurious lifestyle," the collector taunted mercilessly. After collecting Howard's blood sample, the collector switched to a new syringe, now targeting Rocket Raccoon. "Hey, I warn you, I'm squeamish about blood." Rocket Raccoon bared his teeth at the collector. "Just take a little, or else I want to be so courteous." "What are you capable of doing now?" The collector scoffed, looking down disdainfully at Rocket Raccoon, who was notorious for being one of the most unruly specimens in the prison. Suddenly, Rocket Raccoon spat directly into the collector's eyes, blinding him instantly. The collector cried out in agony, clutching his eyes as he fell to the ground. "Collector?" The nearby Lizardman guard immediately rushed over to assist the collector, lifting him from the ground, while Rocket Raccoon seized the opportunity to escape, dispatching them with a flurry of punches and kicks. "My friend, expect a fine for spitting in public," Howard the Duck remarked nervously as he swallowed hard, watching Rocket approach him step by step. "That is a corrosive capsule, you fool." Rocket Raccoon spat onto the shackles binding Howard's limbs, explaining, "When you bite through the capsule, the acid will seep into your body, granting you the necessary resistance." "Ugh. Hey, watch it, Rocket," Howard yelled in terror. "I appreciate that, as I'm finally a bit freer now." After his release, Howard rubbed his wrists, pleading, "But please tell me you have a better plan than spit at everything you see." "Listen, fool, there's something hidden among the collector's recently acquired trinkets. I came here to find it." Rocket explained his purpose for intentionally getting captured and brought there. "Well, it seems they've hidden my client's necklace as well. Count me in on your plan." Howard aligned himself with Rocket. "Do you, have a phone or something that can access a map?" "I actually do." With that, Rocket lifted his shirt before Howard's eyes. A large patch of fur had been shaved from Rocket's chest, revealing a series of intricate patterns that formed a map of the ship's interior, reminiscent of the TV series Prison Break. "Buddy, you are truly a genius," Howard exclaimed with genuine admiration. "Look, we are currently at this location." Rocket pointed to the shaved area on his chest, indicating where the item I seek is located. "Is it here?" Howard inquired. "Listen, fool. I lost many brothers for this map. It's not a big deal. They look like smaller versions of Earth squirrels." "Hey, I'm not trying to be rude," Howard interjected. "My name is Howard, but everyone calls me Howard the Duck." "Oh, Duck." Rocket nodded thoughtfully for a moment. Approaching the main terminal of the laboratory, Rocket spat on the console once more. "Rocket, that really doesn't seem very sanitary." Once the acid had corroded the surface, Narugalin would be able to reassemble the terminal's interface. "Nanobots are incredibly useful, aren't they?" Rocket proclaimed proudly. "What did you say?" Howard, clearly perplexed by Rocket's advanced techniques, remarked, "Scientific endeavors require 3 parts luck, 7 parts effort, and the remaining 90 parts sheer fate." After breaching the terminal, Rocket swiftly began altering the parameters of the spacecraft, subsequently deactivating the protective net surrounding the vessel. "Wait a moment. If you possess the capability to directly infiltrate the main computer of the spacecraft, why not simply access the internal map through it?" Howard the Duck inquired with curiosity. "You make a valid point," replied Rocket Raccoon, as he sidestepped the unconscious lizard guard. He retrieved an anti-gravity suppressor gun from the ground and tossed it to Howard. However, this map was procured with great effort by Drax. "Now, Duck, you should know how to wield this device, right?" "Indeed, the anti-gravity suppressor," Howard remarked, recalling how the large lizard had threatened to hurl him against a wall with it. After receiving the weapon, Howard fumbled with it for a moment before quickly comprehending its use under Rocket's guidance. "I must ask, what exactly is this object you seek? Is it valuable? Can it be used to pay rent, or perhaps to gather enough funds for a spot on the Super Dynasty variety show?" As they successfully infiltrated near the collection room, The two concealed themselves behind a metallic wall when Howard suddenly posed the question. The object is known as the heart of the celestial. Rocket swiftly elucidated. I doubt you could use it for rent. In the realm of combat, there exists an ancient race known as the Celestials. When one of their own perishes, their kin converts their heart into a source of energy for a new planet. A collector under the command of the collector pilfered the heart from a planet where all life depended on it. Thus, we must rescue a world. Chapter 156. Howard the Duck and Rocket Raccoon. Yet another obscure character few are aware of. In a narrow spatial rift, Lee Jie sat cross-legged, suspended in midair. Before him lay a multitude of square screens, each displaying intriguing events unfolding within the realm of combat. The Supreme Sorcerer Punisher battled the four demons of the abyss. The Twilight Wolf traversed time in search of a way home, and a scheming killer brain sparked a cataclysmic brawl, while the Quiet Place faced a three-way showdown with the zombie Ultron and the living. The more chaotic it became, the more entertaining it was. Li Jie waved his hand, causing the screens to shift until only a scant few remained. The protagonists depicted on these screens shared a commonality. All were survivors from the multiverse's destruction, albeit at the cost of losing their abilities or systems, as most would call them. Nevertheless, these travelers still held a tenuous standing within the combat realm, belonging to the tier of those who would not perish easily. Oh, how intriguing, there's even a Superman. Li Jie tilted his head, glancing at the screen showcasing the traveler designated as Superman. 2 minutes later, he confirmed that this individual was nothing more than a Na'vi frog in a well. And without hesitation, he eliminated him with a temporal strike. Eyes are not essential. They could be donated. Yet, how can one surpass the celestial offspring and not comprehend the book synopsis? Clapping away the non-existent dust, Li Jie pondered how this eccentric superhero managed to survive the cataclysm of the multiverse. Was it through the depletion of intelligence? It seems someone is rather petty. Alas, this is the flaw of fan fiction. It often attracts those fools who, after watching a few promotional videos, come to critique with no grasp of the fundamental settings. And engaging with such individuals only risks diminishing one's own intellect. Li Jie casually resurrected the superhero he had just dispatched, then tore through space to bring him directly before himself. In the midst of the superhero's bewildered gaze, he soon found himself ensnared in a cycle of dying and resurrecting. With a hint of boredom, Li Jie decided to take a swing at this interloper for amusement, a means of stress relief. The realm of combat is indeed troublesome. A myriad of individuals constantly looking down upon one another, bickering over trivial matters that escalate to the Supreme Court of Combat. The Supreme Court of Combat adjudicates all disputes, presided over by a being from the Life Court. As the transcendent deity and supreme leader of the combat realm, Li Jie naturally opted to delegate all official duties to his avatar, Deus. After all, what purpose does an avatar serve otherwise? Wait, this duck seems rather extraordinary. Fixating on Howard the Duck displayed on the screen, Li Jie tilted his head in contemplation. Perhaps the unique traits of this duck could expedite the formation of the new resistance. It appears I must stoke the flames. In the midst of his musings, Li Jie vanished, leaving behind the interloper superhero reduced to the most fundamental particle state, awaiting a return for further stress relief. Meanwhile, we are on a mission to save an entire planet. Indeed, to rescue a whole planet. Howard the Duck responded with a dismissive tone, I understand. But once this is settled, could you kindly return me to Earth? That is a certainty. You assist me, and I shall assist you, Rocket Raccoon affirmed. Hey, your aimless wandering about the spaceship is quite irksome. In a moment of carelessness, Rocket Raccoon was ambushed by Collector 19, who seized him by the throat. Observing the peril, Howard the Duck swiftly aimed his anti-gravity suppression gun at Collector 19. Remove your filthy hand from the neck of the space wolf, you scoundrel. A blue thread ensnared Collector 19's neck, and with a swift motion, Howard hurled him forcefully against the metallic wall. Now, let us see who the real sexy prisoner is. Attention, attention. 2 small prisoners have escaped from cell block 12. The Lizard Man guards, drawn by the commotion, immediately called for reinforcements over the internal communication channel. As they confronted the guards ahead, Howard the Duck and Rocket Raccoon encountered a plethora of Lizard Man guards while making their way toward the Collector's spaceship treasure chamber. The two fought valiantly, advancing through the chaos. What kind of life is this? The thrilling and perilous escape journey sent Howard the Duck's heart racing. This was far from the tranquil existence he desired. This marks the most extraordinary day of your life. Rocket Raccoon chuckled heartily, then raised his arm to beckon Howard the Duck, exclaiming, "Come over here. The treasure chamber lies in that direction." "Frankly, my friend, I am utterly fatigued." During their dash, Howard the Duck lamented, "Why do I always encounter such misfortune? Why is my avian existence perpetually fraught with peril?" "Don't be foolish, Duck. Individuals like us are exceptionally fortunate," Rocket Raccoon replied, firing his energy weapon in rapid succession, knocking down the lizard-like guards before them. This heart-pounding adventure felt as carefree as stepping out without a worry of bumping one's head. But why is this the case? Why must I endure such a life? Why can't I possess a mundane existence? Howard the Duck found it utterly incomprehensible. What joy could there possibly be in living on the edge? Alas, why can't I lead the life I desire? Howard the Duck sighed despondently, yet his hands did not falter. Confronted by the lizard guards, he shouted an exclamation and unleashed his most formidable attack technique, Duck Kung Fu. Howard had once visited the mystical Kunlun in the East during his travels, where he trained under a master for a time. Though he had merely scratched the surface, it sufficed against the simple-minded, brawny lizard guards before him. He recalled his master's teachings. Kung Fu is not meant for the purpose of competing with others or inflicting harm. Only in dire circumstances should one resort to violence. With sweeping kicks and powerful punches, his movements flowed like water, showcasing the Duck Kung Fu he had creatively refined. After all, Kung Fu is intended for humans. Many techniques are beyond the capability of a duck. "Goodness!" Rocket Raccoon exclaimed, astonished by the sudden prowess of Howard the Duck. "Who knew this duck was so formidable? My judgment of ducks is quite astute." Chapter 157. Guardians of the Galaxy. With a flurry of moves, throat locks, eye pokes, finger twists, Howard unleashed a barrage of devious techniques, demonstrating to these fools his most lethal skills. Thousand-year kill. His hands flew in a dizzying array, leaving a trail of lamentation as numerous lizard guards fell, clutching their backsides, tears of regret streaming down their faces. Yet, the lizard guards continued to pour in, and despite his martial prowess, Howard began to feel overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Suddenly, the ceiling of the corridor shattered, and Gamora, Star-Lord, Groot, Drax, and Mantis descended from above, arriving as powerful reinforcements to engage the lizard guards. Finally, the VE arrived. "I had deactivated this ship's shield eons ago," Rocket Raccoon sighed in relief upon seeing his comrades come to the rescue. "Shut up." Gamora wielded a lightsaber in each hand, swiftly dispatching the nearby Lizardman guards. "You forgot to deactivate the ship's automated defense system. We exerted considerable effort to infiltrate this place. Hurry. The Collector could arrive at any moment." Star-Lord urged anxiously. "Where is the room for new acquisitions?" "Oh hey, Duck, hello, I am Star-Lord. Though my friend call me Peter or the Star Prince." Star-Lord took a moment to introduce himself to Howard the Duck, who stood nearby. "I admire Hrot. Let me see, perhaps I can gain a clearer perspective from that Duck's vantage point." Rocket Raccoon lifted his shirt, squinting as he analyzed the map on his chest. Sighing, Howard the Duck pointed aside. "This way, Groot, Drax, Mantis. Hold off those guards while Gamora and I take the lucky duo to the collection room." Star-Lord swiftly formulated a battle plan, leading the quartet towards their destination at a rapid pace. "It seems we are nearing our goal. Fantastic. Let's push harder." Suddenly, Rocket Raccoon recalled something mid-run. "Wait, what does that thing called the Heart of the Celestial look like?" The irritable Gamora, at the front of the group, muttered, "Didn't you check the mission briefing before coming here?" "No, I'm utterly tired of mission briefings," Rocket Raccoon replied with an air of arrogance. Howard the Duck stood in disbelief. Are these people all out of their minds? "Listen, the Heart of the Celestial is essentially the heart of a Celestial, but has been compressed into a spherical form, entwined with swirling energy lines." Upon breaching the collection room, Gamora patiently described the heart of the Celestial to the group. "Oh, this place is enormous," Star-Lord exclaimed in exasperation as he surveyed the vast collection room. "Did you lot not even prepare photographs of our target?" Howard the Duck internally ranted at the absurdity before him. "Well, at least I know that when it comes to detective work, even aliens are inferior to my pinky." Ignoring Rocket Raccoon's protests, Howard pulled up his shirt to reveal a map of the room, which resembled a human body. That arrogant collector would surely take great pride in placing his prized possessions here. Howard pointed to the heart section of the map as he summarized. Gamora, there are too many guards. Drax and the others have been pushed back to the entrance of the collection room, prompting Gamora, Star-Lord, and Rocket to join the fray and delay the Lizardman guards. Duck, I'm counting on you, Rocket Raccoon shouted. Don't worry. Howard recalled the map on Rocket's chest, then took off running. Hold your ground. I'll be back shortly. As he passed through the dessert collection area, Howard instinctively swallowed, resisting the temptation. Few were aware that he had a sweet tooth. Huh, found it. Howard the Duck silently expressed gratitude for the foolishness of the collector, who had concealed the heart of the universe in such an obvious location. Now I must search for my necklace, damn. The number of guards is simply overwhelming, Star-Lord exclaimed. Listen, if you could have locked those guards down using the mainframe before our arrival, we wouldn't be in such a predicament, Gamora complained to Rocket Raccoon. That idea sounds utterly foolish. Oh wait, Rocket's eyes lit up. Hey, computer in charge. I'm here, what do you need? Open all the prison doors here. We need some chaos to aid us. With the sound of locks clicking open, the blue barriers before every cell vanished, and a myriad of alien beings rushed forth, clashing with the surrounding lizard-like guards. An unprecedented jailbreak riot ensued. It looks too dangerous here. Let's make a hasty exit. Seeing the chaotic battlefield before him, Star-Lord immediately suggested. You truly are a coward, Quill, Drax the Destroyer retorted crossly. A handsome coward. Star-Lord corrected Drax's description. Huh. Gamora chuckled silently beside them. Guys, good news. Howard the Duck returned, brandishing a golden emerald necklace in the heart of the universe, proclaiming, Good news, I found my client's necklace. Now I can afford my rent. And this thing called the heart of the universe can also be used to save that planet. Disengage cloaking, prepare for takeoff. Star-Lord removed his mask and struck a cool pose as he addressed his wrist communicator. What did you name our ship that? Gamora furrowed her brow and asked. What? Oh, it's just an abbreviation for something like a cool interstellar travel ship. Okay? Acronyms are really hard to summarize. Star-Lord shrugged, a look of exasperation on his face. Idiot. Gamora rolled her eyes, wondering what had drawn her to him in the first place. The ship's hatch slowly opened, and aside from the 6 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, several prisoners, including Howard the Duck, boarded the vessel. All right, we've completed our mission. Let us depart. Wait, there are still people who haven't boarded. Howard shouted, banging on the glass. As the ship ascended, the prisoners left behind were recaptured by the approaching lizard guards. There's still many prisoners down there. We can't leave them behind. Howard protested. I know, but Star-Lord, piloting the ship, patiently explained the Collector could return at any moment. And he is the Lord of the Void. If we delay even slightly longer, we might be pursued by the Thunderer Legion. Alikt I apologis I just. I just recalled some unpleasant memories. Once calmed, Howard sincerely admitted his fault to Star-Lord. There's no need to worry. This is not your fault, Star-Lord said graciously, affectionately ruffling Howard the Duck's fluffy head. We are simply too small to save everyone. By the way, have you ever noticed that you bear a striking resemblance to Donald Duck? Donald Duck? What is that? Just like you, he is a talking duck who wears clothes. Star-Lord replied earnestly. He is quite good friends with 2 mice and a couple of dogs. Howard the Duck raised an eyebrow, perplexed. That sounds like a worldview even more absurd than the hairless apes back on Earth. Engaging autopilot mode, Star-Lord declared, moving closer to Howard. He retrieved a device resembling a camera from his jacket pocket. Hey, Duck, how about we commemorate our thrilling adventure together? Is that a camera you have? Howard pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly, albeit reluctantly. All right, I suppose today is indeed a day worth remembering. Time passed, and under Star-Lord's guidance, they successfully navigated through the dimensions, arriving above Manhattan in New York City, landing on the rooftop where Howard had been captured by the Collector. Thank you for bringing me back. Howard, now dressed as a prisoner, politely acknowledged the Guardians of the Galaxy as the hatch opened. Hey, Duck, Rocket Raccoon called out just as Howard was about to leave. What is it? Listen, I'm a straightforward guy. I prefer to be direct and take the initiative, Rocket said, striking a cool pose with his hands on his hips. But even I can see that your outburst on the ship was not solely about those matters. I witnessed your pain, and I know all too well the taste of suffering. Having spent nearly 3 centuries in an alien psychiatric hospital, Rocket had endured painful genetic modifications, experienced betrayal in love, and faced the loss of friends. as the last of his kind in the entire universe. His solitude and anguish were indeed beyond what most could fathom. Howard remained silent. "We will rescue others because that is what we do. I'll inform you when the time comes," Rocket said, turning away from Howard. "But before that, you must find a way to cope with your pain. As a parting gift, I'll share a tidbit. There's a place in the universe called Duckburg, filled with anthropomorphized ducks like yourself." "Thank you." Howard waved as he watched the Guardian's ship depart, hoping this group of aimless wanderers traversing the universe would not attract the attention of the Thunder Goddess army. "What's going on?" Peter Parker, who had set up a makeshift shrine on the rooftop, turned to see Howard walking past him. "Hey, Webhead." Before opening the door, Howard the Duck deliberately greeted the bewildered Peter Parker. Although Parker's actions seemed to touch the duck, he was still very much alive. "Wow, what is this? A talking duck?" "And it's talking to itself." As Howard walked down the street, passers-by were startled by his presence. However, to the American populace, they regarded Howard merely as a little person clad in a duck costume. This perception was, in fact, a significant factor in Howard's unsuccessful presidential campaign. The people did not wish to see a diminutive trickster in the highest office. While this explanation may seem absurd, it was simply how Howard was viewed by onlookers. "Oh, I can only imagine how frightened Tara must be. I ought to check in on her at the shop." With his head down, Howard disregarded the astonished pedestrians around him. He had long since grown accustomed to such discrimination. "Though our acquaintance was still fresh, it was evident that I was rather charming, and thus, she might genuinely worry about my well-being." Upon reaching the tattoo parlor, Howard discovered that the door, which should have been closed, was ajar. "Oh, I have a rather ominous feeling about this." Howard pushed the door open and exclaimed, "Hello, is anyone there? Doll, this duck is still alive." The tattoo studio was dimly lit, and Tara stood against the wall with her hands raised, facing an elderly man with white hair who was brandishing a handgun. Perhaps I have arrived at an opportune moment?" Howard found himself momentarily dazed, having stumbled into a robbery scene. "My apologies, Tara. I was merely calling out casually." "Howard, you're still alive?" Tara exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Howard once more. Yes, for the moment," Howard replied nervously, swallowing hard as the elderly man aimed the gun directly at him. "I'm sorry, dear," the old man said, his voice laced with menace. "Am I not speaking English? Hand over the money. What on earth is happening? This gentleman has inexplicably barged in. I assumed he was lost. Perhaps it's my age bias." But then he pulled out a gun, intending to rob the place. Tara explained honestly to Howard. "Listen, sir, I've been having a rather rough time lately," Howard said, his face displaying confidence. "Though I do not wish to resort to desperate measures, I stand before you as the first disciple of Duck Fu. So I kindly ask you to." However, Howard's words were cut short as the elderly man chose to strike him with the butt of the gun, knocking Howard unconscious. "Howard! Howard!" Voices called out to him as Howard, in a daze, slowly opened his eyes. As Howard the Duck gazed at the indistinct green figure before him, he hoarsely inquired, "Who are you?" "Howard, it is I, She-Hulk, your soul friend." "Ah, I have no friends. This green woman is a Skrull. Help, help." Howard the Duck grimaced, rubbing his head. His private detective agency was adjacent to She-Hulk's law firm, and the two had never quite seen eye to eye. "Oh, come now." With a fond smile gracing her face, She-Hulk remarked, aside from Spider-Man, Andrew Garfield, "I am indeed the only authentic contact in your phone." It was Ms. Tara Tam who called me. Nearby, Tara Tam, who was speaking with the police, waved cheerily at Jennifer. "Why didn't you call for an ambulance?" "Mike, where's my medical assistance?" "Because no one here has a veterinarian's number," the black sheriff said without turning his head. "That's racial discrimination." Howard the Duck complained petulantly. "Are you here to take my statement? Let me tell you, that old man stands 6 feet 4 inches tall, just as muscular as Captain America, with a gaze as fierce as the Punisher, and claws like Wolverine." "Stop, stop, stop," Mike interjected, raising his hand. "The descriptions you provide are bordering on incomprehensible. I've already gathered sufficient testimony from your assistant. I do not wish to see Duck mentioned in my report again." "I'm truly glad you made a new friend, Duck." She-Hulk sincerely wished him well. "Hey, we're done here. I'll reach out later, Howard." Tara Tam said to Howard the Duck, "This lady, Jennifer, will take you home to rest, all right?" However, at that moment, Howard the Duck was too flustered to listen to their conversation, anxiously rummaging through his pockets until he suddenly exclaimed, "Gah, my necklace is gone." Chapter 159. The Ultimatum, the Necklace. "That old man stole my necklace." Howard the Duck fumed. hopping about in agitation. With this incident, his rent for the upcoming month was surely doomed. Yes, it has been documented, Sheriff Mike replied. This is the 10th report of elderly robbery in the past 2 weeks. Before we apprehend these criminals, I suggest you steer clear of places like the lawn bowling club or pharmacies that are frequented by seniors. I cannot believe this. I traversed half the world to reclaim that ridiculously foolish necklace from a cosmic thug, only to have it snatched by an old man with white hair. As Howard the Duck grumbled while exiting the tattoo parlor, She-Hulk offered him a comforting remark. At least you're safe and sound. Not a single feather out of place on your head. I believe you may have misunderstood the situation, Howard the Duck stated with a hint of melancholy. I thought that recently, working as a private detective would allow me to establish my footing in this world filled with hairless apes and create a warm little nest of my own. However, it appears I have made a complete mess of it. Listen, the She-Hulk interjected, these things take time. No one is born into success. She continued earnestly, you must be persistent. My legal practice required immense effort to achieve even a modicum of progress. Focus on steady, grounded advancement rather than aspiring to leap to the pinnacle in one bound. Howard the Duck felt out of place in this world, desperate to prove himself, which had previously led to his friction with She-Hulk, Jennifer. That said, he retorted, but you can treat a car like a toy. You possess innate power. You cannot disregard your advantage in superhuman abilities. I think you may have a concussion. Go lie down for a while, Duck, she replied with a stern expression, locking Howard out of her law office. Alas, what a stroke of misfortune. Just as Howard the Duck was about to open the door to his private detective agency, he discovered it was not locked. Hey, what is going on here? He exclaimed. Finally, the employer, Morty, coldly spoke from the sofa. I've been waiting for you. Ah, Mr. Morty, how long have you been here? Just a moment. I'll brew you a cup of coffee, Howard said nervously upon realizing his employer had been waiting. I've been trying to reach you for a week, hoping you could tell me you found my necklace, Morty replied frostily. Of course, Howard said, giving an awkward smile. What I meant to say is, I did find the necklace from the Black Cat. That's fantastic. Morty finally showed a hint of satisfaction on his face. So, where's my necklace? Well, I accidentally misplaced it again, Howard confessed honestly. This explanation is rather complicated. I retrieved the necklace from the Black Cat, but shortly thereafter, I was abducted by aliens. Upon my return, an elderly man with white hair knocked me out and stole your necklace. Howard summarized his recent experiences as succinctly as possible. Of course, this is merely a minor setback. I am already devising a plan to reclaim it, so you shall soon have that necklace back around your neck. 3 days. I'll give you 3 more days, Duck. Morty slammed his hand on the table, issuing an ultimatum. Considering you didn't take a deposit, I'll allow you this grace period. If you do not recover my necklace by then, I will have to seek assistance elsewhere. 3 days later, in Central Park, Manhattan. Gaga. Howard the Duck shed his garments and knelt upon the grass like a genuine duck, utilizing his racial advantage to observe the elderly individuals in the park, hoping to locate the old man who had once stolen his necklace. Of course, there was another reason. Howard was currently penniless and could only scavenge for crumbs of bread among the earthly ducks in the park. Hey, Duck, what are you doing here? Tara Tam called out as she approached. Sure, you'll expose my disguise, but I fear you may become overweight, gaining 5 pounds a week at this rate. What? I've only had a few crumbs of bread. Bread can lead to weight gain, unless it's whole grain. That's what the experts say. Utter nonsense. Suddenly, Howard's eyes brightened. Wait, it's that old man. You wrinkled-faced criminal. Return my necklace. Hold on, a talking duck? The white-haired old man and the red-haired woman beside him gazed in astonishment at the approaching Howard. Calm down, Howard. Tara Tam swiftly seized Howard's tail. Don't stop me. I must catch him. Listen, sir and madam, we mean no offense, Tara Tam said, locking Howard in a crosshold. We do not wish to involve the authorities. We only ask that you return the money and necklace, and we shall leave. What on earth are you talking about? And what is this talking duck? The bewildered old man inquired. You robbed us 3 days ago. You don't remember? Tara Tam reminded him. That's impossible. The red-haired woman shook her head. You must have mistaken him. Demons can barely walk with a cane. How could he successfully rob anyone? Hey, the old man exclaimed indignantly. And you are? I am Maypac. You may call me Aunt May. Chapter 160. Maypac, do you have no recollection of this? Howard the Duck shot a sidelong glance at the old man, who nodded gently in response. Does he appear to you as a cold-blooded thief who threatens with a gun? May asked, exasperated. He does. Howard nodded vigorously. By the way, I actually have a brother. We are identical in appearance. Demons suddenly interjected. My brother is far more agile than I. So, we must have mistaken the identity? Tara Tam's face lit up with realization. Regardless of whether it is a case of mistaken identity, we should seek out his brother. Howard pointed at Demons. Very well. I shall take you to him. May nodded, for both Demons and his brother were comrades of her husband from his youth. Having fought valiantly against the German Nazis in Europe, they were heroes of this nation. I respect heroes, but that does not grant them the right to steal from me. Howard the Duck pouted. An hour later, a trio returned to the park. Damon's brother, a robust elder, had lost several hours of his memory on the day of the robbery, coupled with Sheriff Mike's mention of numerous robberies targeting the elderly over the past 2 weeks. Howard the Duck, with his brilliant detective mind, sensed something amiss. The unusual circumstances hinted at an underlying mystery. As May stroked her chin, she pondered aloud in Mandarin, wondering if perhaps someone had used hypnosis to manipulate these senior citizens into committing theft. The notion seemed absurd. What kind of fool would conceive such a ludicrous and malicious scheme? Howard felt his intelligence insulted, yet after a brief contemplation, he acknowledged the possibility. Indeed, your suggestion might hold merit. The truth could very well align with that theory. We must devise a plan to uncover the true mastermind behind this incident. Oh, I believe I could also lend a hand, May suddenly proposed, recalling her youth as a superhero. Miss Parker, may I inquire how old you are this year? Tara Tam interjected. I am of the same age as Damon and his brothers, May replied with a hint of pride in her voice. Deal. Since you claim to be a superhero, I think we can use you as bait. Howard outlined his plan, assuring that it would be safe, as the villain would likely only employ the frail elderly as pickpockets. Come on, Aunt May, let us catch this scoundrel. No foul language, please. The following day, as dusk descended upon the streets, a diminutive old man, leaning on a cane, shuffled forward, cradling his waist. The tax on cereal is truly exorbitant, and the vitamin tax is sky high. Why don't my grandchildren visit me more often? Where am I now? Howard endeavored to immerse himself in the role of an elderly man, drawing upon his past experience as an actor. This is little Robert Downey Jr. And I am in position, Howard whispered cautiously into a walkie-talkie, pulling it from his pocket. Is this really necessary? Tara Tam, standing beside him, flaunted her new attire. Hey, Tara, you should be providing cover from a block away, Howard replied, puzzled by his assistant's appearance. And what else with that outfit? It was Aunt May's fashion advice. Tara Tam declared proudly. It makes me look both mature and incredibly elegant. Well, you do indeed look quite stunning, Howard complimented half-heartedly, as to a duck. All humans appeared rather similar. Little Downey, I've just been robbed. Come quickly. May's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Hey, are you all right, Aunt May? Howard the Duck and Talatum hurried over, feeling relieved upon seeing May unharmed. Don't worry. Remember what I said? I'm a superhero, May said with a smile. Well, Miss Hero, Howard shrugged. Where did the criminal run off to? Right over there, May pointed to a staggering figure in the distance, attempting to escape. However, it was merely a short old man, about Howard's height, who was shuffling along with the aid of a walker. Quick, follow him, Howard instructed his assistant and May. 2 hours later, the trio trailed the old man to an abandoned warehouse, which, as expected, appeared to be the hideout of the mastermind behind it all. It seems we have arrived, Howard said, hiding outside the warehouse door. He gently pushed it open to observe the situation inside. Aunt May, you stay out here and be ready to call for backup if we need it, but I believe we can handle a dozen old men and women. Inside the spacious hall of the decrepit warehouse, dozens of elderly individuals lay resting on makeshift spring beds. Not far from them, a middle-aged man dressed as a circus magician sat on a couch, listlessly watching a television program. The ringmaster? Howard exclaimed. The magician, drawn by the sound, turned to see Howard the Duck. Damn it, Melvin. I knew sending you out of work would be a mistake. Do you know this clown? Talatum inquired curiously, pointing at the ringmaster. Yes, this bastard once coerced me into joining his evil circus. He hypnotized others with that ridiculous hat and then picked their pockets, Howard replied irritably. But look at you now in such a pitiful state. What happened? Did the circus drop you? Howard adopted a mocking expression. The circus has long since disbanded, the ringmaster said, his face devoid of hope. Health rights, along with protests from those pampered animal lovers, have turned everything against us. I once tried to rebuild my circus in Las Vegas under a new name, but before I could earn a dime, The casinos had drained me dry. The ringmaster wore a look of disillusionment. I began to ask myself why. Why always seek to make a grand statement? Why not engage in simple, humble activities? Just a television is all I need. I have hundreds of channels, and those old folks would bring me heaps of cash. What a wonderful life it could have been. But now you show up, Howard. The patterns on the ringmaster's hat began to spin slowly. You, like all ducks, waddle into my life, intent on destroying the only thing I possess. I will not allow it. Elderly Legion. Attack. Chapter 161. Infinity Gems? Eliminate them, my Golden Legion. The ringmaster laughed with a tone of assured victory, proclaiming that whoever could twist the head off that duck would earn 2 hours of unrestricted television viewing, excluding sports channels. Of course. Ah, Tara, hurry and fetch the necklace. Howard the Duck was too timid to intervene, wary of the elderly who might fall and injure themselves. One mustn't gaze upon that individual, lest he hypnotize you. Oh, I am aware. Tara Tam cautiously navigated through the crowd, occasionally bumping into an elderly gentleman or lady, uttering apologies. Sigh, what expression should I wear at this moment? May approached the ringmaster from behind and delivered a swift punch to him. Raising her right hand, she waved it through the air, causing the hypnotized seniors to collapse into a deep slumber. Now, I believe we have ample time to search for the necklace. Wow, I thought you were joking. Howard the Duck displayed little astonishment. After all, he had encountered many superheroes. Are you truly a superhero? Is your power to induce slumber? May shrugged, offering no further explanation. Oh, the necklace is here. I found it. Tara Tam exclaimed, retrieving the necklace from a nearby box. Splendid. Howard the Duck replied with excitement as he accepted the necklace from Tara Tam. This necklace is rather peculiar, May pondered, her gaze fixed upon the jewels that evoked a sense of familiarity. Just as Howard the Duck breathed a sigh of relief, a figure suddenly pushed open the door of the abandoned warehouse. Mr. Morty, what brings you here? Howard the Duck expressed surprise upon seeing his employer unexpectedly appear in a dilapidated space. Morty approached Howard, silence enveloping him, before brutally snatching the necklace from Howard's grasp. Hey, hold on there, sir, Howard protested, waving his hands. We need to discuss my remuneration. After all, I am a hired hero, and additionally, we must await the police's arrival. No, I no longer require your services, Duck. Morty slapped Howard, sending him sprawling to the ground. Soon, I shall need none of you. You must apologize to my friend, old man. Tara Tam leaped onto Morty's back, attempting to restrain him, only to be met with a brutal elbow to the abdomen. Hey, damn it. Howard the Duck rushed over to help Tara Tam to his feet, shielding his assistant behind him. You are a fool, Duck. A sinister grin crept across Morty's face as his skin began to peel away in patches. Though you possess enough intellect as a detective to retrieve the necklace, you remain oblivious to whom you truly serve. In Howard the Duck's astonished gaze, Morty tore away his disguise, revealing his true green skin and a chin reminiscent of Thanos's. I shall be the future ruler of the battleground, the wild Talos. Who is this? Curiously, May pointed at the green-skinned extraterrestrial before her. He's a Skrull, Howard the Duck exclaimed, filled with ire. I detest Skrulls. Talos suddenly chuckled ominously. Unlike my Skrull brethren, I do not possess the ability to shapeshift. Consequently, I am ostracized by them. However, soon I shall demonstrate my worth to the Empire. Once I retrieve the final gem of abundance, I will become an invaluable asset. As May and Howard exchanged incredulous glances, Talos began to prattle on like a classic supervillain, elucidating his origins, name, intentions, and nefarious schemes with clarity. My commission. Do you intend to renege on it? Howard seethed, shaking his fist in frustration. Fear not, Howard, May reassured, gently ruffling Howard's fluffy head. I shall ensure you receive your due. I care not who you are or from whence you hail, May said, gradually approaching Talos. Cease your mischief in Manhattan. The ranks of supervillains here are already saturated. Purple energy coalesced into pistols in May's hands. Before Talos could react, she decisively opened fire. Who are you? Talos asked in terror, activating a high-tech energy shield as he observed the rapidly depleting strength of the barrier. Just a passing superhero. The confines of the abandoned warehouse were rather limited, and with many civilians present, May refrained from employing her more destructive weaponry. If I were you, I would hand over the Duck's payment and submit to imprisonment. Faced with the wrath of the goddess of vengeance, Talos found himself utterly defenseless. In a moment of desperation, He retrieved a beige, fingerless glove from his pocket, donned it on his right hand, and affixed the green gemstone from his necklace to the glove. Come forth. Gem of reverence. Reveal your power. Ah, I see. That explains the odd sensation. May mused, as the purple energy tendril morphed into a clamp, penetrating Talos' energy shield to seize the green gem of reverence from the glove. So, it was an infinity stone after all. Yet, despite this revelation, the destructive potential of this gem paled in comparison to the 6 infinity stones. Damn it. Talos glared begrudgingly at the stolen gem before activating his teleportation device to escape the warehouse. Wow. Thank you for your assistance, ma'am, Howard remarked, his mood slightly dampened. But my rent for next month is likely in jeopardy. Do not be so downcast, Howard, May replied, handing him the gem of reverence along with the golden necklace. This necklace is your rightful payment. Furthermore, I believe you should consult Dr. Strange. He ought to possess knowledge about this gemstone. Chapter 162. Dr. Strange the following day. Howard encountered Chala outside a pizzeria, where the latter was wiping sauce from the corner of his mouth with a napkin, evidently having just enjoyed a hearty meal. Oh, thank you for coming to find me, Duck. Teratam, with a satisfied expression, patted his belly and remarked, I admire your approach. You leave no respite for the wicked. So, what is our next case? He inquired curiously of Howard the Duck. I suppose we must continue with the previous case of the stolen jewels. Howard the Duck replied with a hint of resignation as he spread his hands. Yesterday, upon returning to my detective agency, I was ambushed and rendered unconscious by a skirl named Talos, who made off with that emerald. You truly are unfortunate, my feathered friend, Teratam consoled him, gently ruffling the fur on Howard's head. However, the fortunate news is that the golden necklace remains in my possession, so I need not worry about next month's rent. Howard the Duck puffed out his chest with a touch of pride. Congratulations, Teratam said. So, are you planning to seek out this alien named Talos next? Indeed. Howard the Duck nodded. If that fellow Talos manages to acquire the last gemstone and subsequently seeks to dominate Earth or hatch some other nefarious scheme, I would bear a significant share of the blame. Oh, I see, Teratam acknowledged, following Howard the Duck. You are duck prone to guilt. What shall we do to locate him before he acts? The two entered the subway station, purchased tickets, and boarded the train, which was sparsely populated. Howard the Duck chose a seat by the door. My friend, the doctor, should be able to assist us, he mused. Oh, thank the Affordable Care Act. Who is this person? At 177 Black Street in Greenwich Village, New York City, lies the Sanctum Sanctorum, a former nexus of countless parallel universes and supernatural phenomena. However, within the realm of combat, this remarkable ability has nearly been rendered obsolete. The Sanctum Sanctorum, from its exterior, is a Victorian-style brownstone townhouse with 3 levels, featuring French Baroque architectural design and a mansard roof. Due to its enigmatic nature, the interior space appears more expansive than the exterior suggests, filled with labyrinthine corridors, various magical artifacts, and an assortment of furniture of all sizes. Wait, are you saying that your friend, Dr. Strange, is actually a sorcerer? Teratam nervously asked Howard the Duck as they stood at the entrance of the Sanctum Sanctorum. He is a master of the mystic arts, far more impressive than David Blaine. Howard the Duck explained while vigorously knocking on the door. The door to the Sanctum Sanctorum creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man dressed in traditional Chinese attire and sporting a powerful hairstyle. Hey, Wong. Howard the Duck greeted enthusiastically. It's me, Howard the Duck. Is Stephen Strange in? Remarkably, you have actually pronounced the name of the Sorcerer Supreme correctly, Wong replied. The expression on the king's face revealed nothing. Howard, I must remind you that the Supreme Sorcerer is currently preoccupied. Perhaps you should consider calling ahead next time? Don't be like that, buddy. Howard the Duck raised his hands in an exaggerated gesture of urgency. This is a world-ending event. I must see him immediately. Please, Howard. The king, faced with the peculiar duck, found himself at a loss. After all, in a certain sense, Howard was his junior. I'll just wait for you outside, Teratam said obediently from behind the door. Magic sounds rather terrifying. I can't be mistaken. You're joking, right? Howard the Duck turned back to his assistant after sneaking into the sanctum. I thought you relished this sort of bizarre stuff. Forget it. See you soon. Waving at Teratam, Howard began to ascend the stairs to the rooftop of the sanctum when the king called out to him. The Supreme Sorcerer is currently engaged in a battle against the Demon Tango in the objective dimension, contending for control over the entire realm of sorrow. He cannot entertain visitors at the moment. Oh, Howard replied dismissively, then scampered up the stairs before him. The third floor of the sanctum was a special area, composed of Dr. Strange's meditation room, a mystical library, and a storage space for arcane artifacts. Here lay the Book of Vishanti, the Amulet of Agamotto, and the Cloak of Levitation, among other powerful magical items. Atop the sanctum, a circular skylight, adorned with 4 curves, was designed after the seal of the Book of Vishanti. It safeguarded the sanctum from most supernatural invaders and was also known as the window of the world. So he's inside there? Howard pointed towards a nearby pentagram, where a purple portal had been opened. Indeed, but I must still caution you, listen, I've done this before. Howard interrupted the king's warning. I'm going now to assist Strange with whatever sorrow or other matters he faces. The sorcerer will have time to help me later. See you soon, Mr. King. As he spoke, Howard's form slipped through the purple portal before him. Beyond the portal lay a kaleidoscopic realm, akin to floating in space. And Howard struggled to maintain control of his own body. All right, Howard, focus on your direction. Don't get lost. Howard swam forward through the vibrant expanse. It was quite simple. He merely needed to avoid being struck by the falling meteors. Oh, it seems I have some talent. Are you here to play games? Just as Howard began to explore his surroundings, a peculiar voice echoed in his ear. Hey! Howard turned warily to find a group of strange creatures, resembling diminutive hellspawn, floating before him. Games. These peculiar creatures incessantly repeated the same word, swiftly encircling Howard the Duck. Wait, I did not come here to play games. I am here to find someone. Struggling proved futile as these bizarre beings seized Howard and thrust him toward a doorway resembling a curtain, subsequently flinging him forward. Gah! Behind the curtain lay a gray teleportation portal, through which Howard passed into another realm. Judging by the layout, it was a private chamber within a casino, where 4 distinct beings were gathered around a poker table, engaged in a game of Texas Hold'em, one of whom was Dr. Strange. Not this hand, Stephen Strange remarked, glancing at his dismal cards with a look of exasperation. This round is mine. The pink-skinned demon Tango gleefully collected the chips from the table. Wait. Why is there a duck here? Howard, how did you get in? Chapter 163. The Gem of Abundance. Howard, what brings you here? Stephen Strange rose from the table and looked down at Howard the Duck. Wong informed me that you were battling a formidable foe named Tango, but this looks more like a gathering of the paranormal. Howard the Duck replied with a bewildered expression. No, absolutely not. Stephen turned back to the poker table. Gentlemen, I will not be participating in this round. No problem. The cloaked dimensional demon gestured in acknowledgement. In truth, being the Sorcerer Supreme is a rather daunting task. And Wong is a most exceptional assistant, Stephen Strange stated with some resignation. However, you know how serious Wong can be, which can sometimes be quite vexing. So I periodically come here to unwind with my fellow players over a game of poker. By the way, what brings you to me, Howard? Well, there's a rather tricky matter at hand, Howard succinctly replied. A scroll is gathering an artifact known as the Gem of Abundance. Are you familiar with it, Doctor? The Gem of Abundance? I believe we should return to my sanctum, Stephen Strange said, his expression contemplative, before bidding farewell to his poker companions. Thank you for the chips. Strange. Next time, you should take your eye of Agamotto to the optometrist for a checkup, so you can see your cards more clearly next time. The pink demon Tango waved goodbye to Stephen Strange. Ha. May your soul rot in the 17th layer of hell. Although Tango's words were laden with mockery from a human perspective, for the dimensional demon, it was merely a customary farewell, a sentiment akin to until next time. Accompanied by Howard the Duck, Stephen Strange traversed the purple portal back to the Sanctum Sanctorum, where his assistant Wong had been waiting. Stephen, I trust your endeavor to expel the demon Tango from our realm went smoothly? Indeed. Dr. Stephen Strange nodded, acknowledging that Tango had been vanquished. All was proceeding smoothly. As the Sorcerer Supreme, the resilience of Stephen Strange's demeanor was unparalleled. Indeed, I had arrived at just the right moment. Beside him, Howard the Duck, with a mischievous grin, interjected, I saved the doctor's life. When I arrived, Tango was thoroughly besting him. Wasn't he, Doctor? In a certain sense, Howard the Duck's assertion bore truth. On this day, Stephen Strange's luck had been particularly poor. Prior to Howard's arrival, Stephen had not secured a single victory and had long sought a justification to retreat. Silently observing Howard, Stephen Strange gradually nodded, conceding, indeed, Howard saved my life. I shall be eternally grateful to you, Howard. Wong turned away, stating, "Call on me whenever you need. I must tend to the sorrowful nextrous plants in the garden now." "Thank you, Wong," replied Stephen Strange, as he retrieved a tome of magic from a nearby shelf and commenced his search for information regarding the Gem of Abundance. I believe I have uncovered what you wish to know." In a brief moment, Stephen ceased his search, then levitated cross-legged in midair, employing projection magic to sketch the outlines of two gloves. In this world exists a set of gems derived from the universe's most formidable weapon, the Infinity Gauntlet. One golden glove, adorned with 6 multicolored gems, hovered in the air. This was the very focal point of the cataclysmic events surrounding the Infinity Gauntlet. The other was a beige, fingerless glove, indistinguishable from the Infinity Gauntlet save for its hue, with one glove to the left and the other to the right. However, there exists another set of gems, scarcely known to anyone, originating from the Gauntlet of Abundance, comprising the Gem of Compassion, the Gem of Joy, the Gem of Dance, the Gem of Reverence, and the Gem of Music. The power of an individual gem is rather limited, yet when united, they bestow upon an individual a certain degree of energy. What does a certain degree imply? Howard the Duck inquired curiously. For instance, could it annihilate an entire realm in an instant? It cannot achieve that, but I believe it could suffice to obliterate all of New York. Stephen Strange began to cast spells in search of the whereabouts of the remaining gems of abundance. The true strength of the abundance gems lay not in their destructive potential, but in a peculiar, illogical causal logic. "My goodness, we must thwart that scroll," Howard the Duck exclaimed. "These gems are mutually attractive. I can sense one of them is near you." Stephen Strange commenced meditation, declaring, "Certain events are destined to unfold. You need not feel remorse. Now, let me attempt to discern the locations of the remaining gems through meditation." An overwhelming surge of cosmic energy obscured their presence. Yet it appeared that one gem was manifesting near the Hudson River. Suddenly, Stephen Strange stood upright in midair, enveloped in a fiery apparition. A fire being? In a pizza shop. Chapter 164. The Quest for the Gem at the Pizza Joint of the Fireman. Howard the Duck pondered over the description provided by Stephen Strange, his fingers stroking his fluffy chin as the two words resonated with a sense of familiarity. Moments later, his eyes widened in realization. It must be Pier 4, previously the command center of the Fantastic Four. It is situated adjacent to the Hudson River. The fireman you refer to must undoubtedly be the Human Torch. With hands on his hips, Howard wore an expression that demanded praise. "Well done, Howard," Stephen Strange commended him. "Your tone suggests a lack of sincerity." Doctor, Howard discerned the hint of indifference in Strange's voice. "Do you require my company to the river?" Suddenly, the figure of Wong appeared behind Stephen Strange. "No need." Stephen shook his head, declining Wong's companionship. "The sanctum requires someone to remain behind. Additionally, please call Jonathan Storm of the Fantastic Four and inform him that we wish to meet at their former command center, Pier 4. "Understood." It seems you harbor some disdain for Wong," Howard remarked after Wong had distanced himself. "Quite the contrary. I hold him in high regard," Stephen replied, shaking his head. "However, having not been raised in Camartage, I am a product of the modern world. Thus, we often find ourselves at odds over trivial matters, especially during my magical studies. Ultimately, I always concede, for Wong is remarkably steadfast." "Well, you could simply state that Wong is a stubborn old-timer," Howard succinctly summarized with his own flair. "I did not say that." Stephen raised his hands in mock surrender, offering a friendly reminder that Wong's mystical ear could overhear their conversation. Howard quipped, "That cunning Dr. Strange must surely be an impostor disguised as a Skrull." As the duo exited the sanctum, they startled the waiting Tilda Tam, who stood at the doorway as it swung open abruptly. Hello." Tilda greeted Stephen somewhat shyly. "Doctor, allow me to introduce you to Tilda, my assistant, much like Wong." Howard enthusiastically facilitated the introductions. "Tilda, this is Dr. Strange, the most formidable sorcerer." "Doctor, shouldn't we summon a cab?" "A cab? I believe we require the winds of main motor." Dr. Strange gestured and cast a spell, conjuring an invisible breeze that lifted all three into the air. "Wow, this is utterly insane," Howard exclaimed with excitement. "But why does this main motor smell oddly reminiscent of car air freshener?" "That is beyond my control," Stephen responded with a look of exasperation. With the assistance of Dr. Strange's magic, the trio swiftly arrived at the reconstructed Pier 4 near the Hudson River. "Now that we are at the Hudson, I will endeavor to locate the gem." However, if the Human Torch could join us, our search radius would undoubtedly be significantly reduced. As they strolled along the pier, Stephen Strange continuously employed detection spells in pursuit of the elusive gem of abundance. Yet the interference from cosmic energies was overwhelming, suggesting that locating the gem would require considerable time. Indeed, may fortune smile upon us. Howard the Duck followed closely behind Stephen Strange, hoping that the obstinate Human Torch might exhibit a change of heart. Hey, Duck, I have always been quite amiable," a rather flippant voice echoed from above. And shortly after, a figure enveloped in flames descended before them. As the flames dissipated, the man revealed a blue bodysuit adorned with a black Arabic numeral on his chest, the emblem of the Fantastic Four. Well, the latest offenders seem to be in fine spirits. Dr. the Human Torch, Jonathan Storm, greeted Stephen Strange enthusiastically. "Speaking of good spirits, this lovely lady here, I am Jonathan Storm." He gallantly took Tara Tam's right hand, his charming visage breaking into a bright smile. "If you feel your cheeks flush and heart race, fret not, for it is not your fault but rather mine. Yet ultimately, it is due to you because you are simply stunning." Tara Tam gazed at the self-satisfied Jonathan Storm with exasperation, perceiving his adeptness at flirting as the hallmark of a rogue. "Oh, any fiery temptress dealing with you ought to equip herself with at least 3 courses of antibiotics." Howard the Duck grumbled, visibly displeased with Jonathan Storm's antics. "I apologize if my handsomeness makes you feel inadequate, Duck." Jonathan Storm replied with an air of vanity as he tousled his golden hair. "Jonathan, this matter is quite serious," Stephen Strange interjected earnestly. "Listen, can you recall if, prior to the destruction of Pier 4, you collected a peculiar purple gem during your travels?" Let me think," Jonathan Storm replied, his expression contemplative. Stephen Strange raised his hand and cast a memory spell to aid Jonathan in swiftly retrieving past recollections. "Oh, I remember. During the first interdimensional tournament, I casually purchased a purple gem as a keepsake from a nearby jewelry store. The shopkeeper told me I was his lucky customer today, and the gem was complimentary." Jonathan Storm shrugged. "I held on to it for a while, but after Pier 4 was destroyed, it vanished. I suspect it may be buried in the rubble or lost somewhere else. So, is this the reason the doctor summoned me here? Jonathan, I must share some unfortunate news with you." Dr. Stephen Strange opened his mouth, somewhat speechless, and remarked, "You have misplaced a gem capable of annihilating the world. You truly are the embodiment of unreliability." "Well," Jonathan Storm replied with an air of nonchalance, "had you accompanied me to the Battleworld Grand Prix, you could have warned me in advance." He then shifted his tone, "But you did not attend. For the Overgod proclaimed that only the mightiest warriors of the battle world could partake in that contest." "Oh, how splendid," grumbled Howard the Duck, "the great warrior who was eliminated in the first round." Nevertheless, Jonathan Storm was determined to prove that the denizens of Dock 4 were indeed worthy. Chapter 165. The Wild Talos returns. What shall we do next? Tara Tam inquired. "Oh, look what I have spotted," exclaimed Howard the Duck, as he and Stephen Strange simultaneously turned their gaze toward a singular direction. "My destined rival, the upscale apartment. The Eye of Agamotto has guided me here," Stephen Strange said as he began to levitate, circling the opulent structure before him. Perhaps the gem lay trapped within the confines of this so-called symbol of status. I think I'll stay here," Tara Tam said, taking a step back as if burdened by some internal turmoil. "So how do we gain entry?" Howard the Duck asked, eyeing the luxurious apartment. "Doctor, do you possess any magic that allows you to pass through walls?" Without uttering a word, Stephen Strange simply raised his hand and performed a gesture. In an instant, a corner of the apartment building erupted into a cloud of debris. "What on earth?" Amid the chaos caused by the explosion, Howard the Duck swiftly shielded his assistant. "I believe you misunderstood my intention, Doctor." "Wait, what is that?" Howard the Duck squinted, noticing an oval-shaped purple gem quietly resting in the gap created by the explosion. "Doctor, I've located the gem," Howard declared, his short legs propelling him at full speed toward the gem's location. "No, the explosion was not my doing." Observing the precarious state of the building and Howard's reckless dash into the rubble, Stephen Strange quickly cast a spell to stabilize the structure. "Howard, this is far too dangerous. Hold on for a moment." "Doctor." Howard stretched out his hand toward the purple gem of joy. "I've got it, wait. Where are you going?" Just as Howard was about to seize the gem, it suddenly seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, soaring away into the distance. Jonathan Storm ignited his flames and dashed after the direction in which the gem had fled. "I've got it!" Before Jonathan could take credit for his catch, a powerful surge of energy came crashing from afar, striking the emblem on his chest with precision. Jonathan Storm was suddenly struck down from the heavens like a ping-pong ball, and upon losing his constraints, the purple gem of joy was drawn away by an unknown, mysterious force. "We must flee," exclaimed Howard the Duck, seizing his assistant's arm. "Terra, this matter is beyond our capabilities at present." Before Terra Tams could respond, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a sudden voice. "Where do you think you're going, Duck?" Talos, the Skrull, reached out and grasped the floating gem of joy, embedding it into the bountiful gauntlet adorning his right hand. Such intoxicating power. As Talos reveled in the might of the gauntlet, an ecstatic, frenzied smile crept across his face. "Why run, Duck?" His fingers clenched into a fist, and the 5 gems of bounty erupted in a dazzling brilliance, summoning a myriad of singularly colored, bizarre creatures that filled the sky and earth, encircling Talos. "Do you not wish to witness the rise of the Talos Empire with your own eyes? By thunder, it seems you need to call for your reinforcements," Howard the Duck nervously remarked to Jonathan Storm, who had just risen to his feet. "Fear not. I can send a message." Jonathan swayed as he spoke. The sword of Thanos, the hem of Dr. Stephen Strange's floating cape illuminated, and he hurled countless golden magical daggers towards Talos. "Your magic is of no use to me," Earth sorcerer Talos dismissed, effortlessly encasing Stephen Strange in a transparent bubble with a swift motion of his gauntlet. "Ha ha, my gauntlet of bounty is finally complete." Talos cackled arrogantly. "Rise, my bountiful warriors, and lay waste to this pitiful city. I love you." Suddenly, Howard the Duck, who was attempting to sneak away with Terra Tams, found his path obstructed by a baby-like killing brain wielding a massive spiked club, approaching with an innocent smile. "Shall we dance? This is not the love I am familiar with." Howard the Duck assumed a defensive stance, warily observing his adversary. A pale blue energy field unexpectedly rose beneath the feet of the bountiful warriors, forming a circular prison around them. Seeing this, Howard the Duck sighed in relief, knowing that the superhero reinforcements had arrived. "Wow, this is truly spectacular. Far more thrilling than Avengers." Endgame. Jonathan's distress signal, after being relayed by his brother-in-law, had nearly summoned all the superheroes located in New York. Spider-Man, Squirrel Girl, She-Hulk, Invisible Woman Susan, The Thing, Mr. Fantastic Reed, Falcon, Captain America, and many others swiftly arrived, engaging in a chaotic battle against the surrounding bountiful warriors. Invisible Woman, Susan, unleashed a telekinetic field, shattering the bubble that ensnared Stephen Strange. Thank you, Susan." Stephen expressed his gratitude immediately upon his liberation. "No need for thanks. I have always been eager to rescue those silver-haired fellows," Susan replied with a smile. Stephen's expression fell. If memory served him correctly, Reed's temples also bore a fair share of gray. "You pitiful beings prepare to cower at my feet." Talos soared into the city's heights, exuding an air of arrogance as he proclaimed his dominance. Chapter 166. Conversations on the Run. "I am now the tamer, Talos," he declared, wielding the power of the Infinity Gauntlet to conjure a force field that deflected the oncoming spectrum. "With this gauntlet, I shall finally prove my worth to the Empire. All I need to do is tame the Earth." "Jonathan, what is happening?" Mr. Fantastic, Reed, glanced bewilderedly at his brother-in-law while observing the scrolls in the sky. "I said, I got the gem, but it turns out I did not." "It's as simple as that," Jonathan Storm explained, his expression one of innocent dismay. "Excuse me?" Reed uttered in disbelief. "Hey, stretch." Meanwhile, upon spotting Reed, Howard the Duck rushed over, well aware of the absurdity that this stretchy individual could manifest. "That's the genius who can craft a doomsday cannon with just a hammer." "Howard, long time no see," Reed greeted politely as Howard approached. "Yes, I've been quite busy." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Howard quickly began recounting the events to Mr. Fantastic. "You see, that individual is a Skrull. He hired me to find jewels, but in reality, he sought to gather the gems for that gauntlet. If we can take his gauntlet, he will be finished." "The gauntlet?" Reed exclaimed, horrified as he gazed skyward at Talos. "Good heavens, he has acquired the Infinity. That is not the Infinity Gauntlet." Stephen Strange interjected loudly, utilizing amplification magic. "Thankfully not." Reed visibly relaxed. So, Howard, if your newfound superpower is a bit too excited, I suggest you and your friend find a place to hide immediately. Right, Howard replied. Absolutely, Talatum affirmed. Both he and Howard nodding seriously. Fleeing was their forte. On their quest for a safe refuge, the duo encountered assaults from the warriors of abundance. Yet each time, they narrowly escaped, aided by nearby superheroes. Howard, get behind me, you fool, the Thing shouted as he toppled a monster before him. When are you going to pay me back the $60 you owe? Wait until I reclaim my salary before we discuss this. Howard, do not tell me this is yet another one of your grand mistakes. The She-Hulk gazed at Howard with a look of utter disbelief. Indeed, my error lies in attempting to establish a detective agency in a realm teeming with superheroes and villains. Careful now, Howard. The silhouette of a web-slinger flitted by, ensnaring the creature that stood before Howard the Duck, binding it like a rice dumpling. Thank you ever so much, my lovely lady. When might I be graced with an invitation to your wedding with Spider-Man? Duck, how is it that your connections are so extensive? Tam inquired, her curiosity piqued. Despite the unfriendly demeanor of the others, it seemed that Howard the Duck was acquainted with every notable superhero. I'm simply well-connected. Howard the Duck was reluctant to delve further into this matter. As a private investigator, it was entirely reasonable to have some familiarity with superheroes. So, what shall we do next? Howard the Duck pondered over the battlefield in the city, lost in thought. We shall do nothing. This situation is beyond our control now. Let the superheroes outside handle it, Tam asserted, suggesting that they, as ordinary citizens, need not worry excessively. Turning into a secluded alley, Howard the Duck and Tam sat side by side on the ground, concealed behind a trash bin. Suddenly, Howard's mood shifted to one of despair. Indeed, there is nothing we can do now, but this is all my fault. If I were truly a remarkable detective, I should have discerned his scheme the moment Talos appeared before me. Nonsense. Tam, sitting beside Howard, spoke to console him. What? Are you planning to conduct a double investigation for every case? When others enlist your services and you execute your task splendidly, that is your duty. Tam remarked. I believe if someone were to hire you to unveil that old fellow's identity, you would undoubtedly excel. Oh, you are incredibly understanding, Tam. Howard the Duck gazed up at the superheroes and monsters soaring through the sky. Yet, I cannot evade this responsibility. I must find a way to thwart him. Game time is over. Come forth, gauntlet of abundance. Talos hovered high above, his right hand once again summoning an endless array of colorful monsters. Let us tear this city asunder and gather the power of the gems. Countless colorful creatures converged, coalescing into a colossal purple monster towering several stories high. Let go of everything and dance together. Ha ha ha. Oh my. So the emergence of such a situation is entirely not my fault, correct? Gazing at the massive purple creature, comparable in size to a planet devourer, Earth Invader version, Jonathan Storm in the sky was left speechless. This is not the time to deliberate on who is right or wrong. We must unite to vanquish this creature first. The Marvel girl interjected. Oh dear. Cautiously crouching behind the wall to observe the battlefield, Howard the Duck exclaimed, Listen, I did not intend to expose you, but I truly require your assistance now, Tara. During this brief moment, Howard had meticulously crafted a flawless plan in his mind. Yet he felt that to bring it to fruition, he needed the aid of his companion. Huh? Tam blinked in confusion, pointing to herself. What can I do? Should I give Talos a 20% discount the next time he comes to my shop for a tattoo? Not quite, Tara, Howard replied, turning to face her with grave seriousness. You know, I have always desired to remain hidden. There was a time when I pondered, goodness, being a hairless gorilla might be far more pleasant. During that period, I was engulfed in self-doubt. I would willingly embrace your existence and become another person. But for some inexplicable reason, I am who I am, in the place I belong, and so are you. Chapter 167. Tam's past. Hey, I do not comprehend this nonsensical drivel you are spouting. Tam expressed her dissatisfaction. But do not project your avian anxieties onto me. This is hardly the time for lamentation. All right, if you are not prepared to discuss this matter, I shall take it upon myself. Duck, can we be serious for a moment? Tam admonished sternly, yet it was evident that her warning had little effect. Tara, you lack a past. You are a thrill seeker. Yet you are terrified of being exposed to Dr. Strange and his all-seeing eye. Howard began to dissect her character. The spelling of your name resembles Trell. And your greatest vulnerability lies in the fact that your tattoos can change, Tara. Oh, for heaven's sake. Tara Tatum quickly sprang to her feet, her right arm contorting like soft clay, morphing into a sharp dagger. Duck, get down. Howard instinctively complied with Tara's demand, crouching down and covering his head as a John Rambo-themed blue teddy bear was stabbed in the chest by Tara, who then watched as the bear exploded like an overinflated balloon. How beautiful life is, the blue teddy bear lamented before its demise. Are you a Skrull? The ability to shapeshift is a defining characteristic of Skrulls. But since this gift is not exclusive to them, Howard merely inquired with a tone of speculation. No, I'm not. Tara Tatum shook her head. Really? Then are you now willing to share everything about yourself? Howard pressed on eagerly. This is a bit complicated. Tara Tatum's expression turned contemplative, recalling the past. There was once a group known as the Skrull Hunting Squad, whose members possessed this transformation ability. Through their extraordinary powers and peculiar knowledge regarding Skrulls, they seemed to share a common memory. Thus, these individuals caught the attention of the Skrulls, leading them to form a specialized team dedicated to hunting extraterrestrials, both to become heroes safeguarding the Earth and to preserve their own lives. Wow, wait a moment. Are you implying that you're not a Skrull? Howard the Duck's face reflected a contemplative expression. You merely bear a striking resemblance to a Skrull? Indeed, Tara Tam nodded. Apart from possessing superhuman abilities, I am, in fact, a native of Earth. So what transpired with you? How did you acquire the powers of Skrull? This tale, as it happens, is somewhat related to an individual known as Mr. Fantastic. A bemused expression suddenly crossed Tatum's face. In truth, when the Skrulls first arrived on Earth, Reed Richards employed hypnosis, convincing those Skrulls that they were cattle. Tatum raised his hands to mimic horns atop his head. I cannot fathom what those aliens were thinking. But Reed believed his actions were humanitarian and would yield lasting results. I still find it perplexing, Tatum continued. Eventually, someone consumed those cows. My goodness, exclaimed Howard the Duck, his expression shifting to one of realization. So, you gained your powers by consuming Skrull-branded beef? Not entirely, Tatum scratched his head. At the time, Reed overlooked one of the Skrulls. After capturing the fleeing Skrull, Reed intended to transform him into a cow as well. However, the fellow named Thunderbolt thought it would be rather awkward to repeat the same process. Therefore, Reed transformed the solitary Skrull into a duck. Howard the Duck's eyes widened in astonishment. So, your superhuman abilities stem from eating a duck? No. It was not merely a duck, but a Skrull that had been transformed into a duck. I gained my abilities by consuming an extraterrestrial, Tatum clarified, gesturing with his hands. You see, this event occurred many years ago. I was just a child when I awakened my powers. For a time, I believed I was a mutant until the Skrull hunting team recruited me, at which point I realized the origins of everything. I was terrified. I simply sought to understand who I truly was, but my parents never comprehended me. How could I expect them to grasp the complexities of what transpired within me? My parents had a tumultuous relationship, filled with cold wars and arguments. Ultimately, I chose to leave home and start anew here. Tatum patiently elucidated to Howard the Duck. Prior to this, the sole circumstance under which I could wield superpowers was through these fabricated tattoos. I did not wish for anyone to perceive me as a member of the invading Skrulls. Thus, this is the only semblance of agency I can muster for myself. Have you long suspected me to be a Skrull? Tatum inquired, a hint of bewilderment in her voice. But why did you remain unperturbed when I confessed everything? Because I am a duck, and you're the first person who did not exclaim you are a duck. Upon seeing me, Howard replied with a smile. I care not for your identity, whether you are a Skrull or an Avenger, a hippie, or burdened by your past. You're simply Tara, and I cherish you as my aide. You truly are a foolish duck, Tatum said, enveloping Howard in an affectionate embrace. Now that it is evident we share a bond as superheroic confidants, we must devise a plan to expedite the conclusion of this farce. Howard's face radiated confidence and determination. I have a bold plan. Chapter 168, Betrayal. Meanwhile, a colossal purple monster rampaged through the city, indiscriminately wreaking havoc. Upon sustaining an attack, the wounds of the purple beast would erupt with swarms of diminutive, colorful creatures, creating a veritable mess to clean up. Thus, the assembled superheroes found themselves at a loss for a tidy solution to vanquish this gargantuan adversary. Hey, over here, as he swung into the chaotic fray on a web. Peter Parker startled the nearby Thunderbolt with his sudden appearance. You know, I often mention this when chatting with other supermodels, like when little monsters invade the city. With a swift kick, Peter sent a nearby vulture flying, then redirected his attention to Jonathan Storm beside him. It seems today S. debacle is unequivocally the fault of that torch buffoon, doesn't he? Oh, come on, Jonathan replied, exasperation evident in his tone. Typically, it's you who stirs up this kind of trouble. That is decidedly untrue. Kindly retract your insufferable statement, Thunderbolt. Peter prepared to land, but his foot inadvertently became ensnared in a crevice of the rubble. How unlucky, he lamented, bewildered as to why his spider sense failed to alert him upon descent. Behind Peter, a large yellow cat, resembling the cosmic giant He-Man, stealthily approached, poised to ambush him. Ah! Howard swung a dislodged bus stop sign and struck the would-be assailant squarely in the face. Howard? Peter exclaimed, astonished to see Howard assisting him with the debris. Oh my! You're alive. Hello, foolish spider, Howard replied. Howard the Duck greeted. Well, we are acquainted now. I cannot simply stand by and watch you be mercilessly pummeled by a monster, can I? I believe you owe me one this time, little spider. Without granting Peter Parker the opportunity to respond, Howard the Duck darted off into the distance, exclaiming, All right, I am off to save the world. Peter Parker stood frozen, ensnared in a philosophical contemplation. Howard, what in the world are you doing here? Exclaimed Iron Fist Danny, astonished at the sight of Howard the Duck. Quickly, find a safe place to hide. You are no fighter, as I have witnessed firsthand. I am no longer the same, Iron Fist, panted Howard, gasping for breath. Next time, you shall experience the might of my duck kung fu. Where is Captain America? He is up above. You dimwit. Danny pointed towards Howard's head. Hey, new Captain America. Come down. Howard shouted at the Falcon circling overhead. Howard's old acquaintance, Sam Wilson, descended gracefully. What do you need? Last time I saw you, you were still calling yourself the Falcon. Howard gasped, leaning on his knee. I have a plan that can resolve everything. Then do speak swiftly. Samruth. Well aware of Howard's penchant for clever schemes, Howard continued to catch his breath, realizing that Teratam was indeed correct. Indulging in bread had made him quite the hefty duck. Oh, we do not have ample time for you to catch a breath, Duck, Sam pressed anxiously. When we met in Mexico, you were not nearly as winded. Meanwhile, Lady Thor, Jane Foster, wielded MJ Lanier to restrain the movements of the purple monstrosity, providing Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, with the opportunity to launch an assault on the instigator of this calamity, Talos. Ah, indeed, the renowned superhero, Mr. Fantastic. Talos sneered as he unleashed an energy blast. I shall present your elastic bones to His Majesty, to all the Skrulls. Talos, the Skrulls have never been our match. You should surrender now. Reed evaded with his rubbery physique, dodging Talos' attacks effortlessly. Huh! Talos activated the power of the Gauntlet of Abundance, striking Reed squarely in the emblem on his chest, a target far too tempting. Such a pitiful and feeble human, Talos scoffed, observing Reed unconscious at his feet. As a Skrull, I have evolved beyond my previous self. I am now a Skrull poised to enslave the entire Earth, having vanquished Mr. Fantastic. To the Skrulls, the Fantastic Four were indeed long-standing adversaries, with many covert operatives and scouts meeting their demise at the hands of Mr. Fantastic. To successfully eliminate Reed was a significant triumph for Talos. As Talos stood atop the formidable Mr. Fantastic, indulging in his own narcissism, a commanding voice suddenly pierced through the air. K-Kalit Emperor? Talos gazed, bewildered, at the imposing figure emerging from the shadows. You have performed admirably. You have eliminated the Empire's long-standing bane. My warrior, as a spy, you have rendered an indelible service to the Empire. The armored Emperor Skrull, Kalit, gradually materialized before Talos, regarding him with a satisfied nod. Your presence is truly unexpected. Your Majesty, Talos replied, his face betraying astonishment. Our spies stationed on this planet have reported your achievements to me, and I yearn to witness this great warrior with my own eyes, Kalit intoned solemnly. Yes, you. Once my kin subjugates all on Earth, Talos, you shall emerge as my foremost vanguard general. Your approval is a privilege I have long sought. Your Majesty, Talos declared gravely. I was born different, devoid of the shape-shifting capabilities that my siblings possess, which led the Empire to punish me by assigning me as a spy on Earth. However, my uniqueness has now incited your envy. Talos' countenance gradually transformed into a sinister smile. Thus, I no longer require your endorsement. Perhaps it is time for a new emperor. Chapter 169. Vigilance. Are you certain your plan is sound? This is not akin to our previous encounter in Chicago. In the skies above, Falcon Sam Wilson held Howard the Duck, accelerating towards the rooftop where Talos awaited. Do you possess a better strategy, Feathered Sentinel? Howard retorted. If I had, I would have employed it already. Sam Wilson replied with a smirk. Oh, it seems we have arrived. Are you prepared, Featherbrain? Absolutely, Sam. Howard the Duck responded with unwavering confidence. Opportunity knocks but once. Let us deliver a splendid performance. Wait, do you have something in your pocket? It's merely a bag of chocolate. Do not crush it. But I recall that ducks and dogs cannot consume chocolate, can they? Meanwhile, atop the rooftop, Talos remained oblivious to the unusual happenings behind him, still confronting Khaled. I have always held you in high regard, Khaled. Yet I must confess this does not bring me much joy. Talos slowly raised his right hand, adorned with a glove of abundance that emanated a faint glow. Do you understand? Khaled echoed. Have you considered that if one is perpetually surrounded by shapeshifters, one might not quickly come to love such a life? As he spoke, Khaled's visage morphed into that of Talatum through a grotesque contortion. What? Talos blinked in confusion. You are a scroll? Seizing the moment, Sam Wilson soared behind Talos, hurling Howard the Duck from his grasp as if he were a bowling ball. With a lackadaisical leap, Howard the Duck sprang from the ground, swiftly snatching the bountiful glove from Talos' right hand. No, my glove! Talos cried out in disbelief, a mournful wail escaping his lips. Without the glove, love was lost. As Howard donned the bountiful glove upon his own right hand, he declared, well then, the most incompetent client in history, it is time for us to settle this. Through a mental connection, Howard's consciousness instantaneously linked with the 5 bountiful gems. Raising his head, his eyes turned a vivid crimson, as countless fragmented images of worlds flashed before him like a frenetic montage. Howard felt as though his very soul was being inexorably torn asunder by an irresistible force. A cacophony of chaotic whispers swirling in his ears, an exhilarating sensation 1,000 times more intense than anything he had ever experienced. After the tumultuous noise subsided, silence enveloped him. Upon regaining his self-awareness, Howard stood bewildered in a seemingly infinite transparent box, its interior adorned with an endless wallpaper of the starry cosmos. Where is this? He exclaimed, frantically surveying his surroundings. Where am I? Is anyone there? Yet, no response met him, only the echo of his own voice. This is quite peculiar. Had Talos wandered here too when he donned the glove? Howard glanced at the bountiful glove on his right hand, a sense of foreboding creeping in. This was far beyond my intended plan. A mere desire to make the monster vanish. Could these gem-like artifacts truly fail to fulfill such a simple wish? Were you just inquiring if anyone is here? A figure, pure as snow, descended before Howard, causing him to squawk in fright. Who are you? He exclaimed, retreating a few steps to create distance, instinctively assuming a defensive stance. You do not recognize me? Perhaps that is expected. In this realm, no one knows me. You must be familiar with that exalted deity outside. The voice of the pure white figure resonated with a sense of loss. This is the beyond, a rather dull place. Ever since he departed, it has been ages since anyone graced this realm. Deity? Are you referring to? Howard's face contorted in terror. The beyond god. What is wrong? You appear quite fearful of him. The pure white figure observed with curiosity. After all, he's a lofty figure, someone we cannot provoke, Howard retorted, a hint of disdain in his tone. Yet, I am aware that he is nothing more than a deceitful charlatan. He has deceived everyone and even killed Natasha Stark and her band of rebels. Much like Natasha Stark, Howard the Duck is also an awakened being, albeit devoid of the grand ideals of saving the world that characterize Natasha. Instead, he epitomizes the quintessential slacker, burdened by the daily grind of mundane concerns. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is hardly a commendable habit. Suddenly, a pure white figure inquired of Howard the Duck, by the way, did you bring any food with you? Food? Ah, it seems I did not. Howard the Duck replied awkwardly, rummaging through his pockets. I haven't eaten in quite some time. The pure white figure regarded him with a malevolent glint in its eyes. Beijing roast duck is quite delicious, you know. Howard the Duck felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. In a hurry, he extracted a bag of chocolate from his jacket pocket and tossed it to the pure white figure. Wait, I remember. Here, take this. Oh, M&Ms. How nostalgic. The figure said, savoring the treat, though it was clear that this meager offering was insufficient. What? Howard the Duck exclaimed. Witnessing the 4 bountiful gems embedded in the glove of abundance detach and soar towards the pure white figure, leaving only a solitary purple joy stone behind. Hey, you can't do that, he protested, hopping after the gems. Without those stones, how am I to leave this place? I shall ensure your departure. As a token of my gratitude, the pure white figure nonchalantly munched on the gems, producing a satisfying crunch. Additionally, I will reveal something to you, an insight regarding the weaknesses of the transcendent deities. Chapter 170. Return upon hearing the pure white figure's account. Howard the Duck inhaled sharply. Realizing why he had encountered no molecular beings during his previous ventures in the realm of conflict. Everything had erupted. So, why did the Transcendents engage in such actions? He queried, his face a mask of confusion. What benefits arise from annihilating the entire multiverse? They merely inherit the aspirations of those who came before, the pure white figure replied calmly. The transcendent deities, an ancient race from another realm, can effortlessly hunt abstract entities with just a handful of warriors. Molecular beings were also crafted by the transcendent deities. Howard the Duck pondered this deeply. The similarity in names between the transcendent deities and the transcendents suggested an intrinsic connection, according to established facts derived from higher dimensional existence. The transcendents are indeed the juvenile forms of the transcendent deities, who created countless pocket universes to facilitate their growth. However, despite being classified as transcendents, the existence of the transcendent deity contradicts this theory entirely. He is the primordial existence, the original transcendent, and the architect behind the destruction of the entire transcendent race. That sounds incredibly powerful. So why are you telling me all this? Howard the Duck's eyes widened. Wait, what do you mean? You can't possibly be suggesting I incite a rebellion? Astute indeed, truly deserving of the glove of abundance's selection, the pure white figure responded. The pure white figure nodded, its voice imbued with commendation. Ah, I believe you have mistaken the person, said Howard the Duck, who promptly feigned madness. Look, I'm merely an ordinary duck, possessing at most a few skills in martial arts and magic. I lack any world-shattering superpowers, cannot fly, nor breathe fire. I am incapable of bearing the weighty responsibility of saving the world. You are more than capable, the pure white figure asserted confidently. If you refuse to comply, I shall not let you depart. After all, it is rather dull here, and having someone to converse with is a welcome diversion. Howard the Duck retorted. What a capricious authority. He added, let me remind you, everything here is dictated by my whims. The lines between life and death have become nebulous. For instance, if I desire Peking duck today, I might opt for beggar's chicken tomorrow, and perhaps spicy duck the day after. Howard the Duck mused. This fellow has undoubtedly been to Earth. The pure white figure shook its head. I have remained here all along, never having left, let alone set foot on Earth. Can this being read minds? Howard the Duck wondered. I cannot read minds, the pure white figure clarified. I merely perceive the essence of your heart through your eyes. Furthermore, did you just refer to me as this fellow? For superheroes, saving the world is merely a matter of course. Without a hint of hesitation, Howard the Duck immediately donned a profound and enigmatic expression. You are fortunate to have encountered the greatest private detective in the world, as well as the finest superhero. I am quite pleased with your performance, the pure white figure nodded. Well then, it is late. I must send you on your way. Your companions are awaiting you. So, I truly need do nothing? Howard the Duck regretted his inquiry, wishing he could slap himself for asking such a question. Why inquire so much? Wasn't he this merely seeking trouble? For the time being, you indeed have no task to perform, the pure white figure responded. Even our recent dialogue shall be temporarily sealed, and at the appropriate moment, you will recall everything. Are you another riddle slinger? Howard the Duck silently critiqued, yet maintained a facade of solemnity. Moreover, I must impart one last piece of information, the pure white figure conveyed to Howard the Duck. Natasha Stark is not dead. She has formed a new resistance alongside her comrades. Wait, I have one final question. Howard the Duck suddenly exclaimed before departing. Speak on, the pure white figure replied, appearing amiable. Previously, a green-skinned extraterrestrial donned a gauntlet as well. Why did you not enlist his aid? Howard the Duck inquired, perplexed. Because that individual clearly has a role of a mere extra. Why would I complicate matters for myself? That makes perfect sense. Howard the Duck acknowledged. While it is true that the power of the Gauntlet of Abundance pales in comparison to that of the Infinity Gauntlet in terms of destructive capability, its true strength lies in its creativity and infinite possibilities. Upon returning from the realm of transcendence, Howard the Duck, temporarily sealed from his previous memories, rubbed his head in disdain and removed the bountiful gloves from his hands. What on earth is this absurdity? Howard, you did it. On the rooftop, the awakened Mr. Fantastic Reed had bound Talos with his elastic arms. Stripped of the bountiful gloves, Talos had become weaker than an ordinary person, thus easily defeated by Mr. Fantastic. Yes, I am aware, Howard the Duck said, tossing the bountiful gloves to Reed. Could you perhaps dispose of this thing in a volcano or something? Rest assured, Reed replied. Such a dangerous artifact must be thoroughly studied before any action is taken. Well done, Duck, said Talatum, crouching down to give Howard a big hug. You too, sister. Is this your first time saving the world? Indeed, but perhaps it will not be the last. Talatum stood, suddenly feeling a bit shy. I need to retrieve my clothes from the alley behind. Why? Howard blinked. You're not naked now, are you? Strictly speaking, this attire is not actual clothing. It resembles, a keratin layer with a fleshy texture. Talatum explained, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Wow, I absolutely cannot look at Mystique the same way again. It makes me feel rather indecent, Howard remarked, exasperated. Hand in hand, the duck and the girl departed from the chaotic street behind them. As the aftermath was the concern of the superheroes, not theirs. By the way, thank you for stepping up like a true superhero, Howard suddenly said. It was your encouragement that inspired me to act. However, your plan was rather unkind, Talatum replied, suggesting that next time, Howard should take the lead to showcase his gentlemanly demeanor. Yes, I apologize, but it was the end of the world after all. Fine, I forgive you. Did you know? Your shape-shifting abilities will undoubtedly shine in future undercover operations. Oh, then I shall surely get a reward since I possess exceptional skills. Please, just look around. A girl with enormous hands, a fiery flying person, and an invulnerable fellow. There are far too many with extraordinary talents in this world. You too, Duck. You are quite special. Chapter 171. The Journey Home, I Want to Go Home. Howard the Duck rested his face on his new desk, listening helplessly as May reported on his itinerary over the past few days. Yes, I know, dear. Aunt May perused the tablet in her hands. Yet the afternoon schedule was already brimming with engagements. First, one must pay a visit to Coach Reynolds, who vehemently opposes the inclusion of mutant players in the basketball team. Next, there was a suspected vampire attack reported in the central garden of the city hall. Lastly, a meeting with Dr. Banner, the representative of the irradiated superhumans, was necessary to discuss potential complaints. Indeed, Howard the Duck replied with a weary expression. Ever since the chaos instigated by Talos 2 months prior, Howard's reputation had soared. He had fulfilled his previous promise, establishing himself as the finest private detective in all of Manhattan, and indeed, throughout New York. His clientele now consisted of elite figures from various sectors, each worth millions. Yet, in this newfound prosperity, Howard felt ensnared in a state of confusion regarding his career. Although wealth had graced his life, it brought him no joy. His material existence was lavish, yet his spiritual and intellectual fulfillment was profoundly lacking. This wretched life of affluence has sapped my motivation to strive, Howard lamented. I truly yearn for the days when I rented a cramped apartment and struggled for sustenance. What is money? I, Howard, have scarcely touched it in my life. I know I should be pursuing something meaningful. You have been a tremendous help to me, Aunt May. He playfully scratched the large orange cat on his desk. Honestly, without you, I cannot fathom how I might continue this detective agency. Yet, I find myself utterly exhausted. May I spend an afternoon playing with Biggs? Biggs referred to the aforementioned orange cat. Aunt May glanced at her boss with concern. Look, I was just assaulted by a clawed werewolf while working in broad daylight. I truly need a proper afternoon to rest. Perhaps to clear my mind in the park or elsewhere. Very well, Howard. One cannot perpetually live in a state of tension, and that includes you. May nodded. I shall cancel all your afternoon appointments, but I will be flying back to Boston tonight, so take care of yourself. May's assistance to Howard was purely out of boredom. She owned a comic company and a laboratory, but she remained largely hands-off, only stepping in for significant decisions. As a highly educated individual, managing a small detective agency was a breeze for her. Rest assured, I am quite capable of self-sufficiency, Howard declared confidently. I wish to go home. Sitting on a park bench, Howard confided in a suited man beside him. A raccoon once informed me of a place called Duckburg, and I wish to see it. Are you certain? You've settled here for quite some time, Stephen Strange, now clad in a suit, inquired of Howard. Yes, I understand that home is where you wish to lay your roots, Howard replied with a resigned expression. But, Doctor, is that truly the case? I feel as though this so-called home has always sought to eliminate me. I once believed that changing my surroundings and starting anew in a different job might offer some solace. However, I perpetually sense that the world is intent on expelling me. Indeed, I now have a few friends, such as Tara and Spider-Man. Spider-Man? When did you two become friends? Yet, I have been incessantly teetering on the precipice of death and disfigurement, as if the entire universe conspires against me. I am utterly exhausted. Howard the Duck failed to notice the expression on Stephen Strange's face. Everything around me feels utterly draining. From the chaos aboard the Collector spaceship to the calamity that transpired at the X-Men Academy with Squirrel Girl and the battle over the Infinity Gauntlet with the Skrulls. Well, since you mentioned the Infinity Gauntlet, Stephen Strange produced the gauntlet, now with only a single Joy Stone remaining. This gauntlet may well be the key to realizing your aspirations of retirement, Howard. Indeed it is. Howard the Duck raised his hands in exasperation. Why can't things be a bit simpler? Based on your previous descriptions of the experiences upon donning the gauntlet, I suspect it has formed some connection with you. It can read your thoughts and soul. With the remaining Joy Stone, you should be able to traverse those high walls effortlessly, without attracting the attention of the Asgardian forces. I doubt it is that straightforward. Howard the Duck shook his head. I always feel as though I have forgotten something, which is why I keep my distance from the gauntlet. This power is extraordinary. Its existence defies many known axioms. Trust me, Howard. Stephen Strange nodded earnestly. Well then, hand me the gauntlet. Remember, Howard, Stephen Strange patiently reminded him before departing, when such vast and mysterious power touches the deepest desires of your heart, it signifies that you must pay a corresponding price. All right, just one more question. Howard the Duck suddenly raised his head, addressing the retreating figure of Stephen Strange. Is this park truly an eternal paradise for vampires that revel in attacking humans? Perhaps, Stephen Strange offered a non-committal response. Thanks, Doctor. You're welcome. Chapter 172. Adventure. My physician advised me to embark on a carefree road trip, suggesting it would contribute to my recovery. My hut. On the road to the suburban park, a red convertible sped along, driven by Tara Tam, Howard the Duck's assistant, who had donned casual attire for this vacation, complete with sunglasses and a wide-brimmed sun hat. My hut. Tara, pull over quickly, Howard the Duck exclaimed from the passenger's seat, clutching his head as he watched his hat whisked away by the wind. Hey, we're currently on Highway 185, traveling at nearly 100 miles per hour. I have no intention of pulling over. Tara Tam resolutely rejected Howard the Duck's unreasonable demand. Frankly speaking, wearing a hat while seated in a convertible is hardly a prudent choice. There seemed to be a hint of schadenfreude in Tara Tam's tone. What? You aren't wearing a hat? Howard the Duck remarked with displeasure. Wait, why has your hat been blown away? What trick did you employ to keep it affixed to your head? It is merely a simple little trick, Tara Tam explained with interest. Hold on, your hat is a product of transformation? Howard the Duck exclaimed in sudden astonishment. You see, whenever you expose my transformation abilities, I take pride in my superpowers. Tara Tam smiled. Ugh, that seems rather grotesque. Howard the Duck expressed his disdain. As a duck, his aesthetic sense surely diverged from that of humans. You've placed another head atop your own. Do you intend to adopt the superhero moniker of Captain Hat? It's merely a sun hat. I have no desire to become a sun-kissed superhero, you foolish creature. Despite his fervent defense, Tara Tam ultimately chose to retract his transformation. By the way, are you certain this is the road to the park? The red sports car veered onto a secluded path, with no other vehicles in sight. Tara Tam couldn't shake the feeling that this was far removed from their intended destination. Indeed, Tara Tam was unaware of the route to the suburban park, and Howard the Duck was solely responsible for navigation. Yes, please pull over to the right up ahead, Howard the Duck said, his gaze fixed on the phone's navigation display. You had previously assured me that you would take me to the happiest place on Earth, yet now you are leading us to a swamp? Tara Tam looked at Howard the Duck with a hint of exasperation, completely unconcerned about any ulterior motives from the duck, considering their distinct species. Turning off the engine, Howard the Duck retrieved his gear from the back seat of the convertible, stepping ahead of Tam to scout the way. Perhaps I misread the navigation. After all, that device was hardly designed for ducks, Howard the Duck explained dismissively. So, you mean to say there is no magical kingdom here? Tam said, somewhat disappointed, as she had been looking forward to it. Humph. Howard the Duck nonchalantly replied, what is there to enjoy in a theme park filled with pantsless ducks? I shall provide you with a thrilling adventure. If that's the case, I might be a bit intrigued, Tam said, crossing her arms and following Howard the Duck. Wait, is there a new case to solve? But why are you keeping it from me? I thought we had no secrets between us. I'm not actually working on a case, Howard the Duck stammered. Well then, if not for the case, what exactly shall we do? Tam inquired promptly. Howard the Duck turned to glance at Tam behind him, and suddenly, in a hushed tone, he uttered a single word. Hey, I know you're a duck. But Tam's words were cut short as Howard seized her collar and pulled her behind a large tree. Once they were concealed, a tall, alluring figure sauntered by not far off. From the silhouette, it appeared to be a woman, shouldering a cylindrical object about the size of a small refrigerator. Who is that? What is she carrying? Tam whispered. I don't know, but I strongly suggest we follow her, Howard advised, his plan receiving enthusiastic agreement from his assistant. As Tam could instinctively tell that the woman was not to be trusted. Don't question it. It's a woman's intuition. Then you better stay behind me. Tam's shape-shifting abilities in this overgrown marshland were nothing short of extraordinary. This is far more intriguing than your hat tricks, Howard silently commended his assistant. Under the cover of Tam's transformation, the duo managed to edge closer and discern the woman's attire. She was clad in a provocative leather swimsuit adorned with spikes. Her thighs wrapped in black fishnet stockings and high-heeled boots on her feet. Her long, orange hair fluffed out like a lion's mane. Are you suggesting we follow a female sadist through a swamp? Tam muttered to herself in disbelief upon seeing her outfit. Shoo! Howard raised a finger to his lips. I recognize this woman. It's Titania, quite a distinctive character. I see it now, Bentley. Titania suddenly shouted ahead. I brought you what you wanted. Call me Wizard. A man clad in red light armor and a round helmet corrected her with irritation. I haven't even changed my name on the household registration yet. Wait, you're changing your household registration? Titania exclaimed, placing the device from her shoulder on the ground, her face a picture of astonishment. So, you sat down in a government office, filled out a mountain of forms, went through a heap of procedures, and paid fees? Attention to detail is my specialty, Titania. The wizard disregarded her quips, activating the gravity armor on his body to assemble the final piece Titania had brought onto the device before him. At last, I have succeeded. The silvery instrument, resembling a sea anemone, erupted with dazzling electricity, threads intertwining to ultimately weave into a vast silver net, with each square representing a realm of the fighting universe. This is the wizard's lair. That name is rather unimpressive, my friend. Titania stood with her hands on her hips, gazing at the wizard's portal before her. So, this contraption can truly assist us in traversing the various realms of the fighting world? Indeed, the wizard nodded. One can venture to any corner of the fighting world. Chapter 173, The Fighting World, is a realm of enchantment, where myriad bizarre worlds are partitioned by towering walls, each remaining undisturbed by the others. Only members of the Thunder God Legion, wielding the divine hammer, possess the privilege to cross these barriers and explore other worlds. For commoners, attempting to breach these walls is a grave offense, and for those whose transgressions are severe, the Thunder God Legion holds the authority to execute immediate justice. Yet, there are always individuals who harbor doubt about the world in which they reside, a sense of skepticism that propels them forward, gradually unraveling the truths of the fighting world before their eyes. Do not be mistaken. The Wizard and Titania, two formidable antagonists, clearly do not belong to this category. How splendid. With this, I shall finally locate a world where I can vanquish She-Hulk, Titania exclaimed, her ambition straightforward, to defeat her nemesis, She-Hulk. I feel compelled to remind you that this endeavor harbors infinite possibilities. Are you certain that merely defeating a weakened version of your usual rival will suffice to satisfy your competitive spirit? The wizard understood Titania's intentions. She sought to find a less formidable She-Hulk through the wizard's portal, to conquer her and satiate her pride. If possible, I would relish the chance to strike her down. Even if she were lying in a hospital bed, Titania retorted. And what about you, wizard? Do you wish to find a world in which you could defeat Reed Richards? Huh. The only Richards I wish to confront reside in this world. I refuse to acknowledge any other worlds, Mr. Fantastic, as my rival. The wizard replied with uncontainable excitement. With this device, I can discover the most powerful weapon in the fighting world. Armed with it, I shall reign supreme in this realm where I must prove myself. Perhaps I might even uncover another version of my son, and together we shall conquer this world, the wizard mused, his thoughts spiraling into the realm of the fantastical. The fighting world brims with limitless possibilities. Perhaps, in some world, his counterpart lacks the ambition to conquer, but instead enjoys a pastoral life after besting the Fantastic Four. Marrying and raising children. Excuse me for interjecting, but is this contraption ready yet? Titania urged, her impatience evident. As anticipated, that fellow's true objective was indeed world domination. Howard the Duck covered his face with his hands, an expression of disbelief etched upon his features. Could these villains not choose a different goal? These days, the desire to conquer the world has become all too commonplace. Should we not? Teratam, standing beside Howard, was eager to act. Yes, precisely, Howard replied sharply. It is time for violence. What? Who are you? The wizard was startled by the sudden appearance of Howard the Duck and Teratam. Did Richards send you to thwart me? A talking duck? With a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. It was evident that Titania's focus diverged entirely from that of the sorcerer. Nevertheless, a responsible citizen must seek justice for this swamp. Teratam dashed in front of Titania, wrapping her arms around her waist and bringing her down with a forceful embrace, while Howard the Duck executed a spinning kick aimed directly at the sorcerer's face. The sorcerer, with a gentle flick of his right hand, summoned an anti-gravity disc that adhered to Howard's chest, propelling him skyward like a rocket. Meanwhile, Titania swiftly concluded her skirmish, dispatching Teratam with a single punch. The only woman worthy of Titania's regard was the She-Hulk. I detest wasting an anti-gravity disc on such a feeble opponent. They are quite precious, the sorcerer lamented to himself as he watched Howard ascend to the heavens. After the disbandment of the fearsome four, nearly all his funds have been invested in research for the sorcerer's Denver. Without Titania's financial support, he would likely be sleeping in a cardboard box by now. Am I imagining things, or did that duck actually speak? Titania inquired curiously. A duck? Teratam, recovering from the ground, seized the opportunity while the villainous duo was momentarily distracted, leaping into the air with arms extending like springs, barely managing to grasp Howard high above. I truly do not possess the makings of superhero, Teratam lamented, her confidence severely shaken after being so easily bested by Titania. We need to devise a way to remove this disc from me, Howard analyzed calmly. There must be a switch, otherwise that fellow would also be trapped by the disc. Indeed, it must be so, Teratam said, extending her fingers to probe the disc. Hey, respect every battle. Don't think of escaping. Titania relentlessly pursued, executing a simple leap that propelled her skyward like a cannonball, effortlessly catching up to Teratam. Do we have a vendetta from our past lives? Teratam cried out in despair as Titania grasped her calf. Huh, Howard exclaimed excitedly, for he had indeed suspected that the disc possessed a controllable switch. Sensing Teratam in distress, he forcefully slapped the anti-gravity disc onto Titania's face. Chapter 174. A Journey into the Unknown. Get this thing off my face. Titania frantically clawed at the anti-gravity disc affixed to her visage, but her efforts were in vain as she shot into the sky at an alarming speed. Without the support of the anti-gravity disc, both Howard and Teratam found themselves in free fall, plummeting toward the ground. Hold on to me. Teratam interlocked her fingers above her head, transforming her hands into slender parachutes, allowing her and Howard to drift gently back to Earth. Suddenly, she felt immensely grateful for the utility of her transformation abilities. Thank goodness. Howard the Duck tightly embraced Talatum's slender waist, surveying the scene beneath his feet before suddenly suggesting, Hey, Talatum, could you shift us 10 feet to the left? Of course. On the ground, the wizard stood beside the wizard's cave, making final adjustments. Just a bit more tweaking, and I shall possess the most formidable weapon in the entire realm. Look up. Huh? Startled by a peculiar sound from above, the wizard gazed upward, only to see a white object plummeting swiftly. Emulating a certain martial arts superstar, Howard executed a dramatic descending maneuver, landing squarely on the wizard's face. All right, done. Howard brushed off the dust from his palms, remarking, "This should be my final act of world saving." Final act? After touching down, Talatum cast a puzzled glance at Howard. "Duck, what exactly are we here to do?" "Wait, I recall you mentioning that you arrived on Earth through a portal in the swamp. Could it be this?" Talatum pointed to the portal beside her. "Not that one, but something similar." Howard began to explain. "Listen, actually, Before he could continue, Talatum abruptly interjected, "You're planning to return, aren't you?" Silence. "You bastard. I thought we were friends, Duck." Talatum crossed her arms, muttering a curse under her breath. Wait, you must understand this is not my home." Howard stammered, attempting to clarify. "Listen, do you wish to accompany me to a world that wouldn't regard you as a monster? Would you?" Realizing he had misspoken, Howard quickly amended. No, I mean you are indeed an exceptional assistant, Talatum. You have no idea how challenging these past few months have been for me. You've done splendidly, as has Aunt May. But I fear that if I remain here, I shall surely meet my demise, perhaps at the hands of some supervillain, or maybe a rural thug at a gas station. I intended for you to see me off, but I was afraid you wouldn't want to come, hence the lie. Because if you were driving, you'd have to pull over every 10 minutes, and who knows, you might even end up with the police pressing you down for some reason." Talatum knelt before Howard, her anger stemming solely from the deception. She understood that the duck did not belong to this world, and that one day he would return to his homeland. Indeed, Howard paused, realizing he had overlooked a crucial fact. As a mere duck, he lacked a driver's license. "Howard, you should have told me directly. I would have come to see you off." Talatum leaned forward, enveloping Howard in a warm embrace. "I apologize, Talatum." Howard the duck closed his eyes, embodying both courage and kindness. Though our time together was brief, it was undeniably beautiful. I detest sentimentality, but what is this? Teratam was taken aback as Howard retrieved a fingerless glove from his backpack, an item she recognized all too well. Indeed, Dr. Strange had informed me that as long as I donned the glove and envisioned the direction of home, this bounty gem would guide me, akin to the fabled ruby slippers. To be honest, I find this method somewhat dubious. Teradam was skeptical of Howard's plan. "Why have you become so cautious?" Howard donned the glove and, approaching the transporter with flair, waved at Teradam. "Farewell, sister. Goodbye, Duck." A blinding light expanded and flickered, akin to a dazzling flash, rendering Teradam momentarily unable to open her eyes. Once the radiance had somewhat diminished, she cautiously opened her eyes, only to behold a familiar figure. Howard stood dazed, as if awakening from a deep slumber, while the transporter had vanished without a trace. "Where am I?" Howard gazed at his hands, feeling somewhat disoriented. "Howard!" Teratam approached, gently patting his shoulder, wearing a bemused expression. "Regrettably, it appears you are trapped in this world." "Wait, could it be that I've crossed into another similar realm?" Howard's eyes widened with disbelief. "Who is the current president of the United States?" "Of course, it's Donald Trump," Teratam replied with a chuckle. "Just a jest. Can you imagine a world ruled by a real estate mogul?" "Watch out," Howard exclaimed, swiftly pushing Teradam to the ground as a crimson laser whizzed by, scorching a significant hole in a nearby tree trunk. "That portal was everything to me, and now it has vanished." Frustrated after his surprise attack failed, the sorcerer retaliated with another burst of red laser from his high-tech armor. Though dubbed a sorcerer, he was, in truth, a genius scientist, often referred to as the budget Magneto. "You know what? You have successfully vexed me, my friend." Howard's gaze turned dangerously intense. "Because of your self-righteous tinkering, I can no longer return home. Prepare to experience the prowess of duck kung fu." Howard yelled, charging confidently forward, and then, abruptly, there was silence. The sorcerer, a notorious supervillain, was far beyond the capabilities of a second-rate detective like Howard. Within moments, Howard was knocked to the ground by a single punch from the sorcerer. "I am destined for greatness, and you have ruined everything." The sorcerer was poised to strike, ready to transform Howard the Duck into a delectable Peking duck. Suddenly, a figure dashed in from the side, tackling the sorcerer and engaging him in a fierce struggle. "Duck, run." Teratam's selfless intervention granted Howard a fleeting moment to escape. "None of you will flee." The sorcerer swiftly produced a gravity disc, affixing it to Teratam, who was instantly pinned to the ground by its immense weight. "Release her." Howard executed a spinning kick aimed at the sorcerer's temple, but it was effortlessly caught. "You must return with me, for the transporter could not have vanished without a trace." The secret lies within you. The sorcerer threatened menacingly, tightening his grip around Howard's neck. You had better comply, or I shall end her life. Coughing and turning a shade of purple from lack of oxygen, Howard erupted in a brilliant blue light. The sorcerer, taken aback, was engulfed by the luminous energy and vanished, leaving only Howard, gasping and clutching his throat. What has happened? Chapter 175. Hello. This is Gwen speaking. Since the failure of the last journey to the swamp, Howard the Duck returned to his private detective agency. In the interim, he managed to visit Mr. Fantastic, who, after a series of examinations, concluded that the sorcerer was not within Howard. According to Mr. Reed's explanation, the device that could transport to other worlds seemed to have merged with Howard, transforming into a portal to various realms of combat. However, Howard was currently unable to control this newfound power. The sorcerer's disappearance was a consequence of Howard unintentionally sending him to the universe he desired. Do not recklessly attempt to activate the power within you. Unauthorized interdimensional travel is a grave offense. You wouldn't want to be struck by lightning and become a roast duck, would you? Mr. Reed warned Howard with utmost seriousness. Though Howard could not comprehend fully, he was profoundly shaken. Nevertheless, he intended to live his life well. Perhaps one day, when he mastered the power of the portal, he could return home and visit whenever he pleased. Until that day arrived, Howard discovered an unexpected visitor in his detective agency, Felicia Hardy, the Black Cat. Hi, Miss Hardy. Faced with Felicia, Howard felt a twinge of anxiety, particularly given her status as his employer. Don't be nervous, Duck. I'm not here to settle scores. Felicia perched on Howard's desk, handing him a stack of photographs. They were stills from surveillance footage, featuring a pink-clad girl on a motorcycle. Judging by her attire, she might have some connection to a certain entity known as Deadpool. Who is she? Howard the Duck perused the photograph in his hand and inquired of Felicia Hardy, who sat at the desk. I don't know. Perhaps it's some sort of polar ninja who can't afford pants. Felicia furrowed her brow and replied, I must tell you, Duck, I have had quite enough of these incessant days of being robbed by these foolish freaks. Perhaps this is what people mean when they say that fame frightens the fearful and the pig shuns the strong. What can I say? Your popularity is quite high. What did you say? Felicia shot Howard a disgruntled glare. Nothing. Howard hastily waved his hands, promptly diverting the conversation. So, you wish for me to assist in locating this freak, correct? Precisely, Felicia nodded. Wow, so you sought out New York's finest detective. Quite discerning of you, Howard boasted, patting his chest with a touch of narcissism. No, you are mistaken. Felicia ruthlessly shattered Howard's delusions. I came to you because earlier today, this freak executed my informant at the New York Police Department in the park. My finest detective is currently surrounded by a group of grief-stricken, intoxicated New York police officers. Deep in mourning. That girl knows me well, and she knows my associates well. Well, au de finir surprise. I sought you out because you're not one of my associates. Felicia pointed at Howard's chest, find her, and retrieve what she has stolen from me. I assure you, you do not wish for the contents of that box to fall into the hands of an unknown lunatic. Believe me, you must find her, or I will ruin you. With that ominous threat, Felicia departed from the detective agency. Once assured that Felicia had indeed left, Howard looked beneath the desk in disbelief. The freak she mentioned, the polar ninja who couldn't afford pants, was hiding there and greeted Howard enthusiastically. Wow, that black cat is truly terrifying, even in this ordinary civilian guise, Gwenpool remarked, crawling out from under the desk with a look of sheer fright. That ill-timed comment had indeed originated from her lips. What are you doing hiding under my desk? To avoid being found by the black cat, Gwenpool's reasoning was impeccable. Well, there are many fine desks in this town to hide under. Why choose mine? Howard approached the window, silently observing Felicia's movements. She pressured you into helping her find me, didn't she? During the inquiry, Gwenpool's hands had stealthily moved toward her lower back. Yes, Howard nodded. Then, Duck, Gwenpool swiftly produced 2 handguns from behind her back, pressing them against Howard's skull. I believe she can abandon that notion now. In a desperate flight for survival, Howard the Duck darted into a secluded alleyway, bullets whizzing past, grazing his scalp and leaving dark marks upon the surrounding walls. Please, madam, I believe we can engage in a conversation. I have no idea who you are. In the throes of life and death, Howard unleashed an unimaginable potential, sprinting for several minutes without feeling the slightest fatigue. And I have no desire to be eliminated by you. I have divulged everything I know. It was that black cat who compelled me to investigate you. Utilizing his diminutive stature, Howard squeezed through a small hole beneath a barbed wire fence, swiftly taking refuge in an abandoned construction site. What does it matter if you die? You often vanish from publications for months, even years, yet inevitably you return. Gwenpool effortlessly vaulted over the barbed wire, demonstrating her relentless determination. Publications? What on earth are you talking about? Howard exclaimed, utterly baffled by the thoughts of this pink-haired lunatic. Do you believe I am a book? I'm not merely a tome. Oh, I have encountered plenty of your kind before. Gwenpool unleashed a barrage from her dual pistols, yet her accuracy left much to be desired, resembling that of an amateur. What do you mean by that? Howard nimbly leapt about, recognizing her lack of marksmanship akin to a novice barely acquainted with firearms. In my world, you are but a character in a comic book, Gwenpool pouted, dissatisfied. Could you not simply crouch down and take a bullet like a good little duck instead of hopping around? Is this girl out of her mind? Gwenpool's erratic tone and behavior reminded Howard of a reckless mercenary with a penchant for absurdity. However, for someone audacious enough to toy with a crime lord, her shooting skills were decidedly abysmal. Howard mused. Gwenpool ceased firing, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face as she stuck out her tongue. My apologies. I haven't been a superhero for long. Do you truly believe your actions resemble those of a superhero? Howard lamented inwardly from behind a load-bearing wall. Little duck, I don't know if you can see me, but I just shrugged, Gwenpool remarked, feeling akin to Jack Torrance, the protagonist of The Shining, searching for a little duck named Johnny in the desolate construction site. Listen, you cannot violently eliminate everyone you encounter simply due to a nonsensical desire to conceal your identity. You needn't pretend to be a superhero. With that revealing costume, good luck hiding in a crowd. Gwenpool, adorned in knee-high boots, donned a form-fitting bodysuit of a delicate pink and white hue, revealing her long, fair legs. The white full-head mask concealed all but the lower part of her face, leaving a small braid reminiscent of a tadpole's tail at the back of her head. What did you say? Honestly, I believe I can go entirely unnoticed. Look at me. I resemble a ghostly ninja. I require this uniform. Hailing from a realm known as the real world, Gwenpool viewed the Avengers, X-Men, and the Fantastic Four as mere figments of Marvel's imagination. In essence, she was a traveler from another dimension. Upon realizing her transition into the comic universe, Gwenpool was unwilling to remain a mere background character. She commissioned a superhero costume at Ronnie's costume shop, ready to debut under the alias of Gwen Hero. Oh, I see. You have become a most important figure, and thus you've decided to eliminate others who do not wear masks, she mused, as Howard the Duck stealthily crawled along the ground behind a massive marble pillar, employing witty banter and cinematic references to capture Gwenpool's attention while seeking an escape route. These are the rules we've established. If you must blame someone, direct your ire towards the game's regulations, not me. Loathe the game instead. Gwenpool's knowledge was extensive. She effortlessly engaged with such antiquated film references. I think I hate both of you, Howard retorted. By the way, what exactly did you steal from Black Cat? Well, I once read in a book that the apocalypse created a virus that would eternally wreak havoc on humanity. And Black Cat made a deal with them for her sole chance at survival. Gwenpool smiled as she recounted. At that moment, I thought, how peculiar, how dull. Why not something like the Cosmic Cube or the Philosopher's Stone, artifacts of true power? A virus is merely a tool for scaring people. Hence, after pilfering that small box filled with viral powder from Black Cat, I sold it to Hydra for a cool $1 million. You what? Howard the Duck exclaimed furiously, emerging from his hiding spot. Why would you do such a thing? Do you realize the magnitude of trouble this will cause? You're utterly insane. That virus could annihilate all of humanity, and you sold it for a mere $1 million. Calm down, Howard. After all, I need the money, Gwenpool replied, tilting her head with hands behind her back. Your concerns are entirely unwarranted. The Avengers will handle this, won't they? Veins bulging on his forehead. Howard the Duck retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket and, in Gwenpool's presence, dialed the Avengers emergency hotline. Greetings. You have reached the Avengers Emergency Assistance Hotline. We regret to inform you that we are currently unable to provide any services as the Avengers are engaged in a mission in space. Should you need to contact your local police department, please dial. Upon hanging up, an atmosphere laden with awkwardness swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Oh dear. Gwenpool blinked in surprise. Listen, can people here actually come back from the dead? Indeed, but that's merely a minuscule probability of a fortuitous event. Howard the Duck interjected with indignation. The Avengers have resolved numerous global catastrophes, which I acknowledge, but your casual attitude, reminiscent of fictional comics, is truly irksome. Yet all of this feels exceedingly real to me. Howard declared emphatically, pointing to his chest. I will not hand you over to Black Cat, so please, make your swift departure. Allow me to handle this. Bowing his head, Howard's expression remained inscrutable. Am I supposed to retrieve the virus from Hydra, save the world, and then return it to Black Cat? That is simply impossible. Otherwise, everything will be doomed. Listen, I must say, resolving this matter seems incredibly cool, Gwenpool remarked, kneeling beside Howard and gesturing her head. I know the location of Hydra's secret base. I kept my wits about me during the transaction. Chapter 177. If you're shameless enough, call me Ms. Pool on a high-rise rooftop. Howard the Duck, now donned in his duck-themed night suit, leaned against the railing alongside Gwenpool, gazing down at the Hydra base below. It was indeed Hydra. Howard was certain of this as he spotted a massive green Hydra emblem on the helipad of the opposing building. It was unmistakably clear to anyone with eyesight. By the way, as a duck, you should be able to fly, right? Gwenpool suddenly inquired with keen interest, casting a look at Howard. What are you planning? Howard felt a chill of sweat trickle down his spine. What was this pink-haired lunatic intending to do? Come here. Gwenpool swiftly hurled Howard off the rooftop, then grasped his webbed feet, diving down as if piloting a glider. Oh no, I can't fly. I can't fly. I can't fly, he shouted, emphasizing the crucial point thrice, though it seemed rather late for such concerns. The commotion created by Gwenpool undoubtedly drew the attention of the Hydra soldiers stationed on the helipad, who looked up to witness the rapidly descending figures. Is that person one of ours? A bystander inquired. No, buddy, that girl needs to change into some green attire and don a pair of pants, another soldier replied, drawing his submachine gun, preparing for action. I reckon that screaming latex duck is definitely not one of our personnel, a third soldier remarked, observing the shrieking Howard the Duck. By the heavens, I am utterly enamored with the thrilling spectacle of plummeting from great heights and narrowly escaping death. It is simply exhilarating. It feels akin to being in an action film. Gwenpool, with one foot planted upon the back of an unsuspecting bystander, uses him as a cushion for her descent. With a powerful flick of her wrist, she hurls the Howard the Duck in her grasp like a meteor, striking down a hapless adversary. Ignoring the panicked Howard the Duck, Gwenpool unsheathes a knife from her belt and throws it with force, piercing the forehead of yet another background character. Task accomplished. Gwenpool seizes the frantically flailing Howard the Duck and points toward the now open rooftop door. Look, we can enter now. Inside the Hydra's secret laboratory, a raven-haired woman clad in green leather gazes excitedly at the glass chamber containing the mutated volunteers. The virus sold to them by the Pink Ninja has shown remarkable efficacy after modification. This million-dollar investment has proven to be a tremendous gain. The performance of the biological weapon is outstanding. By scattering a portion of the powder across New York's subway stations, the airflow will facilitate the rest of the work. The green-clad woman issues commands to the nearby Hydra soldiers. A remarkably clever plan, madam, compliments a Hydra soldier holding a tray. Once this city realizes its contagion, the demand for an antidote will leave us in a position to extort them mercilessly. The woman gazes at a black box suspended within a magnetic levitation device, a frenzied expression gradually overtaking her features. Or perhaps we should simply allow them all to perish, rising from the ashes. I want the antidote, if possible. As soon as possible, the volunteer Hydra soldier, now grotesquely swollen from the rampant virus within, interjects, appearing both repulsive and terrifying. Silence. The green-clad woman reprimands. We must continue our observations, you 1T die. I promise you a promotion and a raise. Well then, the soldier contemplates, yielding to the overwhelming temptation of advancement. Forgive me, my body. She truly offers too much. What shall we do now? Having successfully infiltrated the laboratory, Howard the Duck and Gwenpool take cover behind a table, observing quietly. Do you have a better plan than eliminate everyone in this room who is still breathing? Howard the Duck inquires of Gwenpool, aware of the perilous nature of their task. Should they fail, the blame would undoubtedly fall upon her. Why overthink it? Let's just do it. Gwenpool, entirely unwilling to engage in deliberation, vaults onto the table and draws her pistol, taking aim at the green-clad woman. Are you a fool? Charging in is the most foolish plan imaginable. Howard the Duck exclaims in exasperation, feeling utterly outpaced by Gwynpool's erratic thought process. You have a gun in your hand, not a stick. Why must you rush into close combat with them? Aren't you the one who sold us this? As Gwynpool faced the advancing figure before her, the woman in green exhibited not a hint of panic on her countenance. With a swift motion, she disarmed Gwynpool, knocking the firearm from her grasp. Indeed, it is I, Gwynpool declared, drawing the twin blades from her back, feeling a twinge of regret as she realized she needed to reclaim that weapon. Your combat skills are abysmal. After a few exchanges, the woman in green effortlessly knocked the swords from Gwynpool's hands. This lunatic clad in a pink high-cut swimsuit displayed no understanding of any martial arts, relying solely on crude and inelegant strikes. I am someone who learns as I fight, Gwynpool remarked, adopting a stance reminiscent of the action film she had watched. Truth be told, I do not require those weapons. Indeed, Madam Hydra, for I have perused an old comic featuring Nick Fury, and your weakness is— Wait, what are you saying? The woman in green furrowed her brow, retorting, I am not Madam Hydra. Chapter 178, New Friends. Hold on. Do you even realize what you were saying? Gwynpool gesticulated wildly before her, noting the black hair, green leather attire, and matching lip color. Your entire appearance and ensemble unmistakably resemble Madam Hydra. I am not Madam Hydra, the woman in green replied, adjusting her long hair. While we both share dark skin and serve Hydra, regrettably, I am not her. Is that so? Gwynpool blinked, unaware that she had just committed the folly of judging by appearances, as applying two-dimensional experiences to three-dimensional realities is quite foolish. Moreover, I doubt you will succeed in leaving here with the virus. The woman in green exuded confidence, believing that a talking duck combined with a playful superhero could not possibly fail. Oh, I see. Gwynpool suddenly grinned mischievously. Why not take a guess as to why I chose this name for myself? The most terrifying afflictions in this world are mental illness and delusions of grandeur. For one can never predict the subsequent logic of such individuals. Gwynpool's slightly deranged smile instilled a twinge of unease in the woman in green. Just as she intended to seize the babbling Gwynpool, the latter bent low, evading her grasp. What? Plans have changed, Gwynpool exclaimed, her tone brimming with excitement as she glided past the woman in green like a slippery eel, snatching the box filled with viral powder in her hand. Oh yay, I've got it. Then, before the astonished eyes of everyone in the laboratory, Gwynpool opened the box and tipped its contents into her mouth. Gulp. Accompanied by exaggerated swallowing motions, Gwynpool opened her mouth wide at the astonished onlookers, playfully tugging at her tongue with her right hand. Look, the virus is all gone. The woman in green felt her teeth chatter with fear as she immediately sprinted toward the laboratory's exit. She is now highly contagious. Get out quickly. You are the last person to escape in this predicament, madam. At that moment, Howard the Duck seized the opportunity, swiftly hurling a wooden table at the feet of the woman in green, successfully tripping her and sending her crashing to the ground, with the table pinning her back. Howard promptly sat upon it. Well then, what shall we do next? Do you possess any self-healing factors? Witnessing Gwynpool's fearless approach to danger, Howard assumed she possessed the same remarkable ability as Wolverine. I do not, Gwynpool replied nonchalantly, her tone lighthearted. However, upon arriving here and encountering that individual in the jar, I thought, oh look, that unfortunate child has mumps, while I have been vaccinated against mumps where I come from. Child, that is certainly not mumps. Howard was at a loss for how to respond to Gwynpool. He felt there was no common ground between himself and a madwoman. Oh, how dreadful. As she spoke, Gwynpool's body began to mutate, much like the previous Hydra volunteer. Her limbs swelled, muscles and skin inflating like balloons, resembling a corpse that had been submerged in water for an extended period. Hey, that Hydra lady, didn't you mention having some sort of antidote? Despite being poisoned, Gwynpool remained remarkably composed, calmly inquiring of the Hydra woman pinned beneath Howard. Yes, inject it quickly before you infect us. The woman in green produced a syringe that bore a striking resemblance to an energy serum and tossed it to Gwynpool. Oh, thank you. Grasping the antidote with ease, Gwynpool calmly injected it into her own body. Hydra truly is an organization of advanced technology. The antidote's effects were immediate. Observing her body reverting to its original state, Gwenpool delivered a swift blow to the back of the green-clad woman's neck, rendering her unconscious. All done. Now, we simply need to retrieve this box. And you can report back, Howard. Gwenpool handed the black box to Howard, winking playfully at him. Wait a moment. A certain volunteer trapped within the glass column pleaded pitifully. There is still some left. Howard placed the remaining half of the antidote on a nearby table. Here's a piece of advice. Leave Hydra and seek volunteer work at an animal shelter or something. All right, Pool, we have what we came for. And the world has been saved. We should return this to Black Cat promptly to prevent her from doing something reckless. The meeting place agreed upon with Black Cat was located in front of a cemetery on the outskirts of the city. Both the man and the duck arrived punctually, each adhering to the prior arrangement. Look, a mysterious box. Howard the duck cradled the black box, once filled with viral powder, in his hands. I believe our extortion deal has reached its conclusion, hasn't it, Ms. Black Cat? It is truly astonishing that you managed to find it. Felicia Hardy observed the box with keen interest. However, you did not apprehend the girl who stole it, did you? As you can see, I am merely a 3-foot-tall duck. Howard adjusted the hat perched atop his head, proclaiming, My superpower is a splendid hat, and it was indeed fortuitous to have retrieved this box. I nearly lost my life in the process. Wait a moment, Ms. Black Cat. We have reconsidered the terms of this transaction. A cloaked figure gestured towards Felicia Hardy from a short distance, stating, We wish to redeem the virus we previously sold to you. That may not be feasible, as I have already secured a buyer for it. Felicia Hardy declined with grace. We will offer you more money, for this world may not yet be prepared for the apocalypse. The figure opened a briefcase filled with green bills, based on Felicia Hardy's estimation. It contained at least $1 million. Well, your sincerity makes it difficult for me to refuse. Felicia handed over the black box, adding, Next time you wish for me to store something for you, do be sure to inform me. We are aware that you lost it once, you irresponsible fellow. The cloaked figure protested. Such matters are trivial. Having received the payment, Felicia Hardy felt no inclination to linger any longer. You just sacrificed millions from Hydra to assist me. I believe you have indeed discovered your path to becoming a superhero, Howard remarked to the cloaked figure beside him. You know, my heart aches right now, Gwenpool lamented, her expression akin to one mourning a deceased pet dog. That was $1 million. I have never seen such a sum in my life. So, as a homeless wanderer from another world, I must say, welcome to your new home, and do not ruin it. Very well, Gwenpool replied, still noticeably despondent. By the way, how did you traverse into this world? I came through a dimension teleporter. I am the portal in the wardrobe. Come on, be serious. I don't know. Perhaps a tornado swept me here. Can we speak frankly? I fell into a tree hole while chasing a rabbit. Chapter 179. The disappearance in the wilderness at New York City Hall. An elegant ball for the upper echelon was underway. Then I told him, whatever Spider-Man can do, I can do too. Dressed in a designer suit, Peter Parker engaged in charming conversation with the ladies before him, his demeanor poised and gracious, his quips eliciting peals of laughter from the audience. Oh, you're simply delightful. The silver-haired matron, exuding elegance, wore a composed smile that belied the disbelief that we had never crossed paths at any of the previous events. What did you say your name was? Inquired the young Asian woman beside her, curiosity evident in her tone. Parker. Peter Parker, he replied, a confident smile gracing his face. I am also the proprietor of Parker Industries. Parker Industries? How delightful, the Asian woman responded, her expression tinged with surprise. I admire your company's recently launched smartwatch. Thank you. I merely oversee operations, though I'm also one of the developers of the new product, Peter Parker chuckled. I just hope this watch can be a tad more fashionable, appealing to high-end consumers. The Asian woman's smile suggested her intrigue. Currently, our primary focus is on the budget segment and the mass market Peter Parker transition, but by the end of this year, we shall have our luxury product line completed, and I look forward to it. The Asian woman nodded in satisfaction. By the way, I feel you could assist me with a small favor. Managing such a large company can be quite exhausting, and I'm still adjusting to this lifestyle. I would like to take a proper break during this period. For some reason, Peter Parker's speech began to falter. Hey, Romeo, you're straying off topic. Apologies, I need to visit the restroom. He offered a casual excuse before hastily making his way to the banquet facilities. Just so you know, I can't hear you, Peter Parker said, adjusting the tiny earpiece in his left ear. Your voice is rather loud. Howard, I believe it is you who has digressed. I didn't expect you to indulge in such topics. No wonder you have a thing with the black cat. Hey, Peter Parker muttered in discontent. You should have asked, do you happen to know of any exclusive adventures tailored specifically for young, thrill-seeking individuals like ourselves? I have already inquired with several people. Is this information sufficient? Howard? Before he could finish, his phone vibrated with an incoming call. Peter Parker, though slightly irked, maintained his composure as he answered the call, for it was a matter of personal decorum. Hello, Howard. Is there something that must be discussed over the phone? Meet us on the rooftop of Albano Tower, and remember to wear your Spider-Man suit. On the rooftop of Albano Tower. Taladum and Howard the Duck are each wielding high-precision telescopes, observing the gala taking place at the City Hall across the way. Taladum slightly turned his neck. I enjoy spying on the affluent, but what exactly are we searching for? The location, replied Jennifer, the She-Hulk, dressed in formal attire, standing beside him. My client has been missing for several weeks now, with rumors suggesting he participated in some sort of exclusive private adventure tailored for the wealthy. Thus, I dialed my good friend Spider-Man, hoping he could persuade his esteemed employer, Peter Parker, to assist me and She-Hulk with a minor task. However, to be candid, he and the young Spider-Man appeared rather bashful. The reason Peter Parker agreed to aid Howard the Duck is quite simple. Spider-Man owes him a debt of gratitude for saving his life. I'm grateful that you expended resources to invite me and my duck companions for a little espionage, but what exactly have your clients been up to? He has been accused of tax evasion, but in truth, that fellow is merely a fool, and his name is Gary Stark, She-Hulk Jennifer elucidated. Wow, is that person a relative of his? Taratam inquired with a hint of surprise. Not all. However, he is scarcely superior to that woman. He squandered most of his money on assembling counterfeit computers and off-brand smartphones, all intended for the underworld, which is precisely why the district attorney's office seeks to apprehend him. She-Hulk Jennifer laid out the entire situation. I merely wish to locate him before the new prosecutor does, for that individual is indeed a devilishly competent and handsome figure. As she spoke, a sharply dressed figure, wielding a cane, emerged upon the rooftop. Matt Murdock, what brings you here? She-Hulk Jennifer exclaimed, astonished to see the man materialize behind her. Chapter 180, Jurassic Park? Matt Murdock, how could you possibly be here? Just as the saying goes, the one being gossiped about appears unexpectedly, and Jennifer's expression shifted to one of subtle complexity. Because my loyal guide dog informed me of your presence here. Matt Murdock replied with a smile. You're the real nuisance. Never mind. She-Hulk Jennifer pouted slightly, somewhat irritated. It usually wanders about freely before returning to report to me, such as when someone is trapped in a well or when someone is peeping from a rooftop. Howard the Duck interjected abruptly, interrupting their verbal sparring. There seems to be an indication of a private dinosaur expedition, and it sounds as though a number of wealthy individuals have gone missing as a result. She-Hulk Jennifer sighed. Very well, if dinosaurs are indeed involved, then it must be in the wilderness. When shall we set forth? Matt Murdock suddenly interjected. I must clarify that I say this without any prejudice, but we cannot possibly take a blind man into a jungle teeming with dinosaurs. She-Hulk Jennifer assumed a businesslike demeanor, especially since this blind man wishes to jeopardize my client for the sake of civil liberties. Very well then. Matt Murdock did not argue further, noting that he knows Daredevil, and he could send him in his stead. No. This is my client. I do not wish for your vigilante to extricate him. She-Hulk Jennifer decisively refused, as this is a matter of professional ethics. Although this sentiment may be somewhat harsh and difficult for many to comprehend, it is the lawyer who triumphs in court and secures victory that truly deserves the title of a good attorney. The concepts of moral integrity and professional ethics are distinct and should not be conflated. That island is teeming with dinosaurs. Should he willingly request another metamorphosed individual to accompany him, we ought to invite him along and approach the matter with maturity. Howard the Duck expressed his full endorsement of Matt Murdock's suggestion. How curious it is that, despite Howard's presence, the atmosphere has grown increasingly tense. Peter Parker swung onto the rooftop, greeting the group with a cheerful good evening. All right, it's settled. Howard the Duck clapped his hands together, declaring, let us venture into the wilderness. Wait, what did you just say? Peter Parker looked bewildered, glancing around. Can I opt out of this expedition? However, that area is a United Nations reserve, and we need to obtain authorization. We also require an aircraft. Do any of you have ideas? Howard the Duck inquired of the three superheroes opposite him. The situation was becoming increasingly convoluted. She-Hulk Jennifer pinched her brow, feeling overwhelmed as more and more individuals joined the fray. Indeed, She should never have sought Howard's assistance in the first place. I believe I have the perfect candidate, Matt Murdock stated, tapping his blind cane, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. The following morning, a Quinjet pierced the sky, heading towards the coordinates of the wilderness. Peter Parker, Howard the Duck, Chala, Daredevil, and She-Hulk Jennifer all fastened their seatbelts, remaining seated and composed. I'm pleased you have come to me for assistance. In the cockpit of the Quinjet, the elder Steve Rogers conveyed important information to the others aboard. The United Nations has recently imposed stringent regulations on the wilderness. I utilized some connections, but once we land, we must remain vigilant at all times. This is of utmost importance. My goodness, when did Captain America become captain of the United Nations? Howard the Duck interjected from the co-pilot's seat. Come on, you're American. Just go for it. I'm simply Steve now. My dear child, Steve Rogers replied calmly. The title and shield of Captain America have been entrusted to Falcon Sam Wilson. The elder Steve Rogers has indeed retreated from the limelight, yet should the need arise, he will still rise to confront evil. For Steve Rogers embodies the essence of Captain America, not merely that of a government representative. I can hardly believe I am about to witness dinosaurs. This is undoubtedly the most exhilarating experience of my life thus far, unlike the others, who remained silent. Chala appeared genuinely thrilled. Look, we are essentially a brand new superhero team. I think we should name ourselves the New Extraordinary Defenders, or perhaps the New Uncommon Rescuers. The Rescue Task Force. Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. Children, Steve Rogers patiently reminded them, as we are about to land. A certain entity on this island has severely disrupted our tracking devices. Emerging from the cabin, Steve Rogers tapped the tracker in his hand. Spider-Man, Daredevil. Have your heightened senses detected anything of significance? Daredevil, subtly attuned to the surrounding environment. This jungle, along with its creatures, is exceedingly cacophonous for me. I cannot discern valuable information from the noise. Clearly, my spider sense only activates in the presence of danger, Peter Parker remarked, hands raised in resignation. I mean, we're safe for now. It seems your extraordinary spider sense is only effective against your wit. Steve Rogers meticulously outlined the forthcoming action plan. All right, the plan is as follows. We shall head east, exploring the island along the beach. If nothing arises, hey, Steve, don't rush. Each of us possesses unexpected talents. Howard the Duck said with a confident grin. Tara, use your abilities to elevate yourself and survey the island. Understood. Tara Tam elongated her waist like pliable clay. Wow, the vastness of nature. Wait, there seems to be something over there. It resembles, before Tara Tam could finish her sentence. A flock of colossal blue pterosaurs swooped down from afar, one of them grasping her upper body with its talons and whisking her away. Parka. Chapter 181. It truly is Jurassic Park. Did you call for me? Peter Parker aimed his web shooter at Tara Tam, who was captured by the pterosaur, then pressed the button in his palm. Leave it to me. I'll rescue her. Jennifer, the She-Hulk, leapt powerfully, her thigh colliding with the webbing Peter had shot, causing her to be yanked from midair. Oh dear, who exactly summoned Spider-Man? Groaned Jennifer, rising from the ground and tearing the webbing from her thigh. That duck named Howard, Peter Parker explained weakly. All right, let us head in the direction Tara indicated. After all, those strange ducks took her that way too. Howard the Duck proposed, confident in his assistantess abilities, believing she could handle at least 2 dinosaurs. I concur, Steve Rogers affirmed. With no objections raised, the group swiftly set off, though the recent events inevitably led to mutual complaints along the way. Oh, and one more thing. Why didn't your spider sense alert you when Tara was in danger? Howard the Duck grumbled. Has no one here ever read my blog? It only warns me of dangers that I personally encounter, Peter Parker explained with some exasperation. Well then, Daredevil, do you sense anything? It's still somewhat challenging. Daredevil pointed ahead, expressing that he sensed some sort of barrier perhaps 100 meters away, in the 2 o'clock direction. Sounds promising, Steve Rogers remarked. Howard, perhaps you should remain behind. Once we encounter trouble, fear not, Captain, for I am a duck well acquainted with the grandiose. Howard the Duck pushed aside the foliage before him, proclaiming, I have encountered plenty of trouble. Before the group appeared the ruins of a colossal structure, seemingly the park referenced by Talatum before being abducted by a pterodactyl. Before the devastated entrance of the park stood a massive sign inscribed with phrases such as Wilderness Park and Living Dinosaurs. Daredevil? Steve Rogers, vigilant of potential threats lurking nearby, spoke without turning his head. I detect a group of individuals. Perhaps I should investigate first. In a heartbeat, Daredevil darted forth, and, judging by his swift reaction, the ruins of the park likely harbored no significant danger. You scoundrel! Jennifer, the She-Hulk, immediately reacted, her long legs propelling her to chase after Daredevil. I will not permit you to intimidate my client. That individual is guilty. Daredevil, running ahead, explained without looking back. I merely wish to ascertain the location of his illicit assets, which will lead me to the true mastermind behind it all. Stock, are you here? Jennifer shouted, her fist shattering the wall before her as she called out to the crowd concealed within. Hey, keep it down. Talatum gestured for silence. Having escaped the clutches of those rough-skinned birds, I discovered them. No need for your concern, but we must remain quiet, lest they hear us. All of this is the doing of my partner. Please do not strike me. Behind Talatum stood a woman with peculiar silver goggles and a helmet. Her attire suggested she was a staff member of this wilderness park. Please tell us what transpired here, Steve Rogers inquired of the woman, his intuition indicating she was likely the leader of the survivors. I am Janice, she nervously responded. I developed a helmet capable of controlling the prehistoric creatures on the island. My partner, Davis, proposed we start from this park. We could earn a fortune by controlling the dinosaurs. This narrative is exceedingly cliché. I must inform you, madam, Steve Rogers interjected, frowning. Regardless of gender, those who attempt to dominate nature often meet with dire fates. Nature invariably emerges victorious. Such words from one whose illustrious achievements stem from manipulation of lab rats. Howard the Duck quipped unexpectedly. No, leasing. Janice insisted. What I mean is that the issue is not that nature triumphed. Her expression turned to one of horror as she pointed towards the park's exterior, where countless prehistoric dinosaurs were stampeding towards them. For the victor is I. It is I, Davis, adorned with a silver helmet, perched triumphantly atop a colossal Tyrannosaurus Rex, wore an expression that exuded supremacy. You must wrest the helmet from him. His control is overwhelming and has surpassed my own, stammered Janice. When you arrived, Davis altered his plans. Spider-Man, seize the helmet. Steve Rogers shouted. We are here to safeguard these citizens. Acknowledged. Davis believed that capturing the wealthy for ransom was a viable strategy, and he was determined to proceed with it. Janice disclosed Davis' entire scheme, stating, I managed to bring everyone to safety just in time. We have been secure until your arrival exposed our location. That was to rescue you. I believe that is the crux of the matter. Howard the Duck, with his unique humor, attempted to comfort Janice. Feudal. These are the most formidable ancient beings in history, while you are merely city dwellers clad in revealing spandex. Ha ha ha. Davis laughed boisterously, patting the enormous prehistoric T-Rex beneath him. Why not adorn it with a saddle? Failing to fasten a safety belt might result in a fall. Just as Peter Parker prepared to leap onto the dinosaur, he was obstructed by a blue pterosaur that suddenly sprang forth. This is why we need spider sense. Otherwise, I would have surely been bitten just now. Chapter 182. Humans are inferior to ducks earlier, within the sanctuary amidst the ruins of Savage Park. Stark, you are in deep trouble. After a relentless struggle, Daredevil finally extricated himself from the grasp of She-Hulk Jennifer and successfully located Gary Stark among a crowd of survivors. Gary, not a word. Before the bewildered Gary Stark could respond, She-Hulk charged forward, raising a finger to issue a loud warning. Confess and be lenient. Where exactly is your offshore account? Daredevil leaned in close to Gary Stark, the distance between them barely 20 centimeters, emanating an aura of authoritative pressure. Not a word. She-Hulk Jennifer admonished sharply. As your legal counsel, I must remind you that you are a rogue. You should pray for leniency from the court. Daredevil warned. A circle of survivors turned their gazes toward Gary Stark, each displaying expressions of curiosity. I. The harrowing experience of fleeing through the wilderness had left Gary Stark's nerves taut to the breaking point. Now encircled and interrogated by two superhumans, that tension snapped. Consequently, Gary Stark rolled his eyes back and fainted dramatically. At least fainting spares him from answering your questions. Your intimidation tactics have failed. Jennifer continued to spar with Daredevil. Behold, this man is guilty, declared Daredevil, addressing She-Hulk Jennifer with unwavering conviction. All I care about is justice. Enough. An elderly voice interrupted the dispute between Daredevil and She-Hulk. Steve Rogers raised his hand, gesturing outside. These people are in peril. Are you two finished? Get out there and help clean up this mess. Very well. She-Hulk Jennifer exchanged a silent glance with Daredevil. Steve Rogers was right. This was not the time for their quarrel. I will return, Stark. Daredevil shot back defiantly before departing. It seemed effective. Steve Rogers' expression shifted back to its usual sternness. I must conceal you all until the superheroes resolve this matter. With a gentle snap of her fingers, Tara Tam conjured a delicate blue light that blossomed at her fingertips. Beyond the ruins of the park, Daredevil and She-Hulk joined the fray, alleviating some of the pressure on Peter Parker and Steve Rogers. As they took down two nearby dinosaurs, a massive Brachiosaurus charged into the battlefield, raising its colossal front leg to strike at She-Hulk. Is there anyone else who can assist? She-Hulk felt the weight of the battle intensifying. No. Howard the Duck was being pursued by two velociraptors running amok. By the way, where did the little spider go? I thought he was after the helmet. I don't want to maim these creatures. You have to understand, if I harm these brainwashed beasts, She-Hulk exerted herself, toppling the towering Brachiosaurus before her. That would incur a hefty compensation. Oh, I truly sympathize with you, remarked Daredevil, hurling his billy club to take down a pterodactyl diving from the sky. Sometimes, you really need a dashing mask and a stylish uniform. A frown creased She-Hulk's forehead. She too wished for a costume and a mask to conceal her identity. But the problem was that, like her cousin, she was green. Wearing a mask would be nothing but self-deception. Just then, a Tyrannosaurus Rex launched a surprise attack from behind She-Hulk, its gaping maw lined with fangs aimed at her. Don't worry, my webs are incredibly gentle. Peter Parker swung in, ensnaring the T-Rex in a massive bundle of webbing. See? You could even use it as a baby swaddle. Yet, the number of dinosaurs controlled by demons exceeded all imagination. Peter Parker and his allies were utterly overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught. Janice! Steve Rogers suddenly shouted toward the ruins of Savage Park. Where are you? We need your help. What? Upon hearing the call of Steve Rogers, Janice, adorned with a silver helmet, peeked out from behind the wall like a groundhog. As Steve gazed at the silver helmet perched atop Janice's head, a bold plan suddenly ignited in his mind. Hey, Mr. Rogers, I hope you don't mind if we stand by while you clean up the mess. Talatum transformed his body into a black wall, shielding all the survivors behind him. Well done, young lady, Steve remarked in admiration, before turning his attention back to Janice. Janice, please hand me the helmet. Here you go, Captain, Janice replied without hesitation, fully aware of Steve's intentions. Are you thinking what I think you are? Thank you, Steve said as he donned the helmet. Your partner's control over this power surpasses yours, but perhaps it is time to let someone else take a shot at it. Someone clever, insightful, strategic, and endowed with remarkable willpower. One does grow old. For once, the typically serious Steve Rogers indulged in a moment of self-importance. A Tyrannosaurus Rex approached Steve, slowly opening its massive, tooth-filled jaws before him. Calmly, Steve attempted to establish a mental connection with the creature through the helmet. Yet, given the beast's ferocious stance, it was evident he had failed. This is unbelievable, Steve thought, feeling disheartened. How could this not work? My willpower should be perfectly suited for this. Could it be that I'm simply too old now? Peter Parker ensnared the T-Rex with his webbing. I guess it's because no one has ever shared tales of those greatest generation passionate Americans with these dinosaurs. Wait, I understand. Peter suddenly exclaimed. Howard, where have you been hiding? Chapter 183, End. Howard, where have you been hiding? Peter shouted. What? Are you calling me? Howard the Duck poked his head out from behind a discarded pipe. But I'm quite busy right now. Howard had abandoned his dignity, having exerted tremendous effort to shake off a few raptors that had nearly gnawed the feathers from his tail. We need your intellect. Steve Rogers handed the helmet he was cradling to Peter Parker. Oh, you finally figured it out. So what do you need me for? Howard the Duck responded, pleased by Steve's words as he crawled out from his hiding place. Get that helmet back for me. Davis commanded his colossal Tyrannosaurus Rex, which roared and charged towards Peter, who was holding the helmet. Listen, Howard, Peter said earnestly to Howard the Duck, you are a bird, and ducks count as birds. Forced explanation, so what? Howard the Duck replied, utterly perplexed. Birds have evolved from dinosaurs, even if you're a birdman traversing from another realm. Without the slightest intention of consulting Howard the Duck, Peter Parker directly placed the helmet he held upon Howard's head, and surprisingly, it fit quite well. Given this connection, Howard, it is highly probable that your mental wavelength shares a certain affinity with these dinosaurs. Well, since you've mentioned it, I shall give it a try. Howard the Duck, aware of Peter Parker's academic prowess, felt confident that even if he failed, he could retreat unscathed. Stop right there. Everyone, with his right hand splayed before him. Howard shouted at the colossal Tyrannosaurus rushing towards him. In that very moment, Howard felt as though he had successfully forged a remarkable mental link with the dinosaur before him, as if he could command all the prehistoric creatures upon the island at will. Maintaining a posture of low attack, the gigantic Tyrannosaurus instantly became as still as a statue. Davis, perched atop the dinosaur's head, was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. Wow, what an unexpected turn of events. I actually managed to reverse the situation, Howard declared, hands on his hips. Wait, what was that sound? Did a mirror just shatter? That was my idea. Seizing the opportunity, Peter Parker leaped onto the T-Rex's head and swiftly removed the silver helmet from Davis's head. You did splendidly, Howard. Teratam approached Howard from behind, gently stroking the downy feathers atop his head. You saved us all. It's nothing to be proud of. It's just what I do, Howard replied modestly. Tara, you also succeeded in protecting everyone. We truly make the best team. Ms. Walters, standing beside the She-Hulk Jennifer, suddenly spoke up. I believe I have something to say to you. Listen, I apologize for my excessive enthusiasm toward my client. Unexpectedly, She-Hulk Jennifer took the initiative to respond. I know Gary is not a good person, but he is merely a bit confused. I don't think he should be harassed. I agree. I was just about to apologize because I merely wanted to fulfill my obligations regarding Matt. The Nightcrawler stated, I am certain that Matt only pursues justice. If you can persuade Stark to cease peddling those counterfeit phones, I can assure you that Matt can find him a better livelihood. The Nightcrawler extended his right hand towards She-Hulk Jennifer. The Savage Land Ceasefire Agreement? The Savage Land Ceasefire Agreement. She-Hulk Jennifer likewise extended her hand to shake with the Nightcrawler. Kid, you're under arrest. Steve Rogers produced handcuffs and placed them on Davis. All right, everyone. Everything has been resolved satisfactorily. Now, let us board the Quinjet together. And we must leave this place swiftly. Wait. Howard the Duck, still adorned with the silver helmet, suddenly exclaimed. What is it? Steve Rogers inquired with curiosity. Why the haste? Were we so urgently bound? Howard the Duck addressed the assembled superheroes one by one. Daredevil, do you truly intend to rush back to that cacophonous and smoke-filled New York? Or perhaps Hell's Kitchen? And you, Jennifer, must you return to contend with Natasha Stark's admirers, merely to scrape together enough for that exorbitant office rent? As for you, little spider, I believe you ought to unwind. I understand that being a superhero can be exhausting. After remarking on the first three, Howard the Duck turned his gaze to Steve Rogers. And what about you? You must be nearing 90. Shouldn't you be basking in a luxurious retirement in Florida? Yet here you are, leading a team that includes Deadpool. Yes, Deadpool. Steve Rogers closed his eyes, massaging his temples. Enough. I'm experiencing heart palpitations. It is a valid point, but, dear child, the wilderness is a protected realm. And these ordinary citizens. Listen, Captain, we superheroes toil day and night, ceaselessly battling villains. When do we ever have time for ourselves? Howard the Duck spoke earnestly. What about the camaraderie among us? You see, we now find ourselves in a veritable paradise, with several hours remaining until sunset. Moreover, I can control dinosaurs. He gestured to the helmet atop his head. Moments later, a herd of brachiosauruses stood like statues, facing the setting sun. Howard the Duck led the group atop one of the brachiosauruses, together marveling at the enchanting spectacle of the sun's descent. Now, imagine if Mystique's attire were also shape-shifted. That would imply her clothing is essentially part of her body. So, does that mean Raven is typically unclothed? Chuckled the She-Hulk as she engaged in light banter with Teratam. What a splendid notion. Howard, Steve Rogers smiled, gazing at the sunset while reminiscing about the past. Indeed. I know. Howard the Duck quietly observed the sunset, continuously processing the sudden influx of memories in his mind.